Because I accidentally stumbled into a live broadcast, I ended up terrifying 1.4 billion netizens outside the screen. A peerless national scholar who had devoted half his life to research even started burning incense for me on the spot, while atheists rushed to build temples in my honor. At first, it was just a street prank show. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the hottest, most thrilling, and most exhilarating street prank show in the country, Street Ghost Scare. I'm your old friend, Zhang Hao. This is an exploration of human nature completely ad-free and unscripted. We'll randomly select a passerby, with our crew members disguised as vengeful ghosts, while I play the victim. They might choose to ignore me in distress, or they might rise to the occasion and rescue me. Some might even go as far as knocking me or the ghost out instead. In this world, good deeds hide evil, and evil deeds conceal good. The furious expressions on their faces when the truth is revealed, that's the essence of our show, and the reason viewers stay glued to their screens. So, who will be the next test subject? Let's wait and see together. Soon, a figure appeared in the program's camera, riding into the street from the intersection. It's a delivery rider. Should we take action? Zhang Hao's Bluetooth headset buzzed with his colleague's voice. Delivery rider, proceed. All units, block the intersections and prevent anyone else from entering. Security, stay alert. Medical team, prepare for emergency response. Director, focus on capturing close-ups of the subject's face. 1 Yuan, get ready, he's approaching your position. Zhang Hao swiftly issued the orders. Alright, folks, as you can see, a delivery guy has arrived. Delivering food late at night, you'd think he'd be pretty brave, so how will he react when he sees 1 Yuan? Let's wait and see. With Zhang Hao's commentary, the audience's excitement is heating up again. Here they come, finally someone's here. I remember the last one who got scared out of their wits was a little girl, so embarrassing, I felt awkward for her. This time it's a delivery guy. Wonder if he'll put on a good show? I bet $1 this dude's about to wipe out any second now. In the camera frame, I approached the area where the ghost actor was performing. Suddenly, I slammed on the brakes just over 10 meters ahead. A person was thrown into the middle of the road. Yes, thrown, arcing in a perfect parabola before landing on the pavement. What was happening? I was stunned. The dull sound of footsteps echoed through the street, and when I looked over, my scalp tingled with terror. A figure nearly 2 meters tall, dragging a machete at least 1.5 meters long, clad in blood-stained armor, the blade itself rusted and equally drenched in blood. Beneath the helmet was the grotesque face of a demon, fangs bared, as if it had just stepped off an ancient battlefield, a murderous specter now walking from the sidewalk toward the center of the road, its target clearly the person who had just been thrown there. A cold wind blew, carrying the pungent stench of blood, and the biting chill sent shivers down my spine. As I stared at the horrifying demon ahead, waves of dread prickled my scalp, and my terrified expression was captured perfectly by the camera. He's completely freaked out. Look at his lips trembling, I almost want to scream for him. Did he wet himself? Director, quick, give us a close-up of his pants. The live stream chat was buzzing with laughter, but my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might leap out of my chest. The ghost actor walked over to the corpse, planted a foot on its back, raised the massive machete, and brought it down savagely on the corpse's head. Instantly, the head burst open, splattering red and white matter across the ground. The sight made my soul nearly flee my body, and I barely held back the urge to vomit. Zhang Hao appeared just in time, his bicycle toppling over in panic as he collapsed beside me. Ghost! Ghost! His face was drained of color, his acting utterly convincing. When he noticed me looking, he struggled to move his bike but failed. Save me! Please, save me! Zhang Hao reached out, his face a mask of terror and desperation. Xiao Zhang's acting skills are absolutely amazing, he's totally wasted as a host. Do you think the delivery guy will save him? Probably not, right? The delivery guy can barely save himself right now, let alone rescue someone else. Save me! Zhang Hao desperately reached out, his eyes filled with a longing for life. Snapping out of my daze, I didn't have time to think and quickly moved the bike aside. Go! I yanked Zhang Hao up, but he stumbled and knocked over my electric scooter. The sound of a cleaver scraping against the ground echoed as the ghost actor, playing his part perfectly, chased after us. At that point, who cared about the scooter? I grabbed Zhang Hao and bolted. My leg hurts, I think the bike hit me. Zhang Hao threw in another complication. The ghost behind us was closing in step by step, and Zhang Hao stared intently at me. Little did anyone know, his glasses were no ordinary pair, they were packed with high-tech features like cameras, communication, and GPS, making it easy for him to capture the test subject's south facial expressions up close. Bro, don't leave me behind, I don't want to die. Zhang Hao pleaded in a panicked tone, though his heart was full of mockery. He was certain this delivery guy would ditch him after all, no one would prioritize deadweight while being chased by a vengeful ghost. I'll carry you. Gritting my teeth, I hoisted Zhang Hao onto my back and continued fleeing. Zhang Hao was stunned, and the live stream audience was equally dumbfounded. Holy shit, he's actually a good Samaritan. Brothers, I've been watching this show since episode 1, and this is the first time I've seen someone so kind-hearted. Is this the radiance of human nature? Meanwhile, I was running for my life with every ounce of strength I had. Moved by the sight, Zhang Hao couldn't help but say, "Bro, maybe you should put me down. Otherwise, neither of us will make it." I immediately shook my head at his words. "No way. If you're gonna die, you're dying on my back. Who else is gonna take the knife from me?" Zhang Hao couldn't hold it in anymore, and neither could the audience in the live stream. Zhang Hao was genuinely panicking, worried he might encounter another desperate outlaw. "Bro, just let me down. If that big machete comes swinging, we'll both be chopped in half. It's better to split up and run, at least there's a slim chance of survival." Zhang Hao tried hard to persuade me, but I refused. "No way. If I leave you behind, you're dead for sure, and I'd become a murderer. My conscience won't let me live with that." Zhang Hao was left speechless. Conscience. Leaving him behind would trouble my conscience, but using him as a human shield won't? That really didn't make any sense. There's a park nearby. Let us hide in there. I dashed across the sidewalk and through the greenery into the park. There were no cameras here, so the only way to keep the live stream going was through Zhang Hao's glasses. "Bro, that ghost doesn't seem to be chasing us anymore. How about you put me down and we go our separate ways?" "Shut up." I cut off Zhang Hao, circling around the park for a while before hiding in a small grove. I temporarily set Zhang Hao down, both to regain my strength and to keep a careful eye on the outside. "You were riding a shared bike past here, so you must have just gotten off work, right? Have you ever seen a ghost on this road before? How much do you know about that ghost?" I started questioning him. Zhang Hao perked up at the question. Finally, it was his time to shine. He loved scaring such bad guests. "It's the first time I've seen it too, but what? But I heard someone say that 10 people die every year on this road. 8 have already died this year. Could it be that we are the remaining 2? Zhang Hao was filled with horror and suddenly increased his voice. "That ghost is the Shura of hell. It's the one that brought us to hell." Zhang Hao's voice trembled with fear and despair in his eyes. His face was even whiter than a ghost. Lu Feng was so scared that he had a jolt of fear. Thud. Dull footsteps suddenly sounded. Lu Feng subconsciously looked and saw the ghost outside the woods. And the actor pretending to be a ghost looked around. After receiving instructions from the director, he walked towards the grove. Zhang Hao's glasses came with a locator function and had long betrayed Lu Feng's position. But Lu Feng didn't know this. "No way? What a bad timing. The park is so big, why is he walking towards the grove?" Lu Feng couldn't help but spit it out. Seeing that the ghost broke into the grove, Lu Feng hurriedly shifted his position. After that, Lu Feng hid in the park. But no matter where Lu Feng hid and how hidden he hid, the night ghost always found the right target and came towards him at the first opportunity. Lu Feng was numb from hiding. This ghost has opened the eyes of heaven? Why can I be discovered wherever I hide? I usually don't do anything evil, why is my luck so bad? Lu Feng was puzzled. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng beside him and used the miniature camera on his glasses to send the picture and sound back to the live broadcast room in real time. "Ha ha 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 ha, laugh not live. The delivery boy is going to be skeptical. I so want to tell him that he's surrounded by the enemy's radar. So few seconds, the little brother probably recalled all the wrong things in his life. The program team is so bad. Who can stand having a radar around? Xiao Xiao is going to be arrested again, how is he going to cope this time?" Lu Feng returns to the grove once again. Zhang Hao looked puzzled at the sight. "Didn't we hide here? Why are we hiding here again?" Lu Feng shook his head at this. "That ghost would never expect that we would hide in the grove again. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. There's absolutely no problem this time." Thud. Footsteps sounded outside the grove. The pretend ghost actor rushed towards the grove. "I Nima." Lu Feng couldn't top it. This face slapping came so fast that it didn't even let him rest for more than a few seconds. "Bro, run." Zhang Hao urged up with a flustered face. "Not running. Tired. Destroy it." Lu Feng sat on his butt on the ground with a lifeless face. However, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding. Detected that the host has all thoughts of death, living Hades system activation in progress. Activation successful. With this system, you are the living king of hell walking on earth. This system specializes in all kinds of methods to catch and kill ghosts. I hope that the host can clean up the evil spirits on earth and return peace to the world. Note, when dealing with demons and ghosts, do not give up halfway, or you will be directly wiped out. With great ability comes great responsibility, please don't swing for the fences any further, host. First day signing in successful, obtaining 1 draw. Is it drawn now? Chapter 4. This delivery boy's reaction was off. Question mark. System? Lu Feng froze. A traveler's standard plugin, he, a poser, actually had one? Looking at the system prompt in his mind, Lu Feng decisively chose the lottery. Ding. Successful draw, obtained Evil Execution Talisman. Evil Execution Talisman, all low-level ghosts and monsters will be put to death and cut off from past lives. Obtained a complimentary item, Spellcasting Pre-Shake. Spellcasting Pre-Shake, an optional action when using spiritual talismans and magic treasures, dramatically increasing the level of pretentiousness. Although the host is an ordinary person, with the action added, he can also pretend to be a master of the way. Note, the evil punishing talisman has been placed in the innermost compartment of the women's restroom in the park, so please ask the host to take it by himself. Lu Feng looked at it in a cloud. The brain suddenly roared. A set of flowing movements were deeply embedded in his memory. This time Lu Feng saw it. All ing bluffing. He could make the spirit talisman float in the air. But the prerequisite was to tell the system first, and the system would then manipulate the spirit talisman. He can also make the spirit talisman burn itself without fire. But again, he has to tell the system first, and then the system will ignite the talisman. To put it bluntly, he was just a show-off. It was the system that actually cast the spell. Getting all fancy, can't you just let me become a higher power? Lu Feng belabored up in his mind. Ding! This system is not responsible for ferrying people to immortality. If the host wants to become a high person, he can find a Taoist master on his own and worship under the door to practice hard. After practicing for an aeon, you might be able to manipulate spiritual talismans. When Lu Feng heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 1 armor. Coming up on 60 years to start, really nasty. Looking at it this way, the flower show seems to be not bad. At least in the eyes of outsiders, he manipulates spirit talismans, or the system manipulates spirit talismans. There is no difference at all. Why is the spirit talisman in the women's restroom? Can't you just give it to me? Ding! There's no such thing as getting something for nothing. This system won't shove food into your mouth. You're an adult with hands and feet, you deserve to get it yourself. Brother? Zhang Hao squatted beside Lu Feng and couldn't help but shout twice. As a result, Lu Feng was as dumb as a fool, his eyes dull and lifeless. There was no reaction. Could it be that he's scared silly? Zhang Hao scratched his head. Looking towards the ghost-playing actor who was approaching, Zhang Hao raised his hand to stop him, signaling not to come any closer. He was afraid that Lu Feng would be scared to death in the past. Getting up and taking a few steps to the side, Zhang Hao whispered and communicated with the audience. Friends of the audience, the situation is a bit bad. Our takeaway boy seems to be scared silly. Do you all think I should tell him the truth now, or wait a little longer? Maybe his program isn't over yet, and he can continue to bring us surprises. Zhang Hao waited for a reply after he finished speaking. The director would tell him the audience's wishes through the Bluetooth headset. Scared silly? No way. A ghost can find you wherever you're hiding, you'd be stupid too. I don't believe it. He's too bold to sit there and wait for death. Is he waiting for the ghosts to come closer, and then send Chang to the ghosts' mouths? Feed the ghost and get away? Bull. 666, he's a tough guy. Even if we can't feed the ghost, we can buy more time to escape. The only one who's hurt is Chang. The audience advised you to stay away from that kid. They think you're going to be fed to the ghost. The director's words reached his ears. Zhang Hao was happy. People don't need to worry. Show the enemy weakness and feed me to the ghosts. It seems that this little brother understands the art of war. I just don't know how he will look when he learns the truth. Zhang Hao whispered and exchanged words with the audience, his heart growing more and more expectant. And Lu Feng finally moved. Numbly climbing up, Lu Feng turned his head and saw Zhang Hao. Those eyes were gleaming, and there were also a few points of hard-to-hide excitement. Xing. Fan. Zhang Hao thought he had misread it. You're still excited in this situation? Pervert it. It's not to dismantle me, is it? Zhang Hao's heart snapped. This was something he had experienced. That outlaw, carrying 13 murders. He almost chopped him up at that time. That person was trying to use the corpse pieces to distract the ghost. Could it be that the delivery boy in front of him had the same idea? Subconsciously, he moved back a step. Zhang Hao still insisted on performing the limp. Lu Feng directly rushed over. I Nima. Zhang Hao turned around to run, but he was carried by Lu Feng. Let's find another place to hide. I promise this is the last time. Lu Feng exploded his last potential and carried Zhang Hao all the way to the door of the restroom. Wait for me. Lu Feng dove headfirst into the women's restroom. Zhang Hao looked stunned. What kind of ghost is this? Wasn't he going to feed him to the ghosts? Why did he run into the women's restroom again? Inside the restroom, Lu Feng came to the innermost cubicle. Pushing the door, a yellow talisman paper was pasted on top of the water tank. It's really there. Lu Feng took the talisman paper into his hands. The vermilion sand outlined a frightening pattern. Even though Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, he could still feel the hidden morose killing chance on this evil punishing talisman. This is a real spirit talisman. Powerful at first glance. Totally not comparable to a deceitful ghost drawing talisman. Lu Feng couldn't stop measuring it and finally carefully put it into his pocket. And at this moment outside the toilet, Viewers, I seriously doubt that the takeaway boy has gone psychotic. He just told me that this is the last time to hide. But how can this be the last time when facing the severe ghosts of our program? Or does he think that ghosts are also male and female, and male ghosts won't go into the women's restroom? This is too funny. Zhang Hao exchanged whispers with the audience. Just as he was about to grin out, he saw Lu Feng exit the women's restroom. Zhang Hao hurriedly resumed his frightened look. Bro, are we going to hide in the women's restroom? Are you sure you won't be found by ghosts in there? Ghosts don't care if this is a men's or women's restroom. Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng's arm and reminded with a nervous face. However, Lu Feng waved his hand. There's no need to hide, our bitter days are over. What we should be afraid of now is that ghost. Lu Feng was full of confidence. Zhang Hao was directly confused. He kind of didn't get it. How come after entering the women's restroom, this delivery boy was like a new person? Had he really gone crazy? Brother, are you okay? Don't scare me. If you're crazy, who else can carry me to escape? Zhang Hao was concerned. He was really a bit worried about Lu Feng's mental condition. Lu Feng directly waved his hand when he heard this. I'm fine, I won't go crazy even if you go crazy. I want to kill ghosts now. Settle this scourge once and for all. So that he can't harm anyone in the future. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Killing ghosts? Still saying you're not crazy? Zhang Hao and the countless viewers in the live broadcast room shouted out these words together. Live streaming room. It's over, the takeaway boy is really crazy. Killing ghosts? How dare he? Are all delivery boys this good now? Even the Taoist priest's job? This is an actor from the show. He's deliberately trying to make a show out of it? Zhang's reaction doesn't seem right. I think he's crazy. He's playing a clown. Chapter 5. What's with this delivery boy? Any later and it would be too late to collect the corpse. Viewers, this is the live broadcast of Street Ghost Scare. I'm your old friend, Zhang Hao. Today the program team has met a very special guest. A late-night delivery writer. Actually threatened to kill the severe ghosts on the program. I have a feeling he's out of his mind. But who knows, does he have something to hide? Is it just crazy talk, or is there another twist? Let's wait and see. Zhang Hao stood at the door of the toilet. While staring at Lu Feng a few meters ahead, he whispered to the audience to explain the scene. The audience had their appetites whetted at the moment. The variety show, Ghost Scare on the Streets, had been on air for a few months as well. Over these months, most of the passerby guests, upon seeing the ghosts, were filled with shock. And then scurried away in fear. That wonderful expression has always been enjoyed by the viewers. It makes people laugh every time. But after a long time, the audience's aesthetics will inevitably become fatigued. Normal people have just a few reactions, and they always feel unfulfilled after laughing too much. So beating up ghosts and torturing hosts have gradually become the new highlights of the program. And the Lu Feng who appeared tonight was even more different from the past. First, he couldn't stop running away, and then he was suddenly full of confidence, saying that he wanted to kill the ghosts. This kind of highly contrasting performance is something that has never been seen by any of the previous guests, ever. So the audience was also looking forward to what else Lu Feng had to show. Finally, the ghost-pretending actor appeared in Lu Feng's vision. Dragging a rusty machete, the ghost-pretending actor walked to 10 meters in front of Lu Feng. He hadn't been instructed by the director and wasn't sure if he wanted to approach. When Lu Feng saw the ghost appearing, he didn't flinch, instead he was a bit eager to try. One person and one ghost, separated by 10 meters, confronted each other. Live streaming room. Oh my god. He actually really do not intend to escape? This delivery boy is not really going to kill a ghost, is he? What the hell is he doing? He's not afraid of death, is he? Do you guys think? Might have met someone on the show? This delivery boy is actually a Taoist master, and he's just experiencing life. I don't know. That's bull. That's just superstition. There's no such thing as ghosts, let alone ghost catchers, they're all charlatans. There are still feudalists on the air? No way, 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 no way. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get it right, but I'm sure you'll be able to. Up. Lu Feng joined his fingers in front of his chest, and the spirit talisman in his pocket immediately rose up to the sky. When Zhang Hao saw this scene, he thought his eyes were blurred. What swished out? Zhang Hao looked up into the night sky. Nothing could be seen in the blackness. When he looked at Lu Feng again, his eyes suddenly widened. A yellow paper talisman was circling around Lu Feng. From slow to fast, it finally stopped at the top of Lu Feng's head. What is it? Zhang Hao's eyes almost stared out. The ghost-pretending actor was also dumbfounded. The spirit talisman that floated in the air was like a ghostly flame in the darkness of the night. Under the capture of the park's streetlights, it looked extremely noticeable and bizarre. View. Friends. Am I blind? Floating above the takeaway boy's head. Is it a spiritual talisman? Zhang Hao stuttered, feeling like he was dreaming. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Lu Feng suddenly came with such a hand, catching everyone off guard. Especially that spirit talisman, no matter if it was spinning around or fixed in the air, it didn't have any wire traction. This doesn't conform to the laws of physics in any way. Newton's coffin board can't be pressed. He said he could kill ghosts, but was he serious? Is this a live broadcast, or is it a special effects video? The program team responded quickly. Is it that you're doing the whole thing live? Manipulation of the talisman. I'm hallucinating? This is a real master. What's with this delivery boy? He's so good he's still delivering? The viewers, one by one, were all pumped up. They always thought Lu Feng was a bad guy. Sooner or later, he would push Zhang Hao out to feed the ghosts. They even thought that Lu Feng had been stimulated too much and had gone crazy. Yet there was this scene on the scene. Manipulating a spirit talisman like an arm. What is this if not a high-ranking person? What is this if not a master? Countless people began to have their scalps numb. The program assembled ghosts to scare people, but they actually encountered a living god who was greatly hidden in the city? Compared to the viewers who were watching through the screen, Zhang Hao's head was even more blown up. He had never thought that a program pretending to scare people with ghosts would actually encounter a real big brother. Now this big brother, even more so, offered a spiritual talisman to take out the ghost-pretending actor. Looking at the spirit talisman hanging above Lu Feng's head, Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Brother, you're going to use this talisman to kill ghosts? Zhang Hao couldn't help but confirm. Not bad. This talisman is an evil-killing talisman. After hitting it, he will be told to go up and smoke and never be allowed to be born again. Lu Feng graciously admitted. Zhang Hao's heart thumped. Ashes to ashes? He will never be able to be born again? What's wrong with that? Zhang Hao knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. He had to tell the truth in a hurry, or else something big would happen. Brother, you. Go! Lu Feng shouted and pointed his hand towards the ghost-loaded actor. The spirit talisman above his head flew towards the ghost actor with a whoosh. Oh no! Zhang Hao was startled in his heart. Although the ghost actor was a martial arts master, he was only immortal no matter what. How could he possibly be able to resist in the face of a Taoist master's spiritual talisman? Not to mention that Lu Feng had said it was so serious. He became even more worried. Quickly dodge it. Zhang Hao was secretly anxious. The ghost actor pretending to be a ghost thought the same thing. As a one-top expert, his burly physique was extremely agile. When the spirit talisman was about to hit his face, he instantly shifted a meter sideways. The spirit talisman hit empty. The host, Zhang Hao, couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw the actor dodge it. Just as he was about to go and explain, Zhang Hao saw the talisman reversing its direction again. Lu Feng waved his right hand unhurriedly, and the spirit talisman acted as if it had wings, moving more nimbly than the actor pretending to be a ghost. Evil ghosts suffer death. Lu Feng's face was cold and he stood with his arms folded. The spirit talisman was affixed to the brain of the ghost pretending actor at an extremely tricky angle. It then spontaneously combusted without fire. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room also had another eye-opening experience. Cow! This can even hit the brain? It's true that martial arts practitioners can't beat immortal cultivators. Are burning up. It's going to hurt like hell. The program team, save us. The fire won't kill us. I'm more worried about the talisman. Once the talisman burns, it'll unleash its power. The ghost actor can't handle it. The master said he'll go up and smoke. It's going to kill someone. Medical team, hurry up. If we're late, we won't be able to collect the bodies. Chapter 6, Taking Away the Shoots Na. The master has gone autistic. Zhang Hao, who was at the scene, only felt that his mind and soul had been greatly shaken. Spirit symbol exorcism. The scene that he had only seen in the movie was now happening in front of him. Although the ghosts were fake, the talismans were real. But the talisman was real. This kind of dross that only existed in legends and was once treated as feudal superstition. Now it has actually reappeared in the world. Zhang Hao always felt a sense of unreality. It wasn't until the director's hissing came through the headphones that Zhang Hao snapped back to his senses. The medical team had already rushed here. It was time for him to tell Lu Feng the truth. But in the next second, Zhang Hao froze again. He only saw the ghost pretending actor lift his hand and uncover the spirit talisman on his head. As he watched the talisman keep burning, the ghost pretending actor had a few doubts in his eyes. He wasn't in any discomfort. Not to mention being injured, he didn't even gasp for air. The ghost actor was a bit puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. That master's movements were so great, and he had put the spiritual talisman on his head. How could he not be in any trouble at all? This was completely illogical. Zhang Hao also looked dumbfounded. He was so worried just now, fearing that his colleague would have an accident. But what happened? The talisman was actually uncovered by the ghost actor? Brother, what's the situation with your talisman? Isn't it said to be able to kill ghosts? Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng and couldn't help but inquire. Lu Feng clammed up. Evil killing talisman. Just this? The spirit talisman hasn't burned out yet, wait a bit more. Lu Feng braced himself and stood in place. Still standing with his arms folded. Still maintaining the image of a nobleman. However, until the spirit talisman burned out, the evil ghost on the opposite side did not show any half damage. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? The talisman didn't work at all? I'm afraid this isn't a fake talisman. I thought someone was going to die. Is it possible that the talisman only works on ghosts? What? That's true. In the movies, people are fine with talismans, but ghosts are unlucky. This is the truth. This isn't a problem with the talisman, it's a problem with the target. Brother, the talisman paper has been burned, it seems useless. Zhang Hao's voice came. Lu Feng's face twitched. This evil execution talisman didn't even kill the ghost, people didn't even scream a bit. He is still posing here. It's too damn humiliating. System, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't the evil talisman work? Do we have to wait a few more minutes? Lu Feng resisted the urge to escape and asked the system in his mind. He still holds the last shred of hope. Perhaps the power of the spirit talisman hadn't really been released yet. Maybe it's going to take a little longer before. Ding! The evil execution talisman is released instantly. But the evil execution talisman is not omnipotent, it is only effective against low-level ghosts and monsters. When you encounter a powerful ghost or monster, you can't hurt a hair even if you take 100 of them. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng couldn't stand it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to be killed by you. Lu Feng looked at the horrible ghost in front of him again, and without saying a word, he turned his head and ran. The evil execution talisman can't even help, I'm afraid this isn't just a ghost king. As he passed by Zhang Hao, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment. In the end, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and carried Zhang Hao on his back. The system is unreliable, it's still the meat shield that's the most reliable. The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but curse with the system again. I've really fallen into bad luck, binding you to this pitiful system. That's a high-level ghost, what's the point of giving me the evil execution talisman? Ding! You misjudged the strength of the ghost yourself, how can you blame the evil exorcism talisman for being useless? I'm a mortal, how can I judge the strength of the ghost? Ding! That's your problem, I'm only responsible for providing tools to catch and kill ghosts. Then you're really a waste system. Ding! Please stop the personal attacks by the host, or you will be directly erased. You're ruthless. Lu Feng forcibly held back the greeting that contained a very high amount of mom. Carrying Zhang Hao on his back, he ran all the way out of the park. The live broadcast room almost laughed out loud when they saw the scene. Ha ha ha, Master Man is stupid. Laughing to death, using a talisman and running away, the master is skeptical of life. Awesome coaxing to make a spiritual talisman, but it does not work. Ha ha ha, the program team is really bad to do all the bad things. Just now the master is so confident, pretending to be a fool. I can use my feet to dig out a 3-room apartment. The master is miserable. He's been screwed over by the show. Who'd have thought he'd be dealing with a real person instead of a ghost? I think the master is going to go into autism. The master is going to be autistic. Will this be the darkest moment in the master's life? I'm going to piss myself laughing. The live broadcast room became a ball of joy. At the same time, a lot of viewers also began to forward to share the live broadcast to the circle of friends, to the WeChat group, to a variety of channels. Doggy, look at the live broadcast I shared, there's a living god. 28 years for the first time to open eyes, the original world really have masters. Daughter-in-law, quickly go to the live broadcast room I sent you, there are. You running with the old king? Don't run, go watch the live broadcast, the old powerful. Spiritual talisman to kill ghosts, feudal superstition? That is, you have not seen knowledge. Quickly come to worship the true immortals of the world. In the park. The actor pretending to be a ghost couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed when he saw Lu Feng running away. He felt that the one who should run should be him. How could there be a master running away? But soon he was given new instructions. Continue chasing after Lu Feng and Zhang Hao. Director, are you serious? That's the real master. Pretending ghost actor man went numb. As the person involved, he could best appreciate how powerful Lu Feng was. That was a true master. His stance was so powerful that he couldn't even find a second person in the martial arts. What happened? In a matter of seconds, he was labeled with a spirit talisman by Lu Feng. This could already be described as terrifying. I know that's the true master. That's why you have to chase even more. The heat in the live broadcast room has been rising now, and there are constantly new people coming in, all of them running towards True Master. You hurry up and chase after them, and try to get that master to make another move. I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. This time we're going to be a hit. You're going to be a big star too. It's not a dream to earn over $100 million a year in the future. The director's excited voice kept coming from the Bluetooth headset. As soon as the ghost-playing actor heard the big pie drawn by the director, he immediately went out of his way as well. After asking the director for Zhang Hao's location, the ghost actor continued to chase after him. On the other side, Zhang Hao also received instructions from the director. To continue? Zhang Hao's eyes almost stared out. The one who was running behind his back was a real big shot. Was it appropriate for the program team to keep it hidden like this? Little Zhang, you strive to ask about this master's origins. Since he's using his identity as a takeout boy as a cover, he probably won't be interviewed in front of the camera. This is the proverbial great concealment. That's why we have to come in secret, we can't let him find out about the live program. Also, it's best to let him show off more of his divine abilities. Whether or not our program will fire out of the ring this time depends on you. I'll have the security personnel and medical team continue to secretly follow you. You don't have to worry about accidents. Zhang Hao almost didn't cry as he listened to the director's words. Once Lu Feng finds out the truth. When the gods are angry, blood will flow. Those security personnel, how could they stop this big brother? I'm afraid that in less than 3 seconds, he'll be reduced to flying dust. The medical team will be useless. Can they bring him back from the dead? They'll just put him in an urn. But complaining is complaining. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become famous, Zhang Hao wanted to give it a shot. Once he succeeded in the interview, he would be the most famous person in the country. No, the whole world. He would be the first host in the world to interview a godly big brother. He would be able to go down in history. Under the agitation, Zhang Hao began to make up. Brother, why isn't your talisman working? I saw that you were so confident, I thought you'd win this game. As a result, your talisman is as useless as a piece of paper. As soon as Zhang Hao's words left his mouth, Lu Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The live broadcast room was also immediately lively. I'm still sticking a knife into the master's heart. Shoots na Xiao Zhang. Waste of paper. Finished, the master is going to be autistic again. First you can't kill a ghost, and now you're being taunted by mortals, can you stand it? I can't stand it anyway. Show him what you can do. My wife is still waiting for her night run with Brother Wang. Chapter 7, Terrified Host, Inviting God? This horse is playing a big game. Lu Feng returned the same way. Picking up his small tram, he loaded up Zhang Hao and ran away. The ghost-playing actor who was chasing after him could only stare dryly as he looked at the taillights of the car that was speeding away. No need to rush. You get in the show's car. With Xiao Zhang following, he can't run away. The director's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. The ghost-playing actor dismissed the idea of using light energy. Taking a breath of fresh air. The ghost-pretending actor felt like tonight was a dream. He had scared so many people, hundreds if not thousands. To be honest, he was numb from watching all those people's frightening displays. There were just a few of them over and over again. Not only did he lose his freshness, the audience gradually lost their freshness as well. The program's heat had also reached a bottleneck as a result. Today, however, there was a huge turnaround. A mediocre summer night. A mediocre takeaway boy. A mediocre midnight park. A Taoist master was killed. The scene where he manipulated the talisman as if it were his own, the ghost actor had palpitations when he thought about it. With his stature, he actually couldn't dodge it. And a Taoist master doesn't just have talismans for killing ghosts. There are even more talismans against people. If this is a talisman that specializes in setting fires, the ghost actor winced. He was afraid that he would have become a fireball right then and there. It wasn't long before the show's car arrived. The ghost actor shouldered the machete and got into the car neatly. The vehicle drove slowly, hanging far behind Zhang Hao's positioning signal. And in such a short while, the number of people in the live broadcast room had risen from over 300,000 to 400,000. More and more people flooded into the live broadcast room. The program group didn't put up any advertisements, but the spontaneous invitations from the viewers were the best advertisement. The pop-ups also became more and more numerous. The live stream heat was even soaring. Is this the man of the world that my husband said? Didn't he say that spiritual talismans kill ghosts? Where are the ghosts? Where's the talisman? He's just a delivery boy. It doesn't match the publicity. Where's the ghost? Where's the ghost? Where's the master? Where's the master? Where's the living God? Show me your face. I don't believe in fairies. It must be a show. Ghosts are fake, and masters are even more so, it's all the show's work. I don't want to watch it, it's not interesting, I'm watching the delivery boy in the middle of the night, I'm really bored. Don't go away, this takeaway boy is the master, he is a master in the city. Let's be patient, after all, the master is still autistic. Self-imposed? What does that mean? What does he mean? This is to ask the program team. The pop-ups are buzzing with discussion. The camera showed Lu Feng driving out 3 blocks before stopping at the side of the road. Did you catch up? Lu Feng looked back. The streets were empty. Not to mention ghosts, there wasn't even a bird. Lu Feng got out of the car with confidence, ready to ease his mood. Zhang Hao also got out of the car. Looking at Lu Feng in front of him, Zhang Hao couldn't help but remind him. Brother, that ghost will definitely come after us if it recognizes us. You hurry up and think of a way. Zhang Hao was forcing Lu Feng to make a move. But what he didn't know was, Lu Feng also only had one evil punishing talisman. The current Lu Feng was just like him, just an ordinary person, the kind that was too ordinary to be ordinary. I'm thinking of a way out. And even if he doesn't come after me, I won't let him go. Lu Feng carried his hands behind his back and paced back and forth on the side of the road. He could remember that the system said that you can't get rid of ghosts halfway. Otherwise, they would be wiped out. It was fine if he didn't make a move, running for his life would be over. But he had already struck out at that ghost, once. If he gave up halfway, the system would erase him in minutes. But he's just a mortal, how easy is it to kill a ghost? Hit it with a car? Ghosts were spirit bodies, it would be evil if they could be run over. Ding! In view of the host's sincerity in getting rid of ghosts, we are now rewarding a special chance for a lucky draw. Does it open the lottery? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Feng was worried about dozing off when the system delivered a pillow. Although Lu Feng felt that the system was a pit bull, but right now it was on fire. Even if it is a pit, it is still more reliable than driving a car and hitting a ghost. So Lu Feng hurriedly returned a yes. He opened the second lottery after getting the system. Ding! Inviting the Yin spirit once. Inviting the Yin god, open an altar and perform the ritual to invite the Yin god of hell to the earth for a reminder. Note 1, by giving enough tribute, you can make the Yin god do it for you once. Note 2, the host's current friendship with the hell is 0. It is recommended to first invite the lowest ranked ghostbusters, the success rate will be much higher and you can also save a lot of tribute. Note 3, the most suitable time and place to open the altar has been marked in the host's cell phone, so please go there as soon as possible and don't miss the best hour. Inviting the Yin god. Lu Feng drew a breath of cool air. Compared to the evil destroying talisman at the beginning, this reward span was simply ridiculously large. One can only kill low-level ghosts. One is able to invite the king of hell up. Lu Feng felt like he was going to be hit by a pie. Although the success rate of inviting the king of Hades, the wireless is close to 0. It's the lowest level of ghost messenger, but it's also an extraordinary existence. Lu Feng was excited. This is if the black and white irregulars are invited up. Even if that ghost is a ghost king, it can be captured back to hell in minutes. This time, the pit ratio system was finally reliable for once. Brother, speak up. Do you have any more ideas? You're not just using that one talisman, are you? You're at least a master, can you not be such a loser? Zhang Hao kept urging. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were happy. Rushed, little Zhang rushed. Squeezing the Grandmaster like that, I'm really afraid that the Grandmaster will slap him to death. Ha ha ha, the calling Master a loser, Master is probably going to die of anger. Can't you see the Master doesn't want to talk to him? The Master is going to spit blood. He saved a man, and he's a broken man. Laugh it up. He's not just a liar, he's a salt in the wound. Please remind Zhang not to mention the talisman, ha. Brothers? Brothers. It's a matter of life and death, give me an accurate message. Do you have any other means to get rid of ghosts or not? Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng's arm. He now hated to pry open Lu Feng's head and dig out all of Lu Feng's skills. At the same time, he was also a bit worried. He was worried that Lu Feng really only knew one spirit talisman. Then his plan to leave his name in history would be in vain. There is a way. Lu Feng recovered from his wandering state. He had just studied the complete invocation process. Unsurprisingly, he was still just a show-off. It was still the system that truly completed the invocation. But outsiders don't know. Looking at Zhang Hao beside him, Lu Feng's back straightened up again. A single evil execution talisman had made him lose face. This time, he was going to get it back with interest. Brother, what solution? Under Zhang Hao's most expectant gaze, Lu Feng spat out 2 words, invite the gods. Invite the gods? Zhang Hao froze. It's just killing a ghost, it's not like messing with a 1,000-year-old demon. Do you want to play so big? Not to mention it was a fake ghost. What the hell, inviting a god down to earth, playing big. Chapter 8, the Yin Qi is so heavy that it can lead to the ghost gate. Let him please. The director's voice was the first to reach Zhang Hao's ears. Even if he wants to invite the Jade Emperor, don't stop him. As long as we can film it, it's worth it even if I, the director, die immediately. The director's tone was mixed with excitement and fervor. Once Zhang Hao heard this, he could only tough it out. Brother, which true god are you going to invite? Zhang Hao asked tentatively. The black and white irregulars. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, showing off his expert demeanor. Black and white impermanent? Zhang Hao's expression was stunned. Black and white impermanent. Luckily, it wasn't the Jade Emperor. Wait a minute. That's not right. The black and white impermanence seem to be terrifying as well. In the Journey to the West, this is a minor character that doesn't make the cut. But in front of the world, it's an extremely scary god. Taking your soul is easier than drinking water. The thought of the black and white irregulars pulsating in the night. Zhang Hao instinctively shivered. Lu Feng couldn't help but look smug as he watched. You kept laughing at me along the way, you know how powerful you are this time, don't you? Lu Feng's waist straightened even more. The live broadcast room, on the other hand, exploded. Black and white invincible? I didn't hear it wrong. It's black and white. I'll ask the Ghostbusters to come up. Master, you don't have to. In the middle of the night, can't people sleep anymore? Live in the netherworld, love it, love it. I think the program will be blocked soon, so watch and cherish. I'm going to the bathroom first, so I don't pee on the mat. Add me to the list of people who have to go to the bathroom. Amitabha's program is too scary now. It's not real, is it? Black and white? Aren't they afraid of retribution for spoofing ghosts and gods? It's definitely fake. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world, not to mention the black and white. This program is really ignorant and fearless to do the work of the netherworld. Brothers, that ghost is here to kill. Zhang Hao's face was full of horror, trembling and pointing to the incoming road. His acting skills were straight out of a textbook. Lu Feng turned his head to look. A few dozen meters away, the terrifying ghost shadow appeared at the intersection. The machete dragged on the ground, making a piercing sound that was extraordinarily clear in the silent summer night. It's really a ghost. Lu Feng spat out. But it was good to follow. Otherwise it would be troublesome for him to open the altar to do magic and not be able to find the target. This ghost was willing to follow, he even saved himself the trouble. Go, get on. Lu Feng once again mounted the small tram. Opening his cell phone map, he found the location marked by the system. Lu Feng looked at the destination and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Plum Garden. A rotten neighborhood. Out over. Sit tight. Lu Feng took a deep breath and directly pulled his speed up to full. In the expectant and apprehensive gazes of the ghost-playing actor, the small tram once again ran out of sight. Director, still want to chase? How do I feel, Master doesn't want to care about me? The ghost actor stood on his sword. In the night wind, he looked a little lonely. He wants to invoke the gods. Cheer up, you're going to black and white later. The director's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. The ghost-playing actor's eyes almost stared out. What the hell? The black and white pervert? It's a joke. He's not capable of doing anything. No matter how conceited he was, he wouldn't dare to fight with the black and white constant. Don't be afraid, if the irregulars really want to arrest you, just tell the truth. Nothing will happen. The director's comforting words came, making the ghost-playing actor feel slightly more at ease. Just this summer night. How does he feel? A little chilly. Plum Garden. Not far from the city center. But the place was desolate. A large piece of rotten buildings that had been deserted for 7 years. When Lu Feng parked his car in the Plum Garden neighborhood, Zhang Hao froze and didn't dare to get out of the car. Bro, what are you doing here? Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask. To open the altar and practice. Lu Feng returned. Open the altar to practice? Here? Zhang Hao's voice changed. As a native local, Zhang Hao was too familiar with this place. This was a big-name murderous place. Brother, do you want to change places? I heard this place is not clean. Zhang Hao hurriedly reminded. In the past, he was still able to believe in it and labeled the Plum Garden incident as superstitious using a materialistic worldview. But Lu Feng's means of exorcism had broken his worldview. The talisman used by the master to exorcise the ghosts was real. Then the ghosts must also be real. As a haunted meadow, how can there be no filth in Plum Garden? In the middle of the night, Zhang Hao almost didn't scream out. The live broadcast room was also buzzing. Is this place scary? Isn't it just an unfinished neighborhood? Any locals want to tell us why the host is so scared? I'm a local, there are ghosts in Plum Garden. Plum Garden is a rotten building, the pre-sale harmed many families, not only the house is not settled, the bank loans still have to pay on time. 7 years ago, a family of 3 couldn't take the pressure and set themselves on fire here. In the following years, there were developers who wanted to take over the project, but as soon as they started construction, 4 workers died. In the end, Plum Garden was completely deserted, and even the people who lived in the neighborhood moved out. Worry. Really? There are 7 lives in this place? No wonder the host is scared. This place is full of ghosts. Stop it. Who knows if it's just a program? That's right. I don't believe banks can force people to die. You wait here, I'll go buy some oranges. Lu Feng threw down Zhang Hao and ran away on his bike. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng's faraway back. The man was dumbfounded. Brother! Brother! Don't you throw me down! Zhang Hao is going crazy. There was not a single silhouette in this place. There were few and far between residents in the neighborhood. Lu Feng actually left him alone here? Buy oranges. Buy Nima. You think I didn't go to school? Zhang Hao cracked his mouth. Lu Feng, this is a way to take advantage of him. Well, not a minute later, a few cars stopped at the door. The ghost-playing actor got off first. The security personnel, paramedics and staff immediately dispersed inside the neighborhood. The originally silent and eerie neighborhood became a lot more lively. Several cars were driven away by drivers. Zhang Hao grabbed the arm of the actor pretending to be a ghost. Wen Yuan, I feel relieved that you're here. This place is old and scary. Zhang Hao had a palpitating look on his face. The ghost actor looked at his colleagues who were busy installing hidden cameras in the small area and couldn't help but frown slightly. This place isn't right. I feel a bone-chilling chill. The pretend ghost actor's sentence simply spoke to Zhang Hao's heart. Who says it isn't? I don't know what that master was thinking. Why did he have to open an altar here? Zhang Hao couldn't figure it out. The ghost-playing actor, however, had a change of heart. Old Zhang, I think it might be because of the heavy yin qi that the master chose this place. Heavy yin qi is why he chose this place? What kind of reasoning is that? Zhang Hao still couldn't figure it out. The ghost-playing actor took a deep breath and spoke out. Heavy yin qi can lead to the ghost gate. Chapter 9, Master, you're not running away, are you? Heavy yin qi can lead to the ghost gate. Zhang Hao instantly became colder. The co-workers hid in the night. The ghost actor also hid in the rotten building in the neighborhood. Becoming alone again, Zhang Hao always had a sense of uneasiness. Time passed by. Seeing that Lu Feng never showed up, Zhang Hao could only make small talk with the audience. Hello audience. I'm the host and actor of Street Ghost Scare, Zhang Hao. There are a lot of newcomer friends in the live broadcast room today who might not know too much about our program. Allow me to make a brief introduction to make it easier for everyone to watch the show next. Street Ghost Scare, as the name suggests, is about pretending to scare people. My colleague, Wen Yuan, is the stern ghost player. He's nearly 2 meters tall and weighs 200 pounds. Wen Yuan is not only a national martial arts champion, he's also one of the best martial arts masters in the world. He's good enough to handle any unexpected situation by playing the role of a stern ghost. Honestly, I wonder what kind of mesmerizing soup the director used to invite this great god to play a ghost. Zhang Hao smacked his lips twice. He had always been curious about this matter, but just couldn't understand the question. According to the director, Wen Yuan had been intoxicated with martial arts since he was a child and was very gullible with a simple mind. According to Wen Yuan, his monthly salary of 10,000 could buy a lot of meat to eat, and he didn't need to be forced to practice by his master, so he was very comfortable on the program team. It seems that the two men's statements match up well. However, Zhang Hao didn't believe it. He felt that an expert like Wen Yuan had no reason to be so easy to fool. It has been proven that the program group with Wen Yuan in it is the safest program group in the world. Even if they accidentally encountered outlaws, Wen Yuan would be able to handle them with ease. But today, Zhang Hao paused for a moment. There was an accident today. It's always been the program team that scares others. But today the program team was scared by someone else. We unexpectedly met a true master. A living god who can use spirit talismans. New viewers, who may not have seen that amazing scene, are skeptical about this. But please rest assured, this is by no means the show's crew making a whole living. We've really met someone high up. And it won't be long before everyone can see an even more shocking scene. That master threatened to open an altar and practice in Plum Garden, please. Zhang Hao suddenly felt his pants being tugged. Subconsciously looking down, Zhang Hao only saw that he was the only one standing alone in front of the neighborhood under the streetlight. What the hell? Zhang Hao panicked a bit. Director! Director! I feel like someone just tugged on my pants. Is there a staff member next to me? Zhang Hao said and even took 2 steps towards the cell, wanting to see if someone was hiding behind the gate. There isn't a single staff member within 50 meters around you. And you didn't feel wrong, someone did tug on your pants. There was a camera that caught it, and it was a little girl. A flash. The director's voice came from the Bluetooth headset. Me Nima? Zhang Haoran was shocked. A little girl? Thinking of the family of 3 that burned to death. Zhang Hao only felt a coldness that went straight from his spine to his head. Master! Master, help! Zhang Hao ran out of the neighborhood and couldn't stop looking around the street. For the first time in his life, he was so desperate to see someone. It was even more urgent than when he was a kid, waiting for his dad to buy him an Ultraman. What took you so long to buy an orange? Come back, master. You're not running away, are you? The more Zhang Hao waited, the more anxious he became. If he had known this, he should have stayed on Lu Feng's tram. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also swiped the screen. What was that little girl's origin just now? A flash of, "This horse is a ghost, right? Nima, my cabinet moved, I do not look at it. Brothers, I seriously doubt that the master won't be coming back. He left Chang here to attract the ghost actors and then fight with the ghosts in the Plum Garden. This is a ploy to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. The master has already run away. It's really possible. But the ghost of the program is a fake. Isn't the master harming people? The master doesn't know, he can't wait for the ghost to beat the ghost. It's over. The crew only wants to trap others, but they didn't expect to be trapped by the master this time. Director, get them out of here. If we're late, someone will die." A bunch of staff members hollered and ran out. Zhang Hao didn't care. A bunch of medical staff hooted and hollered and ran out. Zhang Hao didn't care either. When a group of security personnel also all ran out. "What are you running for?" Zhang Hao pulled a security guard. "You ask the director yourself." The security guard broke away from Zhang Hao, got into the car and slipped away. In less than 3 minutes, the large plum garden was left with only 2 people, Zhang Hao and the actor pretending to be a ghost. "Director, what's the situation? How come all the people have withdrawn?" Zhang Hao asked in a low voice. "There's no situation, I'm worried that there are too many people in the neighborhood and it will be discovered by the master. You continue to hold your position and wait for the master to come over." The director's voice came. Zhang Hao took a chill pill and continued to wait up for Lu Feng. "Audience members, let's continue from what we just said. The master threatened to open an altar at this place and invite the black and white irregulars to come up and catch the ghosts." "That's right, you guys heard it right. It's the black and white irregulars. The sole hooker of the Hell's underworld will make an appearance on the live broadcast. Everyone, don't blink your eyes. This is definitely a night you'll never forget. In the future, when you're old, you'll even be able to proudly tell your grandchildren about it." Zhang Hao was actually speaking to himself with these last words. And the number of people in the live broadcast room had also approached the 500,000 mark. "I just got here, what is this host talking about? Black and white impermanence? Right. A master wants to summon the black and white impermanence up here. What? What's wrong with you? Which mental hospital did this master come from? How can we invite the black and white? They were invented by the ancients. How can we invite them? This program is a superstition. If you don't believe me, just wait and see, the master has real powers. Wait and see. Where's the master? I've been here for 5 minutes and I haven't seen a single hair on his head." Time passed by. Zhang Hao had run out of words. Finally, in his eager anticipation, a small tram appeared on the street. Lu Feng came back with a full load. "Master, your old man is finally back." Zhang Hao was so excited that he ran all the way over to greet him. Lu Feng didn't even bother with Zhang Hao, directly riding the small trolley into the neighborhood. Seeing this, Zhang Hao could only run back again. When he entered the neighborhood, he saw Lu Feng in front of a building, unloading the things he brought. Small offering table, incense burner, peachwood sword, and oranges. "Master, let me help you." Zhang Hao ran over to help and unloaded the things. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao strangely while arranging things on the offering table. "Didn't you always call me brother? Why have you changed your name to master now?" Zhang Hao was so aggravated that he almost cried when he heard this. "Master, ghost. There's a ghost in this place. A little girl dragged me." Zhang Hao even shivered as he said this and leaned towards Zhang Hao's side. Zhang Hao's hand shook as well. This Thai place really wasn't clean. "System, you're really damn good at picking places." Zhang Hao couldn't help but mutter. "What did you say, master? I was right when I said it's haunted. It's this kind of place with a heavy yin qi that was chosen. Master, is it because the heavy yin qi can lead to the ghost gate?" Zhang Hao uttered the words that the actor pretending to be a ghost had mentioned. Lu Feng revealed a surprised expression and said, "I didn't expect you to understand this." Zhang Hao's heart flinched when he heard this. Sure enough, it was like this. And the audience in the live broadcast room, watching as one thing after another was set up, couldn't help but murmur. "Looking at it, it really looks like that. Could it be that he's really going to invite the black and white irregulars? I don't believe it, it must be the hype of the program. So this master is so young. I thought he was an old Taoist priest. He's not only young, he's a delivery boy. How can a delivery boy catch ghosts these days? Can't the program team be more careful with their work? I came here to see a fairy, and this is what I get? What a joke. A takeaway boy invites the spirits. You've got to be more careful. The scriptwriter has never graduated from elementary school. I'll eat upside down if he can summon the black and white Constantine." Chapter 10, Opening the Altar to Practice. Anxious, master, he was anxious. These things cost a lot of money. I'll do the math for you later, we'll have to split these expenditures equally between the two of us. After all, I didn't just save myself, I also bought these things to save you. After Lu Feng finished setting up the offering table, he couldn't help but mention it to Zhang Hao. It took him a lot of effort to buy these things in the middle of the night. I don't know how many bosses, he shouted up to open the door. It was only after scraping together a few things that he managed to get these. But from the highest standard of the system, still far from it. Bagua glazed table, he gave replaced with a small wooden table. 10,000 years of mahogany sword, he replaced with an unknown year, do not know the material of the wooden sword. Soul-inducing incense, he replaced with ordinary incense. 9 dragon candle, he replaced with ordinary candles, but also ing white. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow on the tribute, he replaced the orange. Can be described as everything from simple. This has already spent all of his savings. Staring at Zhang Hao, who had nothing to do, Lu Feng was eager to get back so much blood from the other party. Master, don't worry, I'll cover it all. Zhang Hao's chest slapped the sky. It was the programs group that paid out the money anyway. You're all inclusive? How can this be a good idea? Lu Feng's face was all smiles. I should, I'll thank you afterwards for saving Master's life. Zhang Hao said, and even gave a respectful salute to Lu Feng. Lu Feng revealed a satisfied look. This is what it's all about. He felt that Zhang Hao was much more obedient than at first. Master, when are we going to start the ceremony? Zhang Hao was a bit impatient. However, Lu Feng waved his hand. It can start any time, but we have to wait for that ghost to come over. Otherwise, the black and white irregulars will come up, but they won't be able to see the target. In case the two of us are detained in hell, that's not a big loss. Lu Feng does not explain. Okay, an explanation scared Zhang Hao almost did not pass out. Is this? Risk so great? Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Audio and video synchronized to the live broadcast. Ha, absolute. The host is going to be scared to death. This is a funny program, right? Is this catching ghosts, or catching heads? Zhang is indeed, he's going to be a hero. What's that orange on the table? An offering? It's too shabby, no gold dollars, no paper money, letting people work for nothing? If I were the pervasive black and white, the first thing I'd do would be to take down this table. You can't be serious. He's a master, how could he be so arrogant? We're all actors in the show anyway. I think it's more effective to lift the table. Right, as a comedy, it's not worth the wait. The director, in the first instance, gave orders to the actors pretending to be ghosts. So before Zhang Hao could regain his human color, the ghost-playing actor appeared not far away. Master, the ghost is here. Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng. There was no need to act out his terror this time. The fear of the black and white irregulars had already made him act in his true colors. Good timing. The Yin soul is still alive. Old me invites you to take a trip to hell. No money. Lu Feng grabbed the peachwood sword on the table and pulled a sword flower in the process. Zhang Hao saw this and hurriedly let go of Lu Feng. Lu Feng then took out a lighter and lit the 4 white candles on the table. And one-handed incense, calmly and freely show the pretentious criminals. Zhang Hao saw a burst of staring. What time is it still pretending? Hurry up and invoke the gods. Early death, early life. After meeting with the black and white irregulars, he was off duty. I'm going to start, don't disturb me in the middle. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he started chanting, walking around the offering table continuously, occasionally playing a few sword tricks. Zhang Hao listened carefully and realized that he couldn't understand it at all. Taking a few steps back, Zhang Hao couldn't help but narrate in a low voice. Friends of the audience, the master has been chanting, but I can't understand it at all. It's probably a Taoist invocation incantation, it's very subtle and profound. Master is worthy of being a master. I think the friends in the live broadcast should no longer doubt Master's strength. Zhang Hao was filled with awe. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Feng was purely mumbling blindly. Lu Feng saw that in movies and TV dramas, all the open altars and practices would be muttered. He didn't know the Taoist incantations and scriptures, so he could only mutter in a low voice. And as time passed, the incense on the offering table appeared to change. The smoke from the 3 incense sticks was originally straight upwards. At this moment it suddenly went downward. As if pulled by something, it flowed all the way to the ground in front of the offering table. The flames of the 4 candles also became flickering, as if they would go out at any time. Ha! Zhang Hao was suddenly stunned for a moment. Audience members, I wonder if I'm blind. I seem to see that there's 1 less orange on the offering table. Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes, a little unsure. With a dozen oranges piled up there, he was skeptical that it was his eyes. Zhang Hao suddenly looked at the ground next to the offering table. An orange peel was thrown there. It was extraordinarily conspicuous. There really is something eating an orange. It's the black and white impermanent. The black and white impermanence is here. Zhang Hao was so scared that he couldn't help but take a few more steps back. The ghost-playing actor not far away also seemed to have noticed the abnormality and backed up a meter in sync with him. Seeing that the ghost actor pretender had retreated, Lu Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You know to run now? Too late. Lu Feng danced his sword even more vigorously. The movements in the pre-shake of the spellcasting were bluffing, and even if Lu Feng had no foundation, he imitated it decently. The oranges on the table kept decreasing. The orange peels on the ground kept increasing. Lu Feng was more and more relieved to see this. After eating his offerings, the black and white irregulars must contribute. Even though his offerings were a bit shabby. When the last orange disappeared, there was suddenly a ghastly wind. The candle flames of the 4 candles flickered, and the offering table was shaken by the wind, but the candles just wouldn't go out. Lu Feng was worried that the table would be blown away and hurriedly pressed the tabletop with one hand. The peachwood sword pointed towards the incense burner. Lu Feng drank. Black and white god envoy, please show yourself. The candle flames suddenly went out. The unburned incense also lost the red light from the top. The surroundings were plunged into darkness. Lu Feng felt someone tugging at his pants leg. Someone was pulling his collar. Even more outrageous, there was actually someone slapping him on the back of his head. Unbridled. Lu Feng was enraged. Black and white divine envoy, please show yourself. Lu Feng bellowed once again. The candle flame suddenly lit up. The incense was rekindled and the curling smoke flowed back to the ground in front of the offering table. Zhang Hao covered his mouth at once. The actor pretending to be a ghost not far away was even more numb. At this moment, behind Lu Feng, there were actually 7 people standing neatly, and at the same time stretched out their hands to Lu Feng. Lu Feng also felt something wrong. But he didn't dare to run. He will die if he runs. If he doesn't run, there is still a chance of survival. Taking the mahogany sword, Lu Feng slapped the table hard with the sword. What the hell? Shame on you. Black and white irregulars, come forward as ordered. Or else I'll go to the king of hell and sue you. Live stream. Where are so many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Isn't this what was said earlier, that 7 people died? Big battle ah. The program team actually found so many people to pretend to be ghosts? Ha 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 ha, masters are in a hurry. I'm laughing my ass off. He's in a hurry. It's really a comedy. Where are the actors? Hurry up and get on the stage. The master is cursing. No, what's wrong with the screen? This is a real ghost. Right, human ghosts, it's a special feature of the show. If these people are real ghosts, I'll eat upside down. Chapter 11. The black and white irregulars show up. The shivering actor pretending to be a ghost. Ghosts are ghosts. Audience members, those 7 people are ghosts. Zhang Hao dutifully did his commentary. Although the voice was small, it still startled 2 silhouettes. A large and a small one turned their heads to look at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he was silenced on the spot. However, in the next second, he saw these 7 silhouettes suddenly disappear. And in front of the offering table, there was a black and a white figure that was gradually solidifying. Black and white impermanence. Zhang Hao lost his voice and shouted, and was glared back by Lu Feng. Zhang Hao hurriedly covered his mouth so as not to make any more noise. The live broadcast room directly exploded when they saw the scene. Worry! How did those 7 people suddenly disappear? What's in front of the table? I'm really black and white. The delivery boy is a true master? You idiots still don't believe me, now you know what I'm talking about. Where's the guy who just ate? Don't go upside down, just eat alive. Immortal. This is an immortal. It's me who's reckless. Please master to receive my worship. Dreaming. I must be dreaming. I didn't spray anything. Master Black and White must not arrest me. Wealthy, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. Amit Babuda, mother I'm afraid. Can you even call in the irregulars? I'm not convinced by anyone, just the master. Compared to the live broadcast, Zhang Hao, the first eyewitness at the scene, was shocked beyond words. After the initial shock, Zhang Hao was overwhelmed with excitement. The ghosts and gods of the netherworld and the myths and legends were standing right in front of his eyes, alive and well. He was also allowed to film it and broadcast it out in real time. Although there are other cameras around. But his first view was undoubtedly the most precious. Awesome. Master is so damn awesome. I, Zhang Hao, will go down in history. Zhang Hao was so excited. In the Bluetooth headset, the director's voice suddenly came. Shoot closer. Better do an interview with Black and White. Zhang Hao was embarrassed. An interview? Chima. That's the Black and White pervert. The Undertaker of Hell, who specializes in hooking people's souls. He's crazy to go there for an interview. Even though he has no regrets about dying. But who wants to die if he can live? He felt it was wiser to stand still and not move. And after such a short while, the bodies of the Black and White impermanence had completely solidified. The white impermanence was tall and thin, his face was pale, his mouth spat out a long tongue, with a weird smile, how to see how oozing. Tall official hat, written on the life to see wealth 4 words. Black impermanence, a black face, ferocious appearance, body fat, body wide, black official hat written on the world peace 4 words. The two gods looked at Lu Feng, their eyes filled with cold intentions. Lu Feng looked a little shocked. Although the gods were invited by him, it was also his first time to invite the gods as a big girl in a sedan chair. What attitude to use to communicate with the black and white irregulars was a problem. I've already cursed just now, it's useless to lower my voice. Besides, my ceiling is to summon King of Hell, there's no need to be polite to two ghostly messengers. Lu Feng's mind had already made up his mind. Looking at the black and white irregulars again, Lu Feng couldn't help but knock on the table. Come up so slow, didn't eat at night? Tramps looking for a fight, right? Lu Feng's mahogany sword was directly drawn over. Splat sound hit Black Impermanence's arm. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. That was black and white impermanence. Lu Feng actually hit it with his sword? This is a head whip, right? The live broadcast room also went crazy. Cow! How dare you hit the black impermanent? Master has always been so arrogant? I don't know if he's arrogant or not, but the master has always been this kind of pretentious style. Beat black impermanence. How dare he? He's a serious god of the underworld, an immortal within the system. Master, you're not giving me any face, are you? Coming, the black and white invincibles are going to lift the table. I didn't realize it wasn't scripted, but the direction is as outrageous as the script. Master, I'm on my knees. You're really good at what you do. Master Celestial, forgive me, there are a lot of tasks for the soul hooker tonight. Old Black and I were too busy and accidentally came a little late. White Impermanence explained while smiling even wider. Only with a long tongue, the more he smiled, the more oozing it became. Black Impermanence gave a muffled and did not move to lift the table. This bizarre scene immediately stunned Zhang Hao's jaw. Being smoked and still have to make amends? Am I blind again? Zhang Hao couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Black Impermanence was going to go on a rampage and Lu Feng was going to be in bad luck. It turned out that it was still Lu Feng who was fuming. Master seems to be a little more powerful than I thought. Zhang Hao didn't dare to blink his eyes for fear of missing any details. The director's urging sounded in the headphones again, telling Zhang Hao to come closer. But it was all ignored by Zhang Hao. The actor pretending to be a ghost not far away was even more terrified of the three corpses. He could only see the back of the black and white irregulars. But he had already brainstormed how terrifying the front of black and white impermanence was. From more than 20 meters away, he could feel the lurid yin qi. It was completely unlike the cold wind created by the director's team, which was simply cold. The yin qi of the black and white impermanence was like it had a consciousness, drilling straight into people's souls. Not only was there an icy chill, there was also a mountainous pressure. He felt his soul tremble. Director, this time it's really a big game. The actor pretending to be a ghost was terrified in his heart and couldn't wait to run away now. But if he really ran, wouldn't he immediately attract the attention of the black and white irregulars? Once the pair of ghosts made a move and detained his soul. By then it would be too late to say anything. The best thing to do now is to remain motionless and never attract the attention of that pair of ghostbusters. Old Zhang, hurry up and explain. The ghostly actor pretending to be a ghost looked at Zhang Hao and kept signaling with his eyes. However, Zhang Hao was only focused on looking at the black and white irregulars and completely missed the pretend ghost actor's plea for help. Cut the crap and hurry up and help me get someone. No, take the ghost. Lu Feng continued to give orders. He didn't go to all this trouble to have the black and white irregulars come up for a tour. The offerings were all eaten clean for him, so why don't you hurry up and work? Heavenly Master, don't worry, since the two of us are here, we will take the money and do the job. White Impermanence grinned, emphasizing take money to do the job. Especially the two words take money, almost word for word, and deliberately strengthened the tone. Black Impermanence was even more direct. With a muffled Black Impermanence added. Take the money. Chapter 12, The Master of Gouging. You call this thing an offering? Viewers, you've seen it right, the black and white irregulars are asking for money. This scene reminds me of the journey to the West. When the longevity monk and his disciples arrived in the West, they were also given a hard time by Buddha's disciples. You can't get the true scriptures without a bribe. So the gods are really so realistic. Zhang Hao scared. Lu Feng, on the other hand, slammed the table. Take money. Take what kind of money? The offerings are all eaten up, and you want to take even more? Bullying honest people, right? Hurry up and work, or I will go to Hades to sue you. Lu Feng was furious. In order to buy these things, he had spent all his money. As a result, the black and white irregulars are still asking him for a bribe. It's really outrageous. Those oranges were simply fed to the dogs. Offerings? The black and white irregulars froze for a moment. Scanning the empty offering table, they didn't see any offerings either. Could it be that these 4 white candles were the offerings? White Impermanence's smile froze for a moment. Black Impermanence's face became even darker. Letting them come all the way here, only to have them eat the candles? It was too damn bullying of the ghosts. Heavenly Master, it's too much. Although my brother and sister are just ghosts, they can't get on the stage. But aren't you being too stingy by taking candles as offerings? White impermanence was patient and wanted to argue with Lu Feng on the basis of reason. Black impermanence was much more direct. The big black hand slammed down on the table, looking like he was about to lift the table. Zhang Hao watched with a shiver. The audience in the live broadcast room also followed with a shiver. It's coming. The black and white irregulars are about to go on a rampage. This is really going to lift the table? Master is really overdoing it. He's at least a god. How can he just smoke? It is said that the king of hell is easy to see, but the little devil is difficult to deal with. The master will definitely have bad luck. The plot is so scripted. This is outrageous. If the master asks the black and white constant to catch the ghosts, he won't get into a fight with the black and white constant himself, right? That's 666. Who told the master not to prepare offerings? A few oranges to fool the ghosts. The key to the oranges was not eaten. I feel that the 7 ghosts have stolen the oranges. It's possible. Master, are you taking the blame? It's tragic. It's tragic. I'm going to write the word miserable on the master's face. When Lu Feng saw black impermanence slapping the table, he couldn't help but feel his heart jump. He is an ordinary person. The fox fake tiger is okay. If he really wants to do it, how can he be a match for black and white impermanence? So it was still necessary to be reasonable. No, you guys ate all the oranges and now you're saying there's no offerings? Eat it all and deny it, right? Lu Feng took his sword and pointed. The orange peels on the ground instantly attracted the eyes of the black and white irregulars. Orange? The black and white irregulars looked at each other and both saw doubt in each other's eyes. Old Black, did you steal the orange? No. It was you. Stealing it? I didn't steal it. I didn't even see the orange. The black and white impermanence quarreled. Lu Feng looked stunned. This orange wasn't eaten by the black and white impermanence? Then who ate it? Someone stole the offerings? At the thought of this, Lu Feng's face went black. He was here to open the altar and actually someone stole the offerings right under his nose. Thinking of someone slapping the back of his head earlier, Lu Feng couldn't help himself. It must be the lonely ghosts around, stealing the offerings. Lu Feng interrupted the quarrel between the black and white infernal. But I've already said that the opening of the altar for the practice is to invite the black and white impermanence. They actually dared to steal food. You pair of ghost messengers can't save face, you can't even suppress this group of lonely ghosts. Lu Feng deliberately stimulated, and it really made black and white impermanence burst into a rage. White impermanence, dare to eat my offerings. Black impermanence, seek death. A ghastly wind rolled around. Lu Feng squinted his eyes. When he looked again, black and white impermanence had already disappeared. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded nearby. In less than a cup of tea, black and white impermanence reappeared in front of the offering table. However, unlike before, this time they had also locked up 7 stern ghosts. The smallest is not as tall as the offering table, and a pair of big eyes are full of panic and doubt. She just stole a few oranges off. A few worthless oranges, how could she let the black and white irregulars do it themselves? The little girl felt that her worldview had been refreshed. The black and white impermanent also felt a little off. Heavenly Master, even if you have prepared offerings, but this orange. White impermanence looked at the orange peels on the table, and the more he looked at them, the darker his face became. What's the difference between this tamar and a candle? It's hard to say if it's worth $10. What's wrong with the orange? They're a little unfresh, but I picked out all the rotten ones. I did it with care. Lu Feng perked up. The corners of white impermanence's mouth twitched. Rotten. So this is a careful selection of rotten oranges? You're lying, there's clearly an orange that's bad. The little girl tearfully complained. Lu Feng pretends not to hear. After these 7, there's one more. You guys hurry up and do it. Lu Feng urged the black and white irregulars to do their job. But the black and white irregulars quit. Take the money. Black impermanence had a black face and his big black hand slapped on the table again. White impermanence's smile was also gone, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Lu Feng glanced at the pretend ghost actor not far away and could only bite his teeth. Money, money, money. Isn't it just money? Here. Lu Feng rummaged through his pockets and pulled out 2 dimes and threw them on the table. Black impermanence looked on and with a click he pinched off a corner of the table. Zhang Hao at the back was shocked. 2 dimes to get rid of black and white impermanence? How dare this? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Excessive. Excessive. Master is excessive. 2 dimes, and it's a dime? Not like 10 cents, but 50 cents. Don't worry about the dimes. What if it's $1? It's $2 to pay off a beggar. Master, you're a master, you've surprised me every step of the way. Elder Pig, please withdraw your powers. I'm really afraid that the irregulars will die of anger. Do you think it's easy for them? They've captured 7 ghosts, but they can only eat candles. It's good enough to have candles to eat. Other kids eat rotten oranges. I say master, don't provoke your old man. Zhang Hao was so anxious that he couldn't help but take a few steps forward. I have money here. Zhang Hao boldly shouted, attracting the attention of the black and white irregulars. I have $500 here. Zhang Hao pulled out 5 red tickets from his pocket and carefully walked over to Lu Feng. Placing the red tickets on the offering table, Lu Feng compensated black and white impermanence with a smile. White impermanence looked at the red tickets on the table and couldn't help but reach out and pick them up. 100. 5. White impermanence smiled. Black impermanence looked at it and couldn't help but withdraw his hand. Zhang Hao was relieved to see this. 500 in total, not much. Consider it my filial piety to the 2 god ambassadors. Just as Zhang Hao finished speaking, he saw white impermanence flinging his hand, and the red ticket was directly thrown in his face. This is for the living. I want paper money. Paper money. White impermanence was so angry that his tongue was flapping. Black impermanence smashed the table over with a bang. Chapter 13, Black and White's mind is broken. Actor pretending to be a ghost. Everyone testifies that I did not do anything. It makes sense. Ghosts definitely want paper money. Ha, it's perfect. Xiao Zhang is stupid. He's hemorrhaging money, and he's still being disliked. I'd be disgusted, too. How can a ghost spend a living person's money? After being disgusted by the master, and then by Chang, I think black and white are going to turn black. Why don't we fight? I'll bet on black and white to win. If I lose, I'll eat upside down. I'll be upside down and eat. Upstairs, you have to make up for the in front of you, you know how to rub it in. Zhang Hao stood there dumbfounded, feeling that his mind was blank. He had good intentions. He had come to help. How come the real situation was just the opposite? He had become the last straw that overwhelmed black and white impermanence. Now that the table had been smashed over, black impermanence was still not relieved and was stomping on the incense burner. White impermanence's tongue wagged even more. As soon as he pulled the shackles from his hands, the 7 ghosts cried and wailed. The little girl even cried out, unable to understand how a few rotten oranges had gotten everyone involved. Old Black, stop stepping on it. Let's go. White impermanence looked deeply at Lu Feng. And then glared hard at Zhang Hao. As if to say, I'll remember you too. White impermanence tugged on the 7 lucky ghosts and burrowed into the ground. Black impermanence stomped the incense burner thoroughly and cursed, bad luck. With that, black impermanence also drilled into the ground. Bad luck? I'm the one who's bad luck. Lu Feng was enraged. The most expensive table and incense burner were all scrapped. How can we pay for this? The key thing is that he hasn't done anything yet. The ghost he really wants to catch is still standing 20 meters away. Looking at the slightly confused ghost actor, Lu Feng really wanted to vomit blood. He spent so much effort and money. The result is that nothing has been done. This black and white irregulars are really inappropriate. Compared to Lu Feng's rage, Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Thinking of the white impermanence glaring at him. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Zhang Hao was going crazy. The ghost was invited by Lu Feng. The offerings were screwed up by Lu Feng. He, Zhang Hao, was an innocent bystander. How come white impermanence still holds a grudge against him? He hemorrhaged money with the best of intentions and ended up with a no in the end? If he'd known, he wouldn't have done him any favors. Doesn't it smell good to keep $500 for healthcare? The incense is broken, it's unusable. But the candles just burned a third of the way, we can still use it next time. Lu Feng's muttering voice came, causing Zhang Hao to cover his head. Still thinking about candles at this time? This Nima is stingy to the core. Why is Master Pattern so small? Could it be that what happened to the black and white irregulars wasn't enough of a lesson for him? Zhang Hao slandered in his mind. But the next second. What is it? A red strip suddenly drilled out of the ground. Once it rolled the 4 candles on the ground, it retracted back into the ground. Vaguely, he seemed to hear. Old Black, 2 candles for each person, this trip can't be in vain for us brothers. 4 sticks. Give me. Old Black, you can be really damned black. Accompanied by the little girl's cries. Less than 3 seconds after that, the surroundings were quiet once again. Where are my candles? Lu Feng was so angry that he picked up his mahogany sword and poked it at the ground. In the end, with a click, the mahogany sword folded. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and immediately became happy. The candle is gone, and now the sword is gone too. If I'm not mistaken, the one that just rolled away the candle is white impermanence's tongue, right? It's white impermanence. I'm laughing my ass off. I'd been blackmailed by black impermanence. Not only the master is stingy, but also the black and white impermanence. Just now I couldn't afford $500, but now I'm robbing the candles underground, it's really great. Forget about the black and white, it's the master who's in deep now. He's lost his wife and his army, he's in a bit of a mental breakdown. Upstairs, you're full of jokes, you want to go to graduate school. Does that master have room on his face? I want to write the word miserable again. I think the master is going to be autistic again. Actually, the little girl is miserable too. She had a craving for 2 rotten oranges and dragged the whole family down with her. Ha ha ha. I guess she will never eat oranges again in her life. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng, who had an iron face, and suddenly felt less miserable. Master, don't be angry. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. This $500 of my whoring. Ah bah. You take this $500 of mine, let's get a new set. Zhang Hao picked up 5 red tickets and handed them to Lu Feng. Question mark. How can this be good? Lu Feng took the $500 with a swish. I said, why do you carry so many red tickets with you? So it's for cash transactions. Lu Feng revealed a smile that all men understand. Zhang Hao immediately turned red. Now it's a live broadcast, there are some words that can't be said. Master, what do we do now? Should we invoke the gods again? Zhang Hao hurriedly digressed. At the same time, Zhang Hao secretly waved his hand, signaling the ghost actor to put some pressure on Lu Feng to block his mouth. The ghost actor came back to his senses and dragged his machete over. He didn't come here to scare people. He's here to confess and be lenient. Now that the black and white invincible is gone, Zhang Hao is still not telling the truth. Then it's his turn to speak. Anyway, after seeing black and white impermanence, his mind had collapsed. In case the master summons another bullhead and horseface, will he still be alive? Ghosts are coming. Run! Lu Feng saw the pretend ghost actor approaching and ran in fear. However, he didn't forget about Zhang Hao and carried him up and ran out of the neighborhood. When the ghost actor saw this scene, he suddenly clammed up. Ah, this! Am I that scary? The ghost actor was a bit at a loss for words. One of the surrounding cameras was also aimed at him, the only person on the scene. Hello, viewers of? I'm the show's night ghost actor, Mu Wanyuan. To be honest, I'm still a bit confused. In person right now. By the way, just now everyone saw that it was the master himself who ran away. I didn't do anything. Everyone must testify for me, I really didn't do anything. When the master knows the truth, in case he wants to settle the score with me, everyone must plead for me. The ghost-playing actor pointed at a camera somewhere and began to frantically whitewash himself. When the black-white impermanence locked up the 7 stern ghosts, he was truly afraid of locking himself up as well. And after the live broadcast saw this scene, the guide hurriedly cut the screen. But the pop-ups were already flying with discussion. Ha 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 ha. The mentality of the actor pretending to be a ghost has also collapsed. I testify, he did nothing but drag 1.5 meters of machete straight to the master. I laughed my ass off. The master, Chang, and the ghost actors all had a breakdown. Only joy was left for us. Joy is built on the pain of others. Ha 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 ha, go after the master. Don't let the master feel lonely. Master, I thank you. You don't have to chase after him so hard. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 14, isn't it a bit unethical for us to lie to the master like this? Another autism for the master. Mu Wanyuan. Don't add drama to your scene. In the Bluetooth headset, the director's furious voice interrupted Mu Wanyuan's monologue. Hurry up and catch up. The number of people in the live broadcast room is on 600,000. This isn't the time to confess, don't you dare give me the slip. Do you still want to be on fire? The director gave a stern lecture. 600,000? The ghost actor was stunned for a moment. The program Street Ghost Scare usually only had 200,000 to 300,000 online viewers. Today it actually exceeded 600,000? This was definitely a milestone night. However, director, would it be a bit unethical for us to cheat the master like this? The actor pretending to be a ghost was a bit terrified. Unethical Nima. Cheating once is cheating, cheating 10 times is also cheating, what's the difference? Hurry up and follow me. Or I'll call your master. The director was so angry that he exploded. Morality? Morality is nothing. Money is king in this society. He was still counting on the number of people in the broadcast room to break 1 million. Master. The ghost actor couldn't take it anymore and immediately shut his mouth. If his master saw him, would he not flay him alive? The ghost pretending actor winced. It would be better to be taken away by the black and white irregulars. Put up a fight. I didn't do anything anyway, when the time comes, I'll just help the master chop the director and be done with it. The ghost-playing actor shouldered his machete and was about to head out of the neighborhood. The afterglow glimpsed Lu Feng's small tram again. Chase. Chase it yet? Lu Feng ran out of breath. Zhang Hao looked back and said, didn't come after me. Lu Feng sighed with relief and put Zhang Hao down before lying on the ground like a dead dog. Master, are you alright? Zhang Hao hurriedly asked. It's fine, let me rest. Lu Feng had a lifeless look on his face. His energy to breathe was almost gone now. Zhang Hao was a little heartbroken at the sight. You said that a good master, how did he become this miserable? But the director's new instructions had already been given, so he could only continue to keep Lu Feng in the dark. 600,000 viewers. It's worth it. Zhang Hao's heart was pounding, he hadn't experienced such a big scene yet. The little bit of sympathy that had risen towards Lu Feng was immediately dissipated by the impact of the success. Master, what should we do next? Should we summon the black and white irregulars again? Zhang Hao gave his suggestion. These 600,000 viewers were the heat surge brought about by the black and white irregulars. He felt that if he did it again, the number of viewers would at least break 700,000. No, 800,000 was possible. Black and white impermanent? You can pull it off. Lu Feng returned in a bad mood. If others don't know, doesn't he know? He was able to summon the black and white impermanent, all thanks to the reward given by the system lottery. Now that the reward has been used up, he doesn't even want to call out an ant, not to mention the black and white constant. Besides, black and white are not reliable at all. He didn't do any work, and he even rolled away the candles. It's just like whoring. But Plum Garden is missing 7 ghosts. Do you know the developer? Lu Feng asked. Zhang Hao shook his head at his words, not understanding what Lu Feng meant for a moment. The Plum Garden is not haunted now. But the government doesn't know about it and is still selling it at a super low price, looking for someone to take it over. If you're a developer, you can make a bloody fortune this time. Lu Feng slowly spoke out the business opportunity, which immediately shocked Zhang Hao. The reason why Plum Garden had rotted for so many years was because no matter who took over, people would die. There was no way to start the project, and over time, it could only be deserted. But now the source of the curse is gone. That family of 3, along with the 4 workers who died tragically, were all taken by the black and white irregulars. Now Plum Garden is just normal land that can be developed again. As long as the publicity is in place, this is definitely a rare opportunity to get rich. Zhang Hao was excited. Couldn't help rubbing his hands. Zhang Hao suddenly dropped his head again. He has no money. The full amount of a house cannot come together. He can develop a fart of land. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Lu Feng's words and were immediately diverted as well. The audience of the live broadcast heard Lu Feng's words, and their attention was diverted. This is a business opportunity. Before the news spreads, now take this ultra-low price project, absolutely big profit. But we don't have any money. I'm only paid 3,000 a month, how can I develop the land? I'm better than you. I'm saving up for a down payment. I've never wanted to buy a house in my life with only 2,000. Why don't we crowdfund it at 600,000 people on the air, 1,000 per person, that's 600 million. That's enough for the development of real estate. 1,000. 600 million. That's a lot of money. I'll give you 2,000. I'll give you 5,000. 10,000. Crowdfunders stop, this project is already taken. I just contacted the local city government, exceeded their offer by 30%, directly take it. Thanks to Master for giving me this chance to get rich. The leader over there is very happy, seems to be afraid that I will back out, let me go over tomorrow to sign the contract. There is Brother Fu in the live broadcast? You're so good, Brother Fu. Let's see how good you are. How can you get rich from watching a live broadcast? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Lu Feng stood up with a cart. At the end of the street, the ghost-playing actor was riding a small tram with one hand and dragging a 1.5-meter machete with the other. The blade rubbed sparks against the ground. It ran all the way to him and Zhang Hao. That's my car. Lu Feng was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was running too fast in front of him and didn't pay attention to his little tram. As a result, he didn't expect to be ridden by a ghost. Zhang Hao also looked on with a straight face. Awesome. Zhang Hao silently gave his evaluation. Master's car also dared to rob it? This was for fear that the Grandmaster wouldn't be infuriated to death. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room directly went crazy with laughter. Don't discuss the property, I'm afraid Master won't survive the night. He's going to go crazy. The ghost actor is so bad, he stole the Master's car. He didn't do anything, I'll testify, he just rode the Master's car and chased him down. Taught. Fume. Before. Upstairs really Nima talented. Ha 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 ha. I'm a master, I can't stand it, it's not cut pretend ghost actor? Master mahogany sword are broken, how to cut that ha ha ha. This time the master is really autistic, how can 2 legs outrun 2 wheels? Master has to carry Chang on his back. Ha 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 ha. Run. Lu Feng carries Zhang Hao and once again runs wildly. This time he only picks alleys, turning left and right, and gets directly lost. The good thing is that he has temporarily lost the ghosts that demanded his life. Master, running like this is not a solution. It's impossible for our 2 legs to outrun 2 wheels. Zhang Hao couldn't help but remind. No. Lu Feng replied back in a bad mood. The point now was that there was nothing he could do. Master, you're not running out of ideas, are you? Is that all you've got? Zhang Hao's mocking voice might be late, but it would never be absent. Lu Feng, who had just been able to straighten his back, was instantly hit in the face. The key was that he couldn't refute it. Ding. In view of the host's determination to get rid of the ghosts, he has succeeded in taking down the evil ghost forces in Plum Garden. Now specially rewarded with a lottery draw, is it immediate? Chapter 15, Master, even if the King of Hell comes, he can't protect that ghost. I said. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast. I'm the host and actor of Street Ghost Scare, Zhang Hao. I've heard that the number of people in the live broadcast room has approached the 700,000 mark. Quite a few of my friends are new to the room and may not understand what happened before. I'll briefly do a review here. As the name of our program suggests, it's a program where the staff dresses up as severe ghosts to scare passersby. But today something went wrong. A takeaway boy is actually a great hidden Taoist master. After his initial panic, he actually wanted to get rid of the program's ghosts. I followed him all the way and witnessed the whole process. Absolutely mind-blowing. The veteran viewers of the live broadcast can testify for me on this point. First, there was an evil punishing charm that hit the ghost at an extremely tricky angle. Of course, our ghost is a human pretending to be a human, so the evil punishing talisman didn't work. But Master didn't know that. When he saw that the evil execution talisman was ineffective, he opened the altar again and summoned the black and white irregulars up. That's right, you guys heard it right, it's the black and white irregulars. The legendary ghosts of hell. That shocking scene at that time, I can't forget it for the rest of my life. But the black and white impermanent and the Master had a bit of a misunderstanding, and in the end they parted on bad terms. Now the Master has entered a low point in his life. He lied to me and said he went to pee, but I know that he actually went to autism. Perhaps the surprises he can bring us have come to an end here. But I still want to wait. Perhaps the Grandmaster still has a way to continue giving us wonderful performances. Zhang Hao made his commentary in a small voice. While in the other hut-on, Lu Feng had an egg on his face. The evil execution talisman is useless. The black and white impermanence is also useless. Now you're coming back for a third time? Lu Feng really didn't know if he wanted to trust the system once more. Ding. There's no problem with the system rewards, the problem is with the person using the rewards. What do you mean? Saying I can't? Lu Feng instantly blackened his face. Ding. Other people use the rewards and can become the living king of hell on earth. And you fled like a waste, shouldn't you reflect on that? The system sent out a soul torture question. I reflect on Nima. Lu Feng was so close to not dying of anger. But he had no choice now. That stern ghost was riding his beloved little trolley and was frantically chasing him. Even if he felt that the system was unreliable again, he could only rely on it to fight back. Ding. Inquiring again, is it drawing immediately? Draw the damn thing. Ding. I've drawn a 1,000-year willow branch. 1,000-year willow branch to hit the ghost is 3 inches shorter. 1,000-year willow branch for the supreme artifact, the king of Hades came to draw as usual. Lu Feng didn't care at first, and was even a little disappointed. But after reading the introduction of the 1,000-year willow branch, Lu Feng almost thought that he had blurred his eyes. Even Hades can smoke it? So ruthless? Lu Feng subconsciously remembered the black and white irregulars. If he had the willow branch in his hand earlier, why would he need to be whipped? He would have directly smoked those 2 pit bulls to death. Good stuff, ah. Give it to me. Lu Feng stretched out his hand and waited for the willow branch to appear out of thin air. Ding. The location of the Millennium Willow Tree has been marked in the host's cell phone. Please go and fetch it as soon as possible, host. Note 1, there are millions of willow branches, and only one has the power to suppress ghosts and gods. Note 2, Willow Tree invites souls, beautiful female ghosts are all over the neighborhood of the 1,000-year Willow Tree, please be careful to protect your kidneys. The system's beep made Lu Feng's eyes widen. Again, he has to go get it himself? This system is really useless as always. I'll endure. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the system navigation. So far. Lu Feng's eyes almost glared out. The distance is more than 400 kilometers, which is considered 1,000 miles away. It would take him 2 bells even if he were to take a high-speed train to get there. Not to mention the fact that there was no local high-speed train. A regular train would take 7 or 8 bells. It's better to drive there. Lu Feng quickly made a judgment. Not to mention anything else about taking the train, safety alone is the problem. In case that ghost chases him to the train car, where can he escape to? It's simply a living target. My beloved little tram. Wait, I'll definitely save you back. Lu Feng picked himself up and returned to the hut-on where Zhang Hao was. Master. Zhang Hao couldn't help but look happy when he saw that Lu Feng had returned. Your old man has finally returned. I thought you had escaped again. Zhang Hao limped and came to Lu Feng. Again? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. When did he ever run away? This is not a proper rumor. Who told you I ran away? This time I'm going to get real. I will kill this ghost. I'll kill him. Lu Feng emphasized and straightened his back again. With the willow branch in his hand, he dares to whip the king of hell. Not to mention an evil ghost that stole a car. For real? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Master, are you serious? Don't lie to me, I'm counting on you for my life. If you mess up again, I'll die with you. Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng's arm and aimed his glasses at Lu Feng's face. Lu Feng had a black line on his face. Return to the west. Can't speak, cannot say. This time, even if the king of hell comes, he can't protect that ghost. I said it. Lu Feng had a murderous look on his face, staring Zhang Hao so much that his body trembled. Associated with Lu Feng's previous words, Zhang Hao suddenly panicked a bit. Can't even be saved by the king of Hades coming? This is playing a bit big. Not only him, the audience in the live broadcast room also panicked. I feel like the master is serious. The show's not going anywhere, is it? Why do I feel like someone's going to die? The program team is looking for death. If you piss off the Taoist masters, retribution will come soon. What? Is it that scary? Will I get retribution if I watch it live? Oh. Don't scare me, I don't dare to watch. Wang, push. What? What's going on? Upstairs is the wrong place to post this, isn't it? This is a green room. It's green. It's green. From head to toe. How quickly does retribution come? I'm not watching. No, I'm single, it doesn't matter, haha. I'm single too, haha. Don't panic. The master is always so full of character. Just wait for the punch in the face. The master said that even the king of hell can't protect a ghost actor. Take it easy, I think something's going to happen. I bet $10 something is going to happen. If it doesn't, I'll eat upside down. What? Can the house manager kick this dabbler out? Chapter 16, Master, are you running away again? Sensationalizing Longhu Mountain, shocking the Taoist sect. Is there a car? Yes. Can you drive? Yes. Good. Let's go to Nanjiang overnight. Go to Nanjiang overnight? Zhang Hao was instantly confused. Nanjiang City was 1,000 miles away. Going to Nanjiang in the middle of the night? Eating the wrong medicine, right? Master. Still says you're not running away. Zhang Hao pointed at Lu Feng with a pained look on his face. Loss, I expect so much from you, you actually scared to flee to thousands of miles away? You're a master. How can you be scared by a ghost and leave your home? If you don't mind being ashamed, I still mind being ashamed. This Nanjiang is not going to go. Zhang Hao issued a righteous protest. You love to go or not, I have to go anyway. Lu Feng said and left. Zhang Hao hurriedly dragged Lu Feng to a stop. Master, your old man can't flee. What about our city if you run away? That ghost has been doing evil for so many years, how can you let it go? 10 people a year, 100 years is 1,000, 1,000,000 years is 10 million. The city will be dead by then. How can your old man's conscience be at ease? Zhang Hao said with love and reason, afraid that Lu Feng would just run away. Lu Feng was speechless when he heard it. Also 1,000,000 years. Besides, when did he want to run away? It's been said that even if the king of hell comes, he can't protect him. I'm going to Nanjiang to fetch the magic weapon, don't give me a brain fart. The magic weapon? Zhang Hao couldn't help but subside after hearing Lu Feng's explanation. It's good that it's not fleeing. But this magic weapon. What magic weapon is so powerful? The king of hell can't even protect it when he comes. Master is blowing awesome again, right? Zhang Hao secretly pondered. Although he didn't believe it, he thought of Lu Feng's evil execution talisman and inviting the Yin god. That was no exaggeration at all. Especially inviting the god of Yin, it really did invite the black and white irregulars up. Then this magic weapon located in the South River must also not be mortal. At least the power is above the black and white irregulars. Such a powerful magic weapon. I guess a trip to Nanjiang will pretty much bring the drama to an end. Zhang Hao muttered in his heart. With a magic weapon that was more powerful than the black and white irregulars, how could the ghost-playing actor carry it off? If the play continued, the ghost actor would really become a ghost. For a while, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit unfulfilled. He felt that Lu Feng had more than that. Naturally, the ghost actor was not giving it a go, so he could only force himself to this point. I wonder how many more tricks Master has hidden. It's a pity I can't report on it. Pity. Painful. Zhang Hao's expression changed 5 times a second, one moment of anticipation, one moment of fear, and one moment of regret. Lu Feng stared straight at him and thought that this guy was possessed. Don't get hysterical, let's go to Nanjiang now. Go to your house first and drive. Lu Feng urged up. One more second of delay and his little trolley would be in more danger. A small car that drove on the highway in the dead of night. Master, why is your magic weapon in Nanjiang? Does your old man have a dojo over there? While driving, Zhang Hao followed the director's instructions and did an interview with Lu Feng. Lu Feng, who was sitting in the back row, was just about to doze off when he was woken up by Zhang Hao. The dojo is sort of like that. Practiced over there in the early years. Lu Feng casually made 2 perfunctory sentences. When Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately came into the spirit. Early years? Master, which year is this early year? I see that you are not too old now. Zhang Hao looked in the rearview mirror. Lu Feng's age just wasn't very old, looking to be in his early 20s at most. Then what the hell was the early years? Could it be that when the master was in his teens, he already had a magic weapon that was more powerful than the black and white irregulars? Zhang Hao felt outrageous just thinking about it. As for Lu Feng, after hearing Zhang Hao's words, he also got energized. He didn't have the ability to cultivate, but didn't he have the ability to blow awesome? Just because I'm not old, doesn't mean I've been practicing for a short period of time. I've been practicing cultivation since I knew how to, and I've been in Nanjiang until I was 10 years old. So that place has a lot of my magic weapons. Lu Feng opened his mouth. Zhang Hao directly listened in shock. What the heck? Before the age of 10? So that magic weapon was left in Nanjiang before the master was 10 years old? That's outrageous. The master was still a kid then. A kid with a weapon that's more powerful than the black and white irregulars? That's truly a born saint. Audience members, I feel that the Grandmaster is blowing off the power. What do you guys think? Zhang Hao lowered his voice and exchanged words with the viewers in the live broadcast room. What are you whispering about? Think I blow awesome? Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Hao. I say you're awesome, master. So powerful even before the age of 10, truly a born saint. Your old man wouldn't be true martial emperor descending to earth. Zhang Hao slapped his ass over. Lu Feng was a little embarrassed. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng just couldn't resist the tiredness and fell asleep. Zhang Hao is fine, he hosts this program, himself a night owl. But with Lu Feng offline, the audience in the live broadcast room also began to go offline. The first thing I'd like to do is to get out of the car and go back to the car. I'm also pulling out, I'm sleepy. I have to go to work in the morning, so I'll see you in 8 hours. AD8. 8888. Everyone feel free to go, the live room is guarded by me. That. Zhang can charge the camera, don't drop the chain at the critical moment. That's right, that's the most important thing. Hurry up and charge it while the master is asleep. The heat of the live broadcast room was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the number of viewers fell to 400,000. And it was still falling. Although the director was reluctant, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be changed. The footage of the program now was the footage of Zhang Hao driving. The almost unchanging highway was extremely hypnotizing. Assistant pack up, I'm going to Nanjiang as well. Also intercept the video clips and send them online to ferment. Strive to make the number of people in the live broadcast break 1 million by the time the Grandmaster strikes for the 3rd time. The director made the arrangements, and the entire program team was busy. The long night was long. When the sunrise rose, Lu Feng in turn slept more soundly. At the same time, Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Heavenly Master's Mansion. A few young Taoist priests were talking about a certain video on their cell phones. What's going on? Not doing your morning lessons, what's the decency of yakking here? An old Taoist priest passed by and couldn't help but give a reprimand. But to his surprise, the group of disciples did not recognize their mistakes as usual. Instead, one by one, they were still there looking at the cell phone video. The old Taoist frowned and was just about to shout when he saw a young Taoist running closer. Master, look at this video. There's a tall man under the mountain. The old Taoist priest's frown deepened. Still a high person. It was really out of the way. But when his gaze fell on the cell phone, hiss. The old Taoist drew in a breath of cool air. This day, Longhu Mountain shook. The entire Jingyi sect was plunged into an unprecedented shock. Not only was the sect leader shocked, even the old ancestor who had been in seclusion Zhang Yuhan. All broke out today. A group of senior members of the Heavenly Master's Mansion contacted the director of the program at the first opportunity. When repeatedly confirmed, that video is not hype, not the program group after the whole job. The group of old Taoists led by Zhang Yuhan were directly petrified. As the senior members of the Zhangyi sect, each one of them was a titan of the Dao sect. They represented, nowadays, the highest cultivation level of the Dao sect. A peak to look up to, a legend of the Taoist sect. Any title of honor placed on their heads would not be excessive. But right now, these Taoist sect titans, one by one, were exploding in their 3 views. They had been practicing for decades, and Zhang Yuhan had been practicing for nearly 100 years. It had long been clear that spells and such were all nonsense. At least in the last few hundred years, the Heavenly Master's house has not been practiced by any one person, spells and aptitudes. What they cultivate is the heart, not nebulous arts. Yet just today, they saw that there were actually people in this world who knew spells. How is this possible? Taoism, which they had already recognized as cultivating the heart, actually hid the method of immortal cultivation? Zhang Yuhan, who was nearly 100 years old. It felt like he had lived to a dog's grave for a handful of years. Chapter 17, Welcoming a Heavyweight Guest. There really is a divine law in the world. After the initial disorientation, the eyes of the group of Dao sect executives began to shine. Especially Zhang Yuhan. For how many years, his state of mind had always been ancient. But now, his heartbeat went straight up to 102. And it had no tendency to drop. For a 100-year-old man, this heartbeat had almost reached his limit. The other Taoist priests were also flushed with red, each one too excited to speak. Wrong. It turns out that all along, the Tao we cultivated was wrong. The immortal Tao is not the way to cultivate the heart. There really is an immortal way in this world. Zhang Yuhan narrated excitedly. If he heard the Tao in the morning, he could die in the evening. He could see the art of the immortals in his lifetime. It would be worth it even if he were to immediately ride a crane to the west now. It had to be said that this street ghost scare program group had really gotten lucky against all odds. The ridiculous trick of pretending to scare people with ghosts had actually blown up a true master. Zhang Yuhan had to sigh, creation and fate are a blessing. Next, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain was busy. A group of Taoist titans, led by Zhang Yuhan, collectively descended the mountain. The program team of Street Ghost Scare also ushered in heavyweight guests at an upscale hotel in Nanjiang. Not only was there the Zhang Yi sect, but the head of the Quanjin sect was also here. It was only amongst the senior members of the Taoist sect that Zhang Yuhan was the oldest. So it was Zhang Yuhan as the representative who dealt with the program team. I've seen all those video clips. The significance it represents is far beyond your imagination. An unimaginable world is being shown before the eyes of the world by your program group. He will completely change the pattern of today's world. Zhang Yuan spoke too excitedly and couldn't help but cough a few times. The director and a group of staff members listened attentively. However, there were a few moments of doubt in each other's eyes. They admitted that Lu Feng's performance was amazing. But this was limited to the eyes of ordinary people. To the Taoist masters on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lu Feng should be unremarkable. Zhang Yuan could not help but smile to himself as he read the director's mind. Perhaps you don't understand why we, a group of Taoist priests, are so excited. I'll explain a little bit and you guys will understand. For hundreds of years, there is no one else on Dragon Tiger Mountain who knows Taoist magic. The method of the immortals has been lost for hundreds of years. Do you understand now? We who practice Taoism have long since become philosophers who cultivate the heart. Taoism is too far away from us, so far away that we thought that it was just a fabrication of our predecessors. And today, you program team. But you have brought a high-ranking person who knows Taoism, alive in front of us. Do you know what this means? It means the old ancestors didn't lie to us. There really are immortal laws in the world. There really is a longevity technique in the world. If that master could leave behind a cultivation method, the entire world would change. The immortal way will flourish. Zhang Yuhan was very excited. The other Tao masters were also very excited. As for the director who was the listener, at this moment, the person was dumbfounded. There isn't a single cultivation master in the proper Taoist sect. The reality is actually this outrageous? The director's mind was a bit unsteady. Ever since he filmed Lu Feng, he had always thought that he had misunderstood the Taoist sect. In fact, the group of godly men who sought immortality were all real living immortals. As a result, this group of living immortals are now telling him that there is only one master in the world, Lu Feng? This is the only person, but also by him to shoot. His luck is indeed against the heavens. The only true immortal in the world was actually captured by his camera. Without any hesitation, this program of his could already go down in the history books. The more the director thought about it, the more he got on top of it. Thinking about his name, appearing in history textbooks. The director's heartbeat went up to 180. One thing that your program group handled very well was not confessing to that high person. Otherwise that high person would have long since whisked his clothes away and hidden himself in the sea of people. At that time, you, including us, this group of old undead, will never be able to find him again in this lifetime. Zhang Yuhan's words brought the director back to his senses. Taoist Zhang, having said that, our program team can't hold out a bit longer. This trip to Nanjiang is probably the end of the story. When he fetches the magic weapon, we'll have to confess the truth to him. After all, the ghost-playing actor is just an ordinary person. If we don't confess, the ghost-playing actor will die under the magic weapon. As soon as the director finished speaking, he saw Zhang Yuan directly wave his hand. No way. It's not time to confess yet. Before we come up with a foolproof plan, we mustn't disturb this master. If he learns the truth and simply disappears into the sea of people, do you know what a great loss that would be? Zhang Yuhan became emotional and grabbed the director's arm. Although he was 100 years old, his hand strength was not small at all. The director almost shouted out in pain. But the program team really can't last much longer. Why don't we talk about it with love and reason? I don't believe that with so many of us swarming around, we can still let him run away? The director voiced his opinion. There were 110 people in the crew, plus countless disciples of the Tao sect. Could we still let a big living person run away? It was simply a joke. Joke? What do you take that tall man for? Other than that, how are you going to catch him if he walks away with a 5 elements transportation technique? Since he's been unknown, it means he's hiding from the world. If we scare him away today, it's impossible to find him again in this world. Your program team, can you afford this responsibility? Zhang Yuhan said in the end, his gaze had taken on a bit of a threat. The director looked in awe. The Taoist sect seemed to be just like that at first glance, but a group of Taoist priests who didn't ask about the world. But the disciples of the Taoist sect were all over the world. Among them, there are even countless powerful families that are inextricably linked to the Taoist sect. This is an extremely large network of relationships. It's so big that blocking him as a director is almost as simple as drinking water. In the end, the director went soft. Originally, he wasn't willing to finish filming Nanjiang. Now that the Dao sect was going to step in, he threw the problem to these old men. I can continue to conceal the shooting. But you have to guarantee the lives of the actors pretending to be ghosts. The director stated the conditions. Zhang Yuhan nodded, this had been expected. Don't worry about the safety, I'll have my disciples meet them nearby. If you really can't, pretend to be dead. If he can't see that the ghost is a human pretending to be a human, it means that he hasn't yet cultivated the heavenly eyes. So it's not difficult to fool him. Zhang Yuhan spoke eloquently. The director let go of his heart at these words. It had to be said that professionals were different. Thinking of a way to deal with Lu Feng in minutes. If he could get this group of old Taoist priests to appear in the program as well. The director's heart was hot. With professionals doing the narration, it would be a big difference. The quality of the program's content would rise in a straight line. Moreover, the disciples of the Dao sect are all over the world. If all of them enter the live broadcasting room, wouldn't the live broadcast heat explode? Chapter 18, the only true immortal in the world. The master's coming from a bit of a big place. Hey, everyone. I'm the director of Street Ghost Scare, Yan Min. I've arrived in Nanjiang now. Why did I come so fast? It's simple, I transferred first and then took the high-speed train to get here. So it's a few hours ahead of the master. Of course that's not the point is. Our program group, we have invited a heavyweight guest. He is the Taishan Beidu of the Taoist sect. He is the heavenly master old ancestor of Longhu Mountain. He's a bright light on the cultivation path. He is. Ahem, words are overstated, I'll introduce myself. Zhang Yuhan couldn't listen anymore and squeezed past the director, appearing in front of the camera. Is it to this camera? Zhang Yuhan looked at the dozen or so cameras in front of him and couldn't help but ask the director. Right. It's the one in the very center. The director hurriedly replied back. Zhang Yuhan nodded and faced the center. Everyone, I'm Zhang Yuhan. Those names are nothing but floating clouds, little old me is just a tiny apprentice on the path of cultivation. The program team invited me to be a guest to explain to everyone the divine techniques used by the masters. This is my honor. I'll do my best to clear up everyone's confusion in the upcoming program. Zhang Yuhan smiled at the camera and waved his hand. Behind him, there were assistants from the program, bringing in chairs. The director also personally came on board and sat opposite Zhang Yuhan, together forming the second live broadcast site. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be filled with amazement when they saw this. Zhang Yuhan has never heard of it. This person is really the Dragon Tiger Mountain? It's not like the program is a whole lot of work, is it? It's really nothing, just a Taoist priest. Is it hard to invite? It's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of 2-legged Taoist priests. Can't you guys be more careful? You can't joke about the ancestor of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Oh, no. What's the matter with you? He's just a little old man. He's the head of the Taoist Association and the head of the Zhangyi School. His disciples and grandchildren are all over the world. Even many bigwigs are just their titular disciples. He's only a titular apprentice, and he's only an apprentice. Do you know the meaning of the word Zhang Yuhan? He's the real big shot. He's the living god of the world. The pop-up screen was stunned as someone popularized the word. The netizens who were originally joking and playing around with the storyline, one by one, all turned into screens. Zhang Yuhan also began his formal narration. As you can see, the program Street Ghosts Scare People has captured an extraordinary high-level person. But you all may not realize just how special this high man is. You guys might think, after watching his Taoist skills, that there are a lot of tall people in this world. And we, the old-timers of the Taoist sect, have become living gods in your eyes. Yet this is not the case. I would like to make it clear to all of you that Taoist arts have been lost for hundreds of years in our Taoist sect. The tall man you see is the only true immortal in the world. His appearance will greatly change the pattern of the world. It also brings new hope to me, an old man who will soon be in the ground. Zhang Yuhan looked excited, and his words stirred up 1,000 waves. What's going on? What's going on? Master is so powerful. The world's only true immortal. He's so powerful. I'm not awake, am I? The professionals have certified it. The show is awesome. Master is great. I'll burn incense every day. Wait, we don't know the master's name. The program team asked for it quickly. The master hasn't even introduced himself yet. Who knows where the master is? How long until we get to Nanjiang? Counting the time, we're almost off the highway. Disciple of the Zhang Yi school, Mr. Qing Yuan Xuan, greetings to the Grandmaster. Yang Dong, disciple of the Zhang Yi school, greetings to the Grandmaster. Zhao Weiren, disciple of the Jingyi sect, greetings to our ancestor. The Jingyi school disciples began to swipe the screen, shocking the rest of the audience even more. Although there weren't many serious Taoist priests in the country, but the believers scattered all over the place, that was too many to count. The number of people in the live broadcast room quickly broke through from 100,000 to 300,000. Countless believers flooded in to greet the old ancestor, Zhang Yihan. It wasn't until Zhang Yohan issued a word to prohibit screen swiping that the pop-ups were restored to their original state. Master hasn't arrived in Nanjiang yet, Taoist Zhang, why don't we talk about the first 2 times we got rid of ghosts? The director suggested with a smile, all happy in his heart. Sure enough, it was a wise choice to have Zhang Yuhan as the guest of honor. With this group of Taoist priests flooding into the live broadcast room, by the time the number of live broadcasts broke 1 million, it would be a breeze. Even with the right publicity, breaking 2 million was possible. And his program, Street Ghost Scare, would also jump out of the ranks of street test programs. It became a hot program that counted among all variety shows. Taoist Master Zhang, at first, the master used the evil execution talisman. But when it hit the ghost-playing actor, nothing happened to the ghost-playing actor at all. What do you think about this? Is there something wrong with the evil execution talisman? The director asked knowingly, opening up the program's conversation. Zhang Youhan stroked his beard and laughed. Actually, the evil execution talisman is a very generalized name. There are a lot of Taoist talisman seals for killing demons and ghosts, and they can all be called evil exorcism talismans. Of course, if you want to call it a demon exorcism talisman, evil warding talisman, or whatever, that's fine too. All of these talismans have the power to kill ghosts and monsters. But also, as you can see, these talismans are to get rid of evil spirits and are ineffective against people. Actually, if you think about it for a moment, if the evil expelling talisman is also useful to people, wouldn't it become a murderous evil talisman? Zhang Youhan spoke the key. The director couldn't help but reveal an expression of sudden realization. It was actually similar to the speculation in the pop-up screen. But when it was said by a professional, it was a completely different feeling. Whereas the original could only be described as a guess, it was now a definitive conclusion. The evil execution talisman was indeed ineffective against people. What about invoking the gods? The black and white irregulars appeared in the world. I was stunned at that time. Is this kind of spell a very powerful kind in Taoism? The director continued to inquire. Zhang Youhan pondered for a few seconds, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If I say it's low end, isn't it a bit presumptuous? After all, I wouldn't be able to do it. But compared to truly invoking the gods, summoning the black and white irregulars is indeed a bit low end. Zhang Yuhan somewhat tangled up in stating his point of view. A heavenly master invoking a god could even invite the true martial emperor to descend to earth. A mere black and white impermanent was indeed not up to par. But for the Taoist sect that had lost its Taoist arts, to be able to summon the black and white impermanent, it was already too powerful to be true. In fact, I feel that the upper limit of that master's invocation of the gods is by no means the black and white impermanent. The problem lies in the items prepared. The incense burner, incense candles, and offering table. All have problems. Especially the offerings. Every time the Zhang Yi sect opens an altar for practice, the offerings are the most important thing. They must be carefully selected, and no mistakes must be made. Yet he directly used rotten oranges to make the offerings. Forgive my ignorance, I've lived for nearly 100 years and I've never even heard of it. Zhang Yuhan skimmed his mouth. He admitted that Lu Feng was very powerful. But this offering. Is this trample something that a human can do? Ha ha ha, Taoist Zhang skimmed his mouth. I'm going to die laughing. Rotten oranges on the offering table, put me I also skimmed. The only true immortal in the world is so stingy, I doubt the old Taoist master has any doubts about his life. They can't even invite them to do their rituals. The master got the black and white irregulars with a couple of rotten oranges. This is bullying. Don't say that again, the old Taoist master will go into autism. Chapter 19, Where's the Mosaic? Is this a program I can watch? Hello viewers. Welcome to Street Ghost Scare. I'm your old friend, Zhang Hao. It's now 10:30 in the morning, and I've driven the master to the outskirts of Nanjiang. I must say, Nanjiang is truly a city with a long history and beautiful scenery. Currently I am at the parking lot under Lingu Mountain. Master conveniently went and will be able to meet everyone in a moment. Also everyone can mobilize their relatives and friends to come and see it now. Exciting program, coming up. When the number of people in the live room breaks 1 million, I'll do another review of the program. Help new friends sort out the storyline. Zhang Hao excitedly did the narration. Although he had driven for 8 hours in a row, he wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, he became more energized after entering the boundaries of Nanxiang. He and Lu Feng had already had breakfast. The next thing they had to conquer was this Linggu mountain in front of them. Grandmaster had said that the magic weapon was on the mountain. This is where the Grandmaster practiced as a child. Friends of the audience, no wonder the master is so powerful. Look at this place, the immortal aura is so dim, even a pig can become immortal if it comes here. Zhang Hao was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. The live broadcast room directly laughed and jerked. Ha ha ha, how damaging is it that even a pig can become an immortal? The Taoist sect has even lost its Taoist law, so don't rub salt in the wound, little Zhang. If a pig can become an immortal, aren't the hundreds of thousands of Taoist priests all over the country worse than pigs? Are you kidding me? It's over. Chang's going to stop. Does Zhang not know that the show has invited Master Zhang as a guest? The director almost spat out blood as the pop-up screen flirted wildly. Zhang Yuhan was stroking his beard, and when he heard Zhang Hao's words, his beard almost pulled off. Little Zhang, pay attention. We invited a Taoist priest to be our guest. Don't make fun of the Taoist priest. The director hurriedly warned. However, Zhang Hao was confused. He didn't know that Lu Feng was the only person in the world who knew Taoism. He felt like he didn't say anything either. Why was he making fun of the Taoist priest? Besides, you and the Grandmaster have spent so much time together, you haven't introduced each other yet. You'll have the master introduce himself later. At least the name has to be asked. The director continued to command. Zhang Hao shifted his attention and saw Lu Feng coming out of the public restroom and hurriedly greeted him. Your leg is fine. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao's leg. It's no big deal, it still hurts a bit, but it's no problem to climb the mountain. Zhang Hao didn't dare to let Lu Feng carry him anymore. In case Lu Feng's stamina fails and he rolls down the mountain. This Grandmaster might be fine, but he definitely hiccuped. Right, Master, we've been together for so long, we haven't introduced ourselves to each other yet. My name is Zhang Hao, Bowmaster Zhang, Hao of Haoran, a sales runner. Zhang Hao made up a random occupation. Oh. My name is Lu Feng, a deliveryman. Lu Feng casually returned, his eyes cast to the nearby Linggu mountain. This mountain was not high, yet it was full of spiritual energy. The location of the 1,000-year willow tree marked by the system was in the temple halfway up the mountain. It would be best if you could climb the mountain by yourself. Otherwise, I'm not really sure I can carry you up. Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. Zhang Hao was a bit touched by his words. Other than that, this point of the master was really good to him. No matter how tired or dangerous he was, he never wanted to give up on him. Grandmaster, I'll never forget how good you've been to me in my life. I'll give you a statue. Place it in my home for daily worship. Zhang Hao expressed his gratitude with an excited face. Lu Feng gave a hymn and turned towards the steps at the foot of the mountain. There are a lot of ghosts on the mountain, I really don't dare to go up without a back. In the summer breeze, came a mutter from Lu Feng. What's the matter? A backstop? Zhang Hao's grateful expression froze. Live streaming room. Ha ha ha, Nima's master is indeed still the same master. It's bad, little Zhang Bai is touched. Master, statue is not necessary, you put your own urn there. I'm Zhang, I'm a bit panicked now, everyone says I still go up the mountain? Laughing, you have a choice? If you don't go up the mountain, the master will have to carry you on his back. This is a great idea. The master will definitely do it. Where's Master Chang? I want to see Master Zhang's face. The second live broadcast. Zhang Yuhan pulled his beard, his face twitching. He was holding a pilgrimage mentality to see Lu Feng live. And this is the result? That's the only true immortal in the world, actually using mortals as backing? Zhang Yuhan felt the three views are cracked. If it is not seen with their own eyes, killed Zhang years old Cole will not believe. The director was not surprised. However, looking at the expression of the Zhang years old cold as if a dead father. Taoist Master Zhang, the master is this character, don't be offended. He's just paying lip service, he's not really taking Xiao Zhang as a cushion. The director helped Lu Feng to excuse himself. Zhang Yuhan's face slightly slowed down. The looks of the other Dao sect executives also gradually returned to normal. After all, this was the only living god, how could he be so devoid of? Zhang Hao, you go ahead. In case a ghost pops up, you block for me. Lu Feng's voice came. Zhang Yuhan's hand shook and really pulled off a few beards. The director even covered his head. Oh well, let's pretend he didn't say what he just said. Under the Spirit Valley Mountain. Zhang Hao, trembling with fear, walked in front of Lu Feng. Since it's not a vacation, not many people come here to travel. The result is that there is not even a single figure on the long mountain steps. Quiet, lonely. Became the main theme of the mountain road. Even though the sunlight sprinkled on his body, Zhang Hao still had a sense of gloom. Don't be afraid, the probability is that it will be a female ghost in a while. Consider yourself enjoying a flashy experience. Lu Feng cheered from behind. However, Zhang Hao was shaking in his body. Female ghosts. Painted skin, gamma coconut, Sadako. All kinds of horror images came up in a brain. Zhang Hao was so scared that he almost turned his head and ran. Luckily, all the way to the temple halfway up the hill, he didn't run into any paranormal events. Looking at the not-so-tall temple door. Smelling the lingering scent of incense at the tip of his nose. Zhang Hao couldn't wait to enter the temple and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Master, now we are safe. With Buddha's blessing here, there are definitely no ghosts. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he saw Lu Feng's expression become even more grave. Master, you. Before Zhang Hao could finish his question, he was dragged by Lu Feng towards the inside of the temple. On the way, they happened to run into some monks, making Zhang Hao more and more at ease. Within a short time, the two arrived at an artificially excavated fish pond. Inside, koi carp were churning, and the biggest one, surprisingly, was over a meter. What a big koi! Zhang Hao aimed at the fish pond and sent these images back to the live broadcast room through his glasses. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was looking at the willow tree by the fish pond. It was not as towering as expected. This 1,000-year-old willow tree was surprisingly ordinary in appearance. If it wasn't for the introduction sign that was set up next to it, no one would be able to associate this willow tree with a 100-year-old tree. That's right, it's 100 years. More than 300 years ago. This tree is actually this old? Zhang Hao came to the sign and looked at the synopsis with a face full of shock. Lu Feng shook his head at the words. 300 years is the history of this temple, not the upper limit of this willow tree. This tree. It's a 1,000-year-old tree. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, a gloomy wind suddenly rose. Zhang Hao also sensed something and jerked back. Live stream. What cow and horse? What kind of gray machine is the program organizer engaging in? Is this a program I can watch? I can't believe there's no mosaic. I'm dead. It's not going to be blocked. Finished the live room to be gone. Chapter 20, Little Zhang is so damned bad in character. After a few short seconds, Zhang Hao decisively took off his glasses. Looking at the stunning beauty near his eyes, Zhang Hao didn't even know where to look. Her face was charming, and she was very touching to look at. Plump breasts and thin waist, confusing to look at. White legs and glistening jade feet. A transparent tulle ancient skirt could not cover the tantalizing body at all. Zhang Hao felt his nose heat up and his nosebleed spurted out. Over to you, stop them for me. Take care of your kidneys. Lu Feng didn't look back to see, and after patting Zhang Hao's shoulder, he approached the 1,000-year-old willow tree. He still remembered that the system said that there was only one willow branch that possessed the power to whip ghosts and gods. Now this densely packed hundreds of willow branches. Which one is the real 1,000-year-old willow branch? Lu Feng was in deep thought. Zhang Hao went up and took off his clothes. Treadmill had known that the female ghost was like this, he was still afraid of a hangman. Don't worry, master, I will definitely stop her. Beauty, I'm coming. Zhang Hao threw his glasses to the ground and covered them with his clothes. Then snapped and pounced over. He didn't even notice that Lu Feng was talking about them. Live streaming room. I'm not eating alone. Where's the picture? It's dark and filming. Where's my ghost? Release it now. Zhang has gone too far. Why did he take off his glasses? Zhang's character's not good enough. This girl's voice is so whiny, I can't hold it in. You're not driving, are you? Reported. Although the screen is black, but the number of people in the live room, but all the way up. 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. The black screen was switched. The figures of the director and Zhang Youhan appeared in the screen of the live broadcast room. Both of them looked a little embarrassed. However, Zhang Youhan seemed vaguely relieved. Luckily it wasn't that master who stopped the female ghost. Zhang Youhan muttered in his heart. The other senior personnel of the Dao sect also muttered in their hearts. This would have been a lot of fun if Lu Feng had personally gone into battle. Taoist Zhang, why is there a female ghost in this Buddhist Pure Land? The director sidetracked the topic so that the atmosphere would not continue to be awkward. Zhang Youhan cleared his throat at his words. In your eyes, a place like the Buddhist Pure Land should be devoid of demons and ghosts. But that's actually not the case. Not all Buddhist sects are places of purification. Not all temples, either, are blessed by the Buddha. I just want to say that amongst the Taoist sects, there are many people who carry the name of Taoist priests and do deceitful deeds. These people will not be blessed by the three clear ancestors. Even if the elves and ghosts don't go after them, they themselves have already fallen into the demonic path. Zhang Youhan nodded his head. Although he was talking about the scandalous matters of the Taoist sect, he was pointing directly at the Buddhist sect in every sentence. After all, the temple's greed for money was almost universally known. The director dared not even pick up the conversation after hearing Zhang Yuhan's words. Even Zhang Youhan, a Taoist great, did not directly point out the Buddhist sect's greed for money. He, a small director, dared not point it out. Otherwise, would that group of monks not flush him out? Is there an article about that willow tree? Taoist Zhang, I see that the master seems to value that willow tree. The director once again digressed. Zhang Yohan nodded. The willow tree is one of the 4 great ghost trees. It's often said that you don't plant a mulberry in front of you, you don't plant a willow behind you, and you don't plant a ghost clapper in front of your door. And no acacia is planted behind the house. The mulberry tree, willow tree, the poplar tree and the acacia tree that the ghost clapper refers to here are the 4 major ghost trees. This willow tree has grown for thousands of years and has long since become an essence with an extremely heavy yin energy. I can conclude that there is definitely more than one ghost around. That staff member of yours may not necessarily be able to withstand it. Zhang Yohan stroked his beard, instantly causing the pop-up screen to boil. More than one ghost? I'm not sure if little Zhang is so sexually blessed. I can't accept it. Xiao Zhang's body is weak, can't hold up. I can hold up. I've got iron kidneys. Is the show still short of hosts? I suggest I fill in for Chang. Anchor cuts the camera to see if Chang is finished. Stop it. It's only been 2 minutes. Is 2 minutes fast? My husband told me that men are all 1 minute. What? In the temple. Lu Feng is still distinguishing the willow. Zhang Hao was already screaming for help. Master, save me. I can't anymore. Sister, please let me go. Zhang Hao crawled to get dressed. As a result, 4 hands grabbed him and dragged him back hard. Lu Feng twisted his head to look at it and couldn't help but be happy. Enjoy the happiness of a flush. I'll watch you. Lu Feng gave an encouraging look and then continued to look at Willow. Zhang Hao almost didn't cry when he heard this. 1 female ghost took half of his life. Now another one, what's going to happen? 2 sisters, Zhang Hao suddenly couldn't speak. Because all around, 5 more peerless beauties appeared. One was more gorgeous than the other, and one was more graceful than the other. Various aromas came to his nose, stimulating his increasingly fragile nerves. Don't! Zhang Hao was so scared that he lost his color and tried hard to crawl to Lu Feng's side. But a pair of hands held him down and froze, making him unable to move. Sisters are tired of eating monks on weekdays, it's not easy to quench our appetites today. You can enjoy it at ease, little handsome. A seductive voice sounded, startling Zhang Hao into a cold sweat. This damn thing wanted him to die. Finally. Zhang Hao couldn't top it. Stop. Why only me? Master is much fiercer than me. Zhang Hao endeavored to extend his hand and pointed at Lu Feng, who was not far away. And it's also an innate pure yang body. Why don't you sisters go find him? Let him experience the ultimate happiness on earth as well. As soon as Zhang Hao's words left his mouth, there were several female ghosts that immediately set their eyes on Lu Feng. Zhang Hao's spirit perked up at the sight. Right. That's it. Quickly go find the master. All of you, go find the master. I'm not playing anymore. Holy. Lu Feng was enraged. Turning back to look at Zhang Hao, Lu Feng directly cursed. Can you give a? Hold out for another 5 minutes and I'll go save you. Otherwise I'll slaughter you and feed you to the fish now. Lu Feng said and took another step closer to the willow tree, casually folding a willow for defense. Zhang Hao's face turned green as he listened. Master, I can't hold out much longer. I can hold out for another minute at most. Zhang Hao was close to kneeling down for Lu Feng. What use do you have for a minute? Lu Feng was so angry that he directly flung the willow over. The 7 female ghosts looked startled and subconsciously backed away. Zhang Hao froze at the sight. Then there was ecstasy. The willow strip is a magic treasure. Master is saving me. Zhang Hao excitedly picked up the willow, and swish, 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 and then started his storm mode. With the willow in hand, the world is mine. Zhang Hao played with a mighty style, as if he was not holding a willow bar, but a demon subduing mortar and pestle. The 7 female ghosts lost their colors and kept dodging. Until. Splat. The willow strip hit the arm of a female ghost. On the white and tender lotus root arm, it didn't even leave any marks. It doesn't hurt? The female ghost looked stunned. Zhang Hao hadn't realized that something was wrong and caught the female ghost with a willow output. I'll let you ride recklessly. I'll let you scratch indiscriminately. Old me's waist is about to break. Zhang Hao cursed as he fought, ruthlessly venting his inner grievances. The female ghost, however, shouted. Sisters, not that willow. This one doesn't hurt at all when you hit your body. The 7 female ghosts, hooting and hollering, surrounded Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at the unharmed female ghosts and then looked at the willow in his hand. At once, Zhang Hao was overwhelmed. That? Sisters. If I say that I was performing acrobatics just now, would you believe me? Zhang Hao squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. What do you say? The 7 female ghosts revealed eerie smiles, no longer flirtatious as they were at the beginning. Master, you ing punked me. Chapter 21,000-Year-Old Willow Branches. Master One Man Battles 7 Ghosts. The commotion of the fish pond startled the monks in the temple. A group of young monks came running and were stunned to see the fragrant scene. Masters, these female monks are insatiable, my brother will die soon. As accomplished monks, you guys can't see death and save him, right? The voice came from the center. The monks searched around for a while before finding the figure in the willow tree. A youth of a similar age to them had actually climbed up that ancient tree, grabbing a bunch of broken willows in his hands. Those who didn't know thought that they were engaged in landscaping. Little dream, how can you go behind my back and be with another man? A little monk was the first to hold back and issued a questioning question at a certain female ghost. Stinking bald donkey, today is none of your business. Whoever dares to come forward, I'll take his life. A female ghost's face was full of ferocity, revealing a horrifying face before death. The entire face was swollen and festering, maggots surging through the skin. It scared a group of young monks into running away in a hurry. Zhang Hao, who was seized by the female ghost's energy, was even so scared that his eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Lu Feng couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the monks all running away. He knew that this group of monks couldn't be counted on. While Zhang Hao was still breathing, Lu Feng grabbed the action. Willow after willow was thrown by Lu Feng towards the female ghost not far away. At first the female ghosts were a bit scared. But when they realized that these willow strips were devoid of divine power, they directly ignored Lu Feng. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, in Zhang Hao's miserable scream, the 7 female ghosts changed their target to Lu Feng and came under the willow tree. Gone? Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Tramp these goblins, sucking me dry of my bone marrow. Zhang Hao cursed and crawled to his clothes with his limbs going limp. Pulling out his glasses from underneath his clothes, Zhang Hao aimed at Lu Feng on the willow tree. The guide switched the screen in time and stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. What's going on? How come the master is still on the tree? Where is the willow? This tree on the willow where? I remember this tree is very lush. Why is it bald now? This tree was gripped by a master. Awesome. How many years will I be sentenced for destroying a 1,000-year-old tree? How many years will I be sentenced for destroying a 1,000-year-old tree? Sentence Ah. The crime of endangering nationally protected plants has a provision. Worry. The master has gotten himself into trouble. I'm going to cry. I've let Chang enjoy the blessings and the master take the blame. I'm really going to cry. Master, run. If you're late, the monks will catch you. Run? Where are you going? There are ghosts down there. The second live broadcast site. I know. Zhang Yuhan suddenly stood up. Looking at Lu Feng in the screen, Zhang Yanhan's expression became extremely excited. This was because he knew that he was about to witness, with his own eyes, the legendary means of ghost harnessing. Although he had already seen Lu Feng's video. But a video was still a video, and it was completely incomparable to a real-time live broadcast. That mood was completely different. Guide, cut in the voices of me and Taoist Master Zhang. Taoist Master Zhang, what did you mean by that just now? Did you see the master's intentions? The director quickly made arrangements, cutting his and Zhang Yuhan's voices into Lu Feng's live broadcast screen. And the director's question attracted the audience's attention. As I said earlier, the willow tree is one of the 4 ghost trees. The heavy yin qi around the willow tree will constantly attract and retain ghosts. But the willows on the willow tree can purify ghosts. In ancient times, 2 great gods, Shantan and Yubi, used to bind ghosts with willow strips. The jade purification vase of the goddess of mercy is also inserted with willow branches. A willow branch strikes a ghost 3 inches shorter. It can injure anything that is sinister or evil. The magic weapon that master wants to take must be the willow branch of this 1,000-year-old wood. Zhang Yuhan uttered his speculation. The director couldn't help but TSK and TSK as he listened. The willow tree invites ghosts, the willow branch cures ghosts. The phases of all things are really interesting. Just like what is described in some novels, there must be an antidote near something highly poisonous. Isn't there a similarity with the willow tree? The director said and stood up as well. Standing together with Zhang Yuhan, he looked at Lu Feng's live broadcast screen. Viewers, the next moment is when we witness the miracle. Grandmaster One Man single-handedly challenged the 7 stern ghosts. Is the Grandmaster better, or are the 7 lich demons higher? Don't go away, everyone. It's even better after the commercial. Director, insert commercial. At the director's command, the live broadcast screen instantly turned into an advertisement screen. The live broadcast room. I can't believe we're inserting an advertisement at this time. The program team is crazy about money? Quickly cut back. IUA. There was a burst of cursing in the live broadcast room. But the director didn't care. This is the only way to whet the appetite, this audience understands Adair. The director was calculating in his heart beautifully. Looking at the soaring live stream heat, the director was all happy and blooming. The number of people on the live broadcast now had broken through the 1 million mark. Eyes are running towards 1.5 million. On the willow tree, Lu Feng was facing a great test. The 7 female ghosts under the tree all revealed their original appearance. Each one is more horrifying than the other. One is more horrifying than the other. But he wasn't sure if the willow branch in his hand was useful. To be honest, ever since weeding out this willow tree, his heart was a bit bottomless. So many willow branches were ineffective, he was suspicious that the system had mislabeled the location. Perhaps this was an ancient tree that was over 300 years old. It wasn't the 1,000-year-old willow tree he was looking for at all. System, you're not pitting me, are you? Is this really the 1,000-year-old willow tree? Ding. Don't believe me. Nima. Lu Feng resisted the urge to argue. Looking at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground, and then looking at the 7 stern ghosts below. Things that don't know how to die. Today, this heavenly master will send you all to your deaths. Lu Feng's heart crossed, gripped the last willow and leapt down from the tree. Immediately afterward, in Zhang Hao's shocked gaze, Lu Feng, as if he was a god of killing, took the willow branch and smacked it for a while. The willow branch hit the ghost 3 inches shorter. With each swipe, the female ghost's figure became 3 inches shorter. In less than 10 seconds, 3 of the 7 ghosts became gophers. The remaining 4 female ghosts were shocked and ran away. Lu Feng is getting more and more courageous, the long willow in his hand is thrown, a horizontal whip hit 4 ghosts in a row. Miserable screams rang out. Not long after the 7 female ghosts, all turned into rolling mice. One by one, they were only 20 to 30 centimeters tall, scaly and bruised, rolling around on the ground. What a cow! Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. When he beat the ghost with the willow, he was not even qualified to tickle the ghost. And when the mediocre willow strip came into Lu Feng's hands, it became an absolute murder weapon. The female ghost's figure couldn't shrink any further. In the end, under Lu Feng's last round of whipping, the soul flew away. A massive unowned yin qi was absorbed by the willow tree. Bald branches even sprouted a little shoots. Seeing this magical scene, Lu Feng immediately jumped out 3 meters away. It really has become a sperm. Lu Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to the 7 female ghosts, it was obvious that this Millennium Tree Demon was the ruthless character. Amitabha Buddha. Heaven has the virtue of good life, is it not a bit too much for you to kill 7 ghosts in a row? An old monk suddenly appeared next to the fish pond. Zhang Hao's old face blushed at the sight. Subconsciously pulling over his clothes, Zhang Hao blocked his butt. Chapter 22. Striking the old monk violently, the master kills the red eyes. The anxious Taoist Master Zhang. Hello, Grand Master. Zhang Hao greeted with an embarrassed face. However, the old monk did not look at Zhang Hao but stared at the willow in Lu Feng's hand. Since the caster has already gotten rid of the severe ghost, it's not good for the old monk to say anything else. It's just that this willow strip is not owned by the caster. Can it be returned to its original owner? The old monk slowly walked towards Lu Feng. Return it to its original owner? Lu Feng's heart stirred. Without saying a word, Lu Feng snapped directly a willow whip over. The old monk froze. Touching the face that was smacked, the old monk was dumbfounded. Sure. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Hao on the side was also dumbfounded. What is this situation? How did the Grandmaster suddenly with the old monk? At the same time, the program's 30-second advertisement ended. The number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 1,800,000. Director, cut back to the Grandmaster's screen. The director was complacent. The good show was finally coming on. Zhang Johan's excited expression still had a bit of solemnity in it, as if he was on a pilgrimage. The other Dao sect executives on the scene also rose one by one. Either solemnly or excitedly, they looked towards the live broadcast screen. Right now, they were like faithful believers, incomparably looking forward to Lu Feng's immortal means. Snap. Ow. Snap. Ah. Snap. Holy yeah. The live footage was transmitted to the screen. Zhang Johan was dumbfounded. On the screen, Lu Feng was holding a willow and was jerking at an old monk. As for the 7 female ghosts. Female ghosts? Where are there any female ghosts? A stout young man of only 20, violently beating up an octogenarian monk. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? Where's the ghost? What happened to the old monk? How did it turn into an old monk? Is this old monk a ghost? The old monk hasn't changed even though he's 3 inches shorter than the ghost. What the hell is going on in this 30-second commercial? Where's my ghost? Release it now. The show's crew is so bad, it's not working at the right time. Ask Chang to tell us what happened. Yes, ask Chang. Lu Feng beats up the old monk and the two start a chase near the fish pond. Zhang Hao took advantage of the chaos to put on his clothes and hide behind the willow tree. Viewers, the master seems to have gone crazy. He caught the old monk and smacked him hard, insisting that the old monk was a willow tree spirit. I'm a little panicked now. The master won't go crazy with killing and take out even me, right? Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver when he remembered what happened to the 7 female ghosts. That scene was too brutal. The 7 stern ghosts, in the blink of an eye, turned into rolling gophers. In the end, they were even whipped out of their souls. It wasn't an ordinary tragic scene, and anyone who watched it would shiver. Ha! Zhang Hao suddenly froze. Listening to the instructions from the director in the Bluetooth headset, Zhang Hao was confused. Letting him shoot a female ghost? That damn thing was all dead and gone, so shoot the hell out of it. Director, Master has already finished off the 7 female ghosts. Were you distracted and not paying attention? Zhang Hao reminded in a low voice. After a short silence, he seemed to hear arguing. Daoist Zhang, take it easy. Put the chair down. We're live, you can't. Ouch. Don't watch the show at all, quickly stopped Taoist Master Zhang. The scene was extremely chaotic, and the director's communication was cut off. Then the voice of the assistant director came and told him about the inserted commercial. Zhang Hao was speechless. Thanks to him, despite his back and kidney loss, he desperately grabbed his glasses and filmed the shocking scene to transmit it back. As a result, the director inserted a 30-second commercial? It was just outrageous. Serves me right. You deserve to die. Zhang Hao cursed while adjusting his state. Since the audience didn't see it, he could only dictate it. Audience members, there was a little hiccup just now. I know everyone wants to see the female ghost, but unfortunately, while the commercial was airing, the 7 female ghosts had already been smoked to death by the master. That's right, smoked to death. Drawn to death alive, the scene was extremely cruel. The 7 horrible ghosts were not even able to fight back in front of the master. With each stroke, they became smaller. By the end of the day, all of them became tiny and rolled all over the ground. The master showed no mercy and smoked these 7 female ghosts to death. Just then, this willow tree beside me actually sprouted a little shoot. It's like this tree ate all the unending chi from the death of the stern ghosts. I think Master was stimulated by seeing this scene. 1,000-year-old tree demon, it's not trivial. It was only under the master's suspicion that he took the old monk for a tree demon. Zhang Hao clarified what had happened. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Such an important picture, the program group actually didn't broadcast it live? What a bloody loss. What's a director to do? Don't be a director if you don't have the ability. No, you'll believe anything he says. I think it's pure hype. That's right, there's not even a ghost fight scene, and you're still a master? I'd say I'm the Jade Emperor. You're claiming that there's an immortal in the world just by editing a couple of videos? I don't care. Young guy beat up an old monk. This program is so shameless to get attention. Beating up an old man is nonsense. The clothes or a delivery man, the quality of the delivery man is so low. I'm still at work, and I'm being dragged here to watch this live, it's not delaying things. The rhythm of the live broadcast room began to take off, and the number of people online began to fall. The director had just calmed Zhang Yuhan down, and when he took a look at the current state of the program, his head was suddenly huge. His intention was to whet the appetite. Of course, the cost of that advertisement that was temporarily inserted was also a not insignificant figure. But no matter what, he was doing it for the show to be hotter. And it turned out to be a mess. 7 female ghosts, 7 whole ones. It actually didn't last even half a minute? Master is too damn fierce. The director spat in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, the Taoist sex people came and were willing to give the program team the benefit of the doubt. The trip to Nanjian was not the master's final chapter. Otherwise, ending the shooting like this would have made him want to bang his head against the wall. Tramp Zhang Hao, don't just stand there. Hurry up and stop the Grandmaster. Storming a Buddhist monk, do you want the master to be flushed to death? The director was furious and gave orders. But how could Zhang Hao dare to move? Director, the master is killing his eyes. How dare I? Before Zhang Hao finished speaking, he saw the old monk suddenly running towards him. To be precise, it was running towards Willow. At a distance of 4 or 5 meters, the old monk made a flying leap. It directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the willow tree. Zhang Hao was shocked. This old monk was really a willow tree spirit as the master had said? Zhang Hao jumped 3 feet high and subconsciously left the 3-meter range of the willow tree. The viewers in the live broadcast room were quiet when they saw this scene. Regardless of those who were leading the rhythm or those who were defending the Grandmaster, all of them looked at the live broadcast screen in shock. A person could burrow into a willow tree? This is a big joke. Chapter 23, Social My Master, People Are Ruthless. The program crew messed up again? Hello viewers, this is the scene of the program Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host and actor, Zhang Hao. Newcomers may not be clear about the situation, so let me briefly explain. This program is to test the reactions of passersby by pretending to be a ghost to scare them. The results were pretty much what everyone thought, most of the passersby were scared less. But this time is different. We, the program team, ran into a true master. A living god disguised as a deliveryman, experiencing life in the mundane world. He didn't know that the ghosts were in disguise, and was all about getting rid of the evil spirits. First he used an evil exorcising talisman, then he opened an altar and practiced to invite the black and white irregulars. Now it even got the branch of the 1,000-year-old willow tree and put to death the 7 female ghosts in the neighborhood. I witnessed the whole thing. Master's methods are truly unpredictable. And now, the image that everyone is seeing is not that the master has gone mad. Rather, it's that this willow tree has become a spirit, and that's why the Grandmaster took a willow and smoked him. What the Grandmaster smoked wasn't a tree, it was a demon. Can the Grandmaster get rid of this 1,000-year-old tree demon? Let's wait and see. Yanluo suddenly couldn't go on. Around this willow tree, a single stern ghost had unexpectedly emerged again. At a cursory glance, there were as many as a dozen of them. Heavenly Master, let's be merciful. I'm a Buddhist monk, I have no intention of harming others. I still hope that the Heavenly Master will be magnanimous and let me go. That willow branch will be a welcome gift for you. A voice sounded from within the willow tree. The dozen or so stern ghosts, on the other hand, were displaying ferocious faces and made a fish out of water stance. Good. Lu Feng took the good with the bad. He now understood that the tree demon was the reason why it was so hard to find the willow strips in front of him. There were thousands of willows, but the one that possessed divine power was only one. The tree demon had been transferring this willow. Until he gripped the willow tree, the willow cannot hide. That's when he finally got his hands on it. But this tree demon is indeed Buddhist. Thousands of years of Taoist behavior, he was beaten into that kind, did not fight back. Visible really have a heart to Buddha. You have gathered so many stern ghosts around you, it seems like it doesn't match your heart towards Buddha. Lu Feng flung the willow and pondered whether he wanted to get rid of all these stern ghosts in one go. Old lineage is surrounded by heavy yin qi, it will naturally attract demons and ghosts. In the spirit of turning to Buddha, the old line tried to overtake them to the next life. Although the results are minimal, there are always successful individual cases. The old lineage is willing to keep trying. Of course, if the Heavenly Master wants to make a move, the old lineage won't stop him. This is all their destiny. Amitabha Buddha. The tree demon uttered his philosophy. The surrounding stern ghosts became even more ferocious, as if they were warning Lu Feng not to mess around. I see. Lu Feng nodded. What about the female ghost having an affair with the monk in this temple? As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, the tree demon couldn't help but laugh. How can a monk be called a monk when he has broken his color precepts? They are just a bunch of mortals, not real monks. This temple isn't a real temple either, it's just a money-grubbing place for mundanes. Monks and female ghosts, believers, and high priests. One of them is willing to fight the other. As long as no one gets killed, the old line will not interfere. As the tree demon spoke, willows began to continuously emerge from his body. In just 10 seconds or so, it returned to its original lush appearance. But the willow branches with divine power were no longer there. It would take at least a few years of recovery before it could sprout again. And to reach the level of the willow branch in Lu Feng's hand, it would take at least 100 years. This willow can be said to be a naturally derived magic treasure from the tree demon's cultivation process. Although it is precious, losing it does not affect the Tao. Just one less weapon to use. So Si Lu Feng insisted not to return it. The tree demon also did not continue to ask for the intention. The tree demon does not want to get into a fight with others, especially if the other party is a celestial master. I'll borrow the willow first and return it to you some other day. Lu Feng casually made a perfunctory remark. Turning around and bringing along the dumbfounded Zhang Hao, Lu Feng walked out of the temple door. And the audience in the live broadcast room finally came back to their senses. Would they really have a demon? A lot of ghosts. This is the Netherworld live room? The front said that the program is a lie? Then screaming ah! I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the master. This is a real fairy. A 1,000-year-old tree demon can be smoked at any time. The master's power is unbelievable. I'm a social guru, I'm a man of few words, just kill the ghosts and be done with it. 7 ghosts in one go, the master has finally come out of his autism. Autism? Would such a powerful man still be autistic? Of course. Because the show's too bad, haha. That. I have a question. If the master is so powerful, why can't he find out that the program's ghost is fake? Why can't the master realize that the show's ghost is fake? Why can't the master find out? Taoist Master Zhang should know. Quickly let Taoist Master Zhang explain. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the questions in the pop-ups and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yohan. Now the old Taoist was still reminiscing about the scene he had just witnessed. Muttering something about how there really was a 1,000-year-old tree demon, and how it wasn't a waste of his life. Taoist Zhang, Taoist Zhang? The director interrupted Zhang Yuhan's reminiscing, causing Zhang Yuhan to be a bit irritated. Taoist Master Zhang, everyone is asking why the master couldn't discover that the staff were fake ghosts? Can you tell us why? Zhang Yohan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that was the case. He had already told the director once earlier, but he didn't expect to have to explain it a second time. To see through a ghost's true form, you need heavenly eyes. Although this master is powerful, he is still young after all. Without cultivating the heavenly eyes, he is unable to distinguish between humans, demons, and ghosts. Although there are some auxiliary means. But it's not necessary. Your program's ghosts are too realistic. The master's first impression was that it was a real ghost. He has absolutely no sense of skepticism, so naturally he won't waste his energy to verify it. Unless your actors, themselves, reveal themselves. Only by making the Grandmaster suspicious will he have the mind to verify the authenticity. But from what I've seen so far, your actors are very dedicated. Anyway, if I were the master in his place, I wouldn't be able to get suspicious. Zhang Yohan answered the audience's doubts. The director revealed a dazed look. I see. Just like those 7 female ghosts, the Grandmaster went up and exterminated them. In less than 30 seconds, he made the 7 female ghosts scatter. And before that, do you all think that it was necessary for the master to verify the authenticity of these female ghosts? Completely unnecessary. Just do it and be done with it. The director spoke bluntly. Instantly, the pop-up screen brought up the tempo again, frantically abusing him for inserting the advertisement. But what the director, Zhang Yohan, and the audience didn't know was, Lu Feng was just an ordinary person. Even if he wanted to verify the authenticity of the ghost-pretending actor, there was no way to do so. Viewers, the ghost-pretending actors of our program are ready at the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. The third encounter of the master against the nightly ghosts is about to come. What do you all think this time? Will master succeed in getting rid of the ghost? The director smiled faintly and boarded the fire of the pop-up screen. The ghost-playing actor is here? How dare he? Master just killed 7 ghosts. He's not still riding the master's trolley, is he? What? Don't do it. The master will kill if he sees it. If the master sees his trolley in Nanjiang, he'll spit blood. This tells us one thing: don't lend out your car or your wife, you don't know what others will do with it. The guys upstairs have a story. Let's talk privately. Don't mess with the program. The master's in a murderous rage, he'll kill someone. Chapter 24, handsome but not for 3 seconds, the master cried. Below Spirit Valley Mountain. When Zhang Hao saw an empty parking lot with a small delivery trolley parked. Grandmaster, that ghost kill is coming. Zhang Hao was filled with horror. In a lightning-fast manner, Zhang Hao hid behind Lu Feng. The exquisite acting skills made it impossible for any judge to pick a fault. And when Lu Feng saw his favorite car not far away, his nose was suddenly askew. Treading on my car to come to Nanjiang? It really isn't his own car, he doesn't care about it at all. Lu Feng's face was blue, holding the Millennium Willow branch, and went over. But this time, Lu Feng wrongly accused the ghost actor. Riding a trolley can't run to Nanjiang at all. The ghost actor was worried about Lu Feng's car being stolen, so he let the program team bring the small tram to Nanjiang. The ghost actor didn't ride it at all. Putting the little tram in the parking lot was also a gesture of goodwill to Lu Feng, showing that the little trolley was intact. With the sound of a machete rubbing the ground, the ghost-playing actor slowly emerged from behind Zhang Hao's car. Although it was broad daylight, the costume of the ghost actor was still full of yin qi. With a height of nearly 2 meters, he brought a great sense of oppression. The ghost actor raised the machete of more than 100 pounds, and the tip of the blade pointed at Lu Feng from afar. You can't escape. The ghost-pretending actor uttered the carefully prepared lines. An icy cold tone without a trace of emotion. It was just like an evil ghost from hell, uttering words that rightfully demanded his life. Lu Feng's heart flinched and he stopped his steps alive. Master, why don't we escape? Zhang Hao shouted from behind. To be honest, he was a bit terrified when he saw the ghost-pretending actor now. This guy didn't look like a human at all. It was more like a ghost than even the ghosts in the temple. Escape? Lu Feng flung down the willow branch in his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tiny ghosts, how dare you chase after me to Nanjiang? This time it's you who can't escape. Lu Feng coldly shouted and walked towards the ghost-loading actor in large strides. The ghost-loading actor shouldered his machete and also walked towards Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng wasn't short, he was immediately overwhelmed when compared to the tall and big ghost actor. Zhang Hao watched in fear from behind. Audience members, the third encounter is about to begin. Although I should be more worried about my colleague. But with this scene in front of me, I can't help but worry about Master instead. Look at that 1.5 meter machete. I'm really afraid that if one slash comes down, the master will be in 2 halves. Zhang Hao narrated in a low voice. He knew that Lu Feng had a divine weapon in his hand, and the real danger was the ghost-playing actor. But the aura of the ghost-playing actor was too strong. It set off Lu Feng as if he was a sad hero who went to his death alone. But the ghost actor and Lu Feng didn't think so. The ghost actor was full of vigor, but inside he was panicked. Lu Feng's aura was thin, but he did not put the ghost actor in the eyes of the ghost actor in the slightest. The two quickly closed the distance. Evil ghosts suffer death. Lu Feng's left hand was behind his back, his right hand was raised and the willow branch was drawn over. The entire process was full of writing confidence, showing the ethereal demeanor of a worldly superior. On the contrary, the ghost actor, obviously some panic, just subconsciously take the knife a block. Snap! The willow was resilient and did not break. Instead, it smacked the ghost-loading actor. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath when they saw this scene. Hit! Hit! He didn't even dodge a bit? This brother I can only one-word evaluation, brave. Finished playing ghost actor rest forced. The master's stance is really handsome. That's right. The master has never lost a battle when it comes to pretending. Now the master is comfortable, but the ghost actor is out of luck. Do you think a person will become smaller even if he receives a willow? I'm sure. That's a magic weapon that specializes in fighting ghosts and monsters, so if you get hit by it, you're sure to. Wait, people? What? The willow doesn't work on people, does it? What? Don't do it. Master's mind will be broken. Millions of people snapped pop-ups and quickly discovered the blind spot. The ghost-playing actor was actually unresponsive after taking a hit. Zheng Hao was confused. Lu Feng was confused. The ghost-pretending actor was also confused. Splat! Lu Feng's hand rose and fell, smacking the ghost actor again. But the ghost actor stood properly in place, frozen without any tendency to shrink. The bigger the willow branch hits the ghost, the smaller it gets. Doesn't make sense. Lu Feng was puzzled. Taking advantage of the pretending ghost actor's confusion, Lu Feng directly turned on berserk mode. One after another, he smacked on the ghost-pretending actor. The willow strip was worthy of being a Millennium Tree Demon's derived magic treasure. After hundreds of lashes, it froze without a trace of damage. Finally. Snap! The ghost-loaded actor reached out his hand and grabbed the willow strip with precision. The ghost-pretending actor then exerted a force that made Lu Feng stagger and let go of the willow. Lu Feng drew a breath of cool air. The willow was actually snatched away? Is this ghost so fierce? And what shocked Lu Feng even more was that the pretend ghost actor threw away the machete. Grabbing the wicker with both hands, the ghost-pretending actor heard the director's instructions. The willow is useless to you? Great! You don't have to play dead, hurry up and give the master some color. Push him to the brink and see what other immortal arts he has. The director's voice was delivered in place. The ghost-playing actor grinned, revealing teeth painted blood-colored as if his mouth was full of blood. This is your technique? After mocking at Lu Feng, the ghost-suited actor violently tugged on the willow. The internal force in his dantian revolved and traveled through the two veins, instantly causing his arms to erupt with the force of 1,000 pounds. Splat! The willow snapped in response to the sound. Lu Feng's eyes almost stared out. In fact, the ghost-pretending actor was also a bit surprised. What a tough willow. I can break steel bars with a casual tug, this willow actually requires me to use my full strength. The ghost actor in costume was secretly shocked. This magic treasure was truly extraordinary. Him breaking the wicker should be enough to give Lu Feng color. The ghost-pretending actor, who consciously completed his task, didn't know in the slightest. The second live broadcast site was once again a mess. Seeing that the most precious treasure was destroyed, Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but tremble with anger. Copying up the bench, Zhang Yuhan smashed at the director who had the bad idea. The actor pretending to be a ghost looked at Lu Feng in front of him and revealed a sardonic smile. I said, you can't escape. The ghost actor pretender casually threw away the willow as if he was throwing garbage. A stern killing aura enveloped Lu Feng. The ghost pretending actor picked up the machete. What the hell is this damn thing? Lu Feng man went numb. 1,000-year willow branch? Broken just like that? Even if it wasn't a proper magic weapon, it couldn't be damaged so easily. Although when he gripped the willow, it fell off as soon as he gripped it. But that was with a system bonus. Fell into the hands of others, this willow was to take the knife cut, at least have to cut dozens of knives to break. As a result, it was directly ripped off by the ghost-playing actor. Seeing the ghost actor raise the machete, Lu Feng turned his head and ran. Zhang Hao watched this scene dumbfounded, and the man went numb. The old show is on? He and the master are running away again? The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were all dumbfounded. What the hell? The willow branch broke? I've wasted it. It's a treasure. What the hell is a human being doing? What's with this ghost actor? Ripping off a treasure with his bare hands is unbelievable. That's what's wrong with the master. He came all the way to Nanjiang and killed 7 ghosts in a row, but he didn't expect to fall into the hands of the show's crew. For the third time, the master is going to vomit blood. I don't think he's going to be able to do it for more than 3 seconds. I suspect the master is going to be depressed. The show's team is really inappropriate. Can't they let the master act like a pussy for a little while longer? Chapter 25, Sitting on the ground and dividing the spoils, the program team is inappropriate. Lu Feng sat in the co-pilot. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lu Feng was so close to not dying of anger. Behind Zhang Hao's car, the ghost actor was riding a small tram with one hand, dragging a 1.5-meter machete, and chasing after him furiously. Of course, 2 wheels definitely couldn't outrun 4 wheels. In less than half a minute, the ghost-loading actor was thrown out of sight. Master, what should we do next? Your magic weapon doesn't work either. It can only bully female ghosts, but it wilts against male ghosts. Look, it has no effect at all. He just pulled the willow with his hand and broke it. Now that willow is just like you, soft as can be. Zhang Hao gave a mocking output. Lu Feng was so angry that he almost jumped out of the car. On the contrary, he couldn't refute it because the wicker was really useless. The audience in the live broadcast room almost laughed as they watched Lu Feng's suffocating face. HHHH classic reappearance belongs to B. Xiao Zhang this mouth, really INGO. Master this not big ear scrape whip him? How to draw ah. What I said is the truth. Ha ha ha. What's next, master? I've been to all the places I practiced when I was a kid. I think you're running out of ideas. I don't think so. I think he's still got a trick up his sleeve. 666, I think the master is going to play with his life. Spirit Valley Mountain. Several young Taoist priests appeared in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. Picking up the 1,000-year-old willow branch that was broken in two, a few people couldn't help but show a look of heartache. It's all like this, can it still be used? Old ancestor said, let's go to the temple to experiment with the experiment. There are still a dozen or so stern ghosts around the tree demon. In case it doesn't work, won't we be sending ourselves to death? It shouldn't be, that tree demon is bent on Buddha, it will stop those stern ghosts. Several Taoist priests spoke to each other. The people from the program crew arrived while they were talking. The camera was aimed at the willow in the Taoist priest's hand, and the image was transmitted back to the live broadcast room. The second live broadcast scene. Zhang Yuan looked at the magic treasure that was broken in two, his beard couldn't help but tremble. The director on the side was terrified in his heart and subconsciously sat a little farther away. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing the scene in the parking lot, couldn't help but murmur. This millennium willow branch has become 2 cuts, can it still fight ghosts? Eventually a few young Taoist priests, together with a dozen or so staff members from the program, came to the temple. Soon the group found the 1,000-year-old willow tree. The oldest Taoist priest held a willow branch and made a bow to the willow tree. Fellow Taoist, this 1,000-year-old willow branch was broken into 2, I wonder if it still has divine power? The Taoist priest softly inquired. The hundreds of willow branches that had been swinging in the wind were instantly still. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. An old monk's face suddenly emerged from the willow tree trunk. Broken? The old monk's eyes stared like bronze bells. It's only been a few minutes. This is borrowing a magic treasure, or eating it. Seemingly sensing the old monk's emotional turmoil, a single stern ghost emerged in the surroundings. A few Taoist priests are fine, facing the eyes of the ghosts, but still do not change color. The staff of the program, however, were not so bold. One by one, they were so scared that they wanted to run away. Fellow Taoist? The Taoist priest with the willow branch in his hand saw that the old monk had been silent. Solely he verified it himself. The 2 willow branches, one in each hand, lashed out at the nearest stern ghost. Snap! Ow! Pig-killing screams rang out. The beaten night ghost instantly became 3 times shorter, with more deep blood marks on its body. It works! The Taoist priest's face was delighted. The second live broadcast site. Zhang Yuan and a group of senior members of the Tao sect also had happy faces. Originally, they had just had the attitude of trying it out and had their disciples pick up the willow branch. Unexpectedly, even if it was broken into 2, this willow branch still had divine power. Unless this willow branch is burnt to ashes, the divine power will not dissipate. The old monk's voice rang out. The Taoist monk saw the good in it and hurriedly bowed and saluted the old monk once again. The respectful attitude was in stark contrast to Lu Feng, who was like a bandit. At this time the staff received instructions from the director. Coming to the side of the Taoist monk holding the willow branch, the staff conveyed Zhang Yuan's words. Fellow Taoist, can this willow branch be lent to my Zhang Yi sect for a while? We will definitely take good care of it. It will be returned to its original owner after 3 years. The Taoist monk uttered the request. When the old monk heard that it was only 3 years, he thought he had heard wrong. You know, when Lu Feng borrowed it earlier, he didn't have the slightest intention of returning it. He also smoked him. As a result, in the hands of this group of Taoist priests, actually only borrowed 3 years? Have to say, some things really do not compare, do not know how precious. Good, 3 years later or here. I hope the Zhang Yi sect keeps its promise. The old monk hurriedly agreed, fearing that there would be another change. All of a sudden, both sides were happy. Only the severe ghost that received 2 blows, silently squatting under the tree to draw circles. The live broadcast screen cut to the second live broadcast site. Zhang Yuhan was like a spring breeze, his face smiled like a flower. The director's eyes rolled and he started bargaining. Taoist Zhang, since this willow branch has become two, why don't you share one with me? The director's face was full of eagerness. Zhang Yuhan's smile immediately disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The director had anticipated this and hurriedly added. As you know, Taoist Zhang, the master's methods are extremely amazing. In case the master summons the black and white irregulars up again, wouldn't the ghost-playing actor be finished? It would be different if we have this Millennium Willow branch for defense. Even if the black and white irregulars really come, the ghost actor will still be able to continue to maneuver with the master. Only then can our program continue. Don't you think that's the reasoning? The director looked blearily at Zhang Yuhan. Although Zhang Yuhan was reluctant, it was just as the director had said. Only by enhancing the ghost actor's ability to protect themselves could the program continue. Otherwise, once the ghost-pretending actor reveals himself, Lu Feng will be a dragon in the sky. Alright, then I'll lend you one for now. When we come up with a foolproof plan and can keep that master, you can then return the willow branch to the Dao sect. Zhang Yuhan weighed the pros and cons and made his decision. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this deal, and one by one, they couldn't tense up. The Grandmaster's magic weapon was divided up just like that? It wasn't enough to rob the master's small trolley, now even the willow branch is not spared? 666. The ghost actor's equipment has been upgraded. This guy pulls out a willow branch with his backhand, and the master won't emo it? Brothers, a 1,000-year-old willow branch will draw the master, is it any good? This is making the master's head spin. I beg you to be a human being. Why don't we crowdfund a psychiatrist for the master? We'll need it sooner or later. Chapter 26, Inverting the Big Dipper, Bad, Master becomes a meat shield. Lucky draw again. Viewers, this is Qinglong Lake in the center of Nanjiang. The Grandmaster has been squatting by the lake, fuming for 10 minutes. He told me to catch up on my sleep in the car. How dare I sleep on this? In case the guru runs away while I'm asleep, who will I talk to? So I've decided. In order for everyone to see a better program, I'm going to stay awake for 24 hours. We must force out the master's undercover tactics. After Zhang Hao finished his narration in a small voice, he quickly walked to Lu Feng's side. Master, think of a solution quickly. Jumping into the lake won't solve the problem. It doesn't matter if you drown, I want to live. How am I going to live without you to block that stern ghost? Zhang Hao spoke with love and reason. Lu Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. You're the one looking for death. I won't jump into the lake even if I die with that ghost. Lu Feng exasperatedly said 2 sentences back. The live footage was transmitted back to the live broadcast room, and the audience immediately went crazy with laughter. Rush, 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 master, he's in a hurry. Broken defense, ha ha ha. I'm going to die laughing, little Zhang is really a talent. Master, oh no, I'm a meat shield. I'm a meat shield. Ha 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 ha. If I were the master, I'd give Chang a big slap in the face right now. Too bad, Chang shouldn't have had such a big mouth. So much for squeezing the master. Chang, have you forgotten about the lustful fortune the master sent you? Ha 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 ha, little Zhang's pure character doesn't work. After having a good time, he'll return the favor. And at the program site, Zhang Hao panicked when he heard Lu Feng's words. Master, you mustn't think like that. It's okay if you can die with the liege. I'm afraid that if you die and the night ghost doesn't die, then I'll have to follow in your footsteps. I don't want to die with you. Zhang Hao cried out with a sad face. Lu Feng hurriedly pinched his center of the human body, fearing that he couldn't hold his breath and pass out. Let me be quiet for a while. Otherwise I will let the black and white impermanent take you away. Lu Feng's face showed a fierce light, frightening Zhang Hao to hurriedly shut his mouth. Lu Feng secretly sighed in relief. This time the ears are clear. Just what to do next. Lu Feng also lost his mind for a moment. Lure the ghost to the temple and let the Millennium Tree Demon deal with it? But the tree demon is devoted to Buddhism, certainly will not help him kill the ghost. Moreover, the mountain road is so long that a 4-wheeled car can't drive up there. I'm afraid that before he could lure the ghosts to the temple, he would be chopped into 2 pieces of meat by a 1.5-meter machete. Ding! Detected that the host is determined to get rid of the ghosts, and has destroyed 7 more severe ghosts in the temple. Now specially rewarded with 1 lottery draw, is it immediate? The voice of the system prompt rang out. Lu Feng froze. Another lottery draw? 3 times? It's been 3 whole times. The evil talisman is useless, the black and white invincible is unreliable, and the Millennium Willow branch is broken into 2. In less than 24 hours, you've screwed me over 3 times in a row. Can I still trust you? If I had the time for a lottery, I'd rather go to Lungfu Shan to find a Taoist priest. Leave the professional work to the professionals, let those heavenly masters finish off that ghost. Lu Feng spat for a while. He felt that if he continued to draw like this, he would be played to death by the system sooner or later. In comparison, it was obvious that Longhu Mountain was the right way to go. That place is full of talented people, and it is said that there are celestial masters everywhere. It would be easy to catch a ghost. Ding! There are no more celestial masters on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Host lure the severe ghosts over there, beware of the bloodshed. The system issued a warning beep. Lu Feng was stunned to hear it. There are no celestial masters on Dragon Tiger Mountain? Really? It can't be possible, right? Ding! If the host doesn't believe me, he can go and walk on Dragon Tiger Mountain. When the corpses pile up, I hope the host remembers that those Taoist priests died because of you. At that time, you won't be able to wash away the blood debt on your body even if you go to the 18 layers of hell. The system's tone was icy cold. Lu Feng's heart snapped. He could sense that the system was not joking. On Dragon Tiger Mountain, it was likely that there really was no celestial master high-ranking person. Should we be so ruthless? It can't be that in this world, I'm the only one who kills ghosts, right? Lu Feng was bellyaching in his heart. Ding! Please ask the host to decide as soon as possible whether to draw the prize immediately. Note, if you give up the lucky draw, it will be considered as giving up on the killing of the severe ghosts. The system's voice this time was very light and seemed to be relieved. Lu Feng, however, almost didn't jump up. Giving up on the killing of the nightly ghosts? He had firmly remembered that once he kills a ghost halfway, the system will directly erase him. I'll trust you one more time. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and opened the fourth draw. Ding! Lucky draw successful, obtain Jasper Gourd. Jasper Gourd can collect people, ghosts, and demons in the world and will turn into pus in a moment or three. Usage, aim at the target, and as long as the target opens his mouth to speak, he can be collected inside the gourd. Note, the location of the Jasper Gourd has been marked within the host's cell phone, please take it as soon as possible. Lu Feng couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds when he saw the prize. It will turn into pus in a moment. This efficacy is a bit familiar. Jasper Gourd. Isn't this the purple gold red gourd from Journey to the West? Lu Feng remembered. The Golden Horned King and Silver Horned King in Journey to the West, when they descended to Earth as demons. They stole the 5 magic treasures of the Supreme Lord. Among them was the purple gold red gourd. But the purple gold and red gourd needs to call out someone's name. It doesn't matter if the name is real or fake. As long as the other person agrees, they can be collected into the gourd. And the Jasper Gourd that he drew from the raffle didn't need to call out to anyone at all. As long as the target opened their mouth, they could be collected in. In comparison, it was obvious that the Jasper Gourd was more convenient. However, the purple gold red gourd could even take in the gods and immortals. It was still much more advanced than the Jasper Gourd. Good stuff. With this thing, I'm not even afraid of the 1,000-year-old tree demon. Lu Feng instantly branched out. What do you call a magic treasure? This is what is called a magic treasure. Compared to the Jasper Gourd, the 1,000-year willow branch is nothing. You can assist him, you could finally give power for a time. Lu Feng's heart was happy. This time the system is hemorrhaging money, actually gave such a powerful treasure. Ding! This system has always been powerful, but it's only a waste host. You can shut the hell up. Lu Feng's good mood instantly went most of the way. Taking out his cell phone, Lu Feng looked at the location marked by the system. Kunlun Mountain. Lu Feng thought his eyes were blurred. Blinking vigorously, Lu Feng saw that the location marked by the system was indeed Kunlun Mountain. So far away. Couldn't you have put it in the women's restroom? Lu Feng couldn't help but spit out in a small voice. Thinking back to the first time he drew the lottery, the evil execution talisman was placed by the system in the ladies' restroom, and he still had a lot of complaints about it. Now it seems that putting it in the women's restroom is really pro people. Just a few steps away, and you can get your hands on it in a few minutes. Which is like today, picking up a Jasper Gourd, unexpectedly have to run several thousand miles. Master, what women's restroom? Zhang Hao, who was wandering around the neighborhood, heard the commotion and ran over again. Your old man wants to facilitate? Then you can't go to the women's restroom either. This is if someone calls the police and arrests. Your reputation will be ruined. Zhang Hao desperately persuaded. It was now a live broadcast on the entire network. If the Grandmaster really went to the women's restroom to take a leak, what's the point? Get lost. Lu Feng returned without a trace of anger. Getting up and standing with his hands behind his back, Lu Feng looked at the calm lake in front of him and couldn't help but chest out. Tiny ghost thing, how dare you mess with me? This time, this seat will call his soul to be scattered. Live streaming room. Master is branching out again. This air of pretentiousness. Master is stable. Ha ha ha, which time is the master not stable? This time the master's means is what? It's not a bad thing to have the master's back so straight. The master is going to use a big killer weapon. Costumed ghost actor. Danger. Chapter 27. The master branched out again. It was clearly arranged by the program team. Viewers, the Grandmaster feels like he can do it again. Just now he was squatting by the lake and doubting his life, but now he's ambitious. What exactly is it that has restored Master's confidence in a short period of time? I guess it's the mind shackles. As a great hidden master, Master must not want to use too many means. He just wanted to be an ordinary person experiencing life. It's a pity that things don't go as planned. Zhang Hao shook his head as he spoke. Under the step-by-step pressure of the ghost-playing actor, the master could only slowly let go of his shackles. In order to deal with the unknown evil spirits, the Grandmaster slowly utilized the means he didn't want to use. From the evil exorcising talisman, to the black and white irregulars, to the 1,000-year willow branch. The means that Master used became more and more powerful. Then what secret technique will the Grandmaster utilize next? I think everyone is as full of anticipation as I am. And our ghost-playing actor will also face a new round of challenges. Luck played a big part in him being safe before. The evil execution charm is ineffective against people. The black and white irregulars are fierce, but they almost dead the Master. As for the 1,000-year willow branch, it's just as ineffective against people. Now facing the Master's fourth strike. Will he still be so lucky? Let's pray for him. Let's hope that the Grandmaster's new tactic is still useless against people. Zhang Hao's side was commentating vigorously, and over there, Lu Feng had already checked his route. Seeing Lu Feng waving at him, Zhang Hao hurriedly put down his narration and jogged over. I'm going to the Kunlun Mountains. Lu Feng opened the door. Zhang Hao immediately looked startled. Kunlun Mountain. This was a legendary immortal mountain. Whether it was in mythological stories or immortal cultivation novels, the Kunlun Mountain was an extremely mysterious place. And in reality, the Kunlun Mountain also had the reputation of being the first sacred mountain in the country. Now Lu Feng mentioned the Kunlun Mountain. Not only was Zhang Hao moved, the audience in the live broadcast room was also moved. The Kunlun Mountain is the most famous mountain in China. That's the #1 mountain in the country. Master, this is the path to seek immortality to visit the Tao? It's not looking for a friend, is it? Looking for a friend? Is there another immortal in the world? We're in deep. The show's in a hornet's nest. Don't panic. Master Zhang said the Master is the only true immortal in the world. If we don't panic, we'll either find a friend or get a magic weapon. What kind of magic weapon would be placed on the Kunlun Mountain? Stop it. I'm scared. Let Zhang ask what the Master is doing in the Kunlun Mountains. The screen panicked. The live feed cuts to the second live feed. The director also panicked a bit. Daoist Zhang, Master is actually going to the Kunlun Mountains. That's the ancestor of all mountains. There can't really be immortals up there, right? The director barely kept his composure. If Lu Feng was really going to invite the immortals, then the fun would be great. If the Queen Mother of the West was alarmed, would the program team still be able to mix? Fearfully, not everyone would have to return to the West. Don't panic, there are no immortals on the Kunlun Mountain. Zhang Yuhan was calm. I've traveled all over that place long ago. Although it enjoys the reputation of being the first sacred mountain. But there are no divine beasts up there, not to mention immortals. I think that Master should have left a backhand in the Kunlun Mountains. Just like that 1,000-year-old willow branch. The Grandmaster went to the Kunlun Mountains, he should be fetching a similar magic weapon. Zhang Yuhan spoke eloquently. The hearts of the director and the crowd of staff were pacified. Daoist Zhang, what do you think the magic weapon the Master is going to fetch will be? The director asked for advice with an open mind. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard and seemed to be pondering something. I remember there are some peach gardens under the Kunlun Mountains. After absorbing the immortal chi of the Kunlun Mountains, the peach trees in this peach garden. Zhang Yuhan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The moment the director heard the word peach tree, he immediately understood. Compared to willow branches to fight ghosts, what did Taoist priests usually use more often? Peachwood swords. Master is getting a peach tree sword. The director hit the nail on the head. Zhang Yuhan nodded. A peachwood sword is more handy than a willow branch. If I'm right, the peachwood that Master is looking for isn't just any peachwood either. Perhaps in some inconspicuous place, a mediocre peach tree. It's a 1,000-year-old tree demon. A peachwood sword made from this peach tree is bound to have extraordinary power. Even if a human were to receive it, it would probably turn his soul upside down. The director couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he heard this. Daoist Zhang, since the peachwood sword is so powerful, then wouldn't the actor pretending to be a ghost be in danger of losing his life? What should we do then? The director hurriedly inquired. Zhang Yuhan was a bit torn. It's actually quite simple to deal with it, just don't let the peachwood sword hit. That actor's weapon, isn't it a machete? By splitting the mahogany sword away or breaking it, you can avoid getting hurt. It's just that divine weapons are hard to come by, so it's best not to damage that mahogany sword. Zhang Yuhan was really a bit worried. After the peachwood sword was molded, once it was broken, it wouldn't have no effect like a willow branch. Once the sword was broken, even if it could still be used, its power would be greatly reduced. Compared to Zhang Yuhan's worries, the director let out a long sigh of relief. Audience members, it's a well-known fact that the ghost pretending actor is a first-class master. I'll change his weapon here. Replace it with a 1,000-pound sledgehammer. I guarantee that one blow will make the peachwood sword shatter into slag. Ha, Grandmaster is going to suffer another defeat in our program. The director smiled faintly at the camera. Zhang Yuhan and the group of Dao sect executives immediately revealed murderous gazes. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room hurriedly issued a reminder. Director, run! Taoist Director Zhang is going to beat you up again. Taoist Master has drawn his sword. Not to mention, although the Taoist Master is 100 years old, his hands are really athletic. I can't even come with this swordplay. The director of the movie is also a poor man. He wants to destroy the 1,000-year-old peachwood sword. It's hard for him not to get beaten up. Forget the director, let's pity the master first. The program has made it clear that we haven't even gone to the Kunlun mountains yet. Master is in deep. If you ask me, the master is so brain-dead, he'd rather use a flying sword than a mahogany sword. Yes, the flying swords will definitely kill people. Is the master in charge of killing, and Chang in charge of gagging? There's a ghost actor, so I'm afraid he's going to go straight for the kill. Chapter 28. I've been practicing for 20 years, so I don't know what it means to hit my face. The second live broadcast site was in chaos. The live feed was quickly cut to Lu Feng's side. Master, what are we doing in the Kunlun mountains? Visiting the immortals or looking for magic treasures? Zhang Hao inquired up to Lu Feng. Lu Feng waved his hand at his words and revealed an inscrutable expression. Don't ask much about the rest, just follow. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, displaying a powerful and elevated aura. Zhang Hao was speechless at the sight. Pretending again. He sort of saw it. The instinct of catching ghosts was not mentioned beforehand, but the master was definitely skill point full in the piece of pretending. But Zhang Hao had no way to criticize. After all, Lu Feng had the principle of pretending. Master, do you really have full certainty this time? But don't be like the previous 3 times. I only have one small life, I can't withstand your old man's repeated tossing. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng pitifully. Lu Feng directly waved his hand. Don't worry, this time that ghost will die. The Jade Emperor can't even protect him when he comes. I said it. Lu Feng was confident. Zhang Hao stared straight at him. Good guy, last time, the King of Hell couldn't protect him, but this time, the Jade Emperor was directly replaced. Then next time, is it going to be the 3 pristine ones? And then next time Rulai Buddha? Then God, Zeus, Odin, Allah. They'll all be lined up one by one? Master, take it easy. Too full of words will hit your face. Zhang Hao couldn't help but remind. Lu Feng smiled at his words. Slap your face? I've been practicing for 20 years, so I don't know what it means to hit my face. Lu Feng stood with his arms folded, skillfully maintaining his highbrow stance. Zhang Hao was immediately choked. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also choked. Don't know what it means to hit your face? How can such words come out of a master's mouth? This is crazy. Where's the ghost actor? Come and show the master some color. I've never seen such a thick-skinned person in my life. Don't worry, the master's next step is the peachwood sword. Just sit back and wait for the punch in the face and you'll be done. Yes, let Chang choke him to death with his words. The audience was unanimous. Zhang Hao managed to slow down and couldn't help but ask about the main event. Master, do we still have to drive there? It's too far from here to the Kunlun mountains. I haven't run such a long distance yet, I'm afraid I won't be able to top it. Zhang Hao was honest. Driving for 7 or 8 hours in a row, he could hold on. But driving for a few days in a row, he was really a bit overwhelmed. Not to mention that he also had to distract himself and do live commentary from time to time. So his proposal was, Master, why don't we take a high-speed train or airplane to go there? We'll charter a car when we get to the place. Saves time than driving there. Lu Feng couldn't help but nod at Zhang Hao's suggestion. I've just seen the route, driving there is indeed too time-consuming. Lu Feng said and remembered his little tram. Now that the little tram is still in the hands of that stern ghost, it can't withstand being ridden by the ghost for a long time. He needs to fight quickly. Get the little tram back earlier. But as for taking an airplane, do you think that ghost will chase us to the airplane if we take it? In that kind of enclosed space, we can't escape. We'll just have to wait for death then. Lu Feng voiced his doubts. Zhang Hao froze at his words. Chasing to the airplane. The lightness of the pretending ghost actor was bullish, but it was impossible to fly up to 10,000 meters in the air. You're overthinking it, Master. No matter how powerful that ghost is, it's still just a ghost, not a god. If he can fly and hide, then why kill us? He'd be an immortal. Zhang Hao's words dispelled Lu Feng's last trace of doubt. The two of them immediately booked a flight ticket to Kunlun Mountain at Zhang Hao's expense. At the same time, at the second live broadcast site, the chaos continued. It wasn't until the director repeatedly assured that the ghost-playing actor would keep it in check and would never damage the peachwood sword. Only then did Taoist Zhang put the sword away. The director wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Good lord, this old Taoist master's temper was too hot. If it wasn't for him running fast just now, he would be missing his arms and legs right now. Taoist Master Zhang, why don't we talk about the Peachwood sword? Why is the Peachwood sword able to suppress and kill ghosts? Is there any special origin? The director threw out the topic while signaling the guy to change the live screen to the second live scene. This time when Lu Feng went to Kunlun Mountain, even if he took an airplane, it would take quite a long time. It would be too boring in the live broadcast if they didn't talk about something in between. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard and said, in a word, the peach tree is the essence of the five woods. It is the legendary immortal wood, so it can suppress evil. As for the saying that peachwood wards off evil spirits, it has existed since ancient times. People's firm belief that peachwood can cure and suppress 100 ghosts is also derived from these stories. Zhang Yuhan cleared his throat and continued his story. First of all, the two great gods I mentioned earlier, Shintian and Yubi. It is under the peach tree at the Ghost Gate Pass that they inspect the 100 ghosts. Anyone who does evil will be tied up and fed to the tigers. The ghosts are afraid of the two gods, so naturally they're also afraid of the peach tree. That's one thing. The second is the sun shooter, Dei, who was killed by his disciple, Pang Meng, with a peach stick, and was named Zongbu after his death. The Zongbu god is often under a peach tree, holding a tiger, and every ghost has to go over to be examined. Any evil ghost will be eaten by the tiger. Think about it, even the Zongbu god, who rules over all ghosts, was killed by a peach stick. How could these ghosts not fear the peachwood? The third is the sun chasing Kwafu. After Kwafu's death, his cane transformed into a peach forest. This peach forest was transformed by a divine weapon and is linked to Kwafu and the sun. How can a ghost not be afraid? Zhang Yuhan explained briefly and finally summarized. These myths and legends convinced the ancients that peachwood could ward off evil spirits and suppress ghosts. The peachwood sword naturally became a great killing weapon and was passed down from generation to generation. Of course, there are many other stories about peachwood suppressing ghosts, so I won't go into detail. Everyone is not a cultivator, so there is no need to go into depth. As soon as Zhang Yuhan's topic ended, a staff member brought over a cup of tea. The director was listening with fascination, but when he saw that Zhang Yihan was not going to talk anymore, how could he agree? Taoist Master Zhang, tell us more. Anyway, there's still time, we can't just sit here. The director's eyes were full of expectation. However, Zhang Yuhan was not polite. If you're tired, go rest. I'm willing to sit here. He had long been displeased with the director. If this program had been taken over solely by the Dao sect, where would all the chaos have occurred? The director sniffed with a burst of embarrassment. Letting the guide cut back to Lu Feng's screen, the director was busy arranging for the people who would follow him to the Kunlun Mountains. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, immediately ha-ha screen. 6. Old Taoist master really does not give face at all. Laughing to death. Who is Zhang Taoist? Do you need to give face to the director? Ha, this director doesn't do his job, he should let Taoist Master Zhang cure him. Brothers, Zhang is driving to the airport. I wonder how much longer the master can be pleased. I'm looking forward to the master's face when he's holding a mahogany sword and looking defeated. HHHHHHHH. Do you think the master will not be able to stand the excitement and take a rope to the peach tree? I'm not afraid of that, but if the ghost actor goes down with a machete, the tree will be all over you. How bad is it? You can't even die. Who can the master talk to? It's hard to make something useful for people. Master, I didn't do it. Master, I've never done this before, I'm not familiar with this business. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 29, Something's Wrong with the Maestro, the program panics. Evening. The Kunlun mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. Somewhere in an inconspicuous corner, a car stopped not far from the foot of the mountain. Zhang Hao and Lu Feng got out of the car. Grandmaster, this place isn't exactly an attraction. There aren't even any people around. Have we come to the wrong place? Zhang Hao wrapped his newly bought military coat and felt the cool air drilling straight into his clothes. Although it was summer, the weather in the Kunlun mountains was still very cold. Especially after the sun went down, the temperature dropped even more. And after Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao, he didn't know what to say. It wasn't like they were here to travel and find a gross attraction. Lu Feng took the lead and walked towards the foot of the mountain not far away. But he didn't have the intention to climb the mountain. This big night. I'm afraid that if I go up, I won't be able to come down. And the Jasper Gourd is not on the mountain, it is at the foot of this mountain. Zhang Hao couldn't help but deliberately lag behind a little bit when he saw Lu Feng go. Friends of the audience, Master and I have arrived in the Kunlun Mountains. First, we took an airplane and rented a car, and drove to this hole of a place. I seriously doubt that Master remembered the wrong place. Oh yeah, newcomers may not know why they came to the Kunlun Mountains. It's like this, the content of our program is to pretend to scare people with ghosts. I didn't expect to meet a real master, the kind that can catch ghosts. The master successively used an evil exorcism talisman, an invocation of the Yin spirit, and a 1,000-year willow branch. These things are no match against ghosts. But who made us actors pretending to be ghosts? So it all came to nothing. Now that master has brought me to the Kunlun mountains, the probability is that he wants to make a peachwood sword. Everyone knows about the peachwood sword, right? It specializes in fighting ghosts and driving away evil spirits. It's also good for fighting zombies. The stuff is definitely good, but it's a pity that it's against our ghost pretending actor. Everyone understands. Zhang Hao couldn't help but heave a couple laughs. He could foresee how excited Lu Feng would be after producing the peachwood sword. However, the truth was incredibly cruel. The peachwood sword thing was useless and not good for hitting people. Zhang Hao, you go ahead of me. In case any demons or ghosts pop up, you help me block them. Lu Feng stopped in front and waited for Zhang Hao to pass. When Zhang Hao heard this, his smile froze. Kunlun Mountain was not Linggu Mountain. As the #1 sacred mountain in the country, who knew what was up there? Playing head-to-head, that was really headstrong. Great. Master. Aren't we looking for the peach garden? I don't see any peach orchards around here either. Why don't we come back in the daytime to look for them? Let's just go back and rest tonight. Zhang Hao made his suggestion with a nervous face, just not daring to go over. The live broadcast saw this scene and directly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Little Zhang continues to laugh. Why don't you stop laughing? Xiao Zhang is great, even Kunlun Mountain dares to hit the head. The smile won't go away, it's just shifted from Chang's face to mine. I think Shang wants to die. How scary it is at night. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhang said, brothers, I'm going to stop pushing. Ah, master is really inappropriate. Why do you always let Xiao Zhan play the lead? The live broadcast room is full of joy. Lu Feng, however, had a puzzled look on his face. What peach garden? There's a peach garden in the Kunlun Mountains? Lu Feng's words came out. Zhang Hao couldn't help but have a head full of question marks. Daoist Zhang and the director had both said. Lu Feng's trip was to look for peach trees to make peachwood swords. How is it that in the person's mouth, he didn't even know that there were peach trees in the Kunlun Mountains? Could it be that Daoist Zhang guessed wrong? Zhang Hao secretly frowned. He felt that it wasn't necessarily that Daoist Zhang had guessed wrong. It was likely that Lu Feng wanted to keep it a secret and was deliberately playing dumb. What are you standing around for? Come over quickly. Lu Feng urged. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Zhang Hao could only walk over. Master, you must protect me. This is deserted, and you don't have a license and can't drive. You won't be able to run away if I die. Zhang Hao spoke of the advantages and disadvantages. Lu Feng rolled his eyes and let Zhang Hao open the road in front of him and walk to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The sky was completely dark. However, Lu Feng and Zhang Hao were prepared and turned on their flashlights to continue their journey. Master, there isn't even a mountain road around here. How are we going to climb up? Zhang Hao looked back at Lu Feng. Were they going to pick their way up the rocks? He hadn't practiced rock climbing either. And it's so cold that his hands are frozen, so if he accidentally falls off, he'll just burp his ass off. Who said anything about climbing? What I'm looking for is near the foot of the mountain. Lu Feng said as he searched the neighborhood. Zhang Hao froze at the sight. Not climbing the mountain? That's good then. Zhang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Master, what exactly are you looking for? You describe it. The two of us can look for it together and still be quick. Zhang Hao inquired in detail. However, Lu Feng waved his hand. You can't find this thing, it's easy to scare it away. You just keep a lookout if a demon or spirit comes over. Remember to let me run first, you are responsible for breaking the back. Lu Feng made arrangements. Zhang Hao's face twitched as he listened. When Lu Feng walked away, Zhang Hao couldn't help but spit in a whisper. Audience members, Master actually told me to break the back. What do you guys think he was thinking? I'm a mere mortal, what virtue can I have to block demons and devils? And what the Master said is a bit evil. What do you mean it's easy to scare away? Do peach trees still run away? The 1,000-year-old tree demon on Linggu Mountain didn't see his original body run either. Could it be that this peach tree demon is special? Zhang Hao muttered non-stop, and the viewers in the live broadcast room, exchanging opinions. As Lu Feng appeared at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to climb. It soon rose to nearly 2 million. Is this the Kunlun Mountains? It's too dark to see anything. I feel like there are no peach trees in this place. Didn't Master say earlier? He himself doesn't even know that there are peach trees in the Kunlun Mountains. Isn't the Master here to get the peachwood sword? The Master said he's looking for something that's easy to scare away. Martyr said so evil, in the end to find what things are. It's so scary. I don't dare to look at it. What's so scary about this? I've never seen the black and white pervert? That's what I call scary. I'm new here, I've never seen the black and white. This is so weird. Master isn't looking for a ghost, is he? Where's Master Zhang? Tell me what the Master is up to. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked nervous. He thought he had it all under control. As a result, Lu Feng was completely out of line. This damn thing was evil if he was looking for a peach tree. Taoist Zhang, what exactly is the master looking for? Why would he still be startled away? Chapter 30, Master is crazy. Are all the programmers this crazy now? I don't know what Master is looking for either. Actually, the Peachwood sword is the best choice, extremely handy against ghosts and monsters. But Master seems to have other plans. How exactly? Let's just wait and see what happens. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard, not as scared as the director. Although things were unexpected and out of control. But instead, Zhang Yuhan grew more and more expectant. The director's mouth twitched at the sight. Wait and see what happens. Easy to say. If you're not a Taoist, you're not worried at all, right? The ghost actor was near Lu Feng and could strike at any time. And all the preparations made by the program team is how to fight against the Peachwood sword. If there's a change of heart and Lu Feng takes out something other than the Peachwood sword, then the program groups all the deployment, it all go down the drain. The fourth encounter with the master is also likely to be postponed. This could have a huge impact on the program. When Yuan, don't act rashly yet. The master doesn't seem to be using a Peachwood sword. The director hurriedly informed the ghost-playing actor. Beneath the Kunlun mountains. 3 kilometers behind Lu Feng. When the ghost-loading actor heard the director's instructions, the person was dumbfounded. Not a mahogany sword? The ghost actor was a bit unable to sit still. After the matter of the 1,000-year-old willow branch, he was not at ease with the Peachwood sword at all. This trip to the Kunlun mountains, he could be said to be stress-free. He was also thinking of traveling in the Kunlun mountains to relax and unwind after drying Lu Feng out. As a result, things came to a head, but there was a sudden change. The unknown is the greatest fear. The evil punishment talisman, the black and white invincible, and the 1,000-year willow branch. What is it this time? The ghost-playing actor looked in the direction of the Kunlun mountains. Originally, according to the plan, he should have gone over to ambush Lu Feng. But now, he'd better wait a little longer. At the foot of the Kunlun mountain. Big brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, good evening everyone. I've heard that our online count has already exceeded 2 million. To be honest, I never thought the program could catch fire to this extent. As the host of this program, I feel like my responsibilities are getting heavier and heavier. Given that there are a lot of new viewers in the live broadcast, I'd like to make a statement in advance. The Grandmaster is by no means an actor hired by the program. The 3 times of the Heavenly Master versus the Nightly Ghost is also not a whole job by the program group. Rather, they were indeed accidents that happened on the program. Now Master and I are at the foot of the Kunlun mountain. Master seems to be looking for something. I know everyone is as curious as I am about what Master is looking for. But unfortunately, I don't know either. It's already been 10 minutes, and Master is still finding nothing. In order to prevent everyone from getting bored, I've decided to tell the new viewers of the live broadcast about the first 3 ghost extermination incidents. Zhang Hao did the narration in a small voice, very dutifully. The 3 ghost extermination incidents were told by Zhang Hao in a colorful manner. The new audience listened with great interest. The old audience directly blocked Zhang Hao's noise. Until Lu Feng's voice came. What the hell? Where is there an immortal vine in this place? Lu Feng couldn't help himself. The dozens of meters nearby were searched by him. Where was there any gourd bearing immortal vines? There was a bunch of weeds instead. Over here, Zhang Hao heard the commotion and hurriedly looked at Lu Feng. What's wrong, Master? Did you find something? Zhang Hao shines his flashlight over, probing his head and trying to run closer. But without Lu Feng's permission, he couldn't leave the spot for now. Found my ass. No more searching. Lu Feng directly gave up. It's dark and cold. This is not purely playing with him. Previously, no matter if it was the evil execution talisman or the 1,000-year willow wood. When he arrived at the location marked by the system, he was able to find it at a glance. But this time, he found it all over the place, not even a shadow. He was close to digging 3 feet into the ground. Wait. Lu Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Looking at the ground under his feet. Could it be underground? Lu Feng was a bit unable to accept it. Never heard of a gourd growing under the ground. Whether it's a gourd vine or a gourd tree, gourds are knotted on the ground. Where is the reasoning of a gourd in the earth? This side, Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng standing there dumbfounded and couldn't help but scratch his head. Did everyone see that? Master seems to be stimulated. Standing there. Dumbfounded. It doesn't matter if the stuff can't be found, Master, don't go crazy. Everyone, do you think I should go over and give the Master an earful to clear his head? Zhang Hao jumped into action and rubbed his hand vigorously on his body. The viewers in the live broadcast room stared in disbelief when they heard Zhang Hao's intentions. Did I hear wrong? Xiao Zhang wants to fan Master. What does he think? Master would be lucky if he didn't slap him, and he wants to slap Master? Awesome. I've never been satisfied with anyone in my life, but I'm satisfied with Xiao Zhang. I'm just here, can I ask, are all the people on this show this crazy? Ha! Brothers, look! What's the master doing? Why is the master kneeling down? At the foot of Kunlun mountain. Zhang Hao flashlight to Lu Feng cannot help but be dumbfounded. Now Lu Feng is kneeling on the ground, is pulling out a fruit knife, whimpering and digging a hole. It's over, brothers, the master is really mad. Zhang Hao's hand shook, and the flashlight almost fell to the ground. It was a big night and he and Lu Feng were the only ones here. Now Lu Feng's demeanor was so weird. Zhang Hao looked at his back with cool air. This is evil. Zhang Hao wanted to go over and give Lu Feng a slap to clear his head. But looking at the fruit knife in Lu Feng's hand, Zhang Hao decisively chose to give up. Found it. Lu Feng suddenly threw away the fruit knife after digging 5 pits one after another. As soon as he grabbed something, Lu Feng made a strong outward tug. Zhang Hao's expression tightened at the sight. He felt that this master's performance was getting weirder and weirder. Zhang Hao, come over and help. Lu Feng shouted. Zhang Hao was torn for a few seconds, but still ran over. As the distance drew closer, Zhang Hao finally saw what Lu Feng was grabbing. A section of vine was clutched in Lu Feng's hand. Why are there vines in the dirt? Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled. Bending down and tugging on Lu Feng's arm, Zhang Hao realized that something was wrong as soon as he exerted his strength. He realized that there was not only the force of pulling outwards, but also the force of drilling inwards. It was as if this section of vine was a living thing that was desperately drilling deeper into the ground. What the hell? Zhang Hao was terrified. Master, what is this thing from? Why does it feel like it's alive? Zhang Hao swallowed hard. It's alive. Put more effort into pulling it out. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, only hating that he had 2 less arms. Zhang Hao also gave up when he saw this, desperately pulling Lu Feng's arms outward. The vines were pulled out of the ground little by little. Finally, a gourd emerged. Lu Feng was quick on his feet and immediately freed a hand and grabbed the gourd. System! Lu Feng shouted in his mind. Without needing to say much, the gourd fell down in the next second. The vines instantly paused, seemingly a little confused. Then an unimaginable force struck. The earth cracked, and a vine that was more than 10 meters long suddenly rose up from the ground. The vine emitted a 7-colored light in the night, leaving Zhang Hao stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. What is this thing? A colorful python? Python? That's a vine. What are you looking at upstairs? Are the vines alive? I'm not awake. The colorful is auspicious. Is this the legendary immortal vine? Brothers, did the master just pick a gourd? I think it's. What the hell is this? Which brother to explain? The second live broadcast. The director was confused. Zhang Yuhan, on the other hand, stood up excitedly. The other Dao sect executives, one by one, also stood up. Kunlun Mountain. Immortal Vine. Gourd. This was definitely a discovery that shocked the century. Everyone did not speak. Some even held their breath as if they were afraid of affecting Lu Feng, who was at the scene. As for Zhang Hao, who was at the scene. Zhang Hao was so scared that his legs went soft and he sat on his butt on the ground. Lu Feng, who was on the side, twisted his head and ran, scattering and disappearing into the night. Chapter 31, The Master Ran Away. Xiao Zhang cried. It's not me. Zhang Hao's face was pale, and he casually pointed his finger in a direction. The gourd stealer went that way. I didn't steal the gourd, I'm innocent. Big brother. Big sister. I am also a victim. Zhang Hao panicked. However, to his surprise, the vine slowly lost its luster. Eventually, it fell to the ground with a. After a while, Zhang Hao was bold enough to take a flashlight and shine it on the ground around him. A withered vine stuck to the ground, has lost all the breath of life. Dead? Zhang Hao was a bit unable to believe his eyes. After another 10 seconds or so, Zhang Hao boldly stood up and walked over to the vine. Zhang Hao kicked it with his foot and saw that the vine was unresponsive. Really dead? Zhang Hao crossed his heart and stomped down. With a click, the vine shattered. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao was completely relieved. Scared me to death. Zhang Hao slapped his chest with a face of fear. Just now, he really thought he was going to hang. Looking at the dark surroundings again, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a pain in his balls. Other than that, the master was running really damn fast. If he didn't participate in the Olympics at this level, he would be sorry for his legs. A cold wind blew. Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver. Even though the vine was dead, it had cast a shadow of terror over the Kunlun Mountains. Who knew what else was around here? Master. Grandmaster. The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more scared he became, and he shouted twice to pull his legs out and run. The live broadcast room also returned to a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Phew. It's okay. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard, the master is running really fast. So who the hell is the meat shield? Did Xiao Zhang clear his position? Chang is so scared he's going to cry. Laughing, Chang has finally realized his worth. Zhang is a real man. He breaks the back when he says he will. He's a man. Was he trying to break his back? He didn't run because his legs were weak. Ha 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 ha. Zhang is still looking for the master. Aren't you afraid that the master will sell him out again? I don't think so. The master is not that kind of person. Brother new here? The master is that kind of person. Zhang Hao ran all the way back to the car and saw Lu Feng standing behind it. Holding a freshly picked gourd in his hand, Lu Feng couldn't stop looking at it. Master, you're running too damn fast. Zhang Hao walked over quickly. It's okay, didn't eat dinner, a bit of strength, play a bit out of order. Lu Feng returned while surveying the gourd. Playing out of order? Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Does master still think he's running too slow? Any faster in this treadmill, and the person would have reached the moon. Master, you're not being generous. We've lived and died together so many times, and you actually left me and ran away? Don't you have any conscience? I treated you as my favorite. How can you be so? Zhang Hao denounced Lu Feng's cold-blooded behavior. Lu Feng was, however, a bit surprised. Wasn't it you who took the initiative to stay behind to break the back? It's not like I tied up both your legs. I saw that you stayed where you were and didn't run, and thought that you were going to help me break my back. Lu Feng spoke seriously. Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. Taking the initiative to break the back? That trample was that his legs were weak and he couldn't run. Zhang Hao's words were stuck in his throat and he was unable to speak. Lu Feng felt that he was fearless to break the back. He couldn't pick out that he was paralyzed with fear in place, could he? That would be too humiliating. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hao decided to change the topic. Master, what exactly is this gourd? It looks very ordinary. Zhang Hao asked the question that everyone was concerned about. The gourd in Lu Feng's hand was ordinary in every way. The size was ordinary, the color was ordinary, and the shape was ordinary. If he hadn't seen the 7 colored vines with his own eyes, Zhang Hao would not believe to death that this gourd had an extraordinary origin. This is no ordinary gourd. Lu Feng smiled faintly and threw the gourd on the ground. Then, in Zhang Hao's stunned gaze, Lu Feng stepped on it. Accompanied by a crisp click sound, the gourd cracked. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. What is this situation? The gourd that he had picked with so much effort was destroyed just like that? He almost lost his life there, and the master just stepped on it? Master, you. Zhang Hao raised his hand and pointed at Lu Feng, shaking with anger. This is the gourd that he had exchanged for the broken back of his life. Not asking Lu Feng to cherish it more, but also can't step on it like this. What's wrong with me? Lu Feng didn't even look at Zhang Hao, he kicked the gourd again. The gourd that was already cracked, this time the crack was even bigger. Master, don't step on it. Zhang Hao hurriedly stopped it, but it was already too late. Lu Feng stepped on it for the 3rd time, causing the gourd to completely rot open. But to Zhang Hao's surprise, inside this gourd actually had another gourd. It was turquoise in color, palm size, and very delicate. Lu Feng bent down and picked it up. Jasper gourd. Feel good, ah. Lu Feng carefully measured, the touch is warm and comfortable, and surprisingly heavy. This palm-sized small gourd weighs at least more than 20 pounds. Master, what the hell is this gourd? Why is there a small gourd inside? Zhang Hao's inquiry rang out. Lu Feng looked over and couldn't help but reveal a harmless smile. Brother Zhang, let me ask you a question. Do you trust me, Lu Feng? Lu Feng's cry of Big Brother Zhang immediately gave Zhang Hao an ominous premonition. Without thinking too much, Zhang Hao immediately stepped back 4 or 5 meters. Master, I don't trust anyone in this world but you. Zhang Hao's chest slapped the sky, backing up as he did so. Soon he was 10 meters away from Lu Feng. Why are you running so far? Lu Feng removed the gourd cover and aimed the gourd mouth at Zhang Hao. My feet are numb, so I'm taking 2 steps to increase my blood circulation. Zhang Hao revealed an awkward yet polite smile. However, the next second he felt the sky spinning and his body seemed to float. A powerful suction force firmly clutched him. With a thud, Zhang Hao fell to the ground. His head was in a state of dizziness. When Zhang Hao sat up, he saw that his surroundings were white. Chapter 32. Oh no! The Grandmaster moved for real. What just happened? Why is there a whiteout everywhere? The camera is making me sick. What's going on? Where is Chang? Zhang won't be eaten by some demon, will he? What's going on? Zhang is in such a bad way? Master, save Chang. Save your ass. He'd have run away by now. It's over. Chang is dead. The studio is a mess. The director's side also panicked. Master Zhang, what happened? Where did the master go? Little Zhang wouldn't really be eaten by a demon. Zhang Yuhan frowned and stared at the live broadcast screen without blinking. This white world. It shouldn't have been eaten by a demon. A demon's stomach wouldn't be white. Zhang Yuhan voiced his speculation. The director relaxed slightly upon hearing this. But if he wasn't eaten by a demon, where was Zhang Hao? Is there a replay? Let's watch the slow mo. Zhang Yohan reminded. The director slapped his head violently at the words. He was so confused that he actually forgot that he could watch the replay. Guide, cut out the first half-minute of the video. Slowly play it back 10 times in the live broadcast so everyone can find the truth together. At the director's command, the live broadcast screen immediately changed. Zhang Hao was still standing properly 10 meters away from Lu Feng. As the video slowed down, the crowd finally saw some details. That tiny jasper gourd was actually aimed at Zhang Hao. When Zhang Hao finished speaking, the camera began to rotate heavenward. Guide, play it frame by frame. The director hurriedly ordered. Immediately, the crowd's eyes widened. The camera was spinning, and if one extrapolated from the angle, it was actually approaching towards Lu Feng's direction. To be precise, it was approaching towards the gourd. The truth had come out. Zhang Hao was not eaten by the demon. Rather, he was collected by Lu Feng. Live streaming pop-ups. What the hell? It's actually the master who did this. What's the origin of this gourd? It can even hold people. The gourd that can hold people. Why do I feel so familiar? Purple gold red gourd, goat fat jade net bottle, everyone has the impression? Holy. Journey to the West. I remember to call the name to be loaded in. How is the master's gourd different? Nonsense. This gourd body jasper, obviously not Laojun purple gold gourd. Now. This time, the master has really paid for it. He can even pretend to be a human being. The master is great. Let the ghost actor run, if he's late, he'll become pus. What's the point of pretending to be a ghost actor? Let's save Chang first. The pop-up screens are buzzing. Zhang Hao, who was in the first scene, also received a prompt from the director. I'm in a gourd? Zhang Hao was a bit confused. Unable to help but look up, a hole was high up in the sky, somewhat out of reach. Through this hole, he could vaguely see a small piece of the night sky. The Grandmaster didn't seal it, no wonder it can still communicate. Zhang Hao understood. Knowing his situation, Zhang Hao could not help but stand up. Grandmaster, let me out quickly. You're the person I trust the most. How can you receive me into the gourd? Zhang Hao tilted his head and shouted at the cave entrance. Lu Feng, who was outside, was slurping at the gourd. It does work well, you can receive it just by talking. It's a pity that it's one of our own who is collected. Can't verify the effect of turning into pus. Lu Feng had some regret in his heart. Aiming the mouth of the gourd at the ground, Zhang Hao silently recited the incantation taught by the system. Zhang Hao once again felt the sky spinning. When he came back to his senses, he was already back in front of Lu Feng. Master, you scared me to death just now. Zhang Hao had a stunned look on his face. Lu Feng, however, was unimpressed. Since you trust me, I naturally won't harm you. Otherwise, if you wait for a moment or three, you will turn into a puddle of pus. Lu Feng sealed the gourd indifferently. Zhang Hao, however, was so scared that his face turned pale. Turned into a puddle of pus. Looking at the jasper gourd in Lu Feng's hand again, Zhang Hao only felt a chill go straight to his head. The Grandmaster really moved for real. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at Lu Feng's jasper gourd and his face went white. How could he continue the program? People sucked in and turned into pus, surely he can't continue. Daoist Zheng, what next? The ghost actor definitely can't go on, or else someone will die. The director looked towards Zhang Yohan with an anxious expression. They had underestimated the master too much. He was the only true immortal in the world. How could there be no way to deal with an actor pretending to be a ghost? Zhang Yohan pondered slightly, a little unsure of what to do. In fact, the program could still continue as long as it wanted to. For example, by allowing Zhang Hao to steal the gourd, it would allow Lu Feng to return to the starting point. It's just that in this way, the program is missing a perfect radar. The director couldn't help but pace back and forth when he saw that Daoist Zheng was not speaking. Eventually the director clapped his hands and said, Guide, cut my voice into the live broadcast. Viewers, as you can see, the master has gotten real this time. That gourd can even take in people, surely we can't let the ghost-playing actor show his face again. The program may have to be terminated. If anyone has any good ways to solve the gourd dilemma, please write to the program team privately. If there's no solution, the program team can only confess to the master. The director's voice was filled with helplessness. He really had no choice but to rely on these 2 million viewers to brainstorm. And Zhang Yohan couldn't help but shake his head after hearing the director's words. Actually, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Although this jasper gourd is powerful, there are definitely restrictions on its use. Just like Laojuan's Zijin red gourd, you need to call someone's name and the other person will agree before you can take it. The purple gold red gourd is also from a strand of immortal vines from the Kunlun mountains. The jasper gourd is from the same family and origin as it, so it should have similar restrictions. Zhang Yohan had a certainty on his face. The director and the audience instantly ate a pill of reassurance. Just what that restriction was, I'm afraid only that master knew. Little Jean, can you hear me? Hurry up and ask the Grandmaster what restrictions there are on the use of this gourd. Hurry! The director's urging voice was conveyed to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao subconsciously recalled his experience. Use restrictions. When I was collected just now, I didn't see any restrictions. Zhang Hao only remembered Lu Feng aiming the gourd at him and he was collected. There wasn't any special action in between. It seemed that he could only ask the master. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng and was about to ask, when he suddenly felt the earth quake. What is it? Zhang Hao and Lu Feng looked at the ground at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, the car in front of the duo was directly toppled over by something. Zhang Hao was startled. A huge snake had burrowed out of the ground, spitting out bright red letters. The horrifying sight near his eyes shocked Zhang Hao so much that he almost went into shock. Master! When Zhang Hao turned his head, he saw that Lu Feng had run away long ago. Question mark. I'd become a meat shield again, Nima? Zhang Hao almost wanted to curse. Instinctively, he wanted to run, but Zhang Hao's legs just seemed to be out of control, unable to exert any strength at all. With his legs and stomach shivering, Zhang Hao once again sat on his butt on the ground. What kind of demon dares to act recklessly here? Lu Feng's loud shout came from far away. Zhang Hao was not happy to hear it, but rather worried. This Tama had run out at least 50 meters. How can we save him from that distance? He was really going to die this time. Boom! There was another loud bang. The earth cracked, and Zhang Hao subconsciously looked over. The giant python in front of him had completely broken out of the ground. The bare head was a meter in diameter, and the body was more than a glance away. Zhang Hao was so scared that his liver and gall bled. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also scared out of their wits. Holy! This time it's really a boa constrictor. Mom, I want to go home. Help! I can't, I'm having a heart attack. It's at least a few dozen meters long. It's a sperm. It's definitely sperm. It's got a mouthful for 3 changs. It is said that near the treasure of heavenly materials, there must be a sacred beast guarding, is that gourd? Chapter 33. A simple master, not understanding the dangerousness of society. Zhang Hao looked at the giant python in front of him and was so scared that his breathing stopped. I heard that when a snake eats something, it swallows it directly. Could swallowing it raw be his downfall? Zhang Hao shivered and tried to make a final explanation, but froze and couldn't say a word. The python looked around, looked at Lu Feng, then looked at Zhang Hao, and then looked at the overturned car. Looking in the wrong place. I said how so hard. Damn the effort of a nap, the gourd is gone. No one wants to live today. All have to die. The python spat out human words and cursed. Zhang Hao listened in awe. However, in the next second, he saw the giant python suddenly fly up, its body rapidly shrinking. With a swish, the python disappeared into thin air. Yo, snakes can still talk. It's also too cooperative. Lu Feng beautifully sealed the jasper gourd. He was just worried about how to make a snake make a sound. As a result, this python was good and directly came to hand with perfect cooperation. Enjoy yourself inside. Lu Feng leisurely shook the jasper gourd. Sonic screams came out. Lu Feng put the jasper gourd close to his ears and could still faintly hear the sound of begging for mercy. Supreme Immortal, spare your life. I have no ill intentions, I have come specifically to join you. It's not easy for me to cultivate for hundreds of years, and I've never done anything evil with my heart towards the Tao. Please forgive me. Lu Feng returned to Zhang Hao's side and put the jasper gourd close to Zhang Hao's ear. The python's screams and pleas for mercy immediately traveled into Zhang Hao's ears. What do you think? Is what it said true? Lu Feng inquired. Zhang Hao froze for 2 seconds and hurriedly shook his head. Master, we can't bet on it. In case it's lying. If you release it, we'll both be hiccups. Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng's arm, afraid that Lu Feng would make a mistake and release the python. And it just cursed and named us to be killed. Can this be a good demon? It's obviously a ruthless character that eats people without spitting out bones. Zhang Hao's heart was about to jump out. Although the python had been put away in the jasper gourd, he didn't feel safe at all. Because this master beside him wasn't reliable at all. Hear that, there's a right to be wronged and a wrong to be done. He's the one who didn't let me release you. If you want to find someone to take revenge after you die, just look for him though. By the way, his name is Zhang Hao, he's a sales runner. Lu Feng muttered at the jasper gourd for a while. Zhang Hao's face instantly turned green. Master, you're stepping on me again. Losing me to trust you so much. How could you do this to me? Zhang Hao had a pained look on his face. Live stream. 666, still master knows how to play. Haha, I think Xiao Zhan will be scared to death by the master sooner or later. Brothers, this gourd is a bit powerful, such a big python, said to collect it. Python kills. The boa constrictor has been killed in seconds. The master is really great. If this were an actor pretending to be a ghost, he'd be on his knees right away. How can this be done? The master took it without saying a word. Where's the limit? This gourd won't take in whoever it wants, will it? It's unbelievable. No wonder the master was so pretentious before, so this magic treasure is so powerful. The show's over. The show's over. Or the master is powerful, not at all we mortals can calculate. The second live broadcast site. The director looked at Zhang Yuhan with bated breath, hoping to hear some good news. Zhang Yuhan also lived up to his expectations, and was the first to point out the key information. I don't know if everyone has heard it. When the Grandmaster collected the snake demon, he said something. He seemed to be saying that it's too cooperative for a snake to talk. I guess this hides the restriction of the gourd. Zhang Yuhan hit the nail on the head. The director nodded his head vigorously as he listened, and he heard that remark as well. But he didn't take it seriously. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed like it was really hiding important information. Little Zhang quickly asked the master. Is there any restriction on the use of this gourd? Does it require the target to say some specific words in order for the gourd to be collected? Zhang Hao's mind came alive when he heard the director's instructions. Master, what are the conditions for this jasper gourd to take in people? Is it that as long as you recite the incantation, you can take in whoever you want? Zhang Hao asked tentatively first. He felt that Lu Feng would not say it outright. After all, this jasper gourd was no ordinary treasure. Lu Feng would definitely guard against him. The incantation is only needed when releasing someone, not when collecting someone. Aim the gourd at the target, as long as the target speaks. Then it can be taken in. Lu Feng had nothing to hide. In his eyes, Zhang Hao was a grasshopper on the same rope as him. The two shared a common goal. There was no separation between the two until they got rid of that stern ghost. Besides, Zhang Hao didn't know that he was an ordinary person, and had always thought that he was a Taoist heavenly master. Those who dared to hit Hulu's idea, unless they were tired of living. Of course, more importantly, even if Zhang Hao took the gourd, it was useless. Even if he was collected by Zhang Hao with the gourd, he could come out instantly by reciting the incantation. The jasper gourd was ineffective against him. And Zhang Hao couldn't help but stay there when he saw Lu Feng being so honest. Master actually trusted him so much? Zhang Hao couldn't help but be somewhat flattered. Seeing this, Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and said, Since you trust me, I naturally trust you as well. Of course, you can steal the gourd anytime you want. Anyway, I have the method to crack the jasper gourd. I'm just afraid that you'll have the life to take it then, but not the life to use it. Lu Feng smiled gently. However, Zhang Hao was terrified. The live broadcast was watched by more than 2 million viewers, so how would he dare to steal it? And even if it wasn't live, he wouldn't dare to take the Heavenly Master's things. If he had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough for this master to play with. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be joyful again when they saw this scene. Laughing to death. He has a life to take, but no life to use it. It's a real disaster. Master's daily intimidation of Xiao Zhang +1. But Master is still young, so easy to say the limitations of the jasper gourd. Doesn't he know that there are more than 2 million people in the live broadcast room? Ha ha ha, how does the Grandmaster know he's on the air? Gotta, now everyone knows the secret of the gourd. Ha ha ha. Simple masters, completely unaware of the evils of society. Quickly go and notify the ghost-playing actors, don't say a word when you see the master. Oh no, the master is going to be autistic again. Cherish Master's expression now, you won't be able to see it in a while. Ha 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 ha. Quickly take a screenshot, we'll post it online for comparison later. The second live broadcast scene. The director let out a long sigh of relief. Looking again at the calm Zhang Yuan, the director couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration. Taoist Zhang, it's just as you said. That jasper gourd is nothing to worry about at all. Your elder is truly a divine plan. The director slammed his ass. On the side of the ghost-playing actor, he also received a prompt from the program. Can't talk? The ghost-pretending actor looked odd. He had carefully prepared his lines for this fourth encounter. Now he was told that he couldn't speak? How could that work? Chapter 34, The Actor Pretending to be a Ghost Kills. Hello, viewers of the live broadcast. This is the first live broadcast of Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host and actor, Zhang Hao. Today, I accompanied Master to the lower Kunlun mountains and found a strand of immortal vine. From the immortal vine, the master plucked a jasper gourd. And also collected a giant python that has been cultivating for hundreds of years. From the looks of things, this jasper gourd is indeed not simple. It can collect people, it can collect demons, and it can definitely collect ghosts as well. It's just that I don't know if it's useful to the immortals. A new friend asked where the master is? He is sitting in the car. I excused myself to go on the big one and ran out to stall for time. As for why the delay, I'm sure the old viewers have already guessed. Zhang Hao took off his glasses and let the camera focus on himself. Our actor who pretends to be a ghost is about to make his appearance. The fourth encounter of the master versus the night ghost is about to take place. Now that we know the limitations of the jasper gourd, I'm sure the ghost-playing actor, too, has thought of a way to deal with it. It's just that I pity the master, still confident in the Jasper gourd. Nope, he's not pitiful at all. Wait until he sees the ghost-pretending actor again. Then he'll know what fear means. Zhang Hao had a gloating look on his face. The first thing Lu Feng did when he got the gourd just now was actually receive him into the gourd. Where was the most basic trust between people? Lu Feng actually used him as a guinea pig. Lu Feng was sitting in the co-pilot and was chatting with the Jasper gourd. To be more accurate, he was chatting with the giant python in the gourd. After some friendly exchanges, accompanied by the sound of the python's screams, Lu Feng grasped quite a bit of useful information. So the Jasper gourd is still immature, no wonder you've been guarding it and not picking it. In that case, it would be me who would be wasting it. Lu Feng rubbed his chin. This can't be blamed on him either. It was the system that told him to pick it. The Jasper gourd was also picked with the help of the system. He was at most an accessory. It can collect people, ghosts, and demons before it's matured. If this is fully matured, wouldn't it be able to collect even immortals? System, it's not that I'm talking about you. Couldn't you have waited for it to mature before letting me pick it? Lu Feng complained in his heart. Ding! It will take tens of thousands of years to fully mature, you'll be long dead by then. So long. Then it's better to pick it now. Lu Feng's eyes widened and he instantly changed his tone. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the car door, Zhang Hao returned and sat in the driver's seat. However, Zhang Hao did not drive away. Master, do you think this Jasper gourd can really collect that ghost? In case he doesn't speak, won't the Jasper gourd become a decoration? Zhang Hao revealed a few moments of worry, displaying his superb acting skills. Lu Feng directly waved his hand and said, impossible. Doesn't that guy like to pretend? Coming up and saying something like I can't escape. This time I'm going to show him just who can't escape. Lu Feng's tenacious demeanor carried a few points of undisguised disdain. Zhang Hao was happy to see this. The audience in the live broadcast room was also happy. Ha, still disdainful nah, wait and cry. Where's the ghost actor? Quickly come over and give Master a lesson. Ha ha ha. Master still doesn't know what he's going to face later. Pretending ghost actor, on the way. Actor pretending to be a ghost, don't worry, wait to give the guys a show to beat up the heavenly master violently. The show team my wife went to the neighbor's house to take a bath, not yet come back to watch the live broadcast. Bath to the neighbor's house? My water heater doesn't heat up. My neighbor Wang is so nice, he lets my wife take a bath for free. Awesome. The scene of the show. Lu Feng urged Zhang Hao to hurry up and drive. He was ready to rush back to Nanjiang overnight and collect the ghost. Master, don't be in a hurry. We can totally rest for the night and go back to Nanjiang tomorrow. Zhang Hao continued to stall for time. Actually, he didn't need to stall anymore. From the rearview mirror, he saw a bit of bright light. Lu Feng also saw bright lights, but didn't worry about it. A light meant it was a person, and he wasn't interested if it was a person. Rest gross. Feelings are not your little trolley in the hands of a ghost. That's my most valuable asset, more expensive than my $2,000 computer. Lu Feng said with some heartache. Zhang Hao watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. This was the only true immortal in the world, and he was actually heartbroken over a $2,000 or $3,000 trolley? It's just a life experience, why is the master so serious? It's just a life experience, why is the master so serious? Zhang Hao kept spitting in his mind. Looking in the rearview mirror again, Zhang Hao began to sell his acting skills. Big. Master, not right ah. This neighborhood is deserted, how could someone come here at night? Zhang Hao pointed to the lights in the rearview mirror and looked a little flustered. Lu Feng directly waved his hand. Aren't the two of us also human beings? Still not running here at night. Hurry up and go, don't delay. Lu Feng urged again. Zhang Hao, however, was staring at the rearview mirror. That expression, it was as if he was possessed. Lu Feng frowned as he watched, unable to figure out what Zhang Hao was mad about. Isn't it just a person coming, what's the big no? Lu Feng was suddenly stunned. In the rearview mirror, the light stopped not far behind the car. Then a shadow, blocking the light. It looked like a machete. Lu Feng poked his head out of the car window and twisted his head to look back. The machete slashed the ground. Lu Feng was too familiar with this action. It was the same. Master. It's that ghost. That ghost rode your little electricity car. It's killing it. Zhang Hao shrieked on the spot. Live streaming room. Po ha 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 ha. Little trolley? It's on purpose, right? Master just said he was worried about the little trolley, and the program team sent it over, so thoughtful. I'm crying my eyes out, the show is so concerned about the master. Don't be so weird, the master is going to be furious. The master is getting off. The master is getting on. The ghost actor is speeding up. How many seconds do you think master can last? 3 seconds. No more. Any more and you're not a real man. Under the Kunlun Mountains. Lu Feng got off cleanly. Looking at the pretend ghost actor walking in stride, Lu Feng's face went black. Riding his little tram to the plateau? This is too much. Chapter 35 The Living Yama Who Walks the Earth. Zhang Hao also got off the bus. Looking at Lu Feng, then looking at the actor pretending to be a ghost. Zhang Hao decisively got into the car again. Driving the car a bit farther away, Zhang Hao turned around in place, and the lights turned on full blast. All of a sudden the dark environment became a lot brighter. And the terrifying aura of the costumed ghost actor was completely revealed under the lights. His height of nearly 2 meters brought about a mountain-like sense of oppression. Every step taken by the ghost actor made people's hearts tremble. The rusty machete stained with blood is even more chilling. The cold night air also added to the eerie atmosphere. The costumed ghost actors were like evil spirits crawling out of hell to torture all living beings to death. Did you see that? The ghost-mounted actors are here to kill. I'll start by stating that riding a bike is the personal behavior of the ghost-floating actor and has nothing to do with the show's crew. Especially it has nothing to do with me. Everyone remember to testify for me. Zhang Hao first set himself aside. With his glasses aimed at Lu Feng, Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng remove the gourd cover. It's starting, master is ready to do it. Even though we know the limitations of the Jasper gourd, the scene is still treacherous. In case the actor pretending to be a ghost accidentally speaks. Everyone should know that there's still a giant python in the Jasper gourd. That python is still alive. Once the ghost-playing actor is taken in, he will immediately be eaten alive by the python. At that time, even if the master wants to release him, he won't have a chance. Zhang Hao endeavored to create a tense atmosphere. Of course, he knew very well that with the quality of the ghost-pretending actor, it was impossible to make a sound. Even if a knife was slashed on his body, the ghost-pretending actor wouldn't even utter a sound. This was a lopsided duel. However, as the host, he naturally couldn't narrate it in such a boring manner. People might think that the ghost-pretending actor is stable. But that's not the case. If this trips halfway, the ghost-playing actor will let out an ouch and will also be put into the Jasper gourd. Being mute isn't that easy. Accidents can come at any time. Zhang Hao muttered endlessly in a low voice. As he was about to continue creating a tense atmosphere, Lu Feng spoke up. Even Kunlun Mountain can come after you, you're quite capable. Lu Feng looked at the actor pretending to be a ghost who had walked 10 meters away, his expression growing more and more disdainful. The Jasper gourd was already aimed at this evil ghost. As long as this evil ghost opens its mouth, even if it only lets out a soft hum, it will be collected inside the Jasper gourd. What's more, he had complete certainty that this evil ghost definitely had something to say. As expected, the ghost-loading actor stopped 10 meters away after hearing Lu Feng's words. With his mouth open, the ghost actor's eyes showed a fierce light. It seemed like it was about to say the words from last time again. Zhang Hao froze at the sight. What was the situation? The ghost actor pretender was going to speak? This is crazy. Zhang Hao subconsciously wanted to warn. But in front of Lu Feng, he swallowed his words back. If he reminded him, he would be exposed. Wen Yuan shouldn't make any mistakes. Zhang Hao comforted himself. He was an experienced veteran actor and was also one of the top martial arts masters in the world. How could he possibly make a low-level mistake? Compared to Zhang Hao's worries, Lu Feng was much happier. Steady. Lu Feng held the Jasper gourd in one hand behind his back. A high-level demeanor was born. This evil spirit had been chasing him for so long, but it was finally time to draw a line under it. 10 meters away. The ghost-playing actor didn't speak immediately, but dragged the machete with his right hand and felt behind him with his left hand. It seems to be pounding something. I told you, you can't escape. The voice of the ghost-pretending actor sounded in the wind. Between the closed mouth of the ghost-pretending actor, the words that were full of teasing and killing intent were transmitted to Lu Feng's ears. It also reached Zhang Hao's ears. Instantly, Zhang Hao was confused. Wen Yuan really spoke? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Not only him, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Various question marks directly brushed the screen. On the second live broadcast site, the director and Zhang Youhan were also dumbfounded. This was not the original plan. The original plan was that the actor pretending to be a ghost should not say a word. Why did this change suddenly occur? Could it be that the ghost actor had forgotten about the restrictions of the Jasper gourd? Everyone's mind went blank. Only Lu Feng almost laughed out loud. You like to pretend, don't you? And what I can't escape. Go in you. Lu Feng was spirited, just waiting for this evil ghost to be collected inside the Jasper gourd. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The ghost-playing actor was still standing properly in place. Question mark. This time it was Lu Feng who was confused. The ghost actor grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. No one on this seat's list can escape. This seat is the living king of hell who walks the earth. Your 3 souls and 7 spirits. This seat takes it. The ghost-loaded actor moved, dragging his 1.5-meter machete and came to kill. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. The distance was rapidly shortening. Lu Feng was completely confused. The Jasper Gourd doesn't work? The living king of hell who walks the earth? Isn't that the title the system gave him? Soon the ghost actor arrived in front of him and slashed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng subconsciously took the Jasper Gourd to block a bit. The sound of gold and iron clashing came. Lu Feng shocked and dislocated his hand, and the Jasper Gourd directly fell to the ground. After retreating more than 10 steps in succession, Lu Feng barely managed to stand still. Master! Zhang Hao was shocked and quickly ran to Lu Feng's side. While the ghostly actor looked at the Jasper Gourd on the ground, he directly stomped on the ground. The Jasper Gourd was shaken up by the powerful force. The ghost actor pretending to be a knife was knocked away. Want to run? Take your life. The ghost actor in costume let out a fierce laugh, and Zhang Hao's body trembled at the sight. That look was too damn scary. Lu Feng's complexion tightened as he decisively tugged Zhang Hao into the car. Bang! The ghost actor chased after him and slashed at the roof of the car. Immediately, the roof of the car was dented. Zhang Hao's liver and guts cracked as he watched, and he hurriedly stepped on the gas and slipped away. Until the ghost actor's figure disappeared from view. Zhang Hao was still in shock. What the hell, a ghost? That's not a ghost actor, is it? Zhang Hao spat in his mind, his little heart about to beat out. And he had an even bigger doubt. Why was the Jasper Gourd useless? Even if the crew had hit a ghost, the Jasper Gourd would still be able to collect it. There was no reason for it not to work. Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Feng and saw that the master was sweating profusely. How are you, master? Are you hurt? Zhang Hao hurriedly asked. I seem to have dislocated my right hand. Lu Feng returned. As soon as Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately drove to top speed and headed straight to the nearest hospital. The second live broadcast site. What's the situation? Why didn't the Jasper Gourd work? The director was filled with dismay. The guide connected to the ghost-loading actor's communication and began to ask about the specifics. It's not that the gourd didn't work, it's that I didn't speak. I used a recording, just open your mouth and lip sync. Director, I wrote good lines, right? The voice of the actor pretending to be a ghost slightly appeared to be intentional came, immediately plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Recording. Sound. Director, I'm going to pick up the gourd, let's talk back. The ghost actor pretending to be a ghost hung up the communication. The director came back to his senses after a while. Tramp Mu Wen Yuan, what a trample who can add drama to himself. The director couldn't say whether he was angry or happy, and couldn't help but curse the ghost-playing actor. Guide, cut my voice into the live broadcast. Viewers, you may not be able to figure out why the Jasper Gourd didn't work. Let me explain here. The ghost-pretending actor didn't actually speak, he recorded in advance. Just now he was playing the recording, and lip-syncing in the meantime. That's why the Jasper Gourd couldn't collect him. I would like to make a serious statement here. The recording is the personal behavior of the actor pretending to be a ghost. The director paused and couldn't help but curse in a small voice. He's a real genius. As soon as the director's words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Nima. Recording? This is a great move. Seeking the psychological shadow area of the master. This ghost actor is a real talent. I declare that from now on, I will obey no one but this ghost actor. This is a way to make the master suffer. The master is going to be skeptical again. Doubtful? 100 days after the injury, the master is going to doubt even his last life. Ha ha ha, what kind of sins did the master do in his past life? He actually ran into the show in this life. Chapter 36, Doubting Life? The master discovers the truth. Hospital. Zhang Hao hung up the emergency room for Lu Feng. As Lu Feng went to treat his wrist, Zhang Hao also received an explanation from the director. Recording. Zhang Hao almost thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, it's the recording. Wen Yuan has picked up the Jasper Gourd. Daoist Zhang's disciples and staff are sending the Jasper Gourd to Nanzhang. You look after the master carefully, so that the master can recuperate at ease. Compensate for the car and go on the program's account. The director paused for a second and added. You by the way ask the master again what other powerful means he has. It's best to get another magic weapon before dawn. After the director finished his explanation, he went off to nag with Zhang Yohan. Zhang Hao stood dumbfounded in the hospital corridor for a while as if he was a world away. Recording. Zhang Hao muttered. The truth was actually this? Zhang Hao couldn't accept it. A full half a minute passed before Zhang Hao snapped back to his senses. Treading horse is actually a recording? Recording Nima. Goji actually even scared me. Zhang Hao was so angry that he directly spat Fanfang. He really thought he had hit a ghost at that time. Especially that slash on the roof of the car scared the hell out of him. However, looking back, the ghost-playing actor did stay his hand. The first slash hit the Jasper Gourd. If the ghost actor had really used his strength, the master would have either been sent flying or halved on the spot. The second chop hit the top of the car. With the strength of the ghost actor, he could have split the car in two. In fact, the car was still intact. The ghost actor maintained the right amount of oppression. He even gave the master a small injury to motivate him to try again. Mud, when Yuan really knows how to put on a show. Zhang Hao's comment on the ghost-playing actor was the same as the director's. The living king of hell who still walks the earth. Who the hell wrote these lines? He's not afraid of losing his life. Zhang Hao couldn't stop spitting in his mind. On the other side, Lu Feng also bandaged up and came out. Because the injury was not serious, Lu Feng did not put on a cast and just wrapped a bandage around his wrist. Compared to his previous spiritedness, Lu Feng's face had depression written all over it. Master, how is your hand? Do you need to be hospitalized? Zhang Hao had a concerned face. Hospitalize the wool. It's not like I'm dying. It's just that I can't exert too much force on my right hand lately, other than that it has no effect. Lu Feng returned in a bad mood. Although Lu Feng's tone was bad. However, Zhang Hao did not get angry, instead, he had some sympathy in his heart. Because just a short while ago, this master was still spirited. As a result, now not only did he lose his Jasper gourd, but he was also injured and hospitalized. If he was Lu Feng, he probably wanted to die. Master, let's go eat first. We just had a big battle with a lie ghost, we need to make up for it. Strive to finish off that stern ghost next time. Zhang Hao had a rare moment where he didn't utter a sneer. Lu Feng, however, didn't feel good about what he heard. What does it mean to have a big fight? That's called a lopsided spike. Eat, just know how to eat. Eat yourself. I'm not in the mood. Lu Feng had a dark face and walked towards the outside of the hospital. Zhang Hao scratched his head at the sight and finally let out a long sigh. Friends of the audience, it seems that the Grandmaster has been dealt a bad blow. Lost magic treasure, injured right hand. I'm really afraid that Master is depressed. And after all this, the director is actually asking me to press the Grandmaster for a new tactic? Director, I beg you to be a human being. Can it kill you to let the Master rest? Anyway, I won't squeeze the Grandmaster again tonight, so I hope everyone understands. Zhang Hao whispered and went after Lu Feng. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this and instantly disagreed. Don't Keep stepping up, I'm counting on this program to renew my life tonight. That's it. Brothers, let Master go, Master has suffered enough already. Indeed, I also quite sympathize with the Master, but after seeing the screenshots of the Master's previous pretense. Master, I lived 20 years, I do not know what is cold face. Ha, rehashing old scores, right? A slight smile, standing with his hands in the air, this is the Master's standard action. Don't talk about it, there's a picture. Pretend to be the most bullish, get the hardest beatings. Ha, upstairs is really talented. I'm laughing my ass off. Master Blackface, anyone got a screenshot? Hurry up and send a comparison to make an emoticon. Outside the hospital. Lu Feng sitting on the side of the road, looks a little lonely and lonely cold. Looking at the vehicles coming and going on the road, Lu Feng's eyes are dull and he doesn't know what he is thinking. Master, braised beef noodles, hot. Zhang Hao carried 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles and sat beside Lu Feng. Bringing one of the bowls to Lu Feng, Zhang Hao was filled with concern. Lu Feng came back to his senses and took the beef noodles with his left hand. Zhang Hao, I realized I was wrong. Lu Feng received the chopsticks with his right hand, although he was carrying injuries, eating noodles was still not a big problem. What's wrong? Zhang Hao was a bit curious. Lu Feng took a bite of the noodles first and then drank a mouthful of the soup. Feeling the heat entering his body, Lu Feng couldn't help but raise a few spirits. About that ghost, I judged it wrong. Actually. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and uttered the 4 words that made Zhang Hao startled. He's not a ghost. Zhang Hao's body instantly froze. Not a ghost. The Grandmaster saw it? Zhang Hao's heart was shocked, and his first reaction was to run away. Now that the Grandmaster knew that the program was messing with the ghost, wouldn't he immediately take him to task? It was hard to say if he would be able to keep a whole body. But Zhang Hao's old habit was off. Both legs are weak. Zhang Hao, not to mention running, froze and couldn't even move his butt. Great. Master. You listened to my explanation. Zhang Hao was so scared that he was shivering, and the soup from the beef noodles spilled out. He hadn't expected at all that the deception would be unveiled so suddenly. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. He didn't even know where to start confessing. The second live broadcast scene. The director sat up straight all of a sudden. Zhang Yohan even stood up instantly. Daoist Cheng, it seems like we've revealed ourselves. Little Zhang had to confess. Should we rush to Kunlun Mountain immediately? The director looked anxious. If there was no involvement from the Taoist sect, then it would be fine even if we were exposed. It was time to come clean and confess, and apologize. He believed that with the Master's nature, even if he had anger in his heart, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately. At most, he, the director, along with Xiao Zhang and the ghost actors, would be lined up for the master to beat them up. As long as the master's anger was out, everything would be fine. But the Taoist sect won't agree. These old men are forcing the program to die. Now that Xiao Zhang is going to confess, the Tao sect is definitely going to make a mess. As expected, the next second he heard Zhang Youhan speak. Can't confess. Now is not the time to confess. Even if master finds out, we have to find a way to muddle through. Quickly let this Zhang Hao find a way. Zhang Youhan commanded in a deep voice. The director had no choice but to convey the instruction to Zhang Hao. So Zhang Hao's confession, which was at the edge of his mouth, was held back hard. What are you going to explain to me? Lu Feng stared at Zhang Hao without blinking. Zhang Hao's line of sight shifted and his gaze fell on the beef noodles. I added an extra serving of beef to my noodles. I was afraid that you would find out and ate it on the way here. Zhang Hao confessed with a nervous face. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow at his words. Just this? The live broadcast pop-ups. Master really found it? Martyr, I can feel the murderous aura even through the screen. That's the only master in the world. Can Zhang stand up to him? Can Zhang handle it? No way. This confession will be the end of the program. I didn't expect the program to end so suddenly. Director, run for your life. The master is coming. Chapter 37 Nervous Host. There are 3 levels of Dharma and 5 levels of immortality. Zhang Hao, who was being stared at by Lu Feng, was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his back. The director told me to fool the master. Easy to say, it's all ing worn out, how am I going to fool it? Zhang Hao's mind was racing. But for a moment he could not think of any good ideas. Just as Zhang Hao was getting more and more anxious, Lu Feng withdrew his gaze. You paid for the noodles, adding a portion of meat is just a matter of adding a portion of meat, why are you still sneaking around? Getting down to business, that ghost is not simple. The Jasper gourd can collect people, ghosts, and demons in the world, but it can't collect him. What does that mean? It means he's not a man, not a ghost, not a demon. This is a ghost immortal. Lu Feng ruthlessly clamped the only thing in the bowl, 2 slices of beef as thin as cicada wings. Stuffing a mouthful into his mouth, Lu Feng chewed it fiercely. It was as if what he was eating was not beef, but a pretend ghost actor. And Zhang Hao couldn't help but look stunned after hearing Lu Feng's words. Ghost immortal? Zhang Hao's eyes grew whiter and whiter. Lu Feng nodded. Not bad, it's the ghost immortal. He dares to call himself the king of living hell, he must have already become an immortal. When Lu Feng said king of living hell, he still had some pain. He was bound to the king of living hell system. He was the living king of hell walking on earth. As a result, the ghosts weren't killed, and his title was even snatched by the ghosts. Even the lowest level of gods can't be counted as ordinary ghosts anymore. This thing is tainted with the attributes of a divine immortal, the Jasper gourd is naturally ineffective against him. The more Lu Feng said, the more depressed he became. If he had known that the ghost was so special, why would he have thrown himself into the net? Now, not only was he injured, the Jasper gourd was also destroyed by that ghost. Zhang Hao listened to Lu Feng's explanation. And couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Good guy, so it was a false alarm? Just now he was so close to not being scared to death. But this ghost fairy. A little outrageous. Ghost immortal, isn't it the same as a ghost? Is that how a master comforts himself? Zhang Hao slandered in his heart, but didn't point it out. It was so hard for the Grandmaster to find a reason to comfort himself, he would not lift a finger until he was full. Live streaming pop-ups. Nervous to death. So Master didn't realize. It's us scaring ourselves. Director, good guy, my suicide note written in vain? Not for nothing, sooner or later, it will be useful. The Master has a knack for comforting himself. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do without it, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it sooner or later. I told you, how could a ghost actor with his godlike acting skills reveal himself? Mud, the ghost actor is really scary, my girlfriend was scared by him and cried. Not to mention your girlfriend, I'm scared too. This actor is really great. He's not really from hell, is he? Stop it, my locker is moving. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the live screen that came back and couldn't help but feel relieved. On the side, Zhang Youhan strokes his beard and seems to be thinking about Lu Feng's words. Heaven, earth, people, gods, ghosts. Can't even the Jasper gourd be collected? Zhang Youhan muttered. The director froze at his words. Heaven, earth, people, gods, and ghosts? What kind of things? Taoist Zhang, what are you talking about? The director asked. Zhang Youhan came back to his senses and explained, I'm thinking about what Master said. The Jasper gourd can collect humans, ghosts, and demons, but not immortals. It is often said that there are 3 levels of Taoism and 5 levels of immortality, he said. These 5 classes of immortals are heaven, earth, man, god, and ghost. The ghost immortal is the lowest ranked immortal, he. Before Zhang Yohan could finish his words, he saw the director make a pause gesture. Guide, pick up the voices of Taoist Master Zhang and I into the live broadcast. The director commanded, with a strong curiosity in his eyes. He hadn't studied much about the Taoist sect, and at first glance, when he heard about what immortals were divided into 5 classes, he immediately became interested. It just so happened that Lu Feng's side was eating. Taking advantage of the break time, why not let Taoist Master Zhang tell the story? Taoist Master Zhang, you just said that there are 5 classes of immortals, can you be more specific? The director revealed a look of humble curiosity. Once the audience in the live broadcast room heard this, each of them also perked up their ears. Zhang Yohan stroked his beard and began a new round of eloquent conversation. For immortals, everyone generally refers to them collectively as divine immortals. But if you want to break it down, it can be categorized into 5 classes. They are heaven immortal, divine immortal, earth immortal, human immortal, and ghost immortal. Of which ghost immortal is the lowest? Cultivators who are overly hasty in their cultivation, and whose obsessions do not dissipate after death, and whose souls linger in the world, are ghost immortals. Ghost immortals don't enter the hell or the immortal mountains, although they can jump out of the cycle of reincarnation. It's difficult to accomplish the Tao. The only way to go further is to reincarnate into the next life and cultivate again. Masters Jasper Gord does not accept people from the immortal Tao. Although ghost immortals are ghosts by nature, they are one of the 5 immortals. So Master's speculation makes sense. This particular kind of ghost, the Jasper Gord can't take in. The director listened with a sudden realization. He had thought that the so-called ghost immortals were ordinary ghosts that had cultivated into immortals. He didn't realize that this was not the case. Ghost immortals were, to put it bluntly, immortal cultivators who couldn't die in peace. The hell does not accept, immortal mountain does not accept, seemingly jump out of the cycle of reincarnation, but in reality, a lonely soul wild ghost. If you don't reincarnate, you won't be able to cultivate in this life. For people who cultivate, this is undoubtedly very cruel. That's why the ultimate return of ghost immortals is to be reincarnated and recultivated. Taoist Zhang, what about the remaining 4 immortals? Tell us all together, your old man. The director looked blearily at Zhang Yihan. Zhang Yuhan cleared his throat and continued to popularize the subject. I'll briefly talk about the remaining 4 immortals, so everyone can learn about them as a matter of interest. Above the ghost immortal is the human immortal, a person of the immortal Tao who has achieved a small degree of cultivation. Although they have not realized the great Tao, they have realized one of the thousands of dharmas. One's life is free from cold and summer diseases, and one's life is prolonged in peace and happiness. Somewhat stronger than a ghost immortal. Zhang Yohan paused for a moment, and his assistant hurriedly brought tea. The director's heart stirred as he listened and said, isn't this just a partial student? Immortal cultivation cannot be fully developed, and ultimately, it is difficult to achieve enlightenment of the great Tao. The director spoke his understanding. Zhang Yohan nodded. The analogy wasn't too appropriate, but it could be understood that way. Taoist Zhang, what kind of immortals are above the human immortals? Above the human immortal. Zhang Yuhan smiled faintly. Above the human immortal is the earth immortal. The half of heaven and earth, the 3rd rank among the 5 immortals. Also known as the land immortals as everyone calls them. Compared to a human immortal, an earth immortal is a small completion of all dharma disciplines. Born long into the world, they are only one step away from the great Tao. If an earth immortal eventually achieves great success in their dharma, they will be a divine immortal. Living on an immortal mountain and island, they are free and easy. If an earth immortal not only achieves great Taoism, but also has great merits in the world, he is a heavenly immortal. A heavenly immortal can be appointed by the heavenly court as an immortal official and reside in the heavens. Zhang Yuhan finished his introduction and added, this is the saying in the Taoist collection about immortals being categorized into 5 classes, so everyone can believe it or not. After all, no one has ever seen an immortal. As soon as Zhang Yohan's words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room disagreed. Never seen an immortal before? Wasn't the one eating noodles in the live broadcast screen a living immortal in the world? Then heaven and earth, people, gods, and ghosts. The master belongs to which class? Chapter 38, System-induced cheat. Brothers, what kind of immortal do you think the master is? I don't know what kind of immortal, anyway, it certainly won't be a ghost immortal. Master can fight ghosts and people at the same time, it doesn't feel like a biased human immortal. Is he an earth immortal? Earth immortals are immortal, surely they are immortal bodies, how can they still dislocate their hands? That's true. So what kind of immortal is the Grandmaster? The viewers are talking a lot. The director saw the pop-ups and also came to be interested. Taoist Zhang, what kind of immortal would you say the master is? Heavenly immortal, divine immortal, earthly immortal, human immortal, ghost immortal. Which class does the master reside in? The director asked with great interest, wanting to frame Lu Feng with the class divisions in the game. However, Zhang Yohan shook his head. Why does it have to be an immortal? Ghost immortals and human immortals are all astray. This master of ours, not sticking to one method and one discipline, is clearly cultivating towards the realm of Earth Immortal. He's still very young, he'll definitely achieve enlightenment in the future. Even though he's not an immortal at the moment, for us with the immortal path cut off, he is the only true immortal in the world. The director couldn't help but slap his head violently as he listened to Zhang Yihan's words. What Daoist Zhang said is right, I was confused. In the immortal cultivation path, there are more cultivators who practice hard. How can everyone be an immortal? Grandmaster has not gone astray and has a bright future. Right now he is in the growth stage. Taking a Grandmaster to set up the realm where immortals are divided into 5 classes is instead fettering the Grandmaster. The director's words traveled into the live broadcast room, causing the pop-up screen chatter to gradually stop. And at the scene of the program, Zhang Hao waited for Lu Feng to finish his noodles, then asked about the next step in his journey. Master, should we find a hotel to stay in? It's been almost 24 hours, we've been circling that ghost. It's time to take a good rest as well. Zhang Hao said and yawned. He was indeed a bit overwhelmed. He had only slept a bit on the airplane this day and night, and he was even more sleepy after eating the noodles. Lu Feng nodded at his words. It's time to rest, but we can't go to a hotel. Just sleep in the car. In case that ghost comes after us, it's easy to get out of the car. Lu Feng was thoughtful. Zhang Hao, however, secretly grumbled. Sleeping in a car was no more comfortable than sleeping in a big bed. As for worrying about the actor pretending to be a ghost to kill him, that guy followed the program's accommodation and definitely went to sleep in a star hotel at night. I don't know how many times better than the car. But Zhang Hao couldn't say any of this. In the end, Zhang Hao could only come to the car and scrape together a living to enter dreamland. Ding! A new day has arrived. Friendly reminder, the host can sign in now. As a newbie benefit, there are still rewards for signing in the next day. Lu Feng was sleeping soundly in the co-pilot when he was suddenly woken up by the system. Opening his eyes in a daze, Lu Feng looked at the time. 12 o'clock at midnight. You're sick. Reminding in the middle of the night, still letting people sleep? Lu Feng was already harboring a fire. Now that he was woken up, he was even more furious. Ding! Getting so many rewards from the system and still accomplishing nothing. How did you sleep well as a waste? The system's unceremonious mockery instantly sobered Lu Feng. You? Lu Feng covered his chest and was so close to not dying of anger. After slowing down for a while, Lu Feng returned 2 words in his mind, sign in. Ding! Signed in successfully, gained 1 lottery draw. Whether to draw immediately? Draw. Ding! Successful draw, obtaining a healed injury. The system's voice ended abruptly. In the past, when something was drawn, the system would have additional instructions. But this time, it didn't say anything. Lu Feng was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Injury healed. Lu Feng looked to his right hand. After gripping it vigorously, Lu Feng realized that it was very powerful and there was no discomfort at all. So magical? Lu Feng came to spirit. Quickly removing the bandage, Lu Feng then realized that his right hand had completely recovered. Good guy, the system has finally done something human. The depression in Lu Feng's heart immediately went away for the most part. Only those who have been injured know how happy it is to have their right hand intact. Immediately, Lu Feng moved his wrist, swinging his fist twice from time to time, feeling the joy of recovery. And on the center console of the car, Zhang Hao placed his glasses on it before going to sleep. It was just right for the co-pilot. Although it was late at night, the heat of the live broadcast had dropped quite a bit. But there were still over 100,000 viewers chatting away. Seeing the image transmitted back from the glasses, at once these viewers were not calm. Master hand healed? What about the 100 days of injuries that I, Nima, said I was going to have? Even if the master is not seriously injured, it can't be healed so quickly, right? That's ridiculous. Last time I dislocated my arm, it took me weeks to heal. That's not true. It's only been a few hours. The master arrived at the hospital at 10 o'clock, and now it's 12 o'clock, less than 2 hours. 2 hours to recover as before? The live broadcast room was full of discussion. Lu Feng knows nothing about it. He now remembered another thing. The system's draw is a bit off. Lu Feng secretly frowned. From the evil punishing talisman to inviting the Yin god, from the 1,000-year willow branch to the jasper gourd. The rewards given by the system were more powerful than one another. The value of the prizes has been increasing at an even rate. It looked good, but it didn't match the randomness of the lottery. The signing in just now confirmed this point. As soon as he injured his hand, he drew the healed from injury. It was a bit too much of a coincidence. Although it was exactly what he needed, but without the randomness of the lottery, how can it be called a lottery? System, UING cheat. Lu Feng directly cursed in his mind. This is like some blind box scam on the internet. The buyer is buying with closed eyes, but the merchant is loading it with open eyes. You cannot win the lottery, the business heart clear, the whole business control. Probability? It doesn't exist. That is to fool the buyers. In the business, this is a joke. Lu Feng now have this feeling. It is reasonable to say that the lottery is random. He can even draw the innate treasure. Even if the chances are small, at least there is a thought. But if it was manipulated by the system behind closed doors, whether he could draw an innate treasure or not, it all depended on the system's mood. This feeling of being led by the nose, Lu Feng disliked it. How can a lottery be called a lottery if it's not random? System, what's the difference between your secretive behavior and a lottery? It completely destroys the fun of the lottery. Lu Feng denounced the system's shameless behavior in his heart. Ding! In view of the host's single-mindedness in getting rid of ghosts and taking out the snake demon with 300 years of Tao, now a special award is given for one lottery draw. Host, will you draw this prize, or not? The system's mechanical voice rang out. Lu Feng instantly clam-ported up. Chapter 39, Midnight Scare. Master, don't laugh, I'm scared. Time passed by 1 minute. Lu Feng lying in the co-pilot, twisting his head to look out the window at night. A face of rawness. I have to say, or the system of the horse is ruthless. He is clearly showing a face of I am the black curtain, what can you do to me? Ding. It's been 10 minutes. Host, are you going to draw this prize or not? Note, not drawing the prize this time is not considered as giving up on executing the night ghost. The system's voice sounded again. Lu Feng's face darkened. This note is something. In the past, if he didn't draw the lottery, he would be considered to have given up on killing the ghosts, and according to the rules, he would be wiped out by the system. To put it bluntly, he was forced by the system to draw. This time, however, there is no such worry. Then this prize in the end is to draw, or not to draw? If you draw it, you're giving in to the system. Not to draw and a bit of a waste of. I have to say, the system has a way of torturing people. The system has a way of torturing people. This is determined that he will be soft. Give me another minute. Lu Feng replied back in a bad mood. He wanted to say no to the system. But the moment he remembered the terrifying evil ghost that was chasing him, Lu Feng couldn't be tough. If he gave up this lucky draw, it was equivalent to giving up a chance to fight against the evil spirits. Who knows when the next lottery will be? With that evil ghost step-by-step approach, there was a high probability that he wouldn't last for the next draw. System, none of the things I drew in the first 4 draws were useful. I'm already sure that guy is a ghost immortal. Can you give a damn? Let me draw something really powerful? Lu Feng started bargaining. But the system didn't reply. System, honestly, if you give something that can't even swing a ghost immortal. Don't call this system of yours the living Yama system. How about renaming it as the little Yakuza system? It can only deal with little Yakuza. Lu Feng gave a mocking output and the system finally reacted. Ding. Detected the host repeatedly mocking the system, now withdrawing the rewards from the last draw. The system's mechanical indifferent voice rang out. Lu Feng instantly froze. Immediately afterward, he felt that his right hand was a bit uncomfortable. Nima. Lu Feng sat up at once. Looking at his right hand that was vaguely aching, Lu Feng's person went numb. This ing can also be done? The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the scene. Master how to sit up again? Must have been angry by the ghost actor. This is the more you think about it, the more angry you are, so angry that you can't sleep? It's very possible. Everyone, look. The master's face is dark. The street lights are powerful, the master's face is really dark. Wait a minute. What's the master doing with the bandage? Why is the master wrapping his hand again? Is it to confuse Chang? I guess he wants to continue to be a sick man and let Chang serve him. 6. The master has a way of fixing people. Unfortunately, this is a live broadcast. Tomorrow, give Xiao Zhang a reminder, don't let the master fool you. Lu Feng silently wrapped the bandage. Forcibly resisting the urge to dislike the system, Lu Feng tried to calm himself down. Ding. Has the host decided? Do you want to draw a prize or not? The system's urging voice came. Lu Feng clenched his teeth and squeezed out a hard word, draw. Ding. Successful draw, obtaining falling soul money. Soul falling money, 3 souls and 7 spirits, all of them fall, and in a moment or 3 moments, the soul will be scattered. How to use: throw the money on the ground, as long as the target enters the range of 20 meters in front of them, their souls will be ingested, and ghost immortals are no exception. Note 1, use up to 3 times, more details can be known after obtaining the soul drop money. Note 2, the location of the soul falling money has been marked in the host's cell phone, please take it as soon as possible. Lu Feng couldn't help but brighten up as he listened to the system prompts. 3 souls and 7 spirits, fall as much as possible. Ghost immortal is no exception. Kana system, you stepped on a horse and finally gave it a go for once. Lu Feng was comfortable in his heart. Although he knows that it is a backroom lottery. But being able to solve the immediate dilemma is a good thing. Moreover, he exploded the information of the ghost immortal on the front foot, and the system gave the magic treasure to kill the ghost immortal on the back foot. It had to be said that the system was still very powerful. It was the fact that the lottery was secretly manipulated by the system that reduced the sense of anticipation by a lot. When I kill that ghost, then I will talk to the system about the shady thing. Lu Feng's mind was set on the idea. But when Lu Feng pulled out his cell phone, opened the map and saw the location marked by the system. Another few thousand ing miles? Lu Feng people numb. The magic treasure is powerful, but the system's routine of tossing people around still hasn't changed at all. However, when he thought of the scene where the evil ghost was collected, Lu Feng's dissatisfaction dissipated a lot. This time that ghost will be finished. Repeatedly chasing me for thousands of miles. I see that you, the living king of hell, is considered to be at the end of your days. Lu Feng laughed coldly. Zhang Hao on the side was awakened. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Feng's face full of fierce smile. Zhang Hao almost didn't die of fright. Ghost. Master, are you possessed by a ghost? Zhang Hao was so shocked that his left hand directly opened the car door. Although the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't see Zhang Hao, they heard Zhang Hao's voice. At once, everyone was happy. Ha, little Zhang was awakened by fear? Ghosts on. Xiao Zhang's mouth is really owed na. I laughed so hard that I dropped my cell phone. But it is indeed scary enough, a person sitting next to you in the middle of the night sneering. Don't say it, I feel a little cold. Ha 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 ha, seeks the psychological shadow area of Xiao Zhang. Brothers, I think I heard the car door open. Zhang, this is ready to jump out of the car? Are you that scared? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Inside the car. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was so scared that he almost got out of the car and ran. Great. Master. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Hao inquired with a nervous face. Lu Feng sniffed and rolled his eyes. What's a ghost screaming in the middle of the night? You're the one who's possessed. Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when Lu Feng lectured him like this. It was obviously not ghost-possessed. Zhang Hao patted his chest and closed the car door. Master, you can't blame me for this. Who made you smile so creepy? It's nighttime, who wouldn't be scared when they see it? Zhang Hao spat and put his glasses on by hand. Then he saw that Lu Feng's waist was straight. That breezy air of a worldly superior returned to Lu Feng. Master, what's the situation? Zhang Hao looked stunned. He remembered that before the two of them went to bed, Lu Feng still had a shriveled and depressed look. As a result, this night hadn't even passed yet, and the master had risen up again? This was also too fast. Especially when he looked at the time, Zhang Hao had a sense of unreality when he saw that it was just after 12. Master, don't tell me that you have a way to kill ghosts again. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng with a skeptical face. Lu Feng smiled bashfully after hearing this. Not bad, I do have a way. This time, even if the elder Lord Tai Shan came, he can't protect him. I said so. Chapter 40, Moderator, Master wants to make a demon? Let's see how I'm going to play him. Good morning, viewers. This is the first live broadcast of Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host and actor, Zhang Hao. A new day has begun, and Master and I will be embarking on a new journey. That's right, Grandmaster has another idea. The specifics Master hasn't told me yet, but judging from Master's expression, it's stable this time. Grandmaster himself told me that it's Tai Shan Lao Jun coming. And don't try to keep the pretend ghost actor. Zhang Hao took advantage of the gap between buying breakfast to make a short commentary. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the Master could come out of the shadows so quickly. The Celestial Master still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. I wonder what Master is going to use this time. What method is it? I guess. Zhang Hao suddenly paused. Listening to the information coming from the program team in his headphones, Zhang Hao slowly widened his eyes. Viewers, an update. The director just told me, saying that the Master's hand has healed. While I was asleep, the Grandmaster untied the bandage, and his wrist has returned as good as new. But then Master tied the bandage again. This is a ing trick to me. Zhang Hao said and couldn't help but laugh twice. Unfortunately, the Grandmaster couldn't even dream that his behavior was broadcast live the entire time. There were over 100,000 viewers during the night, witnessing this scene. So the Grandmaster was doomed to miss the mark. Everyone, watch me perform. Let's see how I'll tease him. The corners of Zhang Hao's mouth rose with a bit of teasing on his face. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly flirted when they heard Zhang Hao's voice. Coming, little Zhang is going to make a demon. Ha ha ha, Master is going to suffer again. Let's guess how Zhang will mess up the program's effect. I don't know, but the Master is going to be depressed. Master, I just want to be a patient quietly, is there anything wrong with that? Let's see how Zhang will play him. 6666666666666. The morning of the big thing, this program chased and the TV series are with the force. Zhang Hao took the buns and rice and returned to the car. But when it came down to it, Zhang Hao went soft. He decided to give Lu Feng one last chance. Master, how is your hand? Does it still hurt? Zhang Hao had a concerned look on his face, and at the same time, he carried a few points of expectation. He hoped that Lu Feng would confess to him. Lu Feng subconsciously moved his right hand. It doesn't hurt much anymore, just that I still can't make it work. Lu Feng said honestly. He is now a bit regretful, he shouldn't have taunted the system so hard at night. Now it's good, signing up for the lottery was wasted for nothing. Let's go back to yesterday's place after dinner. The Jasper gourd was sent flying by that ghost, I don't know if it was destroyed. It would be great if it can still be retrieved. Lu Feng spoke about the plan. Zhang Hao absent-mindedly nodded his head and his gaze fell on Lu Feng's right hand. Grandmaster, why do you think you need to do this? Zhang Hao sighed darkly. Since the Grandmaster didn't tell the truth, then don't blame him for messing with the program's effects. After a meal, Zhang Hao drove back to the foot of Kunlun mountain. After the two looked around the neighborhood, the gourd this seat took away, just as a urinal. A huge boulder stood abruptly on the flat ground. On it was a line of words carved out by a knife. Lu Feng took a glance at it and immediately his face was blacker than the bottom of his shoe. Zhang Hao was a bit unable to hold his tongue. The viewers in the live broadcast room also couldn't hold it in a bit. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This is really great. Master, who did this? Po ha 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 ha. Pretending to be a ghost actor is too much. Do him. The master must do him. I can't even ing watch. Ha 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 ha. When the urinal, really ing talent. The shooter. This ghost actor is even better than Chang. Chang, pinch the master, don't die of anger. Ha 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 ha. At the foot of the Kunlun mountains. What a bully. Zhang Hao was the first to seize. Looking towards Lu Feng who had a black face, Zhang Hao deliberately staggered. Master, this ghost is too arrogant. He must be dealt with. Let's work together as brothers and break the gold. He must be condemned to an eternity. Zhang Hao said to Lu Feng's heart. Getting along for more than a day, Lu Feng realized for the first time that Zhang Hao was so obedient. Master, come on, give me a 5. Zhang Hao raised his right hand, signaling Lu Feng to high-five him. Lu Feng was happy to see this. Not to mention, this energetic look of Zhang Hao was quite infectious. So the next second, Lu Feng raised his left hand. Master, right hand. Zhang Hao reminded. Right hand? My damn right hand is injured. Lu Feng returned without a trace of anger. Zhang Hao scratched his head at the words and deliberately revealed a naive look. Grandmaster, where can you strike your left hand in a high five? Zhang Hao gently touched Lu Feng's left hand. With this amount of force, I'll gently slap it, no problem. Quick! Master, we are a team. We are the best ghost hunting team. Zhang Hao had a sincere face, English sentence after English sentence. Seeing that he couldn't argue, Lu Feng could only extend his right hand. Snap! Lu Feng's pupils instantly contracted. Zhang Hao's milk strength was used, hitting himself so hard that his hand hurt. Lu Feng's face, on the other hand, turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Drilling pain came from his right hand. Lu Feng shivered and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, my hand is beating red. Zhang Hao's voice came out and was blowing into his palm. Seeing Lu Feng's face, Zhang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Master, it's just a slap. Look at that false face of yours, as far as that goes. Zhang Hao had a disinterested expression, with a few moments of contempt in his eyes. Lu Feng almost lost his breath as he listened to Zhang Hao's mockery. You tread horse. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and raised his right hand with trembling. My right hand is injured, you. Snap. Zhang Hao saw the opportunity and slapped another palm. The crisp sound was accompanied by Lu Feng's miserable howl. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but give a thumbs up when they saw this. Nyos, this acting skill of Master is absolute. Doesn't this add a chicken leg to Master? Haha, Master acting too much like Xiao Zhang, give more camera close-ups. Has the Master studied at the Chinese opera or the Chinese theater? What is acting? This is called acting. Fresh meat, learn from this. Mud, my hands hurt from watching this. Why are they called masters? Not only are you a master, but you're a master actor too. Zhang, go get a gold medal and give it to the master. Zhang is also great, he actually slapped 2 slaps in a row, ha. Chapter 41, Dedicated Master. Where did these 2 psychopaths come from? The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at Lu Feng's agonized expression on the live feed and couldn't help but give it a perfect score. Daoist Zhang, other than that, the master's acting skills are truly awesome. Can't even tell it's acting. The director gave an extremely high rating. Since he had been doing the program, it was the first time he had seen such realistic acting. It even pushed Xiao Zhang and the ghost-playing actor head and shoulders above the rest. Zhang Yohan also had a look of admiration on his face. Director Yen, that's a good point. The master's acting skills are simply to the point of being out of this world. If I didn't know he was pretending, I would have been fooled by him. Indeed, a great power who can cultivate immortality in the current world must be extraordinary. Not only is the master's Dao outstanding, he can even fake his way through acting. This is an all-round talent. Zhang Yohan made emotional remarks. Although pretending to be injured is a bit unseemly, it can't help that Lu Feng's acting skills are good. A group of Dao sect executives all gave full marks to Lu Feng's performance. If this is to enter the entertainment industry, will not sweep a piece? And in the program scene, Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng acting endless, cannot help but a burst of speechless. Master, stop pretending. I know you have good hands. You're at least a generation of heavenly master, can you not be so cheap? Zhang Hao skimmed his mouth, unable to look at it anymore. Lu Feng huffed backward, a face suffocated in red. You step on the horse. When did Laozi's hand get better? Hurry up and take Laozi to the hospital. Viewers, I'm here in the hospital again. There's no way, Master insisted on coming. I have to say, Master is really dedicated, acting in a full set. Pretending to be injured isn't over, but actually making another trip to the hospital. From this point alone, I really can't compare. Whether it's the Master's acting skills or dedication, I admire him to no end. It's really a waste for him not to be an actor. I bet Master went to Hengdian to experience life before delivering takeaways. He's been in a couple of group shows. Zhang Hao stood at the end of the corridor, whispering his commentary. As for Lu Feng, he was sitting in the middle of the corridor, waiting for the doctor to treat him. The two were tens of meters apart. It wasn't that Zhang Hao intentionally ran far away, but Lu Feng strictly forbade him to approach. Until Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over as he looked at the film Lu Feng flung over. The filming clearly showed that Lu Feng had dislocated his right hand. How is this possible? Zhang Hao was a bit unable to accept it. Looking at the date again, Zhang Hao was sure that the film had just been taken. But wasn't the master well? The 100,000 or so viewers in the live broadcast room had witnessed it with their own eyes, and the Grandmaster had clearly recovered. And the contents of the X-ray film were also transmitted back to the live broadcast room through the glasses. This. Really dislocated? Did Master not pretend to be injured? It's not right. Last night I was in the live broadcast room, and I saw with my own eyes that Master was well. I saw it too. After he removed the bandage, his punches were so strong. But X-rays can't be faked. The Master can't pay off the hospital, can he? Stop it. Master, more than 2,000 small trolley are heartache, were the money to buy through the hospital. Is Xiao Zhang those two slaps? The Master's hand dry dislocated again. Xiao Zhang so fierce? It turns out the Master wasn't acting. I'll be damned. Second dislocation, it hurts just thinking about it. Master is really miserable, the hand just not a few hours, dislocated again. It's just horrible. Brothers, you can carve the word miserable on the Master's face, it's impossible to take it off. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the contents of the X-ray film, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just now, he also boasted that the Grandmaster's acting skills were good, crushing the actors he had seen. Unexpectedly. That Tama wasn't acting at all. Grandmaster. You have suffered. The director let out a long sigh. Zhang Yohan's face twitched, as embarrassed as he could be. He had just praised Lu Feng even more than the director. As a result, who had thought that Lu Feng wasn't pretending at all? The crowd of Dao sect executives were also terribly embarrassed. Each one of them had their eyes on the sky and their ears on the window, as if they were in a state of tranquility. These Dao sect executives could escape. But Zhang Hao, who was at the scene, could not escape. Glancing at Lu Feng's rebandaged right hand, Zhang Hao was about to cry. How could he not expect that Lu Feng's hand was not healed? He was hard to call two slaps. In his place, if he was Lu Feng, his heart to kill would be there. Master, listen to my explanation. You are a Taoist heavenly master, not a mortal flesh. I thought that after one night has passed, your injuries must have healed. You have the power of gods and ghosts, would you not be able to cure a small dislocation? Zhang Hao didn't care, a flurry of horses' farts first patted him on the back. Lu Feng was originally going to raise an offense, but it turned out that Zhang Hao held him up so high. His words of cursing were stiffly blocked in his throat. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng could only explain in a haphazard manner first in order to maintain the image of a high-ranking person. I can naturally cure dislocations. But I'm here to experience mortal life, not to enjoy the earth. All injuries and illnesses should be left to nature, and not intervened with immortal magic. Understood? Lu Feng glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao immediately exuded admiration. Master is worthy of being a master. This realm, this realization, I can't match it in 3 lifetimes. That's why you're a god, while I'm just a bumbling ordinary person. Compared to you, I am like an incompetent horse compared to a unicorn, or a cold crow compared to a phoenix. I came to Earth to make up the numbers, your old man is the guiding light for all beings in the 3 realms. Zhang Hao's ass kissing didn't stop at all. Even if Lu Feng's skin was thick enough, he couldn't stand it anymore. Especially around the passing medical staff, patients, and their families. The days, looked at them as if they were looking at the second little cutie. The same. Hey, you two, psychiatry is over there. A nurse didn't hold back and helped Lu Feng and Zhang Hao point out the direction. I'm not sick. Lu Feng subconsciously returned. I'm not sick either. Zhang Hao followed closely. I know, you guys aren't sick, that's what all the psychiatrists say. Where are your family members? There's no one to accompany. How dangerous it is. I will take you to the psychiatric department. The nurse had a kind face. I'm really not sick. Lu Feng reiterated again. I'm really not sick either. Zhang Hao reiterated as well. The nurse didn't bother with nonsense and directly asked Lu Feng and Zhang Hao to follow. The viewers in the live broadcast room were immediately amused when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. Nurse Sister Mighty. Two psychopaths, I pissed myself laughing. Masters run, go to the psychiatric department will not be able to come back. The problem of the century, question how to prove to the doctor, you are not psychotic? Answer, I can't prove it. Just take your pills on time and be done with it. That's a great idea. Brothers, Zhang's ass kissing is awesome. He deserves to be a host. How can it not be great? If you don't kiss your ass, the master is going to do him in. Haha, let Chang kiss the doctor's ass, he might get discharged early. The live broadcast room was joyful. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao also took advantage of the nurse's inattention and hurriedly left the hospital. Master, where are we going next? Don't tell me we have to run a few thousand miles again. If we can't kill that ghost this time, I don't think we should struggle anymore. I'll dig a hole for you in advance, you can just lie down in it. Chapter 42 Learned Brothers, it's called Mastery. New Destination. 666, Little Zhang is starting to shine. 1 second he's kissing ass, the next he's riding the master's neck for output. Little Zhang is so damn arrogant. In Sichuan opera, you have to look at Little Zhang. Digging a hole and burying it. Do you think this is human language? Zhang should burn some paper money and give some to Black and White to bribe them. I've forgotten that the master has enemies in hell. This doesn't bring 2 pounds of rotten oranges down to catch up? The second live broadcast site. There are several old Taoist priests standing around Zhang Yuhan. A few people whispered, seemingly arguing about something. The director perked up his ears and barely heard some of it. The ghost-playing actor is a martial arts expert, it makes sense that he shocked the master's right hand. But this Zhang Hao is just an ordinary person, how could he also dislocate the master's hand? Even if the Grandmaster isn't a physical cultivator, his physical fitness can't be this bad. The master is the only person who knows Taoism, it's logical that he shouldn't be so. There's something fishy, there must be something fishy about this matter. A few senior members of the Tao sect blackened their faces. The only true immortal in the world actually had his right hand dislocated by an ordinary person? This is too much bull. An ordinary person casually slapped 2 times and actually injured a high-level immortal Taoist. They felt unable to hang on to their faces. Zhang Hao's 2 slaps were as if he had hit not Lu Feng's right hand, but the face of the entire Tao sect. How would this make other people look at the Tao sect? If the only heavenly master is weak, others will only think that the Taoist sect is full of weaklings. The director here listened for a while, but couldn't help but look odd. He didn't realize that this group of Taoist priests were so sensitive. Everyone laughed it off as a joke, but this group of Taoist priests took it seriously. Seeing Zhang Yuhan's several people's faces, they became more and more ugly. The director knew that he couldn't continue. Dryly coughing, the director attracted the attention of a few people. Taoist Zhang, I've heard all of your words. Actually, you guys don't need to argue over this matter. An ordinary person can injure a heavenly master? Joke. You guys think carefully, what did the master say? Experiencing the life of mortals and not utilizing immortal techniques. Master's hand was fine last night, he must have used immortal magic. But afterward, he felt that it went against his original intention. So I reckon. The master most likely retracted his immortal magic again, allowing his right hand to return to its injured state. When the director explained this, he couldn't help but make Zhang Yuhan and the others light up. The other Tao sect executives, one by one, also perked up. This is right. That's right. Ordinary people couldn't injure a celestial master. Lu Feng's hand was already carrying an injury, and that's why it was dislocated for the second time. A master deserves to be a master. Zhang Yuhan had a face of emotion. A strong man breaking his wrist, this realm is truly not comparable to ours. Just ask all of you, after possessing the supreme Tao. Who else would experience mortal life so completely? Obviously able to heal the injury on his right hand, yet he chose to recover naturally. This feat of strict self-discipline is something we must learn from. Zhang Yuhan taught a bit. The other Tao sect executives could not help but nod their heads. To be honest, before, they were a bit skeptical about Lu Feng's character. After all, he was always using Zhang Hao as a meat shield. But now, they only had the word admire for Lu Feng. This was the heavenly master of the Taoist sect. His awareness is simply not comparable to theirs. When the director saw that the Taoist sex people had stopped, he secretly sighed in relief. He didn't care if Lu Feng was injured by Zhang Hao. As long as the people from the Dao sect didn't make a mess, he was satisfied. Director Yan, patch my voice into the live broadcast. I'm going to explain to the viewers the truth about Master's dislocated right hand. Zhang Yohan's voice came through. The director didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly asked the guy to plug the voice into the live broadcast. With that, Zhang Yohan repeated what the director had said. The pop-up screen immediately exploded. Master so ruthless? Brave, awesome. Awesome explosion, okay? No wonder last night the Master's hand healed not long and then put the bandage on again. He's recovered from his hand injury. I'm impressed with the Master. Being chased by the night ghosts and still keeping his heart, Master is truly a peak to look up to. If I were you, I would have cured you without hesitation. That's why you're not a master. Learn, brothers, this is what we call a master. The audience of the live broadcast room, a time to Lu Feng respect. Lu Feng, who was on his way to the airport, was cursing in his heart. The second dislocation of his hand was much more serious than yesterday. The doctor even suggested him to wear a cast. He gave it a refusal on the spot. Now that the collection of the evil ghost was imminent. With his right hand wrapped in a bandage, it was already affecting the image of a high-ranking person. If he were to put on a cast, what would happen? It's not like he's a nobleman at all. If that ghost sees him, he'll be laughed at. For the final battle, he must maintain a perfect image. Once he gets the money, he'll remove the bandage. He's going to take down that king of hell in his best form. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the nation's hottest, most exciting street test program. Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host and actor of the program, Zhang Hao. I remember the night before last, this variety show was just generally hot. But now, the program has caught fire out of the ring. All kinds of social software, all have topics of discussion. It even made it to the Bib Hot Search at one point. Let me state in advance that Hot Search was not bought by the director. Rather, it was our program that really caught fire to a certain extent. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit proud as he spoke. He had witnessed the growth of this variety show. From a few hundred people watching it, to a few million people watching it. The bitterness of this was only clear to him. Now the number of people online in our live broadcast room has exceeded 2 million. I would like to thank everyone very much for their support. Also, after a day of traveling, Master and I have finally arrived at our destination. This place is called Xuanwu County, a small county in the north. Although it's not very famous, it has a long history. I just searched, and the only news that came out of the loop for this place was actually grave robbing. Xuanwu County has many ancient tombs, and at one point, tomb raiding was rampant. It wasn't until the state stepped in that it cracked down on the phenomenon. Zhang Hao did his narration in a low voice. He and Lu Feng had just walked out of the bus station. It was now past 8 in the evening, and Lu Feng was standing on the side of the road, wondering which nearby restaurant to go to for dinner. Zhang Hao, walk faster. What are you grinding behind? Lu Feng shouted. Coming. Zhang Hao hurriedly stopped narrating and jogged to rush beside Lu Feng. Master, let's have a good meal. If we can collect that ghost, let's take it as an early celebration dinner. If we can't collect it, this meal will be our last meal, we can't eat too badly. Lu Feng was quite satisfied at first when he heard what celebration banquet was. This is something he loves to hear. However, the next sentence, severed head meal, immediately made Lu Feng's face darken. Turning his face to look at Zhang Hao, Lu Feng really wanted to slap Zhang Hao on the mouth. The severed head rice. If you don't know how to speak, don't say it. Chapter 43, The Heavenly Master Picks at the Grave. The Grand Master can be really tortured. Alas. A noodle shop next to the bus station. Zhang Hao looked at the beef ramen in front of him and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This severed head rice is also too. Lu Feng sat across from Zhang Hao, eating noodles while scratching his cell phone map. The location of this soul-falling money was a bit special, in an ancient tomb in the suburbs. He had to plan his route and make good preparations. Thinking back to the movies and TV dramas he had watched in his previous life, ancient tombs seemed to be filled with harmful gases. Lu Feng felt like he had to get 2 pairs of gas masks. Master, what do you usually do besides delivery? Brush up on short videos or something? Zhang Hao asked on a whim. He suddenly realized a serious problem. Programs were getting hotter and hotter nowadays. If Lu Feng liked to brush short videos and social platforms, he would discover the truth sooner or later. Eat and sleep and eat. Deliver a few random orders of takeout, earn enough money for meals and go back to playing hentai. Occasionally, I also play King. The short video hasn't been brushed, it's too time consuming and delays me from playing ranked. Lu Feng returned a few sentences without lifting his head. Zhang Hao froze at his words. The audience in the live broadcast room also froze a bit. This. Master is still an internet-addicted youth? Playing games all day long. Martyr, it's simply my ideal life. Even brushing short videos is too much of a waste of time, Master is so damn dedicated. Zhang suddenly asked this question because he's afraid that Master will swipe his cell phone to the show's crew, right? Okay, now you don't have to worry. I doubt Master even has a social account. Master King, give me an ID. Master King, give me an ID, let's play as a team. You can pull it off. Once the ID comes out, Master will be blown away. The second live broadcast scene. The director and Zhang Yuhan looked at each other in disbelief. Taoist Zhang, Master's life is really self-discipline. The director really couldn't think of any comment. Eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating, apart from delivering takeaways, is playing games. And delivering takeout is just delivering a few random orders. This life was also too damn swinging. In the eyes of some netizens, this was something to be criticized. Zhang Yuhan was also a bit speechless. This Grandmaster, as usual, was really surprising. I don't know exactly what kind of magic treasure the Grandmaster is going to fetch when he goes to Xuanwu County. It should be more advanced than the Jasper Gourd. Zhang Yuhan digressed. The director nodded at his words. But then the director hemmed and hawed, trying to tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Master Zhang, there are many ancient tombs in this Xuanwu County. I don't know how many antique treasures are hidden. Do you think the magic treasure that Master wants to take will also be in the ancient tombs? No wonder Master is going to live stream the tomb raiding. Ha, heavenly Master picking a grave, it's hot just thinking about it. The director laughed out loud. Zhang Yuhan immediately darkened his face. Not only Zhang Yihan, but the other Dao sect executives, they also darkened their faces one by one. Director Yan, what do you take the Grandmaster for? That's the only true immortal in the world. Tomb raiding? Nonsense. If you insult the Grandmaster again, my Taoist sect is not finished with you. Zhang Yuhan's voice was stern. The director's laughter came to an abrupt end. Looking at the fierce glints on the faces of the group of Dao sect executives, the director couldn't help but shrink his neck. Taoist Master Zhang, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Don't misunderstand your old man. I don't have any disrespect for the master. The director revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. Zhang Tuhan snorted coldly and didn't bother. At the same time, Xuanwu County. Zhang Hao finished a bowl of ramen at light speed. Lu Feng had only eaten less than half of it because he was looking at the map. Master, I'll go out for a quick convenience. Zhang Hao wanted to go out for a small meal. He hadn't eaten much properly in the past 2 days. Plus, he had paid too much for his trip to Linggu Mountain. If he didn't get some big waist and pigeon soup to make up for this, he always felt empty in his backside. Go on, buy something back by the way. Lu Feng commanded. Zhang Hao sniffed and came to be interested. Buying something. It must be related to the next action. Master, what do you want me to buy? Zhang Hao was excited. Based on what the Grandmaster wanted to buy, he projected a bit. It might be possible to figure out what the magic treasure the Grandmaster was going to take. Lu Feng also started to report his equipment. Luoyang shovel, iron brazier, short-handled hoe, head flashlight, crane-build hoe, engineer's shovel, compass. Lu Feng scratched the searched webpage. It detailed the equipment needed for grave robbing. Remember to buy double, we both need to use it. And get 2 gas masks too. Lu Feng added one last thing. There was no response. Lu Feng looked up and saw that Zhang Hao was already dumbfounded. Not only was Zhang Hao dumbfounded, the audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Luoyang shovel? Head flashlight? Compass? What is Master doing? I don't think he's going to rob a tomb, is he? You're too much of a criminal. Is the Master crazy? Live streaming grave robbing? Masters don't know what they're doing. What can we do? Master is going to himself into the police station and shut down the broadcasting room. The second live broadcast. The director's face was green. He flirted with the Heavenly Master's grave robbing in front of him, purely as a joke. This is really going to be a live broadcast of grave robbing. The whole program team will have to go to the police station. Master Zhang. Master wouldn't really want to rob graves, would he? The director panicked and looked at Zhang Shurhan. Zhang Shurhan's beard was pulled out. Although he doesn't know much about grave robbing, but he knows a lot about tools. Lu Feng reported those equipment tools. Other than that, digging graves is really appropriate. Even the compass is out. This is a dam to do a big job in the ground off. At the very least, it's going to steal a prince's tomb. What's the biggest tomb in Xuanwu County? Zhang Yuhan looked at the director. The director looked stunned, and then he looked startled. He understood what Zhang Yuhan meant. An ancient tomb that could make a master step and was bound to be a big one. It was afraid that this was not going to be a big, shocking case of grave robbing that would shock the entire nation. Master Zhang, I'll go check it out. The director hurriedly instructed his staff to do so. Zhang Yuhan wasn't idle either, and contacted the Taoist sect members in the vicinity of Xuanwu County. It didn't take long before there were results. Taoist Master Zhang, the largest ancient tomb in Xuanwu County, is a marquee tomb. More than 1,000 years old, at one point, tomb raiding was rampant, with countless robber holes around it. The archaeological team protected the excavation 10 years ago. If Master is going to this ancient tomb, it's okay, there's nothing valuable inside anymore. Let's get in touch with the locals and pretend that Master is going on a tourist visit. The director wiped the false sweat from his forehead. Grandmaster's criminal behavior was too scary. His little heart almost jumped out. Compared to the director's relief, Zhang Yohan was still gloomy. Director Yen, how do you know? The ancient tomb that Master is going to must be a tomb that has already been discovered? If it's local, there are still undiscovered tombs of princes and lords. Chapter 44 Runaway Host. Sir, you listen to my explanation. Zhang Hao was going crazy. He came out of the ramen restaurant and froze, not daring to go far. Viewers, I've already contacted the program. But the director never replied. What do people say I should do? Is it really necessary to buy tomb raiding equipment for the Master? I don't want to eat prison food at all. Zhang Hao's voice was shaking a bit. Big brother's in the live broadcast room, who can give me some advice? Who else knows how many years is the sentence for grave robbing? If it's under a year, I'll give it up so I can accompany Master in his madness. Zhang Hao clenched his fists. In order to reach the pinnacle of his career, in order to remain famous in history, he was willing to put up a fight. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be moved when they heard Zhang Hao's words. Is little Zhang so naive? Under a year? Martyr, Xiao Zhang should run away. Brothers, I checked, the highest death penalty for tomb raiding. What's the penalty? I've also checked. Theft of a protected tomb, or theft of precious artifacts from a tomb, is punishable by death. I'm not going to play with that. The artifacts Master wants to take must be national treasures. Oh, the shooting duo, that bowl of ramen is a real headbreaker. Master is fine, a recluse runs away, no one can catch him. But what about Chang? What should we do? He'll be shot twice, and then he'll be done for the Master. Are hosts so high risk these days? You want to get shot? The second live broadcast. The director and Zhang Yuhan are still discussing strategies. No one cared about Zhang Hao at all. Whether the program could be broadcast or not, and how to continue broadcasting it, was the focus. Xuanwu County. Zhang Hao slipped back and forth on the side of the road, neither walking nor not walking. Until the ghost-playing actor called. Old Zhang, run. Tomb raiding carries the maximum death penalty. Run if you don't want to be shot. Zhang Hao listened to the reminder from the ghost-supporting actor, and was instantly dumbfounded. Death penalty? Tomb raiding to be shot? Zhang Hao only felt his brain roar and went directly blank. He thought that he would just be sentenced to a few months and find some money and that would be the end of it. He didn't expect the consequences to be so severe, simply beyond his imagination. Taxi. Zhang Hao ran up the road like a madman and hard-stopped a taxi. Take me out of this hellhole. Hurry. The faster the better. Zhang Hao sat in the back row, shivering, his face white. The driver couldn't help but be concerned when he saw this. Are you all right? I'm fine, hurry up. Zhang Hao said while glancing at the ramen restaurant. Luckily, Lu Feng didn't come out and should still be eating his meal inside the store. All right, where are you going? The driver continued to inquire. Anywhere. As long as you can leave Xuanwu County, go anywhere. Master, you drive quickly. Zhang Hao urged with a panicked look. The driver frowned at his words. Glancing at the bus station on the side of the road, the driver became a bit puzzled. Leaving Xuanwu County? Wouldn't it be easier to go to the bus station and buy a ticket? What was the point of stopping him as a taxi? Brother, where exactly are you going? Even if you give me a direction, I at least know where to drive. The driver said while observing the rearview mirror, paying attention to Zhang Hao's change in expression. Southeast, west, north, and west will do, Master, you watch and drive. As long as I can leave Xuanwu County. Martyr, I don't want to be shot. Zhang Hao scratched his hair vigorously, and cold sweat broke out behind him. While the Master didn't come out now, he could still run away. Once the Master came out and saw him, it would be too late for him to run. The Heavenly Master's means were unpredictable. The Grandmaster didn't have a magic weapon in his possession, so it might be a bit difficult to deal with demons and ghosts. But to catch a mortal like him, it can be as easy as a slap in the face. It's up to the Master if he wants to use his immortal technique or not. When the driver heard Zhang Hao say shot, his heart skipped a beat. Combined with Zhang Hao's unstable mood, how could the driver not see the situation? This is a fugitive. Brother, sit tight. The driver was nervous with excitement. He had been driving a taxi for more than 10 years, and it had always been uneventful. Today, he finally got a thrill. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, the driver started the car. As the ramen restaurant faded away, Zhang Hao relaxed a lot. After a few more stoplights, the driver directly kicked the gas to the police station. Comrade police officer, there's a fugitive. There's a murderer in my car. Just sitting in the back row. Guide, Xiao Zhang has been arrested. The second live broadcast scene. The assistant director came to the discussion circle and reminded the director. The director, who was discussing strategies with Zhang Yuan, was confused when he heard this. Arrested? What was caught? The Grandmaster has finished robbing the tomb? Both of them have been arrested? No, this is too fast. Not only was the director confused, Zhang Yuan was also filled with dismay. Both of them turned their heads to look at the live feed. Well, it was indeed the police station. Looking at the angle, Zhang Hao should be sitting down, and the two policemen across from him were interrogating. So soon? Then what the hell is there to discuss? Hurry to save people. Fish out the master first. The director was on fire and was again pulled back by the assistant director. Director, it's not what you think. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to accompany the master to rob the tomb, so he stopped a taxi and ran away. As a result, the driver mistook him for a fugitive and drove the car directly to the police station. The assistant director quickly explained. Question mark. The director was a bit taut. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This big stupid beat, I'm stepping on my horse. The director cracked his mouth. It was fine to run away, it was human nature to be afraid. If he was Zhang Hao, he would also have the idea of running away. But running away can run into the police station. This is not a stupid beat, what is it? The director was furious. The program was already chaotic enough, but Zhang Hao added to the chaos. The director couldn't wait to kill Zhang Hao on the spot and teach him a lesson. Zhang Yuhan was also speechless. But the live broadcast was a joyful one. In the end, he didn't escape the fate of going to the station. This driver is also a talent. Xiao Zhang still have to be Yuna, not yet robbed the tomb to fall into the net, you know how to take a shortcut. This does not give up the master? Don't say, now confess, really can get a year below. If sir now rushed over, the master arrested. Master, I just ate a noodle, why is it still illegal? I laughed out loud. No way, sir. Eating noodles is against the law? It's over. The master's going to be skeptical again. What did the master do to deserve such a pig's ass? Police station. Zhang Hao is sitting in the interrogation chair and has explained everything he can. Variety show host, so far unmarried, to Xuanwu County is to do the program. The ID card has also been handed over and is being compared to the internal information of the most wanted criminals. Finished checking, no criminal record. Sure. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel the urge to cry when he heard the interrogator's comments. What is all this called? I heard the driver say that you wanted to flee Xuanwu County. Did you run into some kind of trouble? You said that you are the host of a variety show, what is this show called? Questioning followed one after another. Although Zhang Hao was not a fugitive, his behavior and demeanor were abnormal, so it was still worth investigating. Zhang Hao opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Give a truthful account of the program plan? That would have to be taking the tune rating matter and shaking it out. Would he still be able to leave then? Zhang Hao was stumped for words. At the critical moment, the director called. Chapter 45, You Kid designates what side business you have. The shadow of terror shrouding the archaeological team. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of reincarnation after leaving the police station. That interrogation chair is not for people to sit on. Even the most arrogant person would wilt when sitting there. That kind of horrible pressure, Zhang Hao never wanted to experience it again in his life. Are you presiding officer Zhang? A young man wearing glasses walked up to strike up a conversation with Zhang Hao. There were 2 cars parked around, and a few youths standing on the side of the road, all of them with an academic air. I am Zhang Hao, you are Dr. Lin, right? Zhang Hao took the initiative to shake hands, and a heart was put into his stomach. The program team had come up with a countermeasure. This time, he and the Grandmaster were no longer robbing tombs, but helping the archaeology team to find new ancient tombs. Nowadays, in Xuanwu County, there was still an archaeological team lingering. When he and the Grandmaster take away the magic treasure, the rest will be taken over by the archaeological team. If the Master's magic treasure is a very precious cultural relic, there is also a museum on the Taoist sect's side. Operate it, and consider this artifact to be taken into the Taoist sect's museum. Of course, if the Master's goal is an ancient tomb that has already been excavated, then it would be better to do directly as a tourist visit on the line. After some politeness, Zhang Hao saw the equipment given away by the archaeological team. The trunk was full. All kinds of professional tools and modern technology products, more detailed than the equipment reported by Lu Feng. However, Zhang Hao did not dare to take all of it. Getting such specialized equipment in such a short period of time, cutie, would all become suspicious. Zhang Hao quickly made his picks, eliminating the modernized technology products. The other equipment that looked easy to buy were kept by Zhang Hao. Dr. Lin, thank you for your archaeological team's support of the show. Give my regards to Professor Zhou. I'll definitely pay my respects in person some other day. Zhang Hao expressed his thanks again and drove away from the police station. Dr. Lin looked at the distant car and couldn't help but ponder. Old Lin, do you think this master is real or not? Although it's a real-time live program, it's not difficult to fake a live broadcast. Could it be a hype master? A youth couldn't help but question it. Dr. Lin sighed lightly at his words. Whether it's true or not, we'll know later. Let's hope it's true. That way there will be hope for a solution. Bus station. Viewers, I, Zhang Hao, am back to kill again. Although there was a little hiccup. It's a good thing that the equipment master wants is matched. I, Zhang Hao, am nothing else but bold. I'm going to play a big game with master this time. Have you ever seen live grave robbing? It's right here. The only one in the country. Everyone quickly go to the circle of friends to pull people. If you're late, you won't be able to see it. Miss it and regret it for 100 years. Zhang Hao was passionately narrating in the car, and was fully loaded. The car not only had the equipment provided by the archaeological team, but also 2 gas masks sent by the program team. It could be said that everything was ready and all we needed was the east wind. Zhang Hao organized his hair in the rearview mirror and got out of the car in a sharp manner. Now Lu Feng was still inside the ramen restaurant. Zhang Hao went over to take a glance and saw Lu Feng still studying the map. Master, the stuff is bought back. Let's go directly to the field. It's useless to just look at the map. Even if your old man looks at it for 10 years, he won't be able to study it. Lu Feng nodded as he sniffed and put his cell phone away. The two came to the roadside. Zhang Hao slightly opened the trunk a bit and let Lu Feng glance at the equipment. Lu Feng immediately brightened up. Bang! Zhang Hao closed the trunk. Getting such a bunch of grave robbing tools in a public place, Zhang Hao felt it was better to keep a low profile. Especially in a place like Xuanwu County, grave robbing could be considered abhorrent. One slip-up would lead to unnecessary trouble. Master, let's find a place with fewer people before we look at the equipment. I bought all of these from different stores without attracting attention. I just rented the car, and it has great horsepower. Zhang Hao opened his mouth, revealing an extremely reliable expression. Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction. Good job. Then let's not look at the equipment for now. Get out of the city, let's go to the eastern suburbs. Lu Feng gave specific directions. Zhang Hao's glasses transmitted the live feedback, and the program team was immediately busy. The staff members who were in Xuanwu County, the actors who were pretending to be ghosts, and the disciples of the Taoist sect all rushed to the eastern suburbs. The archaeology team also received the message. Led by the old professor himself, they all rushed to the eastern suburbs. The night is getting darker and darker, but Xuanwu County is becoming lively. The eastern suburb of the county. Zhang Hao arrived at his destination under Lu Feng's guidance. Xuanwu County was flat, and the outskirts were large tracts of farmland. The place where Zhang Hao parked his car at the moment was right next to the rolling good fields. It was more than 20 miles away from the city. The dim streetlights were not very powerful. Seeing that the light was not good, Zhang Hao aimed the front of the car at the farmland and turned on the high beams. The world lit up all of a sudden. Master, is that ancient tomb in this field? Zhang Hao inquired. Look at the equipment first. Lu Feng came to the back of the car with great interest. Zhang Hao hurriedly opened the trunk. There was a wide variety of equipment, and Lu Feng's eyes went straight as he looked at it. Master, do you think this equipment is enough? Zhang Hao smiled faintly, rarely pretending. Lu Feng stretched out his hand, looked left and right, and finally picked up the most classic tool, the Luoyang shovel. You've prepared quite a lot of things, more than the ones I mentioned. But getting so professional. You kid wouldn't have any side business, right? Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Hao. Why did he feel that this surname Zhang was a recidivist grave robber? There were actually even snakeskin pockets in the car. This is used to hold artifacts, right? Zhang Hao's heart suddenly snapped. Master, you can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. I'm just a salesman, how can I have any side business? I also searched through the internet and bought it according to what others said. Zhang Hao hurriedly explained. Millions of people were watching, and if he was labeled as a gold digger, what's wrong with that? Although he is about to join the ranks of. But before that, he is innocent. Teacher, there doesn't seem to be any large ancient tombs in the eastern suburbs. The one with the largest specifications is only a tomb of an official and gentleman from 600 years ago. Dr. Lin drove to the eastern suburb while chatting with the old man sitting in the back row. This old man was the head of the archaeological team, Professor Zhou. He might not be well known in the outside world, but in the archaeology world, he was a big shot. Looking at the country, he was a first-rate archaeologist. Now Xuanwu County has little archaeological value. According to reason, Professor Zhou should have left with his team a long time ago. But the fact is just the opposite. In addition to some important meetings to attend. The rest of the time, Professor Zhou has always stayed in Xuanwu County. It was as if the entire archaeological team had been cursed and had been shrouded in the shadow of Xuanwu County. Shaolin, if this program isn't faked, then it means that in the eastern suburbs, there are large ancient tombs that we haven't discovered. It just so happens that everyone has been idle for a few years. Having an ancient tomb to excavate will also turn your attention. Professor Joe was rarely in good spirits. Dr. Lin opened his mouth at this, but finally held his words back. In fact, he wanted to say that this was most likely a hype by the program group. Whether or not there was a true master in the world, they had verified it long ago. Besides being a liar or a cheat. Even though he wished that this master was real, it couldn't change the fact that liars were rampant. But he didn't want to shatter his teacher's illusions, because that represented the most horrible despair. Everyone would die. No one could escape. Chapter 46 Tomb Raiding Duo. The Disappearing Ancient Tomb. Friends in the live broadcast room, I heard that the number of people we have online is already 2.5 million. This is an all-time high. It seems that everyone was very forceful and pulled in quite a few new friends. But this 255. Zhang Hao smashed his mouth while moving his equipment to the side of the road. Usually 205 are cursing. Why don't we all work harder? Let's strive to break through the 3 million mark before the tomb raiding begins. Zhang Hao spoke impassionedly, but his voice was small. It couldn't be helped that the Grandmaster was surveying the terrain in the ground, only about 20 meters away from him. This was already the maximum decibel he could reach, If he had been louder, he would have attracted the master's attention. A bunch of grave robbing tools were neatly arranged by Zhang Hao on the side of the road. The gas mask was also tried on by Zhang Hao. Viewers, when I enter the tomb in a while, I'll have to broadcast live like this. The filming effect might be a bit worse. But for safety's sake, please make do. Zhang Hao adjusted his gas mask, trying to minimize the loss of the live feed. On the other hand, Lu Feng was also getting farther and farther away. The broken cell phone can't locate the area, is it this piece or not? Lu Feng spat out. His positioning jumped from one moment to the next, he just couldn't coincide with the marked location. One moment it was in the south, one moment it was in the north, with an error of more than 10 meters. To be able to use a magic treasure to accompany a burial, it must be a big official. Maybe even a royal relative, the grave range must be very large. So what the hell where it is, just dig and be done with it. Lu Feng simply stopped looking and dug directly. Anyway, as long as he digs into the tomb, no matter where he enters from, he will be able to find the magic treasure if he walks to the very core. Zhang Hao, get the shovel. Lu Feng greeted. Zhang Hao hurriedly took a few tools and ran towards Lu Feng's direction. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get a little nervous when they saw the scene. It started grave robbing. Martyr's program team is really bold, actually really dare to live broadcast tomb raiding. My wife wants to call the police, has been knocked out by me, everyone says I did the right thing? Cow's brother, we need people like you on the air. Brothers, is it possible that the program has already communicated with the police? It's possible. Wasn't the guy who gave Chang his equipment called Dr. Lin? He looks like the archaeology team. Could it be that the program team and the archaeology team have secretly joined forces? If they did, they wouldn't be afraid of being shut down. The director came out to explain anxious to death. Anxious me. So is it really grave robbing, or is it fake grave robbing? It's definitely real. The master has started digging. As Lu Feng started digging, the audience's attention was drawn over. Not only did the viewers in the live broadcast room look on in awe, the director and Zhang Yohan were also staring wide-eyed for fear of missing any details. And in the eastern suburbs of Xuanwu County, the nearby archaeological team was standing by. The archaeological team that once numbered over 100 people was now down to only 70 or so. Archaeologists, civilian laborers, logistics, security guards. At this moment, everyone was holding their cell phones and staring at the live feed of Street Ghost Scare. Lu Feng's excavation was very unprofessional, yet not a single person opened their mouths to accuse. To them, whether or not there was an ancient tomb, there was the focus. It was about Lu Feng's identity. Was it a true master, or was it a fraud? Everyone was waiting nervously. Professor Zhou's face was grave. To be honest, he wanted to lead a team over and help this master dig the ground. But the program team and the Taoist sect had declared that they couldn't let that master find out. Once they startled away this high-ranking person, not only would the program not be able to continue, the archaeology team would also lose a chance to survive. At the same time, not far from the archaeological team, the ghost-playing actor had already put on his makeup. Skillfully picking up the machete and waving it twice, the ghost actor looks calm, but in fact, he is panicked inside. Digging a grave in the middle of the night. What in the world is the master up to? Will not get a zombie out, right? The ghost actor was a little scared. This zombie is invulnerable to guns and knives, and is so powerful that his machete may not be able to cut it. They say zombies are afraid of fire, should I get a fire-breathing can? The pretend ghost actor's mind moved. He was now a bit regretful. The Jasper gourd should really be carried on his body for 2 days. That way, even if he encountered a zombie, he could easily stow it in the gourd. But the Jasper gourd had already been sent to Zhang Yuhan. Now the only thing he relies on is the half-a-thousand-year-old willow branch. I don't know if this millennium willow branch to fight zombies, good or bad. In fact, the zombie is okay, at least it is an entity. He was afraid of Lu Feng to get out what the netherworld stuff. That is really life-threatening. Master, this is not right. Zhang Hao was sweating like a pig. Looking at the pit that the two men had dug out in succession, Zhang Hao couldn't stand it. This damn thing was dug more than 2 meters deep, how come there was nothing? Lu Feng also frowned. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, Lu Feng directly waved his hand. Change the place. Zhang Hao? Digging for nothing? Not digging for nothing, at least we have verified that this robber hole is wrong. Lu Feng looked professional. Zhang Hao looked like he wanted to die. Big brother, can you find the right spot? Doing manual labor in the middle of summer, I'm afraid of dying of heat here. Zhang Hao climbed out of the robber hole, his clothes already soaked with sweat. The nearby archaeological team that was guarding the live broadcast saw this scene, and someone finally couldn't help it. No, it's only 2 meters or so and you're not digging anymore? They call this thing a robber hole? Whose large ancient tomb is so shallow, not digging 7 or 8 meters deep, also dare to exclude? The two of them are too unprofessional. Even if there really is an ancient tomb, it's impossible to find it. Teacher, what do you think? Dr. Lin couldn't help but look at Professor Zhou when he saw people talking. It was indeed too childish to dig 2 meters and then stop. One must know that many ancient tombs were more than 10 meters deep underground. According to Lu Feng and in Zhang Hao's digging method, even if they dug the entire land once, they wouldn't be able to find the ancient tombs. Wait a little longer. Professor Zhou stared at the cell phone screen without blinking. If the person in the screen was a true master, he would naturally have a way to find the ancient tomb. They just composed themselves and continued to watch. Time passed by minute. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao hit one hole after another. By 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, they hadn't dug out a clue. Now not only the archaeological team was anxious. The audience in the live broadcast room can't stand it anymore. I really convinced, watching the digging pit watched a few hours? Martyr, the number of people in the live broadcast room has dropped by half. When is this going to happen? Director, I beg you, help the master, don't torture the audience. This is going to dig until the end of the day. Is this going to last until next year? I'm here to rob tombs, not to dig holes. Where's the door? Where's the mechanism? Where's the treasure? Where's the coffin? It's different from what I thought. I'll see you later, I'm going to play a game of King of Kings. I'm slipping away too, I don't think I'll be able to dig it out until morning. The second live broadcast site. Daoist Zhang, let's not let Xiao Zhang sidetrack the master. Let's directly let the archaeological team on and help them dig. The director couldn't help but propose up. The manpower of the two people is limited after all, digging like this. He was afraid that if the ancient tomb was not found, Lu Feng and Zhang Hao would die of overwork first. Wait a little longer. Zhang Yuhan gave the same reply as Professor Zhou. However, he was more experienced than Professor Zhou. Remember the Jasper gourd? Mortals will scare away the magic treasure. So even if the archaeology team's people find the tomb, what then? Once they startle away the magic treasure in the tomb. The sky and the earth are huge, where would you ask the master to look for it? Zhang Yuhan's analysis was very professional. The director immediately dismissed the idea of helping. And at the scene of the program, Zhang Hao was still whimpering and digging the robber hole. Lu Feng stood outside the hole, looking at the messy farmland in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. Something's not right, the ancient tomb marked by the system is here. But why can't we dig it? Even if it's not a large ancient tomb, there should at least be a coffin, right? The coffin is about 1 meter 8 or so. I dug a pit every 1.5 meters, I should have dug it long ago. Lu Feng's frown got deeper and deeper. This can't even be dug. Unless. Chapter 47 found. The entire audience was shocked by the ancient coffin. Audience, I can't. I'm thirsty and hungry, and there's not much supplies in the car. I suspect that if the ancient tomb isn't found, I'm going to hang here first. Zhang Hao sat next to the car and drained the last drop of mineral water. Master is still digging a hole now. This is commendable, diligent enough, but the location of the digging hole. The holes we dug before were already dense enough, about 1.5 meters a hole. But the master dug again in the center. Originally, the two robber holes were so close to each other that the coffin couldn't fit. Master actually dug from the center? Could it be that the coffin in the tomb you're looking for is only 1 meter long? That's bull. I think the master is mad with anxiety and has started digging indiscriminately. But don't worry everyone, I've already found out where the Xuanwu County Psychiatric Hospital is. If the master is still like this in a few minutes, I'll send him to the hospital for treatment. All expenses are fully covered by the program team. Zhang Hao made a big deal and stood up after whispering. Watching Lu Feng continuously digging out the soil, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shout. Master, stop digging. This piece of land, it doesn't have an ancient tomb. I think we'd better save our strength and wait for death. It just so happens that we have dug so many pits. Master, you pick one first. I'll bury it for you, at least leave a whole body. Zhang Hao's voice carried over. Lu Feng's action of digging a pit clearly paused for a moment. The live broadcast pop-ups. Ha ha ha, in terms of enlivening the atmosphere, it's still little Zhang Hao. This is the first time I've heard of it. The original robber's hole can also be used as a grave. Laughing to death, this time also stimulate the master. Zhang really rushed to find excitement. Master, I'm going to bury you first. Zhang is running away. The master is really capable of doing it. Brothers, I'm back from playing ranked. Ha? Why are you still digging? What, digging holes? That's digging graves. Master is digging a grave for Chang. Ha 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 ha. The second live broadcast scene. The director has dozed off. And Zhang Yuhan usually sleeps little, so his spirits are still fine. However, Lu Feng's 1,000 images of digging a hole, Zhang Yuhan also watched some visual fatigue. Under boredom, Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but think of the Jasper gourd. He had observed it during the day, and had even collected a parrot for experimentation. The overall evaluation was very good, aligned and collected. But again, it was full of danger. Because it was too easy to collect people, if they weren't careful, they would be accidentally injured. Favorably, they still don't know how to release people. The Jasper gourd's recipe for releasing people is only known to the Grandmaster. How can I ask it out of the master's mouth? Zhang Yuhan couldn't stop pondering in his mind. A Jasper gourd that didn't know the password was a murderous weapon. Every time you used it, you would be taking a big risk. In case you hurt passers-by while catching demons and killing ghosts. We have to have Xiao Zhang think of a way to extract the Jasper gourd's mnemonic. While Zhang Yuhan was pondering, the live broadcast screen appeared to change. Zhang Hao arrived beside Lu Feng. Looking at the Grandmaster who was struggling to plow the pit, Zhang Hao couldn't help himself. Master, why don't we hire a few people? Digging together is faster. Zhang Hao gave the suggestion. Question mark. Lu Feng revealed a head from the robber hole with a questioning face. The fewer people who know about it, the better, and you still want to hire people? We are stealing tombs. Do you understand grave robbing? How much money do you have for hush money? Not to mention the fact that once the tomb is open, so many people will scare away the magic treasure. You'll help me catch it then? Lu Feng didn't have the good sense to teach a lesson. He already had a belly full of fire. Zhang Hao had just yelled that he wanted to bury him, and now he was banging his head against a gun. He wanted to take a shovel and crack open Zhang Hao's brain. Lu Feng suddenly looked stunned. Quickly looking down, the shovel in Lu Feng's hand knocked downwards. A dull sound came faintly, no longer a hard layer of earth. Found it. Lu Feng's expression was joyful, and he worked even harder. Zhang Hao, however, froze. Found it? Couldn't be? The surrounding area was filled with robber holes. If there was a large ancient tomb, it should have been found long ago. How could he dig through and not find it, and then suddenly find it in this palm-sized place? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. Dig all around. Lu Feng urged Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao was full of disbelief, he could only pick up the tools and dig up the surrounding circle. Finally, a section of mahogany coffin was revealed. Zhang Hao couldn't help but stare in disbelief as he looked at the coffin that was full of age. This coffin was not right. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded one by one when they saw the coffin. This. What's going on? How come this coffin is vertical? It's too weird. If the ancestors are buried vertically, the descendants must be great. What's going on? This descendant is a tough guy, letting his ancestors stand? This program is so evil, it's really a show for the underworld. No, what about the big tomb? Is this the coffin? What the hell do you call grave robbing? You're fooling the audience, right? I'll return the money. Unlike the discontent in the broadcast room, the archaeology team perked up at once. Ancient tombs. Really have ancient tombs. A coffin buried vertically, there is definitely something odd. There is no tombstone, there is no tomb chamber. Could it be a modern tomb? It's true that we can't tell if it's an ancient tomb or not. Everyone wait a little longer. The crowd was talking a lot. Once it was determined that it was an ancient tomb, then Master Lu Feng's identity could be solidified. Professor Zhou was also a bit excited. However, Dr. Lin and a few of his classmates were a bit skeptical. No other reason, this ancient tomb is too simple. So simple that when they looked at it, it looked like the program was faking. Just find a coffin and bury it vertically, it's not a big project. These variety shows are definitely capable of doing this for the sake of popularity. Old Lin, this is obviously a fake. A youth couldn't help but whisper and spit. Dr. Lin subconsciously looked at his teacher, and saw that Professor Zhou was somewhat displeased. So Dr. Lin could only say back, don't talk nonsense, it's not necessarily faking. Keep looking. Let's see what this master is actually looking for. The second live broadcast site was also bustling with activity. The director was woken up by his assistant and stood up when he saw the half-cut mahogany coffin. After digging for so long, it finally came out. But how come there's only one coffin? Or is it vertical? The director was puzzled. On the side, Zhang Johan stroked his beard and relaxed quite a bit. It seems that we were overly concerned. The master wasn't looking for any princely tombs. This makes the subsequent trouble much smaller. Zhang Johan's words were recognized by the director. Really stealing a big tomb. Even if all parties were greeted, it would still lead to a not-so-small maelstrom of public opinion. But just digging out a coffin was different. It basically has little impact. But the ghost-playing actors who were in the eastern suburb of Xuanwu County didn't think so. Looking at the coffin that was standing upright, the ghost pretender actor's sweat hairs stood up. Master is not grounded at all. Why do you always make some netherworld stuff? The more the ghost actor looked at it, the more evil it became. The coffin was even buried vertically. Who knows what ghostly things are inside? Chapter 48. The ancient tomb the master found is really not simple. The coffin is eating people. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao were busy. The coffin was finally exposed for the most part. Zhang Hao stood in the big pit, looking at the mahogany coffin that was close at hand. He couldn't help but feel a strong sense of horror. Don't froze, keep digging. I can't make my right hand work. Whether this coffin can be dug out or not, it all depends on you. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although he paid special attention to his right hand and tried not to exert too much force. But it still hurt terribly. Zhang Hao was also exhausted. But seeing that Lu Feng was injured, he still kept digging. Zhang Hao could only grit his teeth and continue to bury his head in the drudgery. Thud! A muffled sound suddenly reached his ears. Zhang Hao didn't care at first, thinking that Lu Feng's shovel had touched the coffin. However, Lu Feng pulled him. Don't dig. Lu Feng stared at the coffin with a deadly stare after he finished speaking. Zhang Hao froze at the sight. As his eyes landed on the coffin, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Could that muffled sound just now was made by the coffin? While Zhang Hao was in disbelief, another muffled sound came from the coffin. The sound of thud scared Zhang Hao and almost paralyzed him. Fraudulent, 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 fraudulent. Fraudulent corpse? Zhang Hao's eyes almost stared out. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled. What's in there? What the hell's going on in there? I almost had a heart attack. Isn't this a tomb? The body should have melted long ago. Is it a vampire? If he was buried vertically, he can't live in peace after his death. I'm afraid he's a ghost. I don't want to talk about it. I'm the only one at home. Woohoo! After the black and white ghosts and the beautiful female ghosts, the show is about to hit another ghost. Is there a female ghost in the coffin? If it is, let Zhang do it. He's got experience. Xiao Zhang, you're using me as a donkey. Suddenly, it's not so scary anymore. If Zhang blacks out this time, I'll report him. Hurry up and open the coffin, so that Zhang can meet this female ghost. Nima, Zhang is going to enjoy a great blessing again. Will that be a granny inside? What? What? The second live broadcast site. Zhang Yuhan was obviously a lot more nervous. The director couldn't help but laugh a little at the situation. Taoist Zhang, there's a grandmaster on hand to keep things calm. Even if it's a 1,000-year-old ghost in the coffin, it won't be able to make waves. The director was confident. The only true immortal in the world could still be afraid of a tiny ghost? Zhang Yuhan, however, shook his head. That being said, we are still unclear as to what kind of ghostly creature is in the coffin. Master has not yet become an immortal after all. If you really encounter a 1,000-year-old ghost king, without the help of a magic weapon, Master is still in a bit of danger. Zhang Yuhan voiced his worries. The director was speechless for a moment. The magic weapon. The magic weapon had damn well let the Dao sect share it. Zhang Yuhan still had the nerve to say that the master had no magic weapon? But this Taoist titan was right, the scene was indeed risky. So in the next second, the director contacted Zhang Hao. Little Zhang, this pit is not safe. You and the Grandmaster stayed inside without even a way out. In case the thing in the coffin rushes out, you take the Grandmaster to climb out first, at least there's a buffer zone. The director's voice reached Zhang Hao's ears, causing Zhang Hao to come back to his senses. Seeing Lu Feng still staring at the coffin, Zhang Hao couldn't help but touch Lu Feng's arm. Master, let's go out first. It's not safe in the pit, in case a ghost runs out of the coffin. We can at least run outside, in the pit we can only sit and wait for death. Lu Feng nodded at his words. Then, under Zhang Hao's stunned gaze, Lu Feng walked directly to the coffin. You go out first. Lu Feng commanded and then pressed his ear to the coffin. Thud. There was another muffled sound, louder than the previous two. Obviously, the thing inside was getting impatient. Zhang Hao was so frightened that he had to flee on the spot. But the coffin was faster than him. Boom! The soil beneath his feet shook, and the coffin broke away from the soil, directly breaking out of the pit. With a loud bang, the coffin landed on the edge of the pit. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Did I see something? The coffin flew? What the hell is this? I'm going to change my pants. The Netherworld Live, the name is true. The master's looking for a tomb, it's really not simple. This coffin is so evil, it's as good as being alive. The scene of the program. Lu Feng made a snap decision and climbed out of the big pit. Now the coffin was no longer vertical, it was just placed horizontally on the edge of the pit. Dang! Knock knock! Knock knock knock! The muffled sounds became continuous. The lid of the coffin kept vibrating, as if it would be toppled open at any time. Zhang Hao had just climbed out when he saw the coffin lid being lifted off. Zhang Hao was scared out of his wits. The thing in the coffin was coming out? Very different from Zhang Hao's reaction, Lu Feng directly pounced over. A flip into the coffin. The lid of the coffin seemed to be pulled by something and actually flew up to cover the coffin again. Zhang Hao people stupid. It took several seconds before he snapped back to his senses. Master! Zhang Hao subconsciously wanted to run over. But the coffin in front of him was too terrifying, as if it was a living thing. The inside of the coffin was even more frightening, not knowing what evil spirits were hiding. Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Watch! Viewers! This is the live program of Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host. Come actor. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao shivered and barely whispered his commentary. Master and I rushed to Xuanwu County and dug up a coffin that was buried vertically. Just now. The coffin broke out of the ground by itself. Master, he was eaten by the coffin. Zhang Hao only felt chills all over his body when he said this. The mahogany coffin not far away was like the hypnotic impermanence of hell. Anyone who approaches would all be hooked. The summer heat left Zhang Hao. Now Zhang Hao only felt cold to the bone. What do the big people say I should do? Should I hurry and run for my life, or go over and save? Zhang Hao shivered and didn't finish his words. But what Zhang Hao could not imagine is that the atmosphere of the live broadcast room is instead not as horrible as before. Martyr, why did Zhang say so? Oozing? Man-eating coffin. Think about it, is horrible. Terrorist hairline, that is the master of their own. Jump in. Brothers, don't panic, think about the master's behavior. Is he the kind of person who was the first to die? The master has always been a backseat man. He always puts Chang in the way of danger. The master didn't use Chang as a meat shield this time. Doesn't that mean that the master himself went to fight the female ghost? What's going on upstairs? Don't tell me, it's really possible that there's a beautiful ghost fairy in the coffin. The master has finally revealed his true nature. Zhang, go open the coffin. A few seconds later and the master will be done. The scene of the program. Bang! The coffin lid was once again lifted off. A ghastly white hand peeled at the edge of the coffin. Chapter 49, Falling Treasure Money? Pretending to be a ghost actor is not appropriate for a human son. Grass. Ghost. Zhang Hao howled miserably and directly sat on his butt on the ground. Both legs went weak for a while. Zhang Hao wanted to run, but realized that he could not make any effort at all. Struggling to stare at his legs, Zhang Hao moved backward with his hands and feet at an extremely slow speed. A silhouette suddenly sat up from the coffin. Zhang Hao's eyes were wide open. His heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. What is the ghost screaming for? Tired old me. Lu Feng sat in the coffin, his face blanched for a while. Zhang Hao froze at the sight. Taking another closer look. Master? Zhang Hao was a bit confused. The one who sat up from the coffin was actually a master? For a moment, Zhang Hao seemed to have found his backbone, and his body suddenly gained strength. Rising quickly, Zhang Hao approached the coffin. Master, what happened just now? Is this coffin safe? What the hell is buried inside? Zhang Hao glanced inside the coffin as he spoke. But to his surprise, there were no bones in the coffin. It's a clothes grave. Lu Feng explained. Getting up from the coffin, Lu Feng jumped out. Zhang Hao also finally got a full view of the coffin. There was only a Taoist robe inside, and looking at it, Zhang Hao was a bit mesmerized. Grandmaster, the one being buried is a Taoist priest? Zhang Hao couldn't help but inquire. Sort of. Lu Feng raised his injured right hand and spread out his palm. An ancient coin appeared in Lu Feng's hand. Zhang Hao hurriedly came over and sized up the ancient money up close, in time to send the image back to the live broadcast room. Where is the promised female ghost? How did it become a Taoist priest? What the hell is this copper money? Martyr, this tomb owner is so poor, accompanied by burial goods, just a penny? The only domestic live broadcast of grave robbing, and all you did was steal a coin? I don't think so. How come the coffin is empty when the commotion was so terrifying just now? Could it be the robe? The robe has become a spirit? The viewers are talking a lot. At the scene of the program, Zhang Hao was even more puzzled than the audience. As a first-line eater, Zhang Hao had a deeper appreciation for the horror of coffins. And it turned out to be this? A Taoist robe, plus a copper plate, was the coffin's entire secret. Where's the promised sperm in the coffin? What about the evil spirits in the coffin? He thought he was going to lose his life here, but there's nothing? Master, what's going on? Why is the coffin flying? Isn't there something inside pushing up the lid? How come the coffin is empty? Zhang Hao was full of puzzlement and desperately wanted to know the answer. Who said it's empty inside? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and brought the ancient money towards Zhang Hao's eyes again. This time Zhang Hao reacted. Zhang Hao stared at the ancient money and couldn't help but be even more dismayed. The one that slammed against the coffin lid was this ancient money? As if sensing Zhang Hao's skepticism, the ancient money suddenly gave birth to two wings. It flew out from Lu Feng's palm and circled around Zhang Hao. Finally, the ancient money flew back above the coffin, seemingly remembering its past owner. Zhang Hao stared at the scene, his eyes wider than copper bells. Copper plates growing wings? He wasn't dreaming, was he? The live broadcast room also boiled over. Copper that flies? This copper is actually a magic treasure. So it's the one that's hitting the coffin board. It's a magic weapon. Uncles and aunts, why do I feel so familiar with the flying wings on both sides of the coin? What? I'm only 13 years old. Uncle, I'm only 13. I'm only 11. No. Aren't you happy to have a great nephew for nothing? I'm 9 years old and I'm happy. Ha ha ha. Are there so many kids on the air? I'm 20 and I feel a little overage. Don't panic, I'm 73 and I'm also watching. The second live broadcast scene. Guide, patch my voice into the live broadcast. Taoist Zhang, can you tell what the origin of this copper coin is? Born with two wings. Does the Taoist sect have any relevant records? The director looked at Zhang Yohan with interest. After waiting for most of the night, it finally came to life. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard the director's voice, and one by one, they also perked up their ears. Zhang Yihan leisurely stroked his beard. He knew this question. When it comes to copper coins born with two wings, there's nothing more famous than the falling treasure money. I don't know if you've read it or not, but the Ming Dynasty's novel of gods and demons Fengxian Yanyi. In it, there is a record of the falling treasure money. This item is the magic treasure of Wui Mountain's loose men, Qiao Bao and Xiao Shang. When Zhao Gongming was chasing after Taoist lantern burner, he came across Qiao Bao and Xiao Shang. The two fought with Zhao Gongming to cover the burning lamp. Zhao Gongming offered the dragon rope and the two of them offered the treasure money. The dragon rope fell to the ground along with the money and was pocketed by the two of them. Zhao Gongming then offered the sea-fixing pearl, which was also taken by the treasure money. However, the money can only fall on treasure, it is not effective on weapons. In the end, Xiao Shang died tragically under Zhao Gongming's weapon, the divine whip, while Qiao Bao was secretly saved by Taoist lantern. Zhang Yuhan sighed and talked about the ancient money again. This falling treasure money is round with square holes and born with flying wings. It's just like the ancient money in Master's hand. I just don't know if Master's ancient money also has the power of the falling treasure. The director only felt greatly shocked as he listened to Zhang Yohan's words. He had seen the movie and TV drama of feuding the gods, he just hadn't watched it carefully and had little impression of the falling treasure money. But he knew about Zhao Gongming. Cow a batch, 24 fixed sea beads catch who hit who. I did not expect to eat a big loss in the money. Jasper Gord, falling treasure money. Master is getting better and better. The director said again with a somewhat odd face. Audience members, I believe you've all heard it. This treasure falling money can only fall on treasure, not weapons, and even less on people. Against people of the immortal Tao, it's good since. But against the actor who pretends to be a ghost. Master wouldn't think that the 1.5 meter machete is a magic treasure, right? Falling treasure money is useless against weapons, so Master is going to work for nothing again. The director couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Yohan, however, had a different idea. I think Master took this ancient money, probably because he wanted to retrieve the Jasper Gourd. From the Grandmaster's point of view, the ghost immortal took the Jasper Gourd and will definitely use it the next time they meet. At that time, he will be able to retrieve the Jasper Gourd by offering the ancient money. The plan is good, but unfortunately. Zhang Yohan shook his head. It was a pity that the Jasper Gourd was not in the hands of the ghost-loading actor. This Master's plan was destined to fizzle out. The live broadcast pop-ups. Falling treasure money. Master is awesome. Something from myths and legends, it's actually real? Che, the Jasper Gourd is available, what's so rare about the falling treasure money? According to Taoist Master Zhang, the Master is trying to use the ancient money to take back the Jasper Gourd. If we don't take it back, the pot will be pickled in flavor. I forgot about this. Pretending to be a ghost actor is really inappropriate. Ha 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 ha. The archaeology team. Everyone is full of excitement. The ancient money flying in the air is like a light in the darkness. Let them see the hope of life. It's really, actually true. Not a liar, this master is a real master. Saved. We are saved. Chapter 50 The Immortals Tomb. Master, I invite you to wash your feet. Teacher, there really are masters in the world. Dr. Lin was thrilled. He was so used to seeing frauds that his heart became numb. He didn't expect a live broadcast to bring a real master. Professor Joe was also excited. This midnight was not in vain, the archaeological team is saved. He couldn't wait to go to Lufeng now. But after looking at the time, Professor Joe held back. Contact the director of this program and arrange for us to meet with the master as soon as possible. Professor Joe made an order. Dr. Lin nodded and went to communicate with the director on the phone. On the other side, the ghost pretending actor looked at the ancient money flying everywhere and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Falling treasure money. The ghost pretending actor was happy. How could he have any treasure for Lufeng to drop? The Jasper gourd had been sent to the Taoist sect, and this master's plan was doomed to fall through. It's my turn to appear. The ghost pretending actor rubbed his fists, without any psychological pressure. Tonight would be another lopsided showdown. He was going to use the most impressive stance to beat the master into doubt. Just as the ghost pretending actor was about to make his move, he suddenly received a call from the assistant director. Hold off on the action? Why, I'm all set. An archaeological team? The costumed ghost actor's eyes widened. The Grandmaster wanted to meet the archaeological team first? The ghost pretending actor could only give up his plan as he listened to the program's arrangements. The program site. Collect. Lufeng raised his hand and the ancient money flew back into his palm. Zhang Hao watched in wonder. This magic treasure was too spiritual, just like it was alive. Just as Zhang Hao was about to ask in detail, he heard Lufeng speak. Bury the coffin back, do not disturb the immortal. As soon as Lufeng's words fell, Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Immortals? What ghosts? Master, there's just a Taoist robe in this coffin. Where is there any immortal? Zhang Hao directly asked. He was as tired as a dead dog right now and really didn't want to work. You don't understand, this robe grave was erected by the grave owner himself. 600 years of immortal cultivation. One day he realized the truth and flew up in the white sun. It was a happy event, but the descendants were terrified and wanted the old ancestor to stay. So there was this vertical coffin, buried 300 meters deep underground, to ensure the family's prosperity for 300 years. 300 years depleted the aura of this ancient coin. Another few hundred years passed, and the ancient money gradually became tainted with evil, wanting to come out of the coffin. The coffin is moving a little bit towards the surface. We can dig up this mahogany coffin today, thanks to the ancient money. Without its decades of tireless efforts to pull the coffin out of the 300-meter deep, the two of us wouldn't have been able to dig up the ancient coffin for the rest of our lives. Lufeng threw up the ancient money and grabbed it again. He had gone through a lot of trouble in order to take this tiny copper coin. Even with the help of the system, it exhausted him. The vigor of the falling soul money could be considered explosive. When he first grabbed it, the soul drop money was like a calf, charging across the room. He managed to hold it down with great difficulty. And Zhang Hao couldn't help but be amazed as he listened to Lufeng's account. The viewers in the live streaming room also stared with wide eyes one by one. Immortals tomb? The ancient coffin's origin is actually this big? Cultivating immortality for 600 years, leaving behind a grave, is a great deal more powerful. This is more exciting than the tomb of a prince. The world's first immortal tomb, this is a world-shaking discovery. Buried 300 meters deep, the family has flourished for 300 years. This is horrible. Nonsense. We mortals can't imagine what the immortals can do. If I say really powerful, also have to look at the master, actually dare to pick the immortal's grave. Masters, base do not 6. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao is still recalling Lufeng's words. Aura, evil aura. 300 years, 600 years. He felt like he was listening to heavenly books. This was not the world he recognized at all. However, looking at Lufeng in front of him, Zhang Hao was relieved again. There was a true master right before him. This world had long since ceased to be the world in his cognizance. So it's an immortal's tomb. Then it does need to be buried back. Zhang Hao said that he would do it. People were flying up in the daytime and living in the sky. In case he swept down to the lower world one day and found that the tomb had been dug by him, Zhang Hao, the 5 thunderbolts will be light. Zhang Hao hurriedly covered the coffin and pushed it into the big pit with Lufeng, putting it back in place vertically. Only after filling up all the soil again did Zhang Hao breathe a little sigh of relief. And during this time, he also received instructions from the program team. 1. Lufeng's magic weapon was the falling treasure money. 2. Find a way to create a chance encounter so that Lufeng could meet Professor Joe from the archaeology team. Falling treasure money. Zhang Hao muttered secretly. Why did he feel that it was not quite like that? Falling treasure money could make the descendants prosper? Besides, this ancient money's aura would be exhausted, and it was tainted with an evil aura. Zhang Hao was a bit nervous. He felt that the function of this magic treasure might not be as simple as falling treasure. Instead, it would be somewhat evil. Master, what is the use of this ancient coin? Can it kill ghosts? And how do you know about the owner of this tomb? Zhang Hao inquired. Can it kill ghosts? You'll know when the time comes. Lu Feng smiled faintly, his waist straightened. Ancient money resting on his right hand, Lu Feng had the air of ancient money in hand. The world is mine. As for the tomb owner, after I entered the coffin, I saw the tomb owner's biography. Perhaps it was the ancient coffin that told me, or perhaps it was the ancient money that told me. Immortal means are not for ordinary people to think about, so there's no need to look deeper. Lu Feng explained. Once Zhang Hao heard this, he couldn't help but think of the scene when Lu Feng pounced into the coffin and the lid automatically covered back. Looks like this coffin isn't simple either. Zhang Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This place was too evil. Although it was an immortal mound, the immortals had long since left. In these hundreds of years, the coffin, ancient money, and even the Taoist robes might all be stained with evil qi. Who knows what has become of it? Master, since this ancient money is stained with evil qi, why don't we bury it back? I'm afraid you'll have an accident. Zhang Hao looked worried. No harm, I can suppress this evil qi. Lu Feng was very calm. With the help of the system, he can hold the soul drop money steadily. Seeing this, Zhang Hao advised a few more times. Seeing that Lu Feng never took it to heart, Zhang Hao could only give up. As Lu Feng and Zhang Hao left, the archaeology team arrived at the scene. Teacher, should we dig up the ancient coffin? Dr. Lin inquired about Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou shook his head. In the past, he would have definitely dug it up. What immortal ancient tombs, in his materialistic worldview, none of them existed. But after experiencing the events of these past few years? Since it's an immortal's tomb, don't disturb it. Fill up all the pits here and put up a wordless monument. Professor Zhou made arrangements. Now that there was an immortal's coffin under the ground, this place naturally couldn't be used as farmland anymore. He had to apply to the top as soon as possible to expropriate the land. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao rushed back to the county town. Strange, how come that ghost didn't come after us this time? Lu Feng looked left and right, and then looked in the rearview mirror. According to past experience, the ghost should have appeared. But the road was empty, not to mention the ghost's shadow, there was no human shadow. Master, I guess the ghost is tired. After all, we can take transportation, but he can only rely on your little tram. How can he just come after us after thousands of miles? The battery won't last. We can both sleep soundly tonight. Zhang Hao smiled faintly. Lu Feng immediately turned black. The live broadcast pop-ups. Which pot is the wrong pot? Little Zhang is really good. Riding a small tram from the Kunlun mountains? The trolley will still fall apart. After this, the master won't be able to sleep. Master should buy a roll of duct tape and tape Chang's mouth shut. I'm laughing my ass off. Chang is dead tired, but he still has the energy to irritate the master? I can't help it, being a is Zhang's passive attribute. This passive attribute is really great. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was joyful. Zhang Hao saw that Lu Feng's face was not right and realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly drove the car to a bathing center. Master, let's go take a bath. Otherwise the sweaty can't even sleep. Zhang Hao said and hemmed in hot again. And then find a beautiful woman to pinch your feet when you're done. Master, don't worry, I checked out this store, the reviews are very good. Guarantee you'll be loose from head to toe. Chapter 51. Master is really not afraid of being struck by lightning. Lu Feng glanced at the hall of the bathing center. It happens to be a young lady wearing a black cheongsam, carrying a small box for massage, talking about something at the front desk. The cheongsam was so short that it covered her ass. Her two long legs were straight and white, and she was even taller in her black high heels. Zhang Hao also looked over and couldn't help but fist pump. The quality is really good. Master, let's get off. Zhang Hao even touched his glasses as he spoke. The live feed was immediately interrupted. How did the screen suddenly go black? Even the sound is gone. Are the glasses out of battery? What a coincidence. I can't believe the power went out right after I got to the bathhouse. I don't think Zhang turned off the live broadcast. Friendly reminder, the next picture is not suitable for children. If you want to see it, please charge VIP. I'm so sorry. I'm sure this bath is not proper. I can't even cover her ass. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Early morning. Zhang Hao walked out of the bath center with his waist pounding. He would have liked to sleep in, but he still had to meet with the archaeology team today, so he couldn't delay. Coming to his automobile, Zhang Hao looked at the driver's seat and couldn't help but be speechless. Now Lu Feng was wearing dirty takeout clothes and napping in the driver's seat. Master is also too damn self-disciplined. Zhang Hao couldn't help but spit out his sentence. After taking a shower at night, Lu Feng took the car keys and came out. facing a dozen youthful and invincible beauties. Lu Feng surprisingly didn't even pick them and directly walked away. Are all cultivators so unattached to women? Zhang Hao muttered and reopened the live broadcast. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the first live broadcast of Street Ghost Scare. I'm your old friend, Zhang Hao. Yesterday, the live broadcast was temporarily suspended because my glasses ran out of battery. Now let's restart the journey. Zhang Hao pointed the camera at Lu Feng. People may not believe it when I say it, Master He actually slept in the car all night. What do you mean by not being close to women? I've seen it. The master is really damned self-disciplined. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up in front of the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they heard this. Master didn't have a massage? So short Chonsam can endure? Unscientific. Not scientific at all. Could it be that the master likes men? Do not rumor Don't bull. I could see very clearly at night. The master's eyes lit up a bit when he glanced toward the store. So the master still likes women and only refuses because of self-discipline? He's not close to women. 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 Master is really a tough guy. Brothers, what's the point of practicing immortality without touching a woman? You're silly. The fairies in the sky are 100 times prettier than the women on earth. Master doesn't like the vulgar. Viewers began to pour in, and the number of people online gradually rose. Zhang Hao also came to the car window and woke up Lu Feng. Lu Feng yawned and gave up the driver's seat, signing in on the way. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for signing in for the third consecutive day. From now on, for every 7 days of signing in, you can draw a prize once. It's currently the first day. The system beep sounded, signaling that everything was on track. The first day. The first 2 days actually don't count in? Lu Feng instantly sobered up. But in 2 days, he was able to draw the prize so many times that he had already broken the norm. Just clear it. When I kill that ghost fairy, then I can keep swinging. Lu Feng was extraordinarily relaxed and his fingers even moved as if he was knocking on the mouse keyboard. He now misses his computer. As for what living hell system, it was none of his business. Continuing to swing for the fences and play the game, living each day comfortably was his life goal. Master, let's change our clothes. This is dirty, walking outside like a beggar. Zhang Hao got into the car and ignited the fire, uttering the proposal to Lu Feng. He would be meeting Professor Zhou of the archaeology team later. He couldn't let the master go with a grimy face. Change your clothes. Lu Feng looked down and immediately agreed. Not only do the clothes need to be changed, his bandages need to be undone as well. Although his right hand ached from time to time, juggling was a lifelong endeavor. The closing battle was near. Not only did he have to collect that evil spirit, but he also had to crush the other party in terms of momentum. Clothing store. Lu Feng's line of takeout boy was replaced with ordinary casual clothes. But looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Feng always felt that something was lacking. Zhang Hao, do you think I'll have a more powerful aura if I wear a Taoist robe? Lu Feng asked. Master, you have always had a strong aura, whatever you wear is immortal-like. Zhang Hao directly slapped a horse's ass. Lu Feng revealed a satisfied gaze. This ing talk was what was called human talk. But he still felt that the Dao robe was better. Go to the eastern suburb and take out that Dao robe. Lu Feng waved his hand. Zhang Hao almost sat on his ass. Eastern suburb? Taoist robes? This horse wouldn't be talking about that robe mound, right? Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Great. Master. Where in the eastern suburbs are there any Taoist robes? Zhang Hao deliberately pretended to be confused, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. How is there no Taoist robe? Isn't there one in the coffin? Lu Feng gave Zhang Hao a strange look. As soon as the words left his mouth, the waiter in the store was a bit braced. Coffin. What the hell? These two are going to wear dead people's clothes? The waiter was so scared that his face turned white. Zhang Hao was even more so, his legs and stomach shivered in fear. That's an immortal's grave. Digging it once is enough retribution. But Master wants to dig a second time? He's not afraid of being struck by lightning. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, also a little taut. I heard wrong? Master also want to dig the grave? You heard right, Master is going to dig the grave of the immortal again. This horse. Wool gathering also cannot catch a wool gathering. Immortal, do you really think I'm dead? It's too scary. This horse is not afraid of being struck by lightning. Damn, after taking the ancient money and then take clothes, or masters will also steal the coffin. Worthy of being a master, every step is out of my expectation. Xiao Zhang fast TM run away, and then late to be struck by lightning. Chapter 52, again and again and again? The program comes to an end with Thanksgiving. The second live broadcast scene. The director and Zhang Yuhan Bengbu lived. That Taoist Zhang. Why don't you let the disciples under the door send a Taoist robe to the master? That immortal's tomb cannot be dug again. The director was about to cry. The first time they dug it up, the program team didn't know it was an immortal's tomb, so it was still excusable. Now that they know it's an immortal's tomb, they will follow Lu Feng to dig the grave again. He was really afraid that a thunderbolt from the clear sky would split his whole family. Don't panic, I think Master is joking. If he really wanted the Taoist robe, he would have taken it at night, why wait until now? This master of ours always likes to joke. Wouldn't be so unreliable. Zhang Yuhan barely stroked his beard, saying things he himself did not believe. The director was even more likely to almost vomit blood as he listened. Master is joking? TMD Master was not unreliable for more than once or twice. Since he said he wanted the robe and the coffin, he would dig the grave again. As expected, the next second Lu Feng went out of the clothing store. Zhang Hao paid the money and hurriedly chased him out. Master, make it impossible. How can you? Zhang Hao looked around and saw that there were many people on the road, so he pulled Lu Feng into the car. We already dug the grave once yesterday and stole the ancient money. That's an immortal's tomb. If we didn't get struck by lightning last time we robbed a grave, we've already burned a lot of incense. If you go back to raiding graves again, what's going to happen? He's immortal, not dead. Even a breath of air can kill us. Zhang Hao desperately persuaded. Lu Feng, however, was unimpressed. It's just a robe, why do you have to do it? As the saying goes, you can't do it again and again. This is the second time we're digging a grave, not the third. What's there to be afraid of? You're too timid. Lu Feng spoke easily. Zhang Hao's little heart was about to jump out. Is this how the phrase never again, never again, never again is used? Besides, is this a matter of cowardice? That's the tomb of the immortals. Does Master know the meaning of immortal or not? This is like playing with fire. I'm not going anyway. It's not right to dig up a grave, let alone twice. Master, you want to wear a Taoist robe, I can go elsewhere and buy it for you. But digging a grave. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. Zhang Hao's attitude was extremely resolute. Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Hao and directly got off. Where in the world can you buy a Dao robe worn by an immortal? Lu Feng left behind a sentence and drifted off in a taxi. This. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lu Feng to be so persistent and really identify with that Dao robe. Friends of the audience, what can we do about this? The master has to wear his birthday suit. I can't persuade him. Zhang Hao cried a face. But what the master said makes sense. You can't buy an immortal's robe, it might still have a residual immortal aura. Mortals can also live the immortal addiction when they wear it. That's why Master. Zhang Hao suddenly stopped narrating. Because Lu Feng stopped the cab. Master. Can't I take you to the eastern suburb? Zhang Hao compromised. The eastern suburb of Xuanwu County. The archaeology team was still busy. The place where the ancient coffin was located had been fenced off. A wordless stone tablet had also arrived. Teacher, is it really not necessary to write any epitaph? Dr. Lin couldn't help but confirm. The owner of the tomb has become immortal, the mortal world has nothing to do with him anymore. That's why a wordless monument is the most appropriate. And this tomb must not be too publicized, so as not to attract the covetousness of grave robbing gangs. After all, this is the world, the only immortal's tomb. Professor Zhou was filled with emotion. To be able to see such a tomb in his lifetime. Professor Zhou couldn't help but feel like he had no regrets about dying. However, Dr. Lin was smiling a bit bitterly. The digging of the grave had been broadcast live on the entire internet, so how could this immortal's tomb keep a low profile? Even if they knew that there was only a robe inside, the gold detectives would still be eager to move. After all, it was left by an immortal, even if it was a coffin board, that group of people would not let go. Teacher, it's better to move the ancient coffin. This place is no longer safe. Dr. Lin kindly reminded. No. Professor Zhou immediately waved his hand. Immortals must not be disturbed, and repeatedly digging up graves, aren't you afraid of summoning karma? More than 40 people have died, why don't you remember? Professor Zhou glared fiercely at Dr. Lin. A tomb 3 years ago had a curse that enveloped the entire archaeological team and could not be broken to this day. This favorite student of his, how could he still want to disturb the immortal's tomb? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. If a master dares to dig up a grave, that's because he's capable. What about a mere mortal who tries to move? It's bound to cause trouble. Dr. Lin was so admonished that he didn't dare to reply, and could only think about increasing the security personnel. The cell phone suddenly rang. Dr. Lin saw that it was the program team calling and hurriedly answered it. After an exchange. Teacher, that master is here. He's going to dig up the immortal's tomb again and take the Taoist robes from the ancient coffins. How are we going to deal with it? The program team told us to hurry up and withdraw so as not to arouse the master's suspicion. Dr. Lin's expression was a bit anxious. The scene had already been cleaned up by the archaeological team. In order not to arouse the master's suspicion, was it still necessary to restore the original appearance? This was too much of a toss. Professor Zhou, however, looked happy. He thought that he would only be able to meet that master at noon, but he didn't expect to meet in the morning. No need to panic, continue to erect the monument. Also explain that when you see that master, no one should show any sign of dissent. Just treat him as an ordinary person, understand? After Professor Zhou finished his instructions, he looked in the direction of the county town. Dr. Lin couldn't help but feel a little more at ease when he saw that his own teacher was calm and composed. Hurrying to inform everyone, Dr. Lin returned to Professor Zhou's side. The two looked in the direction of the county town together. Master, there's someone in the ground. Zhang Hao came to a sharp stop. 50 meters ahead, the original destination was already overcrowded. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. He remembered that he had a live broadcast on. Knowing that the master was coming, how come this place wasn't cleared? What the hell, how did the director arrange this? Could it be that they want to rely on these people to scare the master away? This is nonsense. The master will be suspicious in minutes. Zhang Hao couldn't stop muttering in his mind. Looking at the co-pilot, Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng frowning slightly, and he was indeed suspicious. Damn it, we have to think of something quickly. Zhang Hao's mind was racing. This situation was so sudden that he was completely unprepared. That's the archaeological team, right? Lu Feng was the first to speak. Zhang Hao's heart snapped, but he could only say stiffly, it seems to be. No need to seem like it, it's the archaeological team. Lu Feng twisted his head to look at Zhang Hao, his eyes narrowing. The ancient tomb was actually discovered by them. If I remember correctly, only the two of us came to dig the grave at night. Then how did the archaeological team know? The viewers in the live broadcast room were more nervous than one when they saw this scene. Grass. The Grandmaster is suspicious. What's wrong with the program? Didn't they notify the archaeology team to leave? The program team will be blown away by the master. Director, I'll really thank the archaeology team at. Xiaozhang, brothers, is it too late for me to start writing a suicide note? Last words? I doubt I'll even get a chance to say my last words. Thanks to the crew, thanks to the director, thanks to Chang, I'll burn paper for you next year. The program finally ended. The program has finally come to an end. Tears of gratitude. Chapter 53. Little Zhang is so righteous. The terrifying curse. Master, it should have been reported by the villagers. They got up early and saw the mess in the ground, they must have called the police. So many robber holes lay there. The police must have notified the archaeological team. Zhang Hao was in a hurry and gave his reasons in one breath. Lu Feng stroked his chin, then slapped it. Splat sound, Zhang Hao received a hard blow on the back of his head. Ah! I'm dead. Zhang Hao's face was so pale that he didn't even dare to touch the back of his head. He was afraid to touch a handful of brains. You still know that the villagers will find out when you step on the horse? Lu Feng was furious. If you had filled the pit at night, would this have happened? The way here was also slow. And now it's all late. How do you expect me to get my Dao robe? Lu Feng was furious. The first time he saw the archaeological team, he knew it was discovered by the villagers. Had he known that? He should have made a trip back before dawn to get the Dao robe. Now that the archaeological team was busy, the odds were that the ancient coffin had already been discovered. Looking at Zhang Hao again, Lu Feng saw the other party's expression of dying and almost slapped him again. What kind of death is this horse pretending to be? Drive over and see if the ancient coffin is found. Lu Feng still held a hint of fantasy. Zhang Hao sniffed back, finally boldly touched the back of his head. No blood? Zhang Hao froze. After carefully touching it a few more times, Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was no bleeding and no cracks, so it seemed that the master did not want to kill him. Scared me to death. Zhang Hao patted his chest and hurriedly drove to the archaeological team. Master, you can't blame me. I was exhausted as a dead dog during the night, how could I have the strength to fill in the pit? And you old man, watch what you say later. Don't ever let the archaeology team know that the two of us came to steal a tomb at night. Zhang Hao uneasily urged. In fact, he just wanted Lu Feng to talk less and not interact too much with the archaeological team. That way the program team wouldn't easily reveal themselves. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Lu Feng gave Zhang Hao a breathless look. Tomb raiding is against the law. He had his head kicked by a donkey before he would seek out the archaeological team to confess. The two quickly approached the archaeological team. The viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were once again nervous. Coming, the main event is coming. Will the archaeological team cooperate with the program team? Tough enough. If the archaeology team cooperated with the program, they would have withdrawn long ago. Can the program team get away with it or not? Zhang is the one who's panicking, right? I think Zhang is scared to death of that slap. Who wouldn't be scared of that? I thought my brains were going to splatter. The second live broadcast. The director was about to contact the archaeology team when he was stopped by Zhang Yohan. Director Yen, they didn't withdraw, so they naturally have their own plans. Not to mention we've already called once. Now that the master has come to heal, it's useless to call again. Zhang Yuhan looked at the live broadcast screen, his complexion gradually turning cold. I hope Professor Zhou doesn't play with fire. Zhang Yuhan was moved to true anger. If the archaeology team stirred things up, he would never be lenient. The eastern suburb of Xuanwu County. Zhang Hao parked his car 10 meters away from the archaeological team. Lu Feng was the first to get out of the car and looked at an old man and a young man on the side of the road. Unlike the ones working, this old man and young man looked at the farmland and were clearly the heads of the archaeological team. Master, take it easy. How about I go over and communicate with them myself? That way, even if we are exposed, we won't be able to implicate you. Zhang Hao hurriedly got out of the car, making a final struggle. Oh? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Not to mention, Zhang Hao's last sentence really made him a little touched. He and Zhang Hao had lived and died together this entire journey. He had sold Zhang Hao out a few times, and Zhang Hao was still so concerned about him. A person worth deep friendship. Lu Feng secretly nodded his head. After he solved that evil ghost, he would add Zhang Hao as a game friend. It's not bad for everyone to play ranked together if nothing else, and it's not bad to drink and get together once in a while. Of course, the prerequisite was that Zhang Hao paid out money. Old Zhang, it's better to go over there together. This mouth of yours is too yawning, it's best to keep quiet later. Lu Feng admonished and walked over to Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou had long known that Lu Feng had come. However, it wasn't until Lu Feng approached that he twisted his head in surprise, as if he had only realized that someone was coming. As soon as Zhang Hao saw the show, he knew it was stable. The archaeology team did not expose the show. Hello, my name is Lu Feng, I'm traveling to Xuanwu County. I've heard that there are many ancient tomb ruins here, attracting many history enthusiasts every year. Are you the archaeological team stationed here? Did you discover a new ancient tomb? Lu Feng was too lazy to beat around the bush and directly asked about the immortal tomb. Professor Zhou didn't beat around the bush and graciously admitted it. I'm the head of the archaeology team, just call me Old Zhou. An ancient coffin came out of this field, it was found by the villagers. There is only a Taoist robe inside, it seems to be a cloak and dagger. After testing, this ancient coffin should be nearly 1,000 years old. I think it's left by whichever high achiever of the Tao in ancient times. Leaving behind a burial mound before one's immortalization is also considered a complete farewell to the mundane world. I usually like to study Taoism as well, so I wanted to erect a wordless monument for this master. To express my admiration for my predecessor. Professor Zhou spoke eloquently. He didn't want to waste time on the immortal's tomb and gave a clean account in a few sentences. What he was going to say next was the focus. I hope that erecting the monument can dispel the curse and leave behind these 70-odd human lives. Professor Zhou added another sentence, but his voice was small. So small that Lu Feng almost didn't hear it. It was as if it was an unintentionally revealed sentence. Curse? Lu Feng's pupils shrunk for a moment. In fact, just the words of a curse were not enough to move Lu Feng. The key was more than 70 human lives. Lu Feng had never seen so many dead people in his 2 lives combined. Old. Professor Zhou. Lu Feng's words reached his mouth and changed his name. People let called Old Zhou, that is polite words. He is not familiar with the other party, it is more appropriate to call Professor Zhou. What is the curse? You just said? As soon as Lu Feng asked, Professor Zhou immediately changed color. Dr. Lin at the side also had a tightened face and deliberately pulled Professor Zhou. Teacher, this matter cannot be spread out. More than 40 people have already died, we can't implicate any more innocent people. Dr. Lin reminded in a low voice. Lu Feng was close enough to hear it. More than 40 people. Lu Feng never dreamed that the archaeological team had already died dozens of people. More than 40 dead? Zhang Hao was also shocked. He had initially snubbed Lu Feng, saying that the pretend ghost actors killed people every year, but only 10 a year. As a result, a single archaeological team, more than 40 people died? What the hell kind of curse is this, to be so vicious? Lu Feng also remembered the ghost pretending actor. That evil ghost also only kills 10 people a year. The curse of the archaeological team is actually so terrifying. Could it be another ghost fairy? Chapter 54. Are you really a Taoist heavenly master? The conditions for making a move. Friends of the audience, something big has happened. It turns out that the archaeological team has suffered a curse. Let me state in advance that this is in no way a script arranged by the program team. It's too damn scary. It's amazing that more than 40 people have already died. I kind of can't hold on anymore. Director, can you change the host? I want to go home. Zhang Hao was truly frightened. Running back to the car while doing the commentary, he asked the director for help. The curse of killing over 40 people, Zhang Hao's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. I'm afraid this isn't a real ghost immortal. In contrast, the audience in the live broadcast room got excited. Actually caught a big fish. If you don't go to heaven, you'll come to hell. The archaeology team is cursed, it must be a ghost. Master, ghost? Where are the ghosts? Kill them all. The master is going crazy. The only true immortal in the world is here, that ghost deserves it. But master has only one treasure money, can he get rid of the ghost? If it's a ghost immortal, it's a bit tricky. Don't panic, master has always been the most cowardly, if you can't do it, you'll let Xiao Zhang break the back. Xiao Zhang, I'm so grateful. Xiao Zhang, I thank you. Ha 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 ha. The live broadcast room was lively. The second live broadcast site was also lively. Taoist Master Zhang, there's a good show this time. Do you think the master will make a move? The director looked towards Zhang Yihan with gusto. However, Zhang Yihan was a bit hesitant. It's hard to say. The master is here to experience mortal life and has very strong self-discipline. Taking a shot at the actor pretending to be a ghost was a helpless act when he was being hunted down. And the matter of the archaeological team has nothing to do with the master's life. It's hard to say if the Grandmaster is willing to break his fast and step in to help the archaeological team out of their predicament. Zhang Yuan combined Lu Feng's code of conduct and gave his advice. The moment the director heard this, he was in a hurry. Because if the Grandmaster didn't make a move, he would definitely be sprayed by the pop-ups. The tempo would go sky high by then. Connect me to Xiao Zhang. Hurry! The director hurriedly ordered and spoke to Zhang Hao. Director, I can't hold on any longer, please let me go home. Zhang Hao's crying voice came. The director immediately let out a bah. You're scared less. Even the female ghost dared to go on, and the immortal vine dared to step on it, how can you still be afraid of a curse? You're already destined to go down in history for teaming up with the master. Do you want the history books to remember you for running away from the battle? Do you want future generations to laugh at you for 1,000 years? The director chopped his head and gave a lecture. Zhang Hao on the other side froze. Jokes for 1,000 years. He didn't want to become a joke. Once it was recorded in the history books in modern times, as long as human civilization continued. He was afraid that he would be joked about all the time. It would be more than 10,000 years of stepping on the horse. Xiao Zhang, you continue to follow the master and find out the root of the curse. Make sure to save the archaeological team. If the Grandmaster has no intention of making a move, you'll have to force the Grandmaster to do so as well. Otherwise the Grandmaster will be sprayed to death by public opinion. Understood? The director's stern voice came. Zhang Hao clenched his teeth and got out of the car once again. Now Lu Feng, as a loyal listener, was listening to Professor Zhou recounting an archaeology from 3 years ago. Zhang Hao stepped closer just in time to hear the highlights. That tomb looked ordinary, but there was a hidden murder. The owner of the tomb used unauthorized regulations. Just a rich merchant, but the size of the tomb is comparable to that of a prince. There are many precious artifacts inside, which shows that this rich merchant loved collecting in his lifetime. At the time, we were so happy, thinking we had found a huge treasure. But accidents came one after another. When we finished excavating the ancient tomb and were ready to leave Xuanwu County, everyone had the same dream. The owner of the tomb wanted us to stay in Xuanwu County or suffer the consequences. At that time, although I was alarmed, I didn't take it to heart. Until the entire archaeological team, people kept dying. Walking down the road and being hit by a car, going out to eat and choking to death. Even when they don't go out at home, they die for no reason. And these dead people, without exception, are full of panic. It's as if they saw something extremely horrible in the moment before they died. Professor Zhou still had some hard-to-conceal palpitations as he recounted this. Those days were the darkest days for the entire archaeological team. After 10 deaths in a row, we had to return to Xuanwu County. But all was not aborted. The tomb owner appeared in the dream again. This time he was very reasonable and agreed that we could leave Xuanwu County for a short period of time. No more than 3 days at a time, and no more than 3 times a year. But this comes with a price. Even if we stay in Xuanwu County, one of us is bound to die every month. This is a horrible curse that gradually spreads to everyone. No one knows if the next one to die will be themselves. In less than 3 years, the archaeological team has already lost over 40 lives. The remaining 70 or so people also live in daily fear. Perhaps in a few more years. Professor Zhou looked towards the busy crowd in the farmland. This archaeological team will completely cease to exist. Professor Zhou could not help but let out a long sigh as he finished his last sentence. Seeing this, Zhang Hao came closer and couldn't help but say, "1 person per month? Is this an offering? The owner of the tomb is eating you as offerings? Offerings?" Professor Zhou was slightly stunned. This analogy was really appropriate. In the eyes of the tomb owner, isn't their team of archaeologists an offering? Master, help them. Otherwise these remaining 70 or so people will all have to die. Zhang Hao persuaded Lu Feng. Professor Joe sniffed and hurriedly played along, revealing a look of surprise. Master? Professor Joe sized up Lu Feng with a strong surprise in his eyes. Dr. Lin beside him followed suit and also revealed a look of astonishment. Zhang Hao could not help but cough lightly at the sight. Allow me to make a grand introduction. This person beside me is the world's #1 expert. Not only is he the first in the world in terms of Taoism, but he also has a bodhisattva's heart. Didn't you guys hit a ghost? Don't be afraid. The living heavenly master is standing in front of you, and he can help you out with the lift of a hand. Zhang Hao made a big deal out of it, boasting at Lu Feng. Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin immediately revealed shocked expressions. Little friend, you. Are you really a Taoist heavenly master? Professor Zhou was a bit excited and grabbed Lu Feng's arm. Please heavenly master save the archaeological team. It doesn't matter if I die, but the others are innocent. It was my idea to excavate the ancient tomb. I would give my life for their safety. Please, heavenly master, be merciful and save them. Professor Zhou said and knelt down. Dr. Lin was shocked. It was the first time he had seen a teacher kneeling. The other members of the archaeology team couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. That was the Tarzan of the archaeology world. A respected old professor actually bending his knees to someone? Even if they knew that the one kneeling was a heavenly master, they felt a bit unreal. Lu Feng was also caught off guard. Professor Zhou, what are you doing? Get up. Lu Feng tried to help Professor Zhou up, but Professor Zhou just couldn't get up. Zhang Hao saw this and once again assisted. Master, promise him. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone more than 70 lives. It would have been just fine if we hadn't encountered it. Since we have encountered it, what's the harm in taking a shot? Zhang Hao endeavored to persuade. Dr. Lin on the side saw his teacher kneeling, so he also knelt down. The others in the farmland were infected and suddenly hooted and hollered as they knelt down in a large group. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Professor Zhou and the others were apprehensive in their hearts, fearing that Lu Feng would refuse. Zhang Hao also stared nervously at Lu Feng. Finally, Lu Feng spoke. I can make a move, but I have one condition. Chapter 55, aborted, really struck by lightning. Audience, it's done. Master is willing to make a move. Only. Zhang Hao walked a little farther away and whispered about the scene. As he watched the farmland drying up once again, Zhang Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Because the immortal ancient coffin had been stripped out again. Lu Feng ran over in a hurry. Before he reached the ancient coffin, the coffin lid lifted off by itself. The people around were startled and backed away. Zhang Hao on the side of the road was even more triple dead jumping, subconsciously looking up at the sky. Well, for the time being, it's still a sunny day. Mom, the master is really not afraid of being struck by lightning. Zhang Hao spat in a low voice. The coffin lid lifting off by itself is definitely a warning. I hope the Grandmaster will repent in time and hurry to bury the ancient coffin. Don't hit the Taoist robe again. Otherwise I'm really afraid. Me Nima. Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. Just now, the coffin lid lifted off for no reason, scaring all the people around him into running away. Even Professor Zhou's face changed drastically. But Lu Feng acted as if nothing was wrong. Jogging all the way, Lu Feng went over and pulled out the Dao robe. Ah! Zhang Hao's legs and stomach went weak. The Grandmaster actually ignored the warning? This Tama was really going to be struck by lightning. The viewers in the live broadcast room also looked straight in the eyes. The lid of the coffin has flown. This horse is a clear warning. Master is really not afraid of death. It's not enough to steal the ancient money, you even want to take the birthday suit? Master, I beg you to be a man. The master is the first person to steal a tomb in broad daylight in front of an archaeology team. This will make the tomb robbers pay for it. You can't do that. Put. I'm already pissing myself laughing. A bunch of grave robbers are worshipping the master's idol. Prime Minister Chow, I set up the Golden Guardian as a minor point, but the real grave robbers still have to look at the masters. Ha ha ha, stealing an immortal's tomb, even Boss Chow has to say yes when he comes here. The second live broadcast. The director is pissing himself. It happens to be cloudy in Nanjiang, and there is a faint sound of thunder coming from Taoist Master Zhang. Let's run. To be struck by lightning. The director said to run away. Zhang aged cold handshaking, beard and pulled off a few. Panic, what panic? If you really want to be struck by lightning, do you think you can escape? Besides, the master are still fine, really want to be struck by lightning, also is the first split master. Zhang Yuhan calmed down the director with a few words. Taking a step back, even if you really die by lightning, what's the harm? I have no regrets even if I die if I can see a master like this in this world. Zhang Yuhan added 2 more sentences, instantly causing the director to tense up. No regrets even if I die? The director almost didn't vomit blood. The old man had lived for almost 100 years, of course it didn't matter if he died. But he was only 40 years old. He still has a few decades to live, how can he die with no regrets? Xuanwu County Eastern Suburbs. Lu Feng see around the lesbians, then did not strip naked and then change clothes. Directly wearing the Taoist robe on his body, Lu Feng could not help but look stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taoist robe left behind by the immortals. Wearing this Taoist robe can prevent cold and heat, clear the mind and calm the qi, and make it easier to approach the Tao. Note, because the Taoist robe carries immortal qi, it can intimidate ordinary small demons and brats. The system prompt sounded, causing Lu Feng to come back to his senses. Cold and heat do not invade. No wonder it's so cool when you wear it. Lu Feng sked. It also had the effect of clearing the mind and calming the qi. It was indeed a good thing. But this intimidating little demon brat. Do you have to use the word intimidate? Can't you use intimidate? It makes him look like a villain. And there's one more thing. System, you're not being fair. This robe is a treasure, how could you not prompt me at night? Lu Feng initiated a vocal denunciation in his mind. Ding! You don't know what you're talking about, how can you blame the system? I can tell if it's a treasure or not, why do I need you? Ding! Then you're really a loser. I'm a horse. Lu Feng took several deep breaths in a row before calming down. Ding! This system is only responsible for providing the method of catching and killing ghosts, it does not provide additional treasure hunting services. If the host doesn't want to miss the magic treasures around him, he can cultivate his own heavenly eyes. With the host's qualifications, he will be able to achieve a small success in 300 years. The system's voice continues to sound. The moment Lu Feng heard what 300 years, the person went numb. What's more, he doesn't know how to cultivate heavenly eyes either. The system in his body is awesome, but it doesn't provide the method of cultivation, and all day long he just sneers. Lu Feng felt very angry. But the gas is useless. Shaking off his head, Lu Feng's eyes fell on the coffin. Taoist robes, ancient money are all good things, this coffin. Bang! The coffin lid suddenly flew back as if it was another warning. Sure enough, it's good stuff too. Lu Feng's eyes lit up and wanted to reach out and touch it, forcing the system to identify it. As a result, the coffin took off directly. It landed back into the pit vertically again. Dig it out! Dig it out! Lu Feng excitedly commanded the people around him. Professor Zhou, please load a car for me. I'll give you the address, you send the coffin to my house. This will be my bed from now on. Lu Feng was in high spirits. Professor Zhou's face turned green. Using a coffin as a bed? Is this something that a human being can do? Zhang Hao's face also turned green. Master Tama really didn't spare a single thing, stealing the immortal's tomb in plain sight. Looking up at the sky again, Zhang Hao looked at the big sun and did not feel safe at all. Who said that a sunny day doesn't have thunder? It was too normal for a sunny day to thunder when the Grandmaster did such a lackluster thing. Boom! A bolt of lightning appeared without warning and directly struck the ancient coffin. The mahogany coffin instantly became scorched black, but it didn't burn up. The people around were frightened and immediately withdrew to more than 10 meters. Lu Feng hurriedly checked it out and found that it was still working. It's alright even if it's struck by lightning. This is ing worth more ah. Lightning struck wood. Lu Feng was so excited. Ding! Friendly reminder, a living tree is only called thunderstruck wood when it is struck by lightning. The spirit of this coffin has been extinguished, so you can burn firewood. The system prompt was like a pot of cool water, directly pouring Lu Feng a penetrating cold. This? What did it do wrong? Why did it get struck by lightning? Lu Feng was filled with a beating heart. Ding! This coffin should have been buried deep underground, but it has repeatedly appeared on the surface. It should have been struck by lightning because it triggered the forbidden system left behind by the immortals. The system gave the answer. Lu Feng's complexion stiffened. Good lord, or did he harm the ancient coffin? If he hadn't repeatedly stripped the grave, how would the ancient coffin have triggered the forbidden system left by the immortals? Lu Feng was messed up in the summer breeze. Master, are you alright? Zhang Hao came to Lu Feng's side. Lu Feng looked at the charred black ancient coffin in the pit and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's a pity that it was killed by lightning. Bury it. Lu Feng waved his hand in disinterest and walked back towards the road. Zhang Hao listened in disbelief. Glancing at the miserable ancient coffin. This grave robber was a master, how come the coffin was struck by lightning? The Lord is crooked? The viewers in the live broadcast room also can't figure it out one by one. Ancient coffins have turned into black coffins, the Lord has struck the wrong coffin? The master should have been struck by lightning, why did the coffin suffer? This is a crooked coffin, isn't it? Was it too far away for the man in the sky to aim? The grave was stripped and the coffin was chopped up. This immortal is in deep. It's really bad luck. Immortal, I didn't realize that after my ascension, there would be another disaster in the mortal world. What? I can't help it, it's too damn abstract. The scene of the program. Lu Feng returned to the roadside with a depressed face. Professor Zhou is more depressed than Lu Feng. A good immortal ancient coffin froze by the lightning struck. Who is he going to find to reason with? According to his past temper, he immediately had to arrest Lu Feng. Destroying cultural relics is not a small crime. But Lu Feng is now the archaeological team's life-saving straw. Professor Zhou simply could not bear any resentment and even comforted Lu Feng. Master, this is the will of heaven, the ancient coffin must not come out. You don't have to be too hung up on it. Lu Feng nodded at the words, finally recovering some spirit. Go to that ancient tomb. Spell kill more than 40 people. I'd like to see how good this tomb owner's appetite is. Can you eat me too? Chapter 56 Hosts who treat death as a difference. The first appearance of the Earth Palace. Southern Xuanwu County. More than 40 miles from the county. Lu Feng, along with the archaeological team, came to a forbidden land. This is close to the border of Xuanwu County. A farmland backed by a hill is blocked by a cordon. Several security personnel were on guard day and night, forbidding anyone from approaching. Master, that ancient tomb is 10 meters underground. Although we buried it back again, we still left a small entrance. Over the past 3 years, we had approached several masters, trying to break the curse. There are both Buddhist and Taoist sects, but they are basically all liars. Doing a few spells outside, they cheat the money and leave. There are 2 who are rather bold and dare to enter the tomb. As a result, they went in and never came out again. It was as if they had evaporated from the earth. Professor Zhou brought up the past with mixed feelings. He was angry at those crooks for cheating him out of money, but he also felt that it was hard to ease his conscience after killing 2 innocent people. Master, you should also be more careful in a while. This ancient tomb is weird. Professor Zhou reminded Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled bashfully at his words. No harm done. With this seat in charge today, the King of Hell will have to lie down even if he comes. Lu Feng stood with his arms crossed, the bandage on his right hand already removed. The Taoist robe swung with the wind, quite an immortal demeanor. Professor Zhou was directly dumbfounded. The King of Hell has to lie down even when he comes? Isn't this a bit too wild? Dr. Lin and the people around him were also wide-eyed. The masters they used to hire, blowing powerful many. But which one dares to make fun of the King of Hell? Isn't he afraid of losing his life? Among the group, only Zhang Hao looked as normal. The master is not a day or two to pretend, he has long been accustomed to. The viewers in the live broadcast room were immediately happy to see this scene. The old professor's eyes are straight. Where has this come to? Ancient tombs are not even entered, more pretentious still in the back now. Ahem, afraid of new friends do not know, I declare, do not misunderstand, the master has always been so crazy. I'm laughing my ass off. Don't tell me, the master's birthday suit has a much better aura on him. Master, thank you for the gift of nature. Immortal? Are you polite? Ha 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 ha. Scene of the show. Lu Feng arrives in front of the entrance to the ancient tomb. Once he turned around, he saw that the only ones following him were Professor Zhou, Dr. Lin, and Zhang Hao. As for the rest of the archaeological team, the closest ones were more than 20 meters away. Most of them were standing on the side of the road watching, not daring to approach this tomb. The people in the archaeology team were truly afraid. Even though there was a celestial master at the head of the team, they still didn't have a clue in their hearts. After all, it wasn't unheard of for a heavenly master to be killed back by a ghost in those Jiqi novels. Professor Zhou saw Lu Feng looking at the others and couldn't help but cough lightly. Master, a few of us will just go in. This place is too evil, I'm afraid that if there are too many people going in, there will be changes. The most important thing for us right now is to resolve the matter of the curse. Lu Feng nodded at his words and took the lead to enter the tomb. He was followed by Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin. Zhang Hao fell at the end and followed suit with a clench of his teeth. Viewers, if I am unfortunate enough to die here today, please tell my mom and dad. My son is unfilial, I'll come back in my next life to honor both of them. Zhang Hao left his last words and resolutely entered the ancient tomb. The light from the flashlight illuminated the dark passageway. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but as soon as Zhang Hao entered, he felt cool. This kind of coolness was familiar to him. The 7 ghosts of Plum Garden, the black and white irregulars, and the female ghost in the temple. This was the Een aura unique to the species of the netherworld. MD. Forgot to wear a jacket. Zhang Hao cursed, venting his fear. Luckily, this time, he was at the very back, and there were 3 people in front of him to block the way. Zhang Hao felt slightly more secure. Old Zhang, you go in front. Lu Feng's voice came, instantly causing Zhang Hao's body to stiffen. Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin subconsciously looked over and saw Zhang Hao's face go white. It's better for me to go in front. Dr. Lin took the initiative to volunteer. Zhang Hao was delighted at his words and cast a grateful gaze at Dr. Lin. No, just let old Zhang take the lead. He has experience. And he also likes to play the lead, you guys don't need to grab it from him. Lu Feng beckoned Zhang Hao over as he spoke. Zhang Hao's body froze once again. Likes to play the lead? Likes to nibble. Zhang Hao almost turned his head and ran. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost didn't die laughing when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha, little Zhang is too nasty. Likes to play the head game? Little Zhang is cursing his mother in his heart. Xiao Zhang doesn't dislike this horse? Xiao Zhang, you. Master, you're really not a thing. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. But one thing is for sure, Xiao Zhang does have experience. Master's royal meat shield, can he not have experience? Ha 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 ha, Chang's daily experience +1. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao stiffly walked to the front. Passing through the downward passageway, which was roughly 10 or so meters deep, Zhang Hao came to a stone door. The live signal became very unstable, intermittent. Mr. Zhang, let's push the door open. Dr. Lin took the initiative to step forward and pressed his hand on the stone door. Good. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and was just about to raise his hand when he saw the door open by itself. Dr. Lin and Zhang Hao froze at the same time. A ghastly wind hit their faces, and it even faintly carried the smell of blood. Master! Zhang Hao shivered and hurriedly looked behind him. Lu Feng looked at the stone door that opened automatically and couldn't help but sneer. Pretending to be a god, this seed will take him in a moment. Lu Feng came behind Zhang Hao and put his hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Go in and take a look. Lu Feng urged and pushed Zhang Hao inside. A few people walked through a 7 or 8 meter long passageway. A large underground palace appeared in front of them. Lu Feng took a flashlight and shone it around, then realized that although the place was big, there was nothing. The entire dungeon was empty, obviously emptied by the archaeological team. Now there was only the center high platform tens of meters away, with a sarcophagus placed horizontally. Master, the ghost has been found. He's definitely in that coffin. I'll leave the rest to you, I'll withdraw first without affecting your play. Zhang Hao said and ran. Now that the live broadcast signal had been interrupted, even if he made a run for it, the viewers. Zhang Hao's complexion suddenly changed drastically. Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin also changed their faces. Only to see that a body had actually appeared in the originally empty underground palace. A red thread, emerging from the corpses, converged towards the center of the underground palace. It was as if the sarcophagus was drawing blood from all beings. Master! Zhang Hao grabbed Lu Feng and couldn't even stand up. His old problem of weak legs was already killing him, and now he was seeing the hell-like scene of the underground palace. Zhang Hao's heartbeat was about to stop. He had never seen such a horrifying picture in all his life. There were more than 100 corpses in this underground palace. Countless blood-colored threads were intertwined in the air, and Zhang Hao only felt his scalp tingle. Dr. Lin was even more direct and vomited as soon as he bent over. Professor Zhou was also a bit overwhelmed, his eyes glazed over. It was not his first time coming to the underground palace. But it was the first time he had seen such a horrifying scene. Looking at that body, Professor Zhou was shocked to realize that there were some familiar faces among them. It was the dead crowd of the archaeological team. Chapter 57, The Tomb Master has come to kill. Master, don't you dare to step on the pass. It's not a pleasure to have friends from afar. I didn't expect that a humble abode so despicable could still attract people from the sky. A voice rang out leisurely, seemingly emanating from the sarcophagus. Blood gathered in the sarcophagus and gradually dyed it red. Zhang Hao was so frightened that his face was pale. Luckily, the coffin board was still covered properly, and it seemed that what was inside, for the time being, had no intention of coming out. Professor Zhou, have you seen what's inside the sarcophagus? Lu Feng asked, his voice still calm. Although he was also alarmed, everyone had him as their backbone. If he showed panic, the other three would immediately have to collapse. So he had to suppress it even if he was even more heart-stricken. Inside the sarcophagus. There's nothing. Professor Zhou gave his answer with a pale face, which instantly made Lu Feng's face change. There is nothing inside the sarcophagus. Lu Feng looked around violently. His thoughts just now were the same as Zhang Hao's, thinking that if the sarcophagus was not opened, it was temporarily safe. But the sarcophagus was empty. How could that ghost live in the sarcophagus? As expected. When that voice sounded again, Lu Feng realized that it was no longer there in the sarcophagus. Your guest is here, why didn't you say a word? Could it be that you dislike me as a ghost immortal and are ashamed to communicate with me? A sarcastic voice came out. This time, it was to the east of the sarcophagus, at least a dozen meters away. Groove. Zhang Hao's breath was choked, and he didn't even have the strength to grab Lu Feng, directly sitting on his but on the ground. That thing actually wasn't inside the sarcophagus? This time I had already run out. Zhang Hao's last sense of security disappeared without a trace. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and casually threw the soul drop money onto the ground. Ghost immortal? You're also putting too much gold on your face. Hiding in this dark underground palace and hesitating to show yourself, you are at best a lonely ghost. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression growing more and more bland. Hearing this, Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin were immediately impressed. Don't say that the Heavenly Master looked young, but his mindset was truly stable. From the aura, he overwhelmed the tomb owner. I just don't know if I can collect the other party when it comes to a real fight. Ha ha ha, since the immortal has invited me, I'll honor the invitation. A figure solidified in the darkness and slid towards Lu Feng's side, following the threads of blood in the air. Lu Feng shone his flashlight over and couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. A middle-aged man was wearing a blood-stained ancient robe. The corners of his mouth were wearing a sardonic smile, and his eyes were filled with killing intent and madness. The face was even painted with bizarre symbols. From head to toe, the tomb owner exuded an astonishing sense of thrill. Coming over. He's coming over. Zhang Hao was so scared that he stomped his legs and desperately retreated in the direction of the tomb door. Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin were also terrified. They had only seen the tomb master in their dreams. At that time, the tomb owner was still dressed like a normal ancient person. As a result, who had thought that the tomb master's real face was so terrifying? That bizarre symbol revealed the ultimate evil. Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin had a strong psychological discomfort. The two of them looked at Lu Feng, expecting this master to step in and collect the tomb master. However, what surprised the two was that Lu Feng just watched the tomb master approach, not making the slightest move to make a move. Professor Zhou was dumbfounded. The ghosts had all killed over, how come the heavenly master was still standing still? Could it be that this little heavenly master wants to chat with the tomb owner about life? Isn't this ing bull? The tomb owner said politely, but his face is full of killing spirit. When he really came close, he would immediately kill the four of them. Heavenly master, do it now. It'll be too late when he gets in front of us. Professor Zhou hurriedly reminded. A celestial master's exorcism of ghosts was nothing more than talismanic seals and magic weapons. Either way, there were preparatory actions that took time. If this celestial master didn't make a move, he wouldn't have a chance to do so. Professor Zhou was in a hurry. However, Lu Feng was smiling blandly. No, in time. Lu Feng continued to stand with his hands behind his back, maintaining the demeanor of a high-ranking person. Professor Zhou was confused. The fleeing Zhang Hao was also confused when he saw this scene. What the hell is Master doing? How can he still be pretending when he's on the verge of a dead ball? Zhang Hao felt like he was going crazy. Although he was desperately stomping his legs to escape, he couldn't move far at all. Whether he could survive or not, it all depended on the Master's tactics. As a result, the Master was like this? What time is still posing? They are all going to pose to the netherworld. If he can live this time, he must give Lu Feng a lesson, nothing less horse pretending to be a little pussy. Zhang Hao cursed in his heart, and suddenly, Zhang Hao's soul flew out of the sky. 20 or so meters ahead, the stern ghost suddenly accelerated, turning into a red light and rushing straight. And the Master was actually still posing without any movement. Zhang Hao was desperate. But to Zhang Hao's surprise, that red light actually dug headfirst into the ancient money in front of Lu Feng. A miserable howl rang out, echoing throughout the entire underground palace. Lu Feng raised his hand and beckoned, and the soulful money gave birth to wings and wobbled and flew back to Lu Feng's hand. Landing in Lu Feng's palm, the soulful money even jumped twice, seemingly hiccuping. Supreme Immortal, spare my life. The voice of the tomb owner came from within the ancient money. I was counted by a Taoist and was raised as a ghost by him after my death. I didn't mean to harm anyone, it was the symbols he left behind that manipulated me. I begged the Supreme Immortal to be merciful and let me go. I will definitely look up to the Supreme Immortal in the future. The tomb master spoke rapidly, flinging pots and begging for mercy. It seemed that every second, every night, his 3 souls and 7 spirits would be refined by 1 point. Raising ghosts? Lu Feng revealed a look of surprise. Subconsciously looking at the sarcophagus, Lu Feng saw that although the tomb owner had been collected, the threads of blood in the air were still there. The ancient coffin was still drawing blood. Or rather, the ancient coffin was still drawing the essence of the dead souls. Supreme Immortal, everything I said is true. That sarcophagus was a trap set by the demonic path. As soon as I lay down in it after my death, my flesh was devoured by the sarcophagus, leaving only my soul to be driven by it. This huge underground palace was also ordered by that Taoist to be built by me. I thought I could become immortal after death. He lied to me, he made me not be able to transcend life for eternity. The tomb owner tried his best to explain the truth, hoping to impress Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng rolled his eyes, confessing and still covering up. The archaeological team has left Xuanwu County, and they can still be claimed by you. What does that mean? It shows that this ancient tomb can't trap you. You can get out of Xuanwu County whenever you want to, and your Dao has long since broken through the sarcophagus shackles. You've remained here so far, but you're just greedy for the soul essence that the sarcophagus draws from. Or rather, coveting this ancient coffin. You want to take the ancient coffin for yourself. Yes or no? Lu Feng hit the nail on the head with a few words. The tomb owner froze. He didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Lu Feng had guessed 80%. No. Maybe it wasn't a guess. Lu Feng had an immortal aura on him. Maybe he was not an ordinary immortal cultivator, but a genuine immortal. Seeing through his mind can be easy. People can know his past with a pinch of their fingers. If he lied again at this time, it was tantamount to killing himself. Immortal Mingjian. The tomb master panicked and decided to give a full account. Chapter 58 Falling Souls Money? The second 5. Strange sarcophagus. Upper Immortal. I have cultivated for hundreds of years, and I have indeed gotten rid of the limitations of the sarcophagus. It's just that villain is not willing. That demonic path has harmed villains so miserably. The villain wants revenge. This sarcophagus is bound to have a connection with that Taoist. I want to find the demonic Taoist through the sarcophagus and break him into pieces. If he is already dead, the villain will exterminate all his descendants. Cursing the archaeological team is also the villain's way of trying to enhance his strength and prepare for revenge. The tomb owner confessed one by one. Lu Feng nodded and did not indicate anything else. The tomb owner, however, suddenly became alarmed and seemed to have seen something horrible. Don't eat me. Don't. Don't. The tomb owner's voice came to an abrupt end. The falling soul money jumped again, and although it was happy, a crack appeared on the surface. Lu Feng's heart stirred when he saw this. It can only be used 3 times. Could it also be a forbidden means left behind by the immortals? Preventing the ancient money from mutating for evil? The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, this ancient money has gone to great lengths to get out of the trap. It doesn't make sense to be awesome 3 times and then hang up. Especially after eating an evil ghost. Not only did it not improve its strength, but it cracked a seam instead. It's a pity. Such a good treasure, how good it would be if it could be used all the time. Lu Feng secretly sighed. Ding. The host's courage is admirable. Friendly reminder, if there is no limit to the number of times the soul-falling money can be used, it will devour the host in less than 5 times. The system prompt sounded in time. Lu Feng instantly stiffened his expression. Devouring Lord. It's better to die earlier than Tama. Lu Feng didn't feel sorry at all anymore. The 2/5 deserved to die. Putting away the ancient money, Lu Feng saw the 3 people around him, all looking at him dumbfounded. Back to your senses. Lu Feng snapped his fingers. Zhang Hao was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the Titanic master in front of him, Zhang Hao got excited. What did it mean to be awesome? This was called awesome. That red light came straight at him, he thought he was going to die. As a result, the other master did not even move, and in the blink of an eye, he collected. This is not a fairy is what? Zhang Hao climbed up with a bone, looking at Lu Feng with admiration. Martyr, the master's means are still many worthy of being the only high person in the world. Thinking about just now, he was still cursing Lu Feng in his mind for pretending. Zhang Hao couldn't help but have a feeling of being groundless. Is that called pretending by the Grandmaster? That was called being subdued. Compared to the Grandmaster, he was as wishy-washy as a clown. Grandmaster, you are truly a heavenly god. That was awesome just now. You are my lifelong idol. Zhang Hao was so excited. In comparison, Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin were much more subtle. They couldn't clap that blatant ass. However, the eyes of the two were already filled with incredulity and shock. The curse that had plagued them for 3 long years was just solved? Professor Zhou couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming. Worthy of being a heavenly master. The old man has lived for nearly 60 years, and today I realize what immortal means are. Professor Zhou's face was filled with awe, while a strong feeling of gratitude welled up. Heavenly Master, please accept my obeisance. Professor Zhou knelt down once again. Dr. Lin on the side also followed suit and knelt down. Lu Feng hurriedly held the old professor's arm. What are you guys doing? Get up quickly. I'm just raising my hand, it's not enough. You guys don't have to perform this great honor. Lu Feng spoke seriously. However, when Professor Zhou heard it, he was a little heartbroken. A show of hands. The owner of the tomb, who was not worthy of the name in the eyes of the Heavenly Master, had tormented the archaeological team for nearly 3 years. More than 40 people died. If they had met Lu Feng 3 years ago, how good would it have been? Then everyone would have survived. Heavenly Master, you have saved more than 70 lives of the archaeological team. You must accept this worship. Otherwise the old man's conscience will be hard to live with for the rest of his life. Professor Zhou insisted on kowtowing. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Lu Feng could only accept it. Zhang Hao on the side looked on and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion. Although the master was usually unreliable, his character was no good, and his various bad behaviors were too numerous to mention. However, at this moment, the Grandmaster was filled with greatness. Saving more than 70 lives in one fell swoop, this was a great merit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Toon Ghost King, now rewarded with 1 draw. Is it an immediate lottery draw? The system's voice rang out. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and did not decide immediately. Now that he had the falling soul money, He was only waiting to finish off that ghost immortal that was chasing him, and then he would be able to return to his happy swinging life. Did he still need to draw a lottery? The system had been taking him down all day, writing face output on him. He felt that this time he could also pin down the system and have a backhanded ding. Please decide as soon as possible. Will the host draw the prize immediately? Note, if you give up the lottery, it will be considered as giving up the execution of the sarcophagus. Sarcophagus? Lu Feng's expression was stunned. Subconsciously, he looked towards the center of the underground palace. The blood-colored sarcophagus was still full of bizarre colors. A blood filament in the air, implicating countless dead souls. Although the owner of the tomb was dead, it was as if everything had not changed again. This sarcophagus is also a ghost? Lu Feng communicated with the system. Ding. The sarcophagus is not a ghost, but it can raise ghosts. All the yin qi in the neighborhood is gathering towards it. If the host doesn't cut off the roots, within a few years, a second evil ghost will appear. The system's icy voice, without a trace of emotion. Lu Feng looked at the corpses in the underground palace. These dead souls are the replacements. Without removing the root cause, this tomb would still be full of danger. Alright. Lu Feng didn't pull any punches with the system and directly chose the lottery. Ding. Drawn to invite the Yin God once. Inviting the Yin God, opening an altar and practicing, you can invite the Yin God of hell to the earth for a visit. Note 1, by giving enough tribute, you can make the Yin God do it for you once. Note 2, the host's current friendship with the earth is 20, it is recommended to invite the lowest ranked Ghostbusters first, the success rate will be much higher and you can also save a lot of tribute. Note 3, the most suitable time and place to open the altar has been marked in the host's cell phone, so please go there as soon as possible and don't miss the best hour. Lu Feng couldn't help but freeze when he saw the prize. Inviting the Yin God? Going to the palace for the second time? Can this Thomas still draw the same thing twice? Especially the column of friendship with the hell, actually is 20. How can friendship be a negative number? You've got a bug in the system, don't you? Chapter 59, Offbeat Underworld Fellowship. The host saves the day. Ding. Why is it a negative number? Doesn't the host himself know? The system's mechanical tone seemed to take on a bit of mockery. Lu Feng subconsciously remembered the black and white irregulars. Could it be that those two pussies are up to no good? Lu Feng frowned. This horse is not fair anymore. He came and did nothing, but also took away 7 ghosts to increase his performance. The black and white impermanence also complained on? Actually made a 20 friendship. What a bastard. Lu Feng secretly pooh. Tiancher? Professor Zhou's voice rang out, causing Lu Feng to return to his senses. What's wrong, Professor Zhou? Lu Feng asked. Heavenly Master, I saw many familiar faces in the underground palace. They are all members of the archaeological team who died tragically. The old man has the audacity to ask the Heavenly Master to be merciful and transcend them. Professor Zhou's face was filled with pleading. There are other victimized dead souls that are also innocent. I beg Master to give them a chance to be freed. Professor Zhou's words were sincere, with a little tear in his eyes. Before Lu Feng could reply, Zhang Hao had already jumped out. Master, be a man to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Your old man will just be a little more busy and overpass these dead souls. Zhang Hao tried his best to persuade. He was worried that with the master's character, he would give up and leave. After all, when he said he would help, there was no additional task of transcending. For a while, Zhang Hao, Professor Zhou and Dr. Lin all stared at Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't refuse anymore. Since he was going to destroy the sarcophagus, the transcendence was just a matter of convenience. No wonder I was given a draw to invite the Yin God. So it was waiting for me here. Lu Feng stroked his chin. Looking around at the 3 people again, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Professor Zhou, my method of transcendence is different from normal people. I hope it won't scare you guys. Lu Feng took a precaution in advance. He didn't know how to transcend at all, but the underworld of hell would. When the time comes, all the dead souls will be taken away and go to the hell to line up the number is. As for the sarcophagus, can the black and white irregulars handle it? Lu Feng some heart no bottom. Those 2 pitiful goods pure ghost quality cannot, don't be with the last time like take things don't work. But do not call the black and white impermanent words. His friendship with hell is too bad. Poor to an addition to black and white impermanent, simply no one can call. The 4 people came out of the ancient tomb and immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. It's all right. The tomb owner has been collected by the master. Professor Zhou's voice could not hide his excitement. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked and delighted at his words. Looking at Lu Feng again, the crowd could not help but be filled with gratitude and admiration. They didn't expect it to be solved so quickly. That horrible nightmare that had plagued them for nearly 3 years was finally far away from them. Some even lost their voices and cried. More people knelt down and paid tribute to Lu Feng for saving their lives. Friends of the audience, I didn't expect that I could still come out alive. I was really scared to death just now. Zhang Hao walked a little farther away and whispered his commentary. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he couldn't help but feel like he had been reincarnated. The live signal had also returned to normal, and the live room had long since exploded. Drafting. What kind of hanging thing is this broadcast? Black screen for so long, now you tell me it's over? I'm convinced. How did the show go live? I don't see anything on. The underground signal is not good. Will the program team not dig up the tomb beforehand? Does the program team know how to make a show? If not, I'll be the director. The key images were not taken, and the brothers rushed the live broadcasting room. The viewers were full of grievances. The director looked at the screen full of abuse, almost did not die of anger. Can you blame me for this? The director had a black face. The archaeology team had temporarily added drama. How did he know that the tomb hadn't been dug? The director was having a headache. Zhang Hao came to the rescue. Audience members, there was no signal underground, so you may not have seen the wonderful scenes. Next, I'll give you a dictation. Zhang Hao began to explain in a colorful manner. The horrifying underground palace was shown to the audience. Piles of corpses, blood-colored silk threads, terrifying tomb owners, and bizarre sarcophagi. Zhang Hao described each and every one of them, temporarily putting the audience over the edge. At that time, that tomb master rushed straight over, and looked to be. When Zhang Hao reached a critical moment in his speech, Lu Feng suddenly shouted at him. With no choice but to pause his storytelling mode, Zhang Hao could only do so. Master, what's wrong? Zhang Hao ran over ass-kissingly. I'm going to open the altar and do the magic. You've seen the preparations, it's the one in the Plum Garden neighborhood. You and Dr. Lin go to the county town and get me everything. Lu Feng commanded. He had just looked at his cell phone. The location given by the system to open the altar was this ancient tomb. There wasn't much of a time limit, it could be completed within 10 hours. Hey! Zhang Hao agreed and felt something wrong again. Plum Garden? Didn't the Plum Garden invite the black and white irregulars that time? It should be that I'm overthinking it. The supernatural need to open the altar and practice just as much. Zhang Hao shook his head. Opening an altar and practicing was a regular process in the Taoist sect, not a monopoly of inviting gods. If you don't invite a god, you don't need to buy offerings. Then just buy the offering table, peachwood sword, and incense burner. Zhang Hao made a list in his mind. Soon the list reached paper money. Transcending is reincarnation, and reincarnation means going on to be a human being, so where is the need for paper money? This item can be omitted. Zhang Hao finalized the list and was quite proud of himself. He felt like a qualified butler. He managed the master's finances in a well-organized manner. In the future, if he quit hosting, he would be able to work for the master as a chief housekeeper. After Lu Feng finished his orders, he was surrounded by the archaeology team. The crowd was extremely enthusiastic. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to find Professor Zhou and discussed in a low voice. Professor Zhou, the underground signal is not good, I have no way to broadcast live. Do you think it's possible to dig up the ancient tomb? That way I can broadcast live and it's also convenient for the master to transcend. Professor Zhou sniffed and pondered for a moment. Actually, he didn't want to dig up the ancient tomb, he only wanted it to be buried deep underground. But without the program's help, it would be impossible for the archaeology team to encounter the master. Not to mention lifting the curse. Now that the program team had something to ask for, Professor Zhou naturally couldn't refuse. Alright, I'll have someone dig it up. Professor Zhou agreed. Zhang Hao immediately pursued, about how long? About. Professor Zhou estimated. The location of the ancient tomb has already been determined, so you can directly get on the excavator without worrying about damaging the tomb. Go to the deeper levels and then dig with manpower, it can be done within 2 hours at the earliest. Professor Zhou gave an answer. 2 hours? Zhang Hao nodded, this was not a long time. It would take him more than an hour at least just to go to the county town to buy something. Viewers, I'm going to go with Dr. Lin to the county town to buy an offering table. People may wonder why the master still needs to open the altar and practice when the tomb owner has been collected. That's because there are still hundreds of unjust souls in the underground palace. The master has the hearts of all living beings and wants to transcend them. So please be at ease. It doesn't matter if we don't see the master of the tomb, there's a bigger one behind us. I've asked Professor Zhou to dig up the ancient tomb. That horrible underground palace is about to be revealed in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Hao's passionate narration could be described as a force to save the day. The rhythm of the live broadcast room was directly reduced by 80%. Alright, let's continue with the story we just told. When it was too late, the tomb master transformed into a red light and came straight at the master. At that time, when I saw the critical situation, I immediately stepped forward and blocked the stunned master behind me. At that moment I held the determination of certain death. The world can live without me, Zhang Hao, but it absolutely cannot live without the Grandmaster. Chapter 60 Drop Treasure Money Can Drop Souls? The program team panicked. Zhang Hao's narration was impassioned. The corner of Professor Zhou's mouth twitched. This seems to be a little bit inconsistent with the facts. The live broadcast room. Is little Zhang so fierce? How dare you stand in front of the master when the evil spirits are coming? Doesn't Chang have weak legs? How dare he be so bold this time? I don't believe it. This isn't the Zhang I know. I don't believe it either. It's not like the ghost is in front of him. Would Chang rush up? If Chang is this good, I'll eat upside down. Oh, you're here again, Mr. Eater? Did you make up for the previous meals? Listen to me, is it possible that the master pulled Chang out in front of him? Meat shield. Ha, that makes sense. Xiao Zhang froze to say passive as active. It's a shame the broadcast was cut off, otherwise it would have been great. I'm pissing myself just thinking about it. Chang must have cried out in terror. He's probably lying on the ground, stomping his legs. There is a picture. Ha. The second live scene. The director couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that there wasn't much rhythm in the live broadcast. However, in the next second, he heard Zhang Hao mention drop treasure money. The owner of the tomb dove headfirst into the ancient money. That's not a treasure money at all. That thing can drop souls. The director tensed up all of a sudden. Falling souls? Taoist Zhang, something's not right. The treasure drop money doesn't drop treasure, it drops souls. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have all been collected, this play can't go on. The director said with some fear. Luckily, an archaeological team was killed halfway through the play, allowing the ghost actors to put their plans on hold. Otherwise, if we start the fight at night, the corpse of the ghost-playing actor all stepped on the horse and stank. Falling soul. Zhang Yuhan tugged at his beard. Compared to falling treasure money, this falling soul was a bit scary. Falling treasure only wanted your magic treasure, but falling soul wanted your life. No wonder Master dared to steal the immortals' tomb, so this magic treasure is so powerful. Zhang Yuhan exclaimed. The director was so anxious that he stood up. Luckily, after a few times of experience, the director already had experience. Getting the guide to connect to Zhang Hao, the director immediately inquired. Little Zhang, what were the specific details just now? Are there any restrictions on the use of that ancient money? Like it has to be aimed at a person or something? The director quickly inquired. But the news received was bewilderment. I don't build it. The master threw the copper plate on the ground and the ghost went in by itself. Zhang Hao's bewildered and innocent voice came. The director was instantly penetrated. There's no limit? Then what's the point of playing? Little Zhang, find a chance to ask the master. Be sure to ask about the ancient money's restrictions. Otherwise I'll ask the master to confess, and you'll be the first to die. Because you've cheated the master the most. The director made a flurry of threats, directly making Zhang Hao dumbfounded. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao almost didn't curse when he saw the director hang up the communication. Martyr unloaded on a donkey, not speaking of martial virtues. Zhang Hao was furious. But he also knew that he really had to find a chance to ask about the restrictions of the ancient money. Otherwise the pretend ghost actor wouldn't be able to make it out. Zhang Hao sat in Dr. Lin's car. While rushing back to the county to make purchases, he continued to brag about his glorious image. Dr. Lin listened to it all the way and almost didn't throw up. More than 2 hours later, Zhang Hao returned with a full load. The archaeological team also dug up the ancient tomb, exposing the door to the sunlight. Some of the bold ones went to the door to take a look and almost didn't die of fear. It was just a door, but it was like 2 worlds. This side was the earth, while the other side was a creepy Shura. Master, the stuff is bought. Zhang Hao greeted the archaeology team to unload the car, while he himself took the peachwood sword and found Lu Feng. A $500 mahogany sword, sponsored by the archaeology team, it should be the best sword in the county. Also I bought bells and whisks, maybe they can be used. Zhang Hao explained the list of items. Whisk? Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Although invoking the gods couldn't use a duster, it could be useful for pretending. Old Zhang, you are really getting better at doing things. Lu Feng revealed a satisfied gaze, making Zhang Hao more and more self-satisfied. Let's go, first transcend. Lu Feng took the peachwood sword and took the lead to the ancient tomb. The scene inside was still horrifying, and the blood-colored sarcophagus looked more and more demonic. Now that there was Lu Feng pressing on, the members of the archaeological team were emboldened. Many people gathered outside the door of the tomb, wanting to see how Lu Feng would overpower the dead souls. Zhang Hao also squeezed into the tomb, taking the archaeological team's ultra-powerful flashlight. Zhang Hao broadcast the entire underground palace, live back in real time. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw the image. This ancient tomb is so evil. What's that in the air? What's in the air? The sarcophagus is dyed red. It's so scary in broad daylight. Luckily it's not a nighttime broadcast. It's the netherworld. If there are 2 ox heads and horse faces standing at the door, I think I'd come to hell. So many corpses, brothers. So many corpses. Brothers, I first withdrew. Damn, I just saw the corpse, scared me to death. Isn't the owner of the tomb dead? How come the tomb is still so horrible? Didn't Chang say that the real source is the sarcophagus? I got sick to my stomach when Chang bragged about it, so I turned off the live broadcast. The second live broadcast scene. The director watched with a tight heart. That scene was too netherworldly, giving him a strong physical discomfort. Zhang Yuhan was fine, his state of mind was very comparable to others, his complexion didn't change much. Compared to the underground palace, he was more interested in Lu Feng's transcendence. The overcoming of hundreds of dead souls at a time was an extremely rare sight. Especially when the person who did it was the only true immortal in the world. Zhang Yuhan once again had the feeling of a pilgrimage. The other senior members of the Taoist sect also sat up straight. This was a real transcendence, not a pretense. They didn't want to miss any details. In the ancient tomb, Lu Feng placed the things on the offering table one by one, and then was dumbfounded. Where are the offerings? Lu Feng looked around carefully. There were only unused dusters and bells on the ground, and nothing else. Old Zhang, what's your situation? Where did you put the offerings? Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao froze at his words. Offerings? Grandmaster, do you need offerings even for transcendence? Wouldn't it be easier to just send them away? Zhang Hao's face was a matter of course. Lu Feng was speechless. Although he didn't know how to transcend, he had common sense. To transcend the dead souls, you can't let the dead souls reincarnate on a hungry stomach, right? Not to mention that he was invoking the gods this time. How can there be no offerings? And Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he saw that Lu Feng didn't look right. Master, why don't I make another trip to the county town and buy some offerings back? Zhang Hao hurriedly proposed. Lu Feng waved his hand at his words. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Lu Feng picked up the peachwood sword. With his relationship with the black and white irregulars. Eating offerings? Eat the Nima. Let's spit back the candles first. Chapter 61, Off the Mark Supremacy. Black and white irregulars enter the palace for the second time. Lu Feng skillfully started the pre-casting shake. Zhang Hao couldn't take his eyes off the screen and sent it back in real time. But as time passed, Zhang Hao suddenly felt. Something's wrong. Why is this set of movements so familiar? Zhang Hao was a bit stunned, and soon his eyes widened. The Lu Feng in front of him gradually merged with the figure from that night. Only last time it was in the Plum Garden neighborhood, this time it was the ancient tomb. Please, please, please. Invite the god? Zhang Hao almost shouted. The Plum Garden invitation god had left him with a great psychological shadow. Zhang Hao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could it be that the master's so-called supernatural? It can't be. Supernaturalization is all about reciting scriptures. How could there be any reason to invite a in god? Zhang Hao swallowed hard and began to slowly back away. Seeing that Professor Zhou was still rubbing forward one by one, Zhang Hao gave a tug. What's wrong? Professor Zhou looked at Zhang Hao suspiciously. He was more than 4 or 5 meters away from Lu Feng, so he shouldn't be able to affect this master. Listen to me, it's best to stay away from the master. Otherwise it might scare you. Zhang Hao reminded in a low voice. Professor Zhou sniffed happily. He had even experienced this terrifying underground palace. What else could scare him? Could the joyous scene of the dead souls being transcended be more terrifying than the current underground palace? This is not a joke. There's no harm, the old man has always been bold and won't be scared. Professor Zhou smiled faintly and moved away from Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao still wanted to persuade him a little more. But he wasn't sure if the master was inviting the Yin Shen. Hopefully, I'm overthinking it. Zhang Hao muttered and stopped trying to pull Professor Zhou. However, Zhang Hao's legs were not idle, still slowly backing up. Soon Zhang Hao retreated to the tomb door. The archaeological team members clustered around him increased Zhang Hao's sense of security. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room did not agree. What the hell? What's little Zhang doing retreating so far away? Could it be that he was scared by the underground palace? Shouldn't be, he's been here once before, why would he be scared? This is outrageous. If we keep retreating, we won't be able to see the master. He was bragging about how powerful he was, protecting the master behind him. Why is he now on hiatus? Where's the director? Hurry up and get Zhang closer. I want to see the master's souls, now this angle of view can't see. The second live broadcast. The director and Zhang Yuhan were not happy either. Especially the senior members of the Taoist sect, led by Zhang Yuhan. They had come to watch Lu Feng invoke the souls with a mindset of admiration and learning. As a result, Zhang Hao had withdrawn 7 or 8 meters and was outside the door of the tomb. This is still looking up and learning my ass. Director Yan, let Xiao Zhang come closer. It's impossible to see the details from this far away. Zhang Yuhan commanded. Good. The director agreed in one gulp. Just as he was about to connect to Zhang Hao's communication, the director was suddenly startled. Next to him, Zhang Yuhan's face also changed. The green smoke from the incense lit on the offering table had been rising up. But now it suddenly changed direction. Because he was too far away, Zhang Yuhan couldn't see it clearly. But judging from the angle, it should be flowing towards the ground in front of the offering table. How is this seen? A bit familiar? Zhang Yuhan muttered. Lu Feng's voice had already come. Black and white divine envoy, please show yourself. Black and white divine envoy. Zhang Yuhan's eyes widened at once. The director even barely jumped up. Black and white divine envoy? Daoist Chang, isn't the master transcending? How did it turn into invoking the gods? The director pointed at the live feed in front of him and thought he was hallucinating. He was too familiar with the black and white god envoy. That damn was the black and white godless. The image of the Plum Garden community inviting the Een god passed through the director's mind like a movie. He couldn't forget that scene for the rest of his life. The director couldn't hide his shock, but then it turned into excitement. Black and white uncanny. Came well. Xiao Zhang, hurry over there. Master is invoking the Een god. This time, no matter what, you have to do an interview for the black and white impermanent. Last time, he let Zhang Hao do the interview. As a result, Zhang Hao didn't dare to go on and wasted a great opportunity. This time, it was hard to come across it again, so he must not miss it again. Ask what hell is like. Is there 18 layers? What does the king of hell usually do, and does he have any special favorites? Does the judge really have the book of life and death? There are so many living beings in this world, can they be written in the book of life and death? If I want to steal it, is it a good idea to steal the book of life and death? The director threw the interview questions one by one. In the ancient tomb, Zhang Hao had a black line on his face. Interviewing the black and white irregulars? Director, I beg you to be a human being. Tramp's feelings, aren't you on the scene? You don't stand around talking without a pain in the ass. Zhang Hao kept spitting, and suddenly stopped talking again. Because in front of the offering table, there was a black and white figure that gradually solidified. Zhang Hao shivered. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen them, Zhang Hao still had an unspeakable fear in his heart. The others were fine, not knowing that it was the black and white impermanence. They only thought that it was the souls of the underground palace summoned by the master, lining up to go to the afterlife. Professor Zhou was even more curious, and even took 2 more steps forward to get a better look. The audience in the live broadcast room was different. A large number of old viewers saw this scene, one by one, all dumbfounded. Isn't this the black and white invincible? What is Master summoning the Ghostbusters for when he said he was going to transcend? Something's not right. Could it be that the Master wants the Ghost Messenger to help with the transcendence? What's going on? What kind of brain is this? No wonder Chang ran so far away. If he's hurt by mistake, his soul will go to hell. It's coming out. It's coming out. Black and white are out. The scene of the program. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The black and white figures have completely solidified. Professor Zhou, who was closest, almost didn't die of fright. Black. Black. Black and white invincible? Professor Zhou's voice changed. He was just over 2 meters away from Lu Feng's offering table, almost face to face with the black and white impermanent. The oozing yin qi came to his face, far from the previous tomb owner. Professor Zhou felt his heart stop. And as soon as the black and white irregulars appeared, they subconsciously looked at the offering table. Well, there were no offerings. Immediately, black and white impermanence's face pulled down. The last time, only a few candles were eaten. Could it be that there are only candles to eat this time as well? What kind of strange people are opening this altar? The black and white irregulars almost turned their heads and left. But the one who could summon them up must be the heavenly master of the earth. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to be polite first. The black and white irregulars could only suppress their anger. With a sweep of their eyes, they both instantly saw a familiar face. Why is it you? White impermanence's eyes widened. Black impermanence was even more direct and directly cursed. Bad luck. Chapter 62, when old friends meet, their eyes turn red. Angry Ghostbusters. Lu Feng stood on the side of the offering table, wearing a birthday suit and holding a high-grade mahogany sword. This is more than 10 times stronger than last time. As a result, black impermanence came up with a bad luck. Snap. Lu Feng chopped his sword on the offering table. The little black, have the guts to say it again. Lu Feng cursed, itching to poke his sword over. This scene immediately stunned the crowd. Professor Zhou, who was closest, was dumbfounded. Come up and curse? What is the situation? That's the Undertaker of Hell, the legendary black and white irregulars. It's not a problem if the master is not polite, but why does he curse with his mouth? Professor Zhou feels a little brain is not enough. He knows that Lu Feng is a celestial master. But no matter how powerful a heavenly master is, he is still immortal and has not become immortal. And the black and white irregulars were really gods. Are all heavenly masters this crazy? Professor Zhou had a head full of question marks. Although before, this heavenly master didn't even put the king of hell in his eyes. But that time was obviously boasting. Now, the black and white irregulars were really standing in front of him. This heavenly master is still so crazy? Is he not afraid of the Ghostbusters? Zhang Hao was also scared again. Up on such a strong flavor of gunpowder. This damn shall not fight? The audience in the live broadcast room came back to their senses and were immediately happy. Ha ha ha, coming, the big one is coming. Fight up, little Blackie, ha 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 ha. Black impermanence, this can be tolerated? Beat the hell out of him. Ha 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 ha. Master is also absolute, last time almost dry up, this time how to also call the black and white impermanent? Master HHHH is so stingy, I'm afraid he wants to get the stolen candles back. What? Masters are so nasty. Small detail, last time at least there were rotten oranges as offerings, this time the table is empty. Black impermanence, bad luck. Ha 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 ha. Master, find Xiao Zhang about the offerings, I won't take the blame for this one. Ha 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 ha, I testify, this time it is indeed Xiao Zhang's pot. The live broadcast room became more and more joyful. And Zhang Hao, who was at the program site, repented his bowels. Had he known that the master was invoking the Yin god, how could he not have bought the offerings? Master, I've been screwed over by you. Zhang Hao wanted to die. Last time, it was because of the offerings that black and white and the master fell out. This time, it was even more so because of the rotten oranges. If the black and white irregulars knew that it was him, Zhang Hao, who didn't buy the offerings. Zhang Hao shivered. Tramps going down to the frying pan is light. The key is that he was smart enough not to buy the paper money. It messed up even the chance to remedy the situation. Old Black, don't be impulsive. White Impermanence's voice came. Zhang Hao hurriedly looked over and saw White Impermanence tugging on Black Impermanence. At the same time, the director's voice came through. Little Zhang, you step closer. Whether to pick an interview or not is another story, you shoot the picture clearly first. Taoist Zhang is already angry. Do you want to be wanted by the Taoist sect all over the world? Zhang Hao's head turned big when he heard about the Taoist sect's wanted list. His grandma, anyway, there's a grandmaster in front of him. It's the grandmaster who will die first. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and squeezed through the crowd. Entering the ancient tomb again, Zhang Hao took advantage of his boldness and quickly walked behind Professor Zhou. The live feed was finally clear. Zhang Hao also saw the scene clearly. The black and white invincibles, now, were unable to stop sizing up Lu Feng's Dao robes. Little heavenly master, we meet again. The white impermanence revealed a professional smile. As his eyes swept over Lu Feng's Dao robe, white impermanence was vaguely a little scornful. Black impermanence also noticed the Dao robe. It carried an immortal aura on it, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product. Your robe looks good, where did you get it from? White impermanence asked curiously. Seeing that white impermanence's attitude was quite good, Lu Feng put away his peachwood sword. Standing with his hands behind his back, Lu Feng said with a bashful face. This is the Taoist robe I usually wear. You said that this piece of mortal goods, wearing it more can actually be stained with immortal qi. If I wear it for a few more years, will it become immortal? Lu Feng opened his mouth. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Good guy, the immortal's robe, so it became a master's? Will it become a sperm? I'm convinced the master is even more powerful than me. Zhang Hao secretly spat. As for white impermanence, after hearing Lu Feng's words, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. The immortal qi on this Dao robe was actually obtained from Lu Feng? And what realm should Lu Feng be in? Earth immortal? Impossible. He had never seen such a stingy earth immortal. Black impermanence also looked slightly moved. You are an earth immortal? Black impermanence spoke. When these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Hao stared at Lu Feng without blinking. This grandmaster had never confided in the Dao. The viewers in the live broadcast room also perked up their ears, curious about Lu Feng's Dao. Earth immortal? Lu Feng glanced at Black impermanence. Little Blackie, you underestimate this seat too much. When Lao Jun asked this seat for advice on alchemy, you still don't know which nook or cranny you're squatting in. Lu Feng had a haughty look on his face. Zhang Hao stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Old Lord? Old Lord Taishan? Zhang Hao thought he had heard wrong. However, from Black Impermanence's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and White Impermanence's mouth involuntarily twitching at the corners, Zhang Hao could be sure that he hadn't heard wrong. What the Grandmaster said was indeed Taishan Lao Jun. And Professor Zhou, who was on the side, had been petrified. For the first time, Professor Zhou realized that he was getting old and his ears were not working. He was actually experiencing hallucinations. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Brothers, do I have a hearing problem? The master was just talking about the old monarch? You heard correctly, the Grandmaster was talking about old Lord Taishan. The master is so big? Awesome. Worthy of being a master, he can sit and discuss with the three Qing. Do you guys believe this too? Ah, who the hell believes that, cutie? We all know it's blowing awesome. The second live broadcast scene. After hearing Lu Feng's words, the director couldn't help but feel a pain in his face. The three Qing can be said casually? That's the highest god in Taoism. The master dared to compare himself to the three Qing. If these words were to come out of his mouth, Zhang Yuhan would immediately have to make a move. But when it comes from the master's mouth, the director subconsciously looked at Zhang Yihan. Oh, master is really funny. Zhang Yihan's skin smiled, obviously holding his tongue. The director was very sensible and didn't answer, continuing to watch the live broadcast. Inside the ancient tomb, White Impermanence took a deep breath and gave Black Impermanence a wink. Heavenly Master, I don't know what the two of my brothers were summoned here for this time? White Impermanence asked about the matter at hand. This process must be followed. Otherwise, if Lu Feng sued to the King of Hell, it would not be easy for his brothers to deliver. Small matter, you two look back. There are hundreds of wrong souls here, you two overpass them. Lu Feng pointed to the underground palace and casually ordered. Question mark. The black and white impermanent bungalow stopped. Transcendence. Wasn't this the job of a celestial master? How did it fall on his brother and sister's head? Snap. Black Impermanence couldn't hold back and slammed the offering table. You. Tramp. Playing tricks on me? Chapter 63, beat the hell out of him. Black Impermanence flipped the whole scene. Old Black. White Impermanence hurriedly made a wink. They responded to the Heavenly Master's call to make extra money. In hell, it was too hard to mix with low-level ghostly messengers. Life wasn't easy, so there was no need to mess with money. It wasn't just overcoming the dead, they would just do it. Little Heavenly Master, are you sure you want us to overpass the dead souls? White Impermanence confirmed. Lu Feng nodded. Then this remuneration. White Impermanence smiled and extended his hand, rubbing it in front of Lu Feng's eyes. He believed that after the last incident, this Heavenly Master would be prepared. Can't you see that the offering table is empty? It's obvious that the offering table is not enough to set up, the good stuff is elsewhere. Payment? Lu Feng was happy. Last time you guys stole 4 candles from me, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You actually have the nerve to ask for payment? Are all the ghost guards so shameless? Lu Feng opened his mouth to give a lecture. White Impermanence froze. Professor Zhou froze. The group of members of the archaeological team also froze. You. White Impermanence pointed at Lu Feng, his body could not stop trembling. Shameless. Lu Feng actually called him shameless? Stepping on a horse and working without being paid, who the hell is shameless? There are offerings. Zhang Hao couldn't help it. If he didn't open his mouth, he would 100% fight. Professor Zhou, does the archaeology team have any food? Snacks and fruits are fine. You hurry up and have someone bring it in. Zhang Hao whispered to Professor Zhou. Although Professor Zhou was still a bit confused, he knew that the situation was urgent. After another glance at the black and white irregulars, Professor Zhou called over Dr. Lin and ordered a few words in a low voice. Dr. Lin listened and hurriedly left the ancient tomb. Where are the offerings? The White Impermanence looked at Zhang Hao. The coldness of the atmosphere came over his face, and Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver. The offerings will be here soon. This table is too small to fit, the offerings are all set up outside. Zhang Hao compensated with a smile. White Impermanence narrowed his eyes and said, Why do I see that you look somewhat familiar? Zhang Hao's smile froze. Can you not look familiar? When Black and White Impermanence left last time, he had held a grudge against him as well. I'm a popular face, those who have seen me say they look familiar. Zhang Hao hurriedly coped. Immediately afterward, he saw a shocking scene. He only saw the master reaching out and stuffing all the candles into his Taoist robe. What is the Grand Master doing? Zhang Hao felt his head being jerked hard and had a vague sense of foreboding. Sorry, there are no offerings here. I'm going to use the candles next time, so you guys just pick up some incense ashes and eat them. Lu Feng pointed to the incense burner on the offering table, disrupting Zhang Hao's plan. White Impermanence subconsciously looked at the incense burner in front of him, only to feel a blackness before his eyes. Eat the ashes? Tramps deceiving ghosts too much. Anyway, the process of asking for the mission was over, so it was time to turn the other cheek. Even if it goes to the King of Hell, they are not at a disadvantage. Old Black, beat him up. White Impermanence couldn't bear it. Holding a wailing stick in his hand, White Impermanence smashed Lu Feng's head. Black Impermanence had waited impatiently and slapped over the offering table. With a flip of the soul-hooking rope in his hand, Black Impermanence went straight for Lu Feng's peep bone. Zhang Hao was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also frightened, and the pop-ups directly decreased by 80%. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to suffer, the black and white irregulars suddenly stopped. Dare to take a shot at this seat, you guys have a lot of guts. Lu Feng shouted, his aura was like a rainbow. The black and white irregulars instantly withdrew to 5 meters away. An ancient coin flew in front of Lu Feng, and although it had a crack, it exuded an extremely powerful deterrent. White Impermanence swallowed his saliva with difficulty. From that ancient money, he felt a strong aura of danger. This object can kill him. Old Black. We seem to be a bit impulsive. Why don't we? White Impermanence wants to discuss with Black Impermanence. In fact, right, working a white job is also quite happy. There was a clang. The soul hooking rope fell to the ground. White Impermanence twisted his head and saw Black Impermanence kneeling down. It's him. Black Impermanence pointed at White Impermanence. Let me on. Black Impermanence had a black face full of candor. White Impermanence almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Tramp, this old black really isn't a thing. Where's the promised brotherly love? Where's the promised deep love? It's all bull. Since this black fat man died as a ghost messenger, the character has changed. This. Zhang Hao stared blankly at the change in the scene. What just happened? Obviously, the master was about to hiccup. Why did the black and white irregulars suddenly retreat? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also watching in a cloud. Black Impermanence kneeled? Why, I can't understand. The wailing rod is going to hit his head, but the master is actually fine? I thought the master was going to die. Who wouldn't? I've thought of an elegy. So what happened? Why has the situation reversed? I'm a little panicked right now. Can we talk about me first? What's going on? There's still a big grudge species standing. Ha 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 ha, Black Impermanence is really fast at dumping this pot. I'm dying of laughter. Black Impermanence is full of belly value. Program site. Lu Feng held the soul fall money in front of him and casually threw it on the ground. Don't the two god ambassadors want payment? Unfortunately, I don't have any paper money here. If the two of you don't mind, take this ancient money away. At least it's an antique, it can be worth some silver. Lu Feng smiled faintly. White Impermanence was directly frightened. Take it away? Is that a damn thing he can take? He was just a tiny ghost messenger, how dare he touch this kind of immortal treasure? The Heavenly Master is joking. It's an honor for the two of us to serve you, how do we need any payment? I'll help you transcend the dead souls. White Impermanence did as he said, and even kicked Black Impermanence, telling Black Impermanence to hurry up. As a result, Black Impermanence did not move, still kneeling. At once, White Impermanence couldn't stand it. Tramps old Black, this time shows you? Just now you want to make the first move, now kneeling is also you. You're the only one with a good attitude? I deserve to take the blame, don't I? White Impermanence cursed endlessly in his heart. But the kneeling Black Impermanence was too sharp a contrast to him. He stood next to him, how to look a little arrogant. White Impermanence couldn't take it anymore. With a thud, White Impermanence also knelt down. Heavenly Master, forgive me. Just now, I was reckless, blinded by lard, and dared to strike at Heavenly Master. Junior deserves to die. I won't dare to do it again. White Impermanence, relying on his eloquence, began to beg for mercy. At the same time, White Impermanence glanced at Black Impermanence. How can he compete with him in begging for forgiveness? Old Black could only say 2 words at a time. Even 10 old blacks can't compare to him, White Impermanence. Black Impermanence was unhurried and spoke directly. I am also the same. Chapter 64, Inviting God to Work for Nothing? Master, rumor, pure rumor. Me too? I can't stand it. Black Impermanence, heh heh. White Impermanence, hey, hey, hey. You've got to have some face, Black. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. White Impermanence beeps a lot, not as much as Black Impermanence's 4 words. White Impermanence's mind is broken. Ha ha ha, I chose my own teammates, and I'm going to finish them even if I cry. Black Impermanence, begging for mercy? The most bullish. Brothers don't learn, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao looked at the begging duo and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. However, his focus was not on Black Impermanence. Instead, it was on. Can't even work for nothing. And have to kneel down? Master is too powerful. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng with shock in his eyes. Was this the damn master he knew? He remembered that the last time he saw the black and white irregulars, these 2 ghostly messengers weren't quite hung up on the Grandmaster. Although they were still polite to the master. But it was time to slap the table, and it was time to be tough and arrogant. Even in this reunion, the black and white irregulars jumped so much that they even made a move. As a result, in the blink of an eye, these 2 brothers kneeled? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Zhang Hao couldn't help but spit out in a small voice. He actually saw the soul fall money. The Grandmaster casually threw it on the ground like it was trash. Could it be that the sudden change in the attitude of the black and white irregulars was because of that ancient money? Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel creeped out when he thought so. If it was really because of the ancient money, then it would be a bit scary. Even the black and white irregulars didn't dare to make a move, how could the program team still play? It would be better to collectively wash up and wait for death. Zhang Hao was worried. The second live broadcast site. The director and Zhang Yohan were also worried. They all noticed the ancient money. The black and white irregulars suddenly retreated, obviously frightened by the ancient money. Taoist Zhang, this ancient money seems to be more powerful than we expected. The master didn't even make a move, and the black and white impermanence was scared back. Let's forget about it. Let's collectively apologize to the master. The master may not kill us all. The director gave advice. Zhang Yohan's face darkened. May not kill us all. Is this horse talking human words? Wait a little longer. If it's not possible, let Xiao Zhang steal the ancient money. It's nothing more than changing someone to work undercover beside the master. I think this Dr. Lin is suitable. Zhang Yuhan began to think about the alternate plan. Xiao Bai, you are tarnishing my reputation. In the ancient tomb, Lu Feng began to rise to the occasion. The kneeling white impermanence froze. Corrupting reputation? White impermanence had a head full of question marks. This celestial master's reputation, why would he need to be corrupted? It's so bad. Saying scum was a compliment. However, on the surface, white impermanence still made a terrified expression. Please ask the heavenly master for clarification, there's something I don't understand. White impermanence carefully looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng flung his Dao robe at his words. You said you would work for me for nothing and not be paid. How is this okay? How will people look at me if it gets out? Who will dare to take my invocations in the future? Tell me yourself, is this corrupting my reputation? Lu Feng lectured nonchalantly. The corners of white impermanence's mouth twitched. Hoping that he was working for free and still falling short? How could there be such a brazen person in the world? White impermanence took a deep breath, so close that he didn't lose his soul in anger. Heavenly Master, little one doesn't mean that. Little. Before white impermanence could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Feng. Last time in the Plum Garden, you guys even ate and took, so I won't say anything more. This time in the ancient tomb, you guys are actually still deadbeat. The key is still corrupting my reputation. Lu Feng had a face of hatred. What? Orange is not enough for you guys to eat, or the incense ash doesn't taste good? All the gods and goddesses eat the incense on earth. You two are special, you can't eat incense? Are you two more powerful than the Jade Emperor? Why don't you two go to heaven? Hurry up and find the Jade Emperor to discuss, the seat will be given to you. The more Lu Feng talked, the more energized he became. White impermanence heard his face turn white. Black impermanence also can't eat, the calmness on his face is gone. This big hat buckled down. The king of hell came and shook his head. Live broadcast room. Do not eat incense ash, sin so big? White impermanence, I step on the horse really damned ah. Pohahahahaha, the master's mouth is invincible. Pig elder, quickly collect your magical powers. If you put this in ancient times, the master would be a dog official. Master Nima is too much of a dog, and the ashes are all good. White erratic, I step on the horse eat. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room is joyful. The atmosphere at the program site, however, was extremely tense. Heavenly Master. White impermanence hurriedly interrupted Lu Feng, almost scared to death. We didn't say we won't eat it, our brother's favorite thing is incense. Old Black, do you think so? White impermanence rushed to make eyes. Black impermanence gave a muffled Seeing this, Lu Feng was not yet finished and wanted to say a few more words. White impermanence hurriedly interrupted twice. Heavenly Master, to be honest, Old Black and I have met so many high-ranking people. Only you have treated us the best. Not only do you pay us handsomely, but you also teach us the way to be human. I really regret being born a few thousand years earlier. If I had practiced in the same life as you and worshipped you as a teacher, I still need to be a ghost messenger? At least I would be a heavenly immortal. White impermanence flattered. Lu Feng was satisfied this time. The child is teachable. Lu Feng smiled faintly and raised his hand to recall the soul drop money. The black and white impermanence only felt the pressure reduced inside in relief at the same time. Ha! How did my table flip over? As if Lu Feng had only just realized it, he looked towards the offering table that had been tipped over by black impermanence. Let go of me. White impermanence saw the opportunity to perform and stood up with gusto. But a black shadow was faster. With a whoosh, black impermanence rushed in front of Lu Feng. Picking up the offering table, black impermanence also picked up the incense burner that fell on the ground. Thanks, Heavenly Master. Reward. Black impermanence shouted as if he was showing off. Immediately afterward, black impermanence grabbed a handful of incense ash and stuffed it into his mouth. For a while, black impermanence ate it with gusto. It was as if this wasn't fragrant ash, but the best food in the world. When white impermanence saw the scene, he was so angry that his tongue jumped out. This fat black man who was on the horse had jumped the gun again. All the horse, he said, was probably not as good as Old Black taking these 2 bites. Running so fast, rushing to reincarnation.
White impermanence cursed and ran over as well. Heavenly Master.
White impermanence compensated with a smile and also prepared to grab the incense ash.
1. To show loyalty.
Secondly, this incense ash did have some value, being an offering was better than nothing.
However, Black impermanence took his hand and blocked, froze and let White impermanence grab an empty space. Old Black, you. White impermanence was a bit confused. Mine.
Black impermanence replied directly, saying that he stuffed another mouthful of incense ash.
White impermanence was dumbfounded. In total, there is a furnace of incense ash. Black impermanence also want to eat alone? This is too much. Last time, for candles, you swallowed it all. This time also come? Old Black, can't you be a little bit better? White impermanence was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet. Black impermanence thought about it.
With a tilt of his head, Black impermanence directly poured the incense ash into his mouth.
It was poured clean in a few seconds. Chapter 65, The Eaten White Impermanence. Here.
Black impermanence shoved the incense burner to White impermanence in one hand. A large black face was filled with a generous expression. You. White impermanence raised his hand and pointed at Black impermanence. His body couldn't stop trembling.
It's all eaten up. What's the point of giving it to him? Don't.
Black impermanence snatched back the incense burner with another hand.
The big black hand wiped inside, truly eating it up.
Work. Black impermanence put down the incense burner and bellowed, retrieving the soul hooking rope, only to break into the underground palace. A thread of blood was chopped off by Black impermanence. Black impermanence was like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, very valiant.
Soul after soul was freed and followed Black impermanence. The scene was extremely spectacular. Lu Feng nodded his head as he watched. This little blackie is quite efficient. Lu Feng couldn't help but praise. White impermanence on the side couldn't stand it. Looking at the heroic and invincible old Black, White impermanence almost didn't curse. If he hadn't begged Lu Feng for forgiveness, would Lu Feng have let him and old Black go?
As a result, the offerings old Black ate, the old Black stole the wind. All the credit falls on the old Black.
What does he want?
After collecting the dead souls, you guys can handle the sarcophagus again.
Lu Feng's voice came.
White impermanence subconsciously looked at the sarcophagus, and immediately brightened up.
Merit. Isn't this coming?
Heavenly Master, wait a moment, I'll go deal with the sarcophagus. White impermanence took the lead and arrived in front of the sarcophagus in the blink of an eye. Looking at the blood threads connecting from all around, White impermanence swung his weeping stick and directly broke it cleanly.
Looking at the sarcophagus again, White impermanence couldn't help but sneer. Paint your body with blood. I'd like to see what you really are.
White impermanence touched the sarcophagus, and with a force, the lid was removed. The inside of the sarcophagus was empty.
Empty?
White impermanence was a bit surprised. However, in the next second, he felt a huge suction force.
With the blackness in front of his eyes, White impermanence plunged headfirst into the coffin.
With a muffled sound, the lid of the coffin reclosed.
Zhang Hao's eyes widened when he saw this scene. White impermanence was eaten. Zhang Hao blurted out.
The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled.
The sarcophagus ate a ghost. What the hell is this? A ghost messenger can eat it? That's the White impermanence. He was eaten just like that? Brothers, this sarcophagus is for ghosts. Will White impermanence be the next tomb owner? Ghostbusters? It's unbelievable. Martyr. Xiaobai is so miserable, he didn't get any incense ash, and he got eaten. White erratic, old Black, don't show off your power, hurry to save me. Brothers, look. The blood threads are connected to the sarcophagus again. Scene of the show. The blood threads that were broken by White impermanence are again connected to the sarcophagus. Zhang Hao's heart leapt at the sight. If the Ghostbuster became the next tomb owner, he would be in big trouble. White impermanence was originally a ghost immortal, and then refined by the sarcophagus. How powerful would the Tao be? Once driven by the sarcophagus. I'm afraid that it will explode and kill the whole scene. Master. We can't let the sarcophagus refine White impermanence. The last tomb master was terrifying enough. If White impermanence becomes the new tomb master, will he still become an immortal? Who can cure him then? Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng anxiously. Professor Zhou's face also changed. The archaeological team had only just emerged from the shadow of the curse. Did they have to face an even more terrifying existence? An ordinary rich merchant had been refined by the sarcophagus into such a powerful evil ghost after his death. Then what would the hellish ghosts be refined into? Professor Zhou's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. At the same time, Black impermanence, who had been making a big show in the underground palace, also noticed that the situation was not right. Looking up at the high platform in the center of the underground palace, Black impermanence revealed a look of gravity in his eyes. The dead souls that were rescued by Black impermanence were even more of a report, hiding behind Black impermanence and not daring to move. However, Lu Feng was not anxious at all. Heavenly Master, could something have happened? Professor Joe couldn't help himself and reminded Lu Feng. What can go wrong? A ghost king can break through the sarcophagus shackles. Can this sarcophagus still trap a ghost messenger? Lu Feng was not amused. As expected, the next second there was a movement from the sarcophagus. A muffled sound spread throughout the entire underground palace. The sarcophagus moved. But white impermanence did not come out. Old white. Black impermanence's face changed. Seeing that white impermanence couldn't come out, black impermanence copied the soul sling and rushed up to the high platform. With a loud thud, the soul sling was viciously slammed onto the sarcophagus. The lid of the coffin was directly sent flying. Seeing the scene inside the coffin, black impermanence was enraged. Old white. Black impermanence hissed out, and with a probe, he wanted to pull white impermanence out. As a result, a huge suction force came from within the sarcophagus, causing him to plant into it as well. Bang! The coffin lid flew back and covered the sarcophagus once again. The underground palace fell into deathly silence. Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master. The dead souls that were rescued in the underground palace were the first to react. Afraid of falling into the sarcophagus's sustenance again, dozens of dead souls rushed directly in front of Lu Feng. Clustering Lu Feng in the center, these undead souls were only slightly relieved. Zhang Hao almost pissed himself. The surrounding area was originally very spacious, but now it was directly overcrowded. Looking at the dead souls all over the place, Zhang Hao firmly held onto Professor Joe so that he didn't sit on his but on the ground. Looking toward Lu Feng, Zhang Hao panicked. Great. Master. What now? The black and white irregulars have all been eaten. Lu Feng listened to Zhang Hao's words and was also a bit nonchalant. Deadly staring at the sarcophagus on the high platform, Lu Feng was eager to see the black and white irregulars break out of the coffin. But as time passed, the sarcophagus was always as stable as Mount Tai. Even the color of blood on the surface of the sarcophagus became even more intense. No way? The black and white impermanent has hung up? Lu Feng was a bit unable to accept it. That is a serious hell ghost officer actually can't deal with a sarcophagus? It doesn't make sense. The fact that the system allowed him to draw to invite the Yin God meant that the black and white irregulars could handle the sarcophagus. How could things develop completely differently from what was initially envisioned? They can't even deal with the sarcophagus. Both of these goods were seconded by the sarcophagus. System, I've realized that you've never been reliable. Lu Feng remembered pretending to be a ghost actor. The things that the system drew from the lottery couldn't deal with the ghost pretending actor at all. Then what's so rare about drawing a sarcophagus that can't be dealt with? This damn thing had a previous record. All get out of the way. Lu Feng shouted. The surrounding dead souls hurriedly got out of the way, leaving Lu Feng empty in front of him. You guys stay here, I'll go over and take a look. If the situation is not right, flee immediately, don't hesitate. After Lu Feng finished his explanation, he held the peachwood sword in one hand, felt out the soul drop money in the other, and walked into the underground palace. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng's lonely and determined back, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable touch. Friends of the audience, although the master is sometimes out of tune. But at critical moments, master is the most reliable person. Lonely in danger, a go-ahead. Sacrificing himself for the sake of all, this is the heavenly master of the human race. The most admired person in my life, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao excitedly did his narration. Lu Feng, however, suddenly looked back down. What are you muttering at the back? Hurry up and come over, open up the road in front. Lu Feng beckoned. Zhang Hao's face turned green. Live streaming room. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. Master is really still the same master. Martyr, I was moved to tears just now. Master, compensate me for my tears. Xiao Zhang is the one who's really going to cry. It's a disaster. The master sacrificed himself for the crowd, but the crowd didn't include Chang. Master, Zhang, you're my closest and dearest, let's die together. Xiao Zhang, holy. Xiao Zhang wanna die hard have. Chapter 66, Grandmaster, close your hand, don't be a disgrace. Master, you must protect me. Zhang Hao walked in front of Lu Feng, turning back every now and then to bark some advice. Lu Feng was numb from hearing it. Walk faster. Dozens of meters walked for 3 minutes and didn't finish, not moving a bit, wanna be a Wang Bang ah. Lu Feng urged. Zhang Hao looked at the high platform not far away, had the intention to walk faster, but just couldn't take a step. Master, I'm timid. That sarcophagus even eats black and white, it's too scary. Why don't you go ahead? In case a situation arises, it will be easier for you to deal with it. Zhang Hao looked back at Lu Feng, desperately wanting to return to the entrance of the tomb. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow at his words. Old Zhang, your words are wrong. If I walk in front, won't I bear the brunt of the situation? The black and white irregulars have all been shaded, if I were to be shaded as well. Who will protect the people around us then? I say, can you have some sense of the big picture? Where's your courage to brazenly break your back in the Kunlun mountains? Cowering. This is not the old Zheng I know.
Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder.
Don't worry, we are friends for a time, I won't treat you badly.
In the future, every New Year's holiday, I will burn paper for you.
Burn too.
As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, Zhang Hao fell to the ground with a plop.
Question mark. Lu Feng's expression was stunned.
Hurrying to squat down and check for a bit, Lu Feng was relieved to see that Zhang Hao was still breathing.
Was this stunned? Or was he affected by the sarcophagus?
Lu Feng secretly frowned. Now that the meat shield was gone, he could only go on his way alone. Picking up Zhang Hao's flashlight, Lu Feng walked quickly to the bottom of the high platform. Along the steps all the way up, Lu Feng slowly approached the sarcophagus.
Damn, scared me to death. Zhang Hao climbed up with a grunt.
Patting his chest, Zhang Hao was in a state of shock.
Audience members, don't worry, I was pretending to faint just now. It can't be helped, Master always lets me take the lead. What can I do? That sarcophagus even swallowed the black and white, wouldn't I be sending myself to death if I went?
Zhang Hao looked towards the high platform, the camera focusing on Lu Feng's figure.
Clearing his throat, Zhang Hao began his formal commentary.
Brothers and sisters, uncles, aunts, and children in the live broadcast room, good morning everyone. Welcome to the hottest street test program of this century, Street Ghost Scare.
I'm the host and actor, Zhang Hao. As you can tell from the name of the program, we're a variety show that aims to scare and trick people. However, unexpectedly, we have met a true master. Certified by the Taoist sect, this master is the only high person in the world. He didn't know about the existence of the program and thought he had really hit a ghost. As for why the master couldn't see through the ghost being a human in disguise, this is something that veteran viewers know. The Grandmaster has not cultivated his heavenly eyes and is not able to differentiate between people and ghosts. Coupled with the fact that the actor pretending to be a ghost is too realistic, the master can't generate any suspicion at all. Alright, back to the topic. Master has used many means to get rid of the ghost-playing actor.
From the evil extermination talisman to invoking the Yin god, from the 1,000-year-old willow branch to the jasper gourd.
And now the ancient money.
Master's means are getting more and more terrifying. That ancient money can even scare off the black and white irregulars. Zhang Hao even drew in a breath of cool air as he spoke.
At the moment, we don't know the limitations of the ancient money.
So whether or not the program can continue is a tricky question.
In case the ancient money doesn't have any restrictions.
Zhang Hao's tone trailed off for a moment.
But then he perked up.
Let me tell you about the previous exorcisms, as a sort of final chapter summary.
Don't get annoyed, regular viewers. Because this might be the last live broadcast.
Zhang Hao was filled with emotion, and while the camera was pointed at Lu Feng, he reviewed it in a small voice.
On the other side, Lu Feng arrived in front of the sarcophagus and placed the flashlight on the ground, illuminating the immediate environment.
Looking at the blood filaments connecting around him, Lu Feng swung his mahogany sword and chopped down. The mahogany sword passed through the blood filaments, but did not cut through. It was as if those blood filaments were shadows, making the mahogany sword untouchable.
What the hell?
Lu Feng didn't believe it and took the mahogany sword and chopped.
The blood filaments did not move.
Zhang Hao's glasses slapped it squarely, immediately interrupting Zhang Hao's recollection.
Ah, this? Zhang Hao clammed up.
Whether it was the black impermanence or the white impermanence, whether it was the soul hooking rope or the wailing rod, these blood threads were all broken at the touch of a button.
The seemingly terrifying blood threads were actually as fragile as a spider's web. As a result, when the master was replaced on the field, he froze and didn't cut off a single blood thread?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
He wasn't blinded, was he?
The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at Lu Feng, who kept swinging his sword, and one by one, they also bang-ported.
What's going on? What is the Grandmaster doing? Is Master trying to cut the blood filament? I don't see that the blood silk is broken either. Martyr, don't let the Master cut it, like a ing monkey show. Professor Zhou, this is what the Master is doing? There are so many people in the archaeology team watching, can the Master not have a seizure? Epicurean?
I'm so embarrassed for the Master. I'm so embarrassed for the Master. I've got 3 rooms in my toes.
Brothers, I can't hold out much longer. It's embarrassing.
Where's Chang?
Don't watch the show, hurry up and make the Master stop. The second live scene.
The director was annoyed with Zhang Hao's unauthorized decision to engage in some kind of final chapter review. As a result, he saw Lu Feng's monkey show.
No, what's going on here? Taoist Zhang, what is the Master doing?
The director looked towards Zhang Shihan. Zhang Yuhan pulled his beard and only managed to hold back a sentence after half a day. Master is probably trying to chop off the blood threads like the black and white irregulars. The director froze at his words.
Chopping off the threads of blood? He hadn't seen any blood threads being cut off.
The director wanted to ask again, just in time to see Zhang Yihan pull off 2 of his beards.
Ahem, Master must have his own ideas. Maybe it's jumping the shark. Taoist Master Zhang, let's just keep watching.
The director changed his tone so as not to irritate this Taoist titan any further.
In the ancient tomb, Lu Feng was so angry that he directly threw away his peachwood sword when he saw the blood filaments continue. Tramp's fake. This is still $500? What a nasty traitor. Lu Feng cursed. If this is really a good mahogany sword, even if it doesn't break the blood filament, it can't possibly have no effect on the blood filament. Looking at the sarcophagus again, Lu Feng could not help but frown. He originally wanted to cut the blood threads, weaken the sarcophagus, and then push open the lid of the coffin to check. As a result, he couldn't break the blood threads at all. Forget it, whatever. White impermanence chopped off the blood threads in front of him, and he didn't see any effect on the sarcophagus. Lu Feng muttered and threw the soul-fall money on the ground. If the black and white impermanence is really refined, I hope the ancient money will still be able to suppress them. Lu Feng took a deep breath and placed his left hand on the sarcophagus. An icy cold touch came, and when Lu Feng pushed it hard, he realized that the lid of the coffin did not even move. So heavy. Little Blackie, can you hear me? What's the situation of you two now? Is white impermanence dead or not? Lu Feng inquired loudly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no response. Just when Lu Feng wanted to ask again, the sarcophagus suddenly appeared to change. Chapter 67, White Impermanence's Counterattack. The Heavenly Master is truly a man of God. The blood threads connecting the sarcophagus broke off one by one. The color of the blood on the surface of the sarcophagus also began to fall off in large swathes as if it had scabbed over. Lu Feng's gaze condensed and he subconsciously took a few steps back. A tiny crack appeared on the sarcophagus. The crack rapidly expanded. White Impermanence's voice also came out. Old Black, you really damned yourself. I obviously came in first, and the essence of the sarcophagus was eaten more than half by you. Do you know anything about first come first served? White Impermanence was furious. Bang! The sarcophagus directly exploded. Lu Feng subconsciously dodged to the side, but his body still had a few more accidental injuries. The black and white impermanence reappeared. Lu Feng glanced over and saw white impermanence choking black impermanence's neck and shaking it vigorously. Black impermanence was grasping a ball of black gas in his hand and was desperately shoving it into his mouth. Question mark. I Nima. Lu Feng's fire came up all of a sudden. Copying the peachwood sword thrown on the ground, Lu Feng aimed at black and white impermanence's head and went up to one person. Thanks to him, he thought that the black and white irregulars had an accident. He didn't expect these two pussies to eat buffet here. Heavenly Master? White impermanence received a headbutt and hurriedly let go of black impermanence. Black impermanence, on the other hand, took the opportunity to swallow the last mouthful of black chi, revealing a contented look. Looking towards Lu Feng, black impermanence couldn't help but heave a smile. Fat bastard. Lu Feng froze at his words. Pa! Lu Feng slapped black impermanence in the face. Treading on the horse to say who's a waste of time. Lu Feng's face was even darker than black impermanence. Treadmill opens a buffet and taunts him? It was too much of a bully. Black impermanence was dumbfounded. White impermanence almost didn't die laughing. He knew that old Black was talking about fat man, not loser. But he just won't explain. Hey, I'm just playing. I just love to watch the drama. Heavenly Master, this fat black man is too hateful. How dare he call you a loser? Look at this, is this human language? How can you stand this? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. White impermanence a burst of arch fire, but also inadvertently put the wailing stick into the hands of Lu Feng. Black impermanence just opened his mouth, the weeping rod was drawn over. Ow. Black impermanence jumped 3 feet high. This wailing rod specialized in hitting spiritual bodies, and the ghost messenger was no exception. Black impermanence bared his teeth in pain and scattered his legs, running. But he didn't dare to run out of the high platform. Because he saw the ancient money on the ground. It's nothing to be smacked a few times by the wailing rod, at most, it will take off a layer of skin. But if he really wants to escape, this heavenly master will have to move for real. Once the ancient money was powerful, it would kill his soul in minutes. Heavenly Master. What I said is fat man. Black impermanence hurriedly explained. As soon as white impermanence heard this, he immediately made up for it. How dare you say that the Heavenly Master is fatuous? Too arrogant. Heavenly Master quickly beat him to death. White impermanence had an indignant face, as if he was fighting for Lu Feng. At once the high stage was in chaos. In the middle, white impermanence even made a few black kicks, beating black impermanence to tears. Professor Joe on the other side watched in disbelief. Violently beating the Ghostbusters. The Heavenly Master is truly a man of God. Professor Joe was shocked beyond words. Zhang Hao, who was even closer, was even more stunned as his eyes almost stared out. Generally, only in myths and legends were there scenes of suppressing the black and white irregulars. Now this scene, however, was really happening in front of his eyes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Audience members, Master is violently beating black impermanence. That little black guy is about to shed his skin. Zhang Hao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Although black and white impermanence had been stunned back by the Grandmaster before, there was no fight, and the scene was more or less flawed and exciting. Now it's different. Now it was really dry. And it was still lopsided. Without the help of ancient money, the Grandmaster crushed the Ghostbusters just the same. Marred, the Grandmaster is too terrifying. Luckily he's suppressing his cultivation and not showing it easily. Otherwise, a slap would have killed the ghost actor pretending to be a ghost. Zhang Hao was filled with heartbreak. The viewers in the live broadcast room, however, had a lot of opinions. Will you shoot? Shoot Nima from so far away. The quality of the dragon's picture. I'm convinced. The drama is on, can the photographer not pull the crotch? Black impermanence, don't shoot. I want my face. Pah, this little black guy has his day. White impermanence is also he's too accurate. The cheapest of all is black impermanence, what can this master tolerate? Ha 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 ha, this beating's received not wrong. That. Is there a possibility that black impermanence is talking about the fat man? What? What's that? The second live scene. The director looked shocked. It was as if the master was not hitting the Ghostbusters, but the entire program team. One day the program team was discovered by the master. He, the director, was the next black impermanence. In comparison, Zhang Yohan was much better, and composure returned to his face. Director Yen, this is the strength of a master. Zhang Yuhan said smilingly. Just now, Lu Feng's monkey show was simply an example of incompetent rage. It can be said that the entire Dao sect has lost face. Good in the peak turnaround, the master violently beat the hell ghosts. The shocking degree of the scene is enough to save all the face. In the ancient tomb, white impermanence recognized the opportunity and delivered another black kick. Black impermanence fell to the ground with a thud, and was whipped by Lu Feng's ass. Heavenly Master! Mercy! Black impermanence screamed repeatedly and begged for mercy. White impermanence was so happy that his mouth was grinning to the root of his ears. However, Lu Feng stopped. Black impermanence had just breathed a sigh of relief, and before he could climb up, he heard white impermanence speak. What's wrong, Heavenly Master? Keep fighting. White impermanence urged out, his tone was urgent. Black impermanence almost didn't die of anger. This Tama could really be his good brother. No more fighting, my hands are tired. Lu Feng's left hand moved his wrist, this bout really made his hand sore. Tired? Change your right hand if you're tired. White impermanence gave advice. Lu Feng sniffed and rolled his eyes. If his right hand can beat people, why would he need to hold a whaling stick in his left hand? Seeing that it's alright, black impermanence hurriedly climbed up. Staring viciously at white impermanence, black impermanence's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. What are you looking at me for? You're the one looking for a fight. White impermanence stood beside Lu Feng, quite a bit of a fox and tiger posture. You. Black impermanence grabbed the soul-hooking rope and looked about to make a move. Heavenly Master, this sarcophagus is a bit unusual, you might want to be careful. White impermanence sidetracked the topic and started to report the main event to Lu Feng. Seeing this, black impermanence was stunned and could only suppress his anger, not making a move for the time being. And Lu Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing what white impermanence said. The sarcophagus is already broken, could it still make waves? Lu Feng said while looking at the nearby broken rocks. Heavenly Master, although the sarcophagus is broken, its owner. White impermanence and black impermanence glanced at each other, both showing scorn. This sarcophagus has existed for at least 400 years. To be able to arrange the underground palace into a gathering array and refine ghosts here, the sarcophagus owner is bound to have an extremely high level of Tao. 400 years, if he is still alive, he may have already reached the earth immortal realm. Even if he dies, there's a huge probability that he'll become a ghost immortal. With his sinister cultivation method, he would be even more carefree after becoming a ghost immortal. Although his realm will be trapped in the ghost immortal realm, his Tao may be comparable to an earth immortal. It's even possible to touch the threshold of a divine immortal. Heavenly Master, if you destroy this sarcophagus, I'm afraid you'll incur his retaliation. White impermanence speaks out the crisis one by one. Lu Feng, however, directly waved his hand. The sarcophagus was broken by you too, none of my business. Chapter 68, Dumping. The living Yin King in the live streaming room. The white impermanent clam was dumbfounded. Black impermanence was also dumbfounded. After several seconds, white impermanence reluctantly laughed. Heavenly Master, I found that not only are you high in Taoism, you also speak with a special sense of humor. Isn't this joke 100 times better than the Mortal Spring Festival sketches? White impermanence grinned, laughing harder than crying. Black impermanence gave a heavy to show his strong support for white impermanence's words. Who's joking with you guys? You two should have some face. It was clearly you guys who broke the sarcophagus, how can you blame me? Lu Feng said and left. Heavenly Master. The black and white irregulars panicked. The two of them were just ordinary ghosts, how would they dare to mess with that kind of existence? Earth immortal.
A single slap could kill them both, without even needing to use their magic treasures. Even if that person had become a ghost immortal, his skill would definitely be higher than theirs. If they were to take the blame for this, what's the point? Heavenly Master, please stay. The black and white irregulars hurriedly chased after him. Master. Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng coming down and took the initiative to welcome him. Just now, I don't know what happened, my body suddenly went cold and I fainted. Has the sarcophagus been resolved? Zhang Hao casually made up a reason. Lu Feng was being verbally bombarded by the black and white irregulars, so how could he have time to care about Zhang Hao pretending to faint? He only wanted to find someone to share the fire right now. Old Zhang, come and comment on this. The sarcophagus was blown up by the two of them, shouldn't this merit be counted on them? Lu Feng inquired to Zhang Hao. When Zhang Hao heard the word merit, he almost died laughing. He had witnessed the entire process. Is this merit? This was a black pot. What a tragedy, having to take the blame for the master. Zhang Hao couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Now that the Grandmaster was able to crush the ghost messenger, he naturally had to be on the Grandmaster's side. So in the next second, Zhang Hao bowed to the black and white irregulars. Many thanks to the two divine ambassadors for stepping in and getting rid of the sarcophagus. The hundreds of dead souls in the vicinity will all thank you for your great kindness. Zhang Hao had a sincere face. You see, the eyes of the masses are sharp. Lu Feng picked up. The black and white irregulars almost spat out blood. Looking fiercely at Zhang Hao, the black and white impermanence's gaze was as if it was about to kill. Zhang Hao shivered in fear and couldn't help but lean towards Lu Feng. Live streaming room. Ha 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 ha, little Zhang is too detrimental. Also bowed. Black and white to be angry. Master also cattle, black pot can be said to be merit. White impermanence, tap the horse, there is not a normal person. Black and white are in deep. It's so easy to eat the ashes. It's called eating the short end of the stick. I want to die. Martyr laughed out loud. But then again, the two of them ate all the essence of the sarcophagus. What's wrong with taking the blame when you've gotten such a great deal? Yeah. I'll take the blame. I'm with the master. I'm with the master. I'm also standing with the master. The scene of the program. Lu Feng returned to the offering table and had the black and white irregulars gather all the dead souls. Take them to reincarnation, don't pull any tricks. Otherwise I'll personally make a trip to hell. Lu Feng warned the black and white irregulars. The black and white impermanent nodded in fear, but his eyes were filled with clouds of worry. These dead souls were trivial, the key was the sarcophagus owner. The sarcophagus was blown open by the two of them, and the sarcophagus owner would definitely be able to detect their breath. At that time, they said that they were ordered by Lu Feng, but Lu Feng did not recognize. Black and white impermanence felt a big head just thinking about it. Alright, go down. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling that the black and white irregulars could leave. The black and white irregulars glanced at each other, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. This heavenly master was determined to dump the pot, there was really nothing they could do. Go! Black impermanence was very dry, taking the dead souls to take the lead in drilling into the ground. White impermanence, on the other hand, looked at Lu Feng's left hand. Heavenly master, that wailing rod. White impermanence compensated with a smile, ready to retrieve the weapon. This weeping death stick is good, it's smooth to use. Lu Feng returned. White impermanence waited and waited, but he saw that Lu Feng had no intention of returning it. At once, white impermanence just had a sudden jolt in his heart. This Tama won't want to be greedy. Heavenly master, this weeping rod is my weapon, and it never leaves my body on weekdays. You see. Isn't it possible to return it to me? White impermanence was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. Give it back, of course. Lu Feng returned very seriously. White impermanence sighed in relief. Fortunately, this little heavenly master still has some bottom line. I can't lend him the wailing rod again in the future, the whole thing is so nerve-wracking. No. There is no future. Farewell today, never see you again. White impermanence made up his mind in his mind, so he stretched out his hand to Lu Feng and asked for the wailing rod. Lu Feng smiled slightly at the sight. Old Bai, I will definitely return this wailing rod to you, but not now. You lend me to juggle for a few days. I'll return it to you the next time I summon you. White impermanence froze at his words. Next time? He didn't want to see Lu Feng again. He never wanted to see Lu Feng again in his life. Hurry up, we won't be able to catch up with old Black in a while. Lu Feng urged and waved goodbye to White impermanence. White impermanence looked towards the weeping stick. At this distance, he could snatch it in less than a second. But he was afraid that he had the life to snatch it, but not the life to use it. With the wailing rod in his hands, he might not be able to run in time before Lu Feng collects even the people. After thinking for 3 seconds, White impermanence gave up. Next time is next time, big deal, I'll work for nothing again. White impermanence's heart crossed, and after paying his respects to Lu Feng, he dove headfirst into the ground. He. Black impermanence's laughter came out, obviously gloating.
Old Black, you're laughing your ass off. Hurry up and get on your way. White Impermanence's voice faded away. Lu Feng turned his head and looked at Zhang Hao beside him. The weeping stick is good at hitting ghosts, I don't know how it is at hitting people. Lu Feng muttered. Zhang Hao immediately died. Master, I'm withdrawing first with diarrhea. Zhang Hao turned his head and ran. Unfortunately, it was already too late. With a pop, Zhang Hao received a blow to the shoulder. Ah! I'm dead. Zhang Hao's face turned pale and his legs went limp as he sat on the ground. Professor Zhou on the side was startled. Seeing that Zhang Hao was not injured, Professor Zhou was relieved. It's just that this heavenly master's way of getting along with his companions was pretty damn unique. But thinking about Lu Feng's outrageous way of transcending, Professor Zhou was relieved again. Anything that happened to Lu Feng was not called rare. Hey! I seem to be fine? Zhang Hao also reacted. Touching his beaten shoulder, Zhang Hao climbed up in a single bound. Mom, scared me to death. Zhang Hao patted his chest when he saw Lu Feng throwing the wailing stick over. Subconsciously receiving it in his hand, Zhang Hao was a bit confused. It seems that this thing is only useful for ghosts, so take it first. When that ghost immortal comes after you, you hit him with an ambush. Strive to beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. Doesn't he like to pretend? I want to beat him when he's on his knees and begging for forgiveness, when he's at his most desperate. Use soul fall money to collect him. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, skillfully posing as a high-ranking person. Compared to soul falling money devouring souls internally, he is more interested in seeing with his own eyes the miserable state of the actor pretending to be a ghost when he kneels down and begs for mercy. Only then would he be able to get rid of the bad anger in his heart. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Me? Ambush? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. That 1.5-meter machete, he hit it with his head. Can the master have some humanity? The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at Lu Feng's conceited expression and were instantly happy. I can't tense up. Wailing stick just like this to send the program team? Master, you can grow a little more careful. Ha ha ha, how did Master know that Xiao Zhan was an undercover agent? It's too bad. I just got the wailing stick and I gave it to the program team before it was even warmed up. Director Master Zhang, thank you for the gift of nature. Master Zhang? Do you want to be ashamed? Ha 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 ha, remember the master's expression now, you should be crying in a moment. It's the last live broadcast anyway, so why don't Zhang play a big game and steal the ancient money as well? Don't mess with it. The master will kill someone. I think it's a good idea. The show will be a blast. Support. Support +1. Feelings of death is not you guys, live room so many living hell? Chapter 69, Earthly Exploration. Grandmaster, I've always kept a low profile. Second live broadcast site. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard and smiled slightly. White Impermanence's wailing rod, this is a great weapon for beating ghosts. Ghost immortals are all beaten accordingly. Compared to the Jasper Gourd, the wailing rod was clearly better mastered. The Taoist sect has gotten divine weapons one after another, it's really going to flourish. Zhang Yuhan sighed. Turning back to his disciples, Zhang Yuhan commanded. Grandmaster has a great favor in my Dao sect. Go and make a statue of the Grandmaster at Longhu Mountain. In the future, every morning, 3 incense sticks will be burned and the statue of the Grandmaster will be bowed to. All disciples must do the same without fail. Those who are secular practitioners must also set up a shrine for the master at home, and likewise bow to 3 incense sticks. Zhang Yuhan looked serious, and Dragon Tiger Mountain was suddenly busy. The director looked secretly shocked. The master hasn't even become immortal yet, and he's going to be worshipped by statues? It's too damn exaggerated. The director finally realized that Lu Feng's position in the hearts of the Taoist sect. To put it politely, it was no worse than the treatment of the ancestor master. After the director's heart was shocked, his face was covered with sorrow again. The Dao sect was happy, after all, they had obtained another divine weapon. But he couldn't be happy. The weeping stick couldn't fall into his hands again, plus the threat of the soul falling money. The director was fretful. How could this show continue? Do we really want Xiao Zhan to steal the ancient money? The director spat in his heart. He was bold, daring to do anything for the sake of heat. But the prerequisite was having the life to enjoy the heat. Stealing ancient money was definitely playing with fire. He was afraid that before he became a big director known throughout the country, he would be karmed by the master. At that time, the program team will have 1 to count, and all of them will be lined up to enter the hell. Mud, master still has acquaintances in hell. If I really have to go down, will the black and white irregulars still escort me to the frying pan? The director's heart was shocked and clubbed. This damn death wasn't even the end, the torture had just begun after death. But glancing at Zhang Yuhan, the director felt a great deal of pressure. It was no longer up to him to decide how to broadcast this program. The one who really had the power of command was the Dao sect. It was simply useless for him to object. Hell!
After the black and white irregulars finished settling the hundreds of dead souls, they found the judges. Their purpose was simple. Check all the evil cultivators who had come to report to the Hellmouth in the last 400 years. As long as they entered the hell to be judged, everything in their lives would be recorded in the books. The black and white irregulars want to check if there is a sarcophagus owner here. If the sarcophagus owner had already entered hell, or was sent to hell to suffer, or reincarnated, then they wouldn't have to worry about any retaliation. In these 400 years, a total of 13 evil cultivators have entered the hell. The judge gave the answer. Lord Judge, among these 13, are there any cultivators who raise ghosts in Xuanwu County? White Impermanence hurriedly inquired. The magistrate shook his head, instantly causing White Impermanence's heart to flutter. Is there really none? White Impermanence was undeterred and pressed for another question. See for yourselves. The magistrate tapped Black and White Impermanence's eyebrows respectively, and information flooded into the two's minds. White Impermanence hurriedly checked. But no matter how much he rummaged around, he just couldn't find the sarcophagus owner. These 13 evil cultivators, not to mention raising ghosts in Xuanwu County, had never even been to Xuanwu County. There is no sarcophagus owner. It's over. White Impermanence only felt cold all over his body. If you don't enter hell, you either haven't died yet, or you've become a ghost immortal after death. Either way, it was an extremely terrifying fact. Seeing that Black and White Impermanence's faces weren't quite right, the judge couldn't help but wonder. Have you guys run into any trouble? Why are you suddenly checking the evil cultivators of the last 400 years? The black and white irregulars looked at each other and finally decided to tell the truth. Lord Judge, it's like this. From Lu Feng's second invocation of the gods, to Black Impermanence rescuing the dead souls, to the sarcophagus. White Impermanence said it all one by one. Lord Judge, do you think it's easy for us brothers? In order to earn some extra money, our lives were put on the line. The sarcophagus owner hasn't entered hell yet. Even if he's a ghost immortal, he's still a horrible person. I'm afraid it won't be long before he kills us. The key is that the little celestial master still refuses to admit it, and has to let me and Old Dark take the blame. Whether the sarcophagus master believes it or not. The two of us definitely don't have a good time. White Impermanence is almost worried to death. The judge, however, was happy. Celestial master dumping the pot? How is that possible? Where in the world could there be such a strange heavenly master? There is also taking incense ash as an offering. Alright, you two don't tease me, next time change the joke. The heavenly masters on earth also dare to use it as a joke. Aren't you afraid that those heavenly masters who have become immortals will come over to clean up the two of you? The judge lectured 2 sentences with amusement, and then continued to be busy. No, we're not joking. White Impermanence hurriedly declared. As a result, the magistrate simply didn't bother. Ugh. White Impermanence let out a long sigh. Not to mention that Lord Judge didn't believe it, even he and Old Black wouldn't believe it if they hadn't experienced it. They had never seen such an outrageous heavenly master in their dreams. Old Black, what can we do about this? White Impermanence was worried. Black Impermanence thought briefly and said, together. What together? Die. Outside the ancient tomb. Lu Feng was once again surrounded by the archaeological team. Many people took out their cell phones to take pictures with Lu Feng. Everyone listen to me. Lu Feng raised his hand and pressed down, making the crowd quiet down. It's fine to take pictures, but don't send them to your friends. I've always been low-key and don't want to be noticed by the outside world. So don't spread these photos out, and don't even say that I'm some kind of heavenly master. Lu Feng's words fell. The crowd clammed up at once. Low-key? All the damn were full live broadcast, you call this low-key? There were quite a few people that even subconsciously looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao heart is sudden. What are you looking at him for? Afraid that he won't reveal himself? Afraid of arousing Lu Feng's suspicion, Zhang Hao hurriedly said. Those who want to take a picture of the whaling stick can also come to me for a photo. But I'm a low-key person just like the master. So everyone mustn't rumor it after taking the picture, and don't say that it's the White Impermanence's whaling stick. Zhang Hao emphasized the whaling rod. It seemed to be telling Lu Feng that the crowd was looking at him, but they actually wanted to photograph the whaling stick and had no other intention. Nearby, Dr. Lin couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth as he listened to Zhang Hao's words. Low-key? Dr. Lin didn't even want to spit it out. Just the trip he drove Zhang Hao to the county town. Zhang Hao's bragging stance could not be seen as low-key at all. He was afraid that the entire nation wouldn't know how powerful he, Zhang Hao, was. There's no truth in this host's mouth. Dr. Lin secretly spat. Looking at Lu Feng, who was taking pictures with the crowd again, Dr. Lin couldn't help but sympathize a little. A celestial master who wanted to remain anonymous, but was being live-streamed 24 hours a day. This was too damn miserable. Little Lin, come over here. Professor Zhou beckoned from a short distance away. Teacher, what is it? Chapter 70, Backlash Host, Master, let's do something big.
The program team just called me, wanting you to replace Zhang Hao as the host. Professor Zhou's words came out. Dr. Lin froze on the spot. The host? Him? What a joke. He was a doctor of archaeology. Even if he changed careers, he couldn't step into the entertainment industry. This industry crossover was simply heaven-defying. But Dr. Lin didn't immediately refuse. It definitely wasn't that simple for the program to find him. Teacher, why did you make me the host? Isn't that Zhang Hao a pretty good host? Dr. Lin was a bit puzzled. Professor Zhou, on the other hand, looked helpless. The program team is afraid of the master's ancient money and wants Zhang Hao to steal it. There will be no host around the heavenly master then. The director and Taoist master Zhang saw you as a stable person, so they wanted you to take your place. Perhaps also thought that you were an archaeologist and could take the master to explore more ancient tombs. Professor Zhou's last sentence scared Dr. Lin. He wasn't afraid of ordinary ancient tombs. But the ancient tombs that he brought masters to explore, couldn't they be ordinary tombs? To have a program effect, it had to be at least a haunted tomb. Thinking of the image of Lu Feng letting Zhang Hao take the lead, Dr. Lin's heart tightened. If he went to be the host, the cannon fodder would be changed from Zhang Hao to him. Teacher, you can find someone else to steal the ancient money, it doesn't have to be Zhang Hao. Dr. Lin still wanted to struggle a bit. Someone else? Professor Zhou shook his head. No one else can steal it. No one can steal from the Heavenly Master, not even if a divine thief comes. Only Zhang Hao is not defended by the Heavenly Master and still has a chance if he strikes. Professor Zhou explained the reason. Dr. Lin couldn't say anything after hearing this. Indeed, he was a Heavenly Master, and even the black and white irregulars had to kneel down when they came. How could a mortal steal from such an immortal figure? It was only Zhang Hao who could rely on the trust of the Heavenly Master to find a way to trick the ancient money and then sneak away. Teacher, you let me think again. Steal ancient money? Zhang Hao almost didn't jump up when he heard the director's instruction. Yes, if you can't ask the limits of the ancient money, you'll run away with it. I don't care if you steal or cheat. The ancient money must not be on the master. The director's voice came, making Zhang Hao's little heart jump out. Director, I can't. Director? Zhang Hao almost didn't die of anger when he saw the communication hang up. Stealing ancient money? That is looking for death. Even if he could steal it, he wouldn't be able to escape the master's pursuit. If the program group doesn't treat me as a human being, don't blame me for really not treating me as a human being. Zhang Hao was ruthless in his heart and directly walked towards Lu Feng. Grandmaster, there's something I want to ask. Zhang Hao squeezed away the people who were taking pictures with Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng curiously said, "What is it?" Zhang Hao pointed at the wailing wand. "What if this wailing rod is stolen? I'm immortal, I'm afraid I won't be able to guard it." Zhang Hao made a worried expression. Steal? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. As his eyes swept over the people around him, Lu Feng could not help but let out a cold smile. People's hearts were the most difficult to gauge. It was hard to say if there were any of these archaeological team members who coveted the wailing rod. There might also be those who coveted the soul-falling money. It was only that with his identity as a heavenly master weighing him down and the ancient money in his possession, this group of people did not dare to steal it. But Zhang Hao was just an ordinary person. Whether or not someone would come to steal the wailing stick was not certain. Those who are bold enough to steal it are free to do so. Not to mention that this seat can figure out where the wailing rod is with a snap of his fingers. Let's just say that white impermanence, he's always keeping an eye on the wailing rod. Just because he doesn't dare to snatch it from me doesn't mean he doesn't dare to snatch it from others. Old White can't wait for someone to get rid of the wailing rod. Then he wouldn't have to wait and would immediately be able to retrieve his weapon. As for whether he will hook a soul along the way. Lu Feng smiled faintly. The crowd immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Zhang Hao even added, "Master, you forcefully left the weeping stick behind, but White Impermanence is holding a bellyful of fire. He doesn't dare to vent it on you, so he can only abuse others. He will definitely hook the soul in his hand, and maybe even put it in the frying pan." Zhang Hao spoke with trepidation. The people around him were instantly even more scared. Not to mention that they didn't have small minds in the first place. Even if they did have crooked thoughts, they were instantly sober now. White Impermanence was worried that he had nowhere to be angry. Stealing the wailing rod at this time would be to become a living target. White Impermanence can rightfully vent his anger. He could even get a good reputation for helping the Heavenly Master punish the thieves. It's done. Zhang Hao couldn't help but walk a little farther away when he saw that his purpose had been achieved. Friends of the audience, as you all heard, this wailing stick cannot be held. Originally, I still wanted to find an opportunity to give the wailing stick to the program. But now it seems it's better for the wailing wand to stay with the master. As soon as Zhang Hao's words left his mouth, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. What's the situation? The program team got their hands on the wailing stick and now it's gone? Cooked ducks can fly, it's outrageous. No, I have a feeling Zhang did it on purpose. I'm sure he did it on purpose. The master can really count with his fingers, can't he figure out that the ghost actor is pretending to be a ghost? Right. The master must be blowing awesome again. But white impermanence's threat should be real. Woohoo, I don't have the whaling stick. Xiao Zhang, forcing me to steal ancient money? Don't play, everyone. Xiao Zhang turned against the water?
Following the master surely has a better future than the host.
That's right. The master's personal shield. After today, there's no tomorrow.
The master burns 2 copies of the paper.
It's too hard to be a host. Xiao Zhang, director wanna die, do not pull me, ancient money must not be possible to steal. Interesting, infighting. It's not a script, is it?
I don't care if it's not a script, just watch it. Xiao Zhang, brothers, watch me perform, the program team will not want to take advantage of the master again.
Director. Director, hurry up and apologize. Second live broadcast scene.
The director was dumbfounded.
What's the situation? Zhang Hao rebelled?
Well countered. Well countered. The director was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, due to the fact that Zhang Yohan was beside him, the director suppressed his excitement.
Good you little Zhang, I wasn't wrong about you.
The director was excited in his heart. The Dao sect had forced the program to steal the ancient money, and he was simply worried to death. This kind of death-defying behavior was truly too long to live. Fortunately, Xiao Zhang saved the day.
Not only was the ancient money out of the question, but the whaling rod was also cut off.
Looking at Zhang Yuhan beside him, the director saw that the other party's face did not look too good. Daoist Zhang, don't be anxious, Xiao Zhang is also doing this for your own good. Otherwise, if white impermanence kills the door, you guys won't be able to keep this whaling rod. The director held back his laughter and comforted Zhang Yuhan. It had always been the Dao sect that had coerced the program. Now that the director saw that the Dao sect had eaten the program group's defeat, he couldn't help but feel a sense of raising his eyebrows.
White impermanence.
Zhang Yuhan tugged at his beard. He had a feeling that white impermanence wouldn't stare at the whaling rod. But the master had explicitly said so, and Zhang Yuhan did not dare to gamble for a moment. In fact, Longhu Mountain is not afraid of white impermanence's anger, but I am afraid that white impermanence will rat on off.
It doesn't matter if we lose the whaling stick.
I am afraid that the master also wanted dragons into the sea, and then cannot find half a trace.
That's what's going to kill him.
Alright, the whaling rod will stay in Xiao Zhang's hands for now.
As for the ancient money, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Zhang Yohan made a decision. The scene of the program.
Lu Feng bid farewell to the archaeological team and was driven by Zhang Hao, driving aimlessly on the main road. Zhang Hao glanced at Lu Feng, who had his eyes closed. Master, this ancient money of yours is really powerful, black and white people are scared.
With it in your hand, wouldn't you be invincible in the world? You can collect whoever you want.
Why don't we just go to hell and kill the king of hell? From now on, you'll be the new king of hell, and I'll be your judge. We'll be in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation and play with female ghosts every day, wouldn't that be great?
Chapter 71, Bad.
The pretend ghost actor ran away.
Karma's Yan Wang?
Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao with a gaze that was just like looking at a little cutie.
Like, how dare you think that? Really think that falling soul money is invincible? Lu Feng was speechless. Still playing with female ghosts every day. What kind of quality is this horse? A little pursuit, okay? Zhang Hao, however, had a movement in his heart. There is indeed a limit.
Zhang Hao's heart rejoiced, and he immediately picked up where he left off.
Master, this ancient money can collect souls at will, isn't it invincible?
No need to recite incantations, no need to cast spells, just throw it on the ground and it's okay.
We can use it to sweep through hell. We can even go to heaven and bring down the Jade Emperor. Then we can play with fairies.
Zhang Hao deliberately revealed a lewd expression, constantly stimulating Lu Feng's little heart.
Shut the up. Lu Feng couldn't listen anymore.
Taking out the falling soul money, Lu Feng threw it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao freed a hand and subconsciously received it in his hand.
Take a closer look, what's the difference between this ancient money and the previous one? Lu Feng commanded. Zhang Hao stopped the car upon hearing this and sized up the ancient money.
Dr. Lin, who was quietly following behind, also stopped his car on the side of the road. He had already promised the program team. If the worst happened, and Zhang Hao had to escape, he would temporarily do so.
He would temporarily take over Zhang Hao's position as the second host. How did the ancient money crack? Zhang Hao realized something was wrong.
When the soul-falling money collects souls once, it will crack a seam.
It's ruined after 3 times. Want to sweep through hell with him? Dream less in the future. Lu Feng lectured Zhang Hao twice. It can only be used 3 times?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
Was this thing so chickenish?
But even if there were only 2 times left, it seemed to be enough to deal with the ghost-playing actor.
The threat of the ancient money was still not lifted. Master, 3 times is enough. There are still 2 left, let's pretend we have something to go to King of Hell. Then capture the thief first, as long as we get King of Hell, who else would dare to be reckless? Anyway, they don't know that the ancient money can only be used a limited number of times. Zhang Hao continued to talk loudly about his plan. Lu Feng was getting impatient. Save your ass. This ancient money can at most collect ghost immortals. Do you think King of Hell is a heavenly immortal or a ghost immortal? And the range of the ancient money is 20 meters ahead. As long as King of Hell doesn't come close to us, you take your head and collect him. Lu Feng gave a lecture, hoping that old Zhang wouldn't be ghostly again. 20 meters? Zhang Hao froze. Thinking back to his previous experience, when that tomb master rushed over. It seemed like it was around 20 meters when it suddenly turned into a red light and accelerated into the ancient money. At that time, Zhang Hao thought that it was the tomb master himself who transformed into a red light. Now, it seemed obvious that he had been caught by the ancient money. 20 meters ahead. Master, this ancient money is too restrictive. In case people play long distance, won't we both be forced to rest? Zhang Hao hit the nail on the head. Lu Feng was calm. You're thinking too much. That evil spirit has chased us so many times, which time did he use long range? His machete is a melee weapon, it's impossible for him not to get close. Lu Feng was full of confidence. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at this scene, and one by one, they couldn't hold their breath. How is Master so confident every time? Still not enough face punches. Only 20 meters ahead of. Master still plays a hammer. Xiao Zhang, that's right, Master, it's me who betrayed you again. Ha ha, Chang is too cheap. Brothers, in fact, the range of the front 20 meters is very large, only unfortunately. It's a pity that there's a mole beside the Master. I can't even bear to look at it. When the pretend ghost actor becomes remote, the Master shall not go crazy? Ha 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 ha, who let the enemy within? Master is really a big grudge. Zhang's trust has been earned with his life, so it's hard for the Master to suspect him. I wonder what the Master's expression will be when he knows the truth. Xiao Zhang, what expression I don't know, but I'm sure I'll be the first to die. Ha 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 ha, when I die, I'll go to the black and white irregulars and put the female ghosts on the table for Xiao Zhang, 800 a day. Zhang's old colorful bastard will die a happy death. Martyr said I want to die, there are people down there is good work. The second live broadcast. The director let out a long sigh of relief. Taoist Master Zhang, it seems there's no need to steal the ancient money. I'll inform Wen Yuan to prepare for his appearance. Director, patch my voice into the live broadcast. The good show is about to start. The director was spirited, contacting the staff of Xuanwu County while driving the atmosphere of the live broadcast. However, what surprised him was, what the hell? When Yuan ran away? The director's eyes almost stared out. Good lord, it was so hard to figure out the restrictions on the use of ancient money. And the ghost actor ran away? When did he leave? How come no one stopped him? The director had an annoyed look on his face. Guide he said he had diarrhea and went to the toilet when the Master was violently beating the ghost man. And then he disappeared. He secretly rode away on the Master's small tram without alerting anyone else. I suspect he went to the county bus station, ready to hitchhike and run. What? Found it. Great. Guide, the man has been found. When Yuan had our people blocked when he was buying a ticket at the bus station. The director had a dark face. TMD, dropping the chain at a critical moment. Tell that kid to hurry up and make up for the stage. Otherwise I'll immediately call his master over. The director cursed. The audience in the live broadcast room was happy. Ha 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 ha, the actor pretending to be a ghost ran away? Masters have seconds of heaven, seconds of earth, seconds of air, and the ghostbusters have to kneel down, so who's not afraid of them? Ha ha ha, the key is to ride a small trolley car to run away. Ghost actor, the Master's car is a good ride. Awesome. Master, die for me. Ha 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 ha. Get the Minotaur, right? Pure love is invincible, Master cut him for me. The scene of the program. Old Zhang, why do you think that evil spirit hasn't come after us yet? Lu Feng looked at the front of the car and then at the rearview mirror. There were only normal traveling vehicles on the road, there was no ghost shadow at all. This. Zhang Hao stroked his chin, and an odd color flashed in his eyes. I think it should be soon, we might as well wait. Perhaps he feels that it's inconvenient to show himself here with all the traffic. How about we find a more secluded place? Lu Feng nodded at his words. It didn't take long for the two to reach a small road. Dr. Lin couldn't be bothered to follow and stopped far away from the main road. Shouldn't be able to use me, right? Dr. Lin muttered. He had been watching the live broadcast. Now that the program group knew the restrictions on the use of the ancient money, it was obvious that they didn't need to steal it anymore. He, the alternate host, was naturally useless. However, he was curious about the ghost-playing actor. To be able to repeatedly go after the Heavenly Master. What kind of person is this? Dr. Lin could be filled with anticipation and curiosity. He hadn't seen street ghost scare before. It was completely incomprehensible how a mortal could go after a heavenly master. Time passed by minute by minute. Lu Feng's car was still parked on the path. Dr. Lin was also waiting quietly for the ghost-playing actor to show up. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the car window rang out. Someone was knocking on his passenger window. Dr. Lin twisted his head to see. Dr. Lin was almost scared to death. A green-faced, fanged, stern ghost was lying there on the car window, looking in. It was wearing blood-stained armor, and the pair of eyes were full of teasing and killing intent. Dr. Lin only felt his heart stop, and his entire body had the feeling of his brain going down. Especially when this stern ghost grinned. It was even more of a creepy thrill. Even though he had seen the terrifying tomb owner, Dr. Lin was still scared to death. These two ghosts weren't even on the same level. The tomb master was the one whose face was painted with symbols and appeared creepy. This ghost in front of him, on the other hand, was pure terror. It was as if a Shura evil ghost had crawled out of hell, exuding an indescribable aura of terror. Anyone who saw this ghostly face would give birth to a strong sense of fear and despair. Dr. Lin was scared silly. "You're Dr. Lin, right? I'm the ghost-fitting actor from the program, Mu Wan Yuan. There's something I want to discuss with you. I want to play a big game this time." Chapter 72. A mere mortal, how dare you interrogate me? Lu Feng sat in the co-pilot and dozed off. Zhang Hao kept an eye on the surroundings. Finally. Coming. Zhang Hao saw the ghost-playing actor on the side of the road. According to Lu Feng's instructions, he should immediately wake up this master. But he was the host of the program, how could he just wake up Lu Feng? "I'll wake up the master when Yuan comes closer. I hope the Grandmaster won't be startled." Zhang Hao couldn't help but heave a laugh when he thought this in his mind. Lu Feng was sleeping soundly and did not hear the laugh. But the viewers in the live broadcast room heard it. He. Little Zhang is laughing so obscenely. Master is still sleeping? Take care of yourself. How dare the master let the mole stand sentry? Master is in deep. I can't help but laugh along with you. Brothers, if the master opened his eyes and saw the ghost actor lying on his face, would he be scared to death? Don't do it, it's too scary. I'm afraid the master won't even be able to use the ancient money before he's scared to death. Luckily, it's a sunny day with plenty of yang energy. Hey, how come it's cloudy? Friends of the audience, due to the strong request of the actors pretending to be ghosts, the program team has engaged in an artificial rainfall. Here I would like to make a special statement. This was the ghost-playing actor's own idea and has nothing to do with the director's team. And the cost of this rainfall was sponsored by the Taoist sect. Everyone applaud and thank Taoist Zhang for his strong support of the ghost-loading actors. The director's voice traveled into the broadcast room, leaving himself out of the picture. Pretending ghost actor is back in the scene? A sunny day turns into a rainy day. Master must have thought that the ghost scene chi was too heavy, affecting the weather. Good lord, the yin chi is so heavy that it even affects the weather, even a ghost immortal can't do this. Costumed ghost actor, I heard that master's equipment has been upgraded, so I'm upgrading myself too. Ghost actor, I heard the master's equipment was upgraded. It's really great. The scene of the show. Lu Feng wakes up. The sound of the rain made him show a touch of bewilderment. He remembered that before he went to bed. It was a sunny day outside. Why was it suddenly raining? He shouldn't have slept for long, right? Old Zhang, what time is it? Lu Feng asked. Just 11:30. After Zhang Hao replied back, he couldn't help but mutter again. Strange, why did the weather suddenly change? The weather forecast didn't say that there will be rain in the next 2 days. Zhang Hao deliberately looked left and right, looking forward and back. Groove. Big. Master. That ghost killer is coming. Zhang Hao's face was full of panic, and he twisted his head to look at the back of the car. Lu Feng was shocked in his heart and also looked behind him. Tens of meters away, a familiar figure appeared pattering in the rain. Finally. Lu Feng rubbed his fists. Old Zhang, do it. You use the whaling stick to dry him out first, I'll press you. Lu Feng told Zhang how to take the whaling stick and the two of them got out of the car together. The cool rainwater hit their bodies. Zhang Hao looked at the ghostly figure dozens of meters away and couldn't help but shiver. Great. Master. I feel a bit off. This rain came too. Suddenly. Could it be that the ghost scene chi is too heavy and affecting the weather? Zhang Hao said his guess with fear and trembling, displaying excellent acting skills. Lu Feng's expression was stunned. Yin chi affecting the sky? Impossible. It's just an ordinary ghost immortal, how can it have such a strong influence? It must be a coincidence. Lu Feng couldn't accept Zhang Hao's argument. If it really reached the level of influencing the weather, this ghost would be a bit scary. On the other side, the ghost-pretending actor also saw Lu Feng and Zhang Hao. The rain slid over the waterproof makeup on his face and rinsed the bloodstains on his armor.
At a distance of 40 meters, the ghost loading actor stopped. Now that ancient money was going to charge him, he would have to fly over a distance of at least 20 meters before he could be included in the attack. This time was enough for him to react. Old Zhang, go. Lu Feng's voice came faintly. The ghost-playing actor grinned and almost laughed. Trying to fight him with a whaling stick? Isn't this a joke? He could have sent Zhang Hao flying out with just the wind of his palm. However, on the surface, the ghost actor still made a cautious expression. Whether Lu Feng could see it or not, his performance must be on point. White Impermanence's whaling rod? Where did you get this from? The ghost-pretending actor's chi sank into his dantian and his voice pierced through the rain curtain, clearly reaching Lu Feng's ears. Ha! Is this guy so knowledgeable? Lu Feng was a bit surprised. Seeing that Zhang Hao didn't dare to go forward, Lu Feng couldn't help but push. Hurry up and go. The weeping stick specializes in hitting spiritual bodies, what are you afraid of? Besides, there's still me to pressure you, don't you want to beat him up to take out your anger? Lu Feng hated the iron. Zhang Hao was about to cry. He was really scared. The last time he pretended to be a ghost actor, he injured Lu Feng. If he went over there with a whaling stick, wouldn't he be following in Lu Feng's footsteps? It would have to be a dislocation at least. If he didn't control it well, he might even break his arm. He didn't want to suffer any work injuries. Master, please spare me. I'm not a practiced fighter, how can I beat this kind of evil spirit coming down from the battlefield? Why don't you give me the ancient money and I'll give you the whaling stick? You go up and beat him violently, I'll press you from behind. Zhang Hao made a suggestion. Lu Feng lifted his right hand breathlessly. If my right hand wasn't injured, why would I need you to go up? What a good opportunity for revenge, and you're still aggravated to go on. Hurry up. With the whaling stick in hand, it's him who should be afraid. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Zhang Hao could only clench his teeth and slowly walk towards the actor pretending to be a ghost. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao's back and couldn't help but quietly throw the ancient money on the ground to make a double insurance. Old Zhang, escort him over after the beating. I'm going to interrogate him and see what this guy is about. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, a bland look on his face. The whaling stick plus soul fall money, the two most powerful weapons against ghost immortals, were in his hands. He could have collected that ghost with his eyes closed. Zhang Hao glanced back just in time to see the image of Lu Feng pretending to be a ghost. Marred, Master is so damn laid back. Feelings are not him going up to do battle, not nervous at all. Zhang Hao spat out a couple sentences. Live stream. 666, Master is pretending again. Falling soul money plus whaling stick, the Grandmaster has never fought such a rich battle. Master, steady. Ah, it's really stable overturning. Master, I have this equipment, tell me how to lose. How to lose? Master, who else? Ghost actor, I'm still here. Ghost actor, my name is Mu Wan Yuan, I specialize in punching masters in the face. And it rhymes. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao was getting closer and closer to the ghost actor. Soon it was 10 meters away. Zhang Hao kept winking, signaling the ghost pretender to just mean it, but don't get serious. A mere mortal dares to interrogate me? What a big mouth. The ghost actor let out a fierce laugh and raised his machete to chop down through the air. Zhang Hao immediately had a bad feeling. Chapter 73, Master, run away. Any later and you'll be hiccuped. Bang! An invisible wave of air impacted. Zhang Hao subconsciously held the whaling rod in front of his body. With a muffled sound, Zhang Hao only felt a pain in his wrist and the whaling rod directly came out of his hand. When Yuan is crazy? Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. With just this one hit, his right hand was already too painful to move. Although it wasn't dislocated, it was clearly injured quite a bit. The viewers in the live broadcast room also stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Hitting someone in the air? This is pretending, isn't it? It's definitely a fake. How can you hit a whaling rod from 10 meters away? Zhang's overacting. He's making a martial arts movie here. I don't believe it. Martial arts are just a show. It's impossible to hit someone in the air. Where did that noise come from? The weeping stick was hit by something. It's too weird. The program team won't hit a ghost, right? The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the live feed and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What the hell is Mu Wan Yuan doing? Actually coming for real? The director was so angry that he wanted to curse. Director Yen, this pretend ghost actor. Zhang Yohan's voice rang out with a few moments of doubt and surprise. There were disciples under him who practiced martial arts, and there were not a few who had profound strength. But the ones who could hit and fly the whaling stick from a distance of 10 meters. One cannot find out. Not to mention 10 meters away, even 3 meters away, there are only a handful of people who can hit the pain. Not to mention shocking away the enemy's weapon. The internal force is like a moat that separates 99% of martial arts practitioners from the rest of the world. Taoist Master Zhang, Mu Wan Yuan has practiced martial arts since he was a child.
In terms of internal strength alone, there's no one else in the entire martial arts world. And he has a good master. Taught him
Nothing less than the masters in martial arts novels. In fact, this kid's martial arts have already entered the realm of realization, and there is no way to advance. That's why his master turned a blind eye and closed his eyes, allowing him to sneak down the mountain. The director explained briefly.
Zhang Yuhan listened in wonder. Such an expert could be considered rare in the world. It was as if the master had come out of nowhere and illuminated the path of immortal cultivation in the Taoist sect. A guiding light had also appeared in this long-fallen martial arts forest. It seems that not only is my Tao sect about to flourish, but the martial arts forest is about to be refreshed as well. Zhang Yuhan sighed. The director, however, had a headache on his face. He was afraid that the ghost actor would not be able to control the situation. In the case of that slash just now, if he didn't control the force well, Zhang Hao would have been chopped to death on the spot. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao felt the sharp pain in his right hand and couldn't help but feel his liver and guts cracking. This is the real deal. It's not a good idea. Zhang Hao was so scared that he turned his head and ran away, not even bothering to pick up the whaling stick. The ghost actor wanted to see the whaling stick. But he can't do it yet, and he's afraid that he'll be killed by the ancient money. In the end, the ghost actor could only give up the intention of checking. Another knife chopped out. The whaling rod on the ground was once again sent flying, and even flew over a distance of 30 meters, landing directly in front of Lu Feng. In the hands of white impermanence, this Yama King is still afraid of 3 points. But in the hands of immortals. The pretending ghost actor's tone was contemptuous, and his voice clearly traveled into Lu Feng's ears. Lu Feng instantly couldn't tense up. It was clearly him who had the upper hand, so what right did the opposite side have to look down on him? It was really outrageous. Lu Feng was just about to return the favor when Zhang Hao ran back. Master, run. Any later and you'll be hiccuped. Zhang Hao covered his injured right wrist, his face filled with panic. You're the one who hiccuped when you stepped on the horse. Lu Feng glared fiercely at Zhang Hao. But after being interrupted by Zhang Hao, Lu Feng couldn't help but calm down a bit. Just now, before old Zhang could even get close, the weeping stick was sent flying. Is this ghost immortal that strong? Lu Feng frowned slightly, a bit unable to accept the truth. If this evil ghost was really that strong, why bother chasing him so many times? When he first met it, it directly slashed at him through the air, and he would have had to die right then and there. Master, the situation is not right. I feel like this ghost's Taoism is higher. Did he eat the Jasper gourd? Absorbed the magic treasure's aura? Zhang Hao gave wild guesses. Lu Feng's heart stirred at these words. Although the Jasper gourd was powerful, after all, it was still immature and could not be considered a true immortal treasure. If it is contaminated by evil spirits and draws the aura marred, I'd become a breeder? Lu Feng directly exploded. Zhang Hao froze after hearing this, then gave a thumbs up with his left hand. Master, what you said is too graphic. It's really a breeder. Zhang Hao heartily let out an exclamation of praise. The viewers in the live broadcast room instantly laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, breeder? Grandmaster has finally seen through the essence. I'm stepping on a horse and laughing my ass off, giving away all sorts of magic treasures. It's really a breeder. Dao Dor, thank you for the gift, Master. Master? Master, are you polite? Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that Chang is backing out. The Master's not taking advantage of him. Costumed ghost actor, I'll kill Chang with one chop, so no one will back out? Is this okay? 6. The scene of the program. Lu Feng's face is a bit ugly. This ghost immortal is already difficult to deal with, but he actually took the initiative to feed. Lu Feng's lungs were about to explode with anger. Master, don't be angry. Jasper gourd was eaten by him, better than being a urinal. Don't you think it's the right thing to do? Zhang Hao consoled. Lu Feng almost lost his breath when he heard what a urinal was. Looking again at the pretending ghost actor dozens of meters away, Lu Feng couldn't help but shout. Little ghost immortal, how dare you act recklessly here? Today this seat will let you know who is the living king of hell on earth. Lu Feng flung his Dao robe and his aura became extremely stern. Zhang Hao looked shocked and subconsciously took several steps back. Audience members, Grandmaster is furious. I have a feeling that Grandmaster is going to get real. The ghost pretending actor is also moving for real. There's definitely going to be a big scene later. I'll have to run far away so I don't get hurt by mistake. Zhang Hao said and walked away, retreating all the way to 10 meters away from Lu Feng's side before he was slightly relieved. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A little bit of time passed, but there was no movement in the field. Lu Feng didn't move, the ghost actor didn't move either. It was as if time had stood still. Zhang Hao directly looked dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. What's going on? This is the big scene? Fighting. Why don't you fight? Treading on the horses shelves this idea of fighting it. Brothers, could the master have thrown the ancient money on the ground? What? It's really possible that this is the case. So, Master, come here if you dare. Costumed ghost actor, if you've got the guts, you'll collect the ancient money. Master, come over here and I'll take it. Actor pretending to be a ghost, I'll come over if you collect it. Dead cycle. Ha 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 ha, unsolvable. The scene of the show. Lu Feng moved. Chapter 74. You call this thing a big scene? Lu Feng walked towards the ghost pretending actor and the soul falling money flew into the air. When Zhang Hao saw the scene, he tensed up. Coming. Audience members, the master is going to make his move. Let's see what the ghost pretending actor will do below. Zhang Hao twisted his head to look at the ghost pretending actor. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Only to see the ghost pretending actor touch his hand back and take out a slingshot? No, what is Wen Yuan up to? Zhang Hao couldn't tense up. He knew that in order to deal with the ancient money, the ghost loading actor would definitely use a long-range weapon. But could it not be so low-end? Did bows and arrows sell poorly, or were crossbows bad? What the hell is a slingshot? Taking a slingshot to a master? Crazy. This mustn't piss off the Grandmaster alive? Zhang Hao blurted out. The audience in the live broadcast room heard this and immediately expressed their approval. It's really a slingshot. Pretending to be a ghost actor is a bit sick, saw brothers. Melee to long range is enough to let the master spit blood, but also horse take slingshot fight? I can't hold it in, my stomach hurts from laughing. Master, I feel like you're disrespecting me a little bit. Ha 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 ha, too much. Quickly prepare the master with quick acting heart pills. The second live scene. The director was also looking at it with an egg on his face. Didn't he take a bow and arrow? Why did he get a slingshot again? The director couldn't help but spit out a couple sentences. If he could, he really wanted to point at the ghost actor's nose in person. Always giving him surprises. What's the matter, you've become an artist? All kinds of inspiration? What a pain in the ass. The director cursed. The scene of the program. Lu Feng saw the slingshot and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Where did this bastard get a slingshot? Lu Feng was a bit confused. This wasn't quite the same as what he thought. This evil spirit had a long-range weapon? Wasn't it always a machete? Whatever, let's collect it first. Lu Feng accelerated his steps. A slingshot is just a slingshot, he's not scared yet. As long as the falling soul money was 20 meters closer, he would be able to hold this evil ghost steady. At the same time, the ghost pretender moved. For every step Lu Feng took, the ghost actor retreated a step. Lu Feng was dumbfounded. Don't run if you have the guts. Lu Feng was annoyed and scattered after him. The falling soul money fluttered its wings and tried to follow Lu Feng. Don't chase if you have the guts. The pretending ghost actor returned. Leaving the machete in place, the ghost actor easily retreated 7 or 8 meters with a single stomp of his feet. A mud ball was also successfully loaded by him, and the slingshot was aimed at Lu Feng's head. Splat! Lu Feng stopped his steps. Touching his head, Lu Feng looked at his dirty hand. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. The mud pellet was soft and directly glued to his brain door. It didn't hurt. But the insult was extremely strong. Zhang Hao was following behind and didn't see Lu Feng head on. Seeing Lu Feng standing there motionless, he thought he had been killed by the ghost pretending actor. Master, you don't scare me. Kill 1,000 evil ghosts, actually use steel balls. Master, what can I do if you die? Zhang Hao ran wildly all the way to the front before realizing that something was wrong. Looking at the mud marks on Lu Feng's head, Zhang Hao couldn't hold it in a bit. No laughing. Lu Feng glared at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao hurriedly covered his mouth. However, the live broadcast audience's mouths could not be covered, and they directly swiped the screen. Pa! Another mud ball hit Lu Feng right in the center of his eyebrow. Lu Feng couldn't stand it anymore and rushed after the ghost actor. Zhang Hao opened his mouth when he saw this. He wanted to remind Lu Feng that he wouldn't be able to catch up by chasing after him like this. The ghost actor's lightness is very good, although he can't run away from the car, but it's too easy to run away from Lu Feng. But when he thought about Lu Feng's noble character, forget it or let the master chase it. Save me from being used as a meat shield again. Zhang Hao muttered twice and comfortably watched the play. The pretend ghost actor's route was well planned out, just skirting around with Lu Feng. Zhang Hao didn't even have to move, he just spun in place and filmed the whole process. It wasn't until Lu Feng was too tired to run that the ghost-playing actor stopped. Master! Zhang Hao hurriedly ran over and helped the heavily panting Lu Feng. Don't chase after him, you won't be able to catch up with him. Master, can't you see? He's just playing with you. Dozens of mud balls greeted your face. There's no clean place on your face. Lu Feng almost didn't vomit blood when he heard this. This isn't the same as the script he thought of. He should have stood calmly in place and collected that ghost with ease. What was the meaning of running a marathon now? Old Zhang. Lu Feng was panting with exhaustion. Not right. 4. Why is he running? Isn't he chasing us? How come none of them are close this time? Lu Feng had a head full of question marks. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Lu Feng looked at the falling soul money and vaguely guessed something. Master, maybe he knows that the ancient money is strong. It's not a secret that you collect ghosts in ancient tombs. He might have searched the souls of the archaeological team and knew the cause and effect. He was afraid of the power of the ancient money, that's why he didn't dare to approach. Zhang Hao grabbed ahead of Lu Feng and said the excuse he had thought of. Lu Feng frowned at his words. He had also thought that the matter of the ancient money had been leaked, but not in as much detail as Zhang Hao had said. Now that the whole thing was strung together, it was true that the probability of something going wrong with the archaeological team was high. This is not a good thing to do. Lu Feng had a headache. That ghost doesn't even come over, how is he going to take the soul-falling money to collect the soul? Although the ancient money could fly, it had to be thrown on the ground in front of him in order for the soul to fall. On the contrary, he couldn't catch up with that ghost. Had enough fun? The voice of the actor pretending to be a ghost came out with a bit of teasing. If you've played enough, it's time for this Yen King to send you on your way. The ghost-suiting actor's face was full of sardonic smiles, revealing a shocking sense of horror. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao looked over and saw the ghost-loading actor throw away his slingshot. He's coming over? Lu Feng's eyes lit up. The falling soul money immediately landed on the ground and ambushed in front of Lu Feng. However, to Lu Feng's surprise, the ghost-pretending actor walked away. Turning his head, he went straight to the main road. Lu Feng was a bit unresponsive. Zhang Hao also had a head full of questions. The two sides were already 40 meters apart. By the time the ghost-playing actor reached the main road, the distance had already been stretched to over 100 meters. What ghost? Master, what's he going to do? Run away after putting up a fight? Zhang Hao was almost powerless to spit. He was now completely unable to guess what this colleague was up to. However, the next moment, Zhang Hao's eyes widened. As soon as the ghost-playing actor reached out, a large bow flew into his hand. Here comes the arrow. The ghost actor in costume shouted. A feathered arrow descended from the sky. The ghost actor pretender held the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right, and a direct string was drawn full. Chapter 75, Skill Shocker. Just who is the king of push? Whoosh. The sound of breaking air came. The arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hao didn't even have time to have a reaction before the arrow arrived close by. Dodge it! Lu Feng bumped away from Zhang Hao, and the two of them fell to the ground together. Ding! The feathered arrow accurately hit the ancient money on the ground, and the arrow shaft almost completely disappeared into the ground. What a strong force! Zhang Hao came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The feathered arrow shook, and then the ancient money broke out of the ground. Ding! The second arrow hit again, directly bringing the ancient money in the air flying. By the time the ancient money landed, it had already flown hundreds of meters away. Zhang Hao's eyes were whiter than copper bells. He knew that the ghost-playing actor was very powerful, but he was still shocked by the sight before him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also suspicious once again. Fake, right? Can this even be shot? The first shot was just fine, but how could the second shot still hit? This is crazy, isn't it? Even if the ghost actor is a national martial arts champion, he can't be this outrageous. The arrow flew hundreds of meters away. It was a flat shot. It's a flat shot, not a parry. How is that possible? Mad, is a ghost actor this good? He even shouted arrow. He's even more pretentious than the master. Unscientific. These two arrows are not scientific at all. He's not really a ghost, is he? The second live broadcast scene. The director was shocked and anxious. Show off? Show off Nima. Gory's Mu Wan Yuan, shooting an arrow from so far away. What if you didn't aim and hit someone? The director was so angry that he cursed. Zhang Yohan, on the other hand, was astonished. Director Yan, this Mu Wan Yuan is not simple. He's still so young. Maybe he can enter the Tao with martial arts in his lifetime, like what is written in some novels. Zhang Yohan gave an extremely high evaluation. However, the director shook his head straight. You are overestimating him, Daoist Zhang. This guy is a big stickman. Practicing martial arts is fine, he has no clue about cultivating immortality. The scene of the program. Lu Feng looked back at the falling soul money and couldn't help but have a creepy feeling. This can even hit? The archery skill was too terrifying. Nowadays, the falling soul money is trying to fly towards him. Ding! The third arrow hit again. Once again, soul fall money was taken flying, directly out of sight. Now what else do you have to rely on? The voice of the pretending ghost actor came out. Lu Feng looked towards the main road and saw that the ghost pretending actor had returned. In one hand, he was holding a bow, and in the other hand, he was holding 4 feathered arrows. The ghost actor pretender stomped his feet and directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Master, run! Zhang Hao tugged on Lu Feng and started to run for his life. He was never expecting that the ghost pretending actor would play so outrageously. If he had been the ghost actor, he would have used a bow and arrow at the beginning to scare the master away. As a result, the ghost actor used artificial rainfall and slingshot. In the end, he managed to take out his bow and arrow, and the target was actually the ancient money. 3 arrows shoot away the master's reliance. This is a bit too much. It was as if everything was back to square one. All he and the Grandmaster could do was run away. Grandmaster, run faster. He's coming after us. Zhang Hao urged as he ran. When the road halfway crossed the wailing rod, Zhang Hao's mind flashed to the director's face, and he immediately gave it a pickup. Get in the car. Zhang Hao greeted. Lu Feng sat on the co-pilot and subconsciously looked in the direction where the ancient money was taken flying. Unfortunately, it was too far away this time, plus the light rain affected his vision. Lu Feng froze and couldn't find the shadow of the ancient money. Master, sit tight. Zhang Hao hurriedly started the car and his right hand endured the pain to put it in gear. Just as he was about to start, Zhang Hao saw a silhouette that appeared in front of the car. You can't escape. The ghost pretending actor held a 1.5 meter machete and grinned. With the addition of the rainy weather, the ghost loading actor's aura was even more appalling. What are you doing? Zhang Hao was terrified. Although he knew it was a colleague, this colleague had a previous record. Last time, he had chopped the roof of the car, this time it wouldn't happen again, would it? Zhang Hao's head was big just thinking about it. This was the car of the archaeology team, so he would have to pay for it if he chopped it up. What a loser! Zhang Hao secretly spat, venting his inner fear. Lu Feng, on the other hand, took the whaling stick and had a tendency to get out of the car to do battle. Master, don't be impulsive. We can't do him in close combat, run first. Zhang Hao shouted and hurriedly put on the reverse gear. The ghost loading actor moved. Raising his 1.5 meter machete, the ghost loading actor directly slashed down. Bang! Ka-ching! In Zhang Hao's shocked gaze, the machete unexpectedly hacked through the roof of the car. The blade grazed his right hand and cut all the way to the bottom of the car. Zhang Hao was almost not scared to death. Old Zhang, get out of the car. Lu Feng reminded and hurriedly got down from the passenger side. The pretend ghost actor's movements did not decrease, another knife, completely splitting the car in two. Zhang Hao watched as his liver and gall bled, rolling and crawling to get out of the car. Watching the gasoline flow onto the ground. Zhang Hao's scalp was about to explode. Treadmill won't explode, right? Zhang Hao was so scared that he turned his head and ran. It was reasonable to say that it wouldn't explode without an open flame, but he didn't dare to bet on it. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a sense of cardiac arrest when they saw this amazing scene. This car is made of paper? Pretend ghost actor awesome big hair. 2 knives in a car, who can handle this? This is a ghost actor? This is the king of pussy. Ghost. He's a ghost. He must be a ghost. It's impossible for manpower to do this. The show must have hit a ghost. I don't dare to watch it anymore. This oppressive feeling is more terrifying than the black and white Invincibles. I'm afraid he's going to eat me through the screen. I'll see you guys later, I'm going to go change my pants. I also urinated. I can't change my pants at work, and the female colleagues next to me are still staring, so what should I do? The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on your own. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on a new pair of pants, and you'll be able to do that. Let her also watch the live broadcast. We all scared to pee is not embarrassed? What? Talent. The scene of the program. Master, let's split up and run. Zhang Hao shouted without looking back. He was truly scared. The ghost actor was a madman. He really thought that he was a ghost immortal when he was there, adding drama like crazy. Go after the master, I'm done. Zhang Hao said in his heart, ready to find a place to rest. Old Zhang, you go first, I'll break the back. Lu Feng's voice came, instantly leaving Zhang Hao stunned. Not only was Zhang Hao stunned, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Break off? Did I hear it right? The master wants to break his back? Something's wrong. This isn't the master I know. I'm hallucinating. It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. If the master can break his back, I'll eat upside down. I'm with you. I'll eat upside down too. Chapter 76, Master's Break? It's over. The ghost-playing actor took a break. The second live broadcast. The director and Zhang Yohan looked at each other. The two were tacitly silent. Break the back. This kind of thing just couldn't happen to a master. In order to prevent a facepalm later on, it was better for them not to comment. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao subconsciously stopped. Turning back to Lu Feng, Zhang Hao saw that the Grandmaster had really stayed in place. What the hell? Zhang Hao was confused. Was this really the Grandmaster he knew? The great benefactor who had always been there for him, always using him as a meat shield, was actually going to break off? It was impossible for the sun to come out of the west. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhang Hao slapped his face. Although it was hard to accept, the facts showed that the Grandmaster was really breaking his back. On the other side, the actor pretending to be a ghost was also a bit stunned. As the third male, he knew Lu Feng no less than Zhang Hao. This master. When did he become so dedicated? The costumed ghost actor looked at Lu Feng. For a moment, he even forgot to draw back his machete. Master, let's split up and run, we don't need to break off anyone. Zhang Hao shouted, and even took a few steps back to get a better look. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hao saw the scene of a lifetime. The Grandmaster from his pants pocket under his Taoist robe secretly pulled out a lighter. Zhang Hao instantly understood Lu Feng's intentions. With his legs and stomach shivering, Zhang Hao twisted his head and ran. The pretend ghost actor didn't see Lu Feng's small action and was still a bit surprised by Lu Feng's broken behavior. Martyr knocked away Laozi's ancient money? Today I'll give you a physical ghost exorcism. Lu Feng's heart is fierce, squatting down and ignited the gasoline on the ground. The fire burned fiercely, all the way to the gas tank. The ghost-playing actor's eyes widened in anger. Boom! The explosion sounded, Lu Feng couldn't run in time and subconsciously lunged to the side. An imperceptible sheen flashed across the Taoist robe, blocking the damage of the explosion. Zhang Hao stared blankly at the burning car. He was far away, so it was nothing. But the master was close. There was also the ghost-playing actor, who was even closer. This. There won't be a death, right? Zhang Hao panicked. The program team also panicked. No one had expected that Lu Feng would blow up the car. What are you stupidly waiting for? Hurry up! Lu Feng climbed up without bringing his head back. Because he knew that a car blowing up couldn't kill a ghost immortal. He was purely disgusting, the stern ghost. Lu Feng ran to Zhang Hao, tugged on Zhang Hao's arm and started running away. Zhang Hao came back to his senses and was a bit overwhelmed. Great! Master! Why don't you run first, and I'll go back and take a look? Zhang Hao said with his heart pounding. He was afraid that the pretending ghost actor had already karma. Go back and look at the wool. That's a ghost immortal, you think you can blow him up? He's a spirit body, surely nothing happened to him. I'm just catching him off guard and buying more time to escape. Lu Feng quickly explained. Zhang Hao was about to cry at the words. Spirit body. How could he be fine when that damn person was pretending to be a human? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also not calm. Blowing up cars. It's really a big scene. The program's funding is burning rapidly. I thought the ghost actor was invincible, but I didn't realize the master was even more ruthless. This is a great break. Who dares to say that the master is a wimp from now on? Ghost actor, can we talk about me first? What are you talking about? You're all out of it. It's so close, it's probably dead. I knew this netherworld studio would kill someone sooner or later. The master couldn't get it right with all the magic weapons, but a lighter solved it. Nima is so ironic. In fact, if the ghost actor doesn't split the car, it won't turn out like this. So this tells us a truth. The ones who pretend to be a pussy don't have a good ending. Masters have been repeatedly punched in the face for pretending to be a pussy, and ghost actors who pretend to be pussies even lose their lives. The second live scene. The director was anxious. Hurry! Medical team to the old man. We must be there in 3 minutes. Save me even if people die. The director was so emotional that he couldn't wait to be there. Zhang Yohan also instructed the people from the Dao sect to fully cooperate with the program team in Xuanwu County to strive for the best treatment time. Director Yen, this Mu Wen Yuan's internal strength is deep and his resistance is very comparable to others. He won't necessarily die. Zhang Yohan consoled twice. The director nodded worriedly. Having said that, that was an explosion after all. How strong could flesh and blood be? Can it really resist a bomb with its flesh? That's not a joke. The scene of the program. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao ran to the side of the road and a car stopped in front of them. Tian sure? You guys are. Dr. Lin dropped the car window and looked at the two with feigned surprise. Lu Feng was delighted at the sight and hurriedly got into the car with Zhang Hao. Dr. Lin, just go anywhere, leave this first. Lu Feng hurriedly ordered. Dr. Lin didn't ask much and drove in the direction of the county town with a kick of the gas. Dr. Lin's heart, however, was not calm at all. Earlier, the actor pretending to be a ghost approached him and said something about playing a big game. He was also interested, so he cooperated. The bow and arrows from before were the ones he climbed up the tree and secretly threw to the ghost-playing actor. And the ghost-playing actor's amazing archery skills were an eye-opener for Dr. Lin. All 3 arrows hit the ancient money, which could be considered divine. Splitting the car in the back is even more amazing to Dr. Lin. Just mud, the car blew up. This damn play is also too big. Dr. Lin secretly spat. According to the original plan, after the ghost-playing actor destroyed the car, he would continue to hunt down Lu Feng and Zhang Hao. And he, Dr. Lin, appeared at this time to pick up the escaping two. Now that the people were picked up, it was a pity that the person who was chasing them disappeared. There won't be any deaths, right? Dr. Lin's mood is up and down, the car is a little unsteady. There he is. The medical team rushed over and hurried to the ghost loading actor's side. Now the ghost loading actor was extremely miserable. The original majestic armor was directly blackened. The person was even unconscious, life and death unknown. How is he? Still alive? A group of Taoist priests also rushed over, all from the Taoist sect. The medical team had just done an emergency checkup, and the doctor's expression relaxed a bit. There's still breathing and a heartbeat. The specifics will have to wait until we go to the hospital and do further examinations. As he spoke, the ghost-playing actor had already been carried on a stretcher. The crowd of Taoist priests looked at the unconscious ghost-supporting actor and couldn't help but look complicated. Dedication. It was too damn dedicated. All of them had sent themselves to the hospital. Where can we find such an actor? I'm sorry for this dedication if I don't increase my salary. The crowd of Taoist priests collectively cast gazes of admiration. Then, Chapter 77, Moderator, I show my cards, I'm actually a master's man. The soul-falling money should have been shot over there by the arrow. That thing can fly, the direction it landed is not necessarily accurate. Look carefully all around, don't lose this precious treasure. The crowd of Taoist priests got busy. On the other side, Grandmaster, it didn't come after us, it should be fine. Zhang Hao looked back for a while and reported the situation to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, however, didn't relax at all. It's just that it hasn't chased them for now, we can't be careless. There's still the ancient money to seek back. Even if we can't deal with that evil spirit, there's still the sarcophagus owner to guard against. Dr. Lin, you turned the corner in front of us, let's take a detour back to where we were just now. Lu Feng said, still having some headaches. Although he dumped the sarcophagus matter on the black and white irregulars. But everything is afraid of the eventuality. In case the owner of the sarcophagus finds him and is determined to kill him. Ancient money remaining 2 chances, exactly pretend ghost actor once, sarcophagus master once. As it turns out, the ghost actor won't fall for it. If the owner of the sarcophagus doesn't take it either. Lu Feng's head got big. I damn well just want to play the game every day and swing for the fences. How come it's so hard? Lu Feng's mind spits out a lot. By the way, master, where did you get the lighter? I remember you don't smoke. Zhang Hao couldn't help but inquire as he thought of the previous blown-up car. For setting off cannonballs, it's always in my pocket. Lu Feng casually explained. In his previous life, he was in a place where fireworks were banned. Luckily, the requirements in this world are not that strict, so he can get his hands dirty in a righteous manner. Firecrackers? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Grandmaster, I like setting off cannons too. When the 2 of us are free later, we can get tens of thousands of dollars of fireworks to play with. Zhang Hao changed the topic, relaxing the tension in the car. Dr. Lin also followed Lu Feng's instructions and slowly circled back to the vicinity of the original location from a different route. The car had already extinguished the fire, though it hadn't been pulled away yet. A few staff members were nearby, dressed in ordinary clothes, as if they were passing by as good Samaritans. Lu Feng didn't put his mind at ease, and when he saw that there were no ghost-playing actors around, he was ready to get out of the car. Master, you don't move. Zhang Hao hurriedly stopped. You just stay in the car, I'll go help you find the ancient money. If that ghost is still around. It's also convenient for you to escape in the car. Zhang Hao said and got out of the car. Master, this world can live without me, Zhang Hao, but it definitely can't live without you. This time, let me, the meat shield, fulfill my due value. Zhang Hao spoke with great righteousness, and his face even showed an expression of looking at death. Lu Feng was touched. Martyr, what does it mean to be a brother? This is called brotherhood. Old Zhang, although we haven't known each other for long, we're friends for life. Don't worry, if you die here, I will definitely burn paper for you every year. 3 times. Lu Feng said with true intentions. The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Burn 3 copies of paper. It's better not to use this stuff. Live streaming room. Ha 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 ha, burn 3 copies of paper? I'm crying my eyes out, master is too good to Chang. Ha 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 ha, before it was 2, now it's 3, Zhang's status has been elevated again. Chang, can we not talk about burning paper? I feel like I'll live to be 100. Don't feel so bad. Can't you see the ghost actors are all out of action? The show is dead. I feel like Zhang is about to die too. Xiao Zhang won't let the master off the bus, isn't that so the show can find the ancient money? If the master finds out, Zhang will be dismantled. Master is so miserable, the most important person is actually a spy. The ghost actor is the beginning, the program team is going to kill the master sooner or later. What? I don't think something will happen on the air, right? Hurry up and set up the master's shrine, worship it every day, maybe it'll remove the karma. Okay, I'm on my way. What's the master's name again? What's the name of the master? It seems to be Lu Feng? It's obviously Lu Feng, the young man of the wind. Forget it, it's Lu Crazy. You're the one who's not. The master's name is Lu Bi. He's as selfless as a bee, contributing to the program and the Taoist sect. It's a great idea. The bee is a bee, and it's a great image.
Zhang Hao followed his memory to the direction where the ancient money was carried away by the arrow. This place was close to the village, and a few Taoist priests were picking around in the farmland.
Have you found it? Zhang Hao asked to the few people. Presiding Officer Zhang?
The few Taoist priests were startled to see Zhang Hao. They were relieved to see that Lu Feng was not there. Haven't found it yet, I suspect that the ancient money drilled into the ground.
A Taoist priest returned. Zhang Hao nodded and joined the search party. Soon.
Zhang Hao felt his pocket sink, as if something had drilled into his pants pocket. Zhang Hao subconsciously reached out and an ancient coin was taken out.
This is found? Zhang Hao was a bit stunned.
The people from the Taoist sect must have been here for a while looking for it, but had been unable to find anything.
As a result, he had just arrived not even a minute ago, and he found the ancient money? It was too evil, wasn't it?
Zhang Hao hurriedly brought the ancient money to his eyes and carefully observed it. The clear cracks on it indicated that this ancient money was the soul-falling money.
It won't recognize me. This Nima has become a spirit? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. A few Taoist priests nearby also noticed Zhang Hao's abnormality. Falling soul money.
A surprised voice came. By the time Zhang Hao returned to his senses, several Taoist priests had already arrived in front of Zhang Hao.
Host Zhang, it's still you. You found the ancient money as soon as you arrived. Worthy of following the master. Having dipped into the master's immortal chi, all of us have much better luck than normal people.
Several Taoist priests spoke to each other, their eyes were filled with joy. Although the soul-falling money could only be used twice, it was extremely powerful.
Ghost immortals could even collect it.
It almost touched the threshold of immortal treasure. Putting it in Longhu Mountain, it would be able to be the treasure of the town school.
Presiding Officer Zhang, just hand over the ancient money to us.
One of the Taoist priests extended his hand. However, Zhang Hao flipped his hand and directly stuffed the ancient money back into his pants pocket. This is a master's magic treasure, how can I give it to you guys? I say you Taoist sects should have some face. Stealing the master's magic treasure again and again. How can you guys be so kind?
Zhang Hao looked contemptuous. The few Taoists were instantly confused.
The viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused.
What the hell? What is Xiao Zhang doing? Isn't this the place to give the ancient money to the Taoist sect? Did Zhang really go back to the water?
I told you the director should apologize to Chang, but the crew just won't listen. The program team let Chang steal the ancient money without any regard for Chang's life and death.
I understand, I'm also against the water. 6. The ghost actor into the hospital, the host of the water, the still how to play? Director, what's the point of fighting with me? Replacement. Zhang, change? I'll tell on you. We'll all die together. Ha 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 ha.
Xiao Zhang is a cow, he's made a fool out of the program team, and he's even made a good impression on the master. No wonder the master trusts Zhang so much, the host knows just how much.
The second live broadcast.
The director's pair of eyes were bigger than brass bells.
He didn't even dare to look at Zhang Yohan's expression right now. Tramp little Zhang, don't give ancient money or don't give ancient money. Why are you still cursing?
The director was flustered. Pointing his nose and cursing Daomen for being shameless, he was simply wild to the core.
Hee, this host is really interesting. Zhang Yohan's voice came out. The director's body trembled at the sound.
Knowing that he couldn't escape, the director could only harden his head and look at this Tao sect titan.
Chapter 78. The program continues in a strange way. Taoist Zhang, he's joking, don't take it seriously.
The director squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying.
Zhang Yohan rolled his eyes at the sight. Although the poor Taoist is old, he's not confused yet. Although this little Zhang speaks nonchalantly, he's right on the money. We are fixated on claiming the master's dharma. It's true that we've somewhat forgotten our beginnings. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard.
When he first arrived, he was trying to find a way to keep Lu Feng. Let this only high person in the world pass down the method of immortal cultivation to the Taoist sect. But as things progressed, his attention shifted to the magic treasure. It wasn't just him, it could be said that the entire Tao sect's attention had run away. We, a group of old Taoists, didn't come to the program to cheat Master's magic treasures. Everyone should pay attention in the future. Zhang Yohan glanced at the other Tao sect executives. All of them revealed a taut expression. The director couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that Zhang Yihan wasn't annoyed. Worthy of being a high-ranking person from Longhu Mountain, he didn't even get angry when he was pointed at his nose and scolded. This culmination of temperament is really not comparable to ordinary people. The director secretly sighed. Master, in fact, the magic treasure still needs to be taken.
A Taoist priest expressed a different view.
If Master insists on staying hidden and refuses to pass down the method of immortal cultivation, with the magic treasure in our hands, we can still cut down the demons and eliminate the devils.
If we don't even have magic treasures, how are we going to save the multitudes? Hearing this, the crowd of Dao sect executives couldn't help but look at Zhang Yohan one after another. The director was speechless at the sight. Taoist Master Zhang just said that we can't forget our beginnings, and this person is actually still thinking about the master's magic treasure? This isn't pure and innocent two little cuties. What? Waiting to be lectured. The director revealed an expression of watching a good show. As expected, the next second Zhang Yohan let out a cold snort. Plutonic. I think you're ghostly. Zhang Yohan lectured in a cold voice. The director looked on with joy. But the next second. But there's a Buddhist saying that says if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? It's immoral for us to cheat the Dharma treasure, but we're not doing it for ourselves. For the sake of the people of this world, what's wrong even if we take the blame? With Master's magic treasure, one can save millions of people. Even if I have to carry 1,000 years of curses for this, the poor Taoist will never complain. Zhang Yihan sat upright with a strong look of determination on his face. The other senior members of the Dao sect were also infected, and all of them showed determination on their faces. The director looked dumbfounded. Good guy, together said half a day, and then circled back? Put aside here to act me. The director's heart is suffocating, but it is not good to say anything. Carrying a curse for the world's life. This sentence is very well said, so good that the director has no way to refute it. Even worse, the assistant director led the applause. The Dao sect is willing to carry the curse for the world, this spirit is worthy of learning from all of us. Everyone applaud. The assistant director was extremely energetic, his face filled with admiration. The director's mouth twitched. Treading horse's ass. Those who go into the hospital, and those who backwater. I don't have anyone around me who can be used? The director cursed in his heart. Zhang Hao ran all the way back to the car. Under Lu Feng's expectant gaze, Zhang Hao pulled out the ancient money. Master, it's a pleasure. Zhang Hao was full of honor. And as soon as the ancient money saw Lu Feng, it immediately gave birth to wings and flew back to Lu Feng's hand. Old Zhang, you found it so quickly. Lu Feng was filled with amazement and had a feeling of being impressed with Zhang Hao. But then Lu Feng started to feel sad again. It's a pity that ghost is wary, the ancient money can't collect him. That's not good. Now he's in Xuanwu County, he could find him at any time. Lu Feng looked sad and bitter, no longer having the same vigor he had at the beginning. Zhang Hao couldn't help but look odd as he watched. Dr. Lin on the side also looked odd as he listened to Lu Feng's words. That ghost was afraid that it wouldn't be able to chase after him for a while. Cough, master, that. Zhang Hao coughed dryly, attracting Lu Feng's attention. I think that ghost probably won't come after me. As soon as Zhang Hao's words fell, he saw Lu Feng's face speechless. Old Zhang, your words are wrong. That evil ghost has the upper hand, how could it not come after him? It's just as well that he's not in Xuanwu County, the key is that he's in Xuanwu County. This small county can't play hide and seek. Maybe the next second, he will appear in front of us. Lu Feng looked grim, along with a few moments of depression. Zhang Hao subconsciously looked at Dr. Lin, and saw that Dr. Lin was also looking at him. Both of them had helplessness in their eyes. The ghost actor was in the hospital, so how could he chase after him? Not to mention that they couldn't catch up today, they wouldn't be able to catch up tomorrow. Whether or not it could even come back in the future was unknown. Master, maybe the ghost was blown up? A ghost is just a cloud of yin qi. Maybe it was directly vaporized by the fire. Zhang Hao came up with another fantastic idea. This time, not only was Lu Feng speechless, even Dr. Lin couldn't listen anymore. Come on, pretend I didn't say it. Zhang Hao shrunk his head and didn't advise anymore. Live streaming room. After waiting for so long, I finally saw Master Emo's expression. But why can't I laugh a bit this time? Because the actor pretending to be a ghost kneels. Damn, the master's shutting down, the ghost actor's taking a break, and it's all over the place. The program continues in a strange way. So who won? Ghostbuster, I won, but I'm dead. Master, I lost, but I took out my opponent. Just nifty. The scene of the program. The sound of the director's cough came from Zhang Hao's headphones. Grandmaster, I'm going to take a leak. Zhang Hao found an excuse to get out of the car. Walking away a bit, Zhang Hao then whispered, Director, what's the new instruction? How dare I instruct you? You even dare to scold Daoman, I'm not even worthy of your shoes. The director's voice came. Accompanied by the sound of flushing water, it was obvious that the director was secretly contacting Zhang Hao in the toilet. Director, do you have something to do or not? I'm hanging up now. As soon as Zhang Hao's words left his mouth, the director almost didn't die of anger. Little Zhang, you've really got your damn wings hardened, you dare to talk to me like that. Alright, don't gamble, I'll apologize to you. Earlier when I asked you to steal the ancient money, it was my poor consideration, I didn't take into account your personal safety. I'll give you a 2,000 bonus increase this month, and you'll fix some more big loins to weigh you down. The director pulled down his face and spoke kindly to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao immediately had a feeling of raising his eyebrows.
Being able to make the director, who is usually so high and mighty, treat him so favorably.
Zhang Hao only had one feeling: cool. Director, talking about money is out of the ordinary.
We've been friends for so many years, even if you don't apologize, I won't take it to heart.
By the way, when will the $2,000 call?
Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed.
The audience in the live broadcast room could not quite hear the director's voice.
However, Zhang Hao's voice could be heard clearly.
At once, the pop-up screen exploded. Chapter 79: Xiao Zhang, Master, you don't trample looking for excitement. $2,000 and it's done?
Horses, so in Xiao Zhang's eyes, the master is worth $2,000.
I'm convinced. Where's your bottom line, Chang? I've never known a bottom line in my entire life. I can't stand it. Master, I think this $2,000 can have me a share. Indeed, without the master's backing, how dare Xiao Zhang dislike the program team?
Yes. Xiao Zhang, master is right, go, wash your feet. The first thing you need to do is to wash your feet, and then you'll have to die in a massage parlor. The director was relieved. As long as Zhang Hao is no longer a whole mess, then everything is fine.
I'll transfer the money to you right away. Also, those old men from the Dao sect are bewitched, you kid, take it easy. If you really want to attract the Taoist sect's most wanted, I can't protect you.
The director warned. Zhang Hao on the other side hurriedly nodded his head in agreement.
He was also furious at the time before he cursed the Dao sect twice.
Thinking back now, Zhang Hao was still a bit scared. After chatting a few more times, the director talked about the situation of the actor who was pretending to be a ghost.
Wen Yuan was injured a bit severely and hasn't woken up yet.
Thanks to the fact that the armor he wore was the real thing.
Otherwise, he's really screwed this time.
The director sighed as he spoke. It was good that the person didn't die and could be saved. Coupled with the deep skills of the actor who pretended to be a ghost, after a year and a half, he would be able to slowly recover.
But the program team lost a big general, how to shoot the next?
The director was worried. The master will not wait for the ghost actor to get better.
How can the program go on for such a long period of time? Find another replacement for Wen Yuan?
But in the entire martial arts world, there is no better ghost actor than Wen Yuan. If someone else were to go on, 9 lives wouldn't be enough for the master to play with.
Little Zhang, you stabilize the Grandmaster first and take him to relax for a few days. Taoist Zhang and I will think of a way to see if we can find a suitable replacement.
Right, go for a foot wash and massage later.
Turn off the live stream earlier, you damn it.
Don't think about turning off the live feed until you get to the door of the bath center.
Are you afraid that the whole country won't know that you're an old colorful bastard?
After the director gave a lecture, he returned to the second live broadcast. Now the senior management of the Dao sect was talking and searching for a new actor to pretend to be a ghost. Why don't we find one of similar height and just fake death? Then enable new people to pretend to be other demons and ghosts and go after the master. This method is feasible. My Taoist sect also has martial arts masters, not necessarily worse than pretending to be a ghost actor. But this fake death will become a real death if not handled well.
Should we not let the host make a move? Take a whaling stick and casually hit a few times, then fall to the ground and pretend to be dead? No, it's too fake.
Don't forget that live broadcast just now, the whaling stick and ancient money couldn't help the ghost actor. And to put it bluntly, my Taoist sect really can't find an expert like Wen Yuan. The crowd was divided in their opinions. Zhang Johan was also a bit lost in thought, unable to think of an excellent alternative for a while.
Taoist Director Zhang, I've taken care of Xiao Zhang's side, I won't drag my feet anymore.
The director reported. Zhang Yuhan gave an absent-minded and then suddenly stared.
Director Yan, this Wen Yuan's master. Do you recognize him? As soon as Zhang Johan's words fell, the other senior members of the Dao sect looked at them one after another.
Many of them revealed a look of dawning realization.
The ghost pretending actor was so powerful, wasn't the master even stronger? Then wouldn't it be enough to directly invite this master to take over the ghost pretending actor?
However, the director's face twitched. Marred, when the disciple dies, the master goes on, how dare you old men? The director spat in his heart. But on the surface, the director still nodded seriously. My dad and Wen Yuan's master are hairy kids. But when my dad was 10 years old, Wen Yuan's master disappeared. It wasn't until 30 years later that there was another connection. It is also because of this relationship that Wen Yuan listens to me. The director said and added, occasionally, he will disobey, but it's not a big problem.
Not a big problem. Zhang Johan was a bit tense. He's already in the hospital and he still doesn't have a big problem?
Combined with not dying is a small matter. Guide child, the hospital side came to the phone.
Someone sent a package.
The assistant director suddenly walked over and reported the latest situation to the director.
Parcel? What parcel?
The director had a head full of question marks. The assistant director opened the photo in the WeChat, which was sent by the staff of Xuanwu County.
A small porcelain vase, plus a letter. The content of the letter was very simple, which was to let the actor pretending to be a ghost eat the medicine in the vase. The inscription was only one word: Mu. Elder Mu? The director looked startled. It was obvious that this was the master sending medicine to his disciple. It hasn't even been an hour since when Yuan was injured. The medicine was sent over so quickly? Could it be that old Mu is in Xuanwu County? The director was shocked for a moment. Even if he wasn't in Xuanwu County, he was definitely in a nearby area. This was not good news. Now, could it be that Mu Lao has been watching the live broadcast? The more the director thought about it, the more vain he became. He still remembered that when Mu Wenyuan first arrived at the theater, Mu Lao secretly made a phone call. He asked him, as the director, to take good care of Mu Wenyuan and help him establish the correct outlook. As a result, Mu Wenyuan was taught by him. He lied to the master together with the program team, and his conscience has been sold by the pound. I'm convinced. Hasn't old Mu been living the life of a hermit? Why did he come down from the mountain? Seeing when Yuan become like this, he mustn't peel off a layer of my skin? The director was terrified in his heart and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhang Yuhan watched with curiosity. Director Yen, did something happen? The director came back to his senses and adjusted his emotions slightly. When Yuan's master sent the medicine to the hospital, why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe when Yuan will be fine after taking the medicine. The director explained briefly. The master of the actor pretending to be a ghost is in Xuanwu County? Zhang Yuhan caught the point at once. Director Yen, hurry up and contact him. If the ghost pretending actor can't get better for a while, let him. Before Zhang Yuhan could finish his sentence, the director hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. No way, Taoist Zhang. Elder Mu is a recluse just like the master. He doesn't even want to show up to deliver medicine, how can he be on camera? I advise your old man to wait a little longer. When Yuan will get better. The director almost said, I advise you to be a human being. Zhang Yuhan thought about it and also felt that it was a bit too hasty. Okay, then let's wait for another day. If the ghost pretending actor doesn't get better after one day, I will personally pay a visit to his master and ask this old man to come out. Zhang Yuhan took the initiative to lower his stance. However, the director had a breath clogged in his chest. One day can do all. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao returned to the car. Master, don't think about it, let's leave Xuanwu County first. Leave that ghost to play in Xuanwu County by himself. Let's run far away this time, it will take at least a day or two for him to come after us. Just in time for us to find a place to relax. Zhang Hao gave the suggestion. However, Dr. Lin gently shook his head at him. Zhang Hao was a bit puzzled at this. Looking at the master again, Zhang Hao saw that the master's sad face was gone. It was replaced by a spirited look. What's the situation? I've only been out for 2 minutes, and the Grandmaster is majestic again? Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The point was that the ghost actor was now on hiatus. Even if the Grandmaster rises, there is no opponent. And Lu Feng couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing Zhang Hao's words. Old Zhang, this is not the time to relax. It's still early, why don't we go find some excitement? Chapter 80, Dr. Lin, piggybacking, I'll really thank you. Xuanwu County People's Hospital. The morgue located on the first floor. Zhang Hao stood in the corridor outside the morgue, his person was numb. Hello, viewers. Welcome to Street Ghost Scare. I'm the host and actor, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao made the introduction in a small voice, his tone seeming a bit distracted. His right hand had been seen by a doctor and wrapped in a bandage. However, the reason for his absent-mindedness was not the injury to his right hand. Rather, I'm so damn up. Viewers, I've realized that Master is sick, very sick. Actually came to the morgue to find excitement. He won't have a brain problem, right? Blown up stupid when he blew up the car? Concussion? IQ 0? Zhang Hao kept spitting out his words. The audience in the live broadcast room, however, urged Zhang Hao to go in. Hurry up and go in. Xiao Zhang, don't just stand outside, go to the morgue and follow the camera. Dr. Lin dared to follow the master into the morgue. Is it appropriate for you, the host, to be outside? I think Zhang is scared out of his wits. The master is also a perfect, pretend ghost actors are gone, he is still rushing to the whole live. Master, this is afraid of live room, no program, ah. Ha 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 ha. Laughing to death, this does not give the master to send 2,000 bonus? Don't mention 2,000, if the master knows about the bonus, we'll definitely kill Xiao Zhang. What's the master doing in the morgue? It's not like he's addicted to grave robbing and came back to steal corpses again. This is a bit perverted. The scene of the program. In Zhang Hao's headphones, the director's voice appeared again, urging him to enter the morgue quickly. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Zhang Hao could only go in. Now Lu Feng was leading Dr. Lin, examining the corpses one by one. The white cloth was lifted up and surveyed for a while before being covered again. Zhang Hao's head grew big as he watched. Great! Master! The dead are great! Will it be a bit immoral for you to lift the white cloth like this? Zhang Hao couldn't help but interrupt Lu Feng. What do you know, I'm letting them rest in peace soon, Lu Feng said without looking back. His plan was simple, since the ancient money couldn't collect that evil ghost. Then he would draw the lottery again and use a new method to take care of the other party. There are only two ways to get a chance to draw. One is to sign in for 7 consecutive days and automatically draw a prize. But this is too long, I can't afford to wait. The other is the extra lottery opportunity rewarded by the system after killing the ghosts and monsters. The thoughts in Lu Feng's mind were clear. When he collected the ghosts in the Plum Garden neighborhood, the system rewarded him with a lucky draw opportunity. Later on, the 1,000-year willow branch to fight ghosts, the jasper gourd to collect demons, and the ancient tomb to take out the tomb owner. Likewise rewarded lottery chances. So all he had to do was to find another evil ghost and collect it with the soul-falling money. He would be able to bargain with the system and get a new draw. However, this hospital won't work. So many dead people, and not a single evil ghost or anything? All died willingly? Lu Feng looked dissatisfied and couldn't help but mutter a few words. Dr. Lin and Zhang Hao were instantly shocked. A stern ghost? It was better for this thing to not exist. Master, you came to the morgue. Is it to look for a night ghost? Zhang Hao swallowed hard. He didn't want to enter the morgue in the first place. Now that he was scared by Lu Feng, Zhang Hao felt like he was surrounded by ghosts. Lu Feng casually hummed and continued to look at the corpse. When Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng admit it, he almost turned his head and ran. Master, let's stop for a while. There's already a ghost chasing us. Your old man shouldn't provoke these things anymore. In case another similar ghost immortal comes out, will we still be alive? Zhang Hao persuaded bitterly. Lu Feng froze at his words. A ghost immortal that is similar to a ghost actor? No way. Can he be so unlucky? I'm not afraid even if it's a ghost immortal. Lu Feng flung his hand. He had the soul drop money in his hand. As long as he wasn't specifically targeted, he would accept the ghost immortals as long as they came. Lu Feng once again lifted a white cloth. A face that was half rotten came into view. Zhang Hao almost vomited. Dr. Lin's face was also pale. This was obviously a car accident or a death by jumping from a building. Not only was the face rotten, the body was also bloody. The more Dr. Lin looked, the more alarmed he became. He is just an archaeologist, not a forensic scientist. Should he test his mental capacity so much? Tiancher, I think we should stop looking. Most of the people here are sick and dead, it's hard for a stern ghost to appear. Dr. Lin couldn't help but advise. Lu Feng surveyed the corpse for a while and saw that nothing unusual happened before regretfully covering the white cloth. Dr. Lin and Zhang Hao only felt their hearts beating wildly as they watched. Master is still regretting on it? Zhang Hao spat madly in his heart. Seeing Lu Feng walking towards the next corpse, Zhang Hao couldn't top it. This place was too netherworldly, it was better to leave in a hurry. Master, Dr. Lin has a point. It's hard for a stern ghost to appear in this place, so we'd better hurry and leave. It's better to go to the mausoleum instead of taking our chances here. Zhang Hao suddenly covered his mouth as soon as the words left his mouth. Dr. Lin was even more startled. The mausoleum. The hospital was still just a possible ghost, but the mausoleum was 100% ghost. Compared to the unknown ghosts, Dr. Lin suddenly felt that the morgue is actually quite good. Corpses are only corpses no matter how horrible they are. Ghosts are capable of killing people. And Lu Feng couldn't help but light up when he heard Zhang Hao's proposal. Little Zhang, it's still you who has a quick mind. Let's go to the mausoleum in Xuanwu County. Specialize in finding young people's graves. It's best to run into a few horizontal deaths, the more grievances the better. Lu Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. Zhang Hao was so repentant that he went up and slapped himself. I really grew an extra mouth in Tama. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard the slap and burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha, Dr. Lin's face turned green. Dr. Lin, how dare Xiao Zhang? Dr. Lin, Xiao Zhang you ing say a few words. Ha 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 ha, suddenly realized that the morgue is not so scary. Ha 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 ha. Go to the mausoleum might as well stay in the morgue. So Master is looking for a ghost, what the hell is he up to? Same question plus one. Could it be because Master has suffered a defeat at the actor pretending to be a ghost and wants to get back at other places? Ghosts of the mausoleum, the pot comes from the sky. Ghosts in the mausoleum, Master, don't come over. Ha 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 ha. The second live broadcast scene. The director and Zhang Youhan looked at each other in dismay. Daoist Zhang, it seems like the program can continue just as well without the pretend ghost actors. The director rubbed his chin, feeling that the master was also too cooperative with the program. Going to the mausoleum to catch ghosts, wouldn't this be another wave of hype? Zhang Youhan also revealed a relaxed look. Since Master has found himself a job, then the poor Taoist will give the ghost-playing actor a few more days. I hope he can heal quickly. Zhang Youhan stroked his beard. The live broadcast screen also came out of the morgue. At once, Zhang Yihan grabbed his beard. The director on the side even jumped. What the hell? Chapter 81 Pretending to be a ghost actor really becomes a ghost. Lu Feng, Zhang Hao and Dr. Lin all froze. The three had just come out of the morgue when they saw a silhouette appeared at the end of the corridor. A man who was nearly 2 meters tall, holding a machete that was 1.5 meters long. Underneath the helmet was the face of an evil ghost with green fangs. The armor was stained with blood. The machete was rusty and stained with blood. It was like a horrible evil ghost that had just retreated from the ancient battlefield. Behind the evil ghost was an exquisite bow. At his waist was an arrow pot with exactly 4 arrows. Zhang Hao looked stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned at the sight. Pretending to be a ghost actor. Wasn't he sent to the hospital? Right. This is the hospital. If he's not in a hospital bed, why is he on the first floor? He's so injured, he can't possibly get out of bed. Is his ghost? The ghost actor is dead? I'm sorry. The ghost actor has really become a ghost. Program site. Lu Feng was the first to come back to his senses. Go! Lu Feng made an instant decision. Especially when he saw the ghost pretending actor take down his big bow and take aim with his arrow. Lu Feng immediately pulled Zhang Hao in front of him. Master. Zhang Hao's soul flew away in fear. The director had made it clear to him earlier that the ghost-playing actor had been seriously injured. But now the ghost actor was standing at the end of the corridor. Zhang Hao couldn't help but have a creepy feeling. I'm afraid that this is not the ghost actor who has been karma and has turned into a severe ghost to seek revenge. Can the identity of a colleague be good at this time? If you dare to stand in front of Lu Feng, you will definitely be pierced by an arrow. I'll give you 10 seconds. The voice of the actor pretending to be a ghost came out with a few moments of his signature teasing. Seize the time to escape. This Yama will begin the hunt in 10 seconds. The ghost-loaded actor revealed a playful smile as his bowstring was slowly drawn full. Zhang Hao hurriedly rushed towards the elevator in the middle. Lu Feng and Dr. Lin, on the other hand, went to the safe passage and climbed the stairs directly to the upper floors. Zhang Hao's scalp exploded as he looked at the elevator slowly coming down from the 5th floor. Old Zhang, are you stupid? Taking the hairy elevator at this time. The ghost-playing actor put away his bow and arrow and lectured Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked stupidly at the ghost actor pretender, a bit confused about the situation. It wasn't until the ghost-loading actor walked over that Zhang Hao jerked his head. Don't you come over. Are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Hao's voice was a bit shaky, and he even subconsciously took a few steps back. Nonsense, of course I'm human. The ghost-playing actor returned without a trace of humor. Human? Zhang Hao was a bit disbelieving. The director clearly told me that you're not badly injured. Shouldn't you be in a hospital bed right now? Zhang Hao kept backing up, maintaining a distance of several meters from the ghost-loading actor. Seeing this, the ghost-playing actor could only stop. My master sent me medicine, so I'll be fine after taking it. Actually, I wasn't seriously injured, it's just that I was blown up so suddenly that I held my breath in my chest. My master's medicine straightened out that breath, and I'm fine. The ghost-playing actor smiled faintly. Although the smile was frightening, Zhang Hao breathed a long sigh of relief. Tramp, scared me to death. I thought you turned into a stern ghost after death and came to seek revenge on the master. Zhang Hao kept patting his chest. The ghost actor hurriedly made a silencing gesture once he heard this. Old Zhang, don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't dare to come to master even if I were really dead. At that time, not to mention the soul drop money, even the whaling stick would be enough for me to drink a pot of water. The ghost actor looked frightened. The master's methods were all about dealing with ghosts. Even if his head was kicked by a donkey, he wouldn't dare to come to the master for revenge. Old Zhang, hurry up and go after the master. If we delay for too long, the grandmaster will get suspicious. The ghost-playing actor reminded. Zhang Hao nodded. However, before leaving, Zhang Hao ran in front of the ghost pretender actor again. Let you damn well scare me. Zhang Hao directly crashed his brain. Old Zhang. The ghost actor was enraged. This was a live broadcast. In front of millions of viewers, Zhang Hao actually flicked his brain. He was the national martial arts champion, didn't he want to lose face? Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was unperturbed. The director gave me a 2,000 bonus. When the master sleeps tonight, I'll treat you to a foot wash. Zhang Hao waved his hand. The actor pretending to be a ghost instantly turned angry to happy. The second live broadcast scene. The director directly turned joyful to angry. Treadmill little Zhang, treadmill foot washing again. Didn't know when Yuan's master was watching the live broadcast? The director was so angry that he cursed. Originally, he was shocked and delighted to see the actor pretending to be a ghost. He didn't expect that bottle of medicine to be so effective, curing the ghost actor in minutes. As a result, Zhang Hao was so good that he said on air that he would take the ghost actor to wash his feet. He has brought down the children. Wouldn't Mu Lao put the blame on him, the director? The director immediately connected to Zhang Hao's communication and gave him a lecture. Lu Feng and Dr. Lin flew out of the hospital. The two of them got into the car, only to realize that Zhang Hao didn't follow them. Oh no, Zhang Hao didn't run out. Heavenly Master, Zhang Hao won't have an accident, right? Dr. Lin made a panicked expression. This time he was truly panicked. He also thought that he had bumped into the ghost who was pretending to be an actor. Now that Zhang Hao didn't follow him, he wouldn't be captured by that ghost. However, Lu Feng was calm. Old Zhang is really something. Actually taking the initiative to break the back once again. Dr. Lin, turn around and pay tribute at Qingming, you remember to call me. Let's burn paper for old Zhang together. Burn more beautiful paper figures for him, old Zhang is good at this. Lu Feng directly arranged the aftermath. Dr. Lin was dumbfounded. Heavenly Master, Zhang Hao isn't necessarily dead. He could have been captured, or he could be running for his life in the hospital building. Should we think of a way to get him out? Dr. Lin hurriedly corrected the topic. Lu Feng directly waved his hand. There's no need to go back. After such a long time, old Zhang must be dead. Besides, he took the initiative to break the back, we can't let down his good intentions. Instead of going back to die, the two of us should buy more paper money. Spread it on the road first, we can't let old Zhang lack money to spend. Lu Feng had a serious face. The corner of Dr. Lin's mouth twitched. Tian Sure. You are really thoughtful. Dr. Lin squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. People didn't even know if they were dead or not, and the paper money was arranged. This is really a great benefactor. However, what Dr. Lin was more worried about was the fact that once Zhang Hao died, his replacement host would be on the line. What happens to Zhang Hao today is his future. Dr. Lin could already foresee what would happen to him. Then he thought about the next trip to the mausoleum. Mard, I'm not going to catch the same first 7 days with Zhang Hao, am I? Chapter 82, Xiao Zhang? A dog is worse than a dog. Master, where have you been? I managed to get rid of that ghost, but you guys didn't wait for me? Come back and pick me up. Zhang Hao stood at the parking place. Looking at the empty parking space, Zhang Hao hung up the phone with an egg on his face. Viewers, there's been a change in the situation. The master is running too damn fast. And Dr. Lin, it's only been a few minutes before he drove off. All without ing waiting for me? The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more agitated he became, and his voice grew louder and louder. So I'm the only one in this trio that's dispensable? I advise these two to be individuals. A big living person said to throw away. This is a dog, but also have to leave a car door and so on, right? The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud as they listened to Zhang Hao's trolling. Ha ha ha, the defense is broken. Rush rush rush, he's in a hurry. Laughing to death. Little Zhang is worse than a dog. Master, rumor, pure rumor. Master, I'll eat meat if a dog dies, but I'll burn paper money if Chang dies. Ha 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 ha, so it seems it's still Zhang who has a higher status. Too bad it's not much higher. The dog is so cute, why eat the dog? Where did you get the clip? Fork it out. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao waited left and right, finally waiting for Dr. Lin's car. Get in. Dr. Lin probed and shouted from a long distance away. Zhang Hao stubbornly stood still. It wasn't until Dr. Lin drove closer that he slowly got into the car. Where's Master? As soon as Zhang Hao sat towards the back, he realized that Lu Feng was not in the car. The Heavenly Master is buying paper money for you. Dr. Lin returned. Zhang Hao almost didn't choke to death. Paper money. Zhang Hao had a feeling of a myocardial infarction and hurriedly covered his chest with his hand. Are you all right? Dr. Lin looked concerned while speeding away from the hospital. No. It's fine. Zhang Hao managed to slow down. By the way, no need to drive so fast, the pretend ghost actor didn't die. That guy ate the medicine sent by his master. Now one punch can send me flying 40 meters. Zhang Hao said and let out a yuck. He didn't even inform me in advance when he got better, he almost didn't scare me to death. This bastard definitely did it on purpose. Playing surprises for the program all day long. Zhang Hao cursed. After Dr. Lin heard the beginning and end, a hanging heart was released. It's good that he didn't die, but it's time for Master to get a headache. Dr. Lin had a gloating look on his face. Zhang Hao could not help but wonder at this. Dr. Lin, the Grandmaster is treating you well, right? Why are you still gloating on? Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Dr. Lin and the Grandmaster should be wearing the same pants. Why are they still fighting amongst themselves? Because I'm the replacement host of the program. Dr. Lin's explanation was simple. Zhang Hao immediately understood. Good lord, so he and Dr. Lin were in the same boat. Don't worry, brother, it's not your turn until I die. Zhang Hao patted Dr. Lin's shoulder with a bit of sympathy in his eyes. How hard it was to be a master's host, only when you were one would you know. That TM was really walking on the death line every day. Dr. Lin, it would actually be much better to change your mind. You know, there are people underneath Master. So even if we both hang up, we don't have to worry about being bullied by ghosts. The black and white irregulars will take care of both of us. Dr. Lin couldn't help but grip the steering wheel tightly as he listened to Zhang Hao's comforting words. Isn't this still going to die? Bang! Lu Feng got into the passenger side. To the mausoleum. Lu Feng waved his hand and 2 big bags of paper money were thrown to the back seat.
Zhang Hao's face darkened as he looked at the various kinds of paper money and gold dollars.
The viewers in the live broadcast room saw the paper money and directly laughed like crazy. Ha 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 ha. It's so damn funny, I'm dying of laughter. Yo, paper money is quite a lot. I cried to death, the master is too good for Xiao Zhang. People did not die, the money first, listen to the applause. Ha 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 ha, follow the master, eat 9 meals a day after death. Xiao Zhang must be dead happy. Xiao Zhang, bad luck. Ha 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 ha, black impermanence has given you a nod. The scene of the program. Master, I think the paper money can be returned first. Zhang Hao made the suggestion seriously. Return what? Maybe we'll use it later. Right, you transfer the money to me. A total of 25, just transfer me 50. Lu Feng opened the WeChat collection code. Question mark. Zhang Haobang lived. This thing still needs him to shell out money? The live broadcast room. I can't stand it. Buy yourself paper money? Zhang's mind is broken, isn't it? Mud, the master is too stingy. Ha ha ha, more than stingy, 25 to 50, this is a real crooked businessman. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. 6. The master has a knack for live effects. The program site. Zhang Hao finished scanning the code, a face even darker. And, Master, you just said that the paper money will be useful later. What does that mean? Zhang Hao inquired. He vaguely had a bad premonition. Literally. Lu Feng casually returned.
Zhang Hao's body stiffened.
Thinking about the destination of this trip and then remembering his identity as a meat shield. Dr. Lin, I want to get off. Zhang Hao spoke in a panic. Dr. Lin let out a hum and drove faster with a kick of the gas pedal. Zhang Hao almost didn't curse. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Are the readers so cruel? Zhang Hao was numb. Xuanwu County Mausoleum. Lu Feng came to the gate and looked inside. Now the program's artificial rainfall had stopped. However, the sky was still cloudy, greatly adding to the depressing atmosphere of the mausoleum. Old Zhang, go. As usual, Lu Feng let Zhang Hao take the lead. Zhang Hao carried 2 bags of paper money and suddenly wanted to cry a little. Can't you just let me spend my bonus before I die? $2,000. It's enough to add several clocks. Zhang Hao was sad in his heart. Entering the gate of the mausoleum, Zhang Hao walked along the avenue step by step inward. Pieces of tombstones came into view. Zhang Hao's body trembled. It was as if what he saw was not a tombstone, but a grievous ghost. Grand. Master, how are we going to find them later? There are so many graves, should we split up? Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask, but unfortunately, no one responded. Subconsciously looking back, Zhang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Feng and Dr. Lin in the back were more than 10 meters away from him. Master, you guys. Zhang Hao was terrified. Being that far away from. If he were to have an accident, the Grandmaster wouldn't even be able to make a move in time. Old Zhang, just keep walking. Right, open the bag so that the paper money is exposed.
Lu Feng's voice came, causing Zhang Hao to look stunned.
Expose the paper money. What the hell is Master doing? Zhang Hao had a head full of questions. Chapter 83, Conspiring Out Loud. Host, I want to die. Tianshi, is this really okay? Dr. Lin was a bit unsure.
Lu Feng put his hand behind his back, showing the calmness of a high-ranking person. Money moves people, and ghosts are no exception. Even the black and white irregulars are so greedy, let alone other ghosts.
So many gold dollars and paper money.
Old Zhang standing towards the middle of the mausoleum is fat meat with a huge amount of money.
There will be ghosts to grab it. Lu Feng was confident. However, Dr. Lin was a little worried. Tianshi, in case it really attracts the severe ghosts. Will Zhang Hao be in danger? Dr. Lin was very uneasy. Lu Feng, however, remained calm.
Don't worry, Xiao Zhang has always had a strong life. He didn't die in the hospital, and even less so in the mausoleum.
He's lucky as hell. Lu Feng spoke easily. Dr. Lin, however, was shocked to hear it. That ghost in the hospital was a human pretending to be a human, so of course Zhang Hao was fine. But the mausoleum was different. It's okay to attract some lonely ghosts. But if it attracts horrible ghosts?
Dr. Lin looked at Zhang Hao and cast a sympathetic glance. Now Zhang Hao was unwrapping the bag of paper money, one hand shaking non-stop.
He heard it. He heard it all. The Master Treadmill and Dr. Lin had conspired aloud for him to use the paper money as bait. The viewers in the live broadcast room also heard it. I got it. The master said to use paper money, not to burn paper after Chang's death, but to attract the ghosts at the mausoleum. So, is there a difference? Xiao Zhang, say it like I don't have to die. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Zhang is so miserable. Master Qi and Dr. Lin are still talking so loudly, don't they know to avoid Chang? Dr. Lin, avoid what? It's not necessary. Dr. Lin, avoid what? Are you polite? Ha 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 ha. Program scene. Zhang Hao quit. Master, let's do it together. Find the graves one by one, it's the safest way. Zhang Hao gave advice. Lu Feng nodded at his words. Zhang Hao was delighted at the sight. But before he could be happy, he saw Lu Feng shaking his head again. Finding them one by one is safe, but it's too time consuming. That evil spirit is chasing so tightly. If he can find the hospital, he can find the mausoleum in minutes. We don't have much time left. Extraordinary times use extraordinary methods, we must attract the evil spirit as soon as possible. Lu Feng looked serious. Zhang Hao was crying as he listened. Is it true that the master was in such a hurry, or was it the ghost-playing actor who forced him to do so? Had he known this, the ghost-playing actor might as well not go to the first floor. Zhang Hao completely died. Quickly unwrapping the bag containing the paper money, Zhang Hao's heart crossed and walked towards the center of the mausoleum in large strides. Old man has money. Come and get it if you have the guts. Zhang Hao shouted. Grabbing his hand into the bag, Zhang Hao scattered the roiling paper money. Lu Feng stood 10 meters away and pulled out the soul-falling money and threw it on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhang Hao finished scattering the bag of paper money and didn't even encounter any abnormalities. No ghosts? Did they all reincarnate? Zhang Hao's heart rejoiced, and his guts instantly grew. The playwright was on his feet, and Zhang Hao decided to put on a good show. Grabbing the golden dollars in the other bag, Zhang Hao scattered them once again. Such a big mausoleum, but it's full of cowards? Don't even want money for nothing. Were you guys kicked in the head by a donkey when you were alive? Have you all become idiots? Zhang Hao let go of his voice and started mocking the output. However, the surroundings remained silent. Until Zhang Hao finished scattering the golden dollars, no psychic phenomenon happened. Tramp, a bunch of cowards. If you don't come out again, I'll raise your graves. I'll reward you with a bubble of child's urine. You guys just enjoy yourselves. Zhang Hao's frantic output was extremely expressive in front of Lu Feng. After cursing for a while longer, Zhang Hao felt that it was almost time, so he stopped. Master, it's useless. I guess all the ghosts here have gone to reincarnation. We've come to the wrong place again. Zhang Hao voiced his opinion. Lu Feng frowned and waited for another minute. Seeing that there was never any movement, Lu Feng could only accept Zhang Hao's statement. Such a big mausoleum doesn't even have a ghost. What a damn bad luck. Lu Feng spat out. Dr. Lin's face twitched as he listened. Can this be called ing bad luck? Dr. Lin felt like his worldview had been refreshed again. Old Zhang, you collect the paper money. Since there's no ghost to, then I'll turn around and burn it for you. Lu Feng recalled the fallen soul money and walked towards the entrance of the mausoleum with a depressed face. The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Burn it back to him. It was not necessary. Zhang Hao gathered his emotions and couldn't help but be happy again. Viewers, how did I do as a decoy? I feel like I should be the most arrogant bait ever. It's a pity that the master is not useful. The baiting method didn't work, wasting my wonderful performance for nothing. Zhang Hao narrated in a low voice with a beaten expression. Dr. Lin even looked speechless. Master Zhang, let's hurry up and pick up the paper money. The master will be far away in a while. Dr. Lin reminded. Although Zhang Hao couldn't get enough, he didn't dare to make Lu Feng wait longer. Pulling over the bag, Zhang Hao bent down and picked up the paper money. Pa! Zhang Hao covered the back of his head at once. Who stepped on the horse and hit me? When Zhang Hao turned his head, he saw Dr. Lin 3 meters away from him, picking up the golden dollar. Not Dr. Lin? Zhang Hao froze. Slap. With another slap, Zhang Hao's eyes directly glazed over and he almost didn't fall down. Host Zhang. Dr. Lin noticed that something was wrong and subconsciously went over. A cold wind blew. Dr. Lin stopped in his tracks raw. Looking around at the deserted surroundings, Dr. Lin got a little nervous. Zhang Hao even winced. Icy coldness struck his entire body. Zhang Hao twisted his head and ran. Bang! Tripping over his feet, Zhang Hao directly fell over. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hao was dragged away by invisible hands, all the way to the depths of the cemetery. Dr. Lin was in a rage. Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master! Dr. Lin hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the mausoleum. Seeing Lu Feng standing by the car, Dr. Lin hurriedly shouted. Heavenly Master, something's wrong. Zhang Hao has been captured by a ghost. Dr. Lin was shocked and anxious. Ghost? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and revealed a flash of joy. The two returned the same way, and saw that the paper money on the ground was gone. Zhang Hao's miserable howl was faintly heard in the air. Taking money and still hitting people, how dare you?
Lu Feng sneered and followed the sound towards the depths of the cemetery.
Soon he found Zhang Hao. In a corner of the cemetery, dozens of grandparents were watching the fun.
Zhang Hao was in the middle being held down by a grandpa, his pants stripped down to his legs and his buttocks beaten red.
Master! Master, save me!
When Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng, it was like seeing a savior. When the surrounding Moncler outlet online women saw Lu Feng, they could not help but change their faces. Eyes swept over Lu Feng's Taoist robe, and dozens of people immediately disappeared into thin air.
The Moncler outlet online man who was holding Zhang Hao down also ran away and disappeared as soon as he burrowed into the ground. Ah, this? Dr. Lin looked dumbfounded. So many ghosts, gone in the blink of an eye? Is the Heavenly Master so powerful? You can scare away these ghosts without making a move?
Dr. Lin was dumbfounded and his understanding of Lu Feng deepened.
Master!
Zhang Hao rolled and crawled to Lu Feng's body, hugging Lu Feng's legs and not letting go.
Master, save me! Ghosts! So many ghosts! There are so many ghosts here.
They said that my mouth is too cheap, they want to slap my mouth swollen.
Zhang Hao began to tattle.
Lu Feng subconsciously looked at Zhang Hao's mouth. Well, nothing is wrong, it looks like he hasn't had time to slap it yet. Looking at Zhang Hao's butt again, it's swollen.
Master, you have to help me take revenge. These ghosts are too arrogant.
I did exactly what you told me to do, and they're so brutal.
This is not beating my ass. This is clearly hitting your old man's face.
Chapter 84 Dr. Lin, I suggest that Xiao Zhang not suggest it. Lu Feng had a black line on his face.
Dr. Lin's body twitched and twitched, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh, enduring very hard.
The audience in the live broadcast room has no scruples, directly haha brush screen.
I pissed myself laughing. Little Zhang's ass equals Master's face? Masters, this is not a big ear scrape to whip him? Laughing, Chang won't say what's on his mind, will he? Zhang has gone too far.
I'm exercising with my wife, and she laughed and lost the mood.
What? Exercise in the middle of the day, don't you work? I'm in the restroom. Brothers play a little flower Single dogs shed tears of envy. Program site.
Zhang Hao is still not aware of it and is still suing.
Master, I'll go get the whaling stick.
Let's go from one to the other and raise all the graves here.
Zhang Hao talked more and more vigorously. Lu Feng couldn't listen anymore. Put your pants on first.
Zhang Hao looked stunned, and only then remembered that he was naked. Hurrying to put his pants up, Zhang Hao became even more irritated.
Dr. Lin, give me the car keys, I'll go get the crybaby. Zhang Hao was furious.
Dr. Lin took out the car keys, but didn't give them to Zhang Hao immediately. Heavenly Master, I don't think these ghosts are stirring ghosts.
Zhang Hao did curse too much before. If it's really a stirring ghost that caught him, even if he didn't die, he would have been tortured to death. It can't be just a spanking.
Dr. Lin analyzed the situation.
Zhang Hao was instantly anxious at his words.
Old Lin, the emotional beating wasn't you.
Don't you dare make snide remarks. Zhang Hao was furious.
In front of dozens of grandparents, a ghost stripped his pants and spanked his ass. If this was a child being beaten, his pride wouldn't be able to take it. Not to mention the fact that he is almost 30 years old. Zhang Hao's heart for murder was now there. Old Zhang, calm down first. Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and his gaze fell on the surrounding graves. His view was actually the same as Dr. Lin's.
Spanking was more like an elder teaching a junior a lesson.
The group of ghosts just now were all old men, and they were indeed elders to Zhang Hao as well.
The more important point was, see me and run. Those who can be scared off by a Taoist robe can only be ordinary little ghosts. Lu Feng shook his head in disappointment. His Dao robe carried immortal qi and could deter ordinary small demonic brats. However, for the severe ghosts, at most, they would be a bit scared of the Dao robe, and it would not prevent them from striking. Just like the former tomb owner, who came up to him. Let's go. This place is not interesting anymore.
Lu Feng was disinterested, he wasn't interested in bullying the old man. When the paper money was scattered before, these ghosts didn't dare to show up, obviously because he was there. Like this kind of old and weak, Lu Feng didn't feel the need to take action. The system wouldn't reward him with any lucky draw opportunities just because he collected these ghosts. Dr. Lin nodded and put the car keys into his pocket again.
Zhang Hao Bang lived. Going away? His beating was in vain? How can this be okay?
Seeing Lu Feng and Dr. Lin leaving, Zhang Hao couldn't help but become more and more anxious.
Friends of the audience, the master refuses to fight, what can we do? I got this beating for nothing? Zhang Hao narrated in a small voice, resigned.
And around him, ghosts and shadows also emerged once again.
Master, wait for me.
Zhang Hao almost pissed himself in fear and hurriedly chased after him. Following behind Lu Feng, Zhang Hao heard Lu Feng spouting. The hospital doesn't have any severe ghosts, and neither does the mausoleum.
Is Xuanwu County so clean? Can't there be a few more tomb owners?
Lu Feng complained non-stop.
Dr. Lin opened his mouth and froze, not knowing what to say.
This celestial master's complaints were simply off the charts. While Zhang Hao listened to Lu Feng's complaints, he had a flash of insight. Master, if you want to find a stern ghost, go to the murder scene.
There's one in that place.
It's full of stern ghosts. Zhang Hao rushed to perform, wanting to take the opportunity to claim credit for Lu Feng helping him teach the mausoleum ghosts a lesson.
Lu Feng stopped.
Turning back to look at Zhang Hao, Lu Feng couldn't help but show a surprised look.
You can old Zhang. Murder scene. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Feng's thoughts opened up at once.
Dr. Lin, on the other hand, covered his head and revealed an expression of wanting to die.
The scene of the murder. How dare host Zhang? Forgetting that he's the meat shield that's playing the lead?
Dr. Lin really wanted to pry open Zhang Hao's brain to see if there was water inside. The murder scene was definitely 100 times scarier than the mausoleum.
Master, you see that my suggestion is so good. Isn't it possible to give a slight reward?
For example, let me take the wailing stick and turn around the mausoleum a few times.
Zhang Hao was filled with anticipation. Fine, you can spin around if you want. Dr. Lin and I will go first and come back to pick you up at night.
Lu Feng waved his hand, and Zhang Hao immediately looked happy.
Master, that wailing stick.
I'll have to use the wailing stick, just fold any branch instead.
Lu Feng continued to walk towards the entrance of the mausoleum.
Zhang Hao froze in place.
Take a random branch as a wailing stick. This is a damn rush to find death.
Presiding Officer Zhang, don't even think about it, the Heavenly Master has no intention of teaching those ghosts a lesson.
Actually, you didn't get a bad beating. Think about the words you cursed. Killing you 10 times is less.
They're only beating your ass a few times, so don't take it personally. Dr. Lin patiently persuaded and even came up to put his arm around Zhang Hao's bladder.
Hurry up. Otherwise Master really throw you here. I'm afraid your ass will turn into 4 flaps.
Zhang Hao shivered as he listened to Dr. Lin's words.
If he really stayed alone in the mausoleum. Old Lin, you're right. It's me who's confused, thanks for the reminder. Go, hurry up. Zhang Hao went after Lu Feng. Live streaming room.
Nose, Dr. Lin's keratin stick, directly snubbing Xiao Zhang away.
Can this be called snubbing?
Dr. Lin is doing it for Zhang's own good.
You can't do that. Tell me loudly, where is the master going now? Chang just proposed a murder scene, so the master is now going to. Dr. Lin, Chang insisted on following the master, so I couldn't even be a meat shield. The truth is actually this? Xiao Zhang, old Lin, be a human being. Ha ha ha, this is as dark as the black impermanence. Awesome. Who says all readers are nerds? This horse has 800 hard eyes. Believe it or not, Zhang is still grateful.
You've been sold out, Zhang should be more careful. I can't help it, Zhang has been screwing the master all along.
He didn't think anyone else would. A simple boy, he'll be crying in a minute. Chang, so the mausoleum is the safest place, I'm crying my eyes out. Ha 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 ha, it's the grandpa and the grandma who are true lovers. Chapter 85 on how to be in a mental hospital and prove you're not mental. The second live broadcast site. The atmosphere became grave. Taoist Zhang, the master is going to the murder scene. Should we say hello to the police station?
The director looked at Zhang Yihen.
Zhang Yihen frowned.
Director Yen, most of the pop-ups think that the Grandmaster is looking for the Lich Ghost to vent his depression.
But I feel that things aren't that simple. Zhang Yuhan's eyes were shining, and he had a hidden guess.
The director was not that concerned.
Taoist Zhang, will it be the same as the previous times?
Masters run all over the country just to fetch all kinds of magic treasures. This time, if you're looking for a stern ghost, you might also be looking for magic weapons. The director voiced his speculations.
Zhang Yuan shook his head. It's not the same.
The previous times the master had a clear destination, while this time it was aimless.
Hospitals, mausoleums, murder scenes, the master didn't have a definite direction.
The director also wondered as he listened to Zhang Yuhan's words.
It's not to get out of anger, nor is it to look for magic treasures. What exactly does the master want? The director looked at the live feed.
Now that the trio had returned to the car, they were searching online for the murder case in Xuanwu County.
Could it be? The director suddenly had a bright idea. Taoist Master Zhang. Could it be that master is trying to sacrifice some kind of magic weapon that requires a stern ghost as a supplementary ingredient?
Or just collect the stern ghosts to make a 10,000 soul streamer or something like that. Once the warp streamer is shaken, 10,000 ghosts will devour it.
Who the hell can carry this?
The more the director spoke, the more horrified he became.
When the time came, not to mention the actors pretending to be ghosts couldn't handle it.
It was the entire members of the program team, and the people from the Taoist sect together, who wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it.
Zhang Yuhan gave the director a speechless look.
He had also thought of the stern ghosts being related to the magic treasures, but never in the direction of the 10,000 soul streamer.
The Grandmaster wasn't an evil cultivator, so how could he possibly engage in the 10,000 soul streamer? Director Yan, plug my voice into the live broadcast. Zhang Yohan commanded and began to speak his mind. Viewers of the live broadcast, I am Zhang Yohan. I have a little bit of my own opinion about Master's behavior of looking for a stern ghost. Perhaps the Grandmaster isn't trying to vent the boredom in his heart, but the Night Ghost is closely related to Master's new magic treasure. Perhaps this magic treasure needs to be activated by subjugating the stern ghosts. Just like a sword needs to be opened. Zhang Yohan paused for a moment and looked at the pop-up screen slightly. When everyone was talking, most of them accepted his view. Only then did Zhang Yohan continue to speak. That's why we need to help Master. Nowadays, Master is like a headless fly, bumping into walls everywhere, bitterly searching for the Night Ghost without success. This will only waste time. If everyone knows where it's haunted and where evil spirits are haunting, please contact the program team. The program team will find a way to tell the Grandmaster so that he can suppress the spirits and demons. This will help the Grandmaster activate the magic treasure and also keep the party safe. It can be considered a great good. Zhang Yuhan gave the director a wink, signaling that he had finished. Taoist Zhang is right. The director immediately picked up. Viewers, if there are haunted legends around you, please contact the program. This is a good deed, so I hope everyone will sign up. Of course, before telling the Master, we will verify the authenticity of the information. I hope everyone won't spread false news. Thank you all for your cooperation. As soon as the director finished speaking, the program group's external phone rang. The live streaming platform even saw the number of private messages skyrocket. Taoist Zhang, the program team is short on manpower. Regarding the task of verifying information, Taoist disciples are all over the world, so we might have to trouble them to do it. Xuanwu County Psychiatric Hospital. Inside a certain section room, Lu Feng had a face of egg pain. Dr. Lin had a headache on his face. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, had a face full of hijacking. Facing the doctor sitting behind the desk, Lu Feng couldn't help but explain himself first. Doctor, we are not mentally ill. It's the police comrades who got it wrong. Look, I know that the earth is round, the moon revolves around the earth, and the earth revolves around the sun. I also know that the sun revolves around the center of the galaxy. My mental cognition is normal. Lu Feng was very serious about the situation. I know, all three of you are not sick. Everyone who came in said so. The doctor looked at Lu Feng with a smile, not anxious at all. Lu Feng immediately had the feeling of hitting a fist on cotton. Heavenly Master, let me explain. Dr. Lin couldn't help it either. Doctor, we went to the police station to inquire about the murder case in order to get rid of the severe ghosts at the murder scene. This Heavenly Master beside me is the only living immortal left on Earth. You may not believe it, but it's the truth. The three of us are not sick, it was a misunderstanding on the part of our police comrades that sent us to the mental hospital. Dr. Lin said it all one by one. Lu Feng directly closed both eyes, speechless. At this time to say what the severe ghosts, Heavenly Masters. This is afraid that others will not take you as a mental illness? I believe, not just a ghost, I've seen a lot. The doctor smiled back. Ha! Lu Feng reopened his eyes, his gaze carrying an unconcealed surprise. There is one in our hospital who treats himself as a severe ghost. Schizophrenic, a 23-year-old guy. You guys can talk to him later. The doctor maintained his professional smile. Lu Feng once again closed both eyes. Gotta, this hospitalization won't run away. Doctor. Dr. Lin was annoyed. I'm a researcher in the archaeology team, this is my work certificate. How can I graduate with a doctorate if I'm mentally ill? Dr. Lin flung out his documents. The doctor looked at it and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This fake certificate is quite well made. The doctor praised. You. Dr. Lin finally knew what it meant to talk to a cow. I'll do it. At the critical moment, Zhang Hao stepped out of the crowd. Compared to Lu Feng and Dr. Lin's depression, Zhang Hao could be said to be grateful to the police department. Earlier, when they couldn't search for a murder case on the internet, the three of them went to the bureau. The master wanted Dr. Lin to use the archaeological team's connections to see if he could access the criminal investigation files. As a result, when the police heard about some celestial master exorcising ghosts, they directly treated them as mentally ill. The murder plan directly fizzled out. Zhang Hao almost didn't die laughing. Compared to going to the murder scene as a meat shield, Zhang Hao naturally preferred to live in a mental hospital. At least this place was not life-threatening. And so, Doctor, if you're sensible, hurry up and let us go. Or else. Ever seen a fist the size of a casserole? Zhang Hao swung his left hand, ready to trigger the asylum's alarm mechanism. Dr. Lin looked speechless and closed his eyes as well. They didn't have to leave today, they all had to be hospitalized. A casserole-sized fist? The doctor laughed even more happily while clapping his hands. A couple of big, burly caretakers walked in. Young man, have you seen a 200-pound caretaker? Why don't you two compare? Chapter 86, Dr. Lin, the mountain won't turn, we won't meet again. Live streaming room.
Xiao Zhang, get on, swing your casserole-sized fists.
Ha ha ha, that's a 200-pound caretaker nah. Xiao Zhang is probably dumbfounded. Don't think about it. There are so many assholes in the mental hospital.
What are the caretakers for?
It's over. We'll have to hospitalize him this time. Do you think Chang did it on purpose? If he's in a mental hospital, he won't have to be a meat shield. It's really possible. This. Isn't the stepping horse messing up? Seriously delaying the master's trip. Master, I'm in charge of pretending. Dr. Lin, I'm in charge of driving. Xiao Zhang, I'm in charge of dragging my feet. It's really great. The second live broadcast site.
Verification is complete. For the time being, there are 3 places that are true. A Taoist priest reported the situation to Zhang Yohan.
The director also came over, checking the final findings.
Out of the hundreds of locations, only 3 were confirmed to have spiritual legends that could be traced locally. The others were all open-mouthed. And these 3 locations were all in the north, all less than 1,000 miles from Xuanwu County.
Taoist Zhang, compared to Master's previous run, these 3 locations are much closer. But which one to choose first? There's also the fact that the Master is locked up in a mental hospital. Should we hurry and get him out?
The director looked at the live screen as he spoke. After being messed up by Zhang Hao, the caretaker had already taken down 3 people. Director, the ghost pretending actor, has applied to fight.
He wants to wreak havoc on the mental hospital and split the entire building.
The assistant director promptly reported the situation.
What the hell? The director's eyes almost glazed over. Split open the whole building. This is a true and genuine mental illness. Taoist Master Zhang, we can't delay. We have to get the master out now.
Mu Wenyuan, now that he's healed, he's a mad dog out of control.
He's definitely capable of doing something like causing a scene in a mental hospital. The director was angry and anxious. Zhang Yohan glanced at the director. Director Yan, didn't you say that the actor pretending to be a ghost listens to you? You don't let him act rashly, don't you?
When the director heard this, he became even more anxious.
If he could control Mu Wenyuan, how could this kid still get blown up?
The lesson of chopping a car wasn't enough, he even wanted to chop a mental hospital.
Mard, does Mu Wenyuan really think he's a ghost immortal? He even split an entire building. Why doesn't he go to heaven?
The director cursed and hurriedly contacted Zhang Hao. Little Zhang, find a chance to identify yourself to the doctor. As long as he sees the live broadcast, he will naturally know that you guys are normal people.
Also,
the director scanned the investigation report and selected a random location.
You tell the master to go to Dongfeng City.
There's something odd going on there, possibly haunted by evil spirits. I'll tell you the details when the master dozes off on the way.
Lu Feng and Dr. Lin were escorted out of the section. Zhang Hao fell last. After listening to the director's instructions? Wait. I still have something to say.
Zhang Hao looked at the doctors in the room and decided to show his hand as the director instructed.
You say.
The doctor was amiable and kept a smile on his face since the beginning.
You tell him to let go of me first. Zhang Hao struggled a bit.
The caretaker looked at the doctor, and when he saw the doctor nod, he let go of Zhang Hao for the time being.
Zhang Hao went back inside and whispered something into the doctor's ear. He took out his cell phone again and let the doctor look at it.
The doctor could not help but be amazed when he saw the live feed.
Doctor, we are engaged in live broadcasting. What heavenly master exorcising ghosts, that's a script.
I know we messed up this time, we shouldn't have gone to the police station to fool around.
We'll pay strict attention in the future.
Zhang Hao pulled reasons in a small voice. The doctor looked at the more than 5 million people online in the live broadcast and had to believe it even if he didn't.
You youngsters, what nonsense! The doctor put away his smile. All right, hurry up and go. Don't go to the police station to make trouble in the future. Old Zhang, how did you manage? The 3 of them exited the mental hospital. Lu Feng was filled with curiosity.
Zhang Hao had already found an excuse and opened his mouth. Master, I run sales, I have a lot of clients.
I let the doctor look at my work Weibo. So many normal chats with customers. As long as he's not stupid, he knows I'm not mentally ill.
Zhang Hao had a self-satisfied look on his face.
Lu Feng, however, was furious. You have a ing work Weibo, don't you know to show it to the doctor earlier? Just now also wanted to make a move on the doctor.
You are afraid of not being able to stay in the hospital. Lu Feng gave Zhang Hao a lecture. Zhang Hao sniffed and coughed dryly. If it wasn't for the program's new direction, he had really planned to stay in the mental hospital for a few days.
Master, aren't you looking for a stern ghost? I know a place. Zhang Hao hurriedly digressed.
Dr. Lin beside him was shocked at his words.
What is host Zhang up to again?
Dr. Lin's head was spinning. From the mausoleum to the murder scene, this host Zhang's suggestions were more accurate than ever. Dr. Lin was really afraid of Zhang Hao's suggestions.
This is killing him. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. His original plan was to expand his search. Since the murders in Xuanwu County couldn't be found online and the police department wasn't cooperating, then go and search the whole country. There's always a way to find out some murders that are in the newspaper. But old Zhang had a new suggestion. He could listen to it first. Tell me. Lu Feng carried a few moments of anticipation, feeling more and more that Zhang Hao was a talented person. Master, it's like this. Zhang Hao had already made up a story and started to change into a grave look. I have a very close college friend who has been in contact for a few years after graduation. Last year, he complained to me about something. After that, he disappeared. Vaporized and completely disappeared. And the thing he complained to me about was related to ghosts. Zhang Hao spoke in a low tone and looked serious. Especially the last 4 words, related to ghosts. Zhang Hao intentionally breathed out a thrilling flavor. Dr. Lin was secretly shocked by what he heard. He didn't know if what Zhang Hao said was true or not. But judging from Zhang Hao's expression, it should be true. Master, I was negligent in this matter. Before I met you, I had always scoffed at the idea of ghosts and gods. So at that time, when he told me that it was haunted, I listened to it as a joke. For his disappearance, I also always thought it was an ordinary murder case and didn't get suspicious. But now think about it. He might have really seen a ghost. Zhang Hao revealed a horrified expression and even deliberately shivered. Dr. Lin was infected and shivered as well. The overcast clouds gradually dispersed and sunlight poured over the 3 of them. But Dr. Lin couldn't feel any warmth at all. Tianshi, Zhang Hao, the archaeology team still has business. I'll withdraw first. Dr. Lin wanted to leave, but he was yanked by Zhang Hao. Old Lin, the ancient tombs in Xuanwu County were excavated long ago. What could the archaeology team be up to? My classmate lives in Dongfeng City, which isn't exactly close to here. You drive Master and I over there. Zhang Hao smiled skinlessly. Earlier, when he went from the hospital to the mausoleum. Halfway there, he tried to get out of the car, and Dr. Lin directly stepped on the gas. Now Dr. Lin knew to run. Too late. Chapter 87, Old Zhang You Be a Man. The Terror of Dongfeng City. Dongfeng City. Lu Feng opened his cell phone map and looked at it. Dongfeng City is more than 800 miles away. It's a little after 1 now, driving faster should be able to get there before 5. Collect that ghost just in time for dinner. Lu Feng settled on a plan. Draw a prize during dinner and take care of the ghost immortal chasing him. He would then be able to go home and play games. Zhang Hao, there's really something going on with the archaeology team. There's gross. I've asked your teacher, the archaeology team is free right now. Zhang Hao and Dr. Lin were still pulling their punches. I have personal matters, can't I? Dr. Lin glared, desperately making eyes behind Lu Feng's back. Zhang Hao directly ignored it. What personal matters can be more important than human lives? If the evil spirits are not removed, they will continue to kill. Thanks to you being a doctor, you don't have this much ideological awareness? Zhang Hao's death grip on Dr. Lin's arm just wouldn't let go. Master just saved over 70 of your lives. Now you're asking you to drive a car, and you're not even willing to do it. What, want us to run there? When Dr. Lin heard this, the car keys were taken out. The car is for you guys, I'm really in a hurry. We won't meet again. As soon as Dr. Lin was in a hurry, the words in his heart came out. We won't meet again. Zhang Hao understood. This damn thing didn't want to be a substitute host anymore. Old Lin, that's not right. What do you mean by afterlife? Besides, if you really had an emergency, why weren't you in a hurry when you were hospitalized just now? Now that you've been discharged from the hospital, you're suddenly in a hurry. Again. You're not afraid, are you? After so many years of archaeology, you're still afraid of ghosts? I've really lived a long time. Zhang Hao began to mock the output. Dr. Lin's face froze. What did archaeology have to do with being afraid of ghosts? Who wasn't afraid of things in the netherworld? Old Lin, it's not that I'm talking about you. We're following the master, what can we be afraid of? The master can even beat up the black and white irregulars, so who the hell are the ghosts? You're in your 30s, can't you be more manly? Zhang Hao took on a lecturing tone. Since Dr. Lin was his replacement, he couldn't treat Dr. Lin as an outsider anymore. We were all part of the program, so why should the meat shield only be him? If Master took me as a meat shield, I can also take Old Lin as a meat shield. Zhang Hao's mind changed. Before, Dr. Lin was a guest, so Zhang Hao didn't dare to act recklessly. But now that he was a colleague, what was there to be polite about? If we all die together, we'll have company on the way to the Yellow Springs. He wouldn't let Dr. Lin go. Old Zhang. Dr. Lin was anxious. Following the master was what was called fear. When there was no ghost, the master was the most dangerous person. He and Zhang Hao were all cannon fodder. And Dr. Lin could see that something was wrong. Zhang Hao was dragging him so insistently, something was obviously wrong. He was just a substitute host, was it necessary for Zhang Hao to hold on to him? This is a damn attempt to get me to turn in early. Dr. Lin thought of the key.
This Zhang host, he was afraid that he wanted to retire early and just use him as his new meat shield. Dr. Lin violently pushed Zhang Hao away.
Throwing down the car key, Dr. Lin scattered his legs and ran.
Zhang Hao froze and was just about to go after him when Lu Feng stopped him.
Old Zhang, you be a man. People don't want their cars, what else do you want? Hurry up and go to Dongfeng City, don't delay.
Lu Feng picked up the car key and handed it to Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao looked at Dr. Lin, who was running further and further away, and couldn't help but be filled with resentment. Almost. It was that close.
The meat shield was that close to being replaced by Dr. Lin.
The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be happy to see this. Bulls Dr. Lin, running like a flying man.
Ha ha ha, if you can keep up with the master's footsteps while escaping from the hospital, how slow can you run?
If you run 100 meters at this speed, you'll make the national team.
I didn't realize the physique of a scholar was so good.
I'm an archaeologist, I dig pits every day, of course I'm in good shape.
If I use you as a meat shield, you'll run faster than Dr. Lin.
I'd say Zhang's intentions are too obvious. How could Dr. Lin not see that?
Ah ha 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 ha, Chang, don't struggle, continue to be your meat shield.
The scene of the program. Master, let's eat lunch first. I'm so hungry I can't drive. Dongfeng City. Lu Feng stretched and woke up on the passenger side. Are we at the place yet? Lu Feng saw that it was more than 5 o'clock and couldn't help but ask. Almost there, in another 10 minutes, we will arrive at my classmate's neighborhood. Zhang Hao returned. On the road when Lu Feng was sleeping.
Zhang Hao already knew the general situation, from the director. It was pretty much the same as what he had made up for the master to hear, the core of which was missing persons.
For the last 30 years.
There was a time period in Dongfeng City every year when a large number of missing people would appear.
This time period is not fixed. It could be January or September. It could be any month of the year.
And this year's time period started a few days ago.
7 people have gone missing before and after.
Compared to the total population of several million in Dongfeng City, these 7 people were not conspicuous.
So most people are indifferent and treat them as ordinary disappearances.
Only the older generation of Dongfeng people, who had witnessed the bizarre situation for decades, were on edge.
Master, let me tell you what my classmates told me. Zhang Hao cleared his throat. He was going to mingle the truth of the matter into the story he had made up. Dongfeng City is an ordinary prefecture-level city, not well known in the country. But in the public security system, it's definitely an important location. Every year, dozens of people go missing. Master, you shouldn't think that dozens of people are few, because these dozens of people are centrally disappeared. Within half a month, more than 40 people go missing.
It's been like this year after year, and has been going on for almost 30 years. Investigations are fruitless and can only be classified as unsolved cases. The best case scenario is that they were abducted, or at least alive. But the truth of the matter is often not that beautiful.
Zhang Hao's tone was grave. Lu Feng also looked serious.
Being abducted can be the best outcome, which is terrifying in itself.
What happened later?
Later, Zhang Hao changed his expression to one of horror.
My classmate's neighbor disappeared.
He didn't take it seriously at the time, just like most young people in Dongfeng City. Under a materialistic worldview, any demons or ghosts are fake.
But this neighbor's mother is an older generation of Dongfeng people.
When she was young, her father disappeared, and when she was old, her son disappeared. The old man washed his face in tears every day, and my classmate was slowly infected.
Plus one of my classmate's co-workers also disappeared.
Zhang Hao paused for a moment, skillfully maintaining a horrified expression.
He panicked up a bit and called me. Turns out I didn't take it seriously. And laughed at him for going to school for so many years in vain, actually believing in ghosts in the world. But I never thought that was the last time we spoke.
Zhang Hao's face showed a look of grief, and his eyes were flooded with tears.
The acting skill was so exquisite that it could kill a piece of the entertainment circle. Master, it's all my. If I could have paid attention earlier, my classmate wouldn't have died at all.
Zhang Hao became more and more agitated as he spoke.
Lu Feng just wanted to comfort him, but he saw Zhang Hao stop the car and hugged his arm and bawled. The misery of the sound was as if he had arrived at a pig-killing ground. Lu Feng clammed up. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Zhang Hao's cries and couldn't be tensed. Speak like the real thing. Tramp Xiao Zhang acted a little too much, crying like killing a pig. It can't be helped, Xiao Zhang has done less crying drama, it's good to be able to howl out. The camera is all spent, what kind of crying is this? Good guy, the master arm into tissue paper. The master's face is all black. Who can stand the snot and the tears?
The master raised his hand.
The master raised his hand. Smoke him. Little Zhang is full of. The master is going to smash his mouth. Chapter 88, Foil? There's a mole in the middle of the audience. Pa!
Lu Feng slapped Zhang Hao in the face, and Zhang Hao was instantly confused.
Master, why are you hitting me? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. Oh, I watched those people on TV who were possessed by evil spirits and they could wake up with a slap. So I tried it too. Visually, the effect is quite good. Lu Feng gave an explanation. Zhang Hao was instantly even more confused. I didn't get possessed. Zhang Hao was baffled. How can you cry like that if you haven't been possessed? I think you've been seduced. If it wasn't for me realizing it in time and giving you a slap, I reckon you'd have gone to hell by now. Lu Feng explained in a serious manner, took the drawing paper and started wiping the sleeves of his Dao robe. In just a moment, his Dao robe was almost soaked. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Lu Feng's explanation and immediately went crazy with laughter. Ah, absolutely brilliant. Worthy of being a grandmaster, beating someone and finding such a grand excuse. I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Zhang, this does not kowtow to thank the master for saving his life? Zhang, how can you be thankful for being beaten? Is there any law left? I guess the master has wanted to slap him for a long time. I'd like to smack Chang, not to mention the master. Zhang, wipe the camera, it's so blurry you can't even see it. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao wiped his face and carefully cleaned his glasses. Master, there's another little detail I didn't mention. That's. Zhang Hao lowered his voice while putting his glasses back on. The time period when the population of Dongfeng City concentrates on disappearing is not fixed every year. Maybe it's October one year and March the next. It's random every year. And this year. Zhang Hao shivered. I contacted my classmate's family on the way. This year's missing time period began 3 days ago. 7 people disappeared one after another in 3 days, all of them vaporized. Master, we're just in time for this wave. Maybe next second. We'll go missing too. Zhang Hao was filled with horror. This time, he wasn't acting, but was truly afraid. According to the records of previous years, going missing didn't care if you were a local or not. As long as the person was in Dongfeng City, even if they came from outside the city to travel, they were not safe. It's a bit interesting. Lu Feng stroked his chin. Dozens of people every year for 30 years. This is not a small number. Compared to the previous horrible tomb owner, he was simply a great benefactor. Killing hundreds of people in a few hundred years, his business ability had already been blown away. To put it bluntly, the so-called tomb owner is not even worthy of Dongfeng City's shoes. If it's really a malicious ghost. Even if it's not a ghost immortal, the Dao is definitely comparable to a ghost immortal. Lu Feng got into the spirit. This trip to Dongfeng was more of a surprise than he had imagined. This person from Dongfeng City was by no means a small fry. It might be even more terrifying than the evil ghost that was chasing him. Let's go, first go to your classmate's house and understand the specifics. Lu Feng commanded and took the duster into his hands. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Feng sat squarely in his seat, with the demeanor of a worldly superior. Zhang Hao took a look and couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Other than that, with the master in his Taoist robe holding the duster, his aura was too much stronger than when he first met him. Master, sit tight. Zhang Hao had his horsepower on full blast and drove to his destination in no time. A youth stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, guiding Zhang Hao to park. Grandmaster, he's my classmate's younger brother. Zhang Hao casually introduced him while parking the car. This was actually the viewer who provided the clues from Dongfeng City. Originally, the program team was going to give a bonus. As a result, the youth didn't want anything, and his only request was to go on camera and meet with the master. The program team couldn't argue and could only agree. Master. As soon as Lu Feng stepped out of the car, the youth greeted him. My name is Chen Wei, I'm a fan of yours. Can I take a picture with you? The youth Chen Wei took out his cell phone and was filled with excitement. Question mark. Lu Feng froze. He understood taking a photo together, but what the hell was a fan? He was a delivery man, usually not showing off. Jitterbug, Shutterbug, Weibo. All do not play. Even the WeChat circle of friends have not sunshine photos. How can a fan come up? Lu Feng couldn't figure it out. But the feeling of being chased by someone. Not bad at all. Lu Feng looked at the excited Chen Wei and couldn't help but have a marvelous feeling. No wonder those stars like to hire people at the airport and pretend to be fans waving flags. Don't say it, the feeling of being chased by a star is different. Lu Feng was happy in his heart. On the other side, Zhang Hao was scared to death. What's the situation with this Chen Wei? Come up and reveal himself? The program group didn't teach him his lines? Zhang Hao was anxious. In particular, Chen Wei even glanced at him with a bit of smugness on his face. This troper is here to pick a fight. Zhang Hao was shocked and clueless. If the master knew the truth, what would happen? Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to open his mouth to save the day, Zhang Hao saw Chen Wei add 2 more sentences. Master, my entire family is a fan of yours. Can we take a picture with my parents later as well? Chen Wei was very excited and even grabbed Lu Feng's arm. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. The whole family are fans, how can this be saved? This is 100% revealing.
The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but freeze when they saw this.
What the hell? This audience is? It's over, the program is going to be exposed. Where did he find this talent? He sold the program in 2 words. Is he really stupid, or is he doing it on purpose?
Now it's up to Zhang to save the day. I guess we can only rely on the archaeological team. Let's say that the archaeological team leaked the master's information on the social platform. I didn't realize there was a mole amongst the audience, the director's hard to kill. The second live broadcast scene. The director is going crazy. Not only was the director out of his mind, but Zhang Yuan couldn't sit still either.
Taoist Zhang, the master must be suspicious. Even if we blame it on the archaeological team. No one from the archaeology team leaked it.
Not to mention social media platforms, even the WeChat circle of friends, no one has posted anything. If the master insists on investigating to the end, to see who posted the photos indiscriminately. Even if we let the archaeological team send dynamic remedies now, when the time is not right, it's the same end.
The director was in a hurry. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything.
But judging from the movement of pinching his beard tightly, this Taoist titan was not calm.
The scene of the program. Your entire family are my fans?
Lu Feng frowned slightly, with a strong sense of curiosity and skepticism in his eyes. Zhang Hao looked shocked.
However, in the next second, Zhang Hao went from hell to heaven.
Heavenly Master Zhang, ever since my brother disappeared, my entire family has become religious. You're a master of Longhu Mountain, a living god in the world.
I've admired you for a long time.
Chen Wei became more and more excited.
Lu Feng, however, listened in awe. Heavenly Master Zhang? What's the situation? He doesn't have the surname Zhang Ah. My surname is Lu, not Zhang.
And I'm not from Longhu Mountain either. Lu Feng explained, interrupting Chen Wei's excitement.
Your surname is Lu?
This time it was Chen Wei who froze. Looking furiously at Zhang Hao, Chen Wei revealed a stunned expression.
Brother Hao, didn't you say that the one who came was a heavenly master?
Only Longhu Mountain has a heavenly master in the world. The heavenly masters of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Masters Mansion are all surnamed Zhan. How did one surnamed Lu pop up?
You can't be mistaken.
Chen Wei was full of doubts, but there were a few hints of cunning in his eyes. Now Zhang Hao understood.
His grandma, another one who added drama to himself.
Zhang Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at Lu Feng again, Zhang Hao could not hold his breath a bit.
Now the master's face was as awkward as it could be. So it was a case of mistaken identity. I said, how come I have fans?
Lu Feng muttered and shook his duster, wanting to pretend that nothing happened.
But Chen Wei was not happy. I say, what's wrong with you? I'm looking for a photo with Tianchi Zhang. What are you, a guy named Lu, messing with? Wasting my feelings? How in the world can there be a brazen person like you? Chapter 89, Black Fans? True fans. Little Zhang who was ridden in the face. Chen Wei gave a mocking output that almost didn't make Lu Feng angry. Can you blame me for recognizing the wrong person yourself? Lu Feng's face sank, and he was in a position to make a move. Chen Wei was unimpressed and even rolled his eyes. It's not like I have a picture of Tianchi Zhang, isn't it normal to recognize the wrong person? On the contrary, it's you, posing as a celestial master to deceive my feelings. You wait, I'll expose you here. So that you can't cheat people in the future. Chen Wei's cell phone disliked Lu Feng's face and went up to take a triple shot. He, the emoji bag has arrived. Chen Wei was happy in his heart. But on the surface, he still pretended to be righteously indignant. You? Lu Feng only felt a breath blocking his chest. Obviously the one who should be angry was him, but it turned out that Chen Wei was even more angry than him. Lu Feng couldn't help but have a feeling of cardiac arrest. Live streaming room. To master writing face output? I thought Lu Bu was already invincible. Whose general is this that is so brave? This is the master's black fan, isn't it? What's your ID? How dare you criticize the master? Brothers, I'm going to kill you. I want to slap him to death. The second live broadcast scene. Compared to the anger of the pop-ups, the director, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. It's okay, so it's not the program's black powder. It's master's black powder. The director was angry and amused. Zhang Yuan then didn't have a good face. Insulting the master. Coldly looking at Chen Wei in the picture, Zhang Yuan wanted to let the people from the Dao sect take action. The scene of the program. Chen Wei, no insolence. Zhang Hao hurriedly interrupted and pulled Chen Wei aside. He knew very well that the Grandmaster was not a good person. If this Tama didn't open his mouth, Chen Wei's life would be lost. Who told you that only the Heavenly Master Mansion has heavenly masters? Even though the master's surname is Lu, he's 10,000 times better than those Zhang surnamed heavenly masters. Have you heard of Xuanwu County? There's an archaeological team in that place. Zhang Hao began to popularize the matter of the ancient tombs in Xuanwu County and briefly introduced it. Chen Wei was very cooperative. From the initial disdain, to the later astonishment, to the final shock. Living God. Chen Wei knelt. Kneeling on the spot, not dragging his feet at all. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The silky smoothness of that movement, to say that it hadn't been practiced dozens of times in advance, Zhang Hao wouldn't believe it. Grandmaster, so you're an immortal. I told you, your every move carries an immortal aura, how can you be immortal? Immortal wind and Taoist bones floating out of the dust. Really is the style of an immortal, who in the world can compare? I am really blind, this mouth should be smashed. Your old man's immortal chest, don't take what you just said to heart. Chen Wei said and raised his hand, slapping himself violently. The clear slap marks fell in Lu Feng's eyes, instantly causing Lu Feng's movements to freeze. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. This is kneeling? What's going on with this kid? The horse was so arrogant just now, but in a flash, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, so he can really bend and stretch off. This slap, I've got all the strength I can muster. Where are the morals? Where is the bottom line? Can this guy be considered a human being? The master didn't even make a move, and he's on his knees. Every step of the way was unexpected, this kid is a real talent. He's even better than Chang. So is this a black fan or a true fan? Program scene. Is this ING okay? Lu Feng was suffocating. He was all set to make a move, but as a result, Chen Wei went soft. Although Chen Wei received a slap. But the slap wasn't from Lu Feng always felt that it was almost meaningful. Immortal, please save this Dongfeng city. If you don't make a move, Dongfeng city will die. Chen De cried out and kowtowed to Lu Feng again. On the main road, he kowtowed with a thud, and many passers-by cast puzzled gazes. Even some passers-by took out their cell phones, ready to take small videos. Seeing this, Lu Feng threw out his duster and blocked his face. Old Zhang, help him up. There's a lot of people here, let's go to his home first. Lu Feng ordered and went to the neighborhood first. Zhang Hao didn't move. Looking at the kowtowing Chen Wei, Zhang Hao couldn't help but sneer. Alright, don't kowtow, the masters are gone. If I had known that you were so additive to this show, the program team wouldn't have let you appear at all. Zhang Hao couldn't help but lecture. Chen Wei looked up and saw that Lu Feng had walked away before he stood up sharply. It hurts. Chen Wei rubbed his face and touched his head again, baring his teeth in pain. Zhang Hao looked at him and directly let out a paw. You deserve it. To actually dare to curse Master, aren't you afraid that Master will scrape you alive? Chen Wei sniffed and scratched his head, suddenly looking at Zhang Hao's glasses. Little Zhang, which position is the camera in? I want to say a few words to the audience. Chen Wei stared at his glasses and looked left and right, but he just couldn't see where the camera was. Just say it directly, it's all on camera. Zhang Hao returned. Oh. Chen Wei straightened his clothes and revealed a smile. Hello viewers, I'm the Grandmaster's loyal fan Chen Wei. Also I'm a person who has furthered my studies in acting and worked as a group actor in Hengdian. I've also furthered my studies in the broadcasting department, and my Mandarin is as standard as it needs to be. And I've been bold since I was a kid. Sleeping in the grave at night, picking coffins on the 7th day of the first month. It's a routine for me. I'm also particularly good in physical fitness, and I even won the whole school's 100-meter championship in high school. The more Chen Wei spoke, the more energized he became. Zhang Hao, however, was getting more and more out of sorts the more he listened. Stop. What the hell do you want to say? Zhang Hao had a dark face, always feeling that there was something in Chen Wei's words. Chen Wei sniffed and puffed out his chest. I want to say that I can be the host of the program. Little Zhang, if you can't, just retire. You can't keep up with the master at all, you're too amateurish. If I were on, the program's popularity would have skyrocketed at least tenfold. The program's effect would at least skyrocket 100-fold. Chen Wei stretched out his hand as he spoke. Leave the professional things to the professionals. Give me the glasses and charger, little Zhang, you can go. Chen Wei finished his words. Zhang Hao's eyes almost stared out. Robbing a job? Is there any law at all? The viewers in the live broadcast room directly laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha, stealing Xiao Zhang's rice bowl? How dare you? It's over. Zhang is despised to the core. Actually, it's not bad. Chang has been trying to run away for a long time. Yes, there are big grudges competing to be the host, so Zhang is just the one to get off the hook. Zhang, this guy despises my professionalism, how can I stand this? I forgot about this. Professional things should be left to professionals to do. Ha ha ha, killing people to kill them. I died laughing. But there is one thing to say, this Chen Wei is indeed more suitable than Xiao Zhang. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on it. Look at that ass kissing just now. 10 Zhangs can't catch up to 1 Chen Wei. Ha 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 ha, Zhang learns from his mistakes. On the set of the program, Zhang Hao's fists clenched, unclenched, clenched, unclenched, clenched. Chapter 90 Surveillance Dead End. Creepy Chen Wei. Don't even think about hosting. But if you want to be a master meat shield, you can be put on duty right away. Zhang Hao smiled skinlessly. Chen Wei rolled his eyes. I knew you wouldn't agree. Forget it, nothing hangs. Anyway, you'll have to hang in the next 2 days, so it's not too late for me to be on duty then. I will follow the master on the 7th day of the first month and burn paper for you together. Chen Wei bowed deeply to Zhang Hao, as if he was remembering his former colleague. Zhang Hao almost vomited blood. You? Zhang Hao pointed at Chen Wei, wanting to swear but unable to. After all, he was the host of the program. The status was here, cursing the audience would be attacked by the crowd. Zhang Hao could only suppress his irritation. I'm going to find the master. Zhang Hao didn't want to bother with Chen Wei anymore. Wait, allow me to say one more thing to the audience. Chen Wei pulled Zhang Hao back. Viewers, you may be curious about my ID in the live broadcast room. If Xiao Zhang can leave Dongfeng City alive, I'll eat upside down. Chen Wei let go of Zhang Hao and went after Lu Feng. Zhang Hao immediately had a black line on his face. What the hell is this? The audience in the live broadcast room, however, came to a realization. This is the eating brother? Martyr, no wonder it's so uncouth, so it's that second pen. He owes a lot of, when will he make up for it? He's been cheating and cheating all day, but he's still on the show. Doesn't he want to be a host? As long as he eats the he owes, I'm all for it. If he's so brave, I'll support him as a host. Then what are you waiting for? Director, call Xiao Zhang quickly. Let Xiao Zhang supervise the eating brother to eat live. The second live broadcast. The director looked at the screen full of eating pop-ups and felt that he couldn't have this live broadcast. If I had known that Chen Wei was so extreme, I shouldn't have let Master go to Dongfeng City. The director regretted so much. Zhang Youhan, however, shook his head. Director Yen, that's not right. Chen Wei is a tease, but the people of Dongfeng City are innocent. More than 40 people die every year, the situation is extremely serious. If Master doesn't go, I don't know how many more people will lose their lives this year. That's why it's good for Master to go. Even if you chose the other 2 places, I would still let the Grandmaster go to Dongfeng City first. Zhang Youhan had a serious face. Although the other 2 places also had bizarre incidents, they were far worse compared to Dongfeng City. One was a bathing center and the other was. Daoist Zhang taught me a lesson, I was too vicarious in my personal feelings. The director revealed a taut expression. The scene of the program. Chen Wei ran into the gate of the neighborhood and saw that Lu Feng was nowhere to be found. Master has disappeared? Chen Wei was a bit confused. Immediately after that, he received a hard kick on his butt. Falling on the spot, Chen Wei turned around in annoyance. Lu Feng shook off his duster and stood back as if nothing had happened. Do not say, after kicking this kick, Lu Feng feels much more comfortable. It is true that the breath held in his chest can only be relieved if he does it himself. Master kicked well. One kick from an immortal, sesame seeds blossom. This is saying that my Chen family is going to be rich. Many thanks to Master for the kick. Chen Wei playfully stood up and pouted. Master, do you want to reward me with 2 more kicks? Chen Wei was filled with anticipation. Chen Wei, you kid is really talented if you don't become an interpreter. Lu Feng was truly unconvinced. This Chen Wei's horse's S words come out with his mouth open, it's a pity that he doesn't work as a dog's leg. Master! Zhang Hao chased after him. Seeing a shoe print on Chen Wei's butt, Zhang Hao was instantly happy. This is a beating from Master. Serves you right. Zhang Hao let out a yuck in his heart. Looking towards Lu Feng, Zhang Hao couldn't help but propose. Master, let's eat first. Dongfeng City is so big, it's not that simple to investigate. Let's eat first and then investigate all night. I basically know everything about my classmates, so I don't need Chen Wei to follow. Zhang Hao decided to leave Chen Wei behind to save seeing the disturbance. Good. Lu Feng agreed without even thinking. Because he was also disturbed by looking at Chen Wei. Don't. Chen Wei was anxious. Master, you want to eat? I know a place, pack your satisfaction. By the way, the day my brother disappeared, I followed the police to check the surveillance. Chen Wei went straight to the point, demonstrating his value. Surveillance? Any clues? Lu Feng's interest was piqued. Zhang Hao also revealed a curious look as the director didn't talk to him about the specific details. There are clues, but there are no clues. My brother disappeared inside the neighborhood, do you dare to believe it? Chen Wei was caught up in his memories. That night, he went downstairs to throw out the garbage and smoked another cigarette. After skulking around the neighborhood for a while, my brother went to a surveillance dead end. He hasn't been seen since then. The key to that dead center has surveillance before and after. No matter which side my brother goes to, as long as he leaves the dead corner, he will immediately be caught on camera. But no, nothing. It's as if my brother stayed in that dead corner forever. Chen Wei was a little confused. This was not something that science could explain. For him, who grew up not believing in ghosts and gods, this hit him very hard at first. He turned to Taoism and believed in the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain because of this incident. But again, he had never seen a deity or a high-ranking person with Taoist skills. This put him in another kind of confusion. Was science fake, or were the immortals fake? Or were both fake? It wasn't until Lu Feng's appearance that Chen Wei found a new direction. Whether science was fake or not was not to be said first. The immortals were really there. Master, you must find that evil spirit. Avenge my brother, and those innocent people who died. Chen Wei clenched his fists, in a rare moment of seriousness. Lu Feng nodded at his words. Take me to that surveillance dead zone to take a look. Good. Chen Wei agreed and led the way ahead. When a small wigwam appeared in front of him, Lu Feng couldn't help but survey the surroundings. The wigwam was not high, yet it was enough to block the surrounding surveillance. And not far behind the wigwam was the fence of the neighborhood. Zhang Hao also noticed the fence. Chen Wei, could your brother have jumped out of the wall? Zhang Hao asked. Chen Wei immediately shook his head. There's surveillance on the road outside. I checked the video footage from the whole night. No one went out over the wall at all. Chen Wei walked behind the wigwam and probed at Lu Feng. Master, my brother disappeared behind the wigwam. The time was more than 8 o'clock, and there were a lot of walkers passing by. There were also some children who had run behind the wigwam. But none of them have seen my brother. Chen Wei said everything that needed to be said. Zhang Hao looked at the wigwam in front of him and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable thrill. People were missing here. Could it be because... Zhang Hao suddenly saw Chen Wei looking at him. With a weird smile at the corner of his mouth, Chen Wei revealed a bloodthirsty expression. It was as if he had seen his prey. Chapter 91 No Reception for Taoist Priests? Xiao Shang, what master? Don't recognize. Zhang Hao's face went white and he almost sat on his butt. Ghost. Ghost. Master, Chen Wei is a ghost. Zhang Hao pointed at Chen Wei behind the wigwam, only to feel a wave of cool air rush straight to his head. Chen Wei almost didn't die laughing. Brother Hao, you're too timid. I'm joking with you, see how scared you are. Chen Wei did not hide the ridicule on his face, trying to further prove that Zhang Hao was unprofessional. Zhang Hao came back to his senses, and his face was a little embarrassed. Treadmill's bullying was too much. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? I'm not in the mood to joke with you, I just want to find out the truth as soon as possible. Zhang Hao snorted coldly and looked at Lu Feng. Master, I have a guess, I suspect. It's this fake mountain that's doing the trick. It's the fake mountain that ate Chen Wei's brother. Zhang Hao's words fell. Chen Wei immediately jumped 3 feet high. Quickly pulling away from the fake mountain, Chen Wei's face went white. People disappeared behind the wigwam, and the wigwam did have a great deal of suspicion. Chen Wei looked at the wigwam in front of him again and couldn't help but be alarmed. There were ghosts in this world, and it was not uncommon for stones to become spirits. Since his brother's disappearance, he had come to the wigwam many times to investigate. Sometimes even coming alone. Now that he thought about it, Chen Wei couldn't help but feel a thrilling sense of pulling with death. Egu, what are you doing, little Chen? I'm scaring you for fun. Do you really think the stone has become a spirit? Laugh me to death. Zhang Hao laughed out loud. Chen Wei's expression was stunned, but he didn't completely relax. Until Lu Feng spoke. So many people go missing in Dongfeng City every year. If it's really the fake mountain that's causing the havoc, the others should have arrived here to be eaten. But those missing people shouldn't have disappeared here, right? Lu Feng nudged Chen Wei awake. Only then did Chen Wei breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao's heart straightened at the sight. In front also said that he is bold. What sleeps in the grave at night? Hopefully, it's all about blowing awesome. Zhang Hao secretly despised. Who wouldn't know how to brag? He also said that he was a sworn brother to the king of hell. Master, let's go eat first. Xiao Chen, where is the restaurant you mentioned? If it's not good, I'll take you up on it. Zhang Hao stirred his nose and decided to teach Chen Wei how to behave. Chen Wei didn't care, just compensated Lu Feng with a smile. The restaurant is not far from here, let's walk and talk. Chen Wei once again led the way. That restaurant is called Dongqing Story. It's been open in Dongfeng for decades. The flavor of that food is nothing to write home about. The state banquet can't even catch up. Every year during the peak tourist season, that place is overcrowded. No, it's just that during normal times, that place often fails to find a table. Knowing that master is coming, I made a reservation at noon. Otherwise it's not really possible to eat. Chen Wei spoke with gusto. Zhang Hao, however, straightened his mouth. The state banquet can't even catch up. You're blowing this awesomeness out of proportion. Zhang Hao mocked nonchalantly. Brother Hao, you can insult me, but you can't insult this restaurant. This is my Dongfeng City signboard. Chen Wei and Zhang Hao quarreled. All the way to the entrance of the restaurant, neither of them had the intention to stop. Lu Feng surveyed the restaurant in front of him. The store was opened in the downtown area, next to the biggest shopping mall in Dongfeng. The decoration is on the side of the ancient style, 2 floors above ground. At first glance it is like going to an ancient restaurant. The welcoming young lady at the door was wearing a cheongsam, revealing her snow-white long legs. Zhang Hao glanced over and immediately stopped arguing with Chen Wei. With his line of sight like a radar, Zhang Hao kept scanning over the welcoming young lady. Big boobs and ass, thin waist and long legs. Full marks. Zhang Hao nodded in his heart. It seems like this store is really good. The young ladies at the door are all crowned, so the dishes they make must be a hit as well. Zhang Hao's attitude made a 180-degree turn. Nonsense, my Dongfeng's signature, how can it be worse? Chen Wei looked at Zhang Hao with contempt. Looking at Lu Feng again, Chen Wei saw that this master, his line of sight did not even look towards the welcoming side. Brother Hao, look at the master and then look at you. Can you have some quality? Look at a beautiful woman and can't walk. Wipe the haram from the corners of your mouth first. Chen Wei made a pleased gesture after saying that, inviting Lu Feng to enter the store. But the welcoming young lady at the door stopped it slightly. Sorry, today is already full. May I ask if the few honored guests have a reservation? The welcoming lady wore a professional smile, her voice soft and moving. Sweeping her eyes over Lu Feng's trio, the welcoming young lady couldn't help but look at Lu Feng a few more times. It couldn't be helped, that Taoist robe was too eye-catching. She had been a welcome guest here for a few years and it was the first time she had encountered a Taoist priest. Chen Wei hurriedly said about the reservation. Only then did the welcoming lady turn around and lead the three of them towards the inside of the restaurant. It's not a holiday that's fully booked, it seems like this store is really good. Lu Feng complimented while surveying the environment inside the store. Chen Wei was instantly filled with honor. To be complimented by a master, he felt as if smoke was rising from his ancestors' graves. Ding bell. A crisp sound rang out. Lu Feng subconsciously looked and saw that it was the wind chime by the aisle ringing. Master, you must try the signature dishes here. The 8 main dishes crown the world. You'll be so impressed that you'll settle in Dongfeng City on the spot. Chen Wei talked vigorously and made his way to the counter. After verifying the reservation information, the receptionist took Lu Feng's trio and went to the table booked on the second floor. Wait. A voice came, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Lu Feng turned around to look. He only saw a middle-aged man with a blossoming body, dressed in the costume of an ancient shopkeeper, chasing him all the way to the stairs. East City Stories doesn't receive Taoist priests, so please go back to the 3 of you. The middle-aged man's tone was still polite, but what he said was not polite at all. Lu Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Do not receive Taoist priests. What kind of rule is this? Lu Feng was a bit surprised. It was Chen Wei who was also full of confusion. He hadn't heard that East City Stories didn't receive Taoist priests up. The middle-aged man saw this and was a bit embarrassed, but eventually spoke. Actually, it's not a hidden secret, it's mainly a taboo for the owner. When the hotel opened for a big year, a Taoist priest came here to eat. As a result, after eating nonetheless do not give money, but also said that this place feng shui is not good, the opening of the store will lose money. The only way to get good luck is to pay a lot of money for the ghostly talisman in his hand. The owner of the store at the time, or the father of the current owner. When the old man saw this kind of bad luck, he had the Taoist priest beaten out on the spot. As a result, the Taoist priest wouldn't relent and came to scold him every day. In the end, the old master gave the Taoist priest a sum of money, and only then did the Taoist priest not come to cause trouble. Since then, there's been an unwritten rule in the store. Whenever a Taoist priest comes to the door, the store will not receive him. Because the Taoist priests are few and far between, only a handful of them over the decades. So not many people know this rule. The middle-aged man patiently explained. Once Lu Feng heard that was the case, he couldn't help but be happy. People are having a great opening and you go to say bad luck. Not beaten or sorry for that mouth. As a result, you also come to scold every day. It's not hard to understand that the store can have this kind of rule. Actually, I'm a delivery man, not a Taoist priest, and the Taoist robe is worn casually for fun. Lu Feng took off his Taoist robe. Can we eat now? Lu Feng was ready to continue upstairs. But the middle-aged man didn't dare to agree. Taoist master, you think I'm a little cutie. Is that so? If you take off your Taoist robe, you're not a Taoist priest. Then the store's rules are just for show. Trouble the 3 of you to hurry up and leave, don't make it difficult for me. The middle-aged man's face had pulled down by the end of his words. It was often said that one should be courteous before one should be aggressive. If these 3 people still didn't leave, he was going to call security. Dude, you take it easy. Zhang Hao pulled the middle-aged man back. I have a question, are all your waiters here as well as the greeters at the door? The middle-aged man was stunned at his words, and then he nodded. Zhang Hao immediately pursued, dressed that well too? The middle-aged man nodded his head once again. Chongsams were the standard for their store's waiters. In that case, Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed and pointed at Chen Wei. Little Chan and I are not Taoist priests. The 2 of us alone will eat here, and the remaining one will go home. Do you think it's okay? The middle-aged man sniffed and thought. Can. Chapter 92. This restaurant is not right. Messing with the hosts. Lu Feng walked out of the restaurant with a black face. The wind chime's voice was still in his ears. Master. Zhang Hao chased after him. You said that your old man can't eat here, why do you still have to let me and Xiao Chen go? Just now, that person has said that he can let Xiao Chen and I stay. Zhang Hao was regretful, and his eyes went straight to the welcoming young lady. To be honest, he hadn't really seen a hotel attendant wearing a cheongsam. With those long legs dangling in front of his eyes, eating was energizing. Brother Ho, I didn't say to stay. I'll go wherever master goes. If you want to eat, go eat by yourself. Chen Wei also followed out, but also turned back to Pu. Eyes that don't recognize him, Natai, living gods don't even receive. Waiting to go out of business. Chen Wei cursed. But Lu Feng suddenly looked back. Something's not right. Lu Feng's mind moved and he couldn't help but change his mind. Old Zhang, you and Chen Wei go back. Since we made an appointment, we can't waste it. Also, Lu Feng whispered into Zhang Hao's ear. Zhang Hao slowly widened his eyes. Chen Wei on the side looked at him with a question mark on his face. When Zhang Hao pulled him back to the restaurant, Chen Wei couldn't help himself. What did master say? Zhang Hao sniffed and shook his head. Don't you care, just follow along. The two men re-entered the counter. The middle-aged man hadn't left yet, and when he saw that Lu Feng wasn't following, he didn't worry about it. Little Wang, take your guest upstairs. The middle-aged man greeted. Zhang Hao, however, thumped in his heart. It should be a coincidence. Zhang Hao's heartbeat began to accelerate. Coming to the second floor. When Chen Wei ordered his food, Zhang Hao dismissed the waiter. Seeing that no one was nearby for a few meters, Zhang Hao couldn't help but narrate. Audience members, to be honest, I'm a bit flustered right now. Just now, at the entrance of the store, the Grandmaster whispered something. Everyone might have missed it, so I'll repeat it here. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, easing his nervousness. Chen Wei, on the other hand, perked up his ears, his face filled with curiosity. Master said. There's something odd about this store. On the way from the entrance to the counter, there is a wind chime. When we passed by earlier, the wind chime rang, I believe everyone heard it. But there's no wind in the store. Zhang Hao's words immediately caused Chen Wei to be startled. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also startled. There's no wind? Wind chime, how can it ring without wind? This place is haunted. Wind chimes ring without wind, and they don't let Taoist priests in. This store is really weird. Is it true what the Taoist priest said on the opening day, that the feng shui here is bad, and that's why it's haunted? Don't tell me, it's possible. Brothers, it doesn't have to be a ghost, it could be the wind from walking that makes the wind chimes ring. That's right. This store is so popular, how could a ghost dare to come here? It should be the master who overthinks. The scene of the program. Although Zhang Hao couldn't see the pop-ups, he could think of what they were saying. This was because the same doubt had arisen in him when the Grandmaster told him. Viewers, you might think that the Grandmaster is making a big deal out of it. After all, a wind chime isn't big, and perhaps the wind brought up by a person's walk can make it ring. But things are different from what you guys think. Zhang Hao became somewhat alarmed. Chen Wei looked at Zhang Hao's expression from the side and couldn't help but be infected as well. Xiao Zhang, you don't want to sell the story, quickly say it. Martyr, I don't even want to eat here anymore. Chen Wei complained twice. Zhang Hao sniffed and glared at Chen Wei. This guy was so damn good at destroying the atmosphere. Don't argue, I'm not talking here. To say that the wind chimes are ringing because of the wind brought up by walking. The two of us came back this trip, but there's no movement at all. Xiao Chen, did you not realize? That wind chime. It only rings when the master walks by. Zhang Hao looked at Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately had a creepy feeling. It only rings when a master walks by. This can't be an alarm. Chen Wei remembered the middle-aged man. That guy wasn't at the front desk. How did he know that a Taoist priest had come to the store? Rushing here in a hurry, it was obvious that he had identified his target long ago. This was rushing towards the Grandmaster. The viewers in the live broadcast room also stopped arguing. The situation was now established that this store was 100% problematic. Old Zhang, run. This place is not right, and the master is not around. I'm afraid we'll both die here. Chen Wei was very crisis conscious and said that he stood up. Zhang Hao hurriedly gave a pull. There were several waiters on standby on the second floor, and someone was already looking this way. Sit down. Are you stupid? If a customer of this store dies here, it'll be news in the morning. How can it still be so red hot? Zhang Hao lectured up in a good-natured manner. Only then did Chen Wei feel relieved in his heart. But Zhang Hao's words changed. Although this store is odd, there shouldn't be any connection to the missing population in Dongfeng City. It could be that the store enshrines some kind of child to bless the wealth. That's why Taoist priests are banned from entering. So as not to encounter a high-ranking person and confiscate the tools for wealth accumulation. Zhang Hao analyzed the situation. Chen Wei instantly relaxed even more. What was there to be afraid of in a fortune-gathering brat? Alright, old Zhang, don't analyze it. Half the time it's just raising little ghosts. People are just looking for wealth, let's not worry about it. It's better to think about my brother's business first. Chen Wei sidetracked the topic. Zhang Hao, however, was a bit eager to try. Although the probability was that the hotel was feeding the little ghosts, the evil way was still the evil way. This was his first independent investigation. If he could destroy an evil hotel, it would be a real achievement. In the future, he won't be a useless follower in the history books. Rather, he was a veritable master's assistant. Let's eat first. After we finish eating, we'll end this store. That's right, you'll wear my glasses later. Film all of my heroic stance in exposing the store's true colors. This is a documentary that can go down in history. Zhang Hao was filled with excitement. Shan Wei looked speechless. Just a harmless fortune-seeking brat, is there a need to be so excited? What a lack of talent. Shan Wei despised in his heart. Live stream. Offerings to a little ghost to attract wealth? So evil? Little Zhang, who is a cow, as soon as he comes in, he wants to smash people's rice bowls. The shopkeeper drove away the wrong person. Zhang is the one who shouldn't have come in. Don't tell me, the master really doesn't see this kind of brat. Shen Wei said the food here is very good, so why bother to feed the ghosts? Indeed, the food is good, not to mention the environment here is also good. Maybe the owner is superstitious? Chapter 93 Master Save Me. Look, here's the camera. Zhang Hao took off his glasses and taught Shen Wei how to use it. When Shen Wei was almost done learning, Zhang Hao handed over the Bluetooth headset again. The headset is connected to the communication on the glasses, so you can contact the program team at any time. As Zhang Hao spoke, the first dish was served. Bibbo Swimming Dragon, please enjoy your meal, both of you. The waiter wore a smile and retreated after reporting the name of the dish. Bibbo Swimming Dragon? Zhang Hao focused on the dishes. He and Shen Wei ordered 4 dishes and 1 soup, totaling 1888. The names of those dishes looked cloudy to him and he had absolutely no idea what they were. Isn't this just fish? Where is the swimming dragon from? Zhang Hao spat out. Little Zhang, what you're saying is, there's a wife and a wife cake? There's a husband and wife lung slices? This is the ancient method of steaming grouper. Bibbo Swimming Dragon. You still really want people to get you a dragon? Okay, quickly taste it. Shen Wei put on his glasses and urged Zhang Hao to move his chopsticks. Zhang Hao skimmed his mouth and carelessly picked up a chopstick. Zhang Hao's eyes instantly widened. An unspeakable flavor exploded in his mouth. Zhang Hao almost bit his tongue. How's the flavor? Shen Wei smiled faintly. Zhang Hao couldn't be bothered to answer, pulling over the plate and devouring it. A grouper was devoured by Zhang Hao in less than 3 minutes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still waiters watching from the second floor, Zhang Hao would have wanted to lick the plate. Host Zhang, this 1888 4 dishes and 1 soup set meal, is it worth it? Shen Wei had a self-satisfied look on his face. Although Zhang Hao was not pleased with Shen Wei's dejection, he still gave a thumbs up. 1888, this dish alone is worth 1888. This store is still selling cheaply. If I were the owner, I would directly start at 10,000. Zhang Hao's eyes were glowing, staring straight at the place where the dishes were being passed around. Shen Wei was not surprised. The first time he came here, he was even more exaggerated than Zhang Hao. It wasn't long before the rest of the dishes were served. Dragon and Phoenix vibrate their wings, waist is full of money, rich and powerful, and blessed as the East Sea. Zhang Hao was eating so happily that he couldn't care less about the audience. Instead, it was Chun Wei who was calm and collected himself and took over the task of narrating. Audience, let me introduce these dishes. Forget about the grouper, it's already been eaten up by Xiao Zhang. Dragon and Phoenix vibrating shark's fin is original cup chicken tonkatsu shark's fin, and wasteful is fried cashew flour. Fortune is roast duck, and fortune is seafood soup. That's right, they're all meat dishes. Actually, this restaurant is good at meat dishes, and the vegetarian dishes are very average. I ordered vegetarian food once, and it was really expensive and tasteless. It's no different from street stalls, it's purely a pit for big complainers. But the meat dishes are worth a lot more, you can't forget it once in your life. Shen Wei said that he couldn't help himself, and Zhang Hao grabbed the food. 4 dishes and 1 soup were swept away by the 2. Zhang Hao cupped his bulging stomach and paralyzed on the chair with a satisfied face. Shen Wei couldn't help but knock on the table when he saw this. Don't check on any brats. If you really put this store out of business, where will you go to eat such delicious food in the future? Zhang Hao branched out at once after hearing this. One size fits all, just because the food is delicious doesn't mean it's right to raise ghosts. Go to the first floor. Let's see where this little ghost is being offered. Zhang Hao energetically left his seat. Shen Wei looked at him with an egg on his face, but he could only follow. When he met the waiter, Zhang Hao excused himself by saying that he had eaten too much and wanted to take a walk, leading Shen Wei to wander around the first floor. Nowadays, there weren't too many customers in the store, so it was easy for Zhang Hao to get a glimpse of the whole place. But no matter how much he searched, he just couldn't find the place where the offerings were made. It's not in the front, is it in the back kitchen? Zhang Hao had an idea and was ready to go to the back kitchen to take a look. Shen Wei immediately gave a stop. Big brother, wake up. Is the back kitchen something you can just enter? Not to mention the hygiene problems you might cause.
Just for the fact that the recipes are not publicized, there's no way they'd let you in to observe. Chen Wei tugged Zhang Hao to death, fearing that Zhang Hao would cause trouble. Zhang Hao, however, rolled his eyes.
If he says he won't let you in, he won't let you in. You won't sneak in? When there are more people and they get busy, we'll find a chance to go to the back kitchen. Lu Feng found a milk tea store in the mall, and a cup of milk tea froze for 2 hours. These two guys, how come they eat so slowly? Lu Feng couldn't stand it anymore and called Zhang Hao. Hello? Master, later, I'm about to go to the back kitchen. Zhang Hao hung up after saying that. Lu Feng was speechless. After refilling another cup of milk tea, Lu Feng opened King. He felt that without 3 or 4 hours, Zhang Hao wouldn't be able to come out. East City Stories. Zhang Hao brought Chen Wei and managed to sneak into the back kitchen. The back kitchen was huge, and every single person was busy. Zhang Hao took a general look and did not find any offerings. You too, what brings you to the back kitchen? A familiar voice rang out. Zhang Hao turned his head to see the middle-aged man who had driven people away earlier, standing on the side with a smile on his face. Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless. Chen Wei's heart fluttered and he covered his stomach. I suspect that your ingredients are unhygienic, and eating them gave me a stomachache. Chen Wei frowned, revealing an expression of hatred. Your store is the signature of Dongfeng City. I'm a local, so it's fine if I eat a bad stomach. If a visitor from out of town eats a bad stomach, how do you want people to look at our Dongfeng City? I demand to check your ingredients. If it's not fresh, you have to rectify it immediately. Don't force me to make a report call. Chen Wei was so excited to speak that he was directly about to inspect the back kitchen. The middle-aged man listened in disbelief. Eat bad stomach. Impossible. The ingredients were all personally inspected by him, it was impossible that they weren't fresh. Sir, the ingredients in our store are all freshly killed and slaughtered. If you don't believe me, I'll show you, there's absolutely no hygiene problem. The middle-aged man took the initiative to lead the way through the back kitchen to the warehouse at the back. The strong smell of blood hit his nose. The warehouse was also busy. All kinds of chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, dogs, sheep. It can be said that there are all kinds of things. The plucking of hair, the slaughtering of hair, the entire warehouse was busier than the back kitchen. The environment is quite clean. Zhang Hao secretly nodded his head and continued to look for the offerings. Little Zhang, look. That dog actually wears glasses. Chen Wei looked as if he had discovered a new continent, amazement written all over his face. In a cage, a large black dog lay on its back, actually wearing a pair of gold-rimmed eyeglasses. Seeing Chen Wei notice himself, the big black dog fiercely got up and yelled. Woof woof. The big black dog barked incessantly, its paws constantly picking at the cage. Chen Wei was startled and didn't dare to come closer. Why is this dog so fierce? Chen Wei spat out. Zhang Hao deeply agreed. The middle-aged man in the back quietly closed the warehouse door. Chapter 90 for the shocking truth. What does it mean to be able to bend and bend? Master, these two are not right. Should we take them in? The middle-aged man looked upwards with an extremely respectful demeanor. Zhang Hao and Chen Wei looked stunned. The big black dog, which had been barking incessantly, also instantly quieted down. Lying down in the cage with its tail between its legs, the big black dog shivered. Master? Zhang Hao subconsciously raised his head and looked to where the middle-aged man was looking. However, the light was too blinding, making it impossible for him to see the situation above. The other slaughterers had also put down their hands. A line of sight fell on Zhang Hao, instantly causing him to shiver. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but tense up when they saw this scene. Black shop. Little Zhang and the eating brother are still not running? How can they run? The 6 or 7 people are holding kitchen knives, not burning sticks. A black Hui firefight. Are Chang and his eating brother going to get chopped to death? This is a horse. Instead of being killed by a master, they died in a black store. The second live broadcast scene. The director's face was tense. If the host is hacked to death in the warehouse, then the fun will be great. Even if they don't get hacked to death. Beaten with missing arms and legs, it is not a small matter. Zhang Yohan also hurriedly instructed his disciples to go to the rescue of the Taoist disciples in Dongfeng City. But in the next second, the two were stunned in place. The scene of the program. A dark shadow descended from the sky. Zhang Hao fixed his eyes on it and saw that it was a black-robed Taoist. Aged in his 30s, he had long hair that was wantonly draped over his head, and he wore a goatee that was a bit unkempt. The black robe was tattooed with Yin and Yang Taiji, indicating the identity of the Taoist. As the black-robed Taoist appeared, everyone around him knelt down. Greetings to the immortal master. Greetings, master. The originally noisy poultry and livestock in the cages were also silenced and trembled, not daring to move. Hurry up. Seeing that the opportunity was not right, Chen Wei took advantage of the middle-aged man kneeling down and dashed towards the gate. By the time Zhang Hao reacted, Chen Wei had already reached the front door. Reaching out to open the door, Chen Wei's body suddenly shook. Something was pressed against his back. A coolness surged through his body, and Chen Wei suddenly realized that his vision had changed. Rapidly becoming shorter, Chen Wei only felt the sky spinning before his eyes. Little Chen. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. A big living person, actually in just a few seconds, turned into a big yellow dog. Chen Wei hadn't yet realized the change in himself. The feeling of landing on all four limbs made his heart feel strange. It wasn't until he opened his mouth and tried to call out Xiao Zhang. Woof woof. Chen Wei looked stunned, and then he was creeped out. He couldn't even speak? Chen Wei's hairs exploded all over his body. Looking down, as his glasses fell to the ground, Chen Wei also saw his dog's paw. How did this happen? Chen Wei kept jumping around, his clothes falling all over the place. But no matter how hard it was for him to accept, he had to recognize a fact. He had truly turned into a dog. Lock it up. The black-robed Taoist casually commanded. The middle-aged man immediately acted and grabbed the back of Chen Wei's neck collar. Woof woof woof. Chen Wei struggled violently and tried to bite back at the middle-aged man. Humph. The black-robed Taoist let out a cold snort. Chen Wei immediately felt a chill that surged from his back into his limbs and bones. It actually made him unable to move the slightest bit more. Honest? The middle-aged man revealed a sneer, picking up his glasses in the process. You can't lose these glasses. Although you are livestock to be slaughtered. But our store is very humane and will not deprive you of your dignity as a human being. Wear it well. It can always remind you that once you were a human being, not a dog. So that when you are slaughtered, you will be more fearful and resentful. Your soul after death will also be more delicious, and master will be happy to eat it. By the end of the middle-aged man's words, the sneer had turned into a sardonic smile. Walking over to a large empty cage, the middle-aged man threw Chen Wei in. Little Chen. Zhang Hao was shocked and angry. There was also unspeakable fear at the same time. Ingredients. The ingredients in this store were actually people. The livestock in the cages around them were all human transformations. That big black dog barking at them was not being mean to them, but was asking for help. Unfortunately, he and Chen Weiming were too late. Or rather, from the moment they entered the warehouse, he and Chen Wei could not escape. Seeing the middle-aged man looking at him, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shiver. Is that? You guys still short of pig killers? I used to work in a slaughterhouse. Live streaming room. Man turns into dog? What kind of sorcery is this? What kind of demonic magic is this? What kind of demonic magic is this? So all the poultry and livestock around us are human beings? That little Zhang and his eating brother eat vegetables. They eat human flesh. No wonder this restaurant only has good meat dishes, so it's cannibalism. Nima. I'm out of here, guys. It's too scary. I'm on night study, I don't even dare to go to the toilet. TMD, is the live broadcast so explosive at night? Quickly go and ask the master to come over and take away this evil path. The second live broadcast scene. The director's face was filled with horror. Zhang Taoist, what kind of demonic magic is this? Turning people into animals and then making them into dishes. Could it be that all those people who disappeared from Dongfeng City are in this store? The more the director spoke, the more horrified he became. Being made into a dish and served on the table for people to feast on, this was even more terrifying than having a severe ghost kill them. Zhang Yohan looked grave and uttered two words, making animals. What? The director kind of didn't get it. The assistant director was quick to see the opportunity and immediately plugged the sound into the live broadcast. Zhang Yohan also began a detailed explanation. Director Yen, this is a type of sorcery called animal creation. As the name suggests, it's turning people into livestock. There are many ways to create livestock, such as peeling off the skin of a sheep and draping it over a person with blood, and the person will turn into a sheep. Or refining pills, disguised as scented bait, and tricking people into eating them can also turn them into livestock. This is the method used by people with low Taoist skill. And for the black-robed Taoist to use only one talisman to turn someone into a dog, he obviously has extremely high Tao skill. This person should be able to use the Jasper Gourd to collect it. But the Jasper Gourd is in Longhu Mountain, it's too late for anything once it comes and goes. For today's solution, the only way is to ask the Grandmaster to come out and get rid of this demonic path as fast as possible. Otherwise, every second of delay could result in the death of one more innocent person. 90% probability of the people who have gone missing in Dongfeng City over the decades are in this store. These livestock we saw in the warehouse are all people. Chapter 95, Xiao Zhang has really become a dog. The eager system. You've killed a pig? The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Hao with a leathery smile. Zhang Hao desperately nodded his head. Good, there happens to be a pig here, go slaughter it. The middle-aged man eyed a staff member. A pig-killing knife was thrown at Lu Feng's feet. Kill, kill, kill. Kill a pig? Zhang Hao was shocked. It would be fine if he really killed a pig, but this pig was a human transformation.
He was just trying to stall for time, waiting for the people from the program to notify the master and come to save him and Chen Wei.
How could he really go as an executioner? Why don't we wait?
It's not like the guests are ordering pork now, so it won't be fresh if we kill it. Zhang Hao revealed a smile that was worse than tears.
What answered Zhang Hao was a paper talisman that was instantly affixed to his head.
Weird symbols were branded into the flesh and blood. Zhang Hao only felt a chill that quickly surged through his entire body from his brain.
Don't! I woof woof.
Zhang Hao landed on all fours, and the sound he made had turned into a dog's bark.
In less than 3 seconds, he had become a big white dog.
Zhang Hao finally experienced what Chen Wei felt. Unspeakable fear rose in his heart. Zhang Hao looked around, and the slaughtered livestock continued to impact his mind. Perhaps the next second, he would be on the slab as well.
Woof woof woof.
Zhang Hao screamed at the black-robed Taoist. He wanted to beg the black-robed Taoist to give him another chance. But as soon as the words left his mouth, they all became barks.
Dare to bark at master, how dare you? The middle-aged man walked over and went up with a kick.
Zhang Hao was kicked several meters away, baring his teeth and whimpering in pain.
Chen Wei in the cage couldn't help but be shocked and anxious when he saw this scene.
Nay, he couldn't save Zhang Hao as he was unable to protect himself right now.
Lock them all up. If any guests order dog meat, start with the 2 of them first. The black-robed Taoist commanded. Chen Wei and Zhang Hao were instantly dumbfounded.
The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be dumbfounded as well when they heard these words.
Good fellow, start with little Zhang first? Kill Xiao Zhang and the eating brother first. This isn't going to hang right away?
Finished family members, the host this time really rest pussy.
I didn't expect the prophecy to come true. Zhang is really going to die in Dongfeng City. Where's the master? Why isn't he here yet? He can't be here that soon, can he? I guess the show's crew hasn't even found the master yet. It's killing me. The program site. Bang!
A vigorous kick to the door attracted everyone's attention.
The middle-aged man turned around and couldn't help but freeze.
He felt that the person at the door looked a bit familiar.
It's you! The middle-aged man recognized it. It was the Taoist priest from earlier.
Only the Taoist robe was off, no longer as eye-catching as earlier.
Woof 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 woof.
Zhang Hao got excited and ran towards Lu Feng. Chen Wei was also so excited that he burst into tears.
It's saved! It's saved! Chen Wei couldn't help but feel like he had escaped from death. Bang! Lu Feng kicked Zhang Hao. Letting a dog bite? Your hotel is very wild.
Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, not putting the evil dog in his eyes at all.
Ah, this! Chen Wei instantly clammed up.
The audience in the live broadcast room also froze.
Xiao Zhang took off again. This kick is harder than the middle-aged man in Tama.
Xiao Zhang is going to cry. Thought the savior is coming, who knows the hit is even harder.
Xiao Zhang, master. I'm Xia Yuha of Daming Leka. I can't help it. Xiao Zhang is so miserable.
I'm going to write the word miserable on his face.
The master is awesome. He came up here and ed his own people.
The second live broadcast scene.
The director looked at the live feed and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth.
Good guy, Zhang Hao didn't get hurt much at the Demon Road, but he fell into the master's hands first? Taoist Zhang, I feel that the Grandmaster should cultivate his heavenly eyes.
Otherwise, I'm afraid the demonic path is not dead. Little Zhang will hang first. The scene of the program.
Lu Feng had his hand behind his back, holding an ancient coin in his palm. Roughly scanning the warehouse, Lu Feng's gaze landed on the black-robed Taoist. Old Zhang and Chen Wei don't know how the situation is, they can't tear their faces off yet.
Then, let's be polite first.
Lu Feng's mind was set and a smile appeared on his face.
This fellow Taoist, that wind chime. In front is your masterpiece, right? Lu Feng's tone slowed down, not revealing any hostility. Master, he is a Taoist priest. The wind chime warning earlier was because he entered the store.
The middle-aged man quickly explained.
Hearing this, the black-robed Taoist could not help but take a closer look at Lu Feng.
But no matter how he looked at it, this so-called Taoist in front of him was just an ordinary mortal.
Plain and unremarkable, unimpressive. Are you sure it was him who triggered the wind chime?
The black-robed Taoist frowned.
Sure. Master, he's in league with those two just now. He's the one who triggered the wind chimes. The middle-aged man gave an affirmative answer. The black-robed Taoist's frown deepened. This is a mere mortal. How could he possibly have triggered the wind chime? Could the wind chime be broken? The black-robed Taoist couldn't figure it out.
And when Lu Feng heard the middle-aged man's words, he couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart.
Just now those two people. Isn't that old Zhang and Chen Wei?
I came here without any malicious intent.
My two friends are a bit reckless and may have unintentionally bumped into you. I hereby apologize to you on their behalf.
If any damage has been caused, I will double the compensation.
Fellow Taoist, it is often said that meeting is fate. I hope we can become friends, not enemies. Lu Feng maintained a bland smile. Woof woof woof. Before the black-robed Taoist could reply, Chen Wei had already called out anxiously. Lu Feng subconsciously glanced at it, and his eyes instantly froze. Glasses. Those were old Zhang's glasses. Could it be? Lu Feng's heart stirred, vaguely guessing something. What are you screaming for? Scream again and I'll kill you now. The middle-aged man pointed at Chen Wei and gave him a lecture. Chen Wei immediately didn't dare to scream. The black-robed Taoist also spoke. There are millions of laws in this world, I wonder which one you cultivate. The black-robed Taoist's eyes were shining, wanting to test Lu Feng. Lu Feng raised his hand at his words and pointed at the surrounding livestock. Saying it out makes you Taoist laugh, the method I cultivate is related to it. I wanted to turn people into poultry and livestock, but it has been difficult to succeed. 40 years of bitter cultivation has yielded nothing. I'm afraid that until the day I die, I won't be able to produce any results. Lu Feng sighed and slowly walked into the warehouse, closing the distance between him and the black-robed Taoist. The middle-aged man was instantly happy. Turning people into. This you found the right person, my master is a connoisseur. The middle-aged man had a showy face, his pride overflowing. The black-robed Taoist, however, had a dark face. The retarded disciple of the horse, this will sell him as a master? Truly Nima is a great filial son. But for Lu Feng. The black-robed Taoist flung his robe. Even if the bottom is exposed, he has no fear. There should be a magic treasure that hides the breath. 40 years of bitter cultivation with nothing to show for it. A waste, waiting to be served. The black-robed Taoist laughed coldly in his heart, and a paper talisman appeared in his hand. Woof 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 woof. Chen Wei yelled again, reminding Lu Feng to be careful. Zhang Hao also climbed up and violently pounced on the black-robed Taoist. Sinful animal. The black-robed Taoist was shocked and furious as he kicked Zhang Hao away. However, in the next second, he felt his body lighten. The black-robed Taoist transformed into a red light and dove headfirst into Lu Feng. The sudden change immediately stunned everyone. The middle-aged man all looked dumbfounded. Ding! Successfully subdued the demonic path of Dongfeng City, ending the horrors that have lasted for 30 years in Dongfeng City. Congratulations to the host for performing a great act of kindness and deserving the fruits of that kindness, and is now specially rewarded with a lottery draw once. Is it an immediate lottery? The system prompt sounded, full of impatience. For the first time, Lu Feng realized that the system was so anxious. Is it a lottery draw immediately? In less than 2 seconds, the system prompted again. Lu Feng thought of pretending to be a ghost actor. Draw must draw. All ing have to die today. Lu Feng recalled his falling soul money and exuded an amazing aura all over his body. Ding! Successful draw. Obtained. Chapter 96, The Five Thunders Order. Chen Wei, who possessed great skills. Woof woof woof. Chen Wei was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. In the past, he could only watch the Grandmaster's power through the screen. That feeling was nothing compared to now. Only by witnessing the process of subjugating a demonic path with his own eyes could he deeply feel just how powerful the Grandmaster had become. Chen Wei directly threw himself in the cage, his admiration for Lu Feng becoming more and more difficult to suppress. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming when they saw the demonic path being put to death. This is the end? Still Master Fierce. Master Fierce. Please accept my knee. The demonic path was so arrogant before, creating animals and eating people, but the Master took a second in the face. The Master has never lost a fight. It's true, the Snake Demon and the Tomb Master were all very powerful when they appeared. As a result, they were all punched in the face by the Master. Worthy of being the only true immortal in the world, slaying all these demons and devils. The second live broadcast scene. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Worthy of being a Grandmaster, he took care of this demonic path in minutes. The director was filled with admiration. Zhang Yohan was even full of glory, smiling so much that his mouth was grinning to the root of his ears. The scene of the program. The soul fall money returned to Lu Feng's hands, and the black-robed Taoist's terrified screams resounded from within. Lu Feng's attention, however, was not on the black-robed Taoist at all. He was still recalling the system's voice just now. Ding! Successful draw. Obtained the Order of Five Thunders. 5 Thunder Token, summon the divine thunder from the 9 heavens to kill all demons and evils in the world. How to use: raise the 5 Thunders token and invoke the power of thunder, as far as the eye can see are within the range of the thunder. Note 1, can be used 5 times to summon the 5 divine thunders of east, west, south, north and center. Note 2, the location of the 5 thunder calls has been marked in the host's cell phone, so please take it as soon as possible. Lu Feng was a bit in disbelief. This lottery is too outrageous. 5 thunders? When did the system become so powerful? Lu Feng was filled with amazement. Moreover, he had just collected the black-robed Taoist into the soul-fallen money, and the person wasn't even dead yet when the system prompted for a lucky draw. This is obviously anxious. It seems like the system has also had enough of that ghost immortal. Calling yourself the king of living hell, I'll see how many more days you can live. Lu Feng's stomach was full of anger when he thought about pretending to be a ghost actor. Immortal master, spare your life. The middle-aged man knelt. The other staff members also knelt. They were scared to death right now. The towering black-robed Taoist, who had been roaming around Dongfeng for decades like a god. He actually couldn't last a single round with Lu Feng. The middle-aged man felt like his scalp was going to explode. This was completely beyond his knowledge. A crowd of people continuously kowtowed to Lu Feng, pleading for Lu Feng to spare his life. Woof woof woof. Chen Wei kept picking at the cage, and Zhang Hao also climbed back up. Release everyone here. Lu Feng commanded and looked at the soul drop money in his hand. The black-robed Taoist was still screaming miserably, obviously suffering great pain. Let me out. Let me out. Ah! The black-robed Taoist's voice was filled with unwillingness. And a second crack appeared on the soul-falling money. However, the soul-falling money was not restless and gently rotated in Lu Feng's palm. It was as if there were countless delicacies around it, floating around in places that could not be seen. As long as you tell me the method to make someone change back, I will spare your life. Lu Feng gave the conditions, wanting to lull the black-robed Taoist into a rescue method. Spare my life? You think I'm a 3-year-old child? Let me out first, and I'll tell you how to change people back. The black-robed Taoist was very wary and would not let go of the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Lu Feng frowned and couldn't help but snort coldly. Stubborn. Then you'll stay inside. Anyway, this seed is just passing by. If these people can be saved, then they can be saved. If they can't, there's no harm in saving them. I'm not a righteous cultivator, it's none of my business if they die or live. Lu Feng deliberately spoke out indifferently. The black-robed Taoist was also very hardened, and froze, and stopped talking. Because he is very clear, once he says the method. Even the last dependency to save his life was gone. Only by fooling Lu Feng into letting him out and him immediately escaping would he have a chance of survival. 1. Chen Wei was released. Darting in front of Lu Feng, Chen Wei was very anxious. It was because the program had already told him the way to recover. He was now afraid that Lu Feng would compromise and release the black-robed Taoist. Once the black-robed Taoist took the opportunity to escape, he didn't know how many more lives would be killed. Old Zhang, you have something to say? Lu Feng was filled with curiosity. Chen Wei nodded his head vigorously, but opening his mouth was just woof woof woof, completely unable to communicate. In the end, Chen Wei had a flash of light and suddenly peed on the side. Question mark. Lu Feng was speechless. Picking at him for half a day just to pee? What a ing oddball. Looking at the middle-aged man, Lu Feng asked, do you know how to change someone back? The middle-aged man shook his head blankly. This had never happened. His master hadn't told him about it either. The others also shook their heads, their fearful gazes carrying a few moments of bewilderment. 1. Chen Wei finished peeing and called out to Lu Feng. Lu Feng twisted his head to look and his eyes widened. A crooked character water was written by Chen Wei using urine as a pen. The middle-aged man and a group of staff members were also dumbfounded. They had seen a lot of livestock, and there were many ways to communicate with people. But the use of urine to communicate, they really saw for the first time. The audience in the live broadcast room saw that water word, one by one also could not hold back. Taoist Master Zhang said that drinking water could possibly break demonic spells, and that's what the eating brother told the master? He's a real talent. Worthy of being a eater, he's in bed with the... How the hell did you write this? How did you write this? Mud, with this skill, rich women will want it. Anyone have the contact info for the eater? My wife wants it. What? What? Awesome. The scene of the show. The middle-aged man ran back to the back kitchen in a hurry and brought a bowl of water over. Old Zhang, you drink it first, let's see if it has any effect. Lu Feng commanded. Zhang Hao immediately flew over. Bang! Lu Feng gave a kick. I told old Zhang to drink, don't you understand human language? Get in line at the back. Lu Feng taught a hard lesson. In fact, he could see that this big white dog should be Chen Wei. Earlier, he pounced on the black-robed Taoist and fought for his chance to strike, so he is obviously one of his own. Wearing glasses is Lao Zhang, then not wearing glasses is naturally Chen Wei. As for kicking Chen Wei, Lu Feng had no mental burden. The bastard himself owed a beating. Wang? Zhang Hao looked at the master in front of him and almost sprayed a mouthful of blood. Looking at Chen Wei, who had started to drink water, Zhang Hao's heart to kill was in his mouth. He was the one who was stepping on Zhang Hao's shoes. But then... No reaction? Zhang Hao stared blankly at Chen Wei. The big yellow dog was still a big yellow dog, without the slightest tendency to change back into a human. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed Taoist's laughter came from the falling soul money, filled with mockery. Lu Feng's face darkened. Old Zhang, can you do it or not? Drinking water is useless. Where did you seem to get the relief from? Is it that a bowl of water is not enough and it takes a bucket?
While Lu Feng was talking, Chen Wei also got new instructions from the director's team through the headset.
Chen Wei was visibly dumbfounded for a few seconds. Woof woof woof. Chen Wei gritted his teeth and gave up.
Once again, he played with the art of writing.
Chen Wei stopped halfway through writing. Because he ran out of urine. Boy up? What is it? Lu Feng looked at the newly written words and kind of didn't understand.
Instead, it was Zhang Hao who thought of something and ran over to pee across.
Child. Lu Feng understood. This damn thing is to be a child's urine. Chapter 97, A Way to Become Human Again.
Xiao Zhang, I'd rather be a dog when I step on a horse.
Old Zhang, are you serious? To drink child urine? Lu Feng looked at Chen Wei with a somewhat odd expression.
Chen Wei nodded his head stiffly.
Zhang Hao was even more dumbfounded. Child urine? Zhang Hao was going crazy.
When he saw child, he subconsciously thought of child. But he didn't expect that there was a urine behind it at all.
Which one of you is a child? Lu Feng looked at the people around him.
The middle-aged man and a group of staff members all shook their heads.
Lu Feng frowned at the sight. There isn't a single child. Is it going to be me? Lu Feng couldn't help but mutter.
The middle-aged man froze at his words. The crowd of staff members also froze. They remembered that Lu Feng had said something about practicing hard for 40 years.
At such a big age, he was actually still a child? Is this immortal master so hard on himself?
The middle-aged man's eyes widened. It was his master who didn't say that he wouldn't get close to women. Good fellow, no wonder master is no match for him. A cultivator with such self-discipline, it would be strange if his Tao wasn't high.
The middle-aged man was secretly terrified. He wanted to run away but didn't dare.
This immortal master in front of him, his Tao was simply too high. Once he ran away, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the entrance of the store before his spirit would be destroyed. By then, not to mention surviving, he wouldn't even have a chance to reincarnate.
He might as well stay here. Even if he loses his life, at least he will have a next life. You guys stay here, I'll go and come back. Lu Feng picked up the bowl on the floor, went out and closed the warehouse.
Chen Wei subconsciously looked at Zhang Hao and saw that Zhang Hao was also looking at him.
Woof! Woof!
The two of them stared wide-eyed and frozen in exchange without understanding what the other was saying. When Lu Feng came back again, he was not only holding a bowl in his hand, but also a teapot. Old Zhang, old rules, you first. Lu Feng put the bowl on the ground and poured a small bowl of tea from the teapot. For a moment, the aroma was overflowing, and the middle-aged man subconsciously covered his nose.
1.
Chen Wei immediately backed up and arched Zhang Hao forward vigorously.
Zhang Hao's hair exploded. Tramp Chen Wei, you know I'm Zhang Hao at this time? Why don't you let me go first when you drink water?
Zhang Hao couldn't stop cursing in his heart, twisting his head and leaping out of sight. Chen Wei also wanted to run, but as a result, the falling soul money flew in front of his eyes. The black-robed Taoist's suppressed cries of pain came faintly from inside. Either drink tea or enter the ancient money. Choose for yourself. Lu Feng's voice came. Seeing that he couldn't hide, Chen Wei could only come back with a hard head. Looking at the brightly colored tea and the aroma that lingered at the tip of his nose, Chen Wei almost didn't throw up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed, Chen Wei froze and couldn't get down. Hurry up, don't delay. Lu Feng urged without a good breath. 1. Chen Wei's heart crossed, held his breath, and muffled a mouthful. Live stream. Groove groove groove. Really drank it? Stepping on a horse's eating brother is a man. Awesome. I vomited, how can this go down the mouth? He's a tough guy. If the child's urine doesn't work again, eating brother is going to have a breakdown. The scene of the program. Chen Wei tea down, suddenly dry vomiting. The middle-aged man was close by and only felt his stomach turning over, and it was hard to hold it back. The others weren't much better. Only Lu Feng looked as normal, quietly observing the changes in Chen Wei. Chen Wei was suddenly stunned. The coldness on his body gradually faded away, and his limbs began to grow longer. It didn't take long for Chen Wei to regain his person. Chen Wei? Lu Feng was a bit surprised. Wasn't the one wearing glasses old Zhen? How did it become Chen Wei? Lu Feng secretly wondered. I'm better. Chen Wei was surprised and happy. But then Chen Wei covered his two hands. Going nearby and picking up his clothes, Chen Wei nimbly put them on. As Chen Wei regained his true form, the entire warehouse boiled over. Dogs barked, sheep squealed, pigs grunted, roosters crowed, hens oohed. Even the fish jumped out of the tank and desperately jumped towards Lu Feng's side. Master, your urine is too good. Once I drink it, it's simply divine water. Chen Wei fiercely patted his ass. Lu Feng directly waved his hand. Don't thank me, it's him you should thank. Little friend, come in. Lu Feng shouted. A 7 or 8-year-old boy came in. This was the strong man that Lu Feng had caught in the hotel's bathroom. The little boy looked a little shy, but more than that, he was shocked. Dogs turn into people. Big brother, what you said is actually true. The little boy was shocked and excited, with a whole new understanding of the world. Lu Feng smiled and ordered Chen Wei to go to the front to bring a jug of water over.
There were too many livestock here.
Not to mention that this pot of tea is not enough right now. Even if the little boy makes 2 more pots, it may not be enough. The little boy also knew this, so when Chen Wei returned, he desperately filled his stomach with water.
Are the victims' clothes still there?
Lu Feng looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded in a panic and carried a pile of clothes over from the corner of the warehouse. Master has ordered that these clothes should be burned together for them when they die.
One cannot go to hell naked. Master said to leave them with a sense of dignity as human beings.
The middle-aged man explained.
Lu Feng was speechless. Chen Wei even opened his mouth and sprayed.
Tramp souls are all for your master to eat, go to the furry hell.
When only because also want to set up a house of cards. I'm begging your master to have some face.
Chen Wei was so angry that he looked towards the soul-fallen money.
If possible, he really wanted to rip out the black-robed Taoist and smack the black-robed Taoist's mouth in front of him. The middle-aged man couldn't help but shrink his head as he listened to Chen Wei's shouting.
All right, save the people first.
Lu Feng commanded. Chen Wei immediately got busy.
A living person appeared in the warehouse. The middle-aged man hurriedly sent the clothes back.
Lu Feng looked around and couldn't help but frown. It's not right. At all.
System, are you sure that the disappearance of people in Dongfeng City is the work of the black-robed Taoist?
Lu Feng couldn't help but inquire.
Ding.
Determined. Lu Feng's frown deepened as he received the system's reply. 10 minutes later. Done.
Chen Wei wiped his sweat as a warehouse full of people recovered.
Seeing that it was fine, Lu Feng sent the little boy away.
And the headphones Chen Wei was wearing also rang.
Xiao Zhang?
Chen Wei couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard the director's reminder in his headset. He then realized that he was so focused on saving the others that he actually forgot about his partner beside him.
Everyone be quiet for a moment.
My friend is missing, it's a big white dog. Everyone, help me look for him, we can't do without him in this child's tea. Chen Wei raised his arm, and the warehouse burst into life. Dozens of people rummaged through the boxes and looked in all the corners of the warehouse, but there was just nothing of the big white dog.
There it is. It ran out.
Suddenly, someone pointed at the door and shouted. Chen Wei turned his head and saw a white figure rushing out of the warehouse at the speed of light.
As a result, Lu Feng happened to come back from delivering the little boy.
Zhang Hao directly crashed into Lu Feng.
Master, he's Hao. Don't let him get away.
Chen Wei hurriedly warned, heading straight for the door.
Question mark.
Lu Feng looked down at the big white dog and saw that the big white dog was also looking at him.
Woof, 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 woof.
Zhang Hao prayed urgently, he didn't want to drink tea, he didn't want to beat him to death.
That was urine.
He would die, but he wouldn't drink that kind of stuff. Zhang Hao bypassed Lu Feng and was about to continue running. As a result, Lu Feng stretched his leg and directly kicked Zhang Hao back to the warehouse.
Chen Wei, how much tea is left? Lu Feng asked.
Chen Wei held Zhang Hao down as soon as he did so, and the others gathered around. Master, the kid's last brew was quite a lot, there's still most of the pot left.
Chen Wei reported the situation. There's still so much?
Lu Feng was a bit surprised.
This is good stuff, can't waste it. Quick, pour it all to old Zhang. Chapter 98, Doubt?
The Divine Immortal spared his life.
Divine Immortal. Divine Immortal. Thank you, Master, for saving my life.
I, Gao Jia, am unable to repay the great kindness of Immortal Master. From now on, this life of mine will be yours. I, Meng Yun, would like to cut off the mundane world and follow Supreme Immortal for the rest of my life. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for saving my life.
Whoa.
The warehouse was knee-deep in people. Lu Feng swept a glance and the doubts in his heart deepened. But on the surface, Lu Feng still looked normal.
Everyone doesn't have to be like this, all get up.
I'm not an immortal, not a master, not a heavenly teacher.
I'm just an ordinary person, now and in the future. Does everyone understand?
Lu Feng smiled faintly. The crowd froze at his words, then they nodded their heads, saying that they would not spread Lu Feng's identity.
Chen Wei stood beside Lu Feng, the lens on his glasses aimed at the crowd. His expression was very excited.
Nearly 100 people kneeling to thank for saving their lives, what a spectacular scene.
Chen Wei's heart was stirred. He actually wanted to follow Lu Feng.
But his family needed him to take care of them, and there was no way for him to break away from the red dust.
Alas! Chen Wei sighed.
Turning his head, Chen Wei was not happy to see Zhang Hao with a dark face.
Brother Hao, why are you still pulling a face when all the good stuff is given to you? The atmosphere is so festive right now, why don't you smile?
Chen Wei squeezed his eyebrows and his glasses disliked Zhang Hao's face slap.
You step on the horse. Zhang Hao couldn't help it. What did you mean by giving him all the good stuff? It was piss. It was piss.
He was held down by 4 big men, and Chen Wei took most of the jug of urine and filled it all up for him.
Just one sip will do.
Brother Ho, speak civilized.
So many people are watching, pay attention to quality.
Chen Wei held up his glasses, the corner of his mouth with an indebted smile. Zhang Hao couldn't bear it and slammed his fist over.
I've endured you for a long time. Today, I'll have to smash your mouth. Live stream. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. I'll never forget the image of Xiao Zhang's mouth being broken open to pour tea. I've taken a screenshot of it, it'll keep me laughing for a year.
If you're depressed, just look at it and you'll realize there's nothing you can't get through in life.
Right, it's not as bad as Chang's.
He's been kicked by the master so many times, and he's let his eating brother fill up half a pot of tea. Why does Chang always have tears in the corners of his eyes?
Brother Eater, it's urine, I added urine. On purpose or by accident?
Brother Eater with a proud face, it was on purpose.
It's too damn abstract. Xiao Zhang, can you stop talking? I want to die.
Ha 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 ha, I put the screenshot on my Twitter, the classic will always live on.
The scene of the program.
Zhang Hao and Chen Wei twisted into a ball, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Lu Feng glanced at them and was too lazy to care. Don't bother with them, everyone go back to their own homes. Lu Feng waved his hand.
But the crowd did not leave. The sights of nearly 100 people fell on the middle-aged man and a group of staff.
In the entire restaurant, it could be said that the cooks and waiters were innocent and didn't know the truth. But the middle-aged man and the executioner in the warehouse. Master, we can't let these people go.
They are all minions of the demonic path.
Killing so many people.
It's not too much for them to die 10 times. The crowd was agitated, their eyes filled with hatred. If not for the gods coming down to save them, they would have been slaughtered by these people as well. Zhang Hao and Chen Wei couldn't help but stop when they heard that the commotion wasn't right.
Snatching the glasses with one hand, Zhang Hao put them on his face. Viewers, the big one is coming. What will Master do with these people? Kill them on the spot? Or net them? Let's wait and see.
Zhang Hao did his commentary in a low voice and quietly moved a little farther away. He was afraid that the scene would get out of control and he would be accidentally injured again. Chen Wei, on the other hand, copied a kitchen knife and rushed to the middle-aged man.
Master, this group of people are full of evil, they must not be spared.
My brother must have died here as well, I'm going to kill them by 1,000 cuts. Chen Wei's eyes turned red as he spoke at the end. He understood it all. His brother had not disappeared behind the rockery, but had become a stray dog. It wasn't difficult for the black-robed Taoist to avoid the surveillance.
And an inconspicuous stray dog, running through the surveillance.
Not to mention that he will not care, is the police people check the surveillance, will not pay attention to a dog. Last year, on the night of May 7, Apricot Grove neighborhood, was my brother arrested by you. Chen Wei knife against the middle-aged man's neck, scared the middle-aged man's face went white.
Big brother, I have arrested many people, how can I remember in such detail?
The middle-aged man shivered and uttered words that made Chen Wei storm off.
You.
Chen Wei held the kitchen knife in a death grip.
The person who was irreplaceable to him as his closest relative actually had no impression on the middle-aged man? What a great irony.
Chen Wei raised his hand and was about to chop the middle-aged man.
But a hand rested on his shoulder. Everyone go out. Chen Wei, you go out as well. Lu Feng pressed Chen Wei's shoulder, making Chen Wei put down the chopper. Master? Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Believe me and put down the knife and take everyone out. Give me a few minutes. Lu Feng looked deeply at Chen Wei. Chen Wei was torn for a few seconds and finally threw down the kitchen knife. Everyone follow me.
Chen Wei organized the victims to walk out of the warehouse. Zhang Hao wanted to stay, but was treated equally by Chen Wei and directly dragged out of the warehouse. Seeing Chen Wei about to close the door, Zhang Hao hurriedly removed his glasses.
At the last second, Zhang Hao threw the glasses into the warehouse. Lord Immortal, spare your life. The middle-aged man led the way and knelt down.
Lu Feng ignored the middle-aged man and looked at the soul-fallen money.
Is it dead yet? Lu Feng asked.
The soul-falling money flew in front of Lu Feng's eyes, flipping up and down in a very humanized manner, just like a human nodding his head. Still quite tough, actually didn't say anything until death.
Lu Feng muttered. The middle-aged man could not help but shake a little. Dead. His godlike master actually died just like that. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unreality.
Earlier, when the black-robed Taoist was collected, the middle-aged man still held a trace of fantasy that maybe the black-robed Taoist could run out in a big way. The results proved that fantasies were fantasies after all.
His master was finally on the end of the road.
Let me ask you, for the past 30 years in Dongfeng City, more than 40 people have disappeared in a concentrated manner every year.
Is it your doing?
Lu Feng looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded.
Then why are there nearly 100 people in the warehouse? You guys are still saving them up and not killing them? Lu Feng asked the unanswered question.
The middle-aged man hesitated at his words.
Forget it, I can't hide it anyway.
The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and decided to tell the truth.
Immortal master, in fact, my master. No, that demonic path. I don't know what he is into essence, I only know that he is ferocious and cruel. That demon path kills thousands of people every year. Otherwise the hotel simply can't sustain and satisfy his soul-devouring pleasure. The entire Dongfeng city, 8 counties and 1 district, are all hunting grounds for that evil Taoist. People disappear here every day. It's just that the disappearances are scattered and it's hard to draw attention to them. And every year, more than 40 people disappear centrally. It's that demonic path that did it on purpose. The middle-aged man paused for a moment. Seeing this, Lu Feng pursued, deliberately? How? Chapter 99 Departure, Dragon Tiger Mountain. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. Senior Immortal, that demonic path wants to use this to prove that there is an owner of Dongfeng and to deter other immortals, demons, and ghosts. When the middle-aged man said this, he still had some hard-to-hide heartbreak. His master had intended to warn other immortal cultivators and demons and devils from hitting Dongfeng City. He didn't expect to mess with a true great god. 30 years of hard work had been ruined. I see. Lu Feng's face was dazed. To put it bluntly, it's occupying territory. Focusing on arresting people is the black-robed Taoist showing off his muscles. Immortal Master, I know that my sins are too deep for me to live. I only pray that Immortal Master can give little one a pain in the ass. In the next life, the little one will be a good person and make up for the sins committed in this life. The middle-aged man's face was in prayer. The others also expressed the same will. They had followed the black-robed Taoist for a long time and knew that death wasn't scary, it was the loss of one's soul that was scary. As long as they could reincarnate, everything could start over. I'm afraid I can't be the master. Lu Feng shook his head. The middle-aged man looked dumbfounded, somewhat not understanding what Lu Feng meant. Lu Feng, on the other hand, looked towards the empty warehouse and beckoned to the air. There's a head for the wrongdoer, come here if you want to take revenge. The main culprit has lost his soul, what to do with the accomplices is up to you to decide. Lu Feng finished speaking and walked towards the warehouse door. The middle-aged man immediately looked startled. Upper Immortal. The middle-aged man panicked. His master loved to eat souls, but it wasn't like killing a person and eating a soul. Just like serving food to a table, his master also liked to gather the souls to eat together. If he remembered correctly, there were still more than 10 wrong souls in this warehouse that had not been enjoyed by his master. When his master was alive, these unjust souls were weak as bugs. But once his master died, these were more than a dozen terrifyingly severe ghosts. Once they stormed out, the scene would be extremely bloody and tragic. Lu Feng walked out of the warehouse and closed the door. Looking towards the victims gathered here, Lu Feng couldn't help but point to his ears. Don't speak, just listen. The crowd froze at his words, and then they heard terrified screams. Panic, despair, agony, miserable howls. The voices of middle-aged men and staff came from within the warehouse. Shen Wei and Zhang Hao were sweating as they listened. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more creeped out by the sight. This stepping horse is a program I can watch? Ah! How come the master didn't take the glasses away? There's a great view in front of. Broken limbs and mangled legs fly together, blood and water are the same color as broken meat. Stop it. I'm scared. This is 100 times more exciting than the movies. Brothers, these murderous ghosts are victims, aren't they? The probability is. These bad seeds can't escape, I guess the souls are going to be torn to shreds. Torn, really started to tear the souls. Black screen. 6. The live room is blocked. The scene of the program. Lu Feng's complexion was still calm. Earlier, he had collected the black-robed Taoist, and the soul-fallen money was still restless. From then on, he knew that there was a victim's soul in this warehouse. And there was more than one. Letting the stern ghosts clean up the middle-aged man was much more ruthless than these living people like Chen Wei. This is what is called true evil. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Feng saw that there was no movement inside before he reopened the warehouse door. The tragic situation inside immediately stunned everyone. The victims, who had seen many of their compatriots being killed, also developed a strong physical discomfort. And the originally invisible stern ghosts all pounced in front of Lu Feng at this moment. Supreme Immortal, have mercy, help us avenge our deaths. We wish to be oxen and horses in the next life to repay the favor of the Supreme Immortal. The crowd of stern ghosts continuously kowtowed, interspersed with the sounds of sorrowful weeping. Lu Feng soothed a few words and spoke of business. Your great vengeance has been avenged, it's time to enter the hell and wait for reincarnation. Do not wander around on earth and mess up the order of yin and yang. As soon as Lu Feng's words fell, the stern ghosts nodded their heads in agreement, but with some trepidation. Although they were victims, but brutally killing a bunch of accomplices. When they reached the hell, it was hard to say if they would be sentenced to punishment. Lu Feng could see the worries of the ghosts and couldn't help but smile blandly. There is no need to worry when you enter the hell. When you see the black and white irregulars, report my name and they won't make things difficult for you. The ghosts were overjoyed at the words and once again kowtowed to thank Lu Feng. Supreme Immortal, your name is? With this inquiry, Lu Feng was suddenly embarrassed. Name number. Lu Feng suddenly realized that he didn't have a name at all. Seeing the crowd of stern ghosts looking blearily at him, Lu Feng couldn't help but dryly cough. There's no need to report my name. You guys just say that the weeping stick is very useful, especially for beating up ghostbusters. Black and white will understand. The ghosts were a bit confused by what they heard, but they still wrote it down. When Lu Feng left the warehouse and returned to the back kitchen, he saw that the cooks were also not cooking. One by one, they were trembling with fear, and none of them dared to look at Lu Feng squarely. The movement in the warehouse was so big, how could they resist not peeking? As a result, they discovered the shocking truth. This store actually is a demon store. Everyone was scared to death, afraid of being implicated and dying. At the same time, a group of Taoist priests broke in. This place has a demonic aura, there must be a demon. Idle people get out, don't delay my master from getting rid of the demons. A young Taoist priest staggered, his acting slightly pompous. The live broadcast room also resumed broadcasting. The number of people online has increased instead of decreasing, and has reached 8 million. I heard that this live room is haunted and blocked, is it true? Make such a big show, it's a hype. Where are the ghosts? Where are the ghosts? Where's the broken limbs from the screenshots? They're deliberately trying to attract traffic, aren't they? The live broadcast smells like a bad story. Must be a script. Live broadcast, engaged in bloody no bottom line, reported. Reporting Nima. New to watch more live less talk, be careful face swollen. Beat your horse money. What kind of brain damaged fans do people really believe that there are ghosts in the world? Retarded live room, the audience is also retarded, everyone together point report. I'm looking for a fight. I see which dare to report. The live broadcast room set off a war of curses, and the heat skyrocketed again. The scene of the program. Master, you go first, I'll deal with them. Your old man has always kept a low profile, you can't let this group of Taoist priests discover your identity. Zhang Hao took the initiative to step forward. Old Zhang. Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder, and it was all in the air. This brother really hadn't been handed over in vain. Once Lu Feng left, Zhang Hao and the Taoist priests simultaneously sighed in relief. Presiding Officer Zhang, we've already contacted the police. They'll handle the follow-up and won't disturb the master. The Taoist priest in the lead explained, and then he looked at the group of backroom staff. Everyone, don't worry, as long as you don't know the inside story, you are innocent. The real evil is the black-robed Taoist and the executioner. The crowd of backroom staff couldn't help but relax a bit after hearing this. Zhang Hao stayed for a while longer before bidding farewell to the group of Taoists and running outside to find Lu Feng. It's all right, master. I told them that the black-robed Taoist was countered by a severe ghost. This group of Taoist priests will wipe our asses for us. Zhang Hao made up his mind, and after finishing, he became curious again. By the way, Grandmaster, you came just after Chen Wei and I were arrested earlier. You old man, this is unforeseen? Calculating in advance that something would happen to Chen Wei and I? Zhang Hao was curious. It was reasonable to say that even if the program team had immediately found a master, it would be impossible for them to come so quickly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, glared at Zhang Hao. I knew something was wrong when you said you wanted to investigate the back kitchen. So blatant. Do you think the store is a little cutie? At that time, his king had just opened, and he felt something was wrong and immediately hung up and rushed to the restaurant. His feeling proved to be right, saving Zhang Hao and Chen Wei in time. Just a teammate in the game. The greeting to him was extremely cordial, and he was stripped of his genealogy. First go back to the mall, my Dao robe is deposited in the locker. Then, to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 100, Run for it. The Grandmaster has lifted the table. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Hao looked startled. Chen Wei wasn't much better, obviously stuttering in his heart. The second live broadcast scene. The director and Zhang Youan also tensed up. Taoist Zhang, could it be that the master has discovered us? The director was shocked and afraid. Going to Longhu Mountain. There was no difference between this and killing directly to Nanzhong to find him. Right now, the program team and the Taoist sect were one and the same. One accident, all suffer. Zhang Yuhan clenched his beard and stared at the live feed without blinking. The other Dao sect executives were also not calm. The ones with an impatient temperament even stood up. Master, if Master found out about us. If he goes to Longhu Mountain, he's definitely looking for us to settle the score. First, he will retrieve the magic treasure and then behead us. Dragon Tiger Mountain is finished. As this panicked voice rang out, the atmosphere of the scene became even more tense. The assistant director and a few staff members even covered their stomachs, wanting to excuse themselves to go to the restroom and bail out. All stop. Master is now going to Longhu Mountain, not coming to Nanzhong. If you're going to die, it's Dragon Tiger Mountain that will die first, you guys are scared of nothing. The director chopped his head and gave a lecture, temporarily stabilized the situation. Zhang Yuhan's hand trembled, and his beard fell off twice. Great! Master! You are going to Longhu Mountain? Zhang Hao couldn't help himself. Yes, there is a heavy treasure here, I want to borrow it. Lu Feng said simply. Zhang Hao, however, had a jolt in his heart. Heavy treasure. The heavy treasures of the Tama's Longhu Mountain were all stolen from the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster still needs to borrow it? It is not true that this Tama wants magic treasures, but it is true that he wants his life. Shen Wei can't stand it anymore. Seeing things thunder, he was afraid that if he followed Lu Feng around, he would have to go down and fight the landlord with the black and white irregulars. Master, my brother's matter is cleared up, I have to go home and say something. Let's have a long day, see you again. Chen Wei said and slipped away. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. This is the so-called boldness? Running away at the first sign of trouble, and you still want to be a host? Bah! Rat! Zhang Hao cursed in his heart. Live broadcasting room. Everyone stop cursing, something big has happened. Master is going to Longhu Mountain. What's the situation? Longfu Shan is Master Zhang's hometown. Has the master found out the truth and is going to ask for forgiveness? Longfu Mountain is in danger. Why don't you run? The master is going to lift the table. Oh, the script is written really bad, this is also someone to see. Why don't you say that the live broadcasts are all retarded, one by one, they still take variety shows seriously. Shut up, newcomers. You're going to get a slap in the face. In the face? I'm begging you to hurry up. I can't stay in a retarded studio like this for one more second without having my intelligence insulted. The scene of the program. Lu Feng put back on his Taoist robe and was immediately stopped by Zhang Hao. Master, it's too late today. Why don't we rest for the night and go to Longhu Mountain tomorrow? Zhang Hao said and stretched. I drove all afternoon, I'm too tired. And I suffered so much at night. Master, I really don't have the energy to catch an all-nighter. Why don't I take your old man to wash his feet and let's both relax and unwind? Zhang Hao revealed a smile that all men understand. Lu Feng didn't bother and directly walked out of the mall. Master, master. Zhang Hao shouted as he chased after him, his face full of heartbreak. Viewers, it's over. I wanted to stall for time, to give the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain more chances to escape. But the masters don't care about me. It's not close to Longhu Mountain, but it's not far away either. You can get there in just over 6 hours by car. In such a short time, the Taoist masters have time to move? I'm really afraid that the master will block the people in the Heavenly Master's mansion. The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more alarmed he became. If the Taoist masters alone were to run away, not to mention 6 hours, 1 hour would be more than enough. But the Heavenly Master's mansion still had countless Taoist texts. There are also other precious things, if these are left unattended. When the time comes, the master will not be able to find anyone to vent his anger, and it is likely that the entire Longhu Mountain lineage will be destroyed. All the precious items would be destroyed. And to transfer these items, that would be a big project. The transfer must be done with care and without the slightest damage. 6 hours really wasn't always enough. Master, I really can't drive anymore, fatigue driving will cause accidents. Let's take a break for 2 hours, just 2 hours. Let me catch up on my sleep, and then we'll go out again, okay? Zhang Hao caught up with Lu Feng and did his last effort. Lu Feng waved his hand at his words. If you should rest, rest well, how is 2 hours enough? Lu Feng's concerned words couldn't help but make Zhang Hao look happy. Done. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But the next second, he saw Lu Feng stop a cab. Master, go to Longhu Mountain. Old Zhang, you go sleep in the backseat, I'll call you when we arrive. Lu Feng got on the co-pilot smartly. Zhang Hao instantly froze. Question mark. Dragon Tiger Mountain. Lu Feng got out of the car at the foot of the mountain, getting more and more energized. Zhang Hao followed behind Lu Feng, his legs and stomach shivering. Although the master didn't go straight to the Heavenly Master's mansion, climbing the mountain wasn't a good thing either. Because there were also quite a few purists on the mountain. First deal with Longhu Mountain, or first deal with the town's Heavenly Master's mansion, there is no difference at all. We have to clean up anyway. When the Longhu Mountain lineage is finished, it will be the program's turn. He was closest to the master, so he would definitely be the first to die. Master, it's past 3 in the morning. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to climb the mountain at this hour? The Taoist masters are all asleep, let's come back tomorrow. Zhang Hao was still struggling, hoping to stop Lu Feng from going up the mountain. Lu Feng put his hand behind his back and walked straight to the stone steps at the foot of the mountain. It's none of my business if those Taoist priests are sleeping or not. Lu Feng returned nonchalantly, instantly making Zhang Hao sweat. It's finished, friends of the audience. Master's tone is unkind, this is a bloodbath for Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhang Hao muttered in a low voice, muffled by the summer insects. Seeing Lu Feng walking away, Zhang Hao was caught in a dilemma. Now that the situation was irreversible, should he follow the master up the mountain, or hurry and run?
The veteran viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but get anxious when they saw Zhang Hao's hesitation.
Xiao Zhang, hurry up and run, what are you waiting for? Does he want to go up the mountain with the master?
Longhu Mountain's Taoist priests are TM run clean. Xiao Zhang rushed to find what excitement. You guys said that the master, looking at the empty Dragon Tiger Mountain and the Heavenly Master's mansion, won't take Xiao Zhang, right?
What's the point? If Xiao Zhang follows the master again, next year's today will be the day of sacrifice.
Xiao Zhang repeatedly tipped off, death by 1,000 cuts is light. The second live broadcast scene. The director saw Zhang Hao hesitate and couldn't help but pick up Zhang Hao's communication.
Little Zhang, hurry up and follow them.
Now that the Heavenly Master's mansion and Dragon Tiger Mountain are both empty, you have to keep an eye on the Grandmaster. Only if we know where the Grandmaster goes next can we avoid danger in time. Nowadays, the life and limb of everyone in the Taoist sect and the program are in your hands. You have a heavy burden on your shoulders, you must resist. The director's tone was serious, and he had high hopes for Zhang Hao.
Program scene.
When Zhang Hao heard the director's words, the man went numb.
There's no one in Longhu Mountain? Then what the hell is he going to do? Chapter 101, The Secret of Longhu Mountain. Director, Taoist Zhang, slap your face? Zhang Hao was ready to run away.
He followed Lu Feng all the way in order to stall for time and help the Taoist sect get a chance to escape.
Now that everyone is gone, why is he still following? Too long to live? By master, we won't meet again.
Zhang Hao muttered and was about to close the live stream and leave. But Lu Feng, who was in the field of view, suddenly stood still.
Old Zhang, come here. This should be the place, you help me shine the light. Lu Feng turned back and beckoned.
Zhang Hao froze at his words.
Illumination. Master doesn't go to the mountains anymore?
Zhang Hao was a bit confused. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze.
What's going on? Master lighting isn't going up the mountain anymore? This ing only went a few steps. Don't tell me the master's destination is here. What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on now?
I'm laughing my ass off, the show is playing with people, and you brainwashed fans are still into it.
Is there going to be a female ghost coming out? I'm laughing my ass off at this crap.
This program team is also looking for such a young actor to be the master, destined to hit the streets.
The second live broadcast.
The director and Zhang Yuhan looked at each other, both seeing incomprehension in each other's eyes.
Taoist Zhang, could it be that the Grandmaster has no intention of going to your residence? The director asked tentatively.
Zhang Yuhan nodded and shook his head again, his heart also a bit uncertain.
Could it be? The director was suddenly inspired. Master Zhang, could there be a magic treasure under the mountain?
Master's trip is the same as the previous times, he actually came to find a magic treasure. The director looked excited, as if he had found the truth.
But Zhang Yuhan disagreed. Impossible.
If there is a magic treasure under Longhu Mountain, it's impossible for the Heavenly Master's office not to know about it.
Zhang Yuhan held an opposing view.
The director sniffed and thought about it, feeling that Zhang Yihan had a point. People's Heavenly Master's mansion had been in Longhu Mountain for how long, and they could know every blade of grass and tree by heart. This if there was a magic treasure at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Master's house would have discovered it long ago. Then let's take another look and see what the Master really wants. The director looked at the live feed.
The scene of the program. Zhang Hao boldly walked over.
Turning on his cell phone's flashlight, Zhang Hao illuminated the place where Lu Feng was looking. Next to the stone steps was the woods.
Zhang Hao carefully looked around and didn't find anything strange. Follow me. Lu Feng greeted and took the lead into the woods.
The terrain at the foot of the mountain was not too steep. After traversing more than 10 meters, Lu Feng couldn't help but take out his phone and look at the positioning.
Positioning is ing jumping again.
Broken cell phone will be replaced for you sooner or later. Lu Feng spat in his heart. Thinking about before in Xuanwu County, digging the immortals' tomb to find half a day. Lu Feng suddenly tired, his heart tired. This if the Five Thunders bugle was also looking for half a day, Lu Feng felt a headache just thinking about it. Wait. Lu Feng suddenly remembered something and pulled out the soul fall money from his pocket. This object has spirituality, even if it can't sense the magic treasure, it can definitely find something unusual. Lu Feng thought in his heart and released the soul drop money. It was best if he found it, and there was nothing to lose if he couldn't find it. Lu Feng felt it was worth a try. And after the soul falling money waved in the air for a while, it suddenly flew straight to a certain place. Returning from the forest to the stone steps, the soul falling money continued on and flew into the opposite woods.
Question mark. On the opposite side? Lu Feng almost wanted to curse. The error of this Thomas positioning was also too big.
Luckily, he had released the soul fall money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find the Five Thunders bugle even if he searched for 3 days and 3 nights.
Go to the opposite side.
Lu Feng called on Zhang Hao and went straight to the opposite side of the woods. The soul fall money stopped in front of a big tree.
Lu Feng was a bit puzzled at the sight.
This tree seemed to have nothing to do with the Five Thunders order.
Are you sure this is the place?
Lu Feng looked at the soul fall money. The soul falling money flew up and down, looking excited.
Lu Feng looked at the tree again. Could it be a lightning strike wood?
Lu Feng muttered and touched his hand to the tree trunk. The soul falling money accelerated violently and smashed into the back of Lu Feng's hand. A sharp pain came, accompanied by a huge suction force. Lu Feng plunged headfirst into the tree.
Master? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded.
And what shocked him even more was that the large tree slowly twisted and finally turned into a door. Zhang Hao was so shocked that his cell phone almost fell to the ground. The director's voice came from the headset, urging him to hurry up and enter the door.
Zhang Hao's mouth was trembling. Enter the door. The master had gone in without any movement. How could he dare to rush in? Director, you spare me.
The master was all eaten by this tree. I don't think it's enough to stuff my teeth.
This is obviously a tree demon.
I'd better hurry up and buy some paper money and burn it for the master by the roadside.
Zhang Hao wiped his feet and turned around to run away.
But the sight in front of him startled him.
There was a wall behind him.
The wooden wall was more than 10 meters high, cutting off Zhang Hao's thoughts of running away.
Do you want to do this? I don't want to die.
Zhang Hao cried out in his heart, and the live broadcast was cut off from the signal. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the black screen image and could not help but spit.
What the hell? How did the live broadcast cut off? Will it be blocked? Impossible.
There is no large-scale picture appeared, blocked hairline.
The signal is bad, it's temporarily interrupted.
It's also possible that Zhang shut down the live broadcast and ran away.
Xiao Zhang the bastard absolutely did it. So what the hell is going on with that gate?
Masters into the tree turned into a gate.
It's a little weird, guys. Let's put this aside.
Where's the guy who just said the script?
Are you going to hit me in the face now? Playing Nima.
Get some special effects video as alive, but also a little cute.
I believe it. No way. There's no way any idiot would take such an obvious special effect seriously, is there? The second live broadcast. Zhang Yuhan stood up suddenly.
The other Dao sect executives, too, revealed shocked gazes.
How could this happen? Zhang Yihan uttered in shock.
Every blade of grass and tree on Longhu Mountain was within the grasp of the Heavenly Master's palace.
As a result, this close to the bottom of the mountain, there was such a big basket case. The director on the side was looking odd. This time there's a lot of fun.
The director still remembered that Zhang Yuhan had personally said that the immortal path of Longhu Mountain was broken. A group of Taoist priests even thought that cultivating immortality was cultivating the heart and that there were no immortals in the world.
What happened?
The result is that right under their noses, there is a shocking miracle.
There are no immortals in the world? Cultivating immortality is cultivating the heart? What about the tree?
This clearly involves ghosts and gods. Close at hand without realizing it, this face hit. If it wasn't for Master himself, I'm afraid that this group of Taoist priests would have never known in their lives that the entrance to their home was so divine. The director sighed repeatedly in his heart. At the same time, he also surged with a strong curiosity.
Behind that door, what exactly was it? Chapter 102, Immortal in a Painting? My wife. Zhang Hao hardened his head and pushed open the door. A small farmhouse came into view. Zhang Hao froze. This wasn't quite what he thought. He had thought that behind the door was a terrifying 1,000-year-old tree demon. No, it's not a 1,000-year tree demon. To be able to take a grandmaster down in seconds, it had to be a 10,000-year-old demon king at the very least. And it turned out to be this? Zhang Hao even saw the overgrown vegetable garden. This is a place where people live, right? Where are the demons? Zhang Hao couldn't figure it out, so he just didn't think about it. Master?
Zhang Hao shouted tentatively, using his phone's flash to shine everywhere.
The only house in the compound was brightly lit. But Zhang Hao didn't dare to go there. Although it looked like a place where people lived, the way it came in was too weird. Plus it was nighttime. I'm here.
Lu Feng's voice came from the house.
Zhang Hao's heart was relieved and he hurriedly ran over. This place was dark and eerie in any way. It's better to stay by Master's side. Zhang Hao ran into the house and found Lu Feng.
Now Lu Feng was standing in front of a mural and was using his cell phone to shine a light on it. Zhang Hao walked up to Lu Feng and subconsciously looked at the mural. At once, Zhang Hao was stunned. The mural was a young girl in ancient costume, wearing a green jacket. It was painted in a marvelous manner and was extremely realistic. It was a bit of a departure from realistic Chinese paintings, but then again, it was indeed drawn with pen and ink.
Zhang Hao looked at the young girl's face and couldn't help but surge with a strong sense of amazement.
National color, heavenly fragrance, pouring the country into the city. Any word placed on the young girl would not be enough to describe the beauty a million times over.
Fairy. Master, this is a fairy.
Zhang Hao's heartbeat continued to accelerate. Only a fairy in the sky could have such a stunning beauty. Lu Feng sniffed with some amusement.
A painting is just a painting, why are you so excited? To say that fairies. Nowadays, plastic surgery plus beauty, there are many visible and touchable technological beauties. Not better than a painting? Lu Feng turned around and walked out of the house. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, had a look of contempt. Can a technological beauty be compared to a pure natural one? Master, what strange brain circuits. Even with the technological additions, those women can't compare to a painted fairy.
Out of 10 points, the painted immortal can score 12 points, and those women can score 5 points at most.
Zhang Hao secretly spat.
Looking at the painting in front of him again, Zhang Hao couldn't help but reveal a look of infatuation.
He had never seen such a stunningly beautiful person in reality, not to mention that he couldn't even dream about it.
Zhang Hao gradually approached the mural.
In a trance, he seemed to see the fairy in the painting come to reality.
Knowing and falling in love with him, getting married, having children, and white heads together.
It's a pity that it's just a painting after all.
Zhang Hao came back to his senses and couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Old Zhang, let's go.
Lu Feng's voice came from the courtyard.
Zhang Hao agreed and wanted to walk but couldn't move his steps. The line of sight lingered on the mural.
Zhang Hao suddenly looked to his left and right, as if he was a thief to confirm that no one was around. With that, Zhang Hao kissed the young girl in the mural.
The cold wall reminded Zhang Hao that it was just a painting.
However, in Zhang Hao's heart, he felt that this kiss was exceptionally soft.
It was like really being in a loved one. Ka-ching.
Zhang Hao took a selfie before he left the house in frustration. Seeing Lu Feng in the yard, Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh, "Master, my heart is gone."
Lu Feng was speechless at the sight. Losing his mind over a painting, he really convinced old Zhang. Old colorful batch of a man, stop pretending to be a love child for me.
Go wash your feet if you're having a seizure, what does losing your mind look like?
Lu Feng lectured a couple of times.
But Zhang Hao shook his head with disinterest. It's meaningless, washing feet has no meaning at all.
Master, I finally understand your sexual frigidity. Fairies are so beautiful, who still looks at mortal women?
The more Zhang Hao talked, the more frustrated he became.
He felt completely devoid of that need, unless it was with a painted fairy. You're the one who's sexually frigid. Lu Feng couldn't help it. This horse rumor has gone too far, his sexual interest is normal. Every morning a column of Lu Feng suddenly frowned.
There was a commotion coming from inside the house. Zhang Hao also heard it, it was very light footsteps. Zhang Hao winced, no longer having the heart to be sentimental. Running behind Lu Feng at the speed of light, Zhang Hao looked at the door of the house with trepidation.
Master, I looked before I came out, there's no one in the house. How come there are footsteps now? Zhang Hao said with his heart pounding, instantly getting goosebumps.
Lu Feng didn't reply, he just put his hand into his pants pocket under his Taoist robe and held onto a token. It was the 5 Thunders token that he had found inside the house. The falling soul money that had been flying around in the neighborhood also returned and took the initiative to land in front of Lu Feng.
Many thanks to the gentleman for saving me.
The little woman is unable to return the favor and would like to wring the grass in the next life to repay the great favor of the Gongzi. A moving female voice came, and a figure appeared in the doorway. With a green jacket, ethereal temperament, and a stunningly beautiful face that eclipsed everything.
Zhang Hao's eyes widened at once. The painted fairy. Zhang Hao blurted out.
The person standing at the entrance of the house was the stunningly beautiful maiden in the mural.
How is this possible? Zhang Hao looked at the scene incredulously.
Although he was obsessed with the fairy in the painting. But he also knew that, as the master had said, it was just a painting.
Now the person in the painting had come to reality. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a strong sense of unreality. Am I having hysteria again?
Zhang Hao subconsciously slapped himself. The fiery pain came, and there was no change in the scene before his eyes. The young girl was still standing there, beautiful as ever.
Master, can you see the maiden at the entrance of the house? Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and said, Old Zhang, you go out first, leave this place to me to deal with.
Lu Feng looked grave. This place was obviously the secluded residence of a high-ranking person.
Then what could be the thing trapped in the painting? It must be a demon. And it wouldn't be an ordinary demon.
But he holds the 5 Thunders order in his hand, even the most powerful demon has to lie down.
The young girl also noticed Lu Feng.
The young lady has no intention of offending, please be magnanimous and let me go, immortal master. The young girl slightly owed her body and bowed to Lu Feng. A pair of beautiful eyes swept over the ancient money on the ground. A touch of mockery flashed in the young girl's eyes, then she looked at Lu Feng's pants pocket.
The 5 thunder horns.
This was what she was afraid of. Collecting all her ferocity and killing intent, the young girl tried her best to make herself appear harmless.
The immortal in the painting. Immortal in the painting. Zhang Hao murmured twice, unable to resist.
Without listening to Lu Feng's words, instead of leaving the courtyard, Zhang Hao crossed Lu Feng towards the young girl.
Old Zhang.
Lu Feng wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Zhang Hao took 3 steps and quickly arrived in front of the young girl.
Are you a human or a demon? A ghost or an immortal? Why can you come out of the painting? Zhang Hao couldn't wait to inquire.
With the stunning beauty close at hand, Zhang Hao's nose lingered with a tantalizing fragrance, and his heartbeat directly went up to 180. My lord, I am neither a human nor a demon, a ghost, nor an immortal. I am a bit of spirituality in the painting, which was transformed by the immortals here and slowly opened up my spirit. It's just that I lack popularity, and I can't get out of that painting. You kissed me just now, and gave me a little bit of popularity. Only then could I walk out of the world in the painting. The young girl smiled sweetly, instantly seducing Zhang Hao's soul.
This is what I saved. Zhang Hao got excited.
Thinking of the young girl's earlier words about repaying the favor, Zhang Hao immediately grabbed the young girl's arm.
Don't repay me in your next life. Go, get a license. Chapter 103, Immortals of Longhu Mountain. The second live broadcast site. Why hasn't the live broadcast resumed? The director looked anxious. It had been interrupted for quite some time. Was the signal so bad on Zhang Hao's side? He had also tried calling Zhang Hao, but as usual, he couldn't get through. Could it be that little Zhang has been eaten as well?
A bad thought came to the director's mind, and he became more and more unable to sit still. Also unable to sit still was Zhang Yuhan. This Taoist master had a blind confidence in Lu Feng. Any demon or devil would be easily disposed of in front of the Grandmaster.
The master is the only true immortal in the world.
But no news for such a long time. Zhang Yuhan was also a little worried.
Could it be that Grandmaster really had an accident?
Zhang Yuhan frowned, the worry in his eyes no longer being able to hide it.
Suddenly,
the live broadcast screen appeared. A stunningly beautiful young girl appeared in the camera.
The live broadcast.
What a beautiful girl.
Is this a fairy? How come it's so beautiful? There is such a beautiful person in the world. This actress can 360 degrees without dead angle. The crew from where to find it? What actress? This is a ghost. Laughing, can't the fans on the air have some brains? I'm a ghost and I'm eating upside down. What? Another eating brother?
Cows, the last eating brother already drank tea. I hope this brother can take over the banner and continue to work hard. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the young girl in the picture and always felt that something was wrong.
Taoist Zhang, there's something odd. A beautiful woman actually popped up in the middle of the night. So uncharacteristically beautiful, it can't be a demonic spirit, right?
The director was nervous. Because he knew Zhang Hao's nature, he couldn't walk when he saw a woman.
If it's really a goblin, Zhang Hao's bone marrow could be sucked dry.
The director was afraid that the camera would turn and he would see Zhang Hao, who had turned into a skeleton. Zhang Yuhan frowned slightly as he scrutinized the young girl in the live feed.
There is no demonic color, and the aura is ethereal. More like a person of the immortal path than a demon. Zhang Yuan stroked his beard.
The director froze at his words.
Immortal way people. Immortal cultivator? Immortal nuns? Isn't the Grandmaster the only true immortal in the world? Why is there another one?
The director had a head full of question marks.
The scene of the program.
Zhang Hao couldn't care less about Lu Feng, his eyes were always on the young girl. It doesn't matter if you don't have an ID card, let's organize the banquet first.
Master, you'll be my witness. I promise, I will definitely treat you in the future.
Zhang Hao returned to the stone steps, then remembered that he didn't know the maiden's name. The young girl seemed to have guessed Zhang Hao's thoughts and said with a smile on her lips, "My name is Jor."
Jor.
Zhang Hao murmured, feeling even more in love with the young girl. Jor, I promise that in the future, I will be good to only you.
You're the only one in my eyes. You are my whole world.
Zhang Hao was so emotional that he grabbed the young girl's hand and wouldn't let go. The smooth skin texture of the beauty made Zhang Hao love it. Zhang Hao looked at the young girl with affection, and a big mouth slowly approached the beauty's cherry lips.
Do you know the origin of the high person who lives in seclusion here? Lu Feng's voice came, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere.
Zhang Hao immediately became upset.
How can a master have no eyesight at all? Almost I kissed it.
Zhang Hao spat in his heart. The young girl shyly broke away from Zhang Hao's hand and once again bowed to Lu Feng. Back to Immortal Master, the tall man here is a registered disciple of the first Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. After the old Heavenly Master ascended to immortality, he lived in seclusion under Longhu Mountain.
Or traveled to famous mountains and rivers, or returned here to cultivate.
300 years ago he suddenly came to his senses and became immortal in the house.
The young girl told the truth. Zhang Hao was amazed to hear it.
Lu Feng, however, frowned darkly.
System, is what she said true? Ding. Don't know. Lu Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard the system reply. Don't know. System, you knew that the Dongfeng incident was the work of a demonic path, and now you can't even identify a lie? Ding. The Dongfeng incident was reasoned out by this system. So many people at the hotel, cutie. All know it's related to the disappearance.
This system is not omnipotent. Please ask the host to judge for himself if the young girl is lying.
Lu Feng can't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he hears the system's explanation.
Good lord, thanks to him trusting the system so much.
Thought it was an omniscient and omnipotent plug-in.
Turns out this bastard is just like him. The Dongfeng incident all relied on reasoning. It seems that in the future, you can't look for the system to judge what you're not sure about. Lu Feng muttered in his heart.
He was uneasy about the system's IQ, so he might as well find old Zhang to discuss it. Joer, let's continue.
Zhang Hao shyly made a face and went to kiss the young girl again.
Lu Feng covered his head when he saw this. Gotta be.
Old Zhang, this colorful batch, is not as reliable as the system. The young girl stopped Zhang Hao and pressed her small hand on Zhang Hao's chest so that Zhang Hao could not come any closer.
Husband, is the Heavenly Master's mansion still in its original location?
I want to do justice to the highnesses of this place.
Let the current Heavenly Master know that the once insignificant named disciple has become immortal.
The young girl's cry of husband made Zhang Hao's bones lighten by 2 or 2.
Maiden, wait a moment, I'll check.
Zhang Hao took out his cell phone and did a quick search.
The Heavenly Master's mansion is in the town, not on Longhu Mountain. Several rebuilds did happen in history, but it's not far from the original site.
Also, there are some meditating Taoist priests on the mountain. Like the last Heavenly Master, Zhang Yuhan, who lived in seclusion on the mountain. Quite a few disciples lived near him and listened to Taoist Master Zhang's teachings from time to time. Zhang Hao talked about what he had searched. The young girl's heart stirred at the words, and then she spread a smile.
So the current Heavenly Master, is he in the town's Heavenly Master's mansion? Zhang Hao nodded.
Most of the time, he is at the bottom of the mountain to take care of business, and occasionally, he will go to the mountain to accompany his master. If you want to write the name of the High Master of this place, just go directly to the town's Heavenly Master's mansion.
Zhang Hao gave advice.
However, he then let out a thump in his heart. Because there were no more Taoist priests in Longhu Mountain and the Heavenly Master's mansion.
All of them ran away. Now go to Tianshifu. Fear is not even see a shadow. Okay, let's go to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Go now.
The young girl looked excited and dragged Zhang Hao down the mountain. Zhang Hao's heart was burning with anxiety. On the contrary, he had no way to explain. He couldn't say that all the Taoist priests had run away because they were afraid of the Grandmaster slaughtering the mountain.
Nyangzi, why don't we go during the day? People are sleeping now, let's.
Zhang Hao was interrupted by the young girl before he could finish his sentence.
We can wait outside the door. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but murmur when they saw this scene.
It turns out that there are immortals in Longhu Mountain.
And even opened up a secret realm under the mountain. Awesome.
Worthy of being in the lineage of Heavenly Masters. It's a pity that it has already ascended for 300 years.
Are you going to Lungfu Shan? Such a beautiful girl, everyone teamed up to steal the marriage. What kind of idea is this? I'm against this marriage.
I can't accept that Zhang can get such a beautiful wife.
I can't accept it either. We have to break it up. I'm looking for a righteous light to kill Chang. Agu, I'm convinced. It's all in the script. What are you guys so excited about? You really think you're getting married? That's right. Anyone who takes the script seriously is a retard. This studio is full of idiots. The second live broadcast. The director looked to the Zhang age cold. Chapter 104, do you call this a script? Taoist Master Zhang, I didn't realize that underneath Dragon Tiger Mountain, there are actually immortal ruins.
The Heavenly Master's house can have another colorful account. The director revealed a congratulatory smile. Zhang Yuhan was also a bit surprised, but more than that, he was astonished.
Director Yan, I feel that things aren't that simple.
There's something wrong with this young girl.
Zhang Yuhan voiced his worries.
The director froze as he listened.
A teenage girl has a problem? This wasn't right.
Just now, the one who said that the young girl was not a goblin was Zhang Yihan.
Now the one who said that the young girl had problems was again Zhang Yuhan. Taoist Chang, are you drinking too much? No, are you thinking too much?
The person has sincerely come to the Heavenly Master's house, and has not had the slightest bit of malice since the beginning.
I can't see where she has a problem.
The director was full of doubts.
Zhang Yuhan didn't say anything else, but just tightly gripped his beard. Tianshi Mansion.
Zhang Hao looked at the closed gate and couldn't help but look at his face with egg on his face.
Lu Feng walked to the front.
Falling soul money circled around Lu Feng as if it was guarding. It's almost 4 in the morning, we shouldn't have to wait long before someone gets up to do the morning lesson. Lu Feng's voice came out. Zhang Hao listened with even more egg pain.
Doing morning lessons? There were no people doing the morning lesson.
As for the young girl who had been well behaved, at this moment, she suddenly shook off Zhang Hao and ran to the gate.
Maiden, the Taoists will open the door when they get up.
Let's just wait here.
Zhang Hao shouted, figuring that he could let the Taoists sneak back in. Bang!
The young girl kicked the gate and it collapsed.
Question mark. Zhang Hao was stunned. Lu Feng's gaze was fixed. He knew that this fairy in the painting was not right. He came up and kicked the door, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of respect. Seeing the girl into the Heavenly Master's mansion, Lu Feng also followed. Zhang Hao came back to his senses and also rushed into the Heavenly Master's mansion. Maiden, maiden! Zhang Hao shouted from behind. The young girl, on the other hand, went straight to the Three Qing Hall. Seeing the statue of the Three Qing gods, the young girl could not help but pay her respects. The young girl then slapped the offering table and dug up the ground underneath it. Zhang Hao couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he ran to see this scene. This? Maiden, what are you digging a pit for? Zhang Hao was a bit stunned. What about saying that you came to find the Heavenly Master? How come you even smashed the Three Qing offering table? Found it. The young girl's surprised voice came, and a red light illuminated the Three Qing Hall. Lu Feng quickly went forward and saw the young girl swallow a red pill into her mouth. Inner Dan? A word popped up in Lu Feng's mind. The young girl turned around violently and looked at Lu Feng. The smile at the corner of her mouth was no longer shy and moving, but full of demonic charm. Nyan. Nyanzi? Zhang Hao watched the scene in awe. The person was still the same, but Zhang Hao's feeling was completely different. The once ethereal immortal aura was gone, replaced by a strong demonic aura. When the young girl heard Zhang Hao's voice, she couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Mother. Concubine's bushy willow posture, I'm afraid I'm not good enough for Lang Jun Na. The voice was filled with mockery, and the young girl's appearance began to change. In just the blink of an eye, the wonderful young girl turned into a gray-haired old woman. Zhang Hao was startled. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Red-pink skeleton. Could this be the real body? Ah. Just now who wants to rob the marriage, quickly go to collect this demon. So Xiao Zhang was just flirting with the old lady. Zhang is too heavy-handed. Xiao Zhang, I don't know. I didn't know. My wife suddenly turned into a grandma, and it's my fault? Zhang's psychological shadow. Don't bull me, it's all special effects, the program is using the video as a live broadcast again. Don't talk if you don't know what you're talking about. This is a live broadcast. I'm so sorry. A bunch of sand sculpture retard, is live I eat. IUA, you step horse. The fans in the room are cursing, aren't they? All what quality? Oh, fans don't worry, I'm staying in town, I'll give you a live broadcast to see how the show is cheating. Go on, bro. Give this group of fans a good smack in the face. The second live broadcast. Zhang Yuhan's beard was pulled off too. The director was even almost paralyzed with fear. Ghost. 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 The director was so scared that he panicked. Zhang Yuhan, however, shook his head. It's not a ghost, it's a demon. If I'm not wrong, the red light that appeared just now was actually emitted by the demon's elixir. This demon's inner elixir is sealed under the offering table. No wonder she came to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Yuhan guessed the general idea. The scene of the program. Outside the Heavenly Master's mansion. A youth appeared at the doorway, taking a cell phone shot of the collapsed gate. Has that brain-dead live streaming fan come yet? Don't rush to scold me, it's really because you guys are so retarded that a normal person wouldn't be able to watch it. Face slapping? What face slapping? It's just a door, if it falls, it proves nothing. You group of fans don't need to be tough talking when I shoot the inside. You guys will know that the program group has been using special effects videos instead of live broadcasts. The youth smiled faintly and walked into the Heavenly Master's mansion with large strides. But before he could rush to the Three Qing Hall, he saw a demonic red light appear in the air. There's someone in the air? The youth froze for a moment. In the air above this Heavenly Master's mansion, roughly 30 to 40 meters above the ground, a young girl floated in the air. Question mark. Hanging wire? This high is using the construction site's tower crane to hoist people, right? The youth muttered and patted the rest of the sky. Clowns of the live broadcast, your director is too good at picking the time. Big night is just the right cover, you can't even see the crane in the dark. The youth said and pointed the camera at the young girl again, zooming in and out. Other than that, this actress is really good looking. How come she took on this kind of retarded script? Really can't figure it out. The youth ignored the tirades in the broadcast room and broadcasted live to himself. Until the youth was startled. The viewers in his live broadcast room were also taken aback. I Nima. Nine-tailed fox. It's not nine-tailed. 1, 2, 3. Is a seven-tailed fox. I'll see who dares to say it's a special effect. How did a man with a long tail do that? This is impossible. It's impossible. Because this world isn't the world you think it is. WOJ. Is it possible that the show's crew didn't do any special effects and everything is real? This is a big joke. At the show, the youth looked at the unusual situation in the air, and his eyes glazed over. What shocked him even more was that the stars in the sky disappeared, as if they were instantly covered by clouds. The youth suddenly had an indescribably depressing feeling.
Just a heavy stone was pressed on his heart, making him
5 Thunder Law. Stinking Taoist, do you really want to die with me?
A young girl's voice came from the air, and all 7 tails stood up.
5 Thunder Method.
The youth seemed to remember something and hurriedly rushed towards the 3 Qing Hall.
And outside the Sanqing Hall, Zhang Hao had already looked dumbfounded.
Next to him, Lu Feng was holding the 5 Thunder Bugle, coldly gazing at the fox demon in the air.
Either roll back to the painting or die here.
Your choice. Lu Feng held the 5 Thunders Bugle order high in one hand, with one hand behind his back. Even though he was on the ground, he had the demeanor of a nobleman looking out of the corner of his eye.
The young girl laughed out loud at the sight. Stinking Taoist, a mere token, also want to intimidate me?
Today, I will bloodily wash the Heavenly Master's mansion and then slaughter Dragon Tiger Mountain.
To avenge the 500 years of sealing.
The young girl exposed her bloodthirsty nature, and killing opportunities filled the air.
Chapter 105, the only true immortal in the world. Here it is.
The youth ran furiously all the way to the 3 Pristine Hall. At the same time, a thunderous light lit up. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the youth subconsciously looked at the young girl.
Now the maiden had completely turned into a fox. The huge thunder and the 7-tailed demonic fox formed a confrontation, and the demonic red light almost dyed half the sky. Eventually the thunder transformed into countless tiny thunder arcs, scattering away in the air. Stinking Taoist, think you can kill me just by taking the 5 Thunders order?
It's too much to look down on my 1,000 years of Taoist skill. Moreover, casting the 5 Thunder Law extremely consumes cultivation. Now you're afraid that you don't even have the strength to run away.
Instead of waiting to be tortured to death by me,
you might as well kill yourself, at least die a quicker death. The young girl recovered her person and laughed out coldly. The youth and Zhang Hao spoke out at the same time, their faces turning white for a while.
Heavenly lightning can't even dry it out. What kind of demon is this? Demon immortal?
The youth's heart was filled with shock.
Zhang Hao even grabbed Lu Feng's arm. Master, what to do? Thunder can't even kill her. What other means do you have to use quickly? Zhang Hao was so shocked and anxious that he didn't even notice the new youth.
Lu Feng did glance at the youth, but didn't take it to heart.
After all, the fox demon's commotion was too big, and it wasn't surprising that it attracted the nearby residents.
Later on, the Heavenly Master's mansion would be even more lively.
Taoist priests plus the nearby tenants. At least a few hundred people would have to gather around to watch.
Old Zhang, she's your maiden, why don't you help persuade her?
Lu Feng flirted. Zhang Hao was almost scared to death.
That was a 1,000-year-old fox demon, a ruthless character who wanted to blood-wash Longhu Mountain.
What virtue and ability did he have to be the malefactor of such a ferocious demon? Master, don't make fun of me. She is just using me. I took advantage of her earlier by kissing the mural. Will she not flay me alive later?
Zhang Hao's bitter face was on the verge of despair.
Now that life and death were at stake, how could he care about love?
Moreover, the image of a young girl turning into an old crone really scared him. Regardless of whether the fox demon's real body is a maiden or a crone, it has left a huge psychological shadow on him. He felt that his little brother was out of touch, and he was probably scared out of his mind.
I shouldn't have kissed that mural.
Zhang Hao regretted so much. It didn't matter if he kissed it, he directly released the fox demon that had been sealed for hundreds of years.
Right now, even the heavenly thunder couldn't strike this demon to death. He and the Grandmaster wouldn't hang here.
Old Zhang, don't worry, this place is the Heavenly Master's mansion, it's full of high-level immortal cultivators.
Even if I can't take her, there are people who can. Lu Feng consoled a couple sentences.
As a result, it was fine if Lu Feng didn't say anything, but once he did, Zhang Hao wanted to cry.
The higher person who cultivates immortality. Cultivate my ass.
There was no high person in Longhu Mountain at all. What's more, the people of the Heavenly Master's mansion ran out long ago, and the only one left here is an empty shell.
The young girl in the air also noticed that something was wrong.
Her divine sense unfolded, and after scanning through the Heavenly Master's mansion,
no one?
The young girl was pleasantly surprised, followed by an outburst of anger. She had retrieved the inner elixir, and the most important thing she wanted to do was to take revenge. As a result, there was not a single Taoist priest in this place. How could she take revenge? Destroying only one Heavenly Master's mansion? That would be too cheap for that group of Taoist priests.
Wait.
The young girl looked at Lu Feng anew.
Taoist priests? Who says there are no Taoist priests? Isn't there a ready-made one here?
The young girl rediscovered her target. Stinking Taoist priest, I'll kill you first before I go to Longhu Mountain.
When the old Taoist on the mountain is destroyed. The painting sealed me for hundreds of years. I didn't live in vain. Now my mind has reached the realm of the 9 tails.
I only need to devour 1,000 miles of living beings in a radius, and then I will be able to fly up in the daytime. The young girl said and looked at Zhang Hao again.
Husband, many thanks for letting me out. In return, I will imprison your soul in the inner den. That way we can be together forever.
The young girl spread her face and smiled.
Zhang Hao, however, felt chills all over his body. Imprisoned in the inner Dan. For eternity. Zhang Hao's scalp felt numb just thinking about it. Groove, 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 groove. The youth even sat on his butt. He heard clearly that this fox demon not only wanted to kill the Taoist priest, but also the living beings in a 1,000-mile radius. What the hell have I done? The youth couldn't tense up. How could he not expect that an ordinary live broadcast of counterfeiting would actually lead to a killing? Looking at the pop-ups, the youth suddenly grasped the point. Master. Right. Grandmaster. Master, save me. The youth looked at Lu Feng anxiously, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Since the program group didn't fake it, then the Grandmaster was real. The Five Thunders method just now also proved it. This is the live broadcast brainwashed fans repeatedly publicized, the world's only true immortal. If anyone could subdue a fox demon, it would be this master in front of him. Old Zhang, you go over and take care of it, don't freak out. Lu Feng instructed Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao wanted to say that he was more scared than the youth. He still wanted to be looked after. Master, run away. If you have any Earth Escape talismans, hurry up and take them out. Maybe we can still pick up a life. Zhang Hao held on to his last ray of hope. As a result, Lu Feng raised the token once again and looked at Zhang Hao dumbfounded. Master, you. Zhang Hao still remembered that the young girl had said that the Five Thunder technique was extremely depleting of true qi. With the Grandmaster's current state, it was impossible for him to perform it a second time. What answered Zhang Hao was a flash of light. The second divine thunderbolt blasted down. The young girl looked startled and rushed to deal with it, seven tails once again emerging from her back. In the end, the thunder once again turned into countless thunder arcs, but the young girl's aura had also weakened quite a bit. You actually managed to cast the Five Thunders technique twice in a row. The young girl's face showed shock. Especially seeing that Lu Feng looked as usual and did not show any sign of weakness. The young girl was even more incredulous. Is it this Five Thunders order that is special, or is it that his cultivation is heavenly and he has already touched the threshold of an immortal? The young girl's mind raced. Either way, it was extremely unfavorable for her. The young girl's eyes showed a fierce light and she decided to kill Lu Feng. Boom! The third thunder suddenly struck down. The young girl was instantly startled. 3 times? It was actually possible to cast the Five Thunder technique 3 times in a row. It was impossible for a mortal to do it. The young girl fought against the thunder with all her might, and this time, 3 of her 7 tails directly blackened. Boom! Not waiting for the young girl to catch her breath. The fourth divine thunder came. Impossible. This is impossible. The young girl had trouble accepting the truth, and her body radiated an even more demonic red light. Bang! A 7-tailed fox fell to the ground, its entire body scorched black. Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. The audience in the live broadcast room also boiled over. Grandmaster awesome. Worthy of being the only immortal in the world, so awesome. 4 consecutive heavenly thunderbolts, who in the world can be defeated? Is this the master's true strength? It's too scary. It's just like the way the gods came down to earth to get rid of the demons. Where are those who said the script? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. The brothers who faked the live broadcast are sitting on the ground. I'll see who still dares to say that the program is faking. Chapter 106, The Fierce Master. Director Mending. The scene of the program. Lu Feng came to the fox's body and saw that the other party still had breath. Old Zhang, your mother isn't dead, come over here. Lu Feng beckoned. Zhang Hao was so scared that he took 3 steps back in a row with a thump, thump, thump. Master, quick! Quickly kill her! This old hag toyed with my feelings. If I'm impotent, it's all her fault. I don't want to be a eunuch. Zhang Hao could not cry. Lu Feng kicked the charred fox. The fox demon instantly opened its eyes. Immortal. Immortal master, spare your life. I've never killed a living being since I've been cultivating, just now I was just putting out some harsh words. I beg Immortal Master to spare my life on the basis that it is not easy for all beings to cultivate. The fox demon's breath was weak, a pair of eyes full of prayers. Never killed a living being. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth pulled. This is something that ghosts don't believe. Actually, you had a chance. That high person sealed you in the painting to wear out the killing nature in your heart. As a result, not only did your murderous nature remain unabated, but it even intensified after you came out. Devouring living beings in a 1,000-mile radius. Do you know how big a 1,000-mile range is? Lu Feng coldly gazed at the fox demon. Immortal Master. Me. The fox demon revealed a pitiful expression. Master, be careful. The youth suddenly exclaimed. Ding. The falling soul money arrived in the blink of an eye and blocked in front of Lu Feng. The fox demon spat out white chi and hit the soul falling money squarely. Seeing that the blow missed, the fox demon got up and ran away. Stop her. Lu Feng hurriedly greeted. The youths looked at the darting fox demon and decisively got out of the way. Question mark. Lu Feng was convinced and hurriedly chased after her. Don't curse, brothers, don't curse. I'm scared. That's a seven-tailed demon fox, how can I stop her? What if she opens her mouth and eats me in passing? The youth was so scared that he was about to cry. Zhang Hao ran over and looked at the youth's cell phone, and couldn't help but look stunned. Are you live streaming? Zhang Hao was shocked. The youth hurriedly explained the beginning and end. Zhang Hao was immediately shocked and angry. Friends of the audience and the live broadcast. I'm the host and actor of Street Ghost Scare, Zhang Hao. I think I need to remind. Don't barge into the live broadcast screen at will. Once the master finds out the truth, thousands of people will die. I'm not joking, new viewers and friends, don't take this as an earworm. Those who feel that the program is faked and that everything is scripted. You guys can disguise yourselves as passersby and secretly observe how the truth really is. But there's one thing you must remember, never let the master notice you. Don't bring the program team with you if you want to die, and even more so, don't bring the hundreds of thousands of Dao disciples with you. Zhang Hao's tone was stern as he warned the troublemakers similar to the youths and the like. I'm going to go after the Grandmaster, so take care of yourself. Zhang Hao patted the youth's shoulder and chased him all the way out of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Pa! The youth whooped on his face. The host is right. I'll add one more thing, everyone, for the sake of their own little lives, don't come to the site. Because not only are there masters here, there are also demons and monsters. Danger factor 9.9, don't come if you don't want to die. The youth got off the live broadcast after saying that. He was scared to death right now and just wanted to go home and hide. This world is too dangerous. The youth looked around, always feeling that there were still demons hiding in the shadows. Maybe in the next second, he would be opened up and let the demons suck his brains dry. Master! Zhang Hao chased through 2 streets and finally found Lu Feng. However, the scene in front of him left him in a state of shock. At this moment, Lu Feng was grabbing the fox demon's tail and flinging it towards the wall of the store next to the street. The fox demon opened her teeth and claws, trying to bite Lu Feng. But what responded to her was only the cold wall. After hundreds of close contacts with the wall, the fox demon finally died of gas. Zhang Hao watched in shock. Looking at the fox demon's rotten head, Zhang Hao subconsciously touched his own head. For a moment, it was as if he saw his own downfall. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched this scene, and they could not hide their shock one by one as well. Master is too hard. Really just hard fall to death So dainty and beautiful, just like that, she died? It's useless to be beautiful, the master is not close to women's colors. What a waste of such a good-looking vixen. Strength 7-tailed, realm 9-tailed. Fox fairy general existence, actually died so miserable. Who let her offend the master? Death is not unfair. Xiao Zhang, I've lost my spouse? What's going on? I can't hold it in. What a talent. Where's Chang? Quickly. Get it while it's hot. What? What the? Are the brothers on the air so perverted? Good death. If you want to devour all the living beings in 1,000 miles, it's cheaper for her to die like this. The second live broadcast. The director and Zhang Yuhan let out a long sigh of relief. Daoist Zhang, it looks like it's the same as what I had envisioned before. Master went to Longhu Mountain this trip, not because he discovered the truth, but to get the magic treasure. The director said with a bit of a twist. There were magic treasures right under the mountain, and this group of Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain actually didn't know about it? The director always had an indescribable sense of absurdity. Take the voices of Taoist Master Zhang and I and connect them into the live broadcast. The director instructed the staff and started asking questions. Master's trip to Longhu Mountain should be for the purpose of fetching the magic weapon. Taoist Master Zhang, according to the fox demon, the master is taking the 5 Thunders order. What is this 5 Thunder Bugle order? Can you introduce it a little? The director's voice attracted the audience's attention. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard and said, The Order of the 5 Thunders? As the name suggests, it's a token that can command the generals of the Thunder Ministry. The 5 Thunders are the 5 Thunder Kings of the East, West, South, North, and Center. The tokens are usually circular on top and square on the bottom. The top is heaven and the bottom is earth. Since ancient times in our country, there is a saying that the sky is round and the earth is square. The fact that this token is round on top and square on the bottom is an allusion to the saying that heaven is round and earth is square. Zhang Yuhan spoke eloquently. The director listened and nodded his head. Ordering the generals of the Thunder Ministry. No wonder it can summon heavenly thunder. Taoist Zhang, what other functions does this 5 Thunder order have? The director asked a mouthful. Zhang Yuhan smiled at his words. The 5 Thunder Bugle is usually made of lightning-struck jujube wood, and there are many different types of systems. Some are carved with reliefs of Laixinzi, some are carved with swords that have golden dragons entwined around them, and some are the 5 Thunder writings. In short, there are many things that can be engraved, and the 5 Thunders order is no longer limited to summoning divine thunder.
dispatching ghosts and invoking gods, cutting down demons and removing devils, overcoming the dead, and suppressing houses and driving away evil spirits. As long as you can think of it, the Order of Five Thunders can do it all. Even when opening an altar to ask for rain, you can use the Five Thunder Bugle. The director couldn't help himself a bit as he listened to Zhang Yuhan's words. Taoist Zhang, this is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? I remember that Taoism has many tokens. If the Five Thunder Trumpet is so powerful, wouldn't it encompass all the functions of all the tokens? The director revealed a skeptical gaze. He felt that the old man was blowing awesome. Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard when he saw this. Director Yan, in fact, the Five Thunders token is just a name. The functions of a token with divine power are much the same. To mobilize troops, drive away ghosts and evil spirits, and cure diseases. These are the basic functions. The director couldn't help but stare blankly as he listened to Zhang Yuhan's explanation. This ing works too? I see. The director suddenly thought of something. Taoist Zhang, this is just like a car. Both can carry people, both can go on the road. But some are sports cars, some are business cars, and some are family cars. The basic functions are the same, but the focus is different. So is the Five Thunders horn. It has the basic function of repelling ghosts and curing diseases, but the most powerful thing is summoning the five directions divine thunder. This is a function that other tokens do not possess. The director said and added a few more sentences. But such a good thing, how come your heavenly master's mansion didn't realize it? Immortals have been ascending for 300 years. You guys are actually guarding an empty treasure mountain without realizing it? Chapter 107 Master said that the weeping stick is very useful. Zhang Yuhan slowly covered his chest. He wasn't angry, but heartbroken. As the director had said, such a powerful magic weapon, and their heavenly master's mansion actually didn't know about it? 300 years, 300 years. In the end, it was only when the Grandmaster came that the Five Thunders order saw the light of day. Master Zhang, this is a magic weapon left behind by an immortal. It's definitely stronger than the usual Five Thunders. It's a shame that your heavenly master's mansion missed out on it for 300 years. The director continued to fill in the gaps. Zhang Yuhan's chest covered tighter. 300 years. He himself accounted for 100 years. If there had been the Five Thunders, why would the Tao sect have fallen so far? At my age, I've truly lived to a dog's death. Zhang Yuhan made a rare foul-mouthed remark. The viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly happy. Ha, so Taoist director Zhang also speaks foul language. The director is too bad. Why do you keep rubbing salt into people's wounds? You're doing it for effect, aren't you? I'm not afraid that the old Taoist master will die of anger. Taoist master Zhang, director Yan, do you believe I will fend you off? Ha, I found out that Zhang learned to be cheap from the director. Actor pretending to be a ghost. Brothers, don't laugh. Let's talk about how to fix the Five Thunder method first. This is afraid of not being able to get it done. Oh, hurry up and prepare for the aftermath. Dongfeng City. Warehouse behind East City Stories. The police blocked off the scene. But in places that could not be seen, a dozen or so stern ghosts were waiting apprehensively. Finally, a black and a white figure appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. Old Black, this place has a heavy killing aura. White Impermanence entered the warehouse with a jump. Black Impermanence, however, did not move at the door. Seeing this, White Impermanence was a bit strange and was just about to ask a question. Explore the road. Black Impermanence said two words in a jar, almost didn't make White Impermanence angry. Old Black, you step on the horse to have some face. Your guts are getting smaller and smaller, have you forgotten that you're a ghost messenger? As White Impermanence spoke, a dozen figures floated in front of him. White Impermanence was startled and stopped jumping, running back to the warehouse door at the speed of light. When he saw that it was just a dozen or so stern ghosts. His grandma scared me to death. White Impermanence breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he offended the sarcophagus master, he would be on edge every time he visited the mortal world. He was afraid of being caught by the sarcophagus master. Luckily, there were many soul hookers in hell. With these huge number of temporary workers without establishment, he and Old Black do not need to hook the souls of ordinary people. Otherwise, every day in the mortal world countless times, he would have been scared to quit. However, those soul-hooking messengers are too low in skill to deal with the complexity of the situation. So for the key targets, he and Old Dark still have to go out. Like the warehouse in front of them, it was an extremely scary and vicious place. Greetings, two divine messengers. The dozen or so stern ghosts compensated with smiles, easing the tense atmosphere. Are you the only ones here? White Impermanence tugged Old Black into the warehouse, surveying the surroundings from time to time. If it was just a dozen or so stern ghosts, there was actually no need for them to make an appearance. Those low-level soul hookers would be able to handle it. This meant that there was something else going on in the warehouse. It's only us at the moment. The crowd replied back. When White Impermanence heard the reply back, he couldn't help but look at the leader. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit, looking like a company executive.
It shouldn't be. This place is extremely resentful. How come there are only a dozen or so stern ghosts? White Impermanence wondered.
Black Impermanence coldly uttered 2 words, murder.
Murder? White Impermanence raised an eyebrow. Old Black, what do you mean? These ghosts killed a lot of people to make this place resentful? Coincidentally, this seat loves sinful ghosts the most.
It's fine to torture them however you want on the road, and Lord Judge will even praise them for ridding the people of evil. White Impermanence grinned, revealing a frightening smile. The crowd of stern ghosts looked panicked, and some of them even knelt down in fear.
2 divine messengers, you've misunderstood. The one who is sinning in this place is a demonic path.
The middle-aged man hurriedly explained.
White Impermanence walked in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man couldn't help but shiver as he felt the amazing chi on White Impermanence. The others even retreated, not daring to get too close to White Impermanence.
The middle-aged man came back to his senses and hurriedly continued his explanation.
Divine Messenger, the demonic path has been committing evil in Dongfeng for 30 years.
Every year, there are thousands of people who die at his hands.
Snap.
White Impermanence called out a slap on the middle-aged man's face, instantly blinding him.
Thinking that you can clear your sins by making up a random demonic path? I've seen a lot of ghosts like you. Honestly explain, how exactly did you kill people?
White Impermanence had a look of contempt on his face, as if he had seen through everything.
The middle-aged man opened his mouth. What he said was the truth. But White Impermanence didn't believe him, so what could be done?
The middle-aged man's brain buzzed, not knowing how to answer for a moment.
Can't say it? Or don't dare to say it?
White Impermanence smiled without smiling, and slapped the middle-aged man in the face again.
Divine Messenger.
The others couldn't stand to watch and dragged the middle-aged man back into the crowd.
White Impermanence sneered at the sight. A bunch of raccoons, not a single good thing.
As for you group of stern ghosts, one of you will be counted as one when we get to hell.
All of you will be put in the frying pan.
Each one of you will be fried 800 times, guaranteeing that there won't be a single case of wrongdoing. White Impermanence pointed at a group of ghosts, with the meaning of pointing out the mountains. Black Impermanence gave a muffled indicating that he agreed with White Impermanence's statement.
2 divine messengers, there are indeed evil demons here.
The middle-aged man hurriedly explained.
Snap.
White Impermanence slapped the middle-aged man directly in the air.
Obstinate, still arguing. Believe it or not, I'll let you go down to the frying pan right now? White Impermanence's eyes showed ferocity.
If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have his weeping stick in his hand, he would have lashed over with a stick long ago.
But Master said.
A slightly childish voice rang out.
White Impermanence's gaze turned to the only young girl among the stern ghosts. Master? What did he say? White Impermanence's smile became playful.
He found this group of ghosts a bit interesting.
Demon Road, Master. Wasn't it that they were going to make up a fairy to come out later? It was really a slip of the tongue. Treating him as a little cutie. Trying to cheat. He also didn't look at how many years he and Old Black had lived. Master said that the whaling stick is very good, especially for beating Ghostbusters. The young girl boldly said it. White Impermanence froze on the spot. Black Impermanence even stared with both eyes and his body froze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed, and Black and White Impermanence never responded.
A crowd of severe ghosts to see the heart scared, do not know the words of the Master's explanation whether it works or not.
Big. Master?
White Impermanence's face changed, his long tongue jumping around. Speaking of masters alone, he wasn't sure which one it was. But to say that the one who took a whaling stick and beat the ghost messenger was the only one in the whole world. Should it be such a coincidence? White Impermanence's heart was about to jump out. Looking at the group of trembling ghosts, White Impermanence only felt a rush of scalp numbness. Old Black. The situation is a bit bad. Let's snap. Black Impermanence slapped White Impermanence in the face. Chapter 108 Master, why don't you take the blame? Old Black? White Impermanence was a bit confused. Black Impermanence returned 2 words, substitute. Slap. Another slap. Black Impermanence's big black hand hooped so hard that White Impermanence flew out. Nima. White Impermanence cursed as he landed on the ground. But he also understood what Old Black meant. He had just slapped the middle-aged man 3 times, and the middle-aged man was the Master's man. So those 3 slaps had to be returned. Otherwise, if the Grandmaster knew about it, the 2 of them would definitely have to shed their skins. Seeing Black Impermanence walking over, White Impermanence hurriedly waved his hand. You step on the horse to the old man, stand still. You're not the one who's going to do it, you've got the wind in your sails, don't you? White Impermanence climbed up, bypassing Black Impermanence to go in front of the group of severe ghosts. You! Step out! White Impermanence pointed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swallowed hard and finally came out in line. The others were filled with panic, a bit unable to understand the situation.
The master's words they relayed. But the reaction of the black and white irregulars. According to common sense, the black and white irregulars either ignored the words of the Grandmaster or their attitude became more conciliatory. How come the reality is so unexpected? Black and white impermanence actually infighting. Black impermanence violently beat up white impermanence. Everyone was confused about the situation in front of them. Come on, slap me. White impermanence brought his miserable white face forward, frightening the middle-aged man into taking several steps back. Run for what? Hurry over and slap me. White impermanence urged. The middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw white impermanence's serious face. God envoy. Are you sure you want me to fan you? The middle-aged man's face was filled with disbelief. Nonsense. Hurry up and slap. Or else I'll eat you. White impermanence was a bit impatient.
The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he could only return to white impermanence and raise his big hand. But looking at white impermanence's face, the middle-aged man just didn't dare to slap it down.
This was the legendary white impermanence. He was just a tiny little stern ghost. How could he dare to make a move against a ghostly messenger of hell? I said, can you be quicker? Hurry up, don't delay everyone. White impermanence urged again. Good. The middle-aged man's teeth clenched, his heart crossed, and he slapped down hard. But when it was about to reach white impermanence's face, his hand came to a sharp stop. In the end, it only lightly touched the cheek of white impermanence. Divine messenger, the little one has fought.
The middle-aged man revealed a pleasing look. He had already been slapped 3 times by white impermanence and had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Now he was afraid of displeasing white impermanence and having white impermanence slap him again. You. White impermanence froze, and then he revealed a satisfied gaze. Not bad, the children are teachable. White impermanence patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. He was satisfied with the middle-aged man's performance, worthy of being in the workplace. The surface work was extremely well done. Old Black, this is fine now. White impermanence looked towards black impermanence. The others also looked at black impermanence. To be honest, they hadn't understood until now why black impermanence would hit white impermanence. Black impermanence didn't say anything, just slowly walked back to white impermanence. Old Black, it seems that there is indeed a demonic path in this place, only to be mastered. Snap. Black impermanence slapped white impermanence in the face, once again sending white impermanence flying. This scene immediately stunned everyone. Question mark. Old Black, have you eaten the wrong medicine? 3 slaps are already enough, why are you still hitting? White impermanence furiously climbed up. Black impermanence shook his head and said, too light, doesn't count. UTM. White impermanence was so close to not dying of anger. He was also convinced that the middle-aged man who was beaten didn't say anything. What was Old Black up to here? Wait. White impermanence seemed to have thought of something. Ancient Tomb, Wailing Rod, violently beat Ghostbusters. This is a ing personal vendetta. White impermanence figured it out. Last time, he had shaded Old Black, causing Old Black to be severely beaten up by the master. This was obviously Old Black holding a grudge. Seizing the opportunity to slap him 3 times in a row today was pure revenge. Apologize. Another voice came from Black impermanence, and it couldn't help but make white impermanence look stunned. The middle-aged man was also filled with dismay. Black impermanence. Made white impermanence apologize to him? The middle-aged man felt like he was dreaming. Although he had been beaten by white impermanence, how could he dare to let the ghost messenger apologize? Moreover, with white impermanence's identity as a ghost messenger, it was impossible for him to apologize to a little kid like him. I'm sorry, brother, earlier it was me who was reckless and didn't know the relationship between you and the master. But now that it's clear, we're all on our own. Just tell me what you want. As long as Old Black and I can do it, we will definitely do it for you. White impermanence patted his chest and packed his bags. The middle-aged man couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The high and mighty ghost differential was actually really apologizing to him? He wasn't dreaming, was he? The others were also dumbfounded. Was the hellish Ghostbusters so peaceful? A moment ago, he was still shouting to fight and kill, but in the blink of an eye, he bowed his head and apologized. This change could be too great. As for the unpleasantness that happened between the two of us. White impermanence lowered his voice and wrapped his arm around the middle-aged man's bladder. I don't think it would be necessary to let the master know. His old man is too busy to labor over such trivial matters. Brother, do you think it's the right thing to do? White impermanence hammed and hawed. The middle-aged man instantly sobered up. The others also snapped back to their senses. So it's because of master. It dawned on the crowd, yet they were incomparably alarmed. They knew that the Grandmaster's face was big, but they never thought it was this big. Black and white impermanence was a proper earthly ghost messenger, an established immortal. What happened? White impermanence not only apologized, but also returned the 3 slaps. He's got to be afraid of the master to a certain extent. And what kind of master is the one who suppresses the Ghostbusters?
The crowd couldn't help but be mesmerized. Don't worry, Divine Messenger, we won't sue.
The young girl who had opened her mouth earlier returned, speaking bluntly. White Impermanence coughed dryly, slightly embarrassed, but more relieved.
This is if the master knows that he beat up the middle-aged man. White Impermanence shivered just thinking about it. To that master's character, afraid not to flay him alive. Then the middle-aged man from the beginning of the story, the warehouse of the matter in detail once again. In the end, the question returned to the matter of killing the follower. Divine Messenger, we killed so many people when we took revenge, will we go to hell?
The middle-aged man was filled with worry. The black and white irregulars looked at each other and couldn't help but frown in unison. This matter is not good, although they are full of evil. But there are laws governing them in the mortal world, and there are rules governing them in hell. Whether they are alive or dead, it is not your turn to convict and punish them. Take a simple example. In the mortal world, if someone kills your entire family, and you take revenge and kill the murderer afterward, you'll be sentenced just the same. This is the law. The rules of hell are the same. The right to judge and punish is not in your hands, and by taking revenge you are messing with the law and the rules. So when you get to the Lord Judge, you'll have no choice but to suffer. At most, considering the factor of revenge, I can slightly reduce your punishment. White Impermanence spoke of the benefits and couldn't help but make the faces of the crowd tighten.
However, White Impermanence's tone turned. You guys can push the matter onto the master. Just say that all these people were killed by the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster is a living person, the hell can't control him for now. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Chapter 109. The dish is the original sin. Is this all the Heavenly Master's mansion has to offer?
Black Impermanence couldn't help but give a thumbs up as he listened to White Impermanence.
Hi!
Black Impermanence praised, the joy on his face barely concealed.
It was true that hell could not control the heads of living people. But as long as one did not become immortal, one would eventually die. At that time, this pot that was held on the master's head could be totaled. Mutilating so many mortals, less fright ate right. Black Impermanence was excited just thinking about it. At that time, he would have to personally take charge of the spoon and fry the Grandmaster to a crisp. No way.
The middle-aged man was the first to object.
We're the ones killing people, not the master. Isn't it just going to go into the frying pan? The middle-aged man clenched his fists.
I'm willing to break through the mountain of daggers and the sea of fire, this matter has nothing to do with the master.
The middle-aged man had a determined face. He wasn't too sure earlier, but now he could see it.
This black and white irregulars had a grudge against the Grandmaster. It was only for fear of the master's might that the black and white impermanent acted so amiable.
Are you sure?
The white impermanence narrowed his eyes.
Black Impermanence, on the other hand, looked towards the others, revealing a threatening flavor. The crowd was instantly divided.
Some of the less courageous ones couldn't help but falter.
Are you not afraid of heaven's wrath if you ask us to defame the master?
The young girl opened her mouth.
Black Impermanence's face darkened and he glared fiercely at the young girl.
However, the young girl did not flinch in the slightest.
Without master's help, all of us would be eaten by the demonic path. By then, not to mention reincarnation, not even our souls would be left. So what's wrong with the mountain of swords and the sea of fire? What's wrong with going to the frying pan?
At least we're still alive and have a chance to reincarnate. You guys are God's ambassadors, but you're asking us to be gracious and revengeful.
I'm sorry, we can't do it.
The more the young girl said, the louder her voice became. The few faltering stern ghosts couldn't help but show shameful gazes. They were a large age, but they were actually less understanding than a child.
Well said.
The middle-aged man sneered. You too, we are not afraid of hellish torture. Rather, it's you guys who taught us to falsely accuse Master.
If the king of hell knew, what would he do to you? Oh no, we are our own people, we can't make such a big mess. Then, go to the master. Let's settle this privately and let the master decide what to do.
The middle-aged man looked at the black and white invincibles in front of him, and no longer had the fear he had before.
The ghost messenger. Bullying the soft and fearing the hard, framing false accusations, what's the difference between this and the villains of the mortal world? He had seen this kind of villain a lot and knew exactly how to deal with it. As expected, the next second black and white impermanence went soft. Egu, brother, what are you talking about? It's just a few evil executioners, just kill them.
I'll tell the judge that you won't be punished.
At most, I'll say a few words of instruction, and you'll just listen. Even if we really have to go to the frying pan, old black and I can find a few scapegoats to take the punishment on your behalf. White impermanence flipped his face faster than a book. He was truly afraid. If this went to Lu Feng, neither he nor old black would want to live. Heavenly Master's mansion.
A number of figures appeared on the street, all of which were nearby residents who had been woken up by the noise. A group of people were filled with astonishment, not knowing exactly what had happened.
Lu Feng returned to the front gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion.
Old Zhang, this was kicked and broken by your mother, you'll pay for it later.
Lu Feng pointed at the broken gate.
Zhang Hao was carrying a dead fox in his hand and his face turned green. Master, I'll pay for it all. I'll also pay for the damage to the 3 pristine hall. All I ask is that you don't mention any maidens. Zhang Hao revealed an expression of wanting to die. This was a mental shadow he had for the rest of his life. Lu Feng looked amused for a while. Old Zhang, what kind of expression is that? As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day. Why do you dislike your mother so much? I remember you're not a thin-skinned person. Remember to make your wife's grave bigger later. Maybe you two will be buried together in 2 days. Lu Feng smiled faintly. The audience in the live broadcast room directly laughed. Ha ha ha, master is too detrimental. Joint burial. I'm crying my eyes out, it's too romantic. Xiao Zhang, master, you shut the up. You only 2 days after the death. Ha ha ha, really want to be buried together. I estimate that Xiao Zhang will die in peace. But this time the master was kind enough to keep Zhang behind him. Indeed, in the past, the master has always used Chang as a meat shield. This. Has the master changed his mind? Stop it, if Xiao Zhang is in front, it will affect the master's pretense. Master, I have the 5 thunders, whoever stands in my way will die. What's going on? Sure enough, I overthought it. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao couldn't strain himself. Master, you don't make fun of me. Actually, fox demons are nothing. There are plenty of ancient scholars who had erotic encounters with fox demons and female ghosts. But Jor is going to make me immortal. Zhang Hao said and shivered. I thought it was a match made in heaven, but I didn't realize it was my wishful thinking. Her use of me made my infatuation a laughingstock. Master, this is definitely the biggest haze in my life. Don't stimulate me, you're old man. Zhang Hao wept and sullenly entered the Heavenly Master's mansion. Lu Feng was happy to see this. Just as he was about to enter the Heavenly Master's mansion, Lu Feng suddenly stopped his steps again. Old Zhang, don't go in yet. Lu Feng hurriedly reminded. Zhang Hao froze at his words and hurriedly ran back to Lu Feng's side. What's wrong, master? Are there still demons? Zhang Hao was so nervous that his eyes looked around. Old Zhang, don't you realize that something's not right? Lu Feng took out the 5 thunder bugle. Not right? What's wrong? Zhang Hao became even more nervous. The commotion here is so loud, but the Heavenly Master's mansion didn't react? The surrounding tenants were all woken up. How come the Taoist master here is indifferent? Lu Feng stared tightly at the interior of the Heavenly Master's mansion. There were no silhouettes. Not a single silhouette. Not even a single sound. Compared to Lu Feng's nervousness, Zhang Hao was relieved. No reaction is right. Zhang Hao couldn't help but mutter. There wasn't a single person in the Heavenly Master's mansion, so of course there was no reaction. What did you say? Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's heart fluttered as he thought of a brilliant excuse. Master, I guess there's no one in the Heavenly Master's mansion at all. This group of Taoist priests can pinch and count, so I guess the diviners have figured out that today's big misfortune. So they went out en masse to avoid trouble. Zhang Hao spoke up and found the perfect explanation. Avoiding trouble? Lu Feng was skeptical. Until he entered the Heavenly Master's mansion and searched all over the place. There really isn't a single person. Lu Feng believed it now. What else could it be to make all the people in the Heavenly Master's mansion leave, other than avoiding disaster? Even if they were going out to perform a puja, it would be impossible to not even leave a single watchman. Only by avoiding disaster would this happen. A fox demon only, actually all scared away. Is the Celestial Master's mansion so vegetable? Lu Feng couldn't help but spit it out. The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth tugged at his words as he slowly walked a bit further away. Friends of the audience, Grandmaster's words are really a disgrace to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Jor needs 4 heavenly thunderbolts to split to death. Even if the Heavenly Master's mansion had Master's magic treasure, it wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of demonic immortal. Right, there's one more thing. Chapter 110, Moderator, I'll do both for Master. Zhang Hao's expression was tense. The 5 thunders trumpet can summon the 9 heavenly thunder. How else can we play with this Tama? Director, you hurry up and give a word. When will the ghost-playing actor and I run away? The second live broadcast scene. Zhang Youwen stroked his beard, satisfied with Zhang Hao's performance. Divining good and bad fortune, collectively avoiding disaster. This excuse was good, very good. It explains why there is no one in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and also covers up the reality that there are no high-level people in the Taoist sect. As for the 5 thunders order, Zhang Yuhan hadn't thought of a strategy to deal with it for a while. Taoist Zhang, things are in trouble. When targeting the falling soul money, we can still use our bows and arrows to force the master into submission. But how do we mess up the 5 thunder horns? That fox demon is in the air, it can be struck dozens of meters away from the master. The actor pretending to be a ghost definitely can't block it. The director was anxious. Before Zhang Youhan could reply, the other Dao sect executives spoke up. Don't be anxious, Director Yan, we've discussed this before. Actually, this thunder bar, it doesn't necessarily strike people to death. If you casually search the internet, you can search for people who are still alive after being struck by lightning. Plus, the ghost pretending actor himself has a superb physique, a few chops won't kill him. The director couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard the advice given by Dao Men.
Was this TM an ordinary thunder? Demon immortals with boundless magical power were all split into that dangling state. What's wrong with a human being? It's a blessing to be able to keep a whole body. Are you really standing around talking without a pain in the ass, or are all cultivators so naive? That's heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder. Do these old Taoists understand the gold content of heavenly thunder or not?
The director couldn't stop spitting in his mind. Zhang Yohan was also a bit speechless and glared at the group of Taoists.
The heavenly thunder is not humanly possible. Director Yen, hold off on the action. Zhang Yuhan sighed. To be honest, he was still very moved by the Five Thunders token. With this token, the Dao sect would truly rise. As long as the Grandmaster then passes down the true Five Thunders law,
any demons, devils, or monsters would be annihilated under the heavenly thunder.
The Taoist sect will also become a genuine immortal cultivation sect and no longer be some kind of fancy.
But how to deal with the Five Thunders, Zhang Yuhan really cannot think of a feasible way.
Not to mention getting the Five Thunder bugle into his hands. Taoist Zhang, I think we still need to rely on little Zhang.
Have him carefully ask the master what restrictions this Five Thunders order has. The director said and contacted Zhang Hao.
Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Hao listened to the director's instructions and couldn't help but return to Lu Feng's side. He decided to repeat his old trick. Master, I have a proposal, I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. When I got the soul falling money before, I said that I would finish off King of Hell, and we two brothers would dominate the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's a pity that the soul drop money isn't powerful enough to deter the hell. But it's different now.
Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed and looked at the token in Lu Feng's hand. It was only the size of a palm, but it contained unimaginable power. Master, with the Five Thunders token, we really need to branch out this time. If you kill your way into the hell, the 10 kingdoms of hell will be chopped one by one, and I'll see who dares to disobey. Zhang Hao waved his hand, looking excited, as if he had already seen the picture of dominating the hell. In reality, however, Zhang Hao was perking up his ears. That was how he squeezed it last time and got the ancient money restrictions from the master's mouth. This time, without any surprises. Good idea, let's kill our way into the hell. Lu Feng nodded very seriously. Zhang Hao froze at once.
Zhang Hao was stunned. Killing into the hell. He was just talking casually, how did the Grandmaster agree to it? Could it be that there was no limit to this Five Thunder Horn order? If it could really split the King of 10 Temples of Hell, then the program team would still be playing around. No matter how powerful a ghost actor was, he couldn't be as powerful as a fox fairy, let alone the legendary 10 Temples of Hades. Go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. Lu Feng tossed the Five Thunders order to Zhang Hao and decided to tease the other party. Zhang Hao subconsciously received it in his hand. I'm going alone? Zhang Hao's eyes were wider than copper bells. Lu Feng, on the other hand, stood with his arms folded, intentionally revealing a haughty look. A mere hellhole, where does it need this seat to personally go? With this Five Thunders order, it's enough for you to go alone. Later, this seat will send you into the hell, you fight quickly. Strive to take down the hell in an hour. Lu Feng heavily patted Zhang Hao's shoulder, as if he had high hopes for Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was almost not scared to death. He was a mortal entering the hell? This was a purely upward rush to find excitement. Master, stop it. I don't know the Five Thunder laws, and the Five Thunder order is just for show. This matter still needs to be handled by you personally. Zhang Hao compensated with a smile and stuffed the Five Thunders order back into Lu Feng's hands. However, Zhang Hao was still a bit undeterred. By the way, Grandmaster, are there any restrictions on this Five Thunders order? I remember that the soul falling money can only be 20 meters in front of my body. Does the Five Thunders order have a similar restriction? Zhang Hao did not beat around the bush and asked directly. As far as the eye can see, all are within the range of the divine thunder. Lu Feng returned indifferently. Zhang Hao was instantly stunned. As far as the eye can see. Isn't this like splitting wherever you want? Finished, this time really cannot play. Zhang Hao was terrified in his heart. I'm afraid that as soon as the actor pretending to be a ghost showed his face, he would be split into flying ashes. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hao had another thought in his mind. Damn it! The program group won't jump over the wall and make me steal the Five Thunders order, right? Zhang Hao remembered his previous experience and was a bit braced. Previously, when he couldn't deal with the soul falling money, the director asked him to find a way to steal the ancient money. Now that he couldn't deal with the Five Thunders order, the director wouldn't let him steal it again, would he? The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Master, I'm going to the restroom. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to walk away and hurriedly announced his stance on the live broadcast. Aborted life, viewers.
I'm sure everyone has heard that the Five Thunders order has no distance limitation, so Grandmaster will hit wherever he points.
Grandma, how can this still be played? Even 100 more actors pretending to be ghosts won't be able to stop the heavenly thunder. Zhang Hao said and cleared his throat again. Also, I have to say something. Ever since the first time I saw the Master, I've become a loyal believer of the Master. The reason why I listened to the program's words and followed Master as an undercover agent. That's because I'm afraid that the program team will plot against the Grandmaster. With me here, at least I can block the knife for the Master, if anyone else would have sold the Master long ago. It's just that the program team was playing a small game before, if they really want to play a big game. I'm sorry, there's no door. I, Zhang Hao, am Master's assistant, Master's friend, and Master's closest comrade in arms. I'll stick my knife in both sides for my friend, even though I'll die without complaint. I hope the program team won't make things difficult for me. Live streaming room. What does Xiao Zhang mean by that? Stick a knife in both sides for the Master? Even though I die, I have no complaints? What's this? I'm hallucinating. Chang, don't with me. Xiao Zhang is back on the water again. Why did I add that again? Why did I add that again? The second live broadcast scene. The director had a black face, feeling that the $2,000 he had spent earlier had been wasted. But a Taoist priest brightened up. 100 actors pretending to be ghosts. I have an idea. Chapter 111, Master? It's just a rookie. The director and Zhang Yohan looked at each other. The one who spoke was the old Taoist master from Qingqing Mountain. Taoist Master Zhang, Director Yan, just now, this Xiao Zhang said that 100 actors pretending to be ghosts will not be able to block the heavenly thunder. I don't think so. The old Taoist master smiled faintly, revealing a few hints of self-satisfaction. Seeing this, the director pursued, what does the Taoist master mean? What I mean is that even if a heavenly immortal descended to earth, it would be impossible to summon 100 divine thunderbolts. Human power has its limits. For a master to be able to send out 10 divine thunderbolts in a row is already a heavenly talent. But let's play it safe and assume that Grandmaster can send out 100 divine thunderbolts in a row. The old Taoist spoke eloquently. The director and Zhang Yohan glanced at each other, still not understanding the other's logic. Even if the Grandmaster could only fire 10 consecutive divine thunderbolts, it was still not something that the ghost-playing actor could resist. Taoist Master, can you be more specific about how to deal with it? The director couldn't help but pursue the question again. Instead of answering immediately, the old Taoist Master asked a rhetorical question. Director Yan, have you heard of drones? Ding. It's dawn. Friendly reminder, the host has yet to sign in today. Once interrupted, the number of consecutive days of signing in will be cleared. Lu Feng was sitting at the entrance of the Three Pristine Hall when he heard the system beep. Sign in? Lu Feng smiled. He had the 5 thunder horns and easily killed the ghost-playing actors in seconds. What's the point of signing up for a lottery? Sign an egg. After today, he would go home and play games. Together with the falling soul money to protect his master, he didn't have to worry about the sarcophagus owner's retaliation. It could be said that he didn't need the system anymore. System, let's get together and leave. I won't stop you if you want to leave, and it doesn't matter if you want to stay. But there's one thing you have to remember, if you stay, shut up. I'm going to continue living a swinging life. You living hell system, try not to come out and spoil the fun. Lu Feng finished waiting for a while and saw that the system did not respond. Lu Feng was satisfied. Whether it went away or shut up, it was good news for him. Let's have a game of king first. Lu Feng rubbed his hands together and started the joyful gaming time. On the other side, Zhang Hao met the first batch of returning Taoist priests at the gate of the Heavenly Master's residence. Presiding Master Zhang has the heart to find excuses for us to avoid trouble. We will cooperate with the show later. The leading middle-aged Taoist priest expressed his gratitude. Zhang Hao casually exchanged a few words of courtesy before handing over the dead fox. This is your enemy, deal with it as you see fit. Zhang Hao flung out the hot potato. The middle-aged man received it in his hands and was somewhat at a loss. Presiding Officer Zhang, this is your lady, why don't you handle it? Zhang Hao's face darkened at his words. He was now allergic to the word maiden. I'm going to buy breakfast for Master, so I won't be chatting with Taoist Master. By the way, the Grand Master is in the Sanqing Hall, you guys go there directly to look for him. Zhang Hao said and ran away. The middle-aged Taoist priest looked at Zhang Hao's back and then looked at the dead fox in his hand. Master, this demon fox wants to destroy my mountain gate, we must thwart it. A young Taoist priest opened his mouth to propose, and immediately received the approval of many people. However, the middle-aged Taoist shook his head. Although this demon fox is hateful, there is a saying that is right. It is not easy for all beings to cultivate. This sentence speaks of how much hardship and helplessness there is. I have Taoist disciples all over the world, but none of them have attained the immortal law. It is not easy for this fox to have a 7-tailed Tao in a 9-tailed realm. Since it's dead, there's no need to throw its bones into the ground. Go bury her in the back of the mountain and visit her more often when you have nothing to do. She can remind us that there are immortal laws in the world. It also warns us to abide by our heart and not to do evil. Otherwise, 5 thunderbolts will be the end.
The middle-aged Taoist priest taught a few things, and the crowd showed a taut look. The middle-aged man handed the fox to his 2 disciples and waited outside the door for Zhang Hao to return.
Why don't you guys go in?
Zhang Hao returned with his breakfast, and the first thing he did was to scan the circle. Seeing that there was no 7-tailed demon fox, Zhang Hao was relieved.
He was really afraid that the middle-aged Taoist would return the body to him again.
Presiding Officer Zhang, you're the most familiar in front of the master.
I think it's better for us to meet the master together.
Otherwise, I'm afraid that the disciples will get nervous and perform another break. The middle-aged Taoist priest voiced out his thoughts, and he actually had a nervous expression on his own.
Zhang Hao was happy to see this. Alright, let's go together then. The group entered the Heavenly Master's mansion.
By the time they were outside the 3 Qing Hall, the middle-aged Taoist was even more nervous.
The feeling Lu Feng gave him nowadays was completely different from before.
The 4 consecutive heavenly thunderbolts had completely broken his previous impression of Lu Feng.
How is this immortal cultivator? This was clearly a god in the sky.
The middle-aged Taoist could not help but feel like a pilgrimage. The disciples behind him, one by one, also revealed nervous gazes of worship. Some of them were so excited that they almost wanted to kneel down and kowtow.
Zhang Hao hurriedly gave a stop. Don't get excited.
Grandmaster has always been low-key, you guys should look at him with a normal heart.
If you hoot and holler and kneel down a piece of, believe it or not, the Grandmaster will turn his head and leave. Zhang Hao whispered a reminder before running to Lu Feng. Master, breakfast is bought.
I met the returning Taoist masters outside the door, so I gave the fox demon to them to deal with. Lu Feng was busy playing King of Kings and gave a hum without raising his head. Zhang Hao looked at the battle record, 170.
Master, why don't you just rest? Your battle record is too drawn out, it's better to hang up. Zhang Hao smashed his mouth twice. Lu Feng immediately darkened his face. What do you know, I call this baiting the enemy. Without me as bait, my teammates can make a big kill? This team can do without anyone but me.
As Lu Feng spoke, his battle record became 180. Zhang Hao slowly gave a thumbs up.
Master is awesome. That mouth is harder than a duck. Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed. Lu Feng couldn't listen anymore. No more fighting. Chattering on beside me. The great situation is all ruined for you, can't you come back later? Lu Feng put away his cell phone and gave Zhang Hao a lecture. Zhang Hao froze. Can he be blamed for this?
Just as he was about to open his mouth to spray a couple sentences, Zhang Hao saw the middle-aged Taoist monk coming over.
Poor Taoist Wu Qingming, neat master. The middle-aged Taoist bowed and saluted.
You're welcome, Taoist master, I can't take the title of master.
Lu Feng smiled and stood up.
The middle-aged Taoist bowed again at his words.
Master, you are the one who is polite.
The trigrams show that fox demon has at least 1,000 years of Taoism. Master being able to suppress this demon is already better than everyone in the Heavenly Master's mansion. The poor Taoist has the guts to do so. The middle-aged Taoist paused, his heartbeat accelerating.
Please stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion and open a sermon. Show me and other mediocre people a clear path to the immortal Tao. As soon as the middle-aged Taoist priest's words fell, Zhang Hao could not help but be taken aback.
The viewers in the live broadcast room were also greatly surprised.
Let the Grand Master stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion? Directly picking it out, the Taoist sect is crazy. Isn't it a bit too hasty? The Master has always kept a low profile. The Taoists are setting the Master on fire. What if the Master leaves and disappears? The show's going to be wrapped up early? Zhang, hold on tight, don't let the Master disappear. Chapter 112 Worldly Man Zhang Zhenren. The second live broadcast scene. Taoist Zhang, do you think the Master will agree?
The director looked at Zhang Yihan.
Zhang Yihan shook his head. The probability is that he won't agree, but there's always a try.
It's not yet known if the ghost-playing actor can resist the 5 Thunder Law. If before that, Master is willing to stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion to preach, that would be great.
If Master is unwilling to,
then we can only try our best and hope to block Grandmaster's 5 Thunder Law. Zhang Yuhan stared closely at the live broadcast screen, waiting for Lu Feng to state his position. The director, on the other hand, contacted the ghost-pretending actor. As a result, the call didn't go through. Instantly, the director had an ominous feeling. Treading horse Mu Wanyuan wouldn't have run away again. The director cursed and hurriedly contacted the Xuanwu County staff. After asking around, no one saw the ghost actor. The last one who had contact with the ghost loading actor only replied that the ghost loading actor had gone to the restroom.
Mud, go to the toilet? He's 100% gone. The director was furious.
Everyone in Xuanwu County, go to the bus station and arrest Mu Wanyuan for me.
The scene of the program. The Heavenly Master's mansion.
The middle-aged Taoist priest and Zhang Hao all stared at Lu Feng nervously. While Zhang Hao was nervous, he brought on a bit of anticipation.
If the master shrugs off and walks away, hidden between heaven and earth, I won't have to do both.
Zhang Hao was excited in his heart. Although he couldn't follow the master anymore, at least his life was saved. The ghost-playing actor also didn't have to face the heavenly thunder anymore. The program ended there, and everyone went back to their own homes, so they wouldn't have to worry about dying. Master, have mercy on us. Seeing Lu Feng's silence, the middle-aged Taoist priest could not help but kneel down. The dozens of disciples behind him also followed and knelt down. Please, Master, have mercy on us. The disciples chanted in unison, each one crouching on the ground.
Lu Feng was embarrassed. He would like to open an altar and preach, but he didn't have any ink in his stomach. He hadn't even read the entire Tao Te Ching. How could he give a sermon? Once he opened his mouth, he would still be laughed to death. However, with so many people kneeling, Lu Feng is a little hard to get off the ground. Looking at Zhang Hao beside him, Lu Feng suddenly had an idea. Taoist priest, actually you misunderstood. It wasn't me who killed the fox demon, but this Zenith Shang.
Lu Feng pointed at Zhang Hao, instantly causing everyone to freeze. Zen Master Zhang has always kept a low profile and is unwilling to show his holiness in front of people. That's why I was allowed to risk claiming the credit for getting rid of the demon.
But you guys are so sincere in seeking advice, I really can't bear to hide it any longer. Zenith Shang, just teach them. Lu Feng looked towards Zhang Hao while making a wink. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded.
The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this.
Ha ha ha, little Zhang is probably confused. Xiao Zhang, bad, I become a master.
6. Such a big credit dumped on Xiao Zhang, the master is really a low-key person. It seems that master has no intention of leaving, the live broadcast can continue.
Indeed, it can continue. We can go on. Let's all team up and burn some paper for the ghost actor. Oops, I forgot about the ghost actor. Why don't we crowdfund it? Why don't we crowdfund it and burn more sports cars for the ghost actors? No need for crowdfunding, my family sells candles, we've already burned them for the ghost actors. On the second broadcast site, the director received a report from Xuanwu County and couldn't help but be surprised. When Yuan was kidnapped back? Who kidnapped him? An old man?
The director was dumbfounded, and then he was suddenly shocked.
Who else but the ghost actor's master could have kidnapped the old man? Be sure to entertain that old man. What? The old man has already left?
Alright, you guys take Wen Yuan with you and head to go to Longhu Mountain immediately. It's already set up there, so no one should die. The director hung up the phone.
And on the other end of the phone in Xuanwu County,
the actor pretending to be a ghost was tied up with 5 flowers and a smelly sock stuffed in his mouth. The head of the program standing next to him put the phone back in his pocket. Wen Yuan, you've heard it all, the director told us to go to Longhu Mountain. Don't worry, no one will die. The head of the program group consoled him with a couple of words and then began to greet everyone for departure. The ghost-playing actor's eyes were wide open.
Can't die.
He remembered clearly that the director said that no one should die.
What do you mean should?
That's because the director wasn't completely sure. So you're not worried about it if it's not you guys. The ghost actor was full of complaints. The thought of facing the master in a few hours, and the terrifying heavenly thunder. The body of the ghost actor pretender trembled and his face turned pale. For a moment, the ghost-loading actor even wanted to break the rope and run away again. But his master was following nearby. Even if he grew 4 legs, he still couldn't escape his master's hand.
Grandma's legs. The old man is forcing me to die, isn't he afraid that no one will burn paper for him after he dies?
The ghost-playing actor cursed in his mind.
Wen Yuan, get in the car. The scene of the program.
The middle-aged Taoist priest looked at Zhang Hao and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of weirdness.
Zhang. Real person?
The middle-aged Taoist shouted tentatively.
Yes, realist Zhang.
Lu Feng pushed Zhang Hao in front of him.
This is the one who's a high-ranking person who's hidden from the world. Do you know why his surname is Zhang?
It's because his ancestor was the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. He's a descendant of the first heavenly master and has been sensing the great Tao since he was a child. Although he has yet to become an immortal, he has already realized the opportunity to become an immortal. If you guys don't seize the opportunity to ask him, you won't have a chance in the future.
Lu Feng looked serious, his expression made full.
The middle-aged Taoist listened in awe.
Zhang Hao also listened in a daze. Great. Master.
Zhang Hao twisted his head to look at Lu Feng and saw Lu Feng giving him a wink to admit it.
Zhang Hao twisted his head back.
Looking at the middle-aged Taoist priest in front of him, Zhang Hao didn't even know what to say. The middle-aged Taoist priest looked at Lu Feng and then at Zhang Hao.
So you are a descendant of the ancestor. Disciple Wu Qingming, meet Zenith Shang.
The middle-aged Taoist priest bowed and saluted Zhang Hao in a fairly respectful manner. However, compared to the pilgrimage he made to Lu Feng earlier, his attitude was much worse. The other disciples also stood up and bowed to Zhang Hao with a slightly perfunctory attitude. Zhang Hao coughed dryly when he saw this. Since everyone had gotten into the act, he couldn't shrug it off any longer. Since you guys are sincere in asking for advice, then I will stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion for a little longer. During that time, you can all come and ask me if you have any doubts about cultivation. Zhang Hao put his hand back. Following Lu Feng's example, Zhang Hao assumed the demeanor of a high-ranking person. With a face that was tugging, Zhang Hao felt very good about himself. The middle-aged Taoist priest, however, looked diabolical for a while. Putting on an act. At a glance, it's a street sneak. The middle-aged Taoist priest was speechless in his heart. The crowd of disciples also secretly rolled their eyes. What was meant by Dong Shixing knitting his brows, they had sort of seen it. However, on the surface, they still had to make a grateful appearance. The middle-aged Taoist also took a deep breath and barely made an excited expression. Thank you for your guidance, Zen Master Zhang. I will set up this place so that the disciples can come and listen to the sermon. The middle-aged Taoist left after saying that. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to help but slap Zhang Hao in the face. The other Taoist priests also left, leaving only Lu Feng and Zhang Hao where they were. Good acting, just the expression is too tuggy, it's easy to get punched. Lu Feng came to Zhang Hao and gave his evaluation. Zhang Hao was immediately in his original form, crying his face off. Master, what exactly are you doing? Why are you pushing me out? I haven't even read the Tao Te Ching, how can I preach to people? It's not like rushing a duck onto a shelf. Zhang Hao was in a hurry. Lu Feng sniffed and rolled his eyes. Speaking as if he had read the Tao Te Ching. If he's on it, then he's not rushing the ducks onto the shelf? Old Zhang is at least a salesman, and his tongue is better than his. So to fool these Taoist priests, it was none other than old Zhang. What's that look on your face? Snap out of it. There's naturally a reason why I asked you to pose as a high priest. Lu Feng revealed a meaningful gaze. Zhang Hao sniffed and immediately pursued, what reason? Chapter 113 Opening a Sermon. Master's Double Insurance. It's called double insurance. Lu Feng returned. Zhang Hao was instantly even more confused. Where did a grandmaster need double insurance? Master, can you be more specific? How is me posing as a high-ranking person double insurance? Zhang Hao couldn't help but continue to pursue the question. Lu Feng sniffed and looked around, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Old Zhang, that evil spirit has been chasing us with endless tactics. He makes us both defenseless, in case he can dodge the heavenly thunder. With the help of the Taoist masters from the Heavenly Master's mansion, even if he can dodge the heavenly thunder, he'll still be buried here. I don't believe that dozens and dozens of immortal cultivators can't take down a ghost. Lu Feng was full of confidence. Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. Master is counting on the Heavenly Master's mansion to get rid of ghosts? This is not bull. And, Master, I can understand if you want to utilize the Taoist masters of the Heavenly Master's mansion to get rid of ghosts. Selling them favors and letting them help can be considered reasonable. But why do you want me to pose as a senior? Wouldn't you just show up and preach yourself? Zhang Hao had a face of egg on his face. Lu Feng sniffed and coughed dryly. I've always been a low-profile person, how can I open a sermon in the Heavenly Master's mansion? Once it gets out, will I still be delivering takeaways in the future? Alright, hurry up and check the information, don't make a joke later. Lu Feng took his breakfast and went to visit the Heavenly Master's mansion while eating. Zhang Hao only felt one head and two big ones. Friends of the audience, the master is so inappropriate. I am a meat shield in front of ghosts, but I have to be a meat shield in front of people too. So I'm on a collision course with a meat shield. I'm just a host, I actually have to be able to preach. And this double insurance is necessary? A heavenly thunderbolt can't hit, 100 can't hit? Master is really fed up. Zhang Hao spat non-stop. The viewers in the live broadcast room also talked non-stop. Grandmaster is looking for someone from the Heavenly Master's mansion to be his external support? What's the idea? He thinks that the Tianshi mansion is full of Heavenly Masters. Grandmaster, I have the help of the Divine Master's mansion, this is a sure thing. Luckily, the Master has the 5 thunders, or else he would be crying if he relied on the Divine Master's office alone. The Master would never have dreamed that the big Heavenly Master's mansion is full of mortals. The Master would never have guessed that the ghost actors wouldn't dare to come. Who would dare to come here? The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the live screen and couldn't help but feel a pain in his face. Taoist Zhang, the master is really not willing to preach a sermon. It seems like he's determined not to leave a legacy on earth. The director turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan and couldn't help but sympathize a little with this Taoist titan. It was so hard to meet a high immortal cultivator, but he never got the cultivation method. Empty guarding the treasure mountain but can't get it. This was so similar to the 5 thunders order in front of him. For his part, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh. It seems that the time has not yet come, it is too much of a rush.
But Master's intentions have reminded me.
Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard and had a new plan in mind.
The scene of the program.
Lu Feng turned around in the Heavenly Master's mansion and realized that it was getting more and more lively. The Taoist priests who had taken refuge from the disaster had returned for the most part, and there were still some tourists visiting around. The original Heavenly Master's mansion that was as quiet as a ghostly mansion was now full of earthly atmosphere. When Lu Feng returned to the Sanqing Hall, he saw that there were even more people here. Zhang Hao draped a Taoist robe and sat under a makeshift shed. Fans were whistling and blowing behind them, and a group of Taoist priests were sitting on their knees, waiting for Zhang Hao to preach.
Master is back?
Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart when he saw Lu Feng. His greatest fear was that Lu Feng would check on him, and if he wasn't careful, he would reveal himself. Hurrying to sit upright, Zhang Hao cleared his throat.
The Tao can be the way, but it is not the way.
As soon as Zhang Hao's words fell, there was a loud applause.
Well said, Zen Master Zhang.
Just 6 short words, containing the supreme Tao.
It truly enlightens us.
The middle-aged Taoist in the front row led the compliments, and the scene was once extremely spectacular.
One horse's ass after another followed.
Zhang Hao didn't need to speak either, he was drifting from hearing it. If he hadn't seen Lu Feng not far away, Zhang Hao would have really thought he was a master.
Live streaming room. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off.
Tao can be Tao, very Tao, this is what I would say, so I equals master.
Xiao Zhang is probably confused. The Taoist master's acting is so pompous, can't they wait to applaud again?
Wu Qingming, I'd like to applaud later, but I'm afraid Chang will run out of words.
Ha 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 ha.
Ah ha ha ha, Master Wu has really gone through a lot of trouble.
Xiao Zhang, who are you looking down on?
I'm also famous for being famous, but not famous enough.
Good. Good point, Mr. Zhang.
Just 6 words, containing the supreme way.
It's really enlightened us. I can't stand it. The second live broadcast site.
Zhang Yuhan coughed dryly, looking slightly embarrassed. The other senior members of the Taoist sect watched the nose and came to a blind eye.
The director looked secretly amused and couldn't help but comfort them twice.
Taoist Master Zhang, people in the Taoist sect who are dedicated to cultivation are not good at acting. This shows that there is a heart of the heart.
If they really open their mouths like Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with that? Hearing the director's words, Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but laugh, feeling much more at ease. The scene of the program.
Lu Feng sat down towards the ground and played king once again. Zhang Hao couldn't hold up when he saw that Lu Feng wasn't going anywhere. He was fine with a couple of casual remarks and muddled through.
Once the master left, he and the Taoists wouldn't have to act.
Should play with the cell phone to play with the cell phone, should read a book to read a book. But the master does not go, just sit there and listen to him preach.
How else can he and the Taoist masters act? Really just kiss a few bells of ass? The master would definitely be suspicious by then. Zen Master Zhang.
At the critical moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest took advantage of Lu Feng's inattention and threw Zhang Hao a small booklet. On it were some of the questions and answers he had with his master during his early years of learning the Tao. Zhang Hao flipped through it and was instantly in possession of a treasure. There's not a lot of content, but if you speak slowly, you should be able to muddle through for a morning.
Zhang Hao was secretly relieved.
When the group of Taoist priests quieted down, Zhang Hao read from the book and officially began his sermon. The viewers in the live broadcast room were listening to it in a cloudy manner, and in no time at all, the heat had dropped most of the way.
It wasn't until, what second stroke teammate, this can even lose? Lu Feng was so angry that he stood up. 10 consecutive knees.
This was a battle record he had never had before. Lu Feng felt like his lungs were going to explode with anger. Not far away, Zhang Hao was taken aback, and the group of Taoists were also shocked.
Master?
Zhang Hao cautiously shouted.
Lu Feng put his phone back into his pants pocket and walked away without looking back. Where are you going, master? Zhang Hao hurriedly asked. Dinner. Lu Feng walked towards the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion against the midday sun.
As a result, before he reached the door, Lu Feng was bumped into by a Taoist child.
Ghost. Ghost. There are ghosts outside.
The little Taoist boy had a small face that was extremely pale. Not being able to apologize to Lu Feng, the Taoist boy fled as if running towards the Sanqing Hall.
Chapter 114, Killing the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Human Sword Immortal. Ghost? Lu Feng's eyes lit up, not surprised but happy. A ghost that dares to venture out in broad daylight. The probability is that the ghost immortal has come to kill. Waiting for you all morning, finally here.
Lu Feng jacked up his Taoist robe and rushed towards the door with the 5 thunder bugle.
Master! Master! Zhang Hao followed.
Accompanying him was a group of Taoist priests from the Heavenly Master's mansion.
Presiding Master Zhang, quick! Stop the Grandmaster! We have to let us from the Heavenly Master's mansion make the first move. The middle-aged Taoist priest had an anxious look on his face.
Zhang Yuhan had instructed that the Heavenly Master's mansion should perform in front of the Grandmaster and pull a wave of goodwill. As a result, the master ran so fast.
If the actor pretending to be a ghost was chopped to death in one go, what the hell would the Heavenly Master's mansion have to perform? Zhang Hao was also anxious in his heart when he heard the middle-aged Taoist priest surging. He still didn't know the exact setup of the program and was worried about the safety of the ghost-loading actor. When Yuan has come after all, he won't die in the Heavenly Master's mansion, right? Zhang Hao was shocked and anxious in his heart. He had a good relationship with the ghost-pretending actor and really didn't want to see his best friend die. If someone from the Heavenly Master's mansion strikes first, and when Yuan pretends to have been taken in by the Taoist priests, then there will still be a chance of survival. Zhang Hao's mind raced and hurriedly called out to Lu Feng again. Master, you dropped your cell phone. Cell phone? Lu Feng paused. Taoist Master Wu, if you can, please collect the costumed ghost actor in a moment. Save his life. Zhang Hao quickly whispered and explained to the middle-aged Taoist priest. The middle-aged Taoist priest froze. Collecting costume ghost actors? This wasn't in the plan. I will do my best. The middle-aged Taoist priest accelerated his run and finally rushed ahead of Lu Feng and arrived outside the Heavenly Master's mansion. The originally lively street was empty at the moment. More than 40 meters away, the ghost actor stood on his sword, as imposing as in the past. But deep down, the ghost actor was panicking. He had also been chasing the live broadcast and witnessed the death of the seven-tailed demon fox. The heavenly thunder shocked the world and knocked the seven-tailed demon fox back to its original form. At the back, the seven-tailed demon fox was even dropped alive by the Grandmaster. Every time the ghost-playing actor thought about it, he was terrified to death in his heart. It felt like what the master had smashed was not the fox demon's head, but his Mu Wenyuan's head. It was because of this that he chose to run away. As a result, he was caught by his master. That's not right, I'll turn into ashes if I take a single heavenly lightning. There's no chance for the head to blossom at all. The ghost-playing actor thought of the eggheads. He had no chance at all for the master to fling himself against the wall. The sky darkened, and in a few seconds black clouds covered the sky. The machete trembled as the ghost-playing actor's heart thumped. The middle-aged Taoist priest also thumped in his heart, knowing that this was the master striking. Master Zhang, please don't do anything. Leave such brats to the poor Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist deliberately shouted, drew his longsword and rushed up. Zhang Hao also reached the doorway and grabbed Lu Feng's arm. Master, be careful of accidental injuries. Since the people from the Heavenly Master's mansion want to behave, let them catch that ghost. Zhang Hao persuaded with trepidation, fearing that his best friend would become flying dust in the next second. Lu Feng sniffed and thought. The 5 thunder bugle can only be used once more, so it's not bad if we can save it. With this thought, Lu Feng temporarily put down his hand. The dark clouds in the air dispersed, and the sunlight sprinkled on the earth again. Zhang Hao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Not far away from the ghost-playing actors, their lifted hearts were also temporarily put down. Seeing the middle-aged Taoist priest getting closer and closer, the ghostly actor could not help but let out a sardonic laugh. Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's Palace. Today, let this Yama King, to appreciate the high skills of the Heavenly Master's house. The ghostly actor raised his machete, startling the middle-aged Taoist priest into stopping his steps. Compared to the machete, the middle-aged Taoist priest only felt that the long sword in his hand was like a child's toy. If this is impacted together, fear is not too instantly sword broken. So in the next second, the middle-aged Taoist priest stabbed through the air. Demons suffer death. The middle-aged Taoist shouted as if he had stabbed out an invisible sword chi. The demon-pretending actor watched in disbelief. He thought that the other party was going to fight in close combat, but he didn't expect it to come from 10 meters away. The ghost actor pretender took the machete and blocked it, and then he retreated several steps, as if he had been hit by the sword chi. Worthy of being a heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, the sword contains supreme sword intent. In time, you will be a generation of sword immortals. The ghost-playing actors sang a double act, their expressions becoming grave. The middle-aged Taoist was a bit embarrassed at his words. Could he not be clear about whether or not this sword of his had sword intent? He hadn't even practiced martial arts properly. Playing with the sword was just cultivating his body and temperament. It was difficult to make a street slip, let alone anything about becoming a sword immortal. Since I have learned the sword intent of the poor Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist priest put away his longsword and pondered on what to say next. Since the ghost-playing actor had given him the persona of a sword immortal, then he would take the trick and follow the sword immortal script. The poor Taoist has been raising his sword for 30 years and is already at the peak of the earth. Why don't you kneel down and surrender, sinful animal? The poor Taoist can spare your life, remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate. In the future, you will guard the back of Longhu Mountain. If you can rub out the evil thoughts in your heart, you may not have no chance of becoming an immortal. The middle-aged Taoist monk finished his lines with great difficulty and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was also his first time to collect ghosts, and it took him a long time to come up with these lines. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. A mere sword, you want this king of hell to yield? Take your life first. The ghost-playing actor laughed up in the sky, dragging his 1.5-meter machete over. A shocking aura swept around. The middle-aged Taoist couldn't help but look shocked. He had only seen the ghost-loading actor on the live broadcast screen before, and his feelings were still not real. Now that he was face to face, the aura of the ghost-playing actor emanated out, and it was truly horrifying to the extreme. Sinful animal dare! The middle-aged Taoist shouted, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Swinging his sword once again, the middle-aged Taoist priest glared at the ghost actor, signaling the other party to hurry up and surrender. And the ghost-suited actor saw the middle-aged Taoist priest squeezing his eyebrows. This is to let me not go over? Then you can't keep using sword energy. Although the master doesn't have heavenly eyes, he's not blind either. If you keep pretending, you'll definitely be seen through. One has to fight back and forth. The pretend ghost actor spat in his mind and walked faster. At once, the middle-aged Taoist priest couldn't hold his breath. This! The middle-aged Taoist was dumbfounded. This wasn't right. He had just swung a sword, and even if the pretend ghost actor didn't surrender, he couldn't act as if nothing happened. Didn't he even hold his sword to block it? Tai! Sneaky animal, die! Watch my supreme sword intent! The middle-aged Taoist shouted a reminder and swung another sword at the ghost-playing actor. Supreme sword intent? The ghost actor slapped his head. Oh no, he was just thinking about how to fool the master and forgot to resist the sword chi. So in the next second, the ghost actor hurriedly remedied the situation and retreated once again. Weedy old Taoist, actually attacking my sea of consciousness. I'll fight you. The ghost-loaded actor covered his brain with one hand and raised his machete with the other. With the same swing through the air, a wave of invisible energy pushed straight at the middle-aged Taoist. The ghost actor was aiming very well. The target of his machete was not a person, but the long sword in the middle-aged Taoist priest's hand. Moreover, the force he used was very light and would not hurt anyone. When the Taoist priest on the other side blocks the sword, he would take the opportunity to surrender. The Taoist master and I fought back and forth. The master won't be suspicious of making a show, right? This completes the program's hunting mission and also avoids hard resistance to the heavenly thunder. I'm such a genius. The ghost-playing actor was in an extraordinarily relaxed mood. Bang! The middle-aged Taoist screamed miserably as his long sword came out of his hand. Chapter 115 The Pride of the Martial First. 9 Heavenly Divine Thunder. They say that this ghost-playing actor is a martial arts expert. I didn't expect that he would be so powerful to this extent. The middle-aged Taoist covered his right wrist, and there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. However, the ghost-playing actor was even more shocked than the middle-aged Taoist priest. What ghost? The ghost-pretending actor's eyes almost glazed over. He didn't use any strength just now. That slash was about the same force as an adult's punch. How could that make the long sword come out of his hand? What the hell are you doing here? The ghost actor's mind was about to collapse. At least he was a Taoist master with a sword. Did he not know any martial arts? How could he not even be able to hold a sword? The ghost actor's heart was filled with 10,000 grass horses. At the entrance of the heavenly master's mansion. This evil ghost is really fierce. Taoist Master Wu, who is like a sword immortal, is actually no match for him. Lu Feng sighed. It seems like it's still necessary for him to step in. Zhang Hao beside him had looked dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room had also looked dumbfounded. Not right. How did the ghost pretending actor the Taoist master? Martyr, the acting sucks. I thought he was going to pretend to surrender and use the opportunity to escape the thunderbolt. Isn't that right? Who the hell can handle thunder? I always thought that the program's plan was for the ghost actor to surrender to the heavenly master's office. I didn't realize the ghost actor had killed the Taoist master. Ghost actor, I heard that the master can attract heavenly thunder. This Yan Wang would like to learn. The nerve is so damn big. Could it be that the ghost actor has changed the script and wants to compete with the master once again to see who is the bigger pretender? It's really possible that this is the case. I'm really convinced that this old six is not taking his life as his own. It seems the lesson of blowing up the car was not enough. The ghost actor has to be chopped into dust before he's not fooled. The sky is cloudy again. The scene of the show. Lu Feng raised the 5 thunder signal. The sky was instantly cloudy. The oppressive atmosphere spread between heaven and earth. You. The middle-aged Taoist priest pointed at the ghost-playing actor and didn't even know what to say. Host Zhang asked me to save you. Why don't you cooperate? The middle-aged Taoist complained in a small voice, twisted his head and ran away. His persona was that of a sword immortal, and now that his long sword had been knocked out, he was no longer able to get back on. The ghost-playing actor almost didn't curse when he heard the middle-aged Taoist's muttering. I'm not cooperating? Why didn't I cooperate? I was all set to surrender at the horse. Who knew you couldn't even hold your sword steady? The ghost-playing actor couldn't stop spitting in his mind, feeling suffocated to the core. Looking at the back of the middle-aged Taoist priest fleeing.
The ghost actor didn't cover his head anymore, and directly sent the middle-aged Taoist monk on a journey with a slash in the air. Ah! Puff! The middle-aged Taoist priest was sent flying and fell at the entrance of the Heavenly Master's mansion. A group of disciples hurriedly helped the middle-aged Taoist up. Luckily, the poor Taoist's power is profound, or else he would have been killed by this slash. Seeing that he wasn't injured, the middle-aged Taoist priest hurriedly pretended to be a man so that Lu Feng wouldn't get suspicious. Zhang Hao was speechless. Seeing that Lu Feng was about to get on, Zhang Hao hurriedly spoke again. Taoist Master Wu, what other high-ranking people are there in the Heavenly Master's mansion? Hurry out and take down this evil spirit. Zhang Hao carried Lu Feng on his back and fiercely glared at the middle-aged Taoist priest. The middle-aged Taoist subconsciously looked at the surrounding disciples. The crowd of disciples immediately shook their heads violently. The ghost-playing actor was too ferocious, splitting the middle-aged Taoist with a single slash. As they watched, how could they dare to get on the field? Old Zhang, don't be sorry for the elders. This evil spirit is a ghost immortal, it's not something regular people can take down. Lu Feng said as he walked towards the pretend ghost actor. Zhang Hao looked shocked. Once the master made a move, it would all be over. The ghost pretending actor would die for sure. Master! Zhang Hao wanted to pull Lu Feng back, but he was stopped by the middle-aged Taoist priest. Host Zhang, you don't have to worry so much. The Taoist sect and the program have already made the arrangements, nothing will happen. And I see that this ghost-playing actor doesn't have the intention of appreciating your favor. I have explicitly asked him to surrender, and he still beat me like this. He's trying to go one-on-one with the master. As the middle-aged Taoist spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a gaze of admiration. A mortal dares to go one-on-one with a god, what guts? I, Wu Qingming, don't have many people I admire, he counts as one. Anyway, if I were to get on, I wouldn't have the guts to face Master's heavenly thunder straight on. The middle-aged Taoist sighed in a small voice. The other disciples also nodded their heads. It was the first time they had seen such a bold character. Zhang Hao hesitated at his words. Could it be that Wen Yuan really wants to go one-on-one with the Grandmaster? Zhang Hao muttered. He was familiar with the ghost-pretending actor and knew that the other party was not a bold person. However, he equally knew that a person who became the #1 martial arts master at a young age would never have a heart comparable to anyone else. If the energy to not give in comes up, Wen Yuan is indeed fearless. This is the pride of being the #1 martial arts expert. So, friends of the audience, it seems like I'm being nosy. Wen Yuan is bent on competing with the Grandmaster. As Wen Yuan's close friend, I cannot be a hindrance to him at this time. Let's wait and see. Let's see if Wen Yuan, this time, can overwhelm Grandmaster again. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be moved when they heard Zhang Hao's words. By Zhang's words, I kind of admire the ghost-playing actor. Indeed, if I were to go on, I wouldn't dare to face off against a Grandmaster. Brothers, the pride of a master shouldn't be mocked. Right. He's at least the #1 in the martial arts world. He's much better than us. Go ghost actor. Go Mu Wen Yuan. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao looked at the ghost actor and saw that the ghost actor was also looking at him. Since he was too far away, Zhang Hao couldn't quite see the expression of the ghost-loaded actor. Cheer up. Zhang Hao could only make a cheering gesture to cheer up the ghost-loaded actor. The other Taoist priests were infected and also made a cheering gesture to the ghost-loaded actor. Question mark. The costumed ghost actor was stunned. The line of sight passed through Lu Feng, and the costumed ghost actor looked at a bunch of people cheering him on, and instantly tensed up. What the hell is this doing? Old Zhang quickly find a way to save me. The ghost actor pretending to be a ghost made a strong wink, but Zhang Hao was just indifferent as a result. No, this is giving up on me? The ghost-playing actor couldn't accept it. He and Zhang Hao were old partners and had always had a good relationship. Now that it was a matter of life and death, Zhang Hao actually didn't save him? Seeing Lu Feng arrive 20 meters away, the pretend ghost actor hurriedly took a few steps back. He had to worry about not only the 5 Thunder Bugle, but also the soul fall money that old Zhang had retrieved for the master. Now that he didn't have a long-range weapon, it was better to keep his distance from the Grandmaster. I remember you shouted arrow coming when you arrowed the ancient money last time? Lu Feng spoke blandly, no longer stepping forward. With one hand, he held the 5 Thunder Horn Order aloft, and with one hand behind his back. The breeze blew Lu Feng's Taoist robe, bringing about a few moments of ethereal feeling. The ghost actor only felt an invisible pressure that came over him. For a moment, he even wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Lu Feng. But professional ethics made him stand straight. Taking a deep breath, the ghost actor pretending to be a ghost coldly laughed. Not bad, this Yin King did say that. You yellow tufts of hair, you don't have a bad memory. It just so happens that this Yama King lacks a urinal pourer. You come on duty. If you do a good job, this Yama King will spare your life. The ghost pretending actor waved his machete and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Lu Feng was too lazy to argue. Glancing at the ghost-pretending actor, Lu Feng was like looking at a clown.
That day you gave me arrow come, today I will give you a great gift as well.
Lu Feng smiled faintly, then shouted.
Thunder come. Boom.
The 9 heavens divine thunder struck straight down.
Chapter 116 Modern Technology versus Heaven's Might.
The actor pretending to be a ghost was in a state of shock.
Fast. It was too fast. He still had a bunch of lines left to say. How did the master do it?
I'm damned if I'm going to die. I can't believe I didn't say my last words first. The actor pretending to be a ghost regretted it terribly.
But the regret was already too late. He didn't know what the program's setup was.
But there was one thing he knew very well. Now that the heavenly thunder had been summoned, any more arrangements would be futile.
How could mortals fight against the heavens?
Under the might of heaven, all preparations were futile. Zhang Hao, who was not far away, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Looking up into the air, Zhang Hao almost thought that he had blurred his eyes. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the live broadcast screen, and one by one, their eyes widened as well.
I'm stepping on a horse and hallucinating? How is it possible that the heavenly thunder was disintegrated? When the fox demon was split, the heavenly thunder didn't turn into thousands. How the hell did that happen? Is this thunder special? Wait. There is something in the sky. Program scene.
Zhang Hao pulled the camera screen closer and immediately captured something different.
One drone after another, almost covering the sky.
Only the colors were too light, and they were flying exceptionally high, making it hard to be spotted.
Host Zhang, use this. The middle-aged Taoist handed over a telescope. Zhang Hao hurriedly took it and finally realized that something was wrong. A drone. What's an antenna on it? Lightning rods?
Zhang Hao's eyes almost glazed over. The heavenly thunder was broken down into countless lightning arcs, attracted by the lightning rods, and continuously shuttled between the drones.
Every second, several drones were scrapped.
But it can't help the number of drones. Lu Feng also raised his head to look at the sky. Seeing that the heavenly thunder had turned into countless thunder arcs, spreading in the sky above, Lu Feng couldn't help but be filled with surprise.
What kind of demonic art is this? A person on the ground can actually make the heavenly thunder disintegrate in the air. Lu Feng remembered Jor.
That demon immortal fought against the heavenly thunder. It was a close-up confrontation.
Whereas the ghost-pretending actor was able to disintegrate the heavenly thunder when he was that far away. This guy can't be more terrifying than a fox demon, right? Lu Feng couldn't help but look shocked as the thoughts came together in his mind.
Well, in the next second, a dozen or so thunder arcs gathered together and slashed at the ghost-loaded actor. The ghost actor pretending to be a ghost was not capable of dodging at all and was instantly struck squarely.
Bang! The ghost actor in costume fell straight to the ground. Dead? Lu Feng was embarrassed. A ruthless character who could disintegrate heavenly lightning from a distance just died? Impossible. Lu Feng didn't quite believe it. The fox demon was able to resist 4 heavenly thunderbolts.
It doesn't make sense that this evil demon would die with one ray.
Wait.
Lu Feng suddenly remembered something. Heavenly lightning is most rigid and yang, while a ghost is frankly a cloud of yin qi. It must be more afraid of heavenly lightning than a demon. It's not impossible to be cleaved to death in one go.
Lu Feng figured it out. Moreover, with his understanding of this evil demon, if this bastard didn't die, he must be particularly dejected. It's impossible that it's lying on the ground and not moving like it is now.
The probability is that it's hung up, and if it's not dead, there's only half a breath left.
Lu Feng's lifted heart let go.
Then there were lightning arcs converging in the air one after another, splitting on the ghost-playing actor.
Zhang Hao, who was not far away, watched in horror. Audience members, things have gotten out of hand. I admit that the program's arrangement was ingenious.
The drone planted lightning rods to attract lightning at high altitude and deflect the heavenly thunder. Using modern technology to fight against the might of the heavens, it's really bold. Most of the heavenly thunder has also been successfully disintegrated, but unfortunately there are still fish that have escaped the net.
4 thunderbolts have already struck Wen Yuan. I reckon Wen Yuan won't survive, probably not even with his whole body. Zhang Hao did the narration in a low voice, swallowing hard.
That ghost-playing actor who had been repeatedly flogged by lightning was as if it was his future downfall. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also became tense.
Martyr, the program has finally taken a life.
Master of spoofing, it's only a matter of time before you're punished by heaven. It's a pity that this first martial arts master died so tragically. Ghost actor, I think I can still be saved.
What? It's over. Brothers, who do you think will be next? I think it's the director. He's the closest to the master. I think it's the director. He's the worst. It's possible that Master Zhang has been pushing the envelope. Can the master stand it?
Martyr, we watch the live broadcast of the estimate cannot run. I am at home to the master to set up a god, the master cannot even I also kill it. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at the live broadcast room that was in a mess, and inwardly panicked a batch.
Failed. Taoist Zheng, we failed. How can Heavenly Thunder be so easy to fight against when Yuan is dead? The director's face was like ashes. Someone from the program team had hung up. Even if the master didn't kill him, public opinion could kill him. Zhang Yuan also had an ugly face. Although the Dao sect could still find someone to pretend to be a ghost and continue to hunt down the Grandmaster. But the Heavenly Thunder couldn't stop it. The Grandmaster held the 5 thunders in his hand. How many people who went would die in vain? It could be said that there was no way for the program to continue. Don't worry, Director Yan, I'll take all the blame alone. If Master finds out the truth, I, Zhang Yuhan, am willing to offer my 3 souls and 7 spirits for Master to vent his anger. Zhang Yuhan sank his face and decided to show his cards to Lu Feng. He would beg Lu Feng face to face to leave his legacy behind. For this reason, even if his gods and souls were destroyed, he would not hesitate to do so. The director was stunned at the sight. Looking towards Zhang Yuhan, the director realized for the first time that this Taoist titan was so worthy of admiration. Looking at the staff of the program, each of them looked terrified. Taoist Zheng, I'll accompany you. All responsibility is borne by me, the director, and it's none of the program's others' business. Everyone just work at ease, I'll be the first to die. The director stabilized the people with a wave of his hand. Anyway, his future was gone and his life was doomed, so he might as well block the knife for everyone. This way at least there will be less people cursing him. The scene of the program. The clouds dispersed and the sunlight sprinkled back onto the earth. Quite a few drones crashed into the neighborhood streets. The street that Lu Feng was on was coincidentally very clean, not a single drone. However, the atmosphere was the most tense. Zhang Hao fell down and sat at the entrance of the Heavenly Master's mansion, his face pale as hell. The crowd of Taoist priests also had panicked faces, staring intently at the ghost-playing actor lying on the ground. 7 times. When Yuan foot has been split 7 times. Audience members, it's probably turned to dust under the armor. Zhang Hao murmured in a low voice. With his best friend dying tragically in front of his eyes, Zhang Hao only felt his hands and feet cold and scared to death. Call it a day. Lu Feng casually threw away the 5 thunder bugle. This thing was no longer useful. Looking at the evil ghost more than 20 meters away, Lu Feng took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but stop again. It was reasonable to say that the pretend ghost actor was already dead. But everything is just afraid of what might happen. So in the next second, Lu Feng beckoned. Old Zhang, go see if that guy is dead? Chapter 117, Death. Pretending ghost actor fraudulent corpse. Zhang Hao shivered when he saw Lu Feng calling him. Master Zhang, hurry over. Otherwise, if the master gets suspicious, he might even chop you up. The middle-aged Taoist priest hurriedly reminded. Zhang Hao shivered once again. Not daring to delay, Zhang Hao hurriedly climbed up. Jogging all the way to Lu Feng's side, Zhang Hao forced a smile. Master is awesome, finally finished off this evil spirit. This time we can go home and sleep peacefully. Zhang Hao spoke beyond his words. From today onwards, he was the one who really didn't have a peaceful night's sleep. Old Zhang, we can't be careless. This ghost has a high level of Taoism, it's not necessarily dead. You go over and take a look carefully. See if he's spiritually dead. Lu Feng stared at the corpse not far away, not relaxing at all. Zhang Hao nodded at his words and ran over with a complicated face. It didn't turn into ashes? Zhang Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised when he looked at the pitch-black, ghost-loaded actor. Having been struck by lightning so many times, it was truly a miracle that the flesh was still intact. Could it be that when Yuan is still alive? A thought popped up in Zhang Hao's mind, and his heartbeat suddenly sped up. Despite knowing that it was impossible, Zhang Hao couldn't help but crouch down and put his hand close to the nose of the actor pretending to be a ghost. There was no breathing. Zhang Hao's body froze, and the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a trace of bitterness. Really? Dead? Zhang Hao smelled the burning odor that permeated around him and knew that his best friend was completely unable to come back. Old Zhang, is that ghost dead or not? Lu Feng's voice came. Zhang Hao hurriedly gathered his emotions and hardened a flash of excitement. Dead. Master, he's dead. Let's find a restaurant to celebrate, I'll be the host. Snap. A hand grabbed Zhang Hao's wrist, immediately startling Zhang Hao. The ghost-playing actor's eyes snapped open. Fraud. 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 Fraud? Zhang Hao was stunned. Lu Feng immediately turned around and ran when he saw the ghost-pretending actor move. I knew that this evil ghost didn't die that easily. Lu Feng secretly spat. Running into the Heavenly Master's mansion in a puff of smoke, Lu Feng went straight to the back door. At the same time, the pretend ghost actor stood up straight. A long whistle shook 10 miles. The ghost actor pretender's eyes were shining brightly, his inner strength was alive and well, and he directly crossed a heavenly barrier. An invisible barrier shook Zhang Hao away. The ghost actor in costume looked towards the machete on the ground and directly grabbed it through the air. What a heavenly master, eat my blade. The ghost actor in costume bellowed as he slashed down, and the pavement directly cracked open.
But when he reached the front of the Heavenly Master's mansion, all the vigor disappeared without a trace again. This. Zhang Hao beside him was dumbfounded. A blade splitting out a crack dozens of meters long was simply unheard of for him. The middle-aged Taoist priest in front of the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion experienced it even more truly. He felt the overpowering chi coming at him head-on, but it disappeared without a trace in his head. This blade's control of force was simply to an unimaginable degree. Pa! The back of the pretend ghost actor's head received a slap, and his helmet was knocked off. Who the hell is this? The ghost actor was furious. He was in the heat of the moment and wanted to do another chop. But someone actually slapped him? He really had eaten his bear's heart and leopard's gall. The ghost pretending actor turned his head. Master, why is your old man here? The ghost pretending actor immediately nodded his head and revealed a pleasing smile. Zhang Hao also looked at the visitor. An inconspicuous old man was blowing his beard and glaring at the ghost-loading actor. If I don't come, this roaming drone shall not smash the master to death? The old man returned without a trace of humor. Zhang Hao smiled and slapped his head. Right. So many drones crashed. I said how come they didn't land next to the master, so it was your old man who was in the dark. Zhang Hao also revealed a pleasing smile. Although it was the first time he had met the ghost-playing actor's master. But from the mouth of the ghost pretender actor, he had already known how powerful the old man was. The ghost actor pretender was powerful enough, right? He wasn't even a match for this old man. Zhang Hao didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Master, I've reached the legendary innate realm. The ghost pretending actor next to him was all excited. From Hotian to innate, this was a step of qualitative change. If he were to go one step further, he would be able to shatter the void with his martial arts and go to the heavenly realm to become a god. The more the ghost actor thought about it, the more excited he became. At one point, he thought that the innate realm was a fake, a blackmail, because he couldn't reach it at all. He didn't expect that after being struck by the heavenly thunderbolt, not only did he not die, but he also broke through to the innate realm. It really fulfills the saying that if you don't die from a great calamity, you will be blessed later. It's just the innate realm, what's the excitement? Haphazardly playing with swords. The main road has been ruined by you, the money for repairing the road will be deducted from your salary. The old man split his head and gave a lecture. The actor pretending to be a ghost was instantly anxious. Deducting the money for road repair from his paycheck? How can this be possible? Master, I only have a few $1,000s a month, how can I afford to build a road? This place will be repaired by the program team, don't worry about it, you old man. That's right, I'm going to continue to hunt down Master. Master, let's talk back. The ghost pretending actor shouldered his machete, picked up his helmet and ran into the Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Hao, on the contrary, did not leave. It was because he had gotten a new instruction from the director to interview Old Man Mu. Old Mu, it's not a coincidence that when Yuan was able to break through to the innate realm. Right? Zhang Hao started asking questions. The old man smiled and stroked his beard, saying, if I hadn't used medicine on him and forced him to come to be struck by lightning, he would have been able to break through to the innate? With his trashy qualifications, it's impossible for him to break through to the innate realm in this lifetime. Zhang Hao couldn't help but stiffen his face as he listened to the old man's words. Trashy qualifications. Old man Mu, I feel that when Yuan's qualifications are quite good. After all, at such a young age, he's the national martial arts champion. Zhang Hao coughed dryly, reminding the old man not to speak too exaggeratedly. The old man rolled his eyes at this, disgust written all over his face. To rely on the power of the heavenly Tao to break the barriers of martial arts, what is this not trash? But truly speaking, this is also his chance. Not only did he meet the living gods of the world, but he also happened to meet the heavenly thunder. Otherwise it's just that if I wanted to help him, there's no way to help him enter the innate realm. The old man smashed his mouth twice. Encountering a living god on the road, this chance really made him unconvinced. Otherwise, this disciple of his would only be an ordinary expert for the rest of his life, with no access to the true martial arts. And your drones also played a big role. 99% of the heavenly thunder's power was broken down. If it was the original heavenly thunder that struck down, I reckon this kid wouldn't be able to carry it. It's just that your aftermath work isn't very good. With so many drones falling down, wouldn't the master not be suspicious when he saw it? And I still have to wipe your asses. The old man carried his hands behind his back and began to look Zhang Hao up and down. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, listened with a sweaty face. A drone being struck down by a lightning arc was indeed a great potential danger. Thank you, Old Man Mu, for your help, on behalf of the program and the Dao sect. You are Zhang Hao, right? The old man interrupted Zhang Hao's thanks. Zhang Hao nodded. With that, Zhang Hao took off. Chapter 118 Master, where did you run off to? Puff. Zhang Hao was kicked by the old man to the entrance of the Heavenly Master's mansion. In an instant, Zhang Hao bared his teeth in pain, his body arching into a shrimp. The nearby Taoist priests hurriedly helped Zhang Hao up.
Zhang Hao looked at the old man from afar and couldn't help but have question marks written all over his face. Old man Mu, why are you hitting me? Zhang Hao felt aggrieved. Old man Mu sniffed and sneered. I heard that you're taking Yanluo to wash his feet? Mu Lao's voice came out. Zhang Hao immediately shivered. The second live broadcast scene. The director also shivered. Old Mu was here to settle the score. The director's heart jumped. After this beat Zhang Hao, wouldn't he be next? To say that he had done nothing less than Zhang Hao in terms of negatively guiding the actor pretending to be a ghost. Marred, little Zhang has thick skin and flesh, and he only suffered a few traumatic injuries after being kicked dozens of meters. My skin and flesh, if I was kicked dozens of meters. Isn't half of my life gone? The more the director thought about it, the more scared he became. He never thought that the master's problem was solved, but it led to a bigger problem. Director Yan is in Nanjiang, right? The old man has nothing to do, so I just happened to find him for a cup of tea. The old man's voice came out from the live broadcast, and the director's body instantly trembled. The viewers in the live broadcast, on the other hand, were watching the fun. After hitting Xiao Zhang and hitting the director, the old-timer kowowed. I guess the director will have to run away. I didn't think that after fooling the master, there would be another ruthless character. The director should be satisfied. It's better to be beaten up than to be struck by lightning. That's true. Being beaten up is better than being struck by lightning, but at least you get to keep your body intact. The luckiest actor is the ghost actor. If you're struck by lightning and still get a big boost in your power, is this the main character's script? Luck is really out of this world. The premise of luck is to have a great master behind you. That's why it's important to talk about background. The realm of the innate. This is not something made up, the reality is really there. There are immortals, what's so strange about the realm of the innate? Right, so what is Mu Lao's realm? This old man is at least in the innate realm, maybe even stronger. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao's legs and stomach shivered. Only until the old man's figure disappeared into the streets did he feel relieved. The ghost-playing actor also emerged from within the Heavenly Master's mansion. Scared me to death. The old man is finally gone. The ghost pretender actor had a stunned look on his face. He hadn't even chased after the master just now, and was hiding inside the door. He was only relieved when the old man left. Otherwise, he always felt like he had a time bomb strapped to his side, so he could be fidgety. When Yuan, what realm is your master? Zhang Hao suddenly asked. The ghost-playing actor shook his head straight as he listened. I don't know, I can't beat him anyway. But I'm sure I'll live longer than him. Once his old man dies, I'll be invincible. The ghost-playing actor grinned and puffed out his chest with a very proud expression. Zhang Hao looked speechless. What the hell is there to be proud of when you boil down an old man who is half dead and in the ground? Forget about getting down to business. TMD, who knows where master ran off to? The audience in the live broadcast room heard Zhang Hao cursing and instantly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, master can't even see his shadow anymore. This escape speed is really great. The new world 100-meter champion, how slow can he be? Zhang's mind is broken. Master, I was moved to tears when Chang volunteered to stay behind as a meat shield. He stayed behind? Ha, Zhang was caught by the ghost actor and couldn't run away. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao's face doesn't look too good. Just now, when the ghost actor swindled, the master ran faster than a rabbit. Although this is not the first time. Although it wasn't the first time, Zhang Hao still couldn't accept it. Master, the Grandmaster ran away from the back door a few minutes ago. A little Taoist boy came to report. Zhang Hao's face darkened at the words. A few minutes ago. From the ghost actor's swindle to now, it hasn't been more than a few minutes in total. The master really didn't stop for a second and directly sprinted 100 meters to the back door. Host Zhang, since the master has already left. Can't we add a scene? The middle-aged Taoist couldn't help but propose up. Add a scene? How? Zhang Hao and the ghost-playing actor both looked over. Grandmaster, where did you tread? Zhang Hao called Lu Feng's phone. The secret place under Longhu Mountain? Alright, I'll head over right now. Zhang Hao hung up the phone and rushed to the secret realm of Longhu Mountain with the expectations of everyone in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Skillfully finding the large tree, Zhang Hao prepared to go in. Friends of the audience, I've been two-faced for the Grandmaster, but the Grandmaster has repeatedly abandoned me. Do you guys think the Grandmaster is still a human being? No, I have to criticize and critique him. By the way, there's no signal inside the secret realm, so everyone wait a little bit. I'll try to pull the Grandmaster out within a minute and resume the live broadcast. After Zhang Hao finished speaking in a low voice, he pressed down hard on the tree trunk. The sky was suddenly spinning, and when Zhang Hao came back to his senses, he was in a small farmhouse. The sky was clear at the moment, and the small courtyard was no longer as gloomy as it was at night. However, it was overgrown with weeds and still looked a bit desolate. Master? Zhang Hao shouted. Lu Feng's response still came from inside the house. Zhang Hao hurriedly ran into the house and saw Lu Feng standing in front of the blank mural with a depressed face. Master, are you alright?
Zhang Hao walked closer, his face filled with concern.
Alas! Lu Feng let out a long sigh.
Old Zhang, your mother is gone. Lu Feng pointed at the mural. Zhang Hao's breath almost didn't come up.
Master said goodbye to mentioning the maiden. Why are you always?
Zhang Hao was all anxious. Lu Feng, however, shook his head.
My current mood is just like yours.
Great ups and downs accompanied by great joys and great sorrows, how helpless life is.
Lu Feng seemed to transform into a philosopher. Because just now, the system spoke. Ding!
Friendly reminder, the host has not signed in today. Once interrupted, the number of consecutive days of signing in will be cleared to 0. Please host sign in as soon as possible. Lu Feng felt a lot of egg pain. Not long ago he was spirited and refused to sign in to shut the system up in the future.
As a result, he didn't expect the wind and water to turn.
It's only been a few bells, and signing in is in front of his eyes again.
Old Zhang, reality is like this painting. At first glance the beauty is in the painting, as if everything is beautiful. But, in the end it's just an empty space. Even if the person in the painting comes to reality, in the end there is nothing left.
Lu Feng had a look of emotion on his face, and the more he spoke, the more outrageous he became.
Zhang Hao couldn't listen anymore. Why does TMD keep making an issue out of my ex-wife? Zhang Hao cursed and tugged on Lu Feng's arm and headed out.
Master, that ghost was blocked by the celestial masters.
The Taoist masters suffered heavy losses.
It's a good thing that the Heavenly Master's mansion has deep roots and endless means, so no one was killed. Together with the fact that that ghost was severely injured by the Heavenly Thunder, the Heavenly Master's mansion can still hold it off for now. Let's quickly leave Longhu Mountain while we have the chance. Otherwise, within half an hour, that ghost will be able to find its way here.
Zhang Hao said as he touched out another token. And this 5 Thunders token, Master, why did you throw it on the street?
It's a treasure, I fought for my life to retrieve it. Zhang Hao stuffed the 5 Thunders token to Lu Feng. With a straight back, Zhang Hao showed some flavor of taking credit. He had snatched this token. The group of Taoist priests picked up the token and clamored to offer it up. It was only after his persuasion and the forceful deterrence of the ghost actor that he was able to get it away.
Snap! Lu Feng got the 5 Thunders token and casually threw it away. Zhang Hao froze. Chapter 119 Xiao Zhang. I've been tricked by the Grandmaster? Grandmaster, the 5 Thunders order. That's the order of the 5 Thunders. Zhang Hao was going crazy. What the hell is this? Such a precious treasure, and the Grandmaster actually threw it on the ground? He had gone through a lot of trouble to get it back, and the Grandmaster actually didn't even look at it? This was a bit excessive. Picking up the 5 Thunders order, Zhang Hao had a heartbreaking look on his face. To be able to throw such a supreme treasure on the ground, it was probably unique to the Grandmaster in the entire world. No need to pick it up, the 5 Thunders order is no longer useful. Lu Feng waved his hand with disinterest. Zhang Hao instantly froze. The 5 Thunders order is useless? What do you mean by that, Master? How is the 5 Thunders order useless? Zhang Hao spoke and then seemed to remember something. Master, do you think that the heavenly lightning couldn't kill that ghost, so the 5 Thunders order is useless? That you are wrong. Even if heavenly thunder can't kill that ghost, it can at least kill other demons. This is the most precious treasure on earth, how can we just throw it away? Zhang Hao was counting on Lu Feng for a while. He had never seen such a loser. Lu Feng once again waved his hand and walked out of the secret realm with Zhang Hao. The 5 Thunders trumpet can only be used 5 times. Now that the 5 times have passed, this token is just an ordinary piece of wood. Do you think it's okay to throw it away? Lu Feng smothered his head and walked towards the stone steps. Zhang Hao directly stayed in place. It can only be used 5 times. Zhang Hao looked at the 5 thunder horn in his hand. He remembered that he had used it 4 times to split Deadly Joer and once to split the costumed ghost actor. 4 + 1 = 5. All 5 times are gone? Zhang Hao felt his brain buzzing. It wasn't that he was bad at math. Rather, it was the limit on the number of times that the 5 Thunders order had suddenly popped up that caught him off guard. Master, that's not right. Earlier, when I said that I was killing my way into hell, you were in full support. At that time, the order of 5 Thunders had already been used 4 times. If there is only one left available, the 10 temples of hell won't even be enough to split. How can you suppress the hell? Zhang Hao caught up with Lu Feng with a look of disbelief. Lu Feng sniffed and rolled his eyes. I'm teasing you, you're still serious. Old Zhang, you are old, can you not be so naive? Loss, you still do sales, this point of judgment is not there? Lu Feng said, and again recited in his mind, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Currently the number of consecutive check-in days is 2 days. After the system beep sounded, Lu Feng couldn't help but get a headache. 2 days. He still had to sign in for 5 more consecutive days before he could wait for a lucky draw. Who could afford to wait for such a long time? I killed the 7-tailed demon fox, so logically I should be able to exchange it for a lucky draw. But this demon fox is in the nine-tailed realm, it's about to become immortal. Isn't it possible to exchange it for 2 lucky draw opportunities? Lu Feng's heart stirred, feeling that he could pull some strings with the system. At this moment, Zhang Hao's heart. I've been tricked by the master? I can't accept this at all. Zhang Hao looked at the 5 Thunders order in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt bad. His wife was gone, the Grandmaster had tricked him, and Mu Lao even beat him up. For a while, Zhang Hao was physically and mentally exhausted and directly threw away the 5 Thunders order. Martyr rags, whoever wants it. Zhang Hao let out a yuck. Live streaming room. Master actually hides so deep. Only 5 times, no wonder the master slipped away so quickly, it can't summon the heavenly thunder. It seems that the master is still far from becoming an immortal. Look at the Taoist sect. Even the black and white irregulars can't summon lightning, let alone heavenly thunder. That's a good point, but Zhang's mouth is so damaged. Ha, rags to riches, perfect. The 5 thunderbolts can't summon thunder, so it's just a piece of crap. Ha 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 ha, Wu Taoist still has to put it up, I'm laughing my ass off. Master Wu is old and doesn't even have this kind of judgment? Master Wu, stop it, you're embarrassing me. Ha 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 ha. The second live broadcast scene. The director looked at Zhang Youhan and saw that this Taoist titan had a face of flesh pain. Taoist Master Zhang, it's too bad that this 5 Thunders order is no longer useful. Master is so damn good at pretending. Not telling the truth until now, keeping all of us in the dark. The director couldn't help but spit it out. This time, the program team and the Dao sect had been tricked so badly that they almost thought they were going to be reunited. Unexpectedly, the peaks and valleys had turned around, and the 5 Thunders order wasn't unlimited firepower. Otherwise, even if the number of drones doubled 10 times more, this time, it would still be a disaster. Zhang Youhan couldn't help but let out a long sigh when he heard the director's words. It is a pity that such a supreme treasure can only be used 5 times. It seems that striking iron needs to be hard. For the Taoist sect to want to rely on magic treasures to rise to power is tantamount to a fool's dream. Only by making themselves strong can the Dao sect truly revitalize. Zhang Youhan looked towards the live broadcast screen and his expectations for Lu Feng grew even greater. As long as this immortal was willing to pass down the immortal cultivation law, all the difficulties would be solved. But how to get the master to leave a legacy? We still need to think long and hard about it. Zhang Youhan let out a dark sigh. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao called for an online taxi and waited at the bottom of the mountain with Lu Feng. Old Zhang, did the Taoist masters of the Heavenly Master's Palace really block the ghost? Lu Feng asked. Zhang Hao sniffed with vigor. He was entrusted by the Heavenly Master's mansion to claim credit for the Taoist sect, and he had to describe it properly in front of the master. That's right, the Taoist masters are too desperate. When I was caught by that ghost, I almost perished on the spot. It was Taoist Master Wu who used the soul of his sword to force the ghost back and save my life. But Taoist Master Wu also lost his Taoist skills due to the destruction of his sword soul. And this is just the beginning. The more Zhang Hao spoke, the more energized he became, and his expression turned sad. Grandmaster, the disciples of the Heavenly Master's mansion went forward and backward, with more than 100 seriously injured, and countless more lightly injured. Countless disciples have been beaten into oblivion, and their path to immortality has been cut off ever since. They knew full well that they were no match for that ghost, yet they still charged with no regrets. They did so in order to stop that ghost and buy time for you and I to escape. We owe the Heavenly Master too much. I can't forget that tragic scene for the rest of my life. Zhang Hao had tears in his eyes, as if he was grieving to the extreme. Lu Feng looked in his eyes and had to be moved. Even a person with an iron heart would be infected by Zhang Hao at this moment. Tianshifu. Lu Feng had a complicated look on his face. He didn't expect to harm the Heavenly Master mansion so badly. That ghost had come after him in Zhang Hao. If he didn't linger in the Tianshi mansion, the Tianshi mansion wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Much less would it have suffered such heavy losses. Old Zhang, this favor should be remembered. Lu Feng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. He decided. When we finish off that ghost and get back the Jasper Gourd, we'll give the Jasper Gourd to the Heavenly Master's palace, what do you think? Chapter 120, Drawing the Lottery Again. Host, you can't grasp it. Jasper Gourd? Zhang Hao couldn't care less about crying, and all of a sudden, his eyes widened. Yes, Jasper Gourd. The Heavenly Master's mansion has saved our lives, so we should be heavily thanked. Lu Feng had a serious face. Zhang Hao clammed up. The viewers in the live broadcast room also bungled. Master is too generous. I cried to death, Master Heart too good. That's a Jasper Gourd that can take in humans, demons, and ghosts, so how could the Master give it up? The Heavenly Master's mansion, thank you, Master, for your gift. What? No, are you serious? The Jasper Gourd is already in the Heavenly Master's mansion. I can't pretend anymore. I'm having a cramp. I wonder what Master Zhang's face looks like. Anchor, quickly give a shot of the second live scene. The second live scene. Zhang Yuhan was in an awkward position.
Staring at the live screen, Zhang years old cold looked at Lu Feng a serious expression. Zhang Yuhan's face twitched, feeling like he had received numerous slaps.
And
little Zhang has gone too far, little Wu didn't let him make the Heavenly Master's palace sound so tragic.
Zhang Yuhan coughed dryly, wanting to find a crack in the ground. This is a big disgrace.
Originally, deceiving the master was just a stopgap measure, just slightly brush up his favorability. As a result, Zhang Hao's play simply put the Tianchi mansion on the fire. Zhang Yuhan could already foresee how the people of the world would taunt the Heavenly Master's residents for being shameless. The director, on the contrary, took it in stride and didn't take it to heart.
Daoist Zhang doesn't have to be like this. The deception was done anyway. I do think little Zhang played it well. Since we're going to brush up on our goodwill, let's do it in a big wave. It's all a death sentence if the master finds out anyway. Might as well make it bigger, dying would be enough. After listening to the director's comfort, Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but tighten his beard. The more he listened to this, the more bad luck he had. Program site. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao got into the back seat of the internet car. Master, where are we going next?
Whatever. Lu Feng returned a sentence and began to close his eyes and rest.
System, I killed a demon immortal. Why is it only rewarded with one lucky draw opportunity? Ding. The seven-tailed demon fox is just an ordinary great demon, not considered a demon immortal.
But she's in the nine-tailed realm.
Nine-tailed skyfox is still not considered a demon immortal? Ding.
Nine-tailed skyfox was a demon immortal, but she was seven-tailed when she died. She was at the nine-tailed realm.
Ding.
Her Dao was seven-tailed when she died. Her realm was nine tails.
Ding. Her Dao was seven tails. Lu Feng gave up.
This thing is just lifting the bar for 100 years, and it won't even come to fruition.
Fine. One time is one time. Ding.
The host has successfully prevented the fox demon from devouring 1,000 miles of living beings in a radius, and is now specially rewarded with one lucky draw.
Current number of draws remaining, 2. System, are you sick? Lu Feng couldn't help it. He didn't give him a second chance to draw after half a day, and now he's giving it for nothing? Put it here, put it here. Ding. Is it an immediate draw?
The system beep sounded.
Lu Feng frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. Draw. Lu Feng silently chanted. Ding. Successful draw, obtained injury healed.
As the tone rang out, Lu Feng instantly opened his eyes. Looking to his right hand, Lu Feng gripped it and realized that it was restored as before, the injury was gone.
Inexplicably rewarding me with an abstract opportunity to let my injuries go away. It looks like the next is not peaceful.
Lu Feng's heart fluttered.
Experience told him that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Especially this lackluster system.
Now that the system had made his right hand good, it meant that the next situation to be dealt with
required him to go all out in his most perfect stance. Master, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Hao couldn't help but be filled with curiosity when he saw Lu Feng looking at his right hand.
Could it be that this grandmaster couldn't get angry and cured his right hand once he got annoyed and stopped pretending?
The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible.
It's nothing, I'll sleep for a while.
Lu Feng closed his eyes again and opened the second round of the lottery.
Ding.
Lucky draw successful, obtained Cursed Puppet. Cursed Puppet, ancient witchcraft, can curse and kill living beings in the three realms, ghost immortals are no exception. How to use: draw a picture of the opponent on the puppet's face, stick a needle in it once in the morning, once in the middle of the day, and once in the evening, then the opponent's soul will be dispersed. Note 1, you can curse an earth immortal once, a human immortal once, and a ghost immortal once, for a total of 3 times, and you can get more details on how to use the cursed puppet after obtaining it. Note 2, the location of the cursed puppet has been marked within the host's cell phone, please take it as soon as possible.
Lu Feng couldn't help but freeze when he heard the reward. This isn't quite the same as what he thought.
The 5 thunder horns hadn't even been built, and he thought that the system was going to hemorrhage money and reward real immortal treasures.
As a result,
I thought I'd draw a Haotian mirror and need to risk my life to break through and capture the treasure before my injuries were healed.
And it turned out to be this? What the hell is a cursed puppet? Isn't this a child's toy? Lu Feng was frantically spitting in his mind.
His understanding of cursed puppets was still from reading books in his previous life, from the historical scourge of witchcraft. Not a single one of those who used dolls to curse others in history succeeded.
Ding.
This item involves witchcraft, please be careful in dealing with it when the host takes it and try to come back alive. The system reminded in time, instantly startling Lu Feng for a moment.
Try to come back alive. System, what do you mean by that?
Lu Feng only felt a coldness in his back, as if he had fallen into some pit. Checking the drawn prizes again, Lu Feng studied them word by word, not missing any details. In the end, his attention was focused on ancient sorcery.
Sorcery. It's no longer a Dao art. Lu Feng grasped the focus.
the evil execution talisman, inviting in God, 1,000-year willow branch, jasper gourd, soul falling money, and 5 thunders bugle that he had gotten before. All of them were of the Taoist lineage. Now it was changed to a sorcery system. Although Taoism and Wicca were inextricably linked, there were ultimately some differences. Why do I feel that sorcery is a bit evil? Lu Feng's first thought was of witchcrafts like parasites, headfalls, and so on, and immediately got goosebumps. This stuff had almost nothing to do with positive energy. System, doesn't Taoism have any powerful means? Why did you make a witchcraft out of it? I'm a person who is devoted to the Tao, and I feel that it's still Taoist magic treasures that are reliable. Lu Feng issued a protest. He didn't really want to touch evil things. Ding. There are many more Taoist means to get rid of ghosts, but the power is too great for you to grasp, host. The system's voice rang out. Lu Feng heard and understood. This Tama is not willing to hemorrhage money. The good things are all hidden away. However, the cursed puppet can curse Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, and Ghost Immortal once each. It's still very powerful. Then let's make do with it for now. Even an Earth Immortal can be killed, let alone that evil ghost. Lu Feng put down his mind and opened his eyes again. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, Lu Feng saw the system's marked location. Question mark. How could it be there? Chapter 121, Taoist Zhang. Don't worry, Master is not like that. Master, what's there? Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask a question. Lu Feng didn't say anything, he just kept zooming in and out of the map, going back and forth several times. Zhang Hao couldn't help but shrink his neck as he watched. Master, what's the situation? Ever since he got into the car, he hasn't been normal. Weird movements and gibberish. The master won't be crazy. The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more scared he became, and he wanted to jump out of the car. Finally. It's really here. Lu Feng was sure that he hadn't seen it wrong, and then he turned his head to look at Zhang Hao. Old Zhang, we really need to go on a long trip this time. Zhang Hao was stunned to hear this. Going out of town. Which time did he and Master not go out of town? The Kunlun mountains have all been run over, how far can they go out? And compared to going far away, Zhang Hao was more concerned about another thing. Master, did you find a way to kill ghosts again? Zhang Hao stared blankly, feeling as if he was dreaming. In the past, when the Master's mindset had collapsed, it was always him, Zhang Hao, who tried his best to cheer the Master back to life. As a result, this time, he hadn't even squeezed the Grandmaster yet, and the Grandmaster had risen up? This is not scientific. The driver in front of him heard Zhang Hao's words and couldn't help but take a look in the rearview mirror. Kill ghosts. There are still believers in ghosts and gods these days? It seems that the popularization of 9-year compulsory education still has a long way to go. The driver secretly spat. However, the person who wore a Taoist robe at Longhu Mountain was most likely a Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's house. The driver wasn't stupid enough to explicitly curse the Taoist priests, or else he wouldn't need to hang around in Longhu Mountain. Old Zhang, this time you just rest assured, that ghost won't survive. Lu Feng re-straightened his back. Although he was somewhat repulsed by sorcery, the cursed puppet was an extremely powerful treasure no matter which way you looked at it. An Earth Immortal could be cursed to death, so it could be said to be invincible in the mortal world. If he encountered a demon like Jor, he wouldn't even need to split the heavenly thunder 4 times, and he would be done with the curse directly. Killing an immortal in the formless, sorcery is really full of mysteries. Lu Feng sighed. Zhang Hao's heart stirred at his words. Witchcraft. Execution of immortals? Zhang Hao almost didn't shout out. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned. Exorcism. What is master sorcery doing? A good Taoist technique is not used, why is sorcery used? Brothers, witchcraft seems to be all quite evil. Master, don't do it. I didn't even turn on the air conditioning, why do I feel a little cold? Martyr, this live broadcast is getting more and more evil. The second live broadcast scene. The director couldn't help but shiver. The staff of the program couldn't help but shiver as well. Guider, the master is going to use witchcraft, it won't spell us all to death, right? A female employee's face was pale and her body couldn't stop shivering. The others couldn't help but be even more terrified when they saw the female employee speaking out of turn. Don't talk nonsense, master is not that kind of person. The director hurriedly stopped, trying to stabilize the people. Unfortunately, the director himself didn't believe this, and the others were even more so. Sorcery. The director swallowed hard. He felt his neck itching a bit, as if his head would be separated in the next second. In contrast, Zhang Yohan was much more calm. Director Yen, you don't have to worry, witchcraft doesn't necessarily mean evil magic. Zhang Yuhan spoke leisurely. The director instantly found his backbone. Quickly, plug in Taoist Zhang's voice to the live broadcast. Taoist Zhang, you just said that sorcery doesn't represent evil arts, is that true? The director looked blearily at Zhang Yuhan. It couldn't be helped that he was under the impression that sorcery wasn't a good thing. The word witchcraft alone made him shudder. Zhang Yuhan smiled faintly at his words. Naturally, it's true. Director Yen, I realize that you, like everyone else, have some misconceptions about witchcraft.
Actually, sorcery is not an evil art. Zhang Yohan began to popularize it.
The director and a group of staff members, just like good students, pricked up their ears and listened carefully. First of all, everyone needs to know what is meant by witchcraft. Witchcraft, to put it simply, is the use of supernatural and mysterious power to have an effect on people and things.
Did everyone find the point? Actually, Taoism is the same.
With the help of the power of heaven and earth, it either positively or negatively affects people, ghosts, demons, or immortals.
This is Taoism.
In fact, from the history of Chinese civilization, the familiar talismans, incantations, invocations, prayers for rain, exorcism of ghosts, and warding off evil spirits were all passed down from sorcery.
Now, do people still think that sorcery is an evil art? Zhang Yuhan stroked his beard.
The director listened to the clouds and saw the sun, only to feel that his eyes were enlightened. The faces of the others also looked better, and the atmosphere of fear disappeared for the most part.
Daoist Zhang, those historical scourges of witchcraft? The director asked to the point.
This was the source of the crowd's fear.
Zhang Yuhan sniffed and thought for a moment, saying, "For witchcraft, everyone should look at it dialectically. Witchcraft itself is not good or bad lies in the person who uses it. Just like Taoism, it can save people and it can also harm people. People can't simply think that witchcraft is evil just because it harms people.
I believe that with Master's realm, he wouldn't use evil sorcery either. The sorcery in the Master's mouth is both capable of executing the immortals, so it must be the hallowed path of righteousness.
As for what kind of seppuku, parasites, and curses, Master won't use them." Zhang Yohan made a promise.
The director completely relaxed.
But the pop-up screen was not calm. Should Taoist Zhang be so specific? Descending heads, compulsions, curses. I'm pulling out.
Brothers, this time we are also in danger. If the Master casts a spell on the live broadcast, let all who watch the broadcast die.
Nima, don't say it. Master, don't.
It's over, this live room is really a netherworld live room.
Program site.
Zhang Hao slowed down for a while before his face recovered a bit.
Great. Master. You're going to use witchcraft. That stuff isn't the right way, is it?
Zhang Hao hurriedly persuaded, trying to get the Grandmaster to give up his intention of using sorcery.
The driver of the car glanced at the rearview mirror again. Taoist priest using witchcraft. Was that a Taoist priest, or a sorcerer?
The driver felt a bit evil, and the more he looked at Lu Feng, the weirder he felt. Mard, this is a scientific society, there are no ghosts and gods in the world. This is a fraudulent Taoist priest, nonsense sorcery to increase the price. I really scare myself since. The driver braked sharply, his soul scared away. A few dozen meters ahead, in the middle of the main road, a giant nearly 2 meters tall, wearing armor, green face and fangs,
dragging 1.5 meters of machete, running towards the car came. Ghost.
The driver couldn't help but have a feeling of cardiac arrest. Unprecedented fear surged through his heart, and the driver's scalp tingled. He had lived for more than 30 years, the first time he had encountered something so terrifying.
And it couldn't be explained by science. Chapter 122. Uncle, don't laugh, I'm scared. Little Taoist in the car, come down and die. This Yama King has found you.
The ghost-playing actor shouted, and a knife slashed down brazenly across dozens of meters.
Boom.
After the ear-splitting sound, a bottomless crack spread from the foot of the giant to the front of the car.
The driver watched with eyes wide open. And what shocked him even more was the car. 2 halves. Groove.
The driver was so scared that his face was pale.
Zhang Hao was even more pale. This knife almost cut off his hand. Cursed Mu Wan Yuan.
Zhang Hao was instantly anxious and cursed in his mind.
The live broadcast room. I'm scared to death. Treading on the horse pretending to be a ghost actor came to the theater again? Arrogant. Too damned arrogant.
Ghost actor is full of drama, and now breakthrough to the innate realm, the horse shall not go to heaven.
Ghost actor, just broke through a little excited, everyone look at my performance. Performing Nima.
I've just been scared by a master, and now I'm being scared by a ghostly actor, so what's the end?
Come on.
Masters, kill this bastard.
The second live broadcast. The director also breathed a sigh of relief. Strong. Is too strong.
The destructive power of the actor pretending to be a ghost is more than 10 times stronger than before.
Tramp, we have to pay for another car. More than $100,000 is gone again.
The director was so angry that he cursed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The ghost actor who had broken through to the innate realm was like a mad dog off the leash. He, the director, could no longer control it. The only thing the director could be thankful for now was that the car wasn't a luxury car.
The program group could afford to pay for it at the moment. Director Yen, what's the situation with this ghost pretending actor? The master hasn't gotten his new magic weapon yet, how did he come out so quickly? Zhang Yuan looked at the director and couldn't help but chastise him. Don't worry, Taoist Zhang, I'll contact him right now. The director hurriedly contacted the ghost playing actor. The result was that the phone couldn't be reached. It's broken. His cell phone must have been struck by heavenly lightning and he can't pick up the call. The director was angry and anxious, and could only contact the other staff. Quickly! Stop that lunatic Mu Wan Yuan. The Lamhu mountain line is already over, he's rushing to add more scenes. Dare to mess up. Again, I'll find a sniper to shoot him. The director was furious. And at the scene of the program, Zhang Hao got out of the car hastily and turned around to run. Brother driver, get off the car. Lu Feng's voice came, and it couldn't help but make Zhang Hao freeze for a moment. Zhang Hao turned his head and saw Lu Feng pulling the driver out of the car. Old Zhang, go. Lu Feng yanked the driver with one hand, grabbed Zhang Hao with the other, and began to flee desperately. But no matter how he fled, the sound of a machete rubbing against the ground could always be heard in his ears. Every time Lu Feng turned around, the ghost actor was about 20 meters apart. No more, no less, exactly 20 meters. He is jealous of the soul fall money? Lu Feng's heart fluttered, but he was unable to do anything about it. That evil spirit was able to split the car in half from a distance of a few dozen meters. Even if he took out the soul drop money, so what? He would have to be split in two on the spot with a direct slash from someone else across the air. Not killing him now was just enjoying the chase. Master, you go first. At the critical moment, Zhang Hao suddenly broke away from Lu Feng. Old Zhang? Lu Feng froze. Master, let's split up and run. I'll distract him, let's gather at the Meiyuan neighborhood in our old home. Zhang Hao left 2 words and ran to the other side. Lu Feng didn't have time to think too much and took the driver and continued to run. As for the ghost-playing actor who was chasing after him, after hesitating for a while, he went after Zhang Hao. Because just now, Zhang Hao secretly waved at him. Zhang Hao played hard to get and ran wildly, and came to a sharp stop in less than a minute. The ghost-playing actor stood 10 meters ahead, leisurely juggling his machete. Old Zhang, what are you calling me for? If you have something to say, hurry up, I still have to chase the master. How else can I force the master to come up with a new tactic? The ghost-playing actor prodded a few times. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Quickly walking up to the costumed ghost actor, Zhang Hao went up and kicked. However, the kick was on the armor, nothing happened to the ghost actor, but Zhang Hao choked on it. What are you kicking me for? The ghost-suited actor glared, startling Zhang Hao into shivering. Wan Yuan, you've drawn this makeup more realistically. It's so damn similar to a ghost. Zhang Hao spat for a while. The actor pretending to be a ghost grinned and instantly became even more frightening. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Uncle, don't laugh, I'm scared. I'm afraid that if he opens his mouth, he'll eat Xiao Zhang. TMD if not to watch the live broadcast. To death I do not believe that this thing is a human being. So what kind of thing did the lightning strike out of the sky? Martyr, it's more like a ghost than a ghost. I feel that this thing is better to split dead. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao quickly said about the master's situation. Wan Yuan, that's roughly what happened after we separated. The Grandmaster already has a new way to kill you. You don't need to chase after him for now. Zhang Hao finished with another headache. Wan Yuan, I said, can you stop adding drama? I almost broke my hand when I split the car with a knife. If you can't hold it in if you're in high spirits, go find a beautiful woman to wash and massage your feet. Don't go crazy on the highway. Zhang Hao was furious. If the machete was in his hand, he would have to give the ghost actor a stab. The ghost-playing actor couldn't help but freeze for a few seconds after hearing Zhang Hao's words. Master has found a new tactic? So soon? The ghost actor pretender was a bit unable to react. Zhang Hao let out a paw and said, nonsense. Didn't you watch the live broadcast? The ghost actor sniffed and scratched his head. When I was struck by lightning in front of me, my cell phone was broken on my body, so I couldn't watch the live broadcast. The ghost actor pretending explained. He knew that Lu Feng was hiding under the Dragon Tiger Mountain, so he came directly after him. As a result, he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the master had already found a new means. Old Zhang, has the Grandmaster revealed what the new means is? The ghost-loaded actor inquired, his expression becoming extremely nervous. Now that the heavenly thunder had been used, the new means must be even more terrifying. The ghost actor felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it, and no longer had the arrogance he had earlier. Zhang Hao saw that the ghost actor looked terrified, and finally felt out of breath. The specific means the master didn't say, but it's related to sorcery. Zhang Hao spoke out the important information. Sorcery. The pretending ghost actor's pupils shrank, as if he had thought of some bad image. Master wants to place a compulsion? Compulsion? The kind that eats people without spitting out bones? The more the ghost-playing actor spoke, the more alarmed he became, and his voice changed by the end. Zhang Hao was happy to see this. Don't be ridiculous, what is the master's status? How could he possibly use this kind of evil sorcery? Zhang Hao comforted. That's good. The ghost-playing actor was slightly relieved. Then Zhang Hao added, "It might be a head drop." Question mark. The ghost-playing actor jumped 3 feet high, shouldered his machete and ran away. Chapter 123. So Master is an old driver. Plum Garden neighborhood. It was more than 10 o'clock at night. Lu Feng rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood with his duffel bag on his back.
Nowadays, the Plum Garden neighborhood is no longer dead. The new construction team has moved in. The workers were busy all day, some went to bed early, some were chattering and playing cards. There were also some hooking up, heckling and chatting about little girls while walking towards the door. "Master." The few people who came to the door saw Lu Feng, and immediately someone blurted out. The first day they came here, they were amped up by their boss with the variety show Street Ghost Scare. The men and women on the construction site, one counting one, were all impressed with Lu Feng.
This is the only true immortal in the world.
It is the boss's nobleman to get rich. If this immortal didn't get rid of the ghosts in the Plum Garden. If not for this immortal removing the ghosts from the Plum Garden, this place would not have been developed for another 100 years.
Now at first sight of Lu Feng, there were people who got excited.
Luckily, there were still resourceful people who immediately slapped their companions on the back of the head.
Seeing a Taoist master and calling him a master, "Are you reading a novel?"
After some noise, several people went to the nearby massage parlor.
The Taoist robe is still too eye-catching. Lu Feng looked at the Taoist robe on his body and didn't get suspicious of the few workers.
Because he went through the stage of being addicted to novels in his previous life.
He even saw the thunder outside and came up with, "Where is the Taoist friend who was here to cross the threshold?" That time, he was almost sent to the mental hospital by his parents.
A Taoist robe is eye-catching, but it's warm in winter and cool in summer.
It can also protect against little kids. Cutie. I'm not wearing it.
Lu Feng muttered a couple sentences and looked inside the Plum Garden neighborhood.
Plum Garden is actually redeveloped? It's also a good thing.
With the black and white irregulars taking away those ghosts, there shouldn't be any accidents with this construction team.
Lu Feng sighed twice and slowly waited for Zhang Hao. Time passed by minute by minute.
The worker who went to the massage parlor came back.
Then Lu Feng realized. There was also Zhang Hao who came back in one piece. "Master?"
Zhang Hao lifted his pants and ran over, shrugging off his worker.
"You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for hours. I was bored and moved bricks for an hour."
Zhang Hao shyly put on a face and labeled himself as a hard worker.
Lu Feng listened with a black line on his face. "Moving bricks. Treadmill can move to a massage parlor? Wipe the lipstick on your face first." Lu Feng lectured.
Zhang Hao hurriedly wiped his face, touched his glasses again, and opened the live broadcast.
"Master, don't misunderstand, I'm going to do charity."
The little girl got married early, gave birth to a child and was still domestically abused, and her husband eats, drinks, hoard out and gambles all day. She was forced to come out to massage to make money to support her family. I saw that she was really pitiful, so I added a clock. Zhang Hao explained with a serious face. Anyway, the master didn't understand this business, so Zhang Hao felt that he could muddle through and maybe even cheat waves of goodwill. Lu Feng directly rolled his eyes. Father gambles, mother is sick, younger brother studies, husband's domestic violence is also gambling. Brothers and sisters all rely on me, business failure to pay off debts. Just do this line is still not long, their own with children no income, helpless to embark on the road of no return.
Old Zhang, you damn long-hearted. This kind of words you also believe. Lu Feng didn't know what to say.
In his previous life, he was dragged by his buddies to have a proper pedicure. When he heard the technician selling misery, he charged a $5,000 card in a moment of weakness. As a result, his buddy gave him a lecture afterwards and told him all about the technician's routine.
At that time, Lu Feng people are stupid.
A few words summarized all the routines, leaving a great psychological shadow on Lu Feng.
After Lu Feng transferred the membership card to his buddy, he never entered the entertainment center.
It's just that what Lu Feng couldn't have imagined was,
I didn't think I would have a day to teach others a lesson. Old Zhang is also too simple. Lu Feng secretly sighed.
Zhang Hao on the side was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned.
Master knows a lot.
This stepping horse has told all the technicians' routines. Xiao Zhang, this old color batch, still want to cheat master.
This time to play bad, right?
Xiao Zhang, bad, encountered experts. This horse does not go a few hundred times, cannot summarize the formula.
Who dares to say that the master is not close to women?
So this is a veteran of the flower world.
Brothers, we do not know the real age of the master, maybe he has also been to the ancient greenhouse.
The word is out that the master and the flower girl are having an affair.
No wonder he doesn't wash his feet, he's tired of playing.
The second live broadcast scene.
The director was stunned. Zhang Yuhan was also stunned.
Although the first faction can be married, but play so flowery.
The crowd of Dao sect executives were also dumbfounded one by one. Taoist Zhang, master, this mortal experience is really on point. The director all cried with envy. Zhang Yuhan clenched his beard and froze, unable to refute. The scene of the program. What the master said is right, I remembered. Zhang Hao held his tongue for half a day. Lu Feng, on the other hand, spoke of business. Why did you come back so early? I remember on Longhu Mountain, that ghost seemed to have gone after you. Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao suspiciously. Zhang Hao had already thought of something to say and didn't panic at all. Master, he did go after me. But I was lucky and ran into the Taoist masters of the Heavenly Master's house who came to rescue me. The Taoist masters trapped that ghost, so I took the opportunity to escape. As for why I came back so early. Master, I came back by airplane. You've always been careful, you must have come back by automobile, naturally you weren't as fast as me. And I also picked up the whaling stick on the way back, it's sitting at my house. Zhang Hao explained. Lu Feng nodded at that, he did come back by car. Then let's get ready. Let's both go and get our passports tomorrow, then go to Southeast Asia. Lu Feng spoke out his intentions. The location marked by the system this time was a bit far away, and there were more transvestites in that place. Zhang Hao froze. After several seconds, Zhang Hao said in dismay, going to Southeast Asia? Going abroad? After receiving Lu Feng's affirmative reply, Zhang Hao immediately had a bad feeling. I won't be prophesied, right? Zhang Hao's little heart was about to jump out. Going to Southeast Asia to find witchcraft. What kind of witchcraft can there be in Southeast Asia? The most popular one was headfall. During the day, he had exchanged words with the ghost-playing actor and scared the other party by saying that the master might use head subduing. At that time, he was just making a casual remark, whoever wanted it to come true. Old Zhang, I've packed all my things, I'll sleep at your place first tonight. Lu Feng patted his shoulder bag. He had gone home and packed, bringing the original charger for his cell phone and a change of underwear. The two of us better not be separated or I won't have a meat shield. Lu Feng added another sentence. Zhang Hao instantly clammed up. Live streaming room. Ah, master really has true love for Xiao Zhang. Who wouldn't love a meat shield that is brave enough to take the initiative to break the back? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, I think Zhang's face is green. Southeast Asia. Brothers say, the master will go to which place? It's bad luck to go anywhere. The witchcraft in that place is just head scratching. There are also raising small ghosts. If you say so, the sorcery the master will use must be unorthodox. Actor pretending to be a ghost, stop it, I'm scared. Let you pretend, this time to see how you die. Second live broadcast. Bang! A silhouette broke into the worksite. The director looked over and instantly sweated. Elder Mu. Chapter 124. The place where the master is going is actually. The director is hospitalized. Can't get out for a few months. The assistant director temporarily took over the director's position. However, where the original director was sitting, an old man was sitting. Patch my voice into the live broadcast. Mu Lao commanded, and the assistant director hurriedly complied. With that, Mu Lao made a self-introduction. Hello viewers, I'm Old Man Mu, the master of the ghost pretending actor. The director is unwell and has been hospitalized to recuperate. So for the next 6 months, it will be me who will help you all take control of the situation. The moment Old Man Mu's words fell, the pop-up screen exploded. Mu Lao killed it? The director is not feeling well. This horse has been beaten, right? Definitely beaten, half a year cannot get out of the hospital. What day? I love it. I love it. The director deserves to die. Mu Lao is awesome. The second live broadcast scene. After Mu Lao made his introductions, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. Tianzhi Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. At first sight today, I'm sure that your Tao is profound and your name is true. Old Man Mu arched his hand at Zhang Yihan. Zhang Shuhan was embarrassed to hear this. How could he have any Taoist skills? He was just an old man with a pretty good regimen. Old Mr. Mu was flattered. I'm ashamed to say that I don't have any Tao skills at all. The one who really has Taoist skills is this one. Zhang Yuan pointed to Lu Feng in the live broadcast screen. Old Man Mu sniffed happily. Heavenly Master Zhang is frank, it suits my nature. Also please rest assured Heavenly Master Zhang, when Yuan can't get out of control. That kid tried to run away again at Longhu Mountain and was halfway kidnapped by me. When Master finds a new means, I'll open the door and let the dogs loose and throw him over. Guarantee that the program won't be affected. Old Man Mu gave everyone a peace of mind. The out-of-control ghost-playing actor had not only given the director a headache, but Zhang Yuan also had a terrible headache. Now that there was Old Man Mu pressing on, Zhang Yuan was much more relieved. However, open the door and release the dog? Zhang Yuan and the assistant director glanced at each other, both seeing odd colors in each other's eyes. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all laughing. Ha 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 ha, the actor pretending to be a ghost has a dog chain. Doesn't he like to pretend? Keep pretending. It's true that the ginger is still old and hot. I'm so much more relieved to have an old-timer sitting on the show's set. Zhang Hao went through the program team and got his passport and visa overnight. When Lu Feng woke up with a start, he saw that Zhang Hao had even bought the airfare. Master, that ghost is still in Longhu Mountain, it can't care about us for now. Let's make it quick and take a plane directly to Southeast Asia. I booked a ticket to Bangkok. Zhang Hao said and couldn't help but heave a smile. Through the master's science last night, he could be 100% sure that the master was an old driver. Since the grandmaster couldn't look at an ordinary foot wash, then he would take the grandmaster to play a big game. Pattaya, a man's paradise. I, Zhang Hao, am here. Zhang Hao was so excited. He had only heard of that place, but had never really been there. After following the master for so long, he had to relax and unwind this time. System, sign in. Lu Feng mumbled in his mind. Ding. Signing in successful, the current number of consecutive days of signing in is 3 days. Sitting on the airplane, Zhang Hao looked even more exuberant. Especially recalling Lu Feng's summary of the technician set yesterday. Zhang Hao couldn't help it. Master, I didn't realize that you're also an old hand at Flora. Is there any crushing poses? Teach me. Zhang Hao had an expression of begging to learn. Lu Feng looked speechless. You're the one who's a veteran in the flower world, I've never been to a place like that. Lu Feng returned without a trace of anger. Zhang Hao sniffed. Never been to that kind of place. How can you summarize it so accurately? Moreover, that time in Xuanwu County's bathing center, the grandmaster took a bath with him. Although the master didn't massage, he had ultimately walked around the entertainment center. Teach a posture are stingy, master is also to pretend serious. Zhang Hao spat in his heart. When the airplane took off, Zhang Hao asked about the business. Master, where exactly is your destination this time? Zhang Hao stared at Lu Feng, and saw that Lu Feng was a bit surprised. Old Zhang, haven't you all set your route? Why are you still asking me? When Zhang Hao heard this, he froze. What was the meaning of these words? He went to Pattaya for the nightlife, could it be that the master's destination is also there? It couldn't be. Master, don't tell me that your sorcery is in Pattaya. Zhang Hao was in disbelief. Of course it's not in Pattaya, but it's not far from there. Lu Feng opened his cell phone map again. Zhang Hao put over and took a look, and immediately shivered. Right near Pattaya? Zhang Hao was stunned. He was there to have fun, but it turned out that there was witchcraft right next to him? How could this make him feel at ease to play? Master, you must give me a confession today. The sorcery you're going to use, what exactly is it? Zhang Hao stared at Lu Feng without blinking. Good lord, if the master was playing head subduing next door while he was doing his business. Zhang Hao felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. What kind of expression is that on your face, old Zhang? You are also someone who has experienced great storms. Ghosts have seen it, demons have seen it, and even demonic fairies are your mother. Is it necessary for you to be scared like this? Lu Feng was very dissatisfied with the other party's performance. Zhang Hao opened his mouth. Can it be the same with this Tama? Master, that's witchcraft. It's disgusting and evil, how can I not be afraid of it when it's my first contact? Zhang Hao said and shivered again. He remembered the horror movies he watched as a child. The horrifying scene of the descending head once kept him awake at night. Who said it's your first time touching witchcraft? Lu Feng's voice came, and he couldn't help but make Zhang Hao dumbfounded. Seeing Zhang Hao's face full of confusion, Lu Feng could only continue to remind. The animal creation in Dongfeng City is sorcery. The tomb owner in Xuanwu County, the symbols on his face are also witchcraft. Actually, we have long been in contact with witchcraft, there is nothing to be afraid of. Lu Feng spoke easily. Zhang Hao, however, listened with chills. Creating animals. That was a psychological shadow for his entire life. The tomb master of Xuanwu County was even more terrifying to the extreme. Great. Master. Are you sure those 2 times were witchcraft? Zhang Hao barely maintained his composure. Lu Feng nodded. He had communicated with the system at night and learned that sorcery was far more widespread than he had imagined. For example, the ghost refining ancient tomb in Xuanwu County was a combination of Taoism and sorcery. Gathering yin qi with Taoism and refining ghosts with sorcery. It can be described as evil to the extreme. When Zhang Hao saw Lu Feng nodding, he couldn't help but be even more horrified. Creating animals is nothing more than that, at most turning the ghost actors into animals. As long as the child urine is enough, it will change back in minutes. But the tomb owner of Xuanwu County. Zhang Hao was a bit unable to hold on. That was the method of refining ghosts. Even if the ghost-playing actor had 100 lives, he wouldn't be able to escape the ghost-refining array set up by the master. Old Zhang, why is your face white? It's not witchcraft on you, why are you so scared? Lu Feng looked at Zhang Hao with a funny face. Zhang Hao came back to his senses. Right. Zhang Hao slapped his head. It's not like Tama is casting witchcraft on me, why am I so scared? The one who should be scared should be Wen Yuan. Zhang Hao figured it out in his mind. Anyway, there was a taller one to hold the roof when the sky collapsed. Even the 5 thunderbolts had let the program team carry it through, so what could sorcery do? Let the director and Taoist master Zhang have a headache. As for him, the host, just do his job. Screw witchcraft. Let's finish in Pattaya first. Chapter 125. The law is not passed on to the 6 ears. The airplane landed. Zhang Hao went to the hotel to settle his luggage and was about to take Lu Feng straight to the point. Master, you'd better take off your Taoist robe. The place we're going to is a man's paradise. It seems a bit inappropriate for you to go there in a Taoist robe. Zhang Hao couldn't help but advise a few words. Lu Feng waved his hand at his words and said, "You play your game later, I have my own arrangements." Zhang Hao's complexion was stunned. Is this the Grandmaster's way of splitting up? There's something odd. Grandmaster has always used me as a meat shield. It doesn't make sense to split up. Zhang Hao pondered in his heart, feeling that it was better not to separate from the Grandmaster. At least by following the Grandmaster, being a meat shield was explicitly being a meat shield. Once separated, ghosts knew how the Grandmaster would calculate him. As soon as Zhang Hao thought about it, he immediately expressed his opposition. Grandmaster, how can this work? We agreed to bring you here to relax, how come I'm only allowed to go by myself? Besides, this is a world-famous entertainment resort. It's full of beautiful women, and the games are unimaginable. It's not easy for us to leave the country, don't you want to go there? Zhang Hao said and revealed a skeptical gaze again. Master, you don't go to Pattaya. It can't be that you've been here before, right? Played with all the girls, that's why you're not interested? Otherwise, as a man, there's no reason for you to hold back. Unless you are sexually impotent. Zhang Hao said directly. Lu Feng almost lost his breath. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately gave a thumbs up. Ah, little Zhang is too brave. Master, how can a 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Sexual impotence? I'm laughing my ass off. Ha 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 ha, Zhang's mouth is too indebted. Masters can tolerate this? I can't stand it. The master has taken the whaler's stick. The master and Chang are fighting. The scene of the program. Lu Feng picked up the whaling stick and smacked Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao bared his teeth in pain, but his mouth didn't stop. Rush, 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 master, you're in a hurry. Looks like I've hit you where it hurts. Master, don't panic. I have medicine here. Sans double-acting medicine, it guarantees you a flight of fancy, night after night. Zhang Hao's words fell. Lu Feng stopped. Old Zhang, agitation doesn't work on me. But there's one thing you said right. It's not easy to go abroad for once, so I really should visit Pattaya. Lu Feng put away his crying stick. Lu Feng was still a bit curious about this world-famous entertainment destination. It was only that the pressure of being chased by the evil spirits was too great for him to have the heart to travel. Anyway, the place I'm going to is near Pattaya. Then let's stroll around with you first and then split up. Lu Feng patted down the plan. Zhang Hao was instantly relieved. As long as the master was willing to go to Pattaya, then everything would be fine. He just didn't believe that after seeing the paradise on earth with all the lights, the Grandmaster would still be able to leave him behind and run away. Grandmaster, let's have an early dinner later and then head straight to Pattaya. Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed, looking forward to the evening program. Lu Feng gave a and continued to look at the map. Evening. At the entrance of the hotel. Master, this is Mr. Li Mingli, the guide I found online. He's an old overseas Chinese, he's lived here for more than 10 years. Zhang Hao introduced the guide arranged by the program team to Lu Feng. Good day, master. Old Zhang has all told me that you are the #1 person in the world. You don't have to pay for the guide fee, it's my honor to be your guide. Li Ming had an excited look on his face, this was not an act. He had also watched the program's live broadcast and understood very well that the master in front of him was a veritable immortal descending to earth. He wanted to ask for a signed photo on the spot. Master, are you sure you want to go to Pattaya in a Taoist robe? Li Ming couldn't help but remind. As a result, before Lu Feng could say anything, Zhang Hao had already rolled his eyes. Taoist robes. Master still carries a wailing rod under his robe. Zhang Hao secretly spat in his heart. Those who didn't know about this Tama thought that the master was going to cry for mourning. Pattaya doesn't allow Taoist priests to stroll around? Lu Feng asked rhetorically while sizing up Li Ming. Aged in his 30s, standing at 1.7 m and weighing 117, he was almost fat as a ball. However, Li Ming looked enthusiastic and gave off a pretty good feeling. And one size fits all, the tour guide money still needs to be paid. Otherwise we'll change the tour guide. Lu Feng waved his hand in a big way, being generous for once in a rare moment. The corner of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. Because it was him who shelled out the money. Luckily, I can be reimbursed, or else with my little fortune, I would have let the master gnaw it all away. Zhang Hao secretly slandered, while giving Li Ming a wink, telling Li Ming to stop dwelling on irrelevant issues. Li Ming understood, and in the next second, he revealed a smile that all men understood. Pattaya didn't say that Taoist priests can't go, so feel free to wear a Taoist robe if you want to. It's getting late, let's go over there now. Let's casually stroll around and watch the show first, then. Li Ming hemmed and hawed. Zhang Hao also hemmed and hawed. And then what for? Of course it was to pick the girls. Let's go. Zhang Hao followed Lu Feng's example and waved his hand with a bold face. Only the lewdness in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The three of them got into Li Ming's car, and Lu Feng sat in the passenger side. Mr. Li, do you know this place? Lu Feng opened his cell phone map and showed Li Ming the location marked by the system. Master, you can't call me Mr. Li, it breaks my heart, just call me Little Li. As for this place you said, it is a temple.
Li Ming looked carefully at Lu Feng's map and couldn't help but look slightly changed.
This place is a bit evil. If you want to go, master, it's best to go during the day. Li Ming gave advice. Lu Feng sniffed and came into the spirit. How is this temple evil? As Lu Feng asked, Zhang Hao also perked up his ears. Li Ming was a bit embarrassed. Because he knew that Zhang Hao's glasses had a camera and it was now a live broadcast. If he told the secret of that temple, it would be fine in private. But with millions of people staring, how could he publicize it? Would he still be alive afterward? What do you know? Speak up. Zhang Hao couldn't help but urge.
Li Ming sniffed with some egg pain. If not for Zhang Hao being in the car, he would have said it long ago. Master, the law is not passed on to the 6 ears.
Li Ming beckoned Lu Feng to come closer. With that, Li Ming whispered in a low voice. Question mark.
Zhang Hao looked frozen. What the hell? This Li Ming was the person the program team had found.
And he had to hide a story about a temple from the program? This is a mistake. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it anymore. This fat man, what is the situation? Why are you still whispering? What is it that I can't listen to as a VIP? The program group intentionally engage in suspense, right? I've been on the air for 10 hours, and you tell me I can't listen? The stepping horse has gone too far, brothers report away a wave. Chapter 126, A horse cannot get fat without night grass. Master, you be a person. Oldly, you're toxic. There's just the three of us in the car, you're giving it to the master, not me? What secret do you need to be so careful? Don't forget, it's me who paid you to be a tour guide.
Zhang Hao protested. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately shouted and gave Zhang Hao praise. Li Ming sniffed and coughed dryly, casually touching his eyes.
Zhang Hao looked stunned. Eyes? Eyeglasses. Zhang Hao understood.
Li Ming was not treating him differently, but was worried about the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. So in the next second, Zhang Hao touched his glasses and turned off the live broadcast. The live broadcast room. How did the live broadcast cut off? Tramps Zhang turned off the live broadcast. I was just praising him. I'm convinced that Chang is a bad guy. So what's the secret that we can't know? Is there a woman in the temple? What kind of brain circuit? I don't know, it's possible. So it's for the sake of the temple's reputation that we're not allowed to hear it? The temple is playing with a woman, and it's really playing with flowers. The second live broadcast. Zhang Yuhan stared at the black screen image and couldn't help but frown. Mu Lao, what secrets do you think this temple is hiding? Zhang Yuhan couldn't help but discuss it. Mu Lao shook his head at his words. It's hard to say, the fact that Li Ming let the master go to the temple during the day means that the secret isn't a woman. As for what exactly it is, it's better to ask little Zhang later. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao nodded gently to Li Ming, signaling that the live broadcast had been turned off. Only then did Li Ming relax. Old Zhang, since you insist on wanting to know, then I'll make it simple. That temple is called the Stone Buddha Temple, named after a stone Buddha that was enshrined there. Li Ming cleared his throat and his voice got louder. When Zhang Hao heard the word stone Buddha, he was surprised. There are many stone Buddhas, and they are not jade Buddhas. Is it necessary to use this as a name? Zhang Hao asked the question. Li Ming hurriedly made a silent gesture. Don't be so loud. If the Grandmaster hears you, he'll cure you of a great disrespect, and your soul will be smoked for you. Li Ming had a serious face. Zhang Hao subconsciously looked at Lu Feng. Don't look at me, he's talking about the temple master. Lu Feng returned. Zhang Hao's heart was shocked at his words. The master in the temple. There were still such powerful monks in this place? So what exactly is so special about this stone Buddha? Zhang Hao hurriedly pursued. Li Ming waved his hand, slightly disgruntled. What's your hurry, old Zhang? Listen to me speak slowly. Li Ming cleared his throat once again. Stone Buddha Temple is not famous in the eyes of outsiders. But in the inner circle, it's a forbidden place. In the early years, the Stone Buddha Temple wasn't called the Stone Buddha Temple, it was just an ordinary small temple. People in the neighborhood often went to burn incense as well. Until one day, the statue of Buddha in the main hall was moved away and was instead dedicated to an unknown stone Buddha. Some teenagers went into the temple at night to play, and have been missing and disappearing ever since, leaving only a shoe in the main hall. In the following years, people disappeared from the main hall one after another. Either people who live in the surrounding area, or tourists who come to visit. All of them found some relics in the main hall. It's like... Li Ming swallowed hard.
It's as if that stone Buddha has spirituality and is constantly eating people. Li Ming finished the secret. Zhang Hao's sweaty hairs stood up. Great. Master. You can't even go to this hellish place during the day, you mustn't go to send it at night. Zhang Hao tried his best to persuade. As Lu Feng's hardcore meat shield, he wouldn't dare to risk his life in such a place. Lu Feng sniffed happily. I've said I'll go by myself, why are you scared like this? Don't worry, I won't use you as a meat shield. After all, I'm just stepping on the spot tonight, taking a look outside. When you've had enough fun in Pattaya, then you'll take the lead and we'll go into the temple to find out what's going on. Lu Feng spoke out the plan. Zhang Hao was almost not scared to death. Tramp, as expected, Master still wants to use me as a meat shield. Zhang Hao was going crazy. He didn't even have any interest in going to Pattaya, it felt like eating a broken head. Li Ming looked at the scene in front of him and almost didn't die laughing. Master, hi. As the saying goes, horses don't get fat without night grass, it's good to work when you're full. Old Zhang went to Pattaya to have a good night, he'll definitely be energized tomorrow. Maybe he'll pick the stone Buddha temple all by himself. Li Ming gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, overpraise, if old Zhang alone picked out the stone Buddha temple, it would be a beautiful story. Master said it wonderfully, it is indeed a beautiful story. Li Ming and Lu Feng laughed, and the car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Zhang Hao in the back seat's face darkened. Beautiful talk, Nima. Is this horse talking human words? Zhang Hao was so angry that he cursed in his heart. I'm going to the restroom. Zhang Hao directly got out of the car while turning on the live broadcast. Returning to the hotel, Zhang Hao saw that the Grandmaster didn't follow him and immediately spat madly. Viewers, something big has happened. Old Li just made it clear that there is a stone Buddha in that temple, hence the name Stone Buddha Temple. And the secret of this temple is in this stone Buddha. This stone Buddha is not simple. It eats people. Master and Old Li even let me take the lead and let me kill through the stone Buddha temple alone. What can I do with my horse? It's hard to even hit a monk, and they're asking me to hit the stone Buddha? This ING wants me dead. Live stream. Stone Buddha Temple. So the secret is here. The man-eating stone Buddha, is this becoming a spirit? A little evil brothers, will not have an accident, right? Master, don't panic, there is Xiao Zhang in front of the top, I can't have an accident. I'm not going to have any accidents. Worthy of being a master. Haha, master you be a person, everyone is worried about Xiao Zhang. The second live broadcast site. Zhang Age Cold looked gloomy. Man-eating stone Buddha. Could it be that the magic artifact that Master is looking for is this stone Buddha? Old Mu, what do you think? Zhang Yihan gently pinched his beard, his heart somewhat unsettled. Old Mu on the side narrowed his eyes. The stone Buddha is a bit interesting. I wonder if I can eat when Yuan. Mu Lao's tone was somewhat expectant, as if he was eager to see the ghost-pretending actor hang up. Question mark. Zhang Yohan froze a bit. Did this master not care about his disciple at all? However, thinking about Mu Lao's past, Zhang Yuhan was relieved. Even Heavenly Thunder had allowed his disciple to strike, so what was Stone Buddha? Taoist Zhang, let's take a trip as well. Old Man Mu stood up and waved to the other staff members as well. Everyone pack up and go to Pattaya together. After staying in Nanjiang for so many days, it's time for you all to move your muscles. After finishing his speech, Elder Mu looked at Zhang Yohan again. Taoist Zhang, don't be afraid of the hard road. It's time for you to meet with the master. Chapter 127. The most ballsy man in the whole program. Pattaya. Zhang Hao walked down the street with a light in his eyes. Viewers, see this? This is the liveliest street in Pattaya. So many stores, so many girls, all dressed so cool. Am I in heaven? Zhang Hao looked left and right, not even knowing where to look. The viewers in the live broadcast room also looked blurry-eyed. Is this Pattaya? Martyr, it's so open, there are so many fierce girls. There's even a blonde sister. I want to go there. Make money brothers, this is a man's paradise. My husband is going to Pattaya, I just broke his leg, do you think I did the right thing? Ahem, the internet is not a place outside the law, those with objects should pay attention, but don't post any pop-ups. The scene of the program. Lu Feng followed Li Ming to the front, and was equally dazzled. After being used to staying in the country, Lu Feng realized for the first time that the world can be so open. The girls' clothes were uncharacteristically scarce, and some of them were soliciting on the street. This way not much far, Lu Feng has been pulled by 4 girls. Luckily, Li Ming was a considerate escort and sent the beautiful girls away. Master, don't look at these stores as pretty girls, but they are actually all pimps. Expensive and poor service. If you want to play, go. I'll take you to a real paradise. Li Ming hemmed and hawed. But Lu Feng waved his hand and said, I'll just take a casual look, remember to take me to the Stone Buddha Temple later. Li Ming's excited expression awkwardly stopped. He was also someone who had watched the live broadcast and knew that the Grandmaster was a veteran of the flower world and had played with all the flower queens.
It's just that he didn't expect that the Grandmaster's vision was so high that he didn't move until now.
This is not scientific. Looks like it's going to have to be a masterpiece.
Li Ming's mind moved and decided to find an extreme product out.
He just didn't believe it. Modern people with all kinds of technological additions and even more tricks on the bed can still not compare to the ancient flower girl? Right, old Zhang.
Li Ming turned around and saw that Zhang Hao was nowhere to be seen.
Old Zhang?
Li Ming hurriedly looked around and finally found Zhang Hao's figure.
Now Zhang Hao was hugging his left and right and just happened to enter a pink lit store.
At once, Li Ming looked odd.
What's wrong with old Zhang? Lu Feng also looked back.
However, Zhang Hao had already entered the store and Lu Feng didn't see a silhouette.
Master, old Zhang just entered that store.
Li Ming pointed at the store.
Question mark. Old Zhang went in? Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness. How long has this been shopping? The world-famous few big stores haven't even gone in to visit yet, and old Zhang can't hold it? This fixation is also absolute. Lu Feng spat out. Master, that. Li Ming coughed dryly and whispered into Lu Feng's ear.
Lu Feng slowly widened his eyes.
Lu Feng didn't know what to comment.
The viewers in the live broadcast room were already cursing.
Little Zhang who stepped on the horse, shutting down the broadcast again. I'm convinced, driving not live, good enough to be a host? Clothes have not yet taken off it, so anxious to shut down the broadcast, why? But I'll tell you one thing, the two girls Chang found are really pretty. They're not transvestites, are they? What? What's going on? The scene of the show.
Lu Feng and Li Ming stood near the store.
It wasn't long before they saw Zhang Hao running out. Ah! Master, save me! Zhang Hao ran furiously all the way with his pants in his hand. He didn't even have time to put on his top.
Arriving in front of Lu Feng, Zhang Hao had a stunned look on his face.
Old Zhang, a bit fast. Didn't take your double effect medicine? Lu Feng blinked.
Li Ming was even holding back a red face that was on the verge of bursting into laughter.
Master, you don't know, this store it is filled with human demons.
Zhang Hao was about to cry when he finished.
The two girls he carefully selected went into the room and took off bigger than him. Zhang Hao almost didn't die of fright. Luckily, he ran fast, otherwise.
Zhang Hao felt a pain in his ass just thinking about it.
Ha 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 ha.
Li Ming couldn't help it, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt, and glancing at Zhang Hao's but from time to time. Lu Feng, on the other hand, patted Zhang Hao's shoulder.
It's okay, old Zhang, I'll buy you a diaper later, just wrap it up.
Zhang Hao's face turned green as he listened.
No more games. I'm not playing. Master, let's go to the stone Buddha temple. The moon was in the middle of the sky. The temple under the night color was exceptionally silent. Lu Feng stood outside the temple and looked towards the closed temple door. Zhang Hao deliberately fell behind and was doing the commentary in a low voice. Hello viewers. This is the hottest, most exciting and thrilling street test program in the country. Ghost Scare on the Streets. I'm your old friend, Zhang Hao. Tonight our program will have a historic moment. A foreign country, an ancient temple under the moon.
What looks like a Buddhist Pure Land hides a horrible killing machine.
Is it the Buddha who eats people, or is it a demon who has become a demon? Let's wait and see. The first installment of foreign exploration begins here. Zhang Hao said and puffed out his chest again, even though the audience couldn't see it. Viewers, face this terrifying ancient temple. I, as the man with the most balls in the entire program, will be the first to enter. If there really are demons haunting the temple, I will kill my way through this ancient temple. I will let the world know that where I, Zhang Hao, am present, there are no demons haunting the place. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be stunned when they heard these words. Little Zhang has taken the wrong medication. So raw. Aiming forward, killing through the ancient temple. This is not the Xiao Zhang I know. The man with the most balls in the whole program? How can he say that? Something's not right. Something's not right at all. Did Zhang get high playing with two girls and got hot-headed? The scene of the program.
Zhang Hao finished his narration impassionedly, and his face showed a look of death.
Today, ancient Buddha and I, one must die. Zhang Hao yelled, startling Lu Feng and Li Ming. Old Zhang, what's gotten into you? Lu Feng glared back at Zhang Hao.
Li Ming ran directly in front of Zhang Hao.
Old Zhang, you were just doing the commentary, right? Nothing about the fact that you were anally assaulted by two human demons?
Li Ming muttered in a low voice, a bad smile on his face.
Zhang Hao's expression froze. The viewers in the live broadcast room became enlightened. Those two girls are sirens? No wonder they're prettier than women, so they're men.
Little Zhang is awesome, really is the man with the most balls on the show.
No wonder Chang is so fearless. He's trying to prove he's a man. 6. It's true that the more you lack something, the more you have to prove something to people. Ah ha 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 ha, drive not live, accident find old brother?
Laughing to death, who has diapers at home, hurry up and send them to Chang.
The scene of the program. Zhang Hao directly pinched Li Ming's neck and shook it hard. I didn't get justified. Didn't get conned. Don't you rumor monger me. Zhang Hao was going to be furious. Don't say too much. Lu Feng didn't have the good sense to lecture. But it was already too late. Creak. The gate of the ancient Buddha temple slowly opened. Chapter 128 Theatrical Little Zhang. Master your crying in mourning.
Zhang Hao's hand shook and let go of Li Ming. Li Ming was even more triple corpse jumping and almost twisted his head to run.
Great. Master. Let's go, come back tomorrow, this temple can't run away anyway. Li Ming couldn't help but propose up.
The door of this ancient temple was open, but there was no half a person in sight.
Then who opened the door?
When Li Ming thought about it, he felt a coldness that went straight from his back spine to his head. He was a bit regretful. He shouldn't have come to be this tour guide. When he watched the live broadcast before, he still found it quite interesting, and Zhang Hao's cowardly behavior was even more hilarious. But when he really arrived at the scene, Li Ming realized how terrifying this live broadcast was. It was something that could really scare people to death. MD, when I watched the live broadcast, I still said that Xiao Zhang was timid. Xiao Zhang has been the first to fight time and time again, and is definitely the most ballsy man on the show.
This program just isn't something that people can film.
The more Li Ming thought about it, the more his scalp felt numb. Even if the Grandmaster was nearby, he couldn't suppress the horror in his heart. The open door of the stone Buddha temple was like Pandora's box, opening all of Li Ming's fears.
Fear a hang. I'll go first. Zhang Hao patted Li Ming's shoulder and walked towards the gate of the stone Buddha temple in large strides.
Li Ming subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to stop Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao was too fast, causing Li Ming to grab an empty hand.
Lu Feng saw that Li Ming was scared like this. Old Li, you stay outside. Or it's fine to leave first, when we come out we'll call you and you'll come pick us up. Lu Feng's words fell. Li Ming was instantly like an amnesty. Alright master, I'll wait for you outside the temple.
Li Ming's tone of voice all turned a lot lighter. Between the two of them talking, Zhang Hao had already arrived at the entrance of the stone Buddha temple.
Audience friends, I'm going to enter the stone Buddha temple, everyone get ready.
Those who are timid should cover their mouths first, lest they see something scary later and scream to disturb the people. After all, not everyone is as ballsy as me. Zhang Hao pretended in a small voice before taking a step into the gate. Master, I'll explore first, you can come in later.
Zhang Hao shouted and completely entered the stone Buddha temple.
Lu Feng looked a little surprised.
Strange, why is old Zhang so bold this time? Lu Feng muttered with an unconcealable look of doubt. Li Ming came to Lu Feng's side and couldn't help but explain. Didn't old Zhang look for a siren? He's now trying to prove himself that he's a bold and pure man.
Lu Feng sniffed and rolled his eyes.
It's not like he's really been justified.
There are just the three of us here, all of us know our own people. Is it necessary for him to be so uptight to prove it?
The more Lu Feng spoke, the more speechless he became.
Although Zhang Hao's courage is commendable, he is obviously not rational enough. As a good brother who had traveled all the way, Lu Feng had high expectations for Zhang Hao. Lu Feng didn't want that Zhang Hao was just a reckless man with courage but no strategy. As soon as Li Ming heard Lu Feng's words, he coughed dryly. Which was 3 people, this was 3 million people who couldn't fight. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were all witnesses. If he were Zhang Hao, he would probably have a heartbreak and couldn't wait to prove that he was a pure man. But this was something he couldn't say. Once the Grandmaster knew the truth, he, the tour guide, would also be unable to eat his words. Grandmaster, old Zhang has enough guts now, so he might really be able to dry out 1 or 2 little ghosts. This stone Buddha temple is going to be in bad luck. Li Ming digressed and turned his attention to the stone Buddha temple.
And inside the stone Buddha temple,
Zhang Hao looked at the front yard of the temple, only to feel that there were horrifying ghosts hiding everywhere.
So many people died. If they all transformed into stern ghosts after death, there mustn't be dozens of dirty things here? 1 bite from each of them could eat me up.
Zhang Hao recited, his body unable to stop trembling. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hao flickered and hid on the inside of the gate. He couldn't be seen from the outside at this angle, so he could stay at ease for a while. At the same time, he could also put on a big show. Friends of the audience, I've entered the gate of this stone Buddha temple, so I believe that I can already prove that I'm a bold and pure man. If you don't believe me, take a look at that Li Ming, he's so scared that he's running away. As for exploring the interior of the stone Buddha temple, this is the work of a master. I'm a mortal, so I'm not going to rush to my death. Zhang Hao muttered in a low voice, explaining the situation to the viewers of the live broadcast.
But if I don't explore the interior of the temple, the Grandmaster definitely won't be happy about it. So I have to put on a big show. Zhang Hao cleared his throat and immediately shouted, Tai! Where did that brat come from, dare to mess with your Grandpa Zhang, looking for death?
Master, you don't need to come in, I can handle this little thing. Zhang Hao yelled a few times at the top of his voice, creating some more commotion. In the end, he even clapped his hands. Little brat, Grandpa Zhang will smash your ass today. Let's see if you still dare to harm people in the future. Zhang Hao continued to shout, sending messages outside. Li Ming outside the temple was dumbfounded.
Old Zhang is so fierce?
Li Ming was dumbfounded. Lu Feng was also a bit surprised, but more than anything, he was pleased. I didn't expect old Zhang to be able to stand on his own, he has really grown a lot.
Lu Feng couldn't help but praise.
In the past, when Zhang Hao encountered a ghost, he would have to run away at the first opportunity. Today, not only did he not run out, but he also dared to catch the brat's ass and slapped it violently. He has indeed grown a lot.
Live broadcast room. What the hell? This is not good enough. Little Zhang has a lot of drama.
I told you, Chang has no guts.
So hiding next to the door is just scouting? I'd do the same for you. Zhang, why don't you go around the yard?
I really thought Chang had become a man.
I thought Chang had become a maniac. The scene of the program.
Zhang Hao slapped his hand until it turned red before it subsided.
Unbeatable little thing, get lost.
Tell that stone Buddha that Grandpa Zhang will take his dog's life in a while. Zhang Hao continued to shout, even following Lu Feng's example of standing with his arms folded, as if he was really getting rid of ghosts.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
The sound of applause rang out from the side, startling Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao turned his head and saw Lu Feng standing inside the door at an unknown time. Next to him was Li Ming poking his head in.
Question mark. Master, when did you come in?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened.
Lu Feng sniffed back, almost half a minute. Half a minute.
Zhang Hao was embarrassed.
Li Ming even gave a thumbs up.
Old Zhang, let's not talk about boldness first. In terms of acting, you're still a cow. Li Ming had an admiring expression on his face. Zhang Hao instantly became even more embarrassed, itching to find a crack in the ground. Lu Feng, on the other hand, scanned the week and said with deliberate curiosity, Old Zhang, where's the brat you fought? Ran out of sight so quickly?
Zhang Hao couldn't tense up. Master. I was wrong. I admit that I was the one who was too timid to go in and explore the path.
Don't crowd me, you old man. Zhang Hao cried out, his toes picking out 3 rooms. The audience in the live broadcast room directly brushed the screen.
Cut the crap. Open the road in front. Lu Feng waved his hand and pulled out the wailing rod from his robe.
Li Ming's eyes almost glazed over.
Good lord, the master actually carries the wailing rod with him? Even when he was in Pattaya? Is this a trip to have fun, or is it a crybaby? Chapter 129 Weird Demon Monk. Master, I withdrew.
Old Li, are you sure you don't want to come in? Zhang Hao shifted his target and looked at Li Ming. Originally, Zhang Hao had planned to put on a show and pretend to be injured. Seeing that he was pitiful and injured, the Grandmaster wouldn't necessarily let him play the lead. As a result, he was caught red-handed. How could he still pretend to be injured? Faced with this horrible temple, Zhang Hao wanted to pull a partner to strengthen his courage. At least if they really encountered a ghost, the two of them would still be able to hold each other and not sprawl on the ground in fear.
I won't go in.
Li Ming simply waved his hand. Seeing Zhang Hao still staring at him, Li Ming couldn't hold on any longer.
Egu, my stomach hurts. Master, you guys are busy. I'm going to go nearby for convenience.
Li Ming retracted his head and ran away without looking back.
Zhang Hao looked at him and immediately let out a bah.
Rat bastard. How can you be a tour guide with this?
Hurry up and change your profession.
After Zhang Hao finished spitting, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now that there was a Grandmaster pressing the front, he had to walk in front even if he no longer wanted to explore the path.
Grandmaster, you keep close, don't let me have an accident.
Zhang Hao exhorted uneasily. Lu Feng directly slapped a stick on Zhang Hao's butt.
Hurry up, don't delay.
Lu Feng said as he scanned around. The temple was quiet under the moonlight, and most of the front yard could be seen clearly. But there were also some shadows that blocked the view. The few small trees in the courtyard were uniquely shaped, with branches that looked like human arms.
The whole was even more like a living person, standing there and waving to visitors.
Zhang Hao swallowed hard. Taking out the flashlight, Zhang Hao thought about it and quietly shoved it back. He was afraid that the light would wake up certain severe ghosts again. And at the end of the front yard was the open second gate. The front yard is so spooky, it must be even more frightening behind the second gate. Zhang Hao looked towards the second gate not far away and couldn't help but chant. Lu Feng sniffed happily. The front yard doesn't even have a ghostly shadow, what's so scary about it? Alright, get going. Finish your work early, you can still go to Pattaya to kill a horse.
Lu Feng threw out a big pie.
Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel hot when he thought of the tantalizing street with the red lights. But then he remembered his own miserable experience. Zhang Hao only felt a basin of cold water pouring from his head to his feet. He felt like he was really going to shrivel up this time. Depression, fear, and indignation intertwined together, and Zhang Hao exploded. Tap the horse and put up a fight.
I want to see what Buddha the stone Buddha temple is hiding.
Zhang Hao's heart snapped, and he rushed over to the second gate. As the exploration of the stone Buddha temple officially began, the heat in the live broadcast room also began to rise. However, the loss of viewers in the live broadcast room was also serious. Quite a few of the timid ones, once they saw that it was going to be for real, they exited the live broadcast room, ready to come back to see the replay at dawn. One thing led to another, and in the end, the heat of the live broadcast room stabilized at 6 million.
Stone Buddha Temple.
Zhang Hao made his way to the small tree in the front yard and couldn't help but glance at it.
Zhang
Hao froze for a moment and blinked on purpose.
The small tree next to him remained small, without any abnormality. What's going on? Did I blink?
Zhang Hao was surprised in his heart. He had just clearly seen that a human face had appeared on the tree.
How could the face be gone in the blink of an eye? The light is too dim at night. It should be my eyesight. Zhang Hao muttered and continued walking towards the second gate. Pa!
Lu Feng picked up the wailing stick and clubbed the small tree.
A mournful and miserable howl instantly rang out.
Zhang Hao in front of him almost didn't die of fright. The sudden resounding ghostly cry made Zhang Hao sit on his butt. Hastily twisting his head to look behind him, Zhang Hao saw the Grandmaster in full force. Lu Feng was using the movement and casting spells before shaking, and the wailing stick was dancing with great vigor, hitting the small tree from various angles.
Soon a figure was drawn out from the small tree. With a thud, the figure fell to the ground.
Zhang Hao could really see that it was clearly a stern ghost with a pale face. Although it was only the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child, its face was that of an adult. There was not a single hair on its head, and it was dressed in monk's garb, clearly a monk. Lu Feng lashed out at the little monk on the ground, causing the little monk to roll all over the ground.
Don't fight, don't fight.
The little monk spat out human words, his child's voice and adult's voice intertwined together, looking extremely bizarre. Zhang Hao watched with chills all over his body, instinctively moving towards the second gate, wanting to get farther away from the little monk.
Dang! A dull sound rang out from the inside of the second gate.
Zhang Hao froze when he heard it. This sound was too familiar to him. The 1-meter-5 machete of the ghost-playing actor that slammed into the ground was this sound.
When Yuan is here? Zhang Hao was surprised and delighted.
Although he came a bit early, there were more companions to take care of. There are so many small trees in the front yard, and if there are all the severe ghosts hiding in them, he was afraid that the master wouldn't be able to handle it alone. When Yuan has a 1,000-year-old willow branch in his hand, so if he joins forces with the master, it won't be a problem to clean up a courtyard of malicious ghosts. As soon as Zhang Hao thought of this, he hurriedly looked up to the inside of the second gate. A figure appeared in the field of vision, nearly 2 meters tall. With a suit of armor and a green face and fangs, it had an imposing aura. Zhang Hao, however, froze at the sight.
When Yuan has followed the customs of the country and switched his armor to Thai style?
Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Not only had the armor been changed, the 1-meter-5 machete had also been replaced with a 1-meter-5 demon subduing pestle. The red and white pieces on the demon surrender mortar and pestle were as if human brains were air-dried, looking extremely oozy. As the cold, gloomy wind hit him, Zhang Hao winced.
It's not Wen Yuan. It's the Night Fork. It's the Nightjar ghost that guards the temple.
Zhang Hao sweated and crawled faster than he ran, and retreated to the courtyard at a rapid pace.
Great! Master! There are nightjars in the door.
Zhang Hao was so scared that his face was pale, and his hand shook incessantly as he pointed towards the second gate. Lu Feng frowned and lashed another stick on the little monk. The little monk howled miserably and his body became much more illusory.
Save me! Save me!
The little monk cried out for help, a child's voice mixed with an adult's voice, sounding very harsh.
Clatter!
Several small trees in the courtyard shook at the same time, and several more monks drilled out from within the trees. There were also several shady places within the courtyard where several monks also appeared. All of them were child height with adult faces.
A dozen or so young monks swarmed against Lu Feng.
Zhang Hao looked shocked.
It's over, how can we fight this? Zhang Hao was a bit desperate. Just the night forks alone were enough of a headache, but to have so many Morley ghosts popping up?
Zhang Hao braced himself not to faint and fought his way up to the first gate of the stone Buddha temple.
Audience, I'm pulling out.
This place is too scary, a bunch of ghosts have appeared before we've even officially entered.
The second gate is even guarded by a night fork.
I'm not playing anymore, Master, take care. Zhang Hao did his commentary in a low voice, not even daring to look around, only knowing to crawl all the way to the door. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded.
There are actually so many ghosts?
A child with an adult's face, it's really creepy.
That nightstick is scary.
It came out of nowhere and almost scared me to death.
Chang, stop crawling and go help. There are so many evil monks, you can't beat them all, you won't die.
I'm afraid of that nightjar's sneak attack.
Not bad, a 1.5-meter mortar and pestle on the head. Master's brain will come out.
Chapter 130, Xiaozhang, quickly. Grandmaster, chop him to death quickly.
Ah.
Miserable screams resounded in the courtyard. Countless childish voices mixed with adult voices seemed to turn the front yard into hell on earth. Zhang Hao was so scared that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. After climbing to the door with great difficulty, Zhang Hao was just about to go out when he was grabbed by his ankles and wrists.
Zhang Hao was going to be scared to death and desperately crawled out. What are you running for? Come back. Lu Feng's voice came, causing Zhang Hao to freeze. Looking back, Zhang Hao saw that the one who grabbed him was not a ghost, but a master. The little monk was no longer in the courtyard. There was only the tall night fork, still guarding the inside of the second gate. Master? Zhang Hao froze and was dragged hard back to the middle of the courtyard by Lu Feng. Hurry up and help me deal with that night fork. Lu Feng kicked Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao came back to his senses and grasped Lu Feng's arm, barely standing up. Master, where are those little monks? Zhang Hao looked around, still timid. A bunch of brats are out of place, all smoked to death. Lu Feng waved his wailing stick and his gaze fell on the body of the night fork. Zhang Hao was stunned at his words. All smoked to death? Master, stop it. Just now when it was one-on-one, you couldn't smoke a ghost to death even after half a day of smoking. Later on, when so many little monks swarmed up, how could you possibly finish them off so quickly? Zhang Hao was in disbelief. He had only just crawled to the doorway and the master had finished off those ghosts? It was more like the other way around. You think that I, the Grandmaster, am a poseur? Lu Feng glanced at Zhang Hao. The weeping stick could kill a little monk in 3 strokes. Before, he was showing weakness to lure the ghosts in the dark to strike. Showing weakness proved to be right. Otherwise, when he was fighting against the night fork, it would have killed him to have these dozen or so stern ghosts waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Old Zhang, you go attract the attention of that night fork. I'll find a chance to finish him off from behind. Lu Feng spoke out the plan. Zhang Hao almost fell to the ground again. Great. Master. You spare me. Since a dozen or so stern ghosts have been taken out by you, you'll just go ahead and take out the night fork as well. I'll cheer you on. Zhang Hao stiffly squeezed out a pleasing smile, wanting nothing more than to get his feet wet right now. Lu Feng shook his head at his words. Those brats are unarmed, so naturally they're good to deal with. But this night fork is armed with a demon bucking pestle, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight him. Lu Feng spoke euphemistically. Even if the weeping stick could resist the demon bucking pestle, he and the night fork's strength was not in the same league. That 1.5 meter demon smiting pestle, smashing down, is afraid to have the strength of 10,000 pounds. He is an ordinary person to fight with his head. I'm afraid that the first blow would break his arm first, and the second blow his brain would come out. Master, use the 5 thunders. Strike him to death with heavenly thunder. Even if his demon bucking pestle is 15 meters long, it won't be able to resist the heavenly thunder. Zhang Hao gave advice. Lu Feng immediately revealed a look at the cutie. Gaze. Old Zhang, the 5 thunder horns have been thrown away, what kind of 5 thunders method do I use? Lu Feng lectured without any good humor. Zhang Hao stared straight at him. Master, you don't tease me. Even without the 5 thunders calling order, with your Taoist skill, you still can't summon a heavenly thunder? The 5 thunder trumpet order also requires the 5 thunder technique to catalyze it. You will perform the 5 thunder law now. Even if you can't summon heavenly thunder, you can always summon ordinary thunder, right? Zhang Hao looked at Lu Feng blearily. Lu Feng waved his hand and gave a reply that made Zhang Hao despair, cut the crap and hurry up. Zhang Hao only felt the sky spinning. Especially looking toward the night fork at the second gate that. Zhang Hao's legs and stomach shivered. This thing was just pretending to be a ghost actor to come, it was unknown if he could fight head on. Not to mention him, a host who worked by mouth. Master, I'm dizzy. Ah! Zhang Hao exclaimed, lying on the ground and pretending to be dizzy to go. Question mark. Lu Feng looked at the collapsed Zhang Hao and couldn't help but have a question mark on his face. Live streaming room. Ha ha, Master wants to hit someone just watching. Can this acting be any worse? Xiao Zhang is also, obviously acting is great, can't he walk a little bit? I'm really afraid that the master won't be able to hold back and poke Chang in the mouth. So, are we still going to explore the temple? The nightstick looks more fierce than the ghost actor, so I'm afraid I can't beat it. This kind of ghost with high force value is really not easy to deal with. It looks like we're going to end up halfway through the night. Full of idioms, you want to study for the exams. The scene of the program. Lu Feng kicked Zhang Hao, seeing that Zhang Hao had no response, he could only give up. Forget it, old Zhang's hands are no good, it's useless to count on him. Lu Feng re-looked at the night ghost. With a thought, an ancient money flew out from Lu Feng's arms. Falling soul money can only be used once more, it's a waste to use it at the door. Lu Feng's line of sight crossed over the night fork ghost and looked further inside. This temple seemed small, but it was heavily blocked. If he used his soul falling money here, if he met another powerful character inside, he would be completely out of luck. Go! Lu Feng commanded to soul fall money. Falling soul money flew up and down, nodded and rushed towards the night fork guarding the second gate. A hint of suspicion flashed in the night fork's eyes. There was an aura on the soul falling money that made his heart palpitate. But the incantations engraved on his body made him fearless. The night fork looked at the falling soul money and seemed to be pondering whether he should be afraid of this copper coin or not. Splat! The falling soul money slammed hard against the night fork's face.
It did not cause any damage, but the insult was extremely strong. "How dare you!" Nightfork bellowed, and the demon descending mortar and pestle slammed fiercely into the falling soul money in front of him. Falling soul money accelerated violently and dodged the blow. Bang! A loud bang came. Lu Feng drew in a breath of cold air as he watched. The demon's surrender mortar and pestle smashed a large pit in the ground, and he felt the vibration even as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. Pa! Soul fallen money sprinted again and slapped the Nightfork again. The Nightfork's face was furious as it finally left the doorway. Wielding a 1.5-meter long demon surrender pestle, the ground trembled with every step the Night Fury took. Zhang Hao, who was pretending to be dizzy, was in a state of shock, fearing that he would be caught in the crossfire if he wasn't careful. Lu Feng, on the other hand, seized the moment and quickly rushed towards the second gate. But before reaching the door, Lu Feng couldn't help but try again. Running behind the Nightfork, Lu Feng struck with all his might and smacked his stick on the Nightfork's back. Bang! The Nightfork jerked back, completely uninjured. It's true that thick skin is not easy to hit. Lu Feng quickly retreated. Falling soul money sprinted again and slammed against Nightfork's face. The Nightfork roared angrily and couldn't hold back, chasing after the soul falling money once again. Lu Feng, on the other hand, took the opportunity to slip into the second gate. Half a minute later, the soul falling money slammed into Nightfork's eyes. Nightfork subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the shadow of the copper money was no longer in front of him. Scanning around, Nightfork looked at the only living person in the courtyard. Chapter 131 Help is coming. Earth's strongest man. Marred, the fight is so intense. I wonder if Grandmaster can take down that Nightfork. Zhang Hao couldn't stop muttering in his heart, but he didn't dare to open his eyes and look. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would be caught by the Grandmaster and forced to be the bait again. How come there's no movement? Zhang Hao's ears twitched. Originally, the Nightfork had been yelling from time to time, showing that the battle was intense. But now, it suddenly lost its voice. The viewers in the live broadcast room had exploded. Run! Xiao Zhang, quickly run! Don't pretend to be dead, the Night Fury is standing next to you. The mortar and pestle are up. The mortar and pestle are up. Zhang is going to die. Chang, take off your glasses. Take me away. I don't want to get hit by the pestle. Martyr, pretending to be dizzy and not being a meat shield, it's still hard to escape death. The scene of the program. Zhang Hao's Bluetooth headset, which hadn't seen any movement for a long time, suddenly sounded an old voice. Roll to the left. The voice was thick and powerful, and Zhang Hao knew that it was Old Man Mu as soon as he heard it. Subconsciously rolling to the left, Zhang Hao only heard a thud as bricks and debris splashed on him. What the hell? Zhang Hao was suddenly startled and subconsciously opened his eyes. Seeing that terrifying Nightfork right in front of him, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of cardiac arrest. Where's Master Treadmill? Zhang Hao rolled around and looked around before realizing that there was no master in the courtyard. There was only that nightmare ghost accompanying him. Mu Lao, what's the situation? Where did the master go? Why am I the only one in the courtyard? Zhang Hao hurriedly asked, while quickly backing up and pulling away from the Nightfork. The Nightfork took large strides towards Zhang Hao, the demon bucking pestle dragging on the ground with a chilling friction sound. Zhang Hao was startled and turned his head to run towards the main entrance. Elder Mu's reminder also came. To the right. To the right. Can't you hear me? If you don't want to die, hurry up and run to the right. Mu Lao was already a bit furious by the end of his words. Only then did Zhang Hao notice that there was a sound in the headset. Without thinking too much, Zhang Hao hurriedly made a sharp turn and ran to the right. Bang! The great earthquake shook. The demon descending pestle smashed into Zhang Hao's previous position. Chasing so fast. Zhang Hao's heart was pounding and his adrenaline spiked. Mu Lao's voice continued, try to walk around in a circle, you can't outrun him, walking in a straight line will surely kill you. Zhang Hao hurriedly responded and also began to pay attention to the movements behind him. As soon as the sound of the demon bucking pestle dragging on the ground was absent, it meant that the Nightfork had raised the demon bucking pestle. At this time, Zhang Hao hurriedly dodged sideways, narrowly dodging a blow every time. Elder Mu, this isn't a solution. He doesn't seem to be getting serious. If he comes for real, I'm sure I won't be able to dodge it, what should I do then? Zhang Hao asked Old Man Mu for help, so it could be said that his heart was burning with anxiety. In such a short while, he had already passed by the gate 3 times. But each time, he couldn't run outside in time before the demon sinking pestle smashed down. He could only dodge it again and again, and kept circling around the courtyard. Don't worry, little Zhang, there's already help rushing over. The voice of the assistant director came. Rescue troops. Zhang Hao's complexion collapsed. In the middle of the night, where could the program team get help from? It would be too late by the time they got here. Once again, he ran towards the door, and as a result, Zhang Hao heard the sound of a pestle being swung when he was still 7 or 8 meters away. Is it over or not?
Every time I return to the gate, something goes wrong. This nightmare is intentional, right? Zhang Hao couldn't help but spit madly and could only duck to the side once again. He seriously suspected that the Night Fork had suffered a defeat at the Grandmaster's place, and this was using him as a toy to take out his anger. However, unlike before, this time, a silhouette appeared at the gate. Tai. Demons suffer death. Old Zhang, don't be afraid, I'm here to support you. Li Ming stood at the gate and shouted to attract the attention of the Night Fury. Zhang Hao froze for a second at the sight. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. The rescuer that the program team is talking about, it can't be this guy. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded and instantly despaired. Not to say that Old Li was timid, even if Old Li was bold, he couldn't handle the Night Fork. Old Zhang, get out of the way, I'll get him. Li Ming continued to shout, instantly attracting all of Night Fork's attention. Looking towards Li Ming at the gate, a flash of teasing flashed in the Night Fork's eyes. A mortal also wanted to get him killed? What a heavenly joke. Zhang Hao also felt dazed, not knowing what Li Ming was mad about. Until Li Ming threw a black thing over. Zhang Hao subconsciously dodged a few steps away. The Night Fork, on the other hand, was filled with disdain, and the demon surrender mortar and pestle blocked in front of his body, easily blocking the black thing. Pop! The black plastic bag rotted, and the yellow liquid splashed all over Night Fork. Zhang Hao smelled the smell of urine coming from his nose even from a distance of 2 meters. Li Ming's rampant laughter resounded from the main entrance. Ha ha ha, is Grandpa's urine good? If you didn't enjoy it, Grandpa still has it here. Li Ming was extremely wild and ran away after saying that. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The viewers in the live broadcast room frantically swiped their screens. 666666666666666666666. How could Li dare to hit a nightstick with urine? I can't defend myself. This is playing with fire on a tightrope. He's got guts. He's got to go all the way to the end of the line. He's pissing on his face. If I were Nightjar, I'd this guy up. Old Li is really something. He didn't even dare to enter the temple earlier, but now he has the guts to provoke Nightjar. The scene of the program. The Night Fork suddenly roared, and one of his faces became distorted. Carrying the pestle and mortar, Nightcrawler ran towards the gate, more than twice as fast as when he was chasing Zhang Hao. However, when he really reached the gate, Nightcrawler braked sharply. His mission was to guard the temple, and going out the second gate was already against the rules. Now if he went out the first gate again, the master would definitely punish him severely. Pa! Another plastic bag was thrown over. Nightcrawler subconsciously took his arm to block it, and the familiar odor instantly sprinkled all over his body. Ha ha, one bubble of urine wasn't enough, and actually chased after Grandpa to drink his second bubble? Good grandson, your taste is a bit heavy. Li Ming's voice came from outside the temple. The Night Fork was furious and rushed out of the temple door without hesitation. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. This comes a second time? Too arrogant. How did he dare? It's confirmed, this guy drank too much, otherwise not so bold, and not so much urine. Martyr, I'd like to call him the strongest man on the show. The show's scene. This ing works too? Zhang Hao's eyes grew wider and wider. The voice of the assistant director rang in the headphones. Xiao Zhang, go after the master. Li Ming will drive the car to lure away that Night Fork, so you hurry up and meet up with the Grandmaster. Also, we'll be in Thailand in a few hours, so if there are no special circumstances during that time, we won't contact you again. Zhang Hao sniffed back. As his eyes fell on the second gate, Zhang Hao could not help but swallow hard. Although the Night Fork wasn't there anymore. A gatekeeper is a Night Fork, it must be even more terrifying inside. Cootie! Just step inside.